Spirit-fed sect. At the gate beside the wooden hut, a young man landed casually in the wooden recliner dot in the distance. A group of men and women dressed in spirit-fed sect disciples approached. The young man rose slightly and said to them casually, "Show me your identity tokens and have your faces scanned at the image capturing sphere." "Done. Go on in." The group of spirit-fed sect disciples walked into the gate. Some couldn't help but glance back at the young man. "Hi, junior brother Daryl. He really is too content with his fall from grace. Yeah, he was a one-in-a-million cultivation genius, yet he gave up becoming the Grand Elder's direct disciple to guard the gate. This is just... It's sad also you have no future in cultivation but don't want to leave a sect spinning at this. Forget it, let's not talk about it, we need to get back and practice rather, the great contest is coming soon." They shook their hands, sighing as they left. Their voices reached the young man, Daryl, who couldn't help but chuckle lightly. He had been in this world for 3 years and had heard such remarks far too many times. 3 years ago, he had been a recently graduating college student from Boston when he became an unexpected cultivation genius. During the Spirit-fed sect's grand ceremony for admitting disciples, the Grand Elder personally came down to meet him, wanting to take him as a direct disciple. The Grand Elder held immense power in Spirit-fed sect, with unfathomable cultivation prowess, barring the rumored Spirit-fed Empress, who had been in close seclusion for many years. He was undeniably the #1 person in Spirit-fed sect, being taken under the wing of such a power being meant a bright future, but Daryl had firmly refused. His refusal shocked countless people, leaving them confused, and the real reason. Dang. Today's retirement cultivation and already have been credited to your account, please check. Hearing the voice in his mind and feeling the sudden surge in cultivation strength, Daryl chuckled again. When he had arrived in this world, he gained the golden finger, giving him two choices to become the Grand Elder's disciple, diligently cultivate, and activate the heaven-rewarded diligence system, or refuse discipleship, live or retire life by guarding the gate, and activate the invincible retirement system. In his previous life, Daryl, right after graduating, became a security guard, hoping to save himself 20 years of hardship. He was somewhat regretful about being reincarnated. Now, however, everything seemed to work out fine. In another world, he still got to be a security guard, saving decades of struggle, likely starting from tens of thousands of years. So without hesitation, Daryl chose the latter. For 3 years, he spent his days watching over the gate. When idle, he swept the ground, planted flowers, and made tea. As long as he didn't cultivate, the system would give him daily retirement cultivation along with various rewards. Even while sweeping, he sometimes achieved spontaneous enlightenment and breakthroughs. Having such talent can sometimes feel like a burden. What's today's reward? Daryl focused on the system to check today's retirement rewards. Several pieces of information immediately appeared in his mind. Heavenly Marrow Cleansing Grass Seed. A heaven-tier spiritual grass seed. Consuming it after maturation can cleanse meridians and bones, enhancing cultivation potential. It matures in a short period, just 3 months. Great Tao Clear Man Tea. A heaven-tier spiritual tea that, when brewed and consumed, clears the soul and brings resonance with the Tao, leading to enlightenment. Mighty Dragonfire Root. A heaven-tier spiritual root that, when crushed and consumed, rejuvenates their trees and boosts vitality, along with other wonders. The first two are quite normal. This mighty dragonfire root makes me feel like I'm really a retired old man. Daryl felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Though he lived a retired life ahead of time, he wasn't truly old. Shaking his head, taking advantage of the lack of visitors, he went around the wooden yard to the backyard to plant the Heavenly Marrow Cleansing Grass Seed. This plot of land was carefully cultivated by him to grow the seeds rewarded by the system. No one knew or paid attention here because everyone thought he had given up on greatness, so no one cared about his warfars and dubs. Meanwhile, several hundred miles away from the Spirit-fed sect's entrance, a figure ran in panic to raid the gate. Behind him were several figures emitting fierce, murderous auras cursing in. "Little Jade. Who gave you the courage to challenge us, the 7 demons of Lion Mountain, thinking you can escape back to Spirit-fed sect? Not a chance." The loss behind him carried malice. Everyone was filled with anxiety. The task he took was handled too carelessly, and he hadn't expected these 7 demons to be airing cultivation despite being mere wandering cultivators. "I didn't train hard enough. If I make it back to the gate this time, I will definitely practice even harder, day and night, eating and walking, all in cultivation." As he fled, the hundreds of miles disappeared in an instant. Every saw the gate looming in the distance. Die. At this moment, a ferocious palm imprint pursued him and instantly caught up. Bang! Jeffrey was struck and fell to the ground. Despair washed over him. Though the gate was closed, it was technically the outer gate only used to facilitate disciples' entry and exit. Crossing it marked the true boundary of Spirit-fed sect. Although the 7 demons were more powerful than he was, they were insignificant to the sect. Such low-level threats wouldn't alarm any strong cultivators unless someone was scanning the area with spirit senses. Otherwise, he wouldn't survive this time. Ha 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 ha! Little Jade, you're going to die. 7 towering figures appeared in the sky, looking down at Jeffrey, preparing to serve him in. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from the gate, heavy as a mountain, surprising the 7 demons. Frightened, they glanced towards the gate. Such terrifying pressure! A strong cultivator from Spirit-fed sect has detected us. Run now! Without hesitating, the 7 demons fled as fast as they could. Some lagged behind, but none waited for them. Who would and they relied on 3 things: bullying the weak, fear of the strong, and staring at each other. Too good. Jeffrey felt a wave of relief before fainting. Back at the rodent hut, Daryl, who had just finished planting the seeds, looked in the direction the 7 demons had fled. His expression showed no emotion. 7 minor demons weren't worth pursuing, but he was responsible for guarding the gate. Killing someone in his jurisdiction was unacceptable, even as a retired security guard. Professional ethics matter. Chapter 2: Jeffrey's Enlightenment. Dusk settled in, and a gentle evening breeze wafted through the air. Daryl leaned lazily on a wooden chair, squinting his eyes as he gazed at the torrid sky. Occasionally, he would lift the teacup from the wooden table beside him for a sip. The tea was refreshing and cool as it slipped down his throat, making him feel extremely comfortable. He felt quite content. "Ouch! Where am I?" A voice tinged with pain broke the serene moment, coming from nearby, by the wooden table. Jeffrey lay on the ground, grimacing in pain. "Wake up! Daryl turned his head to glance at him briefly before asking casually, after hearing of the 7 demons of support Renton, Daryl had also brought Jeffrey over. With no one training him, Daryl left him there until he woke up on his own. So, Daryl junior brother. Jeffrey recognized Daryl and paused momentarily. He knew Daryl well enough. This junior brother, despite joining a few years after him, had been a sensation 3 years ago. Since then, he had guarded the mountain gate for 3 years. His reputation for self-abandonment was widely known. I remember that an elder must have intervened before I lost consciousness, scaring off the 7 demons of support Renton. Junior brother Daryl must have found me unconscious and brought me back to the mountain gate. Jeffrey deduced the sequence of events. His views differed significantly from those of junior brother Daryl, and he had often secretly lamented the waste of such a talented cultivator. But this time, by bringing him back, Daryl had done him a favor, bearing the pain. Jeffrey got up and politely thanked Daryl. Thank you, junior brother, for your care. Daryl waved his hand indifferently. It's my duty, no need to be courteous. With that, he poured himself another cup of tea and took another sip, continuing to enjoy the sunset, completely unperturbed by the matter. This attitude surprised Jeffrey again. Daryl seemed so calm and detached, almost like a transcendent sage. Shaking his head, he quickly dismissed the unrealistic thought. It was common knowledge. Daryl, a once-in-a-century cultivation prodigy, had degenerated to an extreme. He had guarded the mountain gate for 3 years without practicing cultivation even once. He was the typical negative example within leaning sect in the constant regret in the elder's heart. Such a person wouldn't be related to any sages. Jeffrey intended to return immediately to rest and cultivate, but was incredibly proud of his escape. Seeing Daryl drinking tea made him swallow involuntarily. Excuse me. Junior brother Sue, could I have a drink of your tea? I've been chased by the 7 demons of support Renton for thousands of hours, and I'm really thirsty, Jeffrey said with a bow. Daryl turned his teeth away and nodded casually. He reached into his sleeve, seemingly cornering a brand new teacup. Then he poured the tea. Jeffrey looked curiously at Daryl's sleeve. How could a teacup be hidden there? He never considered that Daryl might have a story treasure. That item was incredibly valuable, and he only possessed the low-grade story patch. Ignoring Jeffrey's look, Daryl handed him the tea. His sleeve was a story treasure granted by the system, named Sleeve of Bannerless Keys. The inner piece wasn't rare but could feed dozens of leaning sects. Thank you. Jeffrey put aside his confusion and drank the tea in one gulp. I'll take my leave now. Junior brother, if you have time, you should practice more. Jeffrey couldn't help but offer some advice as he placed the cup down. Before he finished speaking, however, he suddenly felt a wave of clarity in his mind. Countless insights about cultivation rushed into his thoughts. An invisible path seemed to resonate deeply within him. Boom! Jeffrey froze as if struck by lightning. Then, he realized, filled with joy, it was enlightenment, an extremely rare occurrence in cultivation. One enlightenment could lead to significant gains and lay a solid foundation for future practice. Ordinary of riddling talent, Jeffrey was experiencing enlightenment. Without further ado, ignoring his injuries, Jeffrey quickly sat cross-legged to meditate and savor the experience. I forgot the effects of the tea of clear insight. Seeing Jeffrey's state, Daryl glanced at the tea he had just poured out. That tea was the tea of clear insight awarded by the system. Drinking it increased the chances of enlightenment dramatically. Enlightenment was something Daryl was already accustomed to. He no longer bothered much with cultivating the insight seed provided. Nor did he mind granting Jeffrey this moment of enlightenment. Time passed slowly. Endless streams of spiritual energy flowed toward the mountain gate. Quite a commotion. Little G doesn't know subtlety. Shaking his head, Daryl pulled out a tattered piece of beast skin from his pocket and inconspicuously stuck it on Jeffrey's back. The surrounding atmosphere immediately quieted. Passing disciples didn't even notice Jeffrey. The beast skin came from the system, a hide of some divine beast that isolated all activities and presence, making one hard to detect even when standing face to face. Daryl had another such hide on him too, so whenever he experienced enlightenment, there was little commotion. After 2 hours, Jeffrey opened his eyes, returning from his enlightened state. His eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy. This enlightenment had boosted his cultivation by 2 stages, from the 80 level of Mystic Realm to the 1st level of Celestial Realm. In the young generation of Sect, reaching Celestial Realm already placed him in the top tier. At a normal pace, it would have taken him several more years of rare cultivation to reach Celestial Realm. Meanwhile, Daryl's mind echoed with the system in notification. Bing! Congratulations, host, for providing benefits to a living being. You've triggered the passive skill pension. When the host provides benefits to a living being, they become bound to the host and the host gains their total future cultivation increase. As the voice faded, Daryl's cultivation rose abruptly. He froze momentarily. Pension. Junior brother soul. That earlier. Now, regaining his senses, Jeffrey pointed to the teacup on the table, his eyes reflecting shock, anticipation, and disbelief. He wasn't fooled. This enlightenment was sudden, and apart from drinking Daryl's tea, he hadn't done anything else. Haha. Just a simple cup of tea. If you want another, I can pour it for you. In an instant, Daryl recovered his composure. With the pension skill, he wouldn't hesitate to give away tea of clear insight. Honestly, he was immune to soft spiritual waves anyway. Giving it to Jeffrey proved far more effective. Since the added cultivation would eventually belong to him too. This pension was quite a burden. Jeffrey hastily poured himself another cup and gulped it down. Boom! Jeffrey was again frozen in place. Chapter 3, Rivalry Treasures. He once again felt the signs of enlightenment approaching. Sitting cross-legged once more, he entered a state of profound contemplation. Another 2 hours passed. Jeffrey slowly opened his eyes. He was thoroughly astounded by Daryl's prayers. This time, the enlightenment had pushed him from the 1st level of the Celestial Realm all the way to the late 2nd level. If not for fear of an unstable foundation, he would have broken through to the third level effortlessly. Jeffrey remained speechless, his expression one of disbelief. Brother Daryl, Jeffrey muttered aloud, while a wave of astonishment surged within him. He now seriously doubted that Daryl might be some ancient powerful figure runner in the mortal world possessing numerous treasures. Calling Daryl a junior brother felt awkward now. This tea? Daryl saw Jeffrey's expression and lightly smiled. Just a simple brew, it's not worth much. If you enjoy it, feel free to visit me daily for a cup. Jeffrey noticed that Daryl didn't seem to value the tea highly at all. He glanced again at the small pot of wine behind Daryl's wooden head, seeing various points growing there, his heart skipped a beat. These couldn't all be rare treasures, could they? Recalling how Daryl had produced the teacup from his sleeve earlier, he became more convinced of his suspicions. In that case, thank you, brother Daryl. Jeffrey thought it wouldn't hurt to take advantage of this offer. He then rushed back to the Sect to consolidate his foundations, planning to return the next day for more tea. Daryl watched Jeffrey's hurried departure and chuckled softly. Why such a surprise look? I've already drunk enough of this tea. The next evening, Daryl was tending to his garden. He held a watering can, irrigating the heavenly spirit grass he had planted the previous day. Suddenly, he heard gentle knocking at the door, accompanied by a familiar voice. Brother Daryl, are you in, brother Daryl? After a moment's thought, Daryl identified the caller as none other than Jeffrey from the day before. It seemed he was eager to march off again. Putting down the watering can, Daryl walked to the door and opened it. Seeing Jeffrey outside, he paused momentarily, noting the two bags in Jeffrey's hands. Jeffrey thrust the packages into Daryl's hands. Brother Daryl, I drank your spirit tea finally yesterday, which left me feeling guilty, knowing you aren't sure of these items. This is just my gesture as a senior brother. Daryl, taken aback by this act, gently smiled and said, There's no need for such formalities between us fellow disciples. If you want to drink, just do so freely. Opening the package, Daryl found several soon-raised spirit roots. These were valuable commodities in the Sect capable of enhancing cultivation slightly. Just as Daryl considered returning them, he reconsidered. If he refused, Jeffrey might think Daryl didn't welcome his frequent visits, leading to his own loss of benefits. After all, Daryl's skins directly translated into enhancements for himself. Very well, I'll accept them. With a flick of his sleeve, Daryl stirred everything away using his sleeves of space. Despite having seen this technique before, Jeffrey still marveled at Daryl's capability. Senior brother, have you eaten dinner? If not, have some sugar beans to tide you over. Daryl pulled out two small trays from his sleeve and placed some sugar beans on them. Jeffrey was about to politely decline, having already eaten, but was upon closer inspection. These weren't sugar beans, they were query pills. Moreover, they weren't ordinary pills. Just looking at them conveyed their formidable energy. Jeffrey had seen many soon-raised pills in the Sect, yet these were far superior. An idea sprouted in Jeffrey's mind. Could these be unrained pills? Without hesitation, Jeffrey grabbed one and swallowed it. Breton, a deep resonance echoed inside Jeffrey's body as the pill began refining and fortifying him. After a moment, Jeffrey opened his eyes, staring at his hands in disbelief. He distinctly felt a significant boost in his cultivation potential. There are few pills in the world capable of enhancing innate talent. Seeing the abundant pills in the dish, Daryl said, Brother Jeffrey, are all these for me? Initially intending to affirm, Daryl corrected himself. One pill should suffice for you, overuse can weaken the efficacy and destabilize your foundation. Hearing this, Jeffrey felt a pang of disappointment. But Daryl continued, though pills have limitations, herbs and flowers like these do not. Daryl pulled out several points from his sleeve, quickly stashing the plates away and burning at a small bowl instead. Jeffrey cautiously took one, examining it. It was a flower root. Just as Daryl's pride showed on his face, he suddenly changed expression, swiftly snatching the root from Jeffrey. Strengthening dragon yang flower root, a heaven red root, brushed in soaked, it rejuvenates seed trees and restores vitality with various wondrous effects. Confusion spread across Jeffrey's face. Daryl's mouth twitched slightly as he explained. Cough, this item isn't suitable for you, you can use the others freely. As Daryl spoke, his gaze continually scanned the contents of Jeffrey's bowl until he was certain nothing peculiar remaining, only then did he relax. Several hours later, Daryl slowly opened his eyes. His power surged dramatically, he had advanced from the second to the third level of the celestial realm. Such rapid progression was unprecedented. Especially considering the 8 form spirit tea and various rivalry treasures. These offered additional benefits like enhanced cultivation aptitude, speed, stable foundations, and improved spiritual roots. Under normal circumstances, such swift breakthroughs would risk destabilizing one's foundation.
However, the heaven-grade materials Daryl consumed eliminated this concern entirely. Following Jeffrey's advancement, Daryl's strength also increased significantly. Junior brother, your plants and herbs possess extraordinary powers. There's no way for me to repay you. Despite understanding the nature of these items, Jeffrey tactfully refrained from mentioning their origin. Daryl first hesitated, then laughed. No worries, I have plenty more. You can see the plot of land behind my hut. With that, Daryl stood and gestured for Jeffrey to follow him. Arriving at the plot, they saw the myriad of glowing flowers and leaves under the night sky, forming a breathtaking sight. Jeffrey had never witnessed such a magical scene in ordinary spirit plants and flowers. He was utterly speechless. These. Most Sect members, including Jeffrey, had assumed Daryl merely indulged in gardening without purpose. Never did they imagine he cultivated an entire spiritual field. Thinking of Daryl's mysterious background sent a chill down Jeffrey's spine. Junior brother, Who knew you possessed such abilities? How about you being the senior brother, and I the junior? Daryl gently shook his head. If that were true, it would violate the sect rules. Let's keep this quiet. Startled, Jeffrey agreed immediately. If everyone found out, it would cause chaos. Sect rules must not be violated. Jeffrey nodded. Agreed. We mustn't break the rules. ##### Chapter 4, The Heaven Ascending Pill. Your son can be taught. Seeing Jeffrey's eagerness to learn, Daryl smiled and felt relieved. He didn't want to expose himself too early. Drawing too much attention would surely bring a lot of trouble. Living quietly as a security guard and getting rich without making a fuss was Daryl's principle in life. After understanding everything, Jeffrey hesitantly asked, Senior brother, can I come often in the future? In Jeffrey's mind, Daryl had already become an imposing figure. He believed that by clinging tightly to this powerful ally, he could soon become one of the top prodigies in the sect. Daryl said earnestly, Of course. As fellow disciples, we should help each other. Jeffrey nodded, deeply moved. It seemed that Daryl, this hidden master, had truly acknowledged him. His resolve grew stronger. He would strive even harder in his cultivation and never disappoint Daryl's goodwill. Well then, senior brother, I'll go back now. Daryl waved his hand and nodded. He then slowly returned to his post, leaned back on his recliner, and sighed as he watched the busy disciples passing by. People are all so busy, thinking diligence can make up for inadequacy. But little do they know, I've already transcended this cycle of internal competition. Lying low is the way to go. He closed his eyes, beginning to contemplate life. On a quiet night, when the entire sect had fallen asleep, Parker was still searching busily. Strange. The sect records clearly state that star leaf grass turns into insects and flies around during the full moon. Why have I been searching for dozens of nights without even catching a glimpse? Could it be just a hoax? In a fit of rage, Parker kicked a rock ahead of him. Unbeknownst to him, he missed a step and fell off a cliff 30 meters high. Damn! Brushing the yellow dust off his robe, Parker couldn't vent his frustration when suddenly, the scene before him nearly blinded him. Is this a dream? He punched himself hard on the chin for reassurance. Ow! Parker spat out 3 bloody teeth. Then, he trembled with excitement, mumbling, This isn't a dream. Before him lay a mysterious vegetable garden, where countless star leaf grass danced amidst various flowers and herbs. But what caught his attention more were the numerous nearly extinct spiritual herbs growing there. What was once a mere vegetable garden was now a celestial field, cultivating so many divine plants. Who's there? A voice shouted, and Daryl approached with a flashlight. Despite his advanced level allowing him to see in the dark, professional equipment was still essential as a dedicated security guard. Upon seeing Daryl, Parker hesitated to leave. This place might belong to an elder within the sect, and cultivators of high levels were known to have peculiar temperaments. Though stubborn, he didn't want to get punished randomly. But when he saw who approached, he stopped. How could he not recognize Daryl, a renowned figure? Parker's initial hesitation turned into confidence. He thought about how people with average talent like him strive tirelessly in alchemy to compensate for their lack of natural gifts for better cultivation. He despised those who had rare talents but wasted them, like Daryl. Still feeling somewhat guilty, Parker politely asked, May I ask, which elder does this sacred field belong to? Daryl casually replied, You mean here? It's just my vegetable garden. Parker was furious. Was this guard treating him as nothing? How could such a divine field belong to someone like Daryl? Parker looked at Daryl angrily. Senior brother, lying is not good. I'm not lying. Every piece of land in the sect is registered. Check it yourself, you'll find my name. Daryl led Parker to a corner of the garden, where a decaying wooden stake bore Daryl's name prominently. Parker stared in disbelief, murmuring to himself that perhaps this guy had struck incredible luck. Could it be that this originally prime location just happened to be allocated to Daryl, with these spiritual herbs growing naturally? Yes, it must be so. Looking at Daryl, who appeared somewhat tired, Parker became increasingly convinced of his guess. Parker's previously haughty face immediately turned into a smile. No matter what, Daryl was the owner here. Given his casual demeanor, he probably didn't know the value of these treasures. Perhaps he could take advantage of this situation. With a confident smile, Parker hatched an evil plan. Senior brother, are the herbs in your garden for sale? I was thinking. You need some? Forget selling. They're just ordinary medicinal herbs. If you need them, I can give you a few stalks. But they aren't ripe yet. Why don't you come inside for a while, and I'll give you some I've harvested earlier. What? For free? Hearing this, Parker was instantly thrilled. Confirming several times, he finally said, Thank you, senior brother. Parker followed Daryl into a small wooden house and sat down. While waiting, an old, yellowed piece of paper on the table caught his eye. What's this? Curious, Parker picked it up. Heaven Ascending Pill. A pill that lives up to its name. It directly enhances an ordinary person's talent to the heavenly rank. Impossible. Parker laughed, having studied pills for decades and never heard of such a heaven-defying elixir. 80% chance it was fabricated to deceive. Yet curiosity pushed him to read on. One by one, exotic ingredients and mystical techniques were revealed, along with unique refining methods. Parker could no longer remain calm. His face flushed red, breathing rapidly. This was exactly the pill he needed. Indeed, innate talent wasn't everything. With the right transformation, one could defy fate. Junior brotherly, are these what you need? At that moment, Daryl entered, carrying a bamboo basket filled with enormous spiritual herbs. These are... Although he couldn't identify the herbs, he could feel the intense medicinal power from afar. Parker knew this was what he needed. Thank you, senior brother Sue. Gratefully waving his thanks, Parker nervously pointed to the pill formula on the table. I wonder if the contents are true? About this? Just something I collected idly. Don't take it seriously. That's a shame. Parker sighed heavily. Unexpectedly, Daryl said next, If it works after refinement, who knows? After all, practice makes perfect. Chapter 5. The Method of the Pressure Pot. Upon hearing Daryl's words, Parker's heart, which had sunk, surged up once more. This senior brother Sue seemed quite different from what he had heard. Perhaps the stereotypical image of laziness was just a sign of modesty that misled everyone. Refusing to become the great elder's disciple must have had its hidden reasons too. Aiming for no empty fame, this was indeed a role model for all cultivators. Now, Parker felt only intense curiosity and respect for Daryl. Yes, cultivation itself is defying the heavens. If one were to back down at the first sight of difficulties without attempting, how could they reach great heights? Senior brother Sue, thank you. But the herbs and the strange alchemy methods recorded in this elixir formula are mostly unheard of. How do I even start? Parker furrowed his brows slightly. You mean these? Daryl walked up to Parker, then turned and pointed at the elixir formula as he asked. Yes, not only are the rare herbs mentioned long extinct, but even this first step alone, using a divine pressure pot as the furnace, aided by celestial lightning fire, and using cocoa vivian and shui, pleasant immortal water, to refine for 81 days, is daunting. Finding these things would be impossible, even if we searched the entire southern region. That's true, Daryl smiled slightly. This elixir formula was modified by him, bolstered by 18 years of scholarly knowledge. Its efficacy was greatly enhanced, but, naturally in this world, only he could refine it. But, I can teach you. As for the required items and medicinal ingredients, I have them all here. They're all quite ordinary. Daryl opened a wooden cabinet and took out a brand new pressure cooker. These items were rewards from the system. Over the years as a security guard, the system provided Daryl with not only spiritual medicines and divine skills, but also earth household items to alleviate his homesickness. Occasionally, the system even gave him inappropriate items like personal undergarments of Adrian, though Daryl kept these in his storage ring and only brought them out during lonely nights. Senior brother Sue, what is this? Parker came closer, looking at the pressure cooker Daryl brought out with childlike curiosity. Daryl replied, it's a pressure cooker, very common. Is this the legendary divine pressure pot mentioned in the formula? Legend has it that it can perfectly extract the essence of herbs without causing any damage or waste. Parker's mouth gaped open in astonishment. In such a short time, Daryl had already surprised him so much, like an endless treasure trove. Daryl said calmly, yes, the legends didn't lie. Anything produced by the system must be top-notch. If it were an ordinary pressure cooker, it would be too disappointing. According to the system, this pot has been enhanced by both future technology and mystical treasures, becoming a genuine artifact. Extracting herbal essences is effortless. That was too powerful. Parker was astonished. To become an alchemist, one must first learn to extract the essence of medicinal ingredients, the most skill-demanding part. An average alchemist could extract about 70% of the essence, while even a legendary 9th-grade elixir god could barely achieve 90%. If this divine pressure pot really possessed such power, news of it would shock the entire southern region and rewrite the history of alchemy. In the next moment, Daryl opened the lid of the pressure cooker, took a bottle of Coca-Cola from the cabinet, poured it inside, and added a common spirit herb. Parker picked up the discarded Coca-Cola bottle out of curiosity, studied it, and drank the few remaining drops. Boom. What's this? Like a volcanic eruption, Parker instantly felt a powerful energy surge through his body, rejuvenating him. His cultivation seemed to leap forward significantly, directly reaching the 6th level of Tongxian realm, a realm he had been stuck at for 2 years. Just because of those few drops of Coca-Cola? Seeing Parker's shocked expression, Daryl wasn't surprised. It was something he had seen many times before. System-produced cola couldn't be ordinary. Unlike the carbonated cola of his previous life, this was made from countless rare elements from nature and blended with immortal spring water. Of course, to Daryl, it was just a regular drink. Despite its extraordinary effects, long-term consumption made it less effective for him now, leaving only its basic function, to quench thirst. Senior brother Sue, this? Parker was profoundly moved, thinking Daryl had specially saved this opportunity for him. Proud as he was, he unexpectedly knelt down. Gratitude doesn't need words. From now on, wherever I am useful, just ask. Don't kneel, junior brother. There's no need for this. Daryl hurriedly helped him up. It's just a common beverage. Moreover, it was thrown away by me. You found it and drank it, so it's your own fortune. Don't take it to heart. And besides, as cultivators who strive against heaven and earth, we don't even bow to the universe. How can we easily bend over? I will remember senior brother's teachings. Parker wept tears of gratitude, amazed that such a noble person still existed in this world. Daryl shouted. Step back. I will show you how to operate this divine pressure pot. Parker hastily stepped back, widening his eyes. Daryl extended 2 fingers and chanted, Heavenly trigram and earthly hexagram, thunder roars and lightning flashes, divine fire assists. Bang! An extremely hot flame ignited beneath the pressure cooker. Though the flame appeared gentle, do not be deceived. It could burn souls. However, this also made it invaluable. Regular strong mystical fires are hard to control, and alchemy demands precise fire management. A slight misstep could ruin precious herbs, or even lead to an explosion endangering the alchemist's life. Finally, under the flame's scorching heat, the divine pressure pot hummed. To Parker, the sound was pleasing, almost like a clear tune. Open! Daryl commanded, and the pot's lid lifted, suspended midair by spiritual energy. Golden light emerged. Even simple herbs, refined with superb alchemy, transformed into something extraordinary. A mesmerizing medicinal fragrance wafted around. A green pill floated in the air. Try it. ##### Chapter 6, 2 Miscellaneous Books. Daryl extended his hand to Parker as an invitation. Sure. Parker walked forward awkwardly, as if he were facing a strict parent. He felt extremely unnatural and fidgety. He He had been thoroughly convinced by Daryl. If needed, he would not hesitate to switch allegiance and join Daryl's team to learn this miraculous alchemy technique. Breath. Parker swallowed the pill. This? Parker looked at Daryl in confusion. The alchemy process was so astonishing, yet the pill seemed to have no effect at all. Could it be due to the ingredients? Probably because Senior Brother Sue gave me the best herbs and only used these less potent ones from the garden? Wait, no, something's off. A gentle wave of medicinal energy flowed through him, gently purifying his meridians. Having been immersed in alchemy for years, Parker often tested drugs himself. All medicines have side effects, and uncontrollable potency left indelible damage on his body, especially his meridians. Despite flipping through medical texts, he could find no cure for this occupational hazard. To his astonishment, Daryl's simple pill crafted from ordinary herbs healed most of his ailments. How could this be? Ordinary immortal herbs couldn't possess such power. Seemingly noticing Parker's confusion, Daryl smiled faintly. The ingredients are indeed common, but the refining process is extraordinary. These herbs, though common and seemingly ineffective, can better absorb other properties. They absorb the robustness of cola and the profundity of lightning fire, resulting in this remarkable efficacy. I understand. Senior Brother is motivating me. Although my talent is insufficient, after training, I can still achieve much. I understand, Senior Brother. Your intentions will always be remembered. Parker now looked at Daryl with immense admiration. Daryl didn't think much about it, merely waving his hand casually. Alright, focus on channeling your energy and absorb the medicine's benefits. Before Parker fully understood what Daryl meant, he felt warmth in his dantian, followed by a warm current surging up. His gaze towards Daryl became incredulous. He hadn't expected the herbal effect to be so powerful that one session wasn't enough. He needed another round. This time, Parker no longer stumbled blindly. He immediately activated his cultivation technique to guide the warm currents into his limbs and organs. While Parker cultivated beside him, Daryl casually sat down to read a magazine. Though old, the magazines reminded him of his laid-back days from his previous life. Parker, unaware of these reflections, saw Daryl sitting there, looking very composed. He sighed inwardly. His senior brother, who appeared young, had an aura like an 80-year-old master, exuding a mysteriously high-profile demeanor. Wanting to ask more but seeing Daryl's focused expression, Parker hesitated to disturb him and thought of leaving. However, as he stood up, his eyes landed on two books casually placed on the table. He froze. Parker prided himself on being well-versed, having seen everything. But seeing those books beside Daryl, he instantly felt terrified. For some reason, even though they were carelessly placed, they exerted a strong magnetic pull on him. He wanted to examine them closely, but when he reached out, he felt an intangible pressure enveloping him, making him freeze in place. His senior brother must be even more formidable than he imagined. Why else would he feel this way? Throughout this, Daryl remained engrossed in his magazine, oblivious to what was happening nearby. Occasionally, he chuckled. Finally, after getting tired of the magazine, Daryl noticed Parker standing nervously. What are you doing, junior brother? Just say what's on your mind, Daryl said with a smile. Parker didn't understand. Why did he suddenly feel like a different person? Following Parker's gaze, Daryl noticed the two books on the table. They were ancient alchemy manuals he studied idly. Senior brother, where did these books come from? When I tried to glance at them, I felt a dangerous vibe. Daryl realized that these were just the ancient alchemy formulas and techniques the system rewarded him, with prohibitions preventing others from viewing without his permission. To anyone else, these were invaluable treasures. Even the best alchemists in the cultivation world couldn't match their wisdom. Unfortunately, for Daryl, they held little value. He consumed divine herbs daily, rendering him nearly immune to poisons. Ordinary elixirs barely affected him. Moreover, crafting more effective potions required traveling far, which was pointless for Daryl, who preferred his leisurely retired life. Alchemy? Hardship? Whoever cares? Oh, these? Just simple formulas and techniques. If you need them, I can give them to you now. Instantly, Parker felt the books no longer resisted him. Finally, he could see their true form. Holy crap, this is ancient text? Parker's hands trembled. Having studied various alchemy scripts, he recognized ancient text immediately upon seeing the fonts in the books. Looking at Daryl again, his eyes filled with reverence. These books' origins weren't as simple as Daryl made them seem. Chapter 7. Ancient Refinement Techniques. Seeing that Parker hadn't made any move for quite some time, Daryl said indifferently from the side, "Don't be too formal. If you're curious about the contents, go ahead and take a look. It might really be of help to you. I remember you specialize in alchemy, right?" Daryl naturally wanted Parker to improve, because it would definitely bring him tremendous benefits. He was hoping the system would reward him more. After all, letting others do the cultivation work while he lay back was indeed a delightful idea. Parker initially thought Daryl was joking, but noticed Daryl's gaze shift elsewhere after speaking. He wasn't sure what to do. Such opportunities didn't come around often. If it were anyone else with such treasures, they would hide them without telling a soul. Yet, Daryl freely handed these books over for him to read. Who wouldn't suspect there was something fishy? However, thinking it over, this had never happened before. Even with those potent elixirs, his senior brother had never deceived him. Moreover, there were no grudges between them. Why would he harm him for nothing? Convinced there was no danger, Parker decided to seize this opportunity and study the manuals to see what they contained. Since these were written in ancient script, he couldn't understand everything, but he knew enough to grasp the gist. In the entire sect, aside from him and a few elders, probably few could comprehend it. Maybe senior brother doesn't know what these books are for. The ancient script is very rare, so perhaps he can't understand it either, which is why he left it here. Yes, that must be it. If he doesn't recognize their value, can I take them? Parker thought for a moment and slowly felt at ease. When he picked up the two books and opened them, he immediately checked the elixir formulas. Initially, he assumed Daryl knew nothing about ancient scripts, But upon seeing the first page, he instantly recalled the pill he had just swallowed. Isn't this precisely the formula recorded on the first page? All his doubts vanished. Daryl wasn't unfamiliar with ancient texts at all. Could it be that these treasures worth a fortune to others were treated so casually by Daryl? Senior brother, you're truly ruthless. If one now claimed Daryl didn't know ancient scripts, it would be a joke. Senior brother, am I really allowed to read these? Any single formula here, if leaked, would cause quite a stir in the cultivation world. Parker reiterated, as such precious manuals weren't easily accessible. Relax. Since I've said you can look, go ahead and read. This has little value to me. If you find it inconvenient, take them home and study. Come to me if you need anything. As for elixirs and materials, you can find them all here. No need to travel far. Just visit me when necessary. Daryl pointed to his medicinal garden, acting very generously. Parker was speechless. Frankly, he had never met anyone so generous. Even sect elders wouldn't readily share these alchemical secrets. If this got out, it would invite deadly trouble. Indeed, senior brother is a sage. Having such generosity, he must not fear others knowing, right? No, I must keep this advantage for myself. Parker resolved. Don't worry, senior brother. Even if I take these manuals, they won't have much use. Why? Can't you read or understand something here? I actually finished reading them all, and can explain if you have time. Parker's eyes widened. A joke? Finished reading them all? Ancient script appeared long ago, but no one in the cultivation world today could claim to fully understand it. Yet Daryl seemed well-versed in it. Otherwise, how could he finish both manuals? Parker struggled with later sections written in less common ancient script, but Daryl understood it all. He wondered how Daryl learned this. But deep down, he admired his senior even more. Clearly, Daryl wasn't lazy and unmotivated as rumored. Rather, he hid great wisdom beneath simplicity. If senior brother is willing to guide me, that would be wonderful. Trying to understand this on my own will be no simple task. Parker chuckled awkwardly, knowing his current level was insufficient to fully comprehend the ancient text. He would need Daryl's help and possibly gain some potent elixirs along the way, thus accelerating his cultivation. Sure, I'm free now. Go ahead and read. Ask if anything's unclear. Daryl smiled calmly. Parker promptly flipped through the formulas, thinking he should visit Daryl more often. Not for anything else, just to benefit from Daryl's guidance and occasional elixirs that boosted his cultivation significantly. Just as Parker sought Daryl's advice, Jeffrey arrived. Hearing voices inside, he waited outside quietly. Suddenly alert, Parker stopped. Senior brother, someone seems to be approaching. Should we check who it is? What if someone's trying to steal the treasures? Daryl laughed and called out toward the door. You don't need to hide. Come in. Jeffrey tensed. Had he been discovered? Chapter 8. Internal competition within the sect. Jeffrey had always been confident in his own abilities, especially when it came to his stealth techniques. He never believed that anyone could see through him. Furthermore, with Parker's strength, how could he possibly discover Jeffrey's whereabouts so quickly? Jeffrey initially thought that even if he was caught eavesdropping, it would only be Daryl who might notice. However, he never expected Parker to be the one who first discovered his presence. This made him look at Parker with newfound respect. When Parker saw Jeffrey slowly walk in, he was also surprised. Frankly speaking, the reason he could immediately sense Jeffrey was because he had set up some precautions outside. He feared someone might find out about his secret deal with Daryl, but it turned out to be Jeffrey arriving here. Senior brother? What brings you here? Parker wondered, given Jeffrey's current level of cultivation, he wouldn't be here to ask Daryl for advice, right? Yet, this place was filled with treasures and secret manuals, making it the most valuable part of the sect. If Jeffrey knew the truth, he might want to come here daily for benefits. Thinking of this, Parker's gaze toward Jeffrey no longer seemed as simple as before. Both men realized they were now competitors, and tensions began to rise. However, Daryl immediately put a stop to any potential conflict. After all, these two were crucial to his cultivation. A fight between them would only bring harm. All of us are allies and fellow disciples. We should support each other in our cultivation to improve together, which will make our master proud. So, there's no need to think too much, Daryl said with a smile, effectively dispelling their suspicions. Indeed, under such circumstances, fighting would gain them nothing. Ding-da. Congratulations, host. By benefiting others, you have triggered the passive skill. Old age insurance. As soon as Daryl finished speaking, the system's voice rang out, successfully binding Parker with him. Now certain that these two's efforts in cultivation would benefit him, Daryl would not let them fight. Senior brother is right. Since we are all here to improve our cultivation, we must follow the rules, Jeffrey nodded after some thought. It wasn't wise to escalate the situation. If they argued and drew attention, there would be no benefits for either of them. Parker, being shrewd, understood that escalating things with Jeffrey was futile, especially since their cultivation methods were different, reducing any potential conflict. Thus, they reached a mutual understanding, keeping everything that happened around Daryl a secret. They then started cultivating harmoniously. Daryl lazily lay aside, watching his cultivation grow steadily. He couldn't help but feel content. Indeed, with Daryl's guidance, both Parker and Jeffrey's cultivation progressed rapidly. The sect-wide competition was just half a month away. Both wanted to boost their cultivation further before the event. Performing well could earn them significant rewards. Although they knew this wasn't easy, almost impossible for their previous selves, with Daryl's help, it became a reality, even exceeding their expectations. Meanwhile, Daryl's cultivation also improved significantly. Over the next few days, Jeffrey and Parker frequently sought Daryl's advice on various issues in their cultivation. Daryl was more familiar with Parker's alchemy questions than Jeffrey's. When Jeffrey faced bottlenecks, Daryl resolved them simply by providing potent pills. Meanwhile, the Brand-Ling sect became increasingly lively in preparation for the competition. Previously secluded elite disciples emerged from seclusion, drawn by the excellent rewards. This reinforced Parker and Jeffrey's resolve. Recently, Daryl had also delved into alchemy. Due to Jeffrey's requests, he had helped refine many pills. For him, this was no challenge. Junior brother, how confident are you about this Sect competition? Daryl asked Jeffrey casually one day. Parker's strength had increased, but he wasn't specialized in combat. Jeffrey, however, had rapidly advanced thanks to his insights and frequent consumption of pills. This competition is more challenging than we imagined. Traditionally, it has been divided by inner disciples, outer disciples, and age groups. But this year, the Sect wants to introduce a new incentive, so everyone competes together, explained Jeffrey. Daryl nodded, understanding the Sect's intentions, to identify truly talented cultivators among the masses. While some may have high cultivation but lack practical experience, dismissing them outright due to lesser talent wasn't fair. This competition encouraged the gifted to advance, while exposing those inner disciples who merely appeared capable. Ah, the Sect is becoming more competitive every day, Daryl sighed. Chapter 9. The Grand Sect Competition. Hearing Jeffrey's words, Daryl couldn't help but frown and shook his head helplessly. He felt powerless against such matters. Nowadays, competition within the Sect had intensified greatly. Fortunately, he had taken an unconventional path from the very beginning. While others were diligently cultivating, Daryl had already embraced a leisurely retired life. Watching others struggle for an internal disciple position, he felt fortunate to have such a laid-back lifestyle. These past years, the resources in the cultivation world have been dwindling. It's truly rare to find someone like senior brother you. Jeffrey was naturally referring to Daryl's medicinal herb garden. Though it seemed insignificant to Daryl, Jeffrey clearly understood that few people within the Sect possessed such a garden. Moreover, each spiritual medicine inside was practically priceless. Yet, what puzzled Jeffrey was why his senior brother, with so many treasures at his disposal, showed no interest in cultivation. Initially, Jeffrey thought Daryl's laid-back attitude was merely an act. However, after nearly half a month of interacting, he confirmed that Daryl's nonchalance was genuine. No matter how one tried to motivate him, Daryl remained uninterested in cultivation. This left Jeffrey sighing. Indeed, some people just outshone others, as Daryl clearly had superior cultivation talent and abundant heavenly treasures but cared nothing for cultivation. Although it was just a sigh, he didn't dare voice his thoughts, fearing that Daryl might take offense, jeopardizing his chances of becoming an internal disciple. In earlier years, the number of cultivators remained steady, and the resources in the cultivation world sufficed for their extravagance. However, with the stabilization and rapid increase of cultivators, the balance of resources in the cultivation world was disrupted. Hence, all major sects were now in a state of resource deficit. To maintain balance and strength, they had to select the most cost-effective disciples for cultivation, maximizing returns. The inevitable outcome of the sect's development meant fierce competition for resources. Days passed swiftly, and on the day of the Grand Sect competition, Daryl surprisingly arrived at the viewing platform. The entire martial arts arena reverberated with deafening cheers. Disciples participating in the competition stood proudly on the arena stage, looking around at their fellow practitioners with confident smiles. Daryl saw Parker and Jeffrey among them. If they could win this competition, they would join the inner circle and be tutored by elders, who were far better qualified to guide them compared to himself. This era is hilarious. Even the riffraff want to join the Grand Sect competition. Indeed, in previous years, lower-ranking disciples had no place on this arena, but now, many outer disciples are arranged to compete, even fighting inner disciples. Isn't that openly belittling the inner disciples? Nearby, several people grumbled unhappily, obviously targeting Jeffrey and Parker on the stage. Outer disciples, in their view, had no future and were a waste of resources. Their limits were clear from the start. One shouldn't underestimate others through narrow views. Even if outer disciples lack innate talent, diligence can still make up for it, Daryl remarked faintly. Someone laughed mockingly. Who's this? Isn't it Daryl, our sect's biggest failure? You once had decent talent. Had you put in effort, maybe you'd stand on this arena too, instead of choosing to be a gatekeeper. Do you have brains or just mush? What a foolish decision. Surely you must envy those standing proudly on the stage. Seeing these disciples laugh at him, Daryl smiled. Envy? In the past, perhaps. But since discovering the bliss of retirement, he no longer cared about ambition. Why chase after others? Wasn't it more peaceful to enjoy life? Winning wasn't bad, but losing would only bring frustration. Two disciples expected their words to enrage Daryl, but his calm expression indicated indifference. At that moment, another voice said, "Your elaborate words mean nothing. He's long wasted, indifferent to your opinions. Soon, you'll see those two you despise shine in this competition, surprising everyone." Daryl wasn't exaggerating. He had witnessed Parker and Jeffrey grow over time, understanding that their current skills would soon make them standouts. Although winning first place wasn't guaranteed, joining the inner circle was certain. With elder guidance and his spiritual medicines, they would become formidable powers. They will fail soon. I know their abilities. They're just the dregs of the sect, a disciple scoffed. No one believed Parker and Jeffrey had potential, seeing them as aimless outer disciples. Chapter 10. A fortunate victory? Daryl didn't bother to argue with these people anymore, and instead focused on observing everyone on the arena seriously. The reason he had traveled a great distance today was to see who would be participating in this year's Sect Grand Competition. After all, those who could participate in it at least showed one thing. They were highly ambitious. This was vastly different from Daryl, and as a practitioner who had fully embraced a laid-back lifestyle, he naturally wanted to give these diligent practitioners some help. Therefore, he had come here to note down all the highly ambitious disciples. If there were any benefits in the future, he wouldn't forget about them. Now, Daryl had already thought of a better plan for his laid-back lifestyle, to develop a small group within the entire sect where everyone would cultivate under him and enjoy his benefits. When Daryl eventually wakes up, he might already be unrivaled in the world. The elders had called out all their disciples for this event, and the outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples were arranged together. The first match of the Sect Grand Competition was very simple. It was a free-for-all battle royale. The top 60 who lasted the longest would directly advance to the next round, while the rest would enter the elimination bracket. In the elimination bracket, contestants who were eliminated would face each other one-on-one, and the winners would re-enter the main competition. This way, any weaklings could be filtered out in the first round, ensuring that only promising disciples moved forward. Daryl had to admit, the sect had its methods. The rules of this elimination competition weren't something just anyone could come up with. Soon, it was time for the free-for-all battle. Parker and Jeffrey stood on the arena. They saw Daryl in the audience and instantly felt confident. Previously, they indeed doubted their own strength. But after Daryl's guidance, both were almost looking down upon everyone else now. A disciple sitting next to Daryl sneered disdainfully, "Just wait and see. The two you mentioned will definitely be knocked off the arena right from the start." Daryl ignored him and watched the match silently. As soon as the match began, Parker and Jeffrey retreated to the back of the crowd in perfect synchronization. The battle commenced immediately. However, in such a chaotic fight, there were exceptions. The disciples of the elders wisely withdrew to the side. With their arms crossed behind their backs, they coldly watched the fray without intending to intervene. Naturally, in the chaos, some would foolishly pick fights with them. Anyone who got close was quickly thrown off the arena. Gradually, the disciples fighting realized that these spectators were not to be trifled with. Thus, no one dared to challenge them. In turn, Parker and Jeffrey became seen as dangerous by these hearts. For a long time, no one bothered them, much to the irritation of the disciple sitting next to Daryl. He expected that Parker and Jeffrey, whom Daryl had vouched for, would be defeated soon. Then, he could ridicule Daryl for being naive. But to his surprise, they persisted, and the other contestants on the arena hadn't taken the opportunity to attack them. "See? I told you they would make it through. Among these people, they are definitely the best," Daryl said with a smile. The two beside him didn't know how to respond. Truthfully, Parker and Jeffrey were also nervous during this battle. Although they had improved recently, this was their first experience in such a large-scale confrontation. They were a bit anxious, fearing what might happen if they failed. However, the result turned out to be much easier than they imagined. They simply stood to the side of the arena and easily advanced. Soon, only 60 remained on the arena, including Parker and Jeffrey. Daryl also noticed two white-robed scholars chatting nearby. Throughout the competition, they merely chatted, seemingly close friends. There was no sign of anxiety in their expressions. These two were among Daryl's next chosen ones. If he could successfully recruit them, Daryl believed his strength would significantly improve. However, what caught Daryl's attention even more was a high-cold beauty. Although he didn't know her identity, she only attacked once during the battle, and that one time, a mere glance made her opponent kneel and beg for mercy. Though others couldn't tell, Daryl noticed that when she acted, coldness emanated from her palms, a rare constitution indeed. After all, only those with special constitutions could manifest their true essence in such a manner. Such people were powerful, but their unique constitutions often brought considerable drawbacks, sometimes even endangering their lives. Parker and Jeffrey immediately went backstage to rest after passing the first round. They then rushed to the spectator seats to inform Daryl of the news. "You two did very well. I hope you continue to do your best and don't disappoint everyone. Many people are watching your every move," Daryl said with a smile, though actually, few paid much attention to them during the battle. He needed to boost their confidence. "Don't worry, senior brother. I won't let you down this time," Jeffrey patted his chest. "That's right. Even though I may not win first place, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity to enter the inner sect. No one can compete with me." Both were full of confidence, while the two next to Daryl couldn't resist mocking them. "You two? The inner sect disciples can handle you with a finger." Seeing Parker and Jeffrey about to argue, Daryl hurriedly stopped them. Unbeknownst to Daryl, while he conversed with Parker and Jeffrey, someone's gaze fell upon him. Chapter 11. The Outer Sect. Dark Horse Gerald. Just from the chaotic first round, it was naturally hard to see much, but Daryl could be certain that with Parker and Jeffrey's methods against these inner sect disciples, there might still be a chance. The current inner sect disciples within the sect, while all possessing high cultivation realms, lack practical combat experience akin to outer sect disciples. In this regard, Daryl believes Parker and Jeffrey definitely have a higher chance of winning. Therefore, what others find difficult to achieve, for these two, they can precisely play their most suitable role. After the first round of the competition, everyone had a short rest period. Following that, it was the elimination round. Here, Daryl did not notice any particularly outstanding disciples. While some indeed possessed good battle talent, due to some personal limitations, they were unable to enter the inner sect. However, subsequent cultivation would certainly allow their realms to rise as well. Unfortunately, such people are not easily found, at least not many within the entire sect now. After observing for a long time, Daryl also picked his next targets among the crowd. As the second round of the sect competition began, everyone's emotions rose again. Daryl attentively observed all the matches on stage this time. The first few rounds were fairly standard, nothing particularly special, just exciting enough. Soon, it was Parker's turn to step onto the stage. Initially, this wasn't anything out of the ordinary, but when they saw Parker's opponent, everyone wore smug expressions, especially those sitting beside Daryl, who poked him and deliberately laughed. "You said just now that Parker will surely get good results in this sect competition. Now, this guy is facing Gerald." Daryl didn't respond, only looking at Gerald on the stage. He knew this guy quite well. Gerald was indeed very famous in the outer sect. It was rumored he was placed there because he conflicted with elders related to inner sect disciples. Despite this, he possessed excellent talent and good combat experience. However, Daryl didn't like Gerald, as he was overly violent and unreasonable in the outer sect, already causing trouble for many. Due to his strong personal power, no one dared to confront him. At this moment, seeing Gerald face off against Parker, everyone believed Parker wouldn't win. Though they disliked Gerald, they also disliked Parker, seen as a trickster more. Truly, the previous battles were worth watching. But this match has no suspense. Parker always resorts to underhanded tactics. Just his skills won't stand against Gerald, someone murmured disdainfully. However, Daryl firmly believed Parker would surprise everyone in this match. When Parker discovered his opponent was Gerald, he felt extremely nervous. Why do I encounter this guy? Although his cultivation realm improved after training with Daryl recently, he still felt somewhat hesitant in this situation. Parker couldn't believe he could beat Gerald. Seeing his opponent, Gerald laughed loudly. You're Parker, right? I've heard a lot about you lately. It's rumored you've been mysterious lately. Did you find another shortcut to improve your cultivation? This immediately drew attention from many in the sect. Since Parker usually doesn't stand out, suddenly acting so secretive likely meant he was trying to simplify his cultivation path without letting others know. So, they were curious about what Parker found. Hearing Gerald's words, Daryl furrowed his brows. This guy actually noticed? He thought Parker's comings and goings wouldn't expose his actions. It seems Gerald knew long ago. This is my business, none of yours, Parker retorted with a cold laugh. He wouldn't mention Daryl or give up his advantage. He stared at Gerald, determined to defeat this guy. Usually, Gerald never spared Parker, seeing him as an unscrupulous person. Many people looked down on Parker because finding shortcuts made him different. They spent considerable effort to gain strength. Hence, they resented Parker's ease. Why so eager? Seems like what others say is true. Unfortunately, it won't change anything. With your current means, defeating me is a daydream. Facing this direct mockery, Parker remained calm. He understood the gap between him and Gerald but believed recent efforts improved his cultivation realm. Beating Gerald was not impossible if he stayed calm and didn't let emotions influence him. Gerald, frustrated by his inability to shake Parker, wondered if Parker really was confident. Gerald was ready to win. In the spectator seats, everyone doubted Parker except Daryl, who had full confidence in him. He believed Parker would amaze everyone and prove that even without great innate talent, perseverance and determination could excel in cultivation. Meanwhile, Daryl noticed a betting stall nearby and decided to try his luck. Retired life should have its leisure moments. Chapter 12. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. At that moment, the stall was very lively. Most people had placed all their spirit stones on Devon. Even if they disliked Devon, they were now motivated by profit. Why would they shortchange themselves? When Daryl took out a bag of spirit stones and bet on Parker, everyone looked at him as though he were a fool, their gazes turning to Daryl with disbelief. They couldn't understand why this guy might have been kicked in the head by a donkey, actually believing that Parker could win against Devon. Even the middle-aged man tried to dissuade him, saying, "Young man, it's not that I'm being too critical, but isn't your information outdated? Everyone here knows what kind of person Parker is. Look around. Does anyone dare bet on Parker? From what I see, you've saved quite a lot of spirit stones. If you put them all on Parker now, you'll lose everything. Wouldn't it be better to choose a more conservative way? What do you think?" The middle-aged man meant well. After all, Parker's reputation within the sect wasn't great. Everyone knew that Parker lacked talent and was unwilling to work hard, relying on various elixirs to forcibly boost his cultivation. While such methods were effective, if used poorly or if the ingredients were of low quality, they could add impurities to his body, making cultivation even more difficult. Moreover, Parker's opponent was Devon. Nobody believed Parker could win. However, Daryl stood firm, defying everyone's advice, and confidently chose Parker. It's fine. It's just a game. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I prefer to bet on Parker because if he wins by chance, the reward in spirit stones will be hundreds of times more. The bigger the wave, the more valuable the catch. The middle-aged man knew that if Parker really won, he'd be ruined. But he didn't take it seriously. Someone like Parker defeating Devon was almost impossible, even if the entire sect shut down. Alban, why bother talking to this fool? You're teaching him how to bet, but he's not listening and is still daydreaming. That's right. Everyone knows what Devon is like. Even as an outer sect disciple, he has a notorious reputation and can easily match some inner sect disciples. The crowd mocked Daryl, but he ignored them completely. Alright, since you insist on betting on Parker, so be it. But if you lose, don't expect me to refund your spirit stones. Not a single bit. Rest assured, losing isn't a big deal for me. These things are just external possessions. Daryl spoke calmly, but his eyes showed confidence when he looked at Parker, as if he already saw the outcome. No wonder he hasn't focused on cultivation and instead became a gatekeeper. It's clear he's just a foolish person who lacks brains despite having potential. What a pity. If I had such talent, I would have become a personal disciple of one of the elders long ago. Many sect members murmured in dissatisfaction with Daryl. Finally, the fight between Parker and Devon began. As everyone expected, Parker was immediately suppressed by Devon from the start. Devon was undoubtedly an excellent cultivator. Despite being an outer sect disciple, his abilities were formidable. Although Daryl was confident in Parker, he also acknowledged Devon's combat skills. However, Daryl firmly believed that Parker wouldn't lose to Devon. Daryl knew the chances of Devon defeating Parker were virtually zero. You see, Parker has been completely suppressed from the start. At this rate, do you think Parker can win? What you're seeing is only the surface. Parker appears suppressed because he hasn't revealed his full strength yet. Instead, he's trying to understand Devon's tactics. Facing mockery, Daryl simply sneered. He knew what Parker was doing. This guy was usually clever. In this battle, he didn't reveal his full capabilities, but feigned weakness to gauge Devon's limits. Once he found the right opportunity, he would launch a sudden attack. Before this, Devon might have been worried, but after all that had happened, Devon felt secure and didn't believe Parker posed any threat. Thus, the battle dragged on without a clear winner. Devon never considered that Parker might be stronger than him. Don't delude yourself. If Parker were that powerful, he'd have a good reputation within the sect by now. Exactly. He's clearly overwhelmed, but still insists on hiding his strength. What a joke. If he had the skill to kill instantly, why hide now? The sect members mocked Daryl. Meanwhile, the expression on Alban's face grew grave. He realized there was truth to what Daryl said. Parker should have been weaker than Devon, and even if he hid his strength, he would be quickly defeated. Yet, this fight had dragged on much longer than expected. Devin had tried hard to end it, but hadn't managed to find Parker's weaknesses. This made the battle more complex. The smarter ones now understood, just as Daryl had said, Parker was indeed playing possum. While surprised by Parker's performance, they were more skeptical of Daryl's judgment. What kind of identity did Parker have that Daryl could see through something even they couldn't? Chapter 13. Truly a dark horse. How could this have happened? Although Parker had been sneaking out every night recently, what could there possibly be inside the sect that would allow him to drastically improve his strength in such a short time? Ignatius was baffled. Of course, he had also heard about recent rumors, not just concerning Parker but even Jeffrey's mysterious activities as of late. Unlike Parker, Jeffrey often went out. It's just that he had become more enigmatic recently. Due to Parker's actions, many people began paying close attention to Jeffrey's every move. Now they were even more curious about the true intentions of both Jeffrey and Parker. Yet, at this moment, there seemed to be no better answer to their speculations. However, after hearing Daryl's words earlier, Ignatius didn't believe things would develop this way. But when he saw Devin unable to defeat Parker for so long, he realized he had underestimated this young man. The situation diverged significantly from his expectations. Meanwhile, although Parker was consistently suppressed by Devin, he managed to prolong the fight for nearly 10 minutes. Even Devin now sensed something was amiss. Being battle-hardened, he quickly recognized unusual developments during combat. He roughly understood Parker's current strength and knew the latter wouldn't last long before him. Initially, Devin calculated he could resolve the matter within 10 moves, yet dozens of exchanges later, Parker remained unbroken and appeared to still have untapped potential. No wonder you dared participate in this sect competition. It seems your secret excursions have brought you considerable benefits, making you want to show off in front of everyone, Devin mocked. But Parker remained unperturbed. Estimating that Devin had exerted 80% of his strength, Parker was merely using half of his own. Initially, Parker doubted he could defeat Devin, given their vast gap in skill. However, as the fight progressed, Parker slowly realized Devin wasn't as formidable as he thought. Previously, facing Devin felt like an insurmountable challenge, but now, he saw clearly through Devin's tactics, recognizing they weren't as difficult to handle as imagined. Seeing Parker remain silent, Devin became enraged. Since holding back hadn't worked, he decided to unleash his full power, believing he could decisively win if he took it seriously. Just as Devin believed he had the upper hand, Parker suddenly burst with a powerful aura, his eyes flashing with determination. His entire demeanor transformed. Devin stared in disbelief. In that instant, it felt like Parker had turned into a different person. The aura was overwhelmingly strong and aggressive. Even Devin, despite being prepared, never expected Parker to have hidden so much strength. How is this possible? Even if the sect leader personally tutored you, you couldn't have improved to this level in such a short time. Devin now completely failed to comprehend what was happening, surpassing his capacity to understand. Observing Devin's astonished expression, Parker smirked, then gestured, producing a spear in his hand. There are many things you don't know. Do I need to explain everything to you? You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, thinking yourself invincible because of some talent and strength. Parker casually said, then lunged forward with the spear. This simple move, which was just an ordinary sect martial technique, took on an entirely new effect in his hands. As the spear darted forward, it created countless illusions, bewildering the onlookers. Facing this attack, Devin's face turned grim. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a powerful blow. In midair, Devin struggled to stabilize himself but found his body paralyzed. He could only watch helplessly as he flew off the arena, losing his chance to enter the inner sect. Ignatius fell silent, watching Devin fly away. Those who had mocked Parker earlier were speechless. The few sect disciples near Daryl looked at him as though he were a monster. Previously, no one believed Parker could defeat Devin, considering the enormous gap between them. Now, witnessing the events unfold, they dared not speak with such certainty anymore. Daryl then smiled at Ignatius. Brother, looks like my luck held out. Tell me, how many spirit stones do I get? Ignatius's hand trembled. This deal was supposed to be foolproof, but no one expected such an unexpected twist. No one thought Parker, with his usual demeanor, could defeat Devin, yet he did. When Parker triumphed over Devin, numerous sect elders took immediate notice. Knowing Parker's usual character, a disciple deemed incapable of winning unexpectedly emerged victorious, becoming the focus of all attention. They all wanted to know what Parker had done recently. On the ground, Devin struggled to stand and continue the fight, but his body gave way, and he blacked out. Finally, the referee declared Parker the victor. Chapter 14. Stand and deliver. Standing in place after securing his victory, Parker seemed momentarily dazed. To him, everything felt so distant. Over the years, he had strived to elevate his cultivation realm, hoping one day to become a formidable force within the sect, to stand out at the grand competition. Yet, the results were often disheartening for Parker. But today was different. Once deemed insignificant by all, Parker had actually defeated Devin with his own strength. This development had already stirred waves throughout the Feather Spirit sect. Combined with Parker's recent statements, countless people doubted where he had been these days and how he had improved his abilities to such an extent. Aiden watched Daryl, who remained calm, revealing no surprise in his eyes. Just as Daryl had predicted, he knew Parker would defeat Devin this time. Everyone had initially found it unbelievable that Daryl's words could come true, but now, they faced undeniable reality. No matter their belief, the outcome wouldn't change. You knew from the start that Parker would win against Devin? Devin is indeed powerful, focusing solely on enhancing his combat experience over the years. While this gave him an advantage, it wasted his innate talent. Besides, during the fight, he didn't take Parker seriously. Thus, under various circumstances, Devin lost to Parker. If he had used all his best moves right from the start, even if Parker were stronger, the outcome might have been different, Daryl explained with a smile. This battle restored Parker's confidence and earned him recognition throughout the sect. After this, no one would underestimate him. Everyone saw that his efforts hadn't been in vain. Though Aiden had many questions, he chose not to ask more, simply smiling meaningfully at Daryl and then casually tossing him a bag of spirit stones. Here, you've won it. The surrounding disciples' eyes widened as they watched Daryl pocket the bulging bag without hesitation. Glancing at the others, he prepared to leave, not engaging with Aiden further or showing interest in the upcoming sect contest. From what he'd seen, Parker and Jeffrey would undoubtedly do well and enter the inner sect as expected. It held no allure for him anymore. He knew they would bring him benefits. As Daryl left calmly, the disciples watched with varied expressions. What a strange fellow, someone whispered. After leaving the sect, Daryl walked leisurely toward the mountains, humming tunelessly, clearly elated. Suddenly, he halted, his eyes flashing sharply. Since you followed me for so long, if you have something to say, speak up. I might even help if you're in trouble. But if you keep following me, I won't be so polite. Daryl turned slowly, seeing no one around but sensing the tracking. He mused about the old saying, an unskilled man bears no blame, but a man with treasure incurs resentment. The spirit stones meant nothing to those higher-ups, but were a danger to him. They had targeted him, just waiting outside the sect's protection. Note: I've removed the Chinese characters and ensured the text reads fluently in English while maintaining the meaning and style of the original. If you don't show yourselves, I'm leaving. You won't catch me then. Leave? With your non-cultivating self, even if given all the time, can you escape our grasp? A young man in green attire emerged, the same one who bet on Devon earlier. Confident of Devon's victory, they never imagined Parker would triumph, costing them heavily. Now they wanted to reclaim their losses from Daryl. What spirit stones? Don't play dumb. Didn't you win quite a few betting on Parker? These hold no value for you, and will only bring trouble. We're considering your welfare, the green-robed man said with a smirk. Besides, you, a non-cultivator, holding so many spirit stones, isn't that asking for trouble? Exactly, these stones are meaningless to you. Hand them over to ensure your safety. Others knowing you have these will surely cause you harm. We'll take the trouble off your hands. Their tone was noble, yet they encircled Daryl threateningly. Sighing, Daryl knew confronting them would spread his name widely within the sect. Yet, ignoring their bullying seemed unreasonable. Deciding to remain low-key, Daryl shrugged. Fine here. He tossed the bag away. Take it and go. Turning to leave, he heard a long-faced companion exclaim, Brother Beck, this kid handed it over so easily. He must have more. Daryl sighed again, realizing greed could be insatiable. Chapter 15. Insatiable Greed. Stop right there, Daryl. Did I give you permission to leave? Becku said, you should know my status within the sect. Today, treating you this politely is already a sign of respect. Now, hand over all your valuables. Daryl was speechless, but at that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding, detecting the host being ambushed and robbed, triggering personal safety insurance. Personal safety insurance. In case of robbery, compensation will be returned 100 times over. Ding, personal safety insurance compensation has been credited. You have received 10,000 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones were no small sum even in the entire sect. An average cultivator would only earn 2 or 3 spirit stones a month. This retirement insurance from the system was indeed impressive. Now, Daryl was as rich as a landowner. However, seeing Bryce and his gang still intent on robbing him, Daryl wasn't about to let it go so easily. He initially thought he could just give them some spirit stones to make them leave. After all, it was nothing significant to him. But Daryl hadn't anticipated their complete lack of understanding. Despite having given them a considerable amount, they still wouldn't back down, greedily demanding more. This ignited Daryl's discontent. While the spirit stones weren't much to him, their insatiable greed pushed him over the edge. I gave you all the spirit stones I had because I didn't want any trouble. But if you continue to push me, don't blame me for not being lenient. As he spoke, Daryl's demeanor changed entirely, and his gaze turned fiercely aggressive. If it were any other time, Bryce would definitely have run away. But just then, Daryl had handed over so many spirit stones, and Bryce knew Daryl was someone who didn't care much for cultivation. Even though he had been in the sect longer, he was considered a useless old-timer. Thus, despite Daryl's stern words, Bryce paid no heed and even burst into laughter. You fool, do you really think we'll believe such nonsense? Or do you think you're capable enough to challenge us? Bryce sneered, clearly dismissing Daryl's words and outright mocking him. To him, Daryl was now like meat on a chopping block, ready to be cut up. If Daryl had any faith in these guys earlier, his attitude had now completely shifted. He's still trying to deceive Brother Beck. You'd better hand over everything valuable on you now, or you'll regret it later, one of the henchmen jeered. To them, Daryl posed no threat, and there was no reason to believe him. I merely didn't want to invite trouble, but since you insist on pushing me, don't blame me for not holding back. Daryl's expression turned cold. He realized there was no point in further explanation. They wouldn't listen anyway. It seems you aren't planning to cooperate. Very well, let us show you the consequences of opposing us. Bryce and his group sneered before launching a synchronized attack on Daryl. Though they had joined the sect more recently, they were somewhat renowned within the outer sect and had the numbers to back them up. However, as soon as they attacked, they realized their mistake, a huge one. The man before them was far from the easy target they thought he was. Facing their assault, Daryl showed no emotion, simply giving them a calm glance before retaliating with a swift motion. A powerful aura erupted from Daryl's body, transforming him from an ordinary figure into someone exuding a commanding presence. Bryce froze in place, unsure of what to do next. Seizing this opportunity, Daryl moved gracefully like a dragon weaving through the crowd. Within moments, all of Bryce's henchmen were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Their skills couldn't match Daryl's. Although Daryl hadn't practiced much over the years, his innate strength was far beyond their reach. Bryce watched helplessly as his followers groaned on the ground, utterly at a loss. Meanwhile, Daryl walked calmly toward Bryce. I've given you plenty of chances. You could have left with those spirit stones, and I wouldn't have pursued you. But you went too far by ignoring my warnings. Now it's time for you to pay the price. If Daryl was once an ordinary bystander, he now radiated an intimidating aura. What are you going to do? Bryce took a step back, trembling uncontrollably as he stared at Daryl. Realizing that he was no match for Daryl, the gap between them was too vast. With Daryl's current skills, defeating him would be effortless. Don't tell me you don't know, Daryl said, lifting his hand and delivering a forceful slap across Bryce's face. The clear imprint of a hand mark appeared on Bryce's face, jolting him awake. Without hesitation, he knelt before Daryl. Senior brother, it was my short-sightedness to underestimate you. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please spare me, senior brother. After witnessing Daryl's prowess, Bryce dared not oppose him anymore. He didn't even attempt resistance because Daryl's cultivation level was far above his. Together, his group stood no chance against Daryl. Bryce cursed those who spread rumors. Everyone in the sect claimed that Daryl had long abandoned cultivation and was nothing but a talented but unmotivated waste. Yet, the combat strength Daryl displayed earlier clearly belonged to someone far from being useless. Chapter 16. Remarkable achievements. Seeing Bryce's fearful expression, Daryl laughed, and then squatted down to look at him. Now you're afraid, huh? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? And these followers of yours, did you think you were really something? Bryce awkwardly smiled but dared not meet Daryl's eyes. I've given you plenty of chances. If you had clearly understood the gap between us, you wouldn't have gotten yourself into such trouble. But if I let this go after seeing how you bully others within the sect, it would be embarrassing. So today, this won't be let off easily. Bryce almost wet his pants when he heard Daryl say this. You know I guard the mountain gate here. If I weren't capable, would I dare to protect the entire sect? So, it's your own fault for coming here without knowing your place. Bryce immediately presented the spirit stones he had previously taken. Senior brother, please take them back. I won't dare again. Daryl weighed them in his hand and asked, just these? I don't recall giving you only this much. Sweat dripped profusely from Bryce's forehead as he hesitated not a moment before taking out all the spirit stones he had on him. Even though he was just an outer sect disciple, he still had nearly 100 spirit stones. Pesquet, who would have thought that although you're just an outer sect disciple, you have quite a few spirit stones on you. No wonder you managed to do so well outside. Seems you have your own methods. Smiling, Daryl now had a general understanding of what Bryce had been up to, but this is far from enough. Hearing that Daryl was still unsatisfied, Bryce didn't dare argue. He quickly called up his injured followers and took all their spirit stones as well. Together, they managed to collect 1,000 spirit stones. It seemed these guys hadn't been lacking in bullying other sect disciples. Otherwise, with their positions, how could they have accumulated so many spirit stones? Thinking this, Daryl felt even more displeased and proceeded to beat Bryce. Throughout the process, Bryce's followers stood by idly, while Bryce endured silently. Soon, Daryl had bruised Bryce's face, finally releasing some of his anger. Understand this. Today's events are entirely due to your own actions. If you had realized what you were doing earlier, none of this would have happened. Yes, senior brother. You are absolutely right. Bryce had no remaining pride and behaved much more humbly before Daryl. Seeing this, Daryl huffed. Go. If you dare tell anyone about today, don't blame me for being unforgiving. No matter who tries to protect you, I will find a way to deal with you. After saying this, Daryl turned and left, leaving Bryce and his group standing there with humiliation written all over their faces. He never imagined that one day, he, the famous waste of the sect, would treat him like this. Feeling the burning on his cheeks, he felt even more humiliated. Brother Beck, are we really just going to let this go? Not only did this little Brandan beat us today, but he also robbed us of so many spirit stones. This will make us a laughingstock. Bryce sneered. When have I ever lost out? One day, I will get my revenge. But it's not the right time yet. Remember, no one must know about this. One day, I will make this little Brandan kneel before me and beg for mercy, so he knows the consequences of crossing me. Bryce's eyes were filled with malice. A great man can bend and stretch as needed. He wasn't Daryl's match now, but that didn't mean he couldn't find a way to deal with him. Assign a few people to keep an eye on Daryl's every move. If he shows any unusual behavior in the coming days, report to me immediately. After dealing with Bryce and his gang, Daryl returned to his wooden house at the mountain gate, lying lazily in a rocking chair. Rarely did he have to fight, but today he felt it was for justice, and it felt good. Looking at today's haul, even Daryl couldn't believe how many spirit stones he had collected after just a stroll around. Especially this insurance mechanism, it was ingenious. Daryl had already envisioned many possible scenarios in his mind. He wasn't sure if this feedback only worked on spirit stones, or applied to other items and materials as well. If it applied to other things, then the amount of materials he could obtain in the future would be immense. Excited by this thought, Daryl looked forward to trying it out when he had time. In the evening, Aldo and Jeffrey arrived as promised. They looked a bit weary, but they had both achieved excellent results in the sect competition. This time, it's all thanks to senior brother. Without your guidance, we might have only ranked at the bottom. Jeffrey looked seriously at Daryl, acknowledging how crucial his guidance had been in improving their strength so quickly. Seeing their serious expressions, Daryl waved it off. All this is because of your own hard work, not mine. You should continue to work even harder in the future. However, tomorrow's top 16 round won't be easy, Daryl said. Although Aldo and Jeffrey had improved rapidly, tomorrow's competition would feature elite competitors. With their current abilities, handling it wouldn't be easy. We've already done well. Entering the inner sect is a certainty. As for tomorrow, we'll give it our all. Winning would be best, but losing wouldn't be shameful. Aldo smiled, content with the present situation. Daryl rubbed his chin, wondering if helping them secure the top spot might be better. With his current skills, he could try, but after thinking it through, he ultimately decided against it. After all, humans fear fame as pigs fear getting fat. Daryl didn't want to draw attention to himself. Chapter 17. Highly anticipated. Daryl indeed had the capability to assist Parker and Jeffrey, but at this moment, he needed to carefully consider the situation. Helping them wasn't a problem, but what would be the cost after offering assistance? This required serious reflection. Parker and Jeffrey were already well known in this grand Sect competition, which led many people to start paying close attention to their recent activities. After all, although they were previously not weak, it was still challenging for them to stand out in such a significant event. After some deliberation, Daryl still believed that it was best for the two of them to handle the matter on their own. He didn't need to involve himself too deeply. As for the final outcome, it no longer mattered to Daryl now. Though Daryl was willing to work together with them, under the current circumstances, maintaining his mysterious persona was most important to him. Give your best in tomorrow's competition. If you can't, there's no need to force yourselves. After all, you've already achieved quite impressive results this time. Daryl simply sat beside them, responding half-heartedly. Senior brother is right. When the tree grows taller than the forest, it invites the wind's wrath. We've done well today. Pushing any further might attract more attention, so it's crucial to keep a low profile now. Jeffrey nodded seriously from the side, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. If everything could be easily resolved, that would be ideal. However, at present, what they faced went beyond mere surface-level challenges. Although Parker was somewhat unwilling, he understood that he was currently drawing too much attention. He knew how he had cultivated himself, and if others found out, future opportunities might not be as favorable. Thus, Parker and Jeffrey came to an agreement. They would casually perform in tomorrow's Sect competition, merely putting in an appearance, and winning wasn't important anymore. I'm just saying you don't need to place all the pressure on yourselves. Winning or losing isn't crucial as long as you can perform normally in this battle. The ultimate result should be left to fate. After all, the winners of this round are all top-notch within the Sect, and they aren't easy opponents. After the first day of the Grand Sect competition, several elders gathered in the Brandon Sect's main hall. The elderly man with silver hair and youthful looks sitting at the head of the table was Adalberto, the Sect master of Brandon Sect. Do you have something important to tell me, elders? Adalberto asked. You know the Sect competition requires a lot of thought. If there's nothing critical, there's no need to intentionally seek me out. Adalberto looked at the elders, showing a bit of fatigue. He had prepared extensively for the Sect competition, only to find it unexpectedly altered by one or two individuals, making it hard to predict the winner. We understand that the master has many things to handle, but the problem we face now isn't something that can be solved easily, one elder said, slowly standing up. Do you know about Daryl? Daryl? Hearing this name, Adalberto paused for a moment before searching his memory for information about Daryl, though it seemed he had almost forgotten about this person. The one who possessed extraordinary talent, surpassing many within the entire Brandon Sect, but ended up working as a gatekeeper down the mountain despite his excellent cultivation talent. With this explanation, Adalberto finally recalled the young man. At the time, he had made several attempts to persuade the young man, all in vain. What a pity. This young man, Vivianeo Brandon, did not participate in this Sect competition either. You, the Sect master, were previously puzzled why Parker and Jeffrey suddenly changed, performing excellently despite their weaker abilities. If Daryl were present, he would recognize this as Jet, whom he had met before. Now, Jet no longer appeared listless. His eyes were sharp and determined. Even though Adalberto wasn't very interested in Daryl initially, hearing Jet's words made him take the matter more seriously. Jet, I know you think deeply. If you have something to share, please be straightforward instead of beating around the bush. Adalberto smiled warmly at Jet, knowing well that a young man catching Jet's attention must be unique in some way. But he was curious as to what made Vivianeo Brandon so special. This time, Parker and Jeffrey performed exceptionally well, securing victory on the first day. Normally, we wouldn't have given it much thought, but considering their recent actions, suspicions began to arise. According to your character, few young men catch your attention. Tell me, what exactly did Parker and Jeffrey do behind the scenes? Adalberto smiled at Jet, understanding that he must have uncovered some peculiar evidence. Yet, he wondered if there was anything else between the two boys. From what I know, half a month ago, both their cultivation realms weren't high. Yet in just half a month, not only Jeffrey but also Vivianeo Brandon, Parker, have seen significant improvements. Other elders echoed this sentiment. Given Parker's cultivation level and talent, advancing so rapidly in half a month was almost impossible. Even through shortcuts, it couldn't be achieved. Their rapid progression within such a short time frame was alarming. If someone managed to achieve this, it would set a precedent. Therefore, their perception and understanding of Daryl were vastly different from before. Yes, regarding Parker, I do know a little. His performance in the Sect competition surprised me, but how is this related to Daryl? Chapter 18, Square Dance. Master may not know, but even if those two had spent much longer practicing, it would be difficult for them to significantly enhance their cultivation. The most important reason Parker and Jeffrey have made rapid progress this time is that they met Daryl half a month ago. At this point, the elders' expressions instantly became incredibly serious, and even Master Adalberto was visibly surprised. Clearly, these events were unexpected. You mean the recent improvement in Parker's and Jeffrey's strength is due to Daryl? A look of surprise flashed across Adalberto's face. Naturally, he didn't easily believe this. I see you're increasingly fond of talking nonsense. Would you joke about such serious matters? Not just the elders present, but even Adalberto found it hard to believe that Daryl could accomplish this. He understood more than anyone else. This little jade has extraordinary talent, perhaps the best among all disciples in Brandon Sect over the generations. Yet, despite his remarkable talent, this disciple showed no interest in cultivation and preferred to guard the gate down the mountain instead. Wasn't this a waste of talent? So when Adalberto heard from Sixth Uncle that all this was due to Daryl, he naturally objected first. No matter how capable Daryl was, it was impossible for him to achieve this. Seeing Adalberto's earnest expression, Sixth Uncle sighed helplessly. He knew Adalberto would react this way, and others might think similarly. Whether or not you believe it, Master, it's true. All the elders here have already investigated and confirmed that both Jeffrey and Parker have interacted with Daryl extensively during the past half-month. During this time, their strength improved rapidly and daily in secret. If there were no connections between them and Daryl, we wouldn't believe it. Observing Sixth Uncle's confident demeanor, even Adalberto began to doubt. But in his heart, Daryl was merely a layabout who disliked cultivating. When did he develop such abilities? Adalberto also knew the levels of Parker and Jeffrey. This time, their performance in the Sect competition raised many suspicions. However, hearing Sixth Uncle speak now, Adalberto felt a sudden enlightenment. Though these events sounded unbelievable, deeper reflection revealed many critical elements. Perhaps everything was as they thought. If this is true, then find out what exactly Daryl did to these two during this period. If he used any unorthodox methods, stop it immediately. But I suspect this little jade wouldn't dare. Be discreet, and don't let others find out. The elders looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Sixth Uncle then stepped forward. Others might not have the right methods to investigate. Let me handle it, Master. I know this little jade well, and I'm suited to deal with him. Oh. If it weren't for this little jade confidently betting on Parker beating Devin at my stall, I wouldn't have suspected anything, Sixth Uncle explained with a smile, and this time, Adalberto truly believed him. The next day's Sect competition was even livelier, with many rarely seen elders personally present. After all, this was the first grand-scale Sect competition ever held by Brandanling Sect, gathering talented individuals from various factions. Everyone wondered who the final winner would be. Although Parker and Jeffrey successfully advanced to the final round, few in Brandanling Sect believed they could perform well against the numerous strong competitors. Daryl didn't bother watching their matches. To him, the rest didn't matter. Lazily lying on his rocking chair, he cultivated, his strength steadily increasing. What comfort! Parker and Jeffrey's strength had been rising rapidly each day, which also benefited Daryl. At this rate, he'd likely break through soon. Time passed quickly until evening when the gong of the Sect competition rang, signaling its conclusion. Finally over, faster than I expected. Wonder how those two performed? Curious, Daryl mumbled. Suddenly, the system voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, your bound creature achieved top 10 in the Sect competition, earning the rookie achievement, granting you a binding reward. Square dance. Hearing this, Daryl fell silent. Though he expected some surprises from them, he never imagined they'd make the top 10. These guys really pulled it off. And this time, the system's reward was square dance. Square dance? What's this? There isn't even a square here. Where do I dance? Daryl grumbled, somewhat reluctantly. Despite Parker and Jeffrey's impressive performance, the system's reward seemed lacking. Reading the detailed introduction of square dance, Daryl froze. Though it didn't sound impressive, Daryl was surprised by its effects. Square dance. Host has the privilege of leading the square dance, which is contagious. Engaging in dancing will attract more people to join, enhancing their cultivation while providing a portion back to the host. Impressive. This was like a god-tier skill. Imagining himself dancing within the Sect with numerous disciples following, Daryl couldn't help but be thrilled. ####Chapter 19. Astonishing Steward for 100 years. After Parker and Jeffrey achieved excellent results, they naturally felt very pleased. All their hard work during this period had not been in vain, and the most pressing thought on their minds was to share their joy of victory with Daryl. They came one after another to Daryl's wooden cabin at the foot of the mountain. However, due to their extreme happiness, they had long forgotten to conceal their presence and completely failed to notice that Stewart was closely following them from behind. Sure enough, these two little guys are indeed suspicious. No wonder their cultivation has increased so rapidly in such a short time. Stewart stroked his beard, looking at the two people ahead of him with a sly smile. But no matter how clever you try to be, you're still just kids. You can't escape from my grasp. This time, Stewart intended to completely expose Daryl's disguise. He believed Daryl must have been secretly cultivating during this period, feigning a lack of interest in cultivation while having his own plans. I'll see what kind of secrets this little jade has, Stewart mused as he followed Parker and Jeffrey to Daryl's medicinal garden. The moment he arrived, Stewart froze in place. Wait, is that celestial fire bamboo? Divine devil fruit? Stewart, who had maintained his composure, fell silent upon seeing the rare treasures here. He had only come to check on Daryl, assuming that Daryl had been secretly cultivating, thus improving his strength and skill enough to guide the other two. But upon witnessing the scene before him, Stewart immediately realized he had overestimated the situation. This damn place. Inside Daryl's medicinal garden were all kinds of extraordinary treasures. The plot of land had initially been approved by Stewart for Daryl's use. Originally, it was a barren patch of land, serving no real purpose with insufficient spiritual energy around. Yet, because of Daryl, this land had rejuvenated itself. What the hell is this little jade? How could it grow so many rare treasures? Stewart's mind was filled with endless questions, almost unable to move forward. Every single item here is an excellent ingredient for refining pills, truly unbelievable. Stewart marveled aloud. Meanwhile, Parker and Jeffrey had already met up with Daryl. When they arrived, they found Daryl performing a new dance on the open ground in front of the wooden cabin. Cough, Master Brother. What are you doing? Oh, wait for a moment. Immersed in square dancing, Daryl smiled faintly and asked them to stand still as he continued dancing. On your heart, freely fly. As the deafening music played, it seemed to create a peculiar illusion around them. Initially, Parker and Jeffrey felt Daryl was merely trying out something new and strange. But slowly, they found their bodies beginning to respond involuntarily. The rhythm resonated in their ears, urging their bodies to move along. At this moment, Daryl asked, "How about it? Want to join me? This is a good exercise for strengthening the body." Caught off guard, the two hesitated for a moment, but immediately started moving without hesitation. Regardless of their initial urge to join in, the fact that their usually lazy master brother was willing to go to such lengths to dance amazed them. They mimicked Daryl's movements meticulously, At first, they didn't feel much, but after a few minutes, Jeffrey's expression changed. Heaven. Master Brother indeed has unique cultivation methods. I feel my internal true essence flowing faster. Parker nodded in agreement. That's right. Without any conscious control, we just need to immerse ourselves in the dance, and our true essence naturally flows. It's twice as fast per cycle than before. Seeing rapid improvement, Parker and Jeffrey seized the opportunity, dancing energetically. Daryl's cultivation also began to rise gradually. Tisk, even though there are only 2 of them, it's a bit slow. But if more people joined, the growth rate would be terrifying. Daryl sighed in contemplation. On the other side, Stuart suppressed his greed and approached the wooden cabin. Upon arriving, he immediately heard the music. Someone singing? This music. I don't understand it. Stuart widened his eyes when he saw a speaker placed on the ground by Daryl. What is this? Hold on. Is this ancient music? After listening for a while, Stuart recognized some familiar characters, feeling astonished. This was indeed ancient text-based music. Moreover, that black speaker was likely a powerful magical artifact capable of playing ancient music. Amazing. Watching the 3 dancing figures, Stuart suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder these 2 became dark horses in the Sect competition. No wonder Daryl didn't want to cultivate with them. Little Jade must have his own methods and ideas. Even if Brandon Ling's Sect is formidable, it can't compare to Daryl's advanced ancient cultivation method. This is indeed shocking. I must inform the Sect leader about this hidden master, Daryl. After watching for a while, Stuart felt an urge to join in. Looking around and confirming no one was watching, he cautiously began moving. Initially, he didn't notice anything, but soon realized his true essence was starting to flow rapidly. My own cultivation? Heaven. Daryl's cultivation method is truly incredible. Who exactly is this little Jade? Stuart was stunned. He never imagined cultivation could be so effortless. Chapter 20. Uncovering a hidden presence. Chris, known for being the most vibrant among the elders, had always been open to new experiences. Yet even he had long believed that cultivation allowed no shortcuts. If one aspired to become a formidable force, one must endure the arduous journey first. Becoming powerful wasn't just about verbal ambition, but about translating those words into relentless effort and enduring hardships. However, at this foot of the mountain, events unfolded in ways beyond Chris's wildest imaginations. He never envisioned that cultivation could one day be so straightforward. Merely dancing casually resulted in his inner true essence circulating rapidly, with measurable increments in power. In recent years, despite daily diligent practice, reaching Chris's current realm made further advancement increasingly difficult. Dancing to Daryl's square dance felt like a warm current flowing through his body, invigorating every part, accelerating not only his cultivation speed but also stirring his stagnant level. This rekindled a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. This is impossible. An outer disciple, merely a small figure like Brandon, who usually loiters near the mountain gate, possesses such profound techniques? Chris refused to believe it, but realized how the herbs within the medicinal garden were wondrous treasures, deeming Daryl's prowess less surprising. Meanwhile, Daryl noticed his cultivation rapidly advancing during the dance, then detected another person secretly mimicking his movements. Who might be here? Why not show yourself? Daryl's voice echoed loudly, and instantly, Chris halted, thinking, little Brandon's hiding skills have reached a peak where common people wouldn't notice me. Still, little Brandon discerned my presence effortlessly. He must indeed possess some talent. Muttering silently, Chris acknowledged Daryl's strength, not expecting Daryl to be so perceptive, having detected him merely by stealthily following the dance. Looking around, confirming no one else had noticed, Chris decided against lingering. Despite wanting to continue the dance, he needed to report this immediately to the Sect leader and other elders. Brentmph, let little Brandon gloat today. We'll see how he explains these happenings. With that, Chris flicked his sleeves and swiftly disappeared. Brother, I don't see anyone around. Could you be mistaken? Parker whispered, instinctively scanning their surroundings after hearing Daryl speak, finding nothing unusual. Jeffrey nodded. They had been cautious, always vigilant for any disturbances. If someone were watching them, they would have detected it instantly. Besides, few ventured near the mountain gate, making unnoticed presence unlikely. Perhaps a spirit beast accidentally came close, Jeffrey smiled, trying to comfort Daryl. However, Daryl's expression turned serious. It would be simpler if that were true. But if what we do here gets exposed, it might cause turmoil throughout the Sect. Realizing the severity, Parker and Jeffrey grew concerned. Far away, a young man crouched, watching helplessly. Don, originally a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, had first noticed Parker and Jeffrey's strange behavior recently. Intrigued by their rapid improvement in skills seen during the Sect contest, he suspected something was amiss. Following them today confirmed his suspicions. Unexpectedly, Daryl detected him. Despite his confidence in his concealment skills and ensuring no slip-ups, Daryl's swift detection stunned Don, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. If you don't reveal yourself now, don't blame me for impoliteness. Hiding and observing secretly. What kind of hero are you? If you have something to say, speak up. Daryl's tone carried a hint of threat. Don knew he couldn't hide forever. Brother, wait. Parker and Jeffrey exchanged glances, surprised Daryl hadn't been mistaken. Post-contest victory, they'd been cautious but still got tracked. Emerging, Don was equally surprised by Daryl's earlier perception. It wasn't his own mistake, but another party that revealed him. Amazing, brother. We never suspected anyone else was following. Without you, we might not have noticed today. Parker and Jeffrey complimented Daryl, feeling somewhat embarrassed about exposing themselves. Ultimately, Don appeared, acknowledging Daryl's acumen in detecting his concealed presence. Chapter 21. What a waste. Franco was completely unaware that it was just by sheer coincidence and Daryl's clever maneuvering that had forced him out. Now, Franco felt an immense admiration for Daryl. Earlier, he had only watched from afar, so he did not fully grasp what Daryl was dealing with. Only after moving closer did his entire perception shift. Firstly, he saw Daryl's medicinal herb garden, which left him envious with its array of diverse herbs. In recent days, Franco had persistently tried to get closer to the higher echelons of the Brandandling sect, while gradually gaining a general understanding of the sect. Although the Brandandling sect still had some fields for growing precious herbs, those herbs were nowhere near the quality of what Daryl cultivated here. This guardian disciple indeed has resources. Upon seeing such a rare collection of spiritual grasses and medicinal herbs in the garden, Franco felt continuous waves of envy. If possible, he would even give up his inner sect disciple status to stay here and enjoy this bounty. Seeing Franco, Daryl also let out a sigh of relief. At least now he could confirm no one else was approaching this place. All he needed was to understand Franco's situation. If Franco wasn't here specifically to cause trouble for him, things would be much easier. However, if Franco came to upset him, then don't blame Daryl for being impolite. Who is that? Who gave you permission to come here? Yeah, you should have just shown yourself instead of sneaking around. Speak up, what are your intentions? Before Daryl could respond, Parker and Jeffrey aggressively questioned Franco, surrounding him with stern looks. Feeling a bit awkward under their scrutiny, Franco managed to smile. You too, calm down. My name is Franco, an inner sect disciple. I'm like your senior brother. I observed today's sect competition. I became curious about the rapid improvement in both your powers and followed you discreetly. But before I could gather any information, you discovered me. Adaptation and tact were key traits Franco had honed over years of ascending within the sect, not only due to his decent talent, but also because he was skilled at gauging situations and others' reactions. It was this very reason that had kept him hidden for so long. When confronted now, his gaze sought Daryl. He knew Parker and Jeffrey were harmless to him. Their questions weren't a threat. It was Daryl who mattered most at this moment. Therefore, he answered honestly, these weren't critical secrets, so revealing them wouldn't hurt. Parker and Jeffrey exchanged glances. They knew the issue stemmed from the recent sect competition. Today's achievements, ranking 10th, involved a bit of luck. But these accomplishments brought attention, sometimes too much, as it wasn't always beneficial to be overly famous. So, you're just trying to find out who I am? Daryl asked, knowing full well that Franco must have many unknown secrets. Yet, he didn't press further right now, simply gesturing for Parker and Jeffrey to pause. Let's call it a day. We can continue tomorrow. The two nodded respectfully despite some lingering annoyance. After all, they viewed Daryl as a treasure trove. Sharing more details could diminish their share. Suddenly, they watched as Daryl ran into the herb garden and forcefully plucked a green fruit off a plant. Parker and Jeffrey didn't understand but felt it seemed wasteful. Yet when they looked at Franco, they saw his face contorting oddly, clearly disturbed. Indeed, Franco was shocked by Daryl's actions. He never imagined anyone could be so extravagant. Brita Sr., is there something wrong? Parker asked curiously, feeling the fruit Daryl picked seemed quite unusual but couldn't pinpoint why. Seeing Parker and Jeffrey's confused expressions, Franco inwardly scorned. They didn't know what they were using or enjoying. Wasting such valuable herbs on these fools was a travesty. He finally understood how they improved so quickly during the competition. Joking aside, anyone consuming such treasures daily would naturally advance rapidly. Given a chance, Franco was sure he'd surpass everyone. This fruit comes from the Dizong immortal vine, sprouting once every century, flowering once every century, and bearing fruit once every century. The one you just saw Daryl pick. It's a 3-century-old Dizong fruit. The bitterness on Franco's face showed his regret. Clearly, the fruit wasn't fully ripe yet, and plucking it now was wasteful. Next, Daryl stripped the fruit open, squeezed the juice into a small bottle, and discarded the peel and flesh carelessly. Unable to control himself, Franco almost reached out to catch it. Didn't you know? Even though this Dizong fruit isn't fully matured, its shell and pulp can be powdered and used as medicine, Franco explained, distressed at the waste. Why not ask if I need it? Franco silently lamented. Chapter 22. Reaching a consensus. Although Parker also had some expertise in pharmaceuticals, it was obvious that he still fell short compared to the highly specialized Franco. After Daryl explained, they finally realized just how wasteful Daryl's actions were. But they were accustomed to this. In Daryl's hands, even the rarest treasures were not considered significant. Senior brother, you've seen too little. Just these past few days here, we've seen many similar things. Jeffrey said with a sigh. If it were anyone else, they would definitely lack such audacity. Unlike others, in Daryl's hands, even the most precious treasures paled in comparison to his happiness. At this moment, Daryl directly used boiling water to steep the juice of the Dizong fruit, then poured 3 cups of fruit tea and handed them over. Since you're here, taste it. This is a new flavor I've been experimenting with recently. Jeffrey and Parker didn't hesitate. They had gradually come to understand Daryl's character, so they took the cups without hesitation. In contrast, Franco held the cup with both hands, completely awestruck. Even after all these years of infiltrating the Brandandling sect, the sect had never given him much benefit. Yet, on their first meeting, Daryl offered him such precious fruit tea. Franco felt an immediate sense of regret for not having met him sooner. Parker and Jeffrey took a small sip, instantly feeling their exhaustion vanish, and their true essence became noticeably more robust. The most impressive thing, however, was the delightful taste of the fruit tea brewed from Dizong fruits. Delicious! Jeffrey laughed like a fool. Franco rolled his eyes. How could it not be delicious? Even if it tasted terrible, he would still have to say it was good. Soon, he saw Parker and Jeffrey finish their cups in one go, thinking they were 2 bumpkins who couldn't even savor it slowly. But when he saw Daryl refilling their cups immediately, he understood. It was a competition to see who could drink the fastest. Next, the 3 of them drank the fruit tea as if they hadn't had water for centuries. If Daryl hadn't prepared plenty, he wouldn't have been able to serve them at all. In no time, Franco let out a satisfied belch, fully satiated by the tea. Ding-da. Congratulations, host, for providing benefits to living beings, triggering passive pension insurance. Indeed, as the system prompted, Franco had successfully bound himself to Daryl. At this point, Daryl took out some fruit and placed it on the table. I don't have much to offer, but feel free to eat. If you need anything else, feel free to tell me, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Franco almost spewed out everything in his stomach. Looking at the spiritual fruits on the table, he swallowed hard, craving them. He glanced at Parker and Jeffrey beside him, noticing they were looking at him as if he were a bumpkin, which made him feel awkward. Clearly, although Parker and Jeffrey had drunk quite a bit, they had been holding back, knowing Daryl would provide food. After confirming that the trio had no immediate needs, Daryl wandered off to his herb garden to tidy up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Parker and Jeffrey surrounded Franco. Senior brother, you've seen the situation here. As the saying goes, a commoner bears no crime, yet possessing treasure invites sin. If the sect finds out about this place, how many people will compete with us for resources? I'm sure you understand. Franco nodded vigorously, agreeing wholeheartedly. Indeed, resources in the cultivation world were already scarce, making resource competition inevitable. But here, with Daryl, resources seemed inexhaustible, so they could still benefit greatly from this arrangement. If word got out, countless disciples would rush here to compete for resources. How much would actually remain for them? Not to mention, the elders of Ling's sect would certainly not miss such an opportunity. So now, we three must make a decision. This matter must be kept secret between us. Revealing it would only harm our own interests. Don't worry, senior brothers. I swear by heaven, I will not tell anyone about what I've learned today, Franco pledged firmly. Unbeknownst to the trio, Daryl, who was supposed to go to the herb garden, had been observing Franco the whole time. Although Franco had hidden himself very well, Daryl noticed something peculiar. Clearly, despite Franco's formidable cultivation, he had subconsciously used techniques not belonging to Ling's sect when concealing his identity. Over the years of guarding the entrance, Daryl had encountered numerous demonic cult methods. Whenever someone tried to sneak in, he'd detect and eliminate them instantly, gaining insights into these methods. Therefore, he recognized that Franco's techniques were characteristic of the demonic cult. This is problematic. If this little jade is indeed from the demonic cult and his identity is exposed, won't it drag me down too? I must find a way to guide him onto the right path, Daryl muttered to himself, feeling a headache coming on. He, a retired gatekeeper, now had to deal with purging a demonic cultist for the sect, a truly exhausting task. The trio soon reached a consensus to keep Daryl's secrets hidden and not disclose them to anyone. Unbeknownst to them, Aiden had already reported to Adalberto. Adalberto was playing chess with Grand Elder Maxim. Initially, they didn't take it seriously, but as Aiden's account grew more detailed, their expressions changed. Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Master, Daryl's herb garden is right at the foot of the mountain. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. If I've lied even a bit, I'll cut out my tongue, Aiden insisted firmly. Seeing his determination, they began to believe him. No wonder little Jade refused to cultivate with us. It turns out he had a master all along. We've clearly misjudged him all these years. Grand Elder Maxim murmured, calculating the loss. Adalberto also realized their early actions towards Daryl were mistakes. Now, they needed to consider how to interact with him to maximize the sect's benefit. Elders, Daryl is a talent. In our future interactions, we must make him feel the warmth of the sect, Adalberto said earnestly. Chapter 23, Transformation. Upon realizing that George was a hot commodity, Adalberto's attitude toward him completely changed. If what the Philippe had just told him were true, then George was indeed a rare talent worth nurturing. Establishing a good relationship with him would bring immense benefits to the entire Ling sect. Therefore, they now needed to consider not where George came from but how to firmly bind this young man to their sect. If he is as extraordinary as you say, could he really be here among us? Maxim remarked, skeptical. What you described is incredibly rare in the entire cultivation world. Why would someone so powerful and with such remarkable skills come to our Ling sect just to be a gatekeeper? Does anyone do something so trivial when they can do anything else? Regardless of Adalberto's and the Philippe's opinions, Maxim's view of George remained different. He believed the Philippe must have misjudged the situation, as he often did, being unreliable. Even if George were truly extraordinary, it seemed unlikely for someone who could cultivate powerful skills and grow such numerous medicinal herbs to settle for being a gatekeeper at their sect. Why would he choose this path over living a carefree life in seclusion? At this point, Adalberto began to cool down, thinking the logic made sense. Maxim, if you don't believe me, why don't you see for yourself? See whether I'm exaggerating or telling the truth, said the Philippe. But beware, you might drop your jaw in surprise. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Philippe became annoyed by Maxim's disbelief, turning to leave. Adalberto quickly intervened, trying to mediate. Let's calm down and investigate properly. There's no need to quarrel before we fully understand what's going on. There's no need to fight. Let's discuss calmly and amicably. Isn't that better? I have nothing more to say to him, the Philippe huffed, waving his hand. If he doesn't believe me, let him see for himself. Fine, I'll see. I want to see if there really are such boring people in this world. Elsewhere, Parker, Jeffrey, and Stephen reached a consensus to keep George's abilities secret. They agreed that revealing George's strength would jeopardize their own future cultivation and opportunities for advancement. After making this decision, Parker and Jeffrey left. Stephen left too but hesitated after taking a few steps. The day's events troubled him deeply. Should he report George's secrets to the Heavenly Demon Sect? He knew that reporting this information would earn him significant merit and likely advance him to a core disciple, a status that promised swift ascension to greatness within the sect. Yet, Stephen wondered if being a core disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect would offer the same rich rewards as staying close to George. Thinking of George's generous treatment of Parker and Jeffrey, Stephen felt envious and conflicted. How should I decide? Reporting this to the Heavenly Demon Sect will gain me respect and power. But if I reveal this, I won't get as many resources. After some thought, Stephen decided to abandon his initial plan. As the saying goes, one shouldn't forget their roots. He owed much to George, and this was only their first meeting. Who knew what other benefits lay ahead? Being a core disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect had its limits, whereas George's generosity was unparalleled. The Heavenly Demon Sect couldn't provide as many resources as George. Deciding to win George's favor instead, Stephen returned determinedly to find him. Unbeknownst to him, George had been keeping a watchful eye on him all along. Worried that Stephen might leak his secrets, George had followed him quietly. Observing Stephen's actions carefully, George noted that his behavior hadn't crossed any boundaries yet, proving the man's wisdom. When Stephen approached again, George hurried back to his hut and lay down in his rocking chair. Moments later, Stephen crept in cautiously. "Senior brother, I'm back?" "Yes, didn't you just return with him? Why are you back?" George understood Stephen's intentions. His desire to monopolize George's benefits. Stephen scratched his head awkwardly. "I was about to go, but I realized I have some recent cultivation questions unresolved. Since the elders can't help, I hoped senior brother could assist." George inwardly cursed. Even the elders' advice wasn't satisfactory for you. And now you ask me, a mere gatekeeper? Despite this, George saw an opportunity to strengthen Stephen, which could benefit him as well. "Tell me what you're struggling with, and I'll think about it." Chapter 24, Stephen's Problem. Daryl had no idea what Stephen was about to ask, and he could only guess half of this guy's current thoughts. "Senior brother, recently while cultivating, I've always felt that my breathing isn't very smooth. My true essence starts getting blocked after circulating 2 or 3 times through my meridians." Stephen had his reasons for asking this question. Since he had decided to break away from the Heavenly Demon Sect completely and follow Daryl, he naturally wanted to consider how to cultivate the Feather Spirit Sect's cultivation techniques to their peak. However, he currently faced this problem because he was simultaneously practicing both the Feather Spirit Sect's techniques and those of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Combining these two systems was indeed a big issue. Any small mistake could halt his progress, leading to severe conflicts, which slowed down his cultivation. Even the elders had inquired several times. Someone with Stephen's talent shouldn't be facing such issues. Without anyone to confide in, recognizing Daryl gave him hope. He assumed it might just take a slight effort for Daryl to solve his problems. Thus, he placed all his hopes on Daryl. Indeed, as soon as Daryl heard Stephen's concerns, he immediately understood the crux of the matter. Ultimately, the issue wasn't blockage of true essence in the meridians, but rather the simultaneous practice of 2 conflicting techniques. It was natural to face obstructions during cultivation due to the inherent opposition between these methods. However, resolving it was straightforward. Abandon one technique and fully discard it. You don't have a particularly difficult situation. I do have some methods to help you solve this thoroughly. But you need to think clearly. This will cost you quite a bit this time. However, your future cultivation will definitely not be slow. I can assure you of this. Stephen felt lost hearing Daryl's words, unsure of what he intended to do. But he sensed that Daryl seemed to know something. Did this senior brother already discern his identity after just meeting him? Yet, Stephen, having already decided to break ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect, didn't hesitate much. He comprehended the essence of Daryl's last few words. Accepting Daryl's solution would speed up his cultivation. As a spy for the Heavenly Demon Sect, wasn't his ultimate goal to join the sect as a disciple, improving his cultivation? If he could achieve this through Daryl, why bother with all the trouble? If there is truly such a method, then I accept it. Regardless of the cost. As long as it makes me a powerful figure, I am fearless, Stephen said seriously, his tone showing his resolve. In that case, I understand. However, this process may be painful. Can you endure it? What's more painful than stagnation? Stephen smiled, questioning rhetorically. Seeing his determination, Daryl didn't say more, turning to prepare a pill to help Stephen rid himself of the Heavenly Demon Sect's techniques. For Daryl, this was no big deal. Although Stephen's cultivation was at a decent level, eliminating his cultivation techniques wouldn't be difficult and wouldn't harm his innate potential. To achieve this, however, more precious ingredients and an expert alchemist were required. Most cultivators would find this challenging, but Daryl could easily meet these goals. Initially, even Stephen wasn't sure how far Daryl could go, but watching him collect materials and start alchemy reassured him. It appeared this senior brother had many unknown secrets. Despite being a gatekeeper disciple, his abilities and extensive knowledge surpassed some inner disciples. In no time, Daryl created a black pill. After taking this, your condition will improve, and your cultivation will progress, but it will be very painful. Choose when to use it carefully. Remember, after taking this pill, focus on cultivating and don't get distracted by other matters. Without hesitation, Stephen took the black pill, though he chose not to take it immediately. Thank you, senior brother. One day, I will repay your great kindness. Stephen solemnly bowed, expressing his sincere gratitude. He never imagined he'd have another chance to choose his path. Years ago, lacking talent and resources, he joined the twisted Heavenly Demon Sect. Later, he was sent as a spy to the Feather Spirit Sect. For a long time, he thought his future was bleak. But now, thanks to Daryl, his life changed. Gratitude filled his heart. Daryl waved his hand casually. He hoped Stephen would take the pill soon to break free from the Heavenly Demon Sect's control and strengthen significantly. Daryl himself was also nearing a breakthrough and needed all the support he could get. All right, you seem eager to try it. If you don't want to embarrass yourself here, go back quickly. I await your good news. Thank you, senior brother. Goodbye. Stephen happily thanked Daryl and left quickly. Watching him depart, Daryl sighed in relief, but pondered whether the Heavenly Demon Sect would let Stephen go so easily. For now, the outcome was good enough, and that was all Daryl cared about at the moment. Chapter 25, Breakthrough, the Concentration Realm. Time ticked by slowly. Daryl didn't rush to rest. He just waited for Stephen to successfully consume the pill and completely sever ties with the Heavenly Demon Sect. This would greatly boost Daryl's strength, allowing him to leverage this opportunity to break through his cultivation realm. He had been stuck at the 9th level of heaven for a long time. Originally, it wasn't a big deal to him, but now that there was a way to break through to a higher level, Daryl naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip away. Just as Daryl grew impatient, he finally heard the system's voice chime in. Ding! Received reverse flow from old age pension. In the next moment, Daryl felt a warm current rise from his dantian, quickly spreading throughout his body's meridians. Before long, there was a sensation of imminent breakthrough, but this feeling was entirely different from what he expected. In an instant, Daryl felt like a vortex, with all the surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converging on him. In the distance, faint thunder rumbled. He rushed out of his wooden cabin, looked up, and saw that an unusual tricolored cloud had formed above his dwelling. Damn! Pseudo-heavenly tribulation? Daryl hadn't anticipated that merely breaking through to the concentration realm would invoke a pseudo-heavenly tribulation. However, he didn't dare say much. Continuing to break through here might draw attention. So he swiftly retreated into the distant mountains. Once Daryl confirmed it was safe, he found a cave and continued his breakthrough process. The whole thing was surprisingly straightforward, like water finding its natural course. After all, Daryl had been stuck at this level for some time, and it was time to break through. Daryl felt as though the shackles on his body were unlocked. His entire body became lighter, and his senses significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the Brandon sect were in an uproar. When Daryl broke through moments ago, various experts within the sect sensed it. Jet, do you know which disciple is attempting to break through to the concentration realm today? It should be noted that disciples who reached the celestial level were already rare, and those reaching the concentration realm even more so. Generally, disciples approaching this realm garnered significant attention from the sect. All disciples wanting to break through the concentration realm were taken to specific locations and provided various benefits to help them break through faster. In the cultivation world, there was an unwritten rule that only those who reached the concentration realm truly entered the path of cultivation. Yet, someone was clearly breaking through the concentration realm without prior notice or permission from the sect. Could someone be attempting a secret breakthrough? What could be the purpose? To my knowledge, no inner sect disciple can break through currently. The closest one is Aislinn, but she's far from ready. Jet laughed, but his eyes instinctively turned towards the foot of the mountain. If anyone could manage it, it would be Daryl. He hadn't anticipated that Daryl had quietly reached such heights. Initially, when Daryl joined, he was just an ordinary person. Even the best geniuses within the sect only reached the celestial level. Yet Daryl had managed to reach the concentration realm through sheer effort. No wonder he refused their guidance earlier. Send someone down to investigate thoroughly. Report immediately if it's a sect member. Understood. I'll go myself. Jet knew Daryl was the most likely candidate. After leaving the hall, he headed straight for the foot of the mountain, curious about Daryl's intentions. Before long, Jet arrived at Daryl's medicinal garden. He expected either not to see Daryl or catch him in the middle of a breakthrough. Instead, he found Daryl bent over, watering plants. Daryl had sensed Jet's approach during his breakthrough. The sky changed color, and the pseudo-heavenly tribulation was nothing new to him. He used it to enhance his body, effectively fortifying it. Afterward, Daryl knew someone would discover his breakthrough and possibly come looking. So he hurried back to his wooden cabin. Sure enough, as soon as he stopped, he felt Jet descending from the mountain. With enhanced senses, Daryl detected this instantly. Jet carefully observed the young man before him. He knew that among all the sect members, only Daryl could have broken through at this moment. But what puzzled him was Daryl's seemingly ordinary demeanor. Hey, uncle, what brings you here? Seeing Jet, Daryl smiled and greeted him. You're not here to take back your snacks, are you? They're mine, won fairly, and I'm not giving them back. Observing Daryl's playful attitude, Jet sneered. Vivianeo Brandan, did you just break through? Breakthrough? What breakthrough? I have no idea what you're talking about. Looking at Daryl's feigned ignorance, Jet guessed half the truth. He wondered why Daryl was so low-key but decided to play along. Vivianeo Brandan, if it really was you, it's best to be honest. The sect will certainly reward you. Uncle, if I could reach that level, I'd be overjoyed and want everyone to know how strong I am. But you're thinking too much. Daryl responded calmly, revealing no trace of deceit. If you won't tell us, then fine. We'll meet again, Jet said and left hurriedly. Seeing Jet leave, Daryl sighed in relief. He hadn't expected such a high-level cultivator at the sect. Just a moment ago, he almost exposed himself. Having just broken through, with enhanced senses and still adapting to newfound power, it took effort to control everything perfectly. Fortunately, he had managed to navigate through this challenge. Chapter 26. Female guest visits the courtyard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the Senior Veteran Achievement, persuading a devil cultivator to reform after retirement. Reward: 5 animal exercises. Daryl didn't expect that simply helping Steven to reform would actually earn him a system reward. He even considered whether he should go to the Heavenly Demon Sect and try to persuade their sect leader to reform. Wouldn't that yield more rewards? But then he thought, why bother so much when he was merely a retired gatekeeping disciple? As long as it didn't involve him, let them do whatever they wanted. The next morning, Daryl woke up early as usual and started watering the flowers in his garden. Parker and Jeffrey didn't come today, and since Steven had completely rid himself of the Heavenly Demon Sect's cultivation method yesterday, he wouldn't be coming over anytime soon either. But while Daryl was working, he sensed a familiar aura. Somewhere along the line, a figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Senior brother, are you there? Lori cautiously peered into the courtyard. She had heard long ago that a gatekeeping disciple had already ascended to the Feathered Spirit Sect, yet never gained any recognition within the sect. Everyone knew of him only because he possessed extraordinary talent, but showed no interest in cultivation. Therefore, Daryl was often seen as nothing but waste by many in the sect, with numerous people looking down on him. However, this time, Lori was here due to her master's instruction. She was curious as to why this disciple suddenly received attention from various parties. Not only her master, but even the sect leader treated him differently. It seemed like Daryl harbored some secret. Initially, Lori didn't wish to get involved, but her master insisted, piquing her curiosity about Daryl. So she decided to see what kind of person he was, managing to attract so much attention. Lori didn't take it seriously at first, thinking everyone might have been deceived by appearances. But upon entering the courtyard, she was immediately greeted by a fresh fragrance. What potent spiritual energy! Looking around, Lori noted that as an inner disciple, she usually enjoyed superior cultivation areas. These were privileges exclusive to inner disciples. However, these places paled in comparison to Daryl's courtyard. In fact, nowhere else in the entire Feathered Spirit sect matched Daryl's courtyard in terms of spiritual energy concentration. Is it true, as my master said, that this little jade doesn't want to join under him simply because he can grow stronger through his own means? With this question lingering, Lori strolled in slowly, her eyes naturally falling on Daryl, who was in the distance. Meanwhile, Daryl turned around upon hearing her voice, instantly recognizing her as one of the rare female disciples, and currently the strongest among the women of the Feathered Spirit sect. Oh, it's junior sister Zhu. Is there something you need? Senior brother, I came to ask about my cultivation, Lori asked bluntly, walking closer to Daryl. Her gaze then fell onto the medicinal garden behind him. She had some doubts before, but seeing the various heavenly herbs and ginseng planted here, her expression was replaced by astonishment. Although she had imagined possibilities earlier, she never truly believed Daryl could be that powerful. Seeing these plants, it now seemed laughable to doubt him. Senior brother, is this? Oh, I'm just a gatekeeping disciple, not needing to study like you all do. When I'm idle, I tend to plant flowers and water them. Daryl replied, unfazed by the rarity of these plants. Watching him so calmly, Lori took a deep breath. Although Daryl spoke nonchalantly, she knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. Well, what exactly is troubling you in your cultivation? I used to advance quickly, but lately, my progress has slowed down considerably. I came here to ask senior brother for advice on why this happened, Lori explained earnestly. After some thought, Daryl nodded. It's possible some external factors caused this, but I do have a method to help you improve. Having observed Lori beforehand, Daryl understood her to some extent. Since she sought him out herself, he saw no reason to be polite and began by introducing her to square dancing. Lori initially didn't understand what Daryl was doing, watching him set up a large speaker which played peculiar tunes. Boundless Sky. Initially bewildered, Lori then saw Daryl start dancing. At first, she felt embarrassed, unbelieving Daryl could have such quirks, but as time passed, she found herself inexplicably drawn to dance with him. Uncertain at first, she couldn't resist as the urge grew irresistible, confirming it was real. Don't overthink it, just follow me, Daryl instructed. Soon you'll feel as though your cultivation is breaking through all barriers. Lori had figured out she had no actual problem, only seeking information about him. Now confident the sect was aware of many things concerning him, she intended to uncover who backed Daryl. Daryl naturally wouldn't refuse, but intended to make them jump through hoops. Though still feeling somewhat awkward, her body moved involuntarily following Daryl's motions. Chapter 27, Finding the Female Junior Sister. Although Aislinn was one of the outstanding disciples among the inner sect, she had always considered herself to be a highly privileged and excellent individual. But now, she was dancing square dance with Daryl, which would certainly make people laugh if they knew. Yet this unbelievable event really happened. At first, Aislinn didn't feel any changes in her body and even suspected that there was something wrong with Daryl's mind. Why else would he choose to dance like this? I must be really stupid to believe this guy's nonsense, Aislinn muttered softly. She then recalled that Daryl had recently given up cultivation, possessing an excellent talent, but choosing to live as an ordinary person, which was hard to believe anywhere. Thinking about this, Aislinn prepared to turn and leave, planning to talk to her master. However, at this moment, she felt her true essence flowing uncontrollably within her body, as if circulating on its own. What's happening? My true essence is out of control. It feels like it's circulating by itself. When Aislinn realized the change in her true essence, she was shocked. She never imagined that just dancing a square dance could make her body react so naturally. And the speed of this circulation was faster, several times quicker than her previous cultivation pace. Additionally, the rich spiritual energy surrounding them started to rapidly converge toward them. Daryl and Aislinn were like the center of a vortex, swiftly absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy into their dantions. Since entering the celestial realm, Aislinn's cultivation speed had naturally slowed down considerably. Such rapid cultivation speed reminded her of when she was in the mystic realm. But unexpectedly, after dancing with Daryl, the process became automatic and much faster. This opened up a whole new world for her. She came here just to mock Daryl, but ended up feeling like a bumpkin, completely stunned. Everything Daryl did seemed to defy logic. Even the casual movements of his dance seemed to contain the way of heaven and earth. Amazing, simply incredible. No wonder he's valued so highly by the master and our sect leader. This guy is indeed a terrifying existence. All of Aislinn's doubts about Daryl vanished in an instant. Seeing how his square dance brought such significant changes to her, she thoroughly believed in Daryl. Thus, Aislinn danced with Daryl for nearly 15 minutes. When everything ended, Daryl looked at her profoundly and asked, "How does it feel? Do you sense your cultivation improving and speeding up?" "Senior brother, how can this be? Did you remember the dance I taught you?" "Yes, it's all in my heart." Seeing that Aislinn had remembered everything, Daryl nodded. "I usually have some fellow disciples come here to cultivate with me, but it's a secret. Since you've learned the square dance, please keep it confidential for me. People might think there's no harm in these things, but if too many know about it, malicious individuals might target me. So please be careful, junior sister Isaiah." Aislinn nodded in understanding. Now she understood why Parker and Jeffrey's strength increased so significantly during the sect competition. They must have learned the square dance from Daryl and used various elixirs here. If the quality were inferior, it would affect their future realm progression. But the herbs here were top tier. and the elixirs made from them wouldn't strain their bodies or impact their future cultivation. Knowing this, Aislinn felt envious. If she had known earlier, she could have visited Daryl sooner and possibly won the competition. Senior brother, rest assured, I will keep it a secret. Daryl nodded, fully trusting her. If you find your cultivation slowing down, try dancing the square dance. It should help. After saying this, Daryl handed her a cup of Dao Qingming tea. Seeing the teacup filled with spiritual aura, Aislinn was startled. Senior brother, isn't this too much? Aislinn hadn't expected Daryl to be so generous. The Dao Qingming tea was legendary and not something anyone could casually offer. You acknowledge me as your senior brother, so there's no need to be polite. Drink up. Seeing Daryl's indifferent attitude and knowing that Dao Qingming tea wasn't something everyone could enjoy, Aislinn cautiously lifted the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, a warm current spread through her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. She cautiously glanced at Daryl's expression and, without hesitation, gulped down the rest of the tea. Ding. Congratulations, host, for benefiting another living being. Passive skill activated. Pension insurance. With the system's voice ringing, Daryl felt his actions elevated further. Meanwhile, Aislinn closed her eyes, quietly savoring the experience. At this moment, Aislinn had a premonition that if she could consistently use such precious materials, her cultivation would soar in no time, potentially surpassing the entire sect. Thank you, senior brother. Aislinn bowed sincerely. We are fellow sect members, so no need for such formalities. Come back anytime if you have questions. Aislinn nodded. All right, take a look around while I attend to some matters. Recalling the elixir he needed to retrieve, Daryl turned and entered the small hut, with Aislinn following closely behind. Chapter 28. Obedient Apprentice Presents Gifts. Aislinn was also very curious. Since Daryl's medicinal garden and cultivation techniques were already so incredible, his living quarters must be even more astonishing. Thus, she thought about exploring with Daryl. And indeed, Daryl didn't treat Aislinn as an outsider. Now that they were bound together, he no longer worried about her causing him harm. While Daryl was away, Aislinn noticed a few herbs on the table. For some reason, her face flushed. She pondered how her cultivation had significantly increased here, but this place was meant for her master in the first place. Wasn't it like she was seizing her master's opportunity? After much thought, Aislinn decided to take something back as a gift for her master. Senior brother, can I take some herbs from here? Of course, feel free to pick whatever you like. Without further hesitation, hearing Daryl did not refuse, Aislinn rummaged through the table and then tucked away one herb. Thank you, senior brother. I'll return another day. Sure, farewell, junior sister Xianxia. Shortly after Aislinn left, Daryl suddenly remembered that when he organized his collection yesterday, he seemed to have placed the Zhuang flower root on the table. That girl wouldn't have taken it, would she? Seeing the remaining herbs on the table, Daryl smacked his forehead hard. Oh no, this girl really took it. Imagining the consequences of Aislinn, such a beautiful young lady, consuming the Zhuang flower root made Daryl shudder. Not long after Aislinn left, Parker and Jeffrey arrived as scheduled but did not see Steven. After greeting Daryl, they immediately explained their purpose. They both performed well in yesterday's sect competition and successfully obtained spots as inner disciples. However, this time, the Feathered Spirit Sect changed its method for selecting participants due to the upcoming Dao Debate Assembly. This was a grand event where all major factions sent their best disciples to participate. Good performance could earn them excellent treasures. More importantly, the assembly decided each sect's territorial allocation for the next 3 years, which was critical. A better territory meant more resources, enhancing disciple strength. Hence, every sect vied fiercely for this opportunity. Unfortunately, this rule ensured the strong remained strong, while the weak remained weak. Although Feathered Spirit Sect sought changes over the years, it still lagged behind other sects and struggled to achieve remarkable results. Fearing eventual expulsion from the Dao Debate Assembly, the higher-ups of Feathered Spirit Sect decided to select disciples who could help secure a better ranking. Thus came the previous sect competition. Initially, the higher-ups had little confidence, but Parker and Jeffrey's outstanding performances gave them new hope. As these two were chosen for the Dao Debate Assembly, they needed Daryl's intensive training to enhance their cultivation quickly, given their current lack of resources. Despite their talent, without sufficient cultivation resources, their future achievements were limited. Parker and Jeffrey were lucky to have access to endless resources under Daryl. On the other side, Aislinn returned to the inner sect with the Zhuang flower root. Maxim was playing chess with the sect master. Little Xianxia, did you find out anything? Maxim turned slowly and saw the herb in Aislinn's hand. Although prepared, Maxim was still surprised by the herb's presence. Despite not recognizing it, he instantly sensed its potent aura. Little Xianxia, what is this? Master, this is a precious herb I obtained from senior brother. Today I've benefited greatly and thought to bring something back for you too, Aislinn smiled. Adalberto chuckled. Old Sue, you have a good disciple. Even after gaining benefits outside, she still thinks of you. Unlike my rotten Vivianeu who's forgotten all about me. Aislinn stood awkwardly, unsure what to say. Maxim waved his hand and swiftly pocketed the herb. My disciple gave this to me. If you want it, go get it yourself. With your status as sect master, demanding it from Vivianeu shouldn't be difficult, Maxim remarked coldly. Stingy, Adalberto muttered. Adalberto asked Aislinn, what do you think? Was what Chris said true? Despite earlier doubts, they now listened intently as Aislinn recounted her experiences at Daryl's medicinal garden. Everything was confirmed. They had no reason to doubt anymore. Maxim looked at Adalberto. Sect master, this isn't trivial. If everything is true, it will cause significant commotion within the sect. You should prepare. Adalberto nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 29, Past Prophecies. Little girl, you've truly worked hard this time. Dealing with Vivianeo Brandon wasn't easy, was it? You should go rest now, and let your master and I have a thorough discussion. After sending Aislinn away, Maxim's gaze fell on Adalberto. The headmaster should understand that this matter isn't so easily resolved. Do you remember the prophecy from those days? Originally, Maxim hadn't been particularly worried about this issue, but for some reason, he suddenly recalled the prophecy from back then. The moment Maxim spoke these words, even Adalberto's expression changed. That was just idle chatter from back then. How can such things exist in this world? Whether or not it's idle chatter, I have a choice not to believe it, but we must bear the consequences. In my opinion, it's better to be prepared than caught off guard. If Vivianeo Brandan really has no connection to that person, it won't harm us at all, right? Seeing Maxim's serious expression, Adalberto gradually became silent, as if realizing there might be some truth to it. If all of this is true, what will you do next? Back then, Vivianeo Brandan refused to join our sect and acted as if she didn't care at all. I've never seen such a young person in all my years of cultivation. Adalberto sighed here. Initially, after discovering Daryl's extraordinary talent, they had tried every possible way to recruit him into their sect for proper training, believing his future achievements would be limitless. But who could have thought that no matter how they tried to persuade Daryl, he insisted on being laid back, preferring a carefree life. They had exhausted all means, even resorting to underhanded tactics, yet failed to convince Daryl. Eventually, they had no choice but to give up. However, within just a few years, Vivianeo Brandan's cultivation realm had advanced rapidly, making her the strongest prodigy in the sect. If Vivianeo Brandan had no connection to the prophecy from back then, it seemed unscientific. After all, not everyone could drastically improve their cultivation without guidance. Daryl alone was already renowned throughout the entire sect. Regardless, we must ultimately build a good relationship with Vivianeo Brandan. Let me handle this matter. After saying this, Maxim left the hall with a slow gait. Adalberto remained where he stood, deep in thought for a long time, clearly finding it hard to accept. In the following days, Daryl occasionally guided Parker and Jeffrey. Both were indeed talented, and, with the help of various precious resources, quickly advanced in cultivation. Even Daryl was looking forward to seeing how far they could go. Daryl held high hopes for these two young people. As for Aislinn and Steven, while they sometimes visited, it was relatively less often, especially Aislinn, who came infrequently. But each time, she always found some issues to ask Daryl, though it was unclear whether it was intentional or not. She asked difficult questions that made Daryl suspect she was trying to stump him. However, Daryl always found reasonable solutions, which only increased Aislinn's admiration for him. From these interactions, it was evident that Daryl had genuine knowledge and skill, surpassing their expectations. One day, after dismissing Parker, Jeffrey, and others, Daryl's expression turned cold. Since you're here, why hide in the shadows? Why not come out boldly? Daryl looked toward a dark area with disdain. Shortly afterward, a familiar figure slowly emerged. Brat, you have some skill. We tried to hide meticulously, yet you still found us. It was none other than Bryce, who had been brutally beaten by Daryl before. His eyes glinted menacingly, clearly harboring resentment over the previous incident, coming specifically to seek revenge. These past few days, you've been watching me closely, so I knew exactly what you were planning. I was just curious when you'd finally make your move. A faint smile tugged at Daryl's lips, showing no concern for the men in front of him. Over the days, Bryce had arranged for many people to observe Daryl's every move, clearly waiting for an opportune moment to strike. Unfortunately, Bryce had no idea that Daryl had been aware of all their actions and could expose them anytime. Because of their inaction, Daryl chose not to escalate matters. But now, these guys had finally made their move. Although only Bryce stood forward, Daryl knew many more were hidden around, including some highly skilled individuals. Clearly, Bryce had invited several formidable experts to ensure Daryl wouldn't escape. However, everything Bryce did was under Daryl's control. Regardless of his efforts, the outcome was preordained. Bryce sneered upon hearing Daryl's response, not believing it. After all, he was confident in his abilities and believed his recent actions were impeccable. For Daryl to claim he detected them was nonsense. Vivianeo Brandan, stop pretending. Last time, we failed to get rid of you. This time is different. Today, you'll learn the consequences of offending me. Bryce clapped his hands smugly, and more masked disciples appeared from the sides. If you're going to attack me, at least do it openly. Coming here at night and hiding your identities. Afraid I'll know who you are. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text while ensuring fluency and naturalness in English. Chapter 30. A Mass Fight. Seeing these guys in such a state, Daryl couldn't help but find it amusing. In reality, he wasn't interested in these people who were coming to confront him. No matter how strong or what status they held within the sect, it was none of Daryl's concern. However, it seemed inevitable that there would be a fight with them now. Still, Daryl was very confident in the current situation and wasn't worried about any threat these guys might pose. Daryl had this confidence, but the few people present certainly didn't think so. They thought their strength was formidable, yet after hearing Daryl's response, they believed this man was simply looking down on them. Little Jade, shut up and quit wasting our time. Today, we're here to beat you up until your nose is blue and your face swollen, and take away all your skills. They had assumed earlier that Daryl would be a weakling, but unexpectedly, Daryl possessed considerable strength, leading to their previous defeat. Now, things were different. This time, they brought so many people because they were determined to deal with Daryl. No matter how skillful this little Jade was, how could he handle so many people alone? Hence, these people were now very confident, which suited Daryl just fine. Since we're fighting, let's get it over with quickly. I don't have much time to play games with you all at once. At this point, several people surrounded Daryl directly. Their strengths weren't trivial either, most being at the Tongxian realm. Such disciples, even within the Brandan sect, were pillars of strength. Daryl hadn't expected Bryce to gather so many people against him, but if it were anyone else, they'd likely be extremely nervous now. However, Daryl showed no signs of panic, and instead, looked at these people with a smile as if they were nothing more than an easily solved problem. Even Bryce couldn't understand why Daryl was still so relaxed. Many people, once completely surrounded, would immediately beg for mercy, knowing that in such a situation, no one would gain any advantage. But Daryl was different. From his expression, it was clear he didn't consider the people around him seriously, almost finding them comical. This infuriated Bryce even more, having gone through great efforts to bring these people here to assist in handling Daryl. Expecting to see Daryl kneeling and begging for mercy, he only saw Daryl's cold gaze, reinforcing his determination. Damn guy, you're still so defiant even in this situation. It seems you need a real reason to repent. So today, I'll give you a swift end, said Bryce before everyone charged towards Daryl, ready for a decisive battle. But Daryl remained calm, seeing only a few Tongxian realm disciples. Although they outnumbered him, it wouldn't be much different from last time. Handling them didn't even require any significant effort. Now, Daryl had reached the Ningxian realm, his 5 senses surpassing those around him. Before their attacks even approached, Daryl already knew all their moves, effortlessly dodging various attacks under the pressure of multiple assailants. Bryce stood aside, expecting Daryl to be defeated soon, accepting his plea for mercy graciously. Instead, he watched Daryl counterattack amidst the siege with ease. Bryce was dumbfounded. Last time, losing to Daryl was due to their weakness, but this time, he had gathered elite disciples and some experts from the sect. Shouldn't taking on one Daryl be easy? Yet, what should have been a flawless operation became problematic. Seeing his subordinates falling one by one, Bryce began to worry. Would history repeat itself? Daryl managed to take on all of them individually last time. You really have no brains at all. You've already suffered once and yet you suffer again. The group you sent are all fools. What makes you think they can stand against me? Daryl muttered, thinking their strength would cause trouble, but found it far simpler. Though these subordinates had good combat experience, the cultivation gap couldn't be bridged. Moreover, Daryl didn't use any specific techniques. Merely his physical prowess and keen senses gave him a complete upper hand. If this news spread, no one would believe it. After dealing with all the lackeys, Daryl turned to Bryce. Your people are all taken care of. What do you plan to do next? Come fight me yourself, or kneel and surrender? Smiling, Daryl spoke to Bryce, who now appeared bewildered and helpless. Given his inferior strength compared to Daryl, it wouldn't take long before he was defeated. In this intense confrontation, Daryl demonstrated his overwhelming superiority, leaving Bryce uncertain and apprehensive about what to do next. Chapter 31. It's hard to be a good person. Watching Daryl step closer, Bryce's voice trembled. Don't come any closer, keep your distance. I don't want to see you. You really didn't want to see me, but how could you avoid seeing me when you brought so many people here? Since things have escalated, I need to figure out what you guys are up to. Daryl clenched his fists and threw a powerful punch directly at Bryce. Dealing with these lackeys took no time at all, and as for Bryce in front of him, he had absolutely no self-defense capabilities. Daryl aimed to force the mastermind out, eager to see who dared challenge them. Seeing Daryl attack, Bryce realized just how slow his movements were. Faced with Daryl's assault, he couldn't muster any effective defense. Bryce barely dodged the first blow, almost falling to the ground. Daryl wasn't about to let him off easily, attacking once more. A scream escaped Bryce as he rolled and crawled to evade. Watching this pitiful display, Daryl laughed heartily. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, blocking Daryl from reaching Bryce. Sensing danger, Daryl swiftly retreated, maintaining distance from Bryce. With one hand behind him, he quickly retrieved some pre-prepared talismans. Moments later, a man wearing a white mask stood silently watching Daryl, his eyes sharp. Senior brother, your actions have caused quite a stir within the sect recently. Since you recognize me, you should know my character. I wouldn't bully others using power. This fellow behind you attempted to snatch spirit stones from me, which led to his downfall. If you don't want trouble, now is the time to leave. Otherwise, you won't get the chance later. Daryl looked at the white-masked man calmly, not desiring a confrontation, not out of fear, but to avoid making things ugly. After all, the man was a renowned Tianren mirror expert, with considerable status. If Daryl easily defeated him, it would shake his confidence, hindering further progress. Senior brother, you're full of bravado. While you can handle other juniors, they are mere outer disciples, of no use to our brandandling sect. Even if you win, it doesn't prove your strength. The masked man spoke condescendingly, revealing his unwillingness to back down and readiness to face Daryl. Rumors spread within brandandling sect that Aldo and Jeffrey excelled in the sect competition due to Daryl's secretive training guidance, leading to their rapid growth. The masked man doubted these rumors and wanted to personally assess Daryl's true abilities. Senior brother, this little jade caused us much suffering last time. If we can't get back at him today, I won't be able to survive outside. Helping senior brother will be hard then, Bryce muttered. The masked man nodded indifferently, dismissing Bryce's concerns. His intention was merely to test Daryl. He placed one hand behind his back, slowly approaching Daryl, preparing to fight single-handed. I advise you to think carefully. Even if you want to fight, don't be so arrogant. Do you think one hand can defeat me? This time, Daryl was genuinely surprised. Usually, he was the one showing off, yet now someone else was acting even cockier. Calling you senior brother is only because you joined brandandling sect earlier. It doesn't mean you're superior in cultivation. Few can fight me within the sect. I'm curious why trash like you gains attention. Daryl's expression turned cold. The guy had talent but a foul mouth. I've warned you kindly. Since you refused my advice, let's see what you can do with your mediocre skills. Foul jade, still pretending on the brink of death. Wait, senior brother will make you pay. Relieved, Bryce watched both men issue threats. He'd invited a Tianren realm senior brother, unmatched by few within the sect. Today's battle clearly favored his side, so he paid no heed to Daryl's words. For Daryl to defeat this senior brother was a daydream. Instantly, both Daryl and the masked man attacked. Daryl didn't exert full strength. Defeating the masked man wasn't challenging. He could end it in seconds. To avoid damaging his Dao heart, Daryl intended to reasonably overpower him, proving superiority without humiliating him. An artful approach far more difficult than mere victory. It was unavoidable since they were all part of brandandling sect. Additionally, the upcoming doctrine debate required unity among disciples. Scaring everyone now wouldn't help. Unbeknownst to them, Maxim observed quietly from a distance. Daryl kicked fiercely. The masked man didn't dodge, instead lifting his left hand to grip Daryl's leg tightly. Expecting to counter easily, he found himself flying away from the impact of Daryl's kick. Chapter 32 Daryl, what do you think? The masked man's expression was extremely uncomfortable. After all, he had been prepared to defeat Daryl this time. But the moment they engaged in combat, the masked man realized something was off. Daryl's kick was powerful and carried an overwhelming advantage of strength, making it difficult for the current masked man to counter directly. Jean watched this scene and began to doubt the masked man's capabilities. If he lost this fight, what would become of him? Is this your level? Trying to stand up for others and come here to challenge me? Aren't you too confident? Maxim had been observing from the shadows, and now he couldn't help but admire Daryl's prowess. So strong. It seems we underestimated him. He didn't even take it seriously just now, yet he managed to handle a heavenly person realm disciple so easily? He was utterly stunned. The masked man hadn't expected to be kicked away by Daryl with just one move, especially since he truly couldn't withstand Daryl's attack at all. However, he didn't give up. Instead, his fighting spirit flared up. With a roar, he got up from the ground and rushed at Daryl. The two instantly turned into blurs as they tangled together. For a moment, sounds of clashes echoed continuously. Jean felt dizzy, unable to clearly see the two figures. A few minutes passed and suddenly, a figure flew out of Jean's line of sight. Bang! It was the masked man being punched away by Daryl again. This time, after hitting the ground, he couldn't get up and was knocked unconscious by Daryl. Daryl's gaze then fell on Jean. Seeing this, Jean felt incredibly conflicted. He turned to flee, but just as he stepped out with his right foot, he felt weak in the legs and stumbled, falling face first to the ground. Want to run after doing wrong? Do you think I'd let you go that easily? Daryl appeared behind Jean, grabbing him by the back of the collar and lifting him up from the ground. How about it? Are you convinced yet? Want me to find more helpers for you? See if they can deal with me. Big brother Sue, please calm down. Please calm down. I dare not do this again. Jean's voice trembled. Witnessing Daryl's power, he no longer dared harbor any thoughts against him. In such a situation, the few people he called were like eggs smashing against rocks. He hadn't expected these few to be dealt with so swiftly. To still naively believe they could handle Daryl now would be incredibly foolish. Don't dare? Last time you said the same thing, yet you still brought people to challenge me. Are you really fearless, or do you completely disregard me? It seems I was too lenient last time, allowing you to push your luck. This time, I'll let you understand the consequences of offending me. As Daryl spoke, he produced a pill, which he had prepared for Jean beforehand. Jean was at a loss, not knowing how to explain himself when Daryl roughly pinched his mouth open and shoved the pill inside. The pill dissolved immediately upon entering his mouth, spreading a cool liquid throughout his body. Jean's eyes widened as he tried to call for help, followed by a sudden spasm of pain, causing him to collapse limp on the ground. From within to without, it felt like millions of ants were tearing apart his body. Don't worry, this pill won't harm you. But over the next 7 days, at this hour every day, you will feel as though ants are crawling on and biting your flesh. Jean drew in a sharp breath. This was definitely not a pain anyone could easily bear. However, looking at Daryl's serious expression, it was clear he wasn't giving him a chance to beg for mercy. After saying this, Daryl slowly waved his hand, then smirked disdainfully before turning to leave. Jean could only lie there, curled up on the ground, immobile. After a long while, others gradually recovered, fearful of staying any longer, hurriedly supporting each other as they left. After this incident, probably no one in the entire Feather Spirit sect would dare to trouble Daryl anymore. Maxim followed Daryl, quickly arriving at Daryl's courtyard. For some reason, the moment he entered the courtyard, Daryl vanished from his sight. Remember, he had been observing Daryl's every move closely just moments ago. There should have been no way to lose track of him. Yet, in just a breath, Daryl had disappeared from his sight. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find Daryl. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, his whereabouts impossible to predict. It seems the prophecy is mostly true. Maxim muttered under his breath, then looked around. Suddenly, a hand lightly patted him on the shoulder. Nice view, Grand Elder. Hearing the voice, Maxim froze for a moment, then turned to look at Daryl behind him, shocked. When did he was actually behind him without him noticing? Had Daryl's strength reached this level? Seeing Daryl behind him, Maxim couldn't quite believe it. Even when fully alert, he couldn't prevent Daryl from getting close. Daryl, I'm here to see if you have any difficulties while guarding the mountain gate that the sect can help with. Maxim awkwardly smiled, trying to shift the conversation. Hearing Maxim's response, Daryl sneered inwardly. He had been guarding the mountain gate for many years, but the sect hadn't paid much attention to him unless demonic forces invaded. Otherwise, everything was considered trivial. Now hearing Maxim's words, he found it amusing. Grand Elder, you've seen the state of my place. There's nothing you need to help me with. Daryl laughed, waving his hand, intending to return to his own affairs. He knew Maxim came to ask him questions, but Daryl had no intention of chatting aimlessly. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Daryl, can't an old man come and see you? Maxim pretended to be angry but was inwardly anxious, walking closer leisurely. Daryl, I come representing the elders. Maxim forced a smile and continued, recently, Aldo and Jeffrey have been frequently visiting you. The sect has already noticed this. I'm here to ask what you think about this matter. What do I think? I just sit here and watch. What else can I do? Daryl sat on his recliner, deadpan, while Maxim nearly fainted with frustration. Chapter 33. Senior, I bow to you. This guy truly has a way with words that can shock and amuse. Maxim had been repeatedly frustrated by Daryl's antics in the past. Now, he was utterly speechless when it came to this young jade. Indeed, this sharp tongue must be an act on purpose. Cough, Daryl. You know I'm not asking about these things, Maxim snorted, then continued. I believe you know some details of the Sect competition. With Parker and Jeffrey's abilities, it would take years of hard work to achieve such results. This time, they ranked among the top 10 in the Sect's grand competition. Few people in the outer Sect can achieve this. If you say these achievements have nothing to do with you, do you think the Sect leader will believe it? When Maxim spoke, he already guessed that Daryl wouldn't admit it. Therefore, he directly blocked all possible defenses Daryl might use, eager to see how Daryl would explain it. Elder's meaning is that these guys all received my guidance, thus improving their cultivation. Don't you think that's a bit too outrageous? I'm just a gatekeeper who waters flowers and tends to grass in my spare time. If you find anything amiss, here are some flowers and grass. Feel free to take them back, Daryl said seriously. Upon hearing this, Maxim glanced at Daryl's medicinal garden, his heart racing. Heaven, this is no ordinary medicinal garden. It's practically a fairy grass garden. What they themselves grow in their courtyards are merely plants with spiritual chi. But Daryl is cultivating fairy grasses and spirit plants. It seems he really is the person from the prophecy, Maxim thought. I dare not offend him, or I'll be in trouble. Maxim smiled obsequiously. Daryl, this is for our sect's benefit. As you know, the upcoming Taoist debate conference is crucial. Our sect hopes to achieve good results. These past few years, our performance has been poor, always placing last. But seeing Parker and Jeffrey strengthen under your guidance, we wonder if you could train a few more. After all, if even Parker and Jeffrey improved here, others in the sect could as well. More Brandon sect disciples receiving guidance here could significantly help in the upcoming conference. Oh, so simple? I thought you were spying on me for something important. If not for my skills, I might have been taught a lesson by the inner sect disciples. Maxim's face changed. Though he had a rough idea about Daryl's identity, he wasn't fully sure yet. Cough. It was a misunderstanding, Maxim coughed. It seemed that what Zack said wasn't a joke. Daryl indeed was powerful, having cultivated to unfathomable depths and easily detecting hidden presences. Could Daryl possibly be even stronger than him? The person from the prophecy had terrifying talent, unmatched throughout the entire cultivation world. And now everything fit perfectly with Daryl. Realizing this, Maxim took a deep breath. Daryl, naturally, I could have helped just now, but I was curious about your strength. If you were in danger, I wouldn't stand idly by. But the Taoist debate conference is very important for Brandon sect. As a member, shouldn't you contribute? Daryl didn't answer, but stood up to pour himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. Maxim, waiting for a reply, noticed the air around Daryl becoming richer with spiritual energy. He realized Daryl was drinking Dao Qingming tea, a rare cultivator beverage. Maxim's eyes roamed around the room. To him, the items in the room were treasures coveted by many cultivators. His doubts vanished completely. No wonder Daryl advanced so quickly. This place was like a mobile secret realm. Here, one could obtain various rare elixirs and treasures, including valuable scriptures and magical artifacts. Thinking about it, the Brandon sect had guarded such a massive treasure for years without realizing it. He felt a pang of regret. Finally, Daryl said calmly, Elder speaks truly, but my energy is limited, and I don't think I can provide much guidance. Senior, please. At this moment, Maxim's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, almost catching Daryl off guard. Was this old man's brain broken? Clearly hundreds of years older, now calling Daryl senior. He couldn't handle this teasing. Revised version. At this moment, Maxim's attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, almost catching Daryl off guard. Was this old man's brain fried? Despite being clearly several hundred years older, he was now addressing Daryl as senior. This was more than Daryl could handle. Note, I adjusted torment to teasing to better fit the context and flow in English, but it seems there might be a term that wasn't fully translated or contextualized properly. The term jurting typically implies causing trouble or going through unnecessary complications, so I revised it to fried, for a more natural English expression. If you prefer to keep a closer literal translation, teasing can be used, though it slightly changes the tone. What's going on, Elder? Are you confused? Now fully recognizing Daryl's identity, Maxim knew few in the cultivation world could match this level. Connecting the dots with the prophecy, Daryl's identity became clear. Rest assured, senior. Your matters will be kept as our greatest secret by the Brandon sect. No wonder after joining the Brandon sect, you refused to join any factions. It turns out you found our cultivation inadequate long ago. Embarrassedly, Maxim chuckled and scratched his head like a child. But now with the Taoist debate conference imminent, and considering your long stay here, I hope you can help us achieve success in the conference. Maxim's sincerity carried a pleading tone. Seeing Maxim bow so low, Daryl was taken aback but didn't mind helping. Keeping this secret is best. Otherwise, I'd never have peace. However, for this conference, I can give you a small hand. Whether it succeeds depends on your fate. He agreed? So easily? Hearing this, Maxim wondered if he was dreaming. Chapter 34. Elder, your body seems a bit frail. After confirming Daryl's identity, Maxim was already prepared for a lengthy negotiation. He understood that such an expert wouldn't lend a hand without thorough persuasion. Even offering some benefits wasn't off the table, but he feared Daryl would disdain what little he could offer. To his surprise, Daryl did not refuse as expected, but readily agreed. Predecessor, are you serious? Daryl nodded, feeling a bit uncomfortable. But since Maxim addressed him this way, there was no need to explain. These fellows wouldn't believe him anyway. I can help you with this debate assembly, but I cannot guarantee the outcome will be exactly what you want. Additionally, you must agree to my conditions to ensure that I am not affected within Feather Spirit Sect. No problem, as long as Predecessor is willing to give guidance. I believe they, even with their stubborn minds, will make rapid progress. As for Predecessor's other demands, our Feather Spirit Sect will do everything to meet all your needs, Maxim smiled and said. Inwardly, he was confident in Daryl. Kidding aside, if Parker, with his strength and talent, could see great improvement, How could these outstanding geniuses from all sides participating in the debate assembly be weak? Alright, since the chief elder has no objections, let me lay out my terms. First, you must ensure everything here remains secret and never be disclosed to anyone. This does not require consultation with the sect master. I can promise you myself. Second, I indeed can help teach some disciples cultivation, but my personal energy limits me to training only a few select outstanding ones. Specifics of the training schedule, location, and methods will be decided by me alone, with no interference from Feather Spirit Sect. Maxim nodded and readily agreed. He thought Daryl would add more demands, but after stating these, Daryl seemed satisfied and waved him off. This left Maxim standing stunned, originally expecting Daryl to demand many benefits. Surprisingly, Daryl didn't care much about those things, leading Maxim to admire him deeply. What was a true master? This was a true master indeed. Is there anything else you require, predecessor? Please don't hesitate to ask. We won't fail you. Oh, I'm fine here, nothing special required. I just hope you keep my secret safe, and don't send too many disciples over. Daryl said casually, which shocked Maxim internally. Disregarding material possessions indicated Daryl likely had better treasures, and had no interest in trifles. Realizing this, even Maxim blushed. Daryl, noticing Maxim's hesitation and blush, quickly stood back. Did this old man have any peculiar tastes? What's going on? I'm self-disciplined and have no unconventional preferences, Daryl declared sternly, almost ready to take action. Maxim realized Daryl misunderstood, and hurried to explain. Predecessor, please calm down. The matter isn't what you think. I also came for a personal request besides helping the sect. Maxim then took out the dragon root that Lori had taken earlier. That girl Lori took this from you. I used it privately and found it significantly improved dual cultivation with my fellow Taoist friend. So, I hope you could give us some more. Daryl was greatly surprised, not expecting Maxim, usually strict and stern, to show this side. I didn't expect the chief elder to be so frail in this aspect. But this thing was obtained accidentally earlier. There's none left at the moment, but I'll give you more once I have some. Daryl did not directly agree, having few left himself. That's fine, the current supply should suffice. If you get more later, don't forget me. And I hope you keep this between us, our secret. Maxim's flirtatious gaze sent chills down Daryl's spine. To avoid further nonsense, he hastily dismissed Maxim. After Maxim left, Daryl sighed in relief. He naturally hoped Feather Spirit Sect would top the debate assembly, which would speed up many disciples' cultivation. Most importantly, it ensured certain individuals bound to him did not fall behind. This was part of why he agreed to Maxim's request. Moreover, blocking might be worse than directing. Hiding his skills now would be futile. Let them speculate, but seeing Maxim's reaction, they clearly thought he was a hidden master. That was good enough to save him trouble, so Daryl did not elaborate. At this moment, several streaks of light approached. It was Parker and company. Recently, they had been coming daily to seek Daryl's guidance. But today, Daryl saw Steven. Days apart, Steven's complexion looked much better, her aura refined and no longer tainted by evil, indicating she had severed ties with Demon Heaven Sect completely. However, this was just the beginning for Steven. Her future remained unpredictable. Brother. Parker approached. I just saw someone rush away. It seemed like the chief elder? Nonsense. Why would the chief elder run down the mountain? Jeffrey scoffed. You're not wrong. It was the chief elder, Daryl revealed, explaining the situation. From now on, you three will likely have many companions. The trio exchanged looks, expressions peculiar, uncertain whether this was good or bad. Regardless, while time allowed, they aimed to benefit as much as possible. Chapter 35. Rebellious Disciple. Maxim immediately reported everything to the sect leader upon returning. Upon hearing this news, even the sect leader was very excited. For years, Brandon Ling's sect had always ranked at the bottom in the Doctrine Discussion Conference. This had once eroded their confidence. Now, with Daryl's appearance, they saw a glimmer of hope. If Daryl could rapidly improve disciples like Parker and Jeffrey, then having him train intersect disciples would certainly make them even stronger. Perhaps it wouldn't be impossible to win first place at the Doctrine Discussion Conference. Adalberto started selecting the top 5 intersect disciples as soon as he received the news. They were to be sent down the mountain for training under Daryl. The entire upper echelon now placed great trust in Daryl, especially after listening to Maxim's enthusiastic endorsements. Meanwhile, Parker and Jeffrey took this opportunity to catch up intensively on their studies. Aislinn also visited a few times, but not to address cultivation issues. Rather, she came to pass along messages. This time, the intersect disciples chosen by the sect included Aislinn, making it a total of 5 people. Among the remaining 4, Daryl had met one before, the masked man, Janus. This information was personally conveyed to Aislinn by Maxim. The remaining 3 would naturally pose more of a challenge. Though they were here for Daryl's training, the sect hadn't told them about his exceptional skills, expecting them to realize it on their own, or perhaps hoping they would give up early. If the sect simply ordered these young disciples to obey Daryl without any convincing reasons, they feared the disciples might refuse out of defiance. So, this plan was designed to allow Daryl to demonstrate his prowess, ensuring future cooperation. For Daryl, this too was a challenge. Under his careful tutelage, Parker and others had significantly improved, giving them confidence for the upcoming Doctrine Discussion Conference. Additionally, Daryl now understood why Brandon Ling Sect placed such emphasis on this event. Besides resource allocation rights, there was also a divine artifact that all cultivators were eager to possess. Only those who prevail will know what it truly is. That day, Daryl woke up early as usual, sitting on his small stool, idly tending to some plants. Parker arrived first, momentarily taken aback by Daryl's relaxed demeanor. With the Doctrine Discussion Conference approaching, everyone was tense except for Daryl, who seemed completely at ease. His behavior showed that he wasn't taking the conference seriously, a clear sign of his confidence. Elder brother. Parker greeted. Sit down. It's almost time, and the others should be arriving soon. Daryl replied with a smile. Next came Aislinn. Seeing Daryl, she approached cheerfully, Elder brother, what are you doing? She pointed at the medicinal herbs he collected, some of which even she couldn't identify. These are for the doctrine discussion conference, Daryl explained. The sect leader and elders wish me to help you enhance your strength. All these materials are needed to create potent elixirs. Hearing that Daryl would prepare elixirs for them, their expressions changed. They knew that Daryl's elixirs were far from ordinary. Who knows what the sect leader is thinking, sending us to train under someone guarding the gate? Indeed, it's laughable. We're inner sect disciples. Imagine if other sects find out we have to follow a gatekeeper's instructions. Someone whispered, I think the sect leader and great elder must have made a mistake. I suggest making a big fuss so more people know. It will resolve easily then. Daryl recognized this voice. It belonged to the masked man Janus. Interesting that he still wanted to cause trouble. Yes, just let everyone know our plight, and we'll see how the sect leader explains it. Aislinn, overhearing this, became angry and moved to confront them but was stopped by Daryl. Why the rush? Let them talk. Daryl smiled, not bothered at all unlike Aislinn. Soon, 4 people entered. They looked at Daryl with disdain. Aislinn introduced them. This is 2nd Elder's disciple Alan, 3rd Elder's disciple Hank, 4th Elder's disciple, Ayush, 5th Elder's disciple, Nigel. After introductions, their gazes remained condescending. Here they are, elder brother, Daryl nodded, focusing extra on Ayush. This was the masked man he dealt with earlier. Despite the arrogance, he didn't lack grace. However, his outward politeness contrasted sharply with his true nature, exactly the type Daryl detested most. Parker, bring out the pills and distribute them, 1 per person. Yes, elder brother. Parker rushed into the wooden house, visibly excited. The others, including Bredishang, looked forward eagerly, knowing the potency of Daryl's elixirs. Eating pills right away? Shouldn't you ask our cultivation levels first? The fellow seems unprofessional. Eating these might ruin our cultivation, Alan frowned. Hank and others nodded in agreement. We can pretend to eat them, Ayush whispered. Just then, Parker emerged with a box of pills. Without hesitation, Parker swallowed one, and the pill dissolved instantly. The surrounding spiritual energy enveloped them like gentle hands caressing their faces. Chapter 36, Learn if you want to. Nigel furrowed his brows. What is this thing? It's so black. Can we eat it? Yeah, we came here to enhance our strength. Why are you randomly giving us something to eat right away? Alan and others chimed in with dissatisfaction. Seeing their discontent expressions, Daryl merely let out a faint snort. I know you want to become stronger, but I hope you can recognize your current situation at this moment. If you wish to grow stronger under my guidance, then you must follow all my arrangements. We naturally want to be stronger, but we also need to ensure if you qualify for guiding us. A single issue with these pills you've concocted could affect our future, Alan retorted with a cold laugh, clearly unwilling to listen. At this point, Aislinn spoke loudly. You should understand that the sect leader assigned you here, not to hear nonsense from you. If you're unwilling to accept it, why did you even come here? Hank sneered. Who knew this guy would be so unprofessional? The first thing we do here is take his pill. If anything goes wrong, will you be able to take responsibility? For a moment, both sides remained obstinate. Daryl watched them calmly, showing no emotional fluctuations. He had anticipated that these people wouldn't listen. Do you think I don't know if there's any problem with this pill? Aislinn laughed coldly, and then ate the pill in front of them. If even I can do it, what gives you the right not to? All matters have been explained clearly. If you truly want to grow stronger here, you must follow senior brother's every arrangement. Aislinn was indignant. These people were not here to seek knowledge, but to deliberately provoke Daryl. But even at this stage, Daryl didn't intend to deal with them harshly. Humph, you're all the same. I won't easily trust you. Alan scoffed. Ayush stood watching silently. Then Daryl suddenly said, since you think I lack the capability, you can leave now. This left Alan and the others stunned. Didn't they say they were called here to improve their strength? Why would Daryl give up on them so easily? Exactly, if you aren't willing, just quit then. Jeffrey sneered from the side. You're just a gatekeeper, what are you showing off about? Do you really think we're willing to seek your teachings? We don't even know your true level. How dare you guide us? Are you worthy? Hank mocked upon seeing Daryl give up so easily. Nigel added, I think some people realize they lack the ability and chose to quit. They're afraid of exposing themselves. A bunch of fools. At this moment, an external male voice rang out as Alan and others were making claims. Jet strode in with visible disappointment, looking at those 2 individuals. Jet. Alan and others widened their eyes, surprised to see the Jet here. Parker and company were also taken aback. Why did the Jet join them? Jet gave Alan and company a disdainful glance. This opportunity was hard fought by Grand Elder and the sect leader for you, and you don't cherish it. Grand Elder, what's so great about this kid? Just a guard down the mountain. Hank pointed at the herbs on the table. Look, we don't even recognize these things. What if we ingest something harmful? Jet ignored their protests, only turning to Daryl, truly sorry. These idiots probably don't have the good fortune. Fortunately, I was prepared. During the sect competition, I saw that these few would go nowhere. Daryl shook his head, scoffing at the young men before him. This left the young men utterly stupefied. Initially, they had looked down on Daryl, never expecting that Daryl would now treat them like worthless entities. Brat, what are you pretending for? Even if you entered the sect a few days earlier than us, you're just a waste who abandoned cultivation. What right do you have to teach us? Right, we're inner disciples too. What makes you qualified? They protested. Then several young men, both from the inner and outer sects, followed behind Jet. These were the ones Daryl had already chosen. Though they lacked the natural talent of Alan and company, Daryl found them sufficient. Besides, for Daryl, it wasn't a difficult task. Just a Dao discussion conference, nothing too serious. Even without Alan and the others, Daryl could still train stronger warriors. Seeing these new recruits, Alan and company were dumbstruck. They thought Daryl lacked the courage to teach them, but it turned out Daryl had decided to give up on them from the start, possibly foreseeing their arrogance. Are these the ones? Jet asked. Yes, they will do, Daryl smiled. Jet, please inform the sect leader that these children and I have no fate to share, Daryl added before leading the newly arrived youths away. Ayush watched Daryl leave, realizing he might have made a mistake. Who was Jet? Yet, he was being polite to Daryl, far beyond their expectations. These fools, the pill you refused was a high-grade bone-washing pill, rare throughout the entire Feather Spirit sect. Jet harumphed, disappointed yet understanding their incapability. If he had apprentices, he wouldn't have let these guys have a chance. Alan panicked, realizing the lost opportunity. Ayush, it's all your fault. If you hadn't ranted, we wouldn't be in this mess. That's right, calling each other trash. While senior brother used such precious pills to help us, you've ruined everything. Ayush regretted deeply, hearing the complaints, hastily defending. You blame me? Didn't you feel the same? Translation maintained the original tone and style while ensuring coherence with previous content. Paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original text. ####Chapter 37. Regret? Too late. Enough. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Follow me, and I will personally discuss this matter with the sect leader. Jet huffed impatiently. But now, Alan and his group were unwilling to leave. Alan stormed into the courtyard. The first thing he saw was Daryl's medicinal garden. Although Alan was dim-witted, he still had some sense of judgment. Upon seeing the herbs planted there, he immediately realized they had been truly deceived. Daryl was indeed an extraordinary person. What are you doing? Just as Alan tried to rush in, he found himself being held back by Jeffrey, who looked at him mockingly. Move aside. I need to speak with senior brother. Don't stop me. Oh, how aggressive. Jeffrey chuckled. You all decided to leave earlier, and senior brother gave you a chance. You chose not to recognize it, so you can't go through now. Seeing Jeffrey's contemptuous expression, Alan shouted loudly, Senior brother, please see us one more time. Yes, senior brother. Several others shouted loudly as well. Ayush even groveled, saying, Senior brother, we couldn't recognize your greatness earlier. Please forgive our rudeness. Daryl naturally heard their voices and sneered inwardly. They had acted recklessly just moments ago, disregarding his authority. Now they were here seeking his forgiveness. What a joke. I already said that someone like you has no reason to stay here anymore. You should leave. Daryl's voice came out coolly. Nigel cursed. Ayush, look at what you've done. You've ruined our great opportunity. Seeing they couldn't get in, Nigel also grew anxious. Soon enough, they started fighting among themselves. Jet stood nearby watching them, shaking his head. What a disgrace. Before long, they were all bruised and battered. Despite their pitiful state, Daryl showed no intention of dealing with them. It seemed they had lost any chance. Realizing this, they slowly got up. What do we do now? Alan clenched his fists. If senior brother won't teach us, we'll find other ways. Besides, what use is training those worthless fellows? Only we are the true chosen ones. With that, they prepared to leave, planning to return later and seek Daryl's guidance. Meanwhile, Daryl watched the four people in front of him and said calmly, Did you all see what happened just now? Yes, senior brother. If you have any doubts about me, you can leave now, Daryl said calmly, following me. I guarantee your strength will rapidly improve, and you will become powerful figures in the future. But if you think I lack the qualifications, you can leave now. Although their talents were average, these four understood that Daryl was no ordinary person. Senior brother, we wish to learn from you. That's right. We'll listen obediently. Please teach us. They all bowed reverently. Daryl was pleased and then gave each of them a cleansing marrow pill. With the system's confirmation, 4 more targets were bound. Though not the most talented in the Brandon Ling sect, the individuals selected by Jet were rich in combat experience and the most diligent. Daryl wasn't concerned about their lack of talent, but feared they lacked perseverance. Even someone like Aldo Lai, while not particularly gifted, never slacked off in cultivation and always sought ways to enhance his power. For this reason, Daryl was willing to help him. The same applied to the 4 men before him now. Of the 4, Jamar had the best talent, while Bear was the most resilient. Reese and Ingram might be slightly inferior in various aspects, but were very experienced in combat and equally diligent. Surprisingly, despite expecting some initial shyness or self-doubt, the 4 bonded quickly with Aldo Lai and the others, blending in within moments. Daryl was delighted by this development. Thus, their cultivation would progress much faster. He felt confident things would proceed smoothly. Daryl began teaching them square dancing while lying down and watching. Aldo Lai and the others had no issues, diligently practicing. But Reese asked quietly, Is this okay? It seems senior brother doesn't plan on guiding us directly. Ingram snorted, Enough chatter. Just follow what senior brother wants. Don't overthink this. It has nothing to do with us. Watching the 4 earnestly train, Daryl hummed happily, feeling exceptionally content. Jet returned to the sect with the others, dismissed them, and went straight to Adalberto. Sixth brother, what's wrong? Sect leader, according to your instructions, I picked those inner disciples, but alas, they didn't live up to expectations. Jet sighed and shook his head. These guys refused to learn from Daryl and were rude. So Daryl expelled them. How will this affect the upcoming debate conference? Maxim stood up, but wasn't worried since Aislinn was already closely tied to Daryl. Daryl found other candidate disciples, handpicked by him. He likely has a plan. Jet smiled awkwardly. I think we don't need to worry about the conference anymore. Adalberto frowned, unsure how to handle the situation. Do you trust Daryl's picks? He was still somewhat concerned, as this selection was crucial. With Daryl's current abilities, resolving these matters is no problem. Jet was confident. While his choices may not be top-notch, he must be very sure of himself. Hearing Jet's affirmation, Adalberto breathed a sigh of relief. This is unavoidable. Since these young men missed their chance, it cannot be helped. Let's hope Daryl can train disciples to our satisfaction, Adalberto mused. Though he had some confidence in Daryl, achieving this wasn't easy. He could only hope everything would go smoothly. Chapter 38. The Wonders of Square Dancing. Now what? Are we just going to give up like this? Alan glanced at the few people beside him. Before this, they all believed that Daryl was nothing but a waste. But now they all regretted it. Had they known Daryl's identity was so special, and that he had such a critical role within the Brandon Ling sect, they should have listened to the sect master earlier. They were the most talented individuals in the Brandon Ling sect, and the sect had high hopes for them. But now all their hopes were completely shattered. Ayush, worried that these few would continue to trouble him, said, "That guy is nothing but a quitter who gave up on cultivation. He has guarded the mountain gate for years with no news. Do you really think he can make us stronger? Even if we gain something from him, it's all due to our own efforts." The group looked at each other, nodding in agreement. "That's right. If this guy refuses to guide us, then we'll show him how much we've progressed through our own efforts," Nigel added. "I want to see what skills he has, and if he can turn a bunch of nobodies into top-notch disciples within such a short time." As dusk fell, the training continued. Throughout the process, Daryl consistently had Parker's group engage in square dancing. Initially, Reese and the others did not consider Daryl's method normal, even thinking that he must be joking. But as time passed, they began to realize that they might have misjudged Daryl. While dancing, not only did their cultivation speed increase, but it also put some strain on their bodies. Therefore, if they wanted to continue dancing, it was essentially constant training for their physical endurance. Brandon Ling's sect's cultivation methods were quite different from those of other places, so its members generally had relatively poor physical fitness. But during the dance sessions, they found their physical strength improving faster than before. This convinced the four people. Seeing Jeffrey and Parker so focused made them understand that this was a rare opportunity they needed to seize. Time flew by, and Daryl could sense the progress of the few. Seeing how exhausted they were, Daryl had them stop and go back early to rest. On the way back, Bear and Reese still felt somewhat unsatisfied. "Should we just leave like this? Shouldn't Senior Brother provide more guidance?" "Yeah, although we gained some strength today, I feel like if it's specialized training, shouldn't there be other options?" Ingram asked curiously on the side, curious about Daryl's teaching method. After all, throughout the process, Daryl lay beside them as if it had nothing to do with him. Parker and Jeffrey, who already knew all of this, simply smiled casually. "You don't need to think too much. Whatever Senior Brother says, just follow it." Steven added with a smile. "Although Chris mentioned we used muscle washing pills, their effects can vary." Parker nodded in agreement. Daryl watched as they left, his lips curling slightly into a smile. Chris had told others that Daryl used muscle washing pills. It was true, but the muscle washing pills Daryl refined were very different from others. Their effects were not fully absorbed after 1 or 2 sessions. Once the group returned to rest, the potency of the pills would come into play again. Over the next few days, Daryl trained them in this manner, and they cooperated fully. For Daryl, increasing their strength was not a difficult task. However, not everyone in the Brandon Ling sect supported Daryl's training of these disciples for the Enlightenment Conference. Especially when Daryl dismissed the disciples of several elders, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among the other elders. They took the matter to Adalberto, hoping he would uphold justice for them. But Adalberto could do little. If Daryl truly was the prophesied person, they needed to listen to and obey this young man. At this point, Maxim quickly proposed a simple solution. Both sides would train their candidates for the Enlightenment Conference, and ultimately, whoever trained the strongest disciple would represent the Brandon Ling sect. Though reluctant, the elders had to agree. After all, they couldn't simply abandon Daryl. Upon learning this news, everyone thought Daryl would be nervous. However, Daryl showed no emotional fluctuation. To him, these matters seemed insignificant, and his training continued as usual. At first, Bear, Reese, and others were still somewhat anxious. Even Jamar wasn't sure what would happen next. But they had seen Daryl's abilities and his influence within the Brandon Ling sect, so they complied obediently. As time passed, they soon realized their strength was skyrocketing. Especially with Daryl's combination of square dancing and elixirs, their cultivation speed increased dramatically, rivaling those so-called geniuses. Not to mention Parker and Jeffrey, who had started learning from Daryl earlier, whose strength and cultivation grew even faster. Among these few, Aislinn stood out uniquely. She was naturally gifted and well-versed, making guiding her a bit challenging for Daryl. Thus, it was already over a month since the announcement by the sect master. It was almost time for the evaluation. The disciples trained by the elders versus those trained by Daryl. Who would be stronger? This matter had been widely known by Brandon Ling sect's disciples for the past half-month. However, many didn't believe that a waste from the mountain gate could lead a group of nobodies to an upset victory. Thus, many believed Daryl would lose. At the Brandon Ling sect's arena, Adalberto watched the bustling audience seats, smiling with slight worry. "Where is the jet? He always sets up his stall on important days like this." Maxim pointed to a distant booth, smiling. Chapter 39. The Elder and Daryl. Looking at the distant stall, Adalberto was speechless. This guy, even at this moment, he's still trying every possible way to get spirit stones. Do you think Daryl can really help these few people enhance their realms? "I don't need to worry about Isaiah and Aislinn and others, but Bear and Reese probably have no chance of being promoted," Adalberto said gravely. After witnessing the advancements of Isaiah, Jeffrey, and others, he was indeed surprised. Especially Steven, who used to be like a nobody, but, under Daryl's guidance, his strength grew rapidly and became one of the rare geniuses within the inner sect. All these were Daryl's accomplishments, and they acknowledged it. But this time, the elders also spared no effort in grooming these disciples. Undeniably, this competition had become a resource showdown. The elders put in considerable effort to vent their frustration and prove that they could surpass the gatekeeper. Seeing Adalberto with such a heavy expression, Maxim merely smiled casually. The sect leader is overcomplicating things. In my opinion, even though the elders sacrificed a lot for victory in this competition, they still won't be able to match Daryl even if they pour all their resources into it. Maxim spoke confidently, having seen the treasures in Daryl's medicinal garden. If it came down to resources, not just in the Brandonling sect but across the entire cultivation world, it would be hard to find many who could match Daryl. At the training ground, when Alan and the others stepped onto the stage, they all looked smug. They were confident in the competition, believing no one could defeat them. Regret might have lingered after losing Daryl's guidance initially, but the rapid enhancement brought by the elders' resources boosted their confidence. Now they were fully prepared for the competition. As they went on stage, a group of junior sisters watched and asked, "Seniors, are you confident this time?" Ayush struck a pose. "Don't mention confidence. We cannot lose this time." Upon hearing Ayush's response, everyone cheered loudly. Ayush, Alan. Their names echoed throughout the arena, showing that the elders team had garnered support from most of the sect members, including a group of outer sect disciples who chose to support the elders after receiving some benefits. Inner sect disciples were particularly disdainful towards Daryl's team. They didn't believe a gatekeeper could train elite cultivators. "That's dog eyes looking lowly at us," Isaiah grumbled. He had heard Ayush's words just now. If not for so many spectators, he would have rushed up and torn the guy's mouth apart. Daryl gently patted Isaiah's shoulder. "Isn't this your best chance to prove yourselves? Everyone looks down on you. But you must have faith in yourselves." As he spoke, Daryl pointed to the distance. "Look, there's a stall over there. Go and place bets on each other. Rest assured, no matter what means they use, they won't win against you." Far away, Fedor saw Daryl's gaze and felt a chill down his spine. Trying to escape turned futile as Daryl's team walked onto the stage unhurriedly and was immediately mocked by Ayush and the others. "If you think you can't win, it's not too late to concede now. Once the fight starts, we won't let you escape easily." Nigel added, "Exactly. You'll be beaten to the ground before you even beg for mercy. Don't brag so much. Prove yourself on the stage. I hope you don't regret saying that." Even the usually kind-hearted Aislinn was annoyed hearing this. Despite being in the same sect, these people showed no mercy in ridiculing them. "Aislinn, you and Steven are inner sect disciples, yet you're willing to degrade yourselves by joining these trash. What a disgrace." Seeing the teams argue further, the referee hurriedly signaled the start of the competition. After sending the participants on stage, Daryl turned to leave. Suddenly, an elder appeared before him. "You're Daryl." Daryl slowly raised his head to see the second elder, whom he knew had often ridiculed him when he abandoned cultivation. "To meet you like this," he mused. "Elder, why stop me here? Is there something you want to say?" "The competition hasn't started yet, but you're already leaving. Don't tell me you think you've lost?" The second elder sneered. "I've said years ago, once you give up cultivation, there's no turning back. Now you dare harm our disciples." Luckily, Ayush and the others weren't fooled. "Oh right. Daryl nodded, preparing to leave without arguing. The second elder thought Daryl would lash out in anger, but unexpectedly, Daryl paid no attention. "They say you're a hidden senior, but I don't believe it. Whatever games you played before, I'll expose you. Today, those trash will definitely lose." Daryl shook his head. "I'm only leaving because I know they'll win. If you have any questions, wait and see." Saying this, Daryl decided not to leave. Meanwhile, the competition at the training ground began. First to step on stage were Jamar and Alan. Seeing his opponent was Jamar, Alan looked disappointed. "I hope to fight Aislinn, not you. A waste of space." Hashtag chapter 40, shocking the entire sect. Alan and Jamar had known each other for a long time, so in his eyes, Jamar posed no threat. However, Jamar did feel some apprehension toward Alan. If it weren't for Daryl's pep talk before the match, he might not have dared to make a move. Jamar remained silent as the referee announced the start of the match. "Since you, this worthless person, dare to stand on the platform to challenge me, then today I will defeat you once again." In the past, Alan had bullied Jamar many times, which was why he felt so confident about this fight. But just as Alan made his move, he was startled to find that Jamar had vanished from right in front of him at some point. How fast? When did it happen? He didn't notice at all. Before Alan could figure out what was going on, he felt a sharp pain in his back. There, Jamar appeared behind him and landed a punch on his back. Alan's eyes widened in disbelief as his body flew off the platform like a broken kite. The first battle ended so quickly, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. All the spectators watched in disbelief at Jamar standing victorious on the platform. That Jamar, who had always been bullied by Alan, had just effortlessly defeated him. "Impossible. I absolutely cannot lose. You must have done something to me." After getting up from the ground, Alan tried to continue the fight but was quickly dragged away by two enforcement officers of the sect. Even after the referee declared victory, the second elder was still dazed. Alan was someone he had carefully nurtured, someone he placed great confidence in. He had expected Alan to shine at the Tao Comprehension Conference this time. But unexpectedly, he couldn't even advance through the internal selection rounds. Moreover, if he had to lose, it shouldn't have been in such a disastrous manner. Just one encounter without any resistance. I wonder if the second elder is still as confident as before. As you can see, those who train lack far too much. That's why they lost this battle. Seeing the shocked expression of the second elder, Daryl sneered and walked away without another word, bypassing the elder with a casual stride. He knew the upcoming battles would be mostly the same. The gap between the two sides was too large. No matter how much effort the elders put into training these disciples and invested resources, they were no match for Parker and company. Sure enough, the subsequent battles went exactly as Daryl had predicted. Despite the caution shown by the remaining contestants, having learned from Alan's lesson, the disparity in strength was too significant. Under Daryl's training, everyone had already reached the heavenly Bretman realm. Such cultivation speed was already terrifying, especially for Reese and Ingram, who saw it as nothing short of a miracle. In contrast, while the disciples trained by the elders did show improvement, most changes were minimal. Lacking combat experience, their mistakes became even more fatal during fights. Thus, despite everyone cheering for the elders team, they were defeated in just a few dozen moves against Daryl's team. The best performer among them was Ayush, who managed to exchange a couple of blows with Aislinn. But that was only because Aislinn was testing out a move Daryl had taught him during the process. Headmaster, do you have anything else to say? Have you understood? This man is really strong. Maxim looked smug. He had anticipated this outcome. Incredible. Under his tutelage, even these less talented disciples have improved significantly, Adalberto remarked reflectively. If there had been any concerns about the upcoming Dao Comprehension Conference earlier, seeing the formidable combat power of Daryl's disciples reassured him. After this event, Daryl will undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the sect. After the competition, many people on the viewing platform searched for Daryl, but he had already returned to his wooden hut, anticipating this result. He set up an array around his hut to avoid being disturbed. Yet, despite this, someone still found his residence. Although they couldn't enter, they were willing to wait outside patiently. Among all the Feathered Spirit sect members, Alan and others probably felt the worst, feeling like they were nailed to a pillar of shame. Everyone who recalled today's match would laugh at them. Once, this opportunity was in their hands. They should have been the ones laughing on the platform, but because they underestimated Daryl, they gave up this golden chance. Now, watching Jamar and the others shining brightly within the Feathered Spirit sect, they could only envy them. Daryl stayed hidden in his wooden hut, afraid to come out easily until nightfall. This situation lasted for 2 full days until Adalberto personally visited. When Adalberto arrived at the foot of the mountain, he sighed. Many years ago, he had tried to guide Daryl, hoping he would return to the path and cultivate with him. Back then, he even wanted to take Daryl as a closed-door disciple. But despite such generous treatment, Daryl still firmly refused. For him, guarding the gate and becoming a carefree retiree was his lifelong dream. Even Adalberto hadn't imagined that when he stood here again, Daryl would have transformed into a significant figure they couldn't ignore. Adalberto knocked on the door. Then, the door of the small courtyard opened directly. Daryl stood in the middle of the yard. Seeing Adalberto there, he was taken aback for a moment. Headmaster, why are you here? Given the commotion you caused in our Feathered Spirit sect, it wouldn't be fitting if I didn't visit you personally. And my main purpose for coming is regarding the upcoming Dao Comprehension Conference. Adalberto did not hide his intentions. He came here to discuss future matters with Daryl. Each sect needed to send 8 people to participate together. With Daryl's current team being stronger, they would represent the Feathered Spirit sect. Before this, they needed to choose someone to protect the 8 disciples during the journey. Originally, Adalberto intended to select Ignatius from the elders. But after witnessing Daryl's abilities, he believed that Daryl was the most suitable choice. Chapter 41. Olive Branch. Adalberto knew that what he had seen might only be the tip of the iceberg when it came to Daryl. This person was far more formidable than he had imagined. At first, he didn't think Daryl was anything special. However, after witnessing so many changes, his doubts about Daryl had dissipated. He understood that this young man, while appearing ordinary, might indeed possess profound wisdom hidden beneath the surface. Are you asking me to lead these children to participate in this Dao debate conference? I believe the sect leader understands why, over the years, I have chosen to stay at the foot of the mountain as a gatekeeper. I am by nature indifferent to fame and wealth. What I love most is simply watering flowers and living a carefree life, uninterested in the conflicts of the cultivation world. Daryl continued tending to his plants, as if the sect leader wasn't there at all. His demeanor only reinforced Adalberto's belief in his choice. Senior, from what you say, it seems that at your current cultivation level, further progress doesn't come from diligent practice alone. When Daryl chose to refuse, Adalberto felt a pang of helplessness. It seemed things were just like they were back then. Convincing this stubborn mule would not be easy given his own capabilities. Thankfully, he had braced himself for rejection. So, if Senior agrees to lead us, we are willing to offer certain benefits. At this point, Adalberto looked at Daryl with a smile. Senior should know that the rewards for this Dao debate conference are different from before. It's said that the organizers have gone all out this time, offering a divine artifact. Although we don't yet know the specific use of this divine artifact, if Senior agrees to go, our Brandon Ling sect is willing to entrust it to you for safekeeping. Admittedly, Daryl hadn't initially planned to agree. Leading such an arduous mission, despite having the capability, would involve taking care of numerous matters along the way. Moreover, participating in the Dao debate conference meant facing various factions, and given Brandon Ling sect's poor track record, they would likely be disdained by others. This clashed with Daryl's preference for a low-profile lifestyle. But upon hearing Adalberto's offer to entrust him with the divine artifact, Daryl couldn't help but feel intrigued. Even with the system's assistance, obtaining heavenly treasures was effortless for him. Yet, a divine artifact was clearly of a higher order, arousing even Daryl's interest. Adalberto, observing Daryl's expression, felt excited. He had been worried Daryl would sternly reject him, but now it seemed Daryl was genuinely interested. Striking where it hurts, Daryl's possession of rare resources made him unique even in the cultivation world. But a divine artifact was rarer still. No matter how strong Daryl was, he could not ignore its allure. This was Adalberto's final ace. As long as the divine artifact stayed within the Brandon Ling sect, who eventually possessed it wasn't as important. Sect leader truly is amusing. To make me lead these children to the Dao debate conference, you're willing to give up such a precious divine artifact? Upon hearing Adalberto's words, Daryl found it hard to believe. A divine artifact was crucial for the entire cultivation world. Although he didn't understand why the Dao debate conference would offer such valuable resources, it was clear this conference would be unprecedentedly stringent. Adalberto handing over the artifact so easily was indeed suspicious. Initially, I intended to attend personally, but recent events demand my attention elsewhere. Therefore, I must rely on Senior. Despite finding it strange, since Adalberto had already said so much, Daryl saw no reason to refuse. Since sect leader has spoken, I will reluctantly agree. Daryl knew there was something fishy about this Dao debate conference. However, for the sake of the divine artifact, he didn't want to dwell too much on it. Besides, while others might struggle with this task, Daryl was confident in his abilities. He understood their tactics well enough to remain unbothered by potential issues. Thank you, Senior. Adalberto then toured the courtyard with Daryl, surprised by the rare medicinal herbs growing there. He now understood why Daryl was reluctant to leave. He promised to tend to the garden in Daryl's absence. Days later, Daryl began preparing Aldo Lai and others for departure. The Dao Debate Conference was hosted by the largest sect in the cultivation world, the Penglai Immortal Sect, quite a distance from Brandonling Sect, ensuring a troublesome journey. Despite opposition within the sect, Adalberto ensured a send-off for Daryl. At this moment, the system voice sounded in his ear. Ding. Detected host stepping outside comfort zone. Reward, retired cloudboat. A mode of transportation? Daryl had been contemplating how to leave and who to guide them. Fortunately, the system had promptly provided a solution. He felt satisfied. Brandonling Sect remained unaware of what was to come. Adalberto was preparing travel gear for Daryl's group. Senior, the journey is long, and we can only provide a small travel tool, which may be slower but prioritizes safety. Adalberto chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 42. The Grand Cloud Boat. Daryl stared at the giant sword floating before him. Wouldn't it be exhausting to travel using this sword? Grandmaster, 9 of us standing on just one sword. Isn't that? Him. Maxim beside him coughed dryly. Senior, this can't be helped. As you know, nowadays various resources in the cultivation world have to be snatched with skill. But our Brandonling sect doesn't possess particularly formidable abilities. We've always been at the bottom among sections. So now, we can only use this sword as a travel talisman. Don't underestimate it. This massive sword still serves a purpose. Seeing their embarrassed expressions, Daryl sighed helplessly. If we are to take the lead, then we definitely can't let our disciples suffer. As Daryl spoke, he flicked his sleeves. Immediately, everyone felt the sky darken. Enemy attack. Other elders shouted loudly and instantly assumed combat stances. The disciples within the sect looked up tensely, clearly afraid. Above their heads, a colossal cloud boat had appeared without them noticing, covering the sky and enveloping everything around. How could this happen? Adalberto also frowned, unsure why enemies would launch an attack at this critical moment. Most terrifying was that they hadn't detected anything beforehand. Disciples of Brandonling Sect, get ready. Several elders led the disciples into formation. Even Adalberto looked solemn. I wonder who has come here. What is your intention, sir? Seeing their alarmed reactions, Daryl scratched his nose awkwardly. He hadn't expected such a small cloud boat to cause such a big commotion. Especially seeing Adalberto's serious face, it was clear he really believed the cloud boat was an enemy. After all, even Daryl hadn't anticipated how enormous this cloud boat was. Grandmaster, don't worry, this cloud boat, it's mine. Daryl explained awkwardly. Seeing the giant sword earlier, Daryl finally understood why Adalberto wanted him to accompany them. Firstly, because this site was too shabby. Going to Penglai Immortal Sect would invite ridicule. Secondly, as team leader, he wouldn't be spared from targeting, and in Adalberto's view, Daryl was currently the strongest in the entire sect. Impossible. Such a huge cloud boat is extremely rare even in the cultivation world. We've only heard that ancient families in the distant east possess cloud boats of this scale. Elder 3 shook his head in denial. Grandmaster, to avoid us being at a disadvantage, please order the attack now, otherwise, once the other side acts, it will be too late. Several elders agreed. In the next moment, they saw Daryl wave his hand, and the massive cloud boat slowly descended from the sky. A staircase appeared out of nowhere, extending directly to Daryl's feet. Then everyone saw Daryl walk solemnly onto the cloud boat, grinning mischievously at the astounded Adalberto. Grandmaster, if possible, maybe we should send more people this time? Adalberto swallowed hard, not expecting this. Daryl actually owned such a grand cloud boat? To them, Daryl's identity became even harder to fathom. Those following Daryl went from feeling helpless to excited. Parker didn't hesitate, dashing onto the cloud boat first. He looked around curiously like a child. My goodness, this is even more impressive than the cloud boats I've heard about. Is everything here automatically sensing? Parker was thoroughly amazed. Others were equally shocked. At Daryl's invitation, Adalberto cautiously climbed aboard the cloud boat, like Fedor Lau Lau entering the Grandview Garden. It was his first time seeing such a large cloud boat. He was curious about everything. Looking around carefully, he was wary not to damage it. Grandmaster, you insisted I come over probably because our previous method of appearance was too humble, so the elders refused. Daryl smiled, asking gently. Adalberto was embarrassed. What could they do? After all, they had been tailenders for millennia. Though better than some minor sects, they had no advantages among major sects, hence the ridicule. Since Senior has realized it, I won't explain further. But this time, Senior's cloud boat will definitely steal the show. Daryl chuckled. In that case, Grandmaster, please arrange for more people. Just as Adalberto was about to speak, Elder 2 interjected, Grandmaster, I volunteer to go to Penglai Immortal Sect and bring glory to Brandonling Sect. Grandmaster, me too. Several elders volunteered eagerly. At this moment, Daryl said, Cleveland Chris, if you don't mind, come along. As for others, let's skip them. Why not? Thank you, Senior. Cleveland bowed, stepping aboard the cloud boat with satisfaction. Sixth Uncle also smiled, shaking his head and boarding the boat. Following this, Adalberto selected some outer and inner sect disciples to join them on the cloud boat. These years, during interactions with other sects, the Brandonling sect had always appeared quite shabby. But this time, due to Daryl, they could completely change their image. Believing this would sufficiently shock other sects. Even Adalberto couldn't help but smile, never expecting that inviting Daryl would bring such pleasant surprises. Had he known about the majestic cloud boat, they wouldn't have made such a spectacle previously. After selecting all members, the cloud boat started to operate smoothly. What's there to show off? Elder 2 muttered discontentedly. Most elders felt similarly. The most distressed were Alan and his group. This time, they They were supposed to be the confident ones, but due to underestimating others, they lost all hope. What agony! If they could relive it, they wouldn't make the same mistake. Unfortunately, they would never get a second chance. Chapter 43. Narrow paths often lead to enemies. The cloud boat began its journey. To Daryl's surprise, this time the cloud boat wasn't just equipped with more automated devices, but also combined modern technology with cultivation tech. This upgrade completely elevated the cloud boat experience to an unparalleled level. Even Maxim and Jet felt a profound sense of astonishment. They had seen many unexpected marvels, but without a doubt, Daryl's cloud boat had the most significant impact on them. In previous years, Brandon Ling's sect was always the laughingstock when facing other sections. But now, they were confident that this time they would be the stars among everyone. The route of the cloud boat could be preset for automatic navigation. Therefore, after arranging everything, Daryl spent his days sitting at the bow of the cloud boat, gazing into the distant cloud seas. During his leisure time, he would lead Parker and others in square dancing. At first, Maxim and Jet felt awkward and weren't willing to participate easily. However, as time passed, they gradually let down their guard and started leading a group of disciples in dance. Finding so many people at once accelerated Daryl's cultivation significantly. He had now reached the 6th level of the spirit concentration realm, not only within Brandon Ling's sect, but even in the entire cultivation world. Someone of Daryl's age reaching such heights was exceedingly rare. Ding, congratulations, host has achieved the Square Dance Leader achievement, led 50 people to learn square dancing. Reward, dance troupe uniforms. Dance troupe uniforms? Daryl couldn't wait to summon these colorful outfits and looked at the metallic sequins adorning them, feeling speechless. Indeed, it still carried the familiar flavor and ingredients. But there was no denying that these uniforms had a remarkably significant effect. Not only did they allow him to circulate his energy faster, but as the leader dancer, Daryl also gained double benefits. Thus, Daryl immediately distributed one set of uniforms to everyone. Initially, they resisted, but after being persuaded by Daryl, they truly felt the enormous effects the uniforms brought. Additionally, since they saw no outsiders on the cloud boat, they no longer hesitated. For the following period, Daryl would have Aislinn lead the nightly square dancing sessions for cultivation practice while he lay back watching the cloud sea. During their downtime, a group of disciples would ask Jet and Maxim for combat experience advice. Time flew by, and soon 2 weeks had passed. By now, they should be nearing Penglai Immortal Traces. So far, however, they hadn't encountered anyone traveling the same path. After being trained over this period, everyone on the boat now habitually danced at fixed times every day. Daryl's cultivation advanced once more, reaching the grand completion stage of the spirit concentration realm. Next was the breakthrough to the golden core realm. But this step wasn't something anyone could achieve easily. Daryl didn't force it. Knowing that breaking through was incredibly perilous, he wouldn't attempt it unless fully prepared. One day, as the cloud boat continued forward, a whistling sound came from the distance. Soon, an elder riding a gourd-like magical treasure appeared in sight. The elder sized up the gigantic cloud boat, thoroughly astonished by its size. Floyd, is there an Eastern clan participating in this discussion conference? A woman beside the elder asked quietly. Floyd shook his head. Impossible. If a clan were participating, how could we not know? It's likely one of the top-tier sections. I'll go check. With that, Floyd quickly approached the cloud boat. The first thing he saw was Daryl lying lazily at the bow. Floyd considered himself adept at judging people. At first glance, Daryl seemed anything but simple. Most importantly, despite Floyd's efforts, he couldn't discern Daryl's cultivation level, sensing only that this young man before him was unfathomably deep. Realizing this, Floyd bowed respectfully. Fellow Taoist. Daryl finally noticed Floyd and slowly stood up. Hello. Do you happen to be attending the discussion conference? Indeed. Floyd was momentarily stunned because Daryl wasn't wearing a uniform, leaving him unsure which sect Daryl represented. He knew about most sects participating in the conference. Especially on the way here, he had encountered many disciples from other sections. Now, the only ones unmet were the rumored 10,000 Sword Sect and Brandon Ling's sect. Fellow Taoist must be representing the 10,000 Sword Sect. No wonder they're our cultivation world's premier sect. Indeed impressive. Floyd said, almost groveling. On my way, I met many fellow Taoists, yet only the 10,000 Sword Sect and Brandon Ling's sect remain unseen. I imagine the trash from Brandon Ling's sect can't match the prestige of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Seeing Floyd's fawning demeanor, Daryl didn't wish to speak further. At that moment, Maxim and Jet walked out from the side. Floyd, you shameless old fool. You dare slander us here? Hearing this voice, Floyd's face turned from shock to bewilderment. He slowly turned around to look at Maxim and Jet. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be? Based on Brandon Ling's sect's strength, it was impossible for them to possess such a large cloud boat. What had happened? Jet strutted forward smugly. Floyd was known among the sects for switching allegiances depending on who was winning. In the past, he had mocked Brandon Ling's sect relentlessly. Now, due to Daryl, Brandon Ling's sect dominated other sects in every aspect. Floyd rubbed his eyes. Don't be foolish. What you see is the truth, Jet snorted. This is our Brandon Ling's sect's cloud boat for the discussion conference. Tell me, can your Britain sect boast the same? Britain sect was only slightly better than Brandon Ling's sect, possessing merely more travel magic treasures. They often ridiculed Brandon Ling's sect for only having one giant sword, limiting participants to 10 or fewer. Now that Maxim and company had the chance, they naturally took full advantage to mock him. Daryl didn't intervene, finding Floyd's grimacing face amusing. He didn't understand where Britain sect's confidence originated from. Chapter 44, Impressive Arrival. After being laughed at harshly, Floyd could only slink away in disgrace. He didn't dare to retort. However, he still felt indignant deep down. Even though the Brandon Ling sect had made a grand entrance this time, it couldn't make up for the gap between them and the major sects, and they would still be at the bottom of this discourse conference. After Floyd stormed off, the woman immediately came forward. Is it the Taoist friend from the 10,000 Sword Sect? It looks like they're the last ones here. Bullshit. I really don't know what kind of luck Brandon Ling Sect has had to obtain such a huge cloud boat. But in my view, they must have joined forces with other powerful clans to have such a grand entrance. These things are probably just borrowed, he said, his gaze turning sinister. Do you want to spread this news to others so they can prepare? This Brandon Ling Sect is likely different from before. The woman considered it a prudent move, but Floyd sneered and shook his head. He had already been mocked mercilessly. How could he let others off the hook? Moreover, he wanted everyone to develop hostility towards Brandon Ling Sect. We shouldn't care about these things. Pretend this never happened and tell our people not to spread rumors, or there will be consequences. The woman found it odd but still nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Maxim and Zack on the cloud boat were beaming. They hadn't expected a day when they could mock others. I didn't think mocking others could be so satisfying, especially Floyd. You should have seen his face turn black when I scolded him. Maxim laughed out loud. At this moment, Daryl spoke. Elders, according to the coordinates, we should arrive at Penglai Immortal Sect soon. Normally, with the cloud boat's speed, they would have arrived much earlier, but Daryl slowed down to enjoy the scenery, which caused them to fall behind other sects. Let's prepare well then. The discourse conference will have many attendees. As Daryl was talking with Maxim and others, he caught sight of a dark cloud flashing by in the distance. Tianma Sect. He knew this aura all too well. After previous dealings with Tianma Sect, he sensed something significant was happening. No wonder. Daryl finally understood Adalberto's actions. Brandon Ling Sect wanted to win the competition at all costs. But it wasn't just Brandon Ling Sect. Others also coveted the divine artifact, including the demon path. Although only Tianma Sect was visible, no one knew who else might appear. No wonder Adalberto went to great lengths to get Daryl involved. In his view, only Daryl could safeguard the divine artifact. Daryl immediately informed Maxim and Zack, urging them to be cautious. The discourse conference would involve more than just sect competition. They needed to watch out for the demon path. If even the Tianma Sect is involved, the demon races definitely won't miss this opportunity. It seems everything is as the sect leader predicted. This discourse conference involves facing other sects, demons, and beast races. Fortunately, we have our senior here, otherwise, we'd surely be defeated. Maxim took the opportunity to flatter. Zack rolled his eyes. I never knew you were so good at flattering. Bullshit, you wouldn't understand. Maxim scoffed. I admire our senior. Shouldn't someone of his caliber earn respect? They informed all disciples to be prepared. Despite the challenges ahead, they had brought elite members, ready to handle any situation. As for whether other sects at the discourse conference were prepared, they remained unknown. On the other side, all sects except Brandon Ling Sect had already gathered. The 10,000 Sword Sect representative, sitting first to the left, glanced at the Penglai Immortal Sect leader, Chan Mingyue, friend Mingyue. Perhaps next time we shouldn't invite Brandon Ling Sect anymore since they always come last. Chan Mingyue smiled faintly. Friend one, we both know Brandon Ling Sect is farthest from Penglai Immortal Sect, making their timely arrival challenging. Why not show some understanding? What difference does the distance make if they leave earlier? They obviously can't leave early, and they probably lack proper long-distance magical treasures, he snickered, causing the hall to erupt in laughter. Seeing the mockery of Brandon Ling Sect, Chan Mingyue frowned. Penglai Immortal Sect aimed to unite cultivators. Recently, she suspected a potential alliance between beast and demon races, hence organizing this conference for better ties among sects. But the outcome disappointed her. She wanted to defend Brandon Ling Sect but suddenly heard thunder rumbling overhead. A giant shadow covered the sky. Who dares interrupt our discourse conference? Asked one Brita from the 10,000 Sword Sect, sword in hand, ready to act. Suddenly, Maxim's voice rang from above. Everyone, please wait. We're late. We're late. Seeing the enormous cloud boat, those who had mocked Brandon Ling Sect moments ago were now speechless. Even when Brita looked embarrassed. Is that Brandon Ling Sect's cloud boat? He muttered in disbelief. It still couldn't make up for the gap between them and the major sections. They would still end up at the bottom of this discussion meeting. After Floyd returned angrily, the woman immediately came forward to greet him. Is it a fellow Taoist from the 10,000 Sword Sect? It looks like they're the last ones to arrive. Bullshit. Who knows what kind of dog's luck Brandon Ling Sect has had to get such an enormous cloud boat. But in my opinion, they must have collaborated with other noble clans to have such a grand appearance. These things are probably just borrowed from others, he said with a sinister look in his eyes. Do you want to tell the others this news so they can prepare themselves? This Brandon Ling Sect is likely different from before. The woman thought more prudently. But Floyd sneered and shook his head. After being laughed at, how could he let others escape unscathed? Moreover, he wanted everyone to be hostile towards Brandon Ling Sect. We don't need to care about these things. Act as if this never happened. Tell our people not to spread nonsense, or else I won't forgive them. The woman found it strange, but nodded in agreement. On the other side, Maxim and Lord Six on the cloud boat were both smiling. In previous years, only they were laughed at. Now, they never imagined that one day they would also harshly criticize others. Such a thing was indeed gratifying. I never thought ridiculing others could be so satisfying. You didn't see Floyd's face when I scolded him. It turned black. Maxim laughed out loud. At this moment, Daryl said, Elders, according to the address, we should soon arrive at Penglai Immortal Sect. Normally, the speed of the cloud boat would have brought them here earlier, but Daryl slowed down to enjoy the scenery, causing them to fall behind the other sects. If so, then we should prepare well. Many participants will attend this discussion meeting. As Daryl and Maxim were communicating, he glanced and saw a dark cloud flash by in the distance. Tianma Sect. This smell was very familiar to him. Having dealt with Tianma Sect previously, he instantly sensed that something unusual was happening. No wonder. Now Daryl finally understood Adalberto's previous actions. Brandon Ling Sect had done everything possible to win first place this time. But not only did Brandon Ling Sect want the divine object, others, too, had their eyes on it, including the demonic path. Although only Tianma sect was seen now, no one knew who else might appear later. No wonder Adalberto went to great lengths to make Daryl take action. In Adalberto's view, only Daryl could protect the divine object in Brandon sect. Daryl immediately informed Maxim and Lord Six to stay alert. It seemed this discussion meeting would not only involve competition among sects, but also required guarding against the demonic path. Since even Tianma sect has taken action, those demon races surely won't miss this opportunity. It seems all goes as predicted by the sect master. This discussion meeting isn't just about dealing with other sects, but also with the demonic path and demon races. Fortunately, we have a senior with us. Otherwise, we would definitely fail. Maxim took the opportunity to flatter. Lord Six gave him a glance. I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker before. Nonsense, do you understand? Maxim shot back, then added, I admire you. After all, shouldn't someone like senior receive respect? They told all disciples of Brandon sect to prepare well, knowing this wouldn't be simple. Fortunately, they had brought many elite disciples, so they could handle some trouble. As for whether other sects could prepare in advance, that was unknown to them. Meanwhile, representatives of various sects had already arrived at the discussion meeting, except for Brandon sect, which was still nowhere to be seen. A representative from the 10,000 Sword sect sat at the left first position, looking at the sect leader of Penglai Immortal sect, Valentina, fellow Taoist Mingyue. I think next time we shouldn't invite Brandon sect anymore. They always come the slowest. Valentina smiled. Fellow Taoist one, you know, Brandon sect is the farthest from Penglai Immortal sect, so it's hard for them to arrive on time. Why not empathize with each other since we are all part of the cultivation world? How far? Can't they just set out earlier? It's not feasible. They're not only late because they set out late, but mainly because they lack suitable traveling magical artifacts. At this point, everyone burst into laughter. Seeing everyone ridicule Brandon sect, Valentina looked displeased. Penglai Immortal sect aimed to unite all parties in the cultivation world. Lately, she had sensed some signs that the demon races might collaborate with the demonic path. Thus, she organized this discussion meeting hoping to foster better relations and cooperation among sects. She never expected it to turn out this way. Watching everyone laugh at Brandon sect, she wanted to explain, but just then, thunder echoed in the sky. A huge shadow loomed over their heads. Who dares interfere with our discussion meeting so boldly? When Brita of the 10,000 Sword sect held his sword and sword up, ready to attack. Just then, Maxim's voice sounded from the sky. Hold on, everyone. We're late. Seeing the massive cloud boat, the other sects who had been laughing at Brandon sect were stunned. Even when Brita couldn't hide his embarrassment. This is actually Brandon sect's cloud boat? He muttered to himself, still finding it hard to believe despite seeing it with his own eyes. Chapter 45. Giving it all. Really sorry, we were too noisy and disturbed everyone. Maxim stood at the front, seeing others' astonished faces. He felt incredibly happy. This was exactly what he wanted. After all those days of mocking their Brandon sect, they finally got embarrassed, didn't they? They thought this time they would come in a shabby manner again. Thankfully, there was Daryl. Otherwise, they would really have been laughed at again. Brother Sue, when did your Brandon sect get such good things? Did you give it all to make this? Someone couldn't stand Maxim's arrogant look and immediately stepped forward. If it was true, their Brandon sect was really amusing, exerting efforts for the sake of a little pride. Of course not. With a flying boat like this, even if you gave everything, you might not be able to build one. Daryl stood behind, watching the elders showing off. He didn't mind these actions. It was good to let others see how powerful their Brandon sect was. They couldn't always meet people on the way who thought their Brandon sect wasn't strong. That's enough, let's go down. Daryl took the people downstairs, not wanting to be stared at anymore. When everyone walked downstairs and prepared to tour the flying boat properly, Daryl raised his hand, and the flying boat disappeared. Breath? Where did the flying boat go? Has anyone put it away? Such a large flying boat, if stored, also needed a huge space, and their portable spaces wouldn't hold such a large flying boat. Only a few people noticed that Daryl had put away the flying boat. They thought this time the Brandon sect had brought some remarkable people. They didn't know about the identity of that young man, as they hadn't heard of him before. When did someone so powerful emerge from your Brandon sect? Why didn't we hear anything about it? Tell us. We are really curious. Maxim and Zack smiled faintly upon hearing this sentence. Not only did they not know, but even the members of their sect discovered this recently. They found out they had such a powerful figure in their sect. If they hadn't been suddenly discovered by others, they wouldn't have known for a long time that Daryl existed. A wave of the hand, and such a large flying boat appeared. The field contained treasures rarely seen in a millennium. Our ace up our sleeve needs to be hidden well. Otherwise, if you found out, it wouldn't be good. Maxim, of course, couldn't say that directly and needed to cover up a bit. Seeing no useful information could be obtained from Maxim and them, they shifted their attention. There could be other matters later, but the urgent thing now was the convention. What secrets did the Brandon sect have? Once the Dao Friends gathering started, they would find out. However, they didn't know that Daryl wouldn't participate. Therefore, even at the end, they wouldn't discover any tricks. For Daryl, who just wanted to lie back and relax, participating in competitions was almost as unbearable as losing his life. Could you please tell me where we will stay? Long-distance travel is exhausting, and I want to rest well. While others were thinking about how to lead the way this time, Daryl only thought about sleeping. No matter how good the flying boat was, it was still not better than a comfortable bed. He only wanted to rest well. Upon hearing this, many people looked at him disdainfully. What kind of person is this? Didn't they notice where they were? As cultivators who traveled by carriage, how many would complain? No wonder the Brandon sect declined year by year. Such disciples they brought along really made them ashamed. Seeing no one answered him, Daryl spoke again. What? Didn't prepare a place for us to stay? Daryl thought that if not, he would take out the house he brought from the spatial realm. He kept it as a backup. Now, with nowhere to rest, there was nothing else he could do. How can it be? Of course, we've prepared the rooms you need. Let me show you the way. You've traveled far. Indeed, it's tiring. Today, you can rest well. Tomorrow, take a walk around. When the convention officially starts, I will notify you Dao friends. Upon arriving at the room, Daryl planned to sleep regardless of what others intended to do. Anyway, his purpose here was still rest, along with tourism and sightseeing. Hearing that Penglai Immortal Sect had beautiful scenery and delicious food. Naturally, Daryl wanted to tour and eat something. After resting, just as he was preparing to get up to brew tea, he heard someone knock on the door. Brother Daryl, do you want to go outside with me to investigate the strengths of others? Maxim knocked on the door and spoke after hearing Daryl's response. Daryl opened the door, looking at him without answering. Don't you want to go? Then I'll go with Zach and report back after investigation. Maxim thought he disturbed Daryl and prepared to leave. I'll go with you. Since he was sightseeing anyway, going alone was somewhat boring. Daryl packed his stuff and followed Maxim. What's your plan tomorrow? Maxim decided to follow Daryl wherever he went. Who knew what the great person might give him happily? His strength would increase significantly. I haven't made plans yet. Just look around, lie down and play for a while. That's all, as my schedule here is basically like that. I've handed over tasks to them. Within a few days, their strength improved significantly. Most importantly, under their help, Daryl's strength steadily increased as well. This method was perfect. They worked hard while he reaped the benefits. The more people learned, the stronger power he gained. In the future, facing those old monsters in seclusion, he'd have the ability to fight back. Although Daryl felt he didn't need to fight those old monsters at all, after all, he preferred to be low-key. Okay, contact me if you need help. I will come to help you as soon as possible. Or you can contact me during your tour tomorrow for small errands. Maxim wanted the chance to stay beside Daryl. More opportunities lingered around him. He felt absorbing spirit energy was smoother being next to Daryl. We'll see. I haven't decided on the arrangement yet. Maybe tomorrow, he would just lie in bed reading or something. He didn't want to decide now. Chapter 46, A Pile of Spirit Stones. Perhaps because it was their first day at Penglai Immortal Sect, many people had come out to wander around. It was crowded, and it was hard to see anything clearly. Even buying snacks required waiting in long lines. After a few minutes, Daryl, the retired elder, already felt tired and did not enjoy this atmosphere. He thought it would be better to return when there were fewer people. There's nothing interesting here. I'm going back, he said. Aren't you going to take a look? Maxim found it quite interesting and planned to explore further. With so many people around, it was bustling and lively. He couldn't understand why someone like Daryl would prefer places with fewer people. It just seemed more relaxed and enjoyable. You stay and look around if you want. I don't like it here. It's not that you don't like it. It's that your brand-handling sect simply doesn't have much money. Stop making excuses. If you don't have money, just admit it. We're all fellow Taoists. We won't laugh at you. As Daryl was about to leave, someone nearby could no longer hold back. Everyone knew brand-handling sect didn't have much money, yet they were pretending to be wealthy. The flying boat they arrived in, which no one had seen before, they likely borrowed from somewhere. They must have done so just to save face. You're talking nonsense. If we didn't have money, we wouldn't even let you beg on our streets, Maxim retorted. After all, Daryl was a powerhouse in their sect. Saying Daryl didn't have money? That person must have some issues with their brain. Any item of Daryl's, if sold, would ensure a life without worrying about food or clothes for the rest of their lives. Who doesn't know that your brand-handling sect has little in resources and funds? Your development has been declining year by year. By the time I start begging, your sect will probably have vanished from everyone's sight. Daryl, hearing this, naturally didn't appreciate it. He had finally found a place where he could retire and grow flowers undisturbed. If brand-handling sect disappeared, he'd have to find another place, which was unacceptable. Do you think you're rich? This humble one only has a bit of money, Daryl said as he began pulling out heaps of spirit stones. He had so much wealth he hardly knew what to do with it. And yet, someone dared to say he didn't have money. That's enough, Maxim interrupted Daryl, who was still reaching into his storage. If he kept this up, they'd have nowhere to stand. Do you think you're rich? These things are yours now. Tonight, I'll cover all expenses for brand-handling sect disciples here. Let's see how much money your Wanku Min has. Want to compare? Standing atop a pile of spirit stones, Daryl tossed one in the air and caught it again. These people really had no idea what they were dealing with. Got nothing to say? Stop barking here. Elder Maxim, handle this. I'm going back to rest. So many people. They're ruining my mood. Daryl dropped the spirit stone in his hand and left. In just one step, he was 10 meters away. Someone noticed that Daryl had used the skill, Shrink the Earth, while walking. If not observed closely, it would have been imperceptible. When had brand-handling sect acquired such a formidable figure? We need to thoroughly investigate brand-handling sect. I suspect that flying boat also belongs to that young man. I must see his background tonight, Penglai Immortal Sect's leader said, watching the scene below from her high vantage point. Her goal in hosting this conference was to gather talented individuals. Humanity needed to unite, or they wouldn't stand a chance against monsters and demons. In various locations, many had witnessed Daryl's display and immediately sought more information about him. But the information they received was far from complete. Few knew Daryl's true strength or capabilities. Brand-handling sect wouldn't reveal everything quickly either. Daryl was their final ace. The information available only included his refusal to join several elders 3 years ago, followed by his role guarding the mountain gate for 3 years. Information beyond that was sparse. Maxim, you're being unfair. Your sect had such a remarkable talent, but only revealed him now. Were you afraid we might snatch him away? That's right. With those spirit stones, who would dare say your brand-handling sect doesn't have money? Elder Maxim, I'm particularly curious about that young man. Is there any chance you can introduce us? Many people surrounded Maxim, all primarily interested in Daryl. Of course, he couldn't introduce them to Daryl. What if they took him away? Where would brand-handling sect cry then? Their revival depended on whether Daryl would help. Because of this incident, Daryl instantly became popular among others. His name spread without him even knowing. However, Daryl himself was reading books and drinking tea in his room, oblivious to the outside world. The next day, Daryl stayed in his room, planning to wait until the conference began before exploring. Besides, the conference was about discussing cultivation methods, which Daryl had no means to contribute since he always slept and leveled up without needing to discuss anything. Could he make everyone else slack off too? Days passed with Daryl only occasionally stepping out to grab essentials. Others were diligently cultivating every second, competing fiercely. The competition had started, and Maxim came to inform Daryl. I hope you can participate and show everyone the strength of Brandaling's sect, Maxim said. I won't attend. I've already shared my cultivation secrets. As long as they practice diligently, they'll be fine, Daryl declined, unwilling to participate. Tell them to do their best. The higher their ranking, the more rewards I can give them. Just spread this message. Daryl thought he still had some items recently obtained that he no longer needed, having lost their effectiveness for him. He might as well distribute them to benefit others and gain some strength indirectly. If they get a good ranking, won't you end up giving away too much? Will that affect you? The text follows the original paragraph structure and maintains the natural tone and style. All names are transliterated correctly according to Pinyin, ensuring grammatical accuracy and coherence with previous content. Chapter 47. Shared Interests. Daryl was willing to offer some benefits to attract people to buy items. Maxim naturally agreed but was concerned that if it involved too many people, Daryl might not be able to handle it. Don't worry, let them go all out. I assure you the things I provide will not disappoint. Anything from the system is bound to be top-notch. Most of what Daryl had in his possession came from the system. How could there be any poor quality items? Alright, then I want to participate too. If that were the case, Maxim would put aside his pride and join in. To receive the benefits from Daryl, you'd better not. Aren't you leading the team? And you have your own matters to attend to. Here, take this. Daryl directly pulled out a bottle of pills from his sleeve. The moment he did, Maxim felt the dense spiritual energy emanating from the pills. If consumed, they would likely be highly effective. What is the function of these pills? After taking them, they can help you quickly enter a state of deep meditation and guide you into an enlightening state. These pills were accidentally discovered by Daryl during his research. They weren't very useful for him personally, but would be incredibly beneficial to others. Such miraculous pills exist? How come I've never heard of them? If sold, they would surely fetch a high price. Maxim immediately accepted them. Such good things should not be wasted. Moreover, as an elder, he needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, his disciples would surpass him, causing him embarrassment. I don't lack money. From the previous gambling match, Daryl had already accumulated quite a bit. He had never thought about selling pills for profit. It wasn't necessary. I know, I just mentioned it casually. Something so valuable should be used yourself, let alone sold. I'll give you a bottle. Sell them to improve Brandaling's sect situation. Otherwise, you'll always be called paupers. Daryl generously took out another bottle of pills and placed it in Maxim's hand. Before Maxim could react, Daryl slammed the door shut. He was right in the middle of an exciting part in his book. Standing at the door, Maxim watched Daryl's generosity and immediately ran back. He must tell those young ones. The higher their reputation at this conference, the more benefits they would receive. He didn't know what benefits Daryl would offer. Maxim informed everyone, and they immediately became excited. After following Daryl on the flying boat for some time, several bottlenecks they had been stuck at for long periods were suddenly broken, accelerating their cultivation speeds. If they continued to follow Daryl and received more guidance from him, becoming a top expert of the same age wouldn't be impossible. The members of Brandaling's sect were energized like they had taken stimulants, practicing fervently. They were hardly seen outside, even if occasionally spotted. They rushed past without wasting time on the road. Immediate practice was crucial. The higher ones ranking at the conference, the more benefits they'd gain. Brandaling's sect's enthusiasm ignited competition among other sects. Thus, 2 days before the conference began, many individuals successively broke through. Most of these were from Brandaling's sect. The commotion grew larger with each breakthrough from their direction. Daryl paid no attention to these events. Seizing the opportunity while no one was around, he admired the scenery at Penglai Immortal Sect. Admittedly, the scenery here was beautiful indeed. Everywhere was enchanting, with numerous attractions Daryl adored. Deciding to stay a while longer, he found a suitable spot to nap. The sunlight was perfect, and no one else was around. They were all in cultivation. Just as Daryl closed his eyes to rest, he sensed someone approaching. Assuming it was just someone passing by to enjoy the view, he kept his eyes closed. Daryl wasn't worried, given his current strength. Unless those elders emerged from seclusion, no one could challenge him. However, the person got closer and closer until Daryl could detect the fragrance wafting from them. Opening his eyes, Daryl saw a particularly beautiful girl standing next to him, curiously observing him. You. They spoke simultaneously and then abruptly stopped upon hearing each other's voice. Why are you resting here instead of cultivating? Many people are intensely cultivating now, trying to boost themselves. For some reason, this conference has become exceptionally competitive. The girl sat down beside Daryl, eager to find someone to chat with. Maybe they all want to prove their strength. Why aren't you cultivating? Daryl couldn't gauge the girl's strength and only noticed her when she approached closely. She must be quite formidable. Because I'm not participating in the conference. There's no need to cultivate, it's exhausting, and I really don't feel like doing it. The girl replied playfully, finding the current state satisfactory. Moreover, due to her physical condition, her cultivation efforts bore different results compared to others. Yes, appreciating the scenery and traveling around is also excellent. In this place filled with cultivators, it was refreshing to meet someone who complained about the arduousness of cultivation. Finding a kindred spirit, Daryl sat up. If so, he truly needed to talk to her more. Indeed, I came here because I found the scenery of Penglai Immortal Sect stunning, and coincidentally followed my sect here. My name is Kesha. What's yours? Perhaps we can admire the scenery together in the future. Kesha was especially curious, sensing a comfortable aura from Daryl. Daryl, from Brandon Ling's sect. Daryl briefly introduced himself. So you're Daryl, the formidable one. I've heard you're wealthy and are Brandon Ling's sect's ace card. It sounds like you won't be participating in the conference? Daryl was well known, and most people had heard of him to varying extents. However, none had met him yet. After all, Daryl sometimes remained low profile. I don't like competitions. I might watch if interested. We share the same interest, so let me give you a gift. Daryl immediately handed over a bottle of pills, which were stronger than the usual ones. By consuming one pill, one could continuously absorb the world's spiritual energy day and night for 3 days without actively cultivating. Giving such a valuable item suited Xianxia perfectly. Chapter 48. 3-level leap. The medicinal pill had been given to him by the system once, and he had kept it without using it, planning to give it to whoever came first. He thought they would need such a pill the most. Meeting you for the first time, and you're giving me something so valuable? I can't accept this. Xianxia didn't expect Daryl to be so generous, immediately offering her a whole bottle of pills. The moment Daryl took out the pills, Xianxia felt the surrounding spiritual energy flowing faster, confirming it was a good thing. Such an excellent item made her hesitant to accept. From childhood, she had been taught not to accept gifts from strangers. Not too valuable. I have many such items. If you don't want it, just leave it here. I'm feeling drowsy and need some rest. Don't disturb me. Daryl placed the bottle next to Xianxia and closed his eyes, falling asleep shortly after. Xianxia did not disturb Daryl, and eventually Daryl fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the sun had already set, and there was a small blanket over him. The bottle of pills he had left was gone, and Xianxia was no longer there. However, a jade pendant was left beside him. Daryl had obtained quite a few good things from the system, and he could tell this jade was no ordinary item. His knowledge informed him that this jade nurtured the soul and had excellent effects when worn. Something so precious, Xianxia gave away so easily, and leaving it next to him, she didn't even worry about it being stolen. Next time he saw her, he must give her something more valuable. Xianxia was the daughter of Bertea's sect's patriarch, and naturally, she lacked for nothing. Yet, it was the first time she encountered someone so generous. Back at her residence, she took a pill. She found that the spiritual energy in her body flowed faster, boosting her strength rapidly. Within less than 2 hours, she had advanced 3 levels. If it weren't for the current environment where everyone was competing intensely, the noise from her rapid improvement would have attracted much attention. Of course, Adrian, who constantly monitored his daughter, noticed what was happening in her room as soon as it started. Afraid of disturbing her, he waited outside the door. When Xianxia came out, Adrian was practicing swordsmanship outside. Father! Xianxia called out to her father, who immediately stopped and rushed to her side. Your strength has increased again. How did you progress so quickly recently? At this rate, you'll surpass me soon. This daughter was truly extraordinary. Without regular cultivation, she only needed to consume pills to boost her strength. It was only a matter of time before she broke through again. To conceal Xianxia's formidable abilities, he had put in considerable effort. Now, people only believed that Xianxia was naturally gifted and diligently practiced. Today, someone gave me a bottle of pills. After taking one, I advanced 3 levels consecutively. Xianxia took out the pills, realizing there was no need to lie to her father. Didn't I tell you not to accept gifts from strangers? What if it's a scam? Adrian anxiously grabbed the pills. He had never heard of pills that boosted strength so rapidly. What if it was some sinister pill that required exchanging lifespan? This kind of pill couldn't be given to Xianxia. He needed to find someone to study the side effects. Nothing like that. It's from Daryl. After taking it, I feel fine. I don't think he'd trick me. He seems like a very decent person. Xianxia hesitated for a long time before accepting the bottle. She even gave Daryl the birthday gift her father had given her, which was also valuable and should offset the value of the pills. Daryl? Is he the recent rising star from Brandon Ling's sect, who was hailed as a genius 3 years ago, and despite many elders wanting to take him as a disciple, he refused all and directly entered the sect? Adrian had heard of Daryl's story. He knew Daryl was generous, and anything he gave was undoubtedly valuable and unprecedentedly powerful, like the flying boat that appeared at Brandon Ling's sect. Yes, I thought no one would be around, so I went quietly. Who knew someone would be there, and we ended up chatting. Father, do you know he doesn't like cultivating either? And he's not participating in the assembly this time. Xianxia told her father everything she knew. Not participating? Didn't they say Daryl was going to join the assembly to embarrass other sects? Adrian had prepared to see how powerful Daryl really was. Some said Daryl could already compress distance instantly. I'm not sure. Maybe I can ask him next time I see him? Xianxia thought they would meet again. No, try not to interact with others. You're easily deceived. Keep the pills for now. Don't take them anytime soon. Adrian handed the pills back to his daughter. Given they were from Daryl, they should be safe. The moonlight that night was particularly beautiful, and Daryl found the best spot to admire it. In their world, the moon wasn't as picturesque due to pollution. The clean air here was refreshing, making such a leisurely life quite comfortable. Meeting again, Daryl. As Xianxia stepped out, she found Daryl and approached him. What a coincidence. The pills worked well, didn't they? Only a few hours had passed, yet her power had increased noticeably. Daryl then realized Xianxia's strength wasn't comparable to his. He couldn't sense her level. He guessed she might have something that shielded his perception, similar to the beast skin he obtained. The pills worked well. I advanced 3 levels straight. Even my father suspected I traded lifespan for strength. Xianxia chuckled at the memory. My pills have no side effects and are very effective. If you need more, come to me. Daryl smiled, finding her straightforwardness charming. Her honesty proved his pills were indeed powerful. Are you attending tomorrow's assembly? Xianxia, being of the right age, would likely attend. Yes, I am our sect's trump card, aiming for first place. Although she didn't wish to participate, for her father's sake and her sect's honor, she must attend and win. If she joined, she aimed for first place. Chapter 49. Going in person to invite. In Kesha's eyes, this was a very normal matter. She had always acted this way. Not wanting to join means you don't care, but once you do, you aim for first place? Daryl looked at the girl beside him. Based on his occasional observations over the past few days, it seemed very unlikely that this girl would win. The Spirit Feather Sect brought many excellent disciples, not to mention other sections. There were probably many hidden cards they didn't know about yet. Daryl couldn't understand why people with real strength would choose to hide it, afraid of being overtaken by others. Of course, my strength isn't just what you see. The first place is definitely mine. Kesha was particularly confident. Then I wish you good luck, said Daryl. Seeing her, he found some interest in watching their discussions. It was essentially a mutual exchange and learning process where everyone knew when to stop, but each person had their own unspoken rules. What Daryl didn't understand was why so many people came for the event organized by Penglai Immortal Sect. If it were up to him, he wouldn't come. It's too much trouble. One would know whether one has the capability or not when truly needed. I will have good luck. Once I get first place, I'll treat you to a meal at Penglai Immortal Sect. I know a pretty good restaurant, said Kesha, who had investigated these people's capabilities before coming. Although not an overwhelming advantage, she could handle them relatively easily. All right, then I look forward to your treat after you get first place, Daryl replied. Happy to oblige since the girl was quite adorable. Afterward, she quickly left, and Daryl returned to his room to rest. The next morning, while he was still resting, someone knocked on the door, which immediately put him in a foul mood. Did they not know he was up late reading comics last night? Waking him up early was not a nice thing to do. Reluctantly getting out of bed, he opened the door to find none other than the sect leader of Penglai Immortal Sect. Daryl, I heard you're the team leader for this session. I've arranged an excellent seat for you. Please make sure to be there. Everyone else had arrived, except for Daryl, who showed no signs of appearing. Upon inquiry, it was found out Daryl never planned to attend. Many were curious about Daryl, including the sect leader, who decided to personally invite him to witness his true capabilities. I'm not going. The first day is boring, he said. He would only be interested if stronger participants fought later. Daryl prepared to close the door and continue sleeping but was stopped again. Our disciples are from prestigious families and various sects, all very talented. You should go take a look. So many are looking forward to seeing you. Please consider attending. Valentina was quite anxious, wondering what was wrong with Daryl. Didn't he come to assess the strength of other sects? After landing from the flying boat, he decided to rest, and now, as the event was about to start, he wanted more sleep. How ridiculous were the people from Spirit Feather Sect? Wait here, I'm coming right away, Daryl thought for a few seconds, and finally decided to check it out. His drowsiness had faded, and he had almost seen everything in Penglai Immortal Sect anyway. Soon, he tidied himself up and met Valentina, who led the way to the venue. Your seat is here. Valentina placed Daryl next to her in the central spot. Even Maxim did not receive such treatment. All right, said Daryl, who took his seat under everyone's gaze, totally unfazed by all the attention. What is Daryl playing at? Showing off by making the sect leader invite him personally? Who does he think he is? Naturally, some felt disgruntled with Daryl's attitude. Several sect leaders had already arrived on their own. Now Daryl required personal invitations and special seating, which rubbed many the wrong way. Because he didn't plan to come initially, it's your curiosity about brother Daryl that made him come, someone from Spirit Feather Sect stood up to defend. Exactly, moreover, my senior brother is formidable. Inviting him isn't much of an issue. You commoners will never know how powerful our senior brother is. A really strong person is low-key. Just like their senior brother, he gave them valuable knowledge effortlessly, teaching them such exceptional skills. Others might not agree. There were naturally dissenting voices among disciples and sect masters, questioning Daryl's importance and audacity to act so arrogantly. Requiring a personal escort made them feel diminished, hence the cold stares directed at Daryl, whom it did not bother. On stage, several people were sparring. Daryl could tell who would emerge victorious within seconds. It was an insignificant fight due to level disparities, leaving the opponent powerless. From Daryl's perspective, it appeared the other fighter was merely toying with the adversary, causing Daryl's disinterest. Having seen no members of Spirit Feather Sect competing yet, perhaps they were scheduled later. Feeling bored, Daryl pulled out a table from his sleeve, starting to brew tea right in front of everyone. Initially mocked for this behavior. What are you pretending? Only you can brew tea? This solemn occasion demands seriousness. Someone as weak as you dares to show off? This statement caught Maxim's attention, who shook his head, understanding Daryl's prowess better. As few paid initial attention until Daryl finished brewing. Those nearby felt their internal spiritual energy fluctuating as if ready to break through. Stronger individuals understood how rare such occurrences were, realizing it originated from Daryl's tea. It smelled wonderful, containing noticeable amounts of spiritual essence. Seeing similar expressions around, they craved a sip of Daryl's tea, desiring just a taste. Chapter 50. Unspeakable. Valentina felt the same way. She was very close to Daryl, and she clearly sensed that this tea was extraordinary. Daryl, can I have a cup of your tea? I'm quite thirsty. With so many people around, Valentina felt she needed to act quickly. She had heard that Daryl was generous, so he shouldn't be stingy. She wanted to see what effect this tea would have. Even freshly brewed, it had such an effect. Please go ahead. Daryl poured a cup into another glass. He couldn't finish it all by himself, and wouldn't let it go to waste. Valentina picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. As soon as the tea touched her lips, Valentina felt she was about to experience enlightenment. Without paying attention to those around her, she sat down immediately to meditate. Opportunities like this were rare and precious. Others hadn't expected Valentina to directly ask Daryl for tea, drink it, and then immediately sit down to meditate. These people all had impressive skills, and they clearly saw that Valentina's current state was excellent. If lucky, she might even advance in rank. It was incredibly difficult to increase power at their level. Some could not improve their strength in 8 to 10 years. Daryl, old man here thinks your tea is extremely good. Can you give me a taste? With Valentina leading the way, the others asked Daryl directly, finding nothing unusual about it. Soon, dozens of people surrounded Daryl, whom they had previously looked down upon. Few paid attention to the ongoing battles on the field. Instead, Daryl became the center of activity. Those far away didn't know what was happening, except for the members of the Feather Spirit Sect. If you all want some, I only have enough for 3 cups. Apart from what Daryl himself needed, he could only provide that much. He had plenty of tea leaves but didn't wish to brew more. You decide who gets it. Daryl didn't want to get involved in their arguments. Once he gave them the tea, it was their business. I should have it. I'm the most senior among these people. It must be given to me. Besides, you can't beat me, right? Someone stepped forward first. At this moment, Might was right. Why should you? Who knows who's stronger in a real fight? There are only 3 cups of tea. Why don't we set up a platform and fight, like those below us? Daryl hadn't expected a single cup of tea to stir such contention among these elders. A platform for fighting? Daryl thought it might be worth watching. These old fellows hadn't moved their bones in years. Helping them would allow him to see their true strength. Seeing their eagerness, some were already preparing to compete. Daryl quickly stood up. If you set up a platform, those few cups won't be enough. I have more tea leaves. The top 3 winners will each get a packet. His words excited everyone further. Though they hadn't tried it yet, they knew Daryl's tea was valuable. They had to find a way to obtain it. Who knew Daryl would be so generous, willing to give them tea leaves? If they got it, it could make enhancing their strength easier later on. Ding! System detected host triggered large-scale conflict and watched tigers fight, rewarding host with 500 pounds of clear Dao tea. Daryl was stunned by the amount. Wasn't the system too generous? What was treasure to others? Daryl received 500 pounds of it. Looking at the pile of tea like a small mountain, he knew it would take him half his life to finish it alone. So, he took out 10 pounds and placed it on the table. The winner gets 10 pounds, second place 5, third place 3 pounds of tea. Those who want to participate can sign up with Maxim at the Feather Spirit Sect. Then, after Master Valentina comes out of enlightenment, you can discuss the arrangement with her. For now, focus on the original purpose, observing these young people. Daryl thought it was important not to lose sight of their original aim, to evaluate these young people's abilities. After Daryl spoke, everyone turned to Maxim. Wasn't the event for the newcomers? Why were they suddenly involved? Had Daryl made things too big, giving away such good tea? Daryl was really extravagant. Maxim was furious, but knew he had no say in the matter. After all, it was Daryl's possession. Moreover, Daryl showed respect towards him. Daryl's ability to cause such a massive conflict revealed how valuable his items were. Alright, Brother Sue, makes sense. We should wait until after the debate ends before starting. After all, this isn't a trivial matter. Yes, Brother Sue. Where did you obtain these tea leaves? If possible, I'd love to explore those places too. On their continent, secret realms sometimes appeared, possibly containing things they had never seen, like Daryl's flying boat, or today's potent tea leaves, which might be Daryl's good fortune. If they found those secret realms, they too could gain such opportunities. Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. Daryl couldn't reveal his golden finger to them. He still needed to live well. Many people were eager to start immediately and win the 10 pounds of tea. With 10 pounds, their sect strength would increase significantly, surpassing others in future competitions. Their sect would stand unrivaled. Such a good opportunity, no elder would pass up. Some sects, represented only by elders, immediately left to contact their members. They couldn't miss such a chance, no matter the outcome. This was a great opportunity. Daryl, put it away. Everyone's mind is on your tea now, Jet reminded Daryl. With so many people around, if they decided to rob him, Daryl might not be able to handle it, even with help from the others. Daryl glanced at Jet, agreeing that displaying it was too obvious, and put it away. Chapter 51. 10 pounds of tea. Daryl was not afraid at all that these people would attack him. He had too many ways to save his life. These people couldn't even touch him, let alone hurt him. Besides, with so many people around, no one dared to make a move. After putting away his things, Daryl watched the increasingly exciting matches on the platform below. His fellow members from the Brandon Ling sect had already entered the arena. Daryl observed their improved strength, which meant the future of the Brandon Ling sect would only grow stronger. The more powerful the sect became, the easier his job of guarding the mountain gate would be. Not to mention, his pension would rely on these people. Thinking about the 10 pounds of tea given away, Daryl wondered how many people would turn into tools for him to earn cultivation points. Then, he started to ponder if 10 pounds was too little. This kind of tea, he could discuss with the system later and ask it to give him some more when needed. Valentina's cultivation breakthrough was creating quite a commotion. Even sitting next to her, Daryl felt affected. All the spiritual energy around them was being drawn into her body as she underwent her breakthrough right beside the ongoing match on the platform. The disturbance was huge. Everyone around her had moved away. Daryl also thought it best to change his position. Although her breakthrough wouldn't affect him, Daryl was worried he might inadvertently absorb the spiritual energy Valentina needed. By the time Valentina finished her breakthrough, it was already evening. Upon opening her eyes and sensing the power within her body, she was extremely pleased. Just as she was about to find Daryl, she noticed it was already getting dark. Only a few people were still around, while others had already left. Where is Daryl? The tea Daryl provided was amazing. Just drinking a cup allowed her to break through. She had broken through just a few days ago, so normally, it would take her at least 3 years before she could break through again. Daryl's tea was indeed outstanding. I don't know where Daryl went. He left very early, the first one to leave the scene, saying he wanted to go back and sleep. Master, is Daryl's tea really that good? So many experts almost fought over it. Yes, Master, Daryl mentioned he has plenty of tea leaves and wants to host another tournament with 10 pounds of tea as the prize. Among all the words Valentina heard, only one sentence stood out. Daryl has 10 pounds of tea. What kind of tournament is this? Can you tell me more about it? Was Daryl truly so generous to give away such valuable items directly? What state was the Brandon Ling sect in now? After hearing her disciple's account, Valentina fell silent. It had been many years since she saw so many leaders participating in a Taoist discussion conference. If this information spread, many more influential figures would likely come over in the coming days. They wouldn't want to miss this rare opportunity to showcase their strength. Thanks to Daryl for providing such a golden opportunity. However, she also desired those 10 pounds of tea. It was an immense amount. She noticed that just a few leaves in Daryl's teapot produced such remarkable effects. That night, attention to the tournament decreased. More focus shifted towards Daryl and his tea. Even though the party involved had gone to rest early, when he woke up, Daryl felt there were many more people watching his room. Daryl didn't mind as long as they didn't disturb him. Let them do whatever they wished. If anyone tried to attack him, Daryl wouldn't mind using them for practice. After resting, Daryl read books and meditated, with the surrounding spiritual energy quickly converging around him. Desperate to be absorbed by Daryl, even simple meditation caused greater disturbances than others' breakthroughs. Fortunately, Daryl had a treasure to conceal his aura, or those people would have rushed over by now. You and Daryl seem to be on pretty good terms. Can you contact Daryl and see if we can buy some of that tea from him? My strength won't allow me to reach the finals, but that tea is too good. After much contemplation, Adrian approached his daughter. He could only rely on his daughter's relationship to see if he could connect with Daryl. Since Daryl could hand out 10 pounds, he must have a lot more. If they lacked what other sects possessed, it would impede their development. Father, I've only met him a few times. If you want to talk to him, I don't want to open my mouth, Xianxia rejected, feeling indebted from the previous medicinal pill gift. Finding Daryl again made her uncomfortable. We're buying, not asking for it. Please help your father. Managing such a large sect, I can't deny those people any benefits, Adrian reasoned. Adrian considered participating in the tournament himself, but knew there were opponents he couldn't defeat. Over the years, the good resources of their sect had been spent on nurturing younger generations, leaving him with very little. I'll try asking him, but I can't guarantee he'll agree. Xianxia eventually conceded, having seen her father's hard work over the years. Most importantly, no matter how tough life got, she never lacked for good things. From her father, Xianxia learned where Daryl was staying and went straight there. Knocking on the door, she waited for Daryl to let her in. Opening the door, Daryl saw Xianxia looking uneasy. What happened? Was someone bullying you? Daryl thought. Who would dare to bully such a kindred spirit? No one bullied me. Can we talk inside? It seems like many people are paying attention here. This matter required privacy to avoid drawing unwanted attention to Daryl. Daryl hesitated for a moment, but allowed Xianxia in and closed the door. Setting up a protective barrier, he feared she had something important to say. It's just that my father wants to buy some of the tea you drank today. Upon hearing this, Daryl sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Taking out 5 pounds of tea from his sleeve, he also added a highly valuable medicinal herb. Just smelling it, Xianxia felt her body become lighter and knew it was no ordinary item. Looking curiously at Daryl's sleeve, she marveled at the powerful storage treasure he owned. Chapter 52. Black-cloaked people attack. These tea leaves and medicinal herbs are for you. As a thank you for the jade pendant you gave me. Daryl felt that this was only fair to match the value of that jade pendant. Tea leaves were nothing much in his eyes, but these herbs were indeed precious. He had faced some difficulties growing them. No matter what, they wouldn't sprout from seed. Out of a whole handful of seeds, he only managed to grow a few plants. Daryl quite liked these herbs because they were excellent for healing injuries. If there were someone skilled at refining elixirs, their efficacy would be even better. But Daryl, being lazy, just ate them raw. No way, no way. Xianxia hastily shook her head. These herbs looked too valuable, and besides, the pills Daryl previously gave her already equated to the value of his jade pendant. I can't accept these. The tea is something my father wanted to buy. I'm not asking you to give it to me. Honestly, I'll take the tea, but I'll pay you tomorrow. Xianxia had merely intended to ask if she could buy the tea, not receive it as a gift. These aren't worth much to me. You should brew some when you have time. It tastes good and should benefit you as well. If you take them, I consider you a friend. If you don't want them, then forget it. Daryl didn't like forcing others. He couldn't shove the items down her throat, after all. Feeling guilty, Xianxia finally accepted Daryl's gifts because she genuinely regarded him as a good friend. She had nothing particularly valuable to offer. These are some snacks I made myself. They taste pretty good and have some added benefits. You can eat them as small treats. Xianxia immediately brought out her offering and placed it on the table, ensuring she presented the best items she had, fearing Daryl might look down on them. Good. Daryl could tell Xianxia put effort into them from the presentation. Whether they tasted good or not aside, the gesture meant something. Do you have anything else? Want to go for a stroll? After tidying up the things on the table, Daryl felt hungry. It was the perfect time for some late-night snacks. I know of a noodle shop with amazing flavor. This time, it should still be open. Let's go. I'll treat you. Xianxia perked up at the suggestion and quickly stood up, completely forgetting about waiting for her father in the room. All right. When they arrived at the noodle shop, it was nearly empty. The owner was starting to close up. Boss, 2 bowls of clear broth noodles, please. As Xianxia found seats, a few other customers also trickled in. With a casual glance, Daryl noticed these people had been following them. Sure thing, the boss happily acknowledged. Every businessman wanted to earn money. When the noodles arrived, Daryl confirmed Xianxia hadn't exaggerated. They were delicious. Savoring the fresh and savory flavors satisfied his hunger admirably. Full, said Daryl after finishing 2 bowls. They're really good, right? I've tried noodles from many places, but these are the best. I had them once as a child. Mentioning food lit up Xianxia's eyes. Daryl now understood. She was definitely a foodie. I've been to many places and enjoyed numerous delicacies. But my father always forced me to cultivate diligently to become stronger, so I pretended to be dedicated. Even if he wasn't cultivating, he acted diligently before others. That strength came from serious, hard cultivation. Daryl comprehended Xianxia's situation from the books provided by the system. People with special constitutions like hers easily drew attention. Because of the effect of Daryl's elixir, her destiny was now intertwined with his. Her strength directly influenced his own. Hence, he was willing to invest in her development. This jade pendant will prevent anyone from sensing your uniqueness. Daryl pulled out an ordinary-looking yet extremely precious jade pendant. Really? Such things exist in this world. Her father searched for years and only found a tool to conceal her strength. But here Daryl had such treasures. Of course, you just haven't known about them. Daryl knew everything came from the system. Being self-sufficient, he didn't need these items and thought they suited Xianxia perfectly. After this, we can travel together, enjoy the scenery, and feast on local delicacies. That would be wonderful. Placing the jade pendant in her hand, Daryl made the arrangement. Traveling with a foodie would be very convenient. He never had to worry about meals. He needed to ensure they ate well. Otherwise, what was the point of having a retiree? Great. After winning first place in this competition, I'll go everywhere with you. My father will agree. Xianxia believed her father would surely approve. Anticipating the relaxed life ahead filled her with hope. Alright, after this competition, come find me. Daryl couldn't be sure if Xianxia would win first place. Today, he saw several potential contenders during the event. After dinner, he took a leisurely walk to aid digestion. Arriving at a remote spot, he encountered over 10 black-cloaked figures. Daryl had long sensed more than a dozen ominous individuals trailing him, different from those who had watched him earlier. Curious about their intentions, he deliberately led them to a secluded area to avoid bothering others. Just reaching this location, they impatiently emerged. What do you think you're doing? Trying to do something to us in public? Surrounded by black-cloaked people, Xianxia now understood why Daryl had ventured deeper into the back alleys. This isn't your business. Leave now, and we won't harm you. The masked figure glanced at both of them and spoke to Xianxia. ####Chapter 53, Wasting Talent. Impossible. I came out with him, so of course, I must go back with him. You few aren't even worth my attention. Come at us together. Xianxia truly considered Daryl a good friend now. How could she leave on her own and let Daryl face so many black-clothed men alone? Young girl, you may be young, but your words are big. When you're kneeling on the ground begging for mercy later, you'll know how to write regret. The black-clothed man laughed. It was just the two of them against their group of more than 10 people. They could handle this easily. He wondered why the higher-ups sent so many people here. Wasn't this overkill? He could deal with Daryl and this little girl on his own. Do you have any business with me? Daryl held back Xianxia beside him, considering that she was still quite young. But he couldn't really stand behind a girl either. He was very clear that these people were here for him, specifically targeting him. I'm looking for you because of the treasures you possess. Be cooperative and hand over all the treasures you have. I can spare your life if you do. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless. Daryl chuckled. These people were quite greedy, wanting not just the tea leaves he had but all his treasures. In that case, we'll see if you're worthy enough to take them. Daryl prepared himself for battle. Just stay back a bit once it starts. I can handle this alone, he told Xianxia. Refusing kindness will only bring punishment. Don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, attack? Let's finish this quickly, and I'll treat you all afterward. Just as Daryl was about to move, many people suddenly rushed out from behind him and started fighting the black-clothed men. Daryl noticed that these newcomers were the ones who had been monitoring him. He hadn't expected them to help. He thought they would sit back and wait for the perfect opportunity to gain an advantage without effort. Feeling relieved, Daryl found a chair and sat down, occasionally giving pointers to help his allies defeat their opponents. To the back, land a powerful punch there. Xianxia stood beside Daryl, still unsure of what was happening. She thought they might have to fight a bloody battle today, but it seemed they didn't need to lift a finger. Did Daryl have so many bodyguards? Upon reflection, it made sense that Daryl would have many protectors, given the valuable items he possessed. If they were stolen, it wouldn't be good. The black-clothed men were defeated quickly, all lying on the ground. Daryl clapped, acknowledging the result. Not bad, but some of you aren't strong enough. Without external help, you might have died. Daryl had also provided a bit of covert assistance, or they would have perished directly. He certainly wouldn't reveal his strength to these people. Thank you all for helping today. I don't have much to offer, so each of you can have one pill. Daryl didn't have too many pills, as he was lazy to refine more. He handed the pills to the leader, telling them to distribute them among themselves. Regardless of their intentions in helping him, Daryl wasn't stingy. What he gave freely, without regret. After distributing the pills, Daryl left without worrying about the black-clothed men. They were likely sent by someone else to steal from him. The person in charge was afraid of a confrontation and used others to do the dirty work. What a cunning plan. As for the person behind it all, Daryl didn't think much of them. A cowardly individual who dared not show their face. Don't go out randomly for the time being. It's easy to get ambushed. Xianxia looked worriedly at Daryl. He had revealed such valuable items. This group might just be the first wave, testing the waters. Who knew how many more might come? Don't worry. They are no match for me. I'm heading back. Daryl disappeared quickly in front of Xianxia. She didn't even know where he had gone. His strength had reached such a level that he paid no mind to the black-clothed men. If those people hadn't helped Daryl, they still wouldn't have been a match for him. A few days passed. One morning, Valentina personally invited Daryl again. This time, she treated him with utmost courtesy. Mr. Su, are you planning to watch the arena competition today? Daryl had risen early and intended to watch the event. The final should be decided today or tomorrow. Previously, when Valentina had invited Daryl, he hadn't even stepped out, setting up a boundary seal inside which no one knew what he did. Yes, I'll be watching. Will the results be out today or tomorrow? Today, we will select the finalists. Then they will rest for a day before the final competition begins, following the arrangement you set. Should I be present for the competition you arranged? Recently, many influential figures had arrived, including some powerful recluses who didn't belong to any sect. Their presence made Valentina feel a sense of pressure. Clearly, Daryl's tea was highly coveted. This time, Valentina herself would participate. She wanted that tea. I'll take a look. to observe the strength of these powerhouses and see if he could defeat them. Drinking premium tea daily and using top-tier resources, Daryl had little idea how far ahead his strength was in this place where spirit energy was scarce. Understood. We will prepare a place for you and eagerly await your arrival. Due to Daryl's influence, the disciples and elders of Brandailing Sect received better treatment. At least, they weren't called a bunch of paupers anymore. If Daryl were considered poor, no one would be rich. At least the tea Daryl produced was something they couldn't obtain. Alright. On his way, Daryl wondered about Xianxia. Did she make it to the finals? Who is the top contender for champion? Daryl asked casually. Those competing in the final today all have a good chance of winning. There have been some surprises, especially from Brandailing Sect, which might secure 3 spots in the top 5. The champion could very well be from Brandailing Sect, though other sects might still have hidden strengths. And Xianxia? Not hearing the name he wanted, he asked directly. She is also a surprise, showing her true strength only when necessary. In every duel, she finishes instantly without revealing her full power. Chapter 54. Advancing to the finals. Daryl hadn't expected that this girl could actually do it, eliminate her opponent in an instant. Reaching the finals was indeed impressive. The champion might very well be a disciple of Brandailing Sect or Xianxia. He had observed the others' strength on that day, and they weren't particularly strong. Today and tomorrow would be the most exciting days. Aside from some attention on the first day, Daryl hadn't come during the subsequent days as he organized another arena. More people were focused on that arena because, compared to these young people, the older generation was what they cared about more. Today's final attracted quite a few spectators who came out of their cultivation spots to watch. Of course, it was also related to Daryl, as many people waved at him warmly upon his arrival, hoping he could sit beside them. They wished to enjoy that excellent tea with him. Valentina arranged for Daryl to sit at the best viewing position, where he could see everyone at a glance. Everyone else could also observe his every move. It was better to have Daryl sit at the highest position rather than next to someone specific, so everyone could clearly see what was happening. Daryl sat down. He had already enjoyed tea before leaving home today, so now he only wanted to watch these young people's abilities without doing anything else. Tell them that whoever wins the championship will receive this fruit. Daryl felt that the contestants below weren't putting in their full effort. The fights looked more like friendly sparring sessions. So, he took out a golden red fruit from his sleeve, a reward from the system. Its effects were noticeable to anyone who used it. Daryl had eaten it several times. Initially, it significantly increased his strength, but later, it seemed he developed immunity, so he stopped eating it. But for them, it was still a great treasure. As soon as Daryl revealed the fruit, someone noticed the spiritual energy around being absorbed by it. You mean, if any of them wins the championship, you'll give them this fruit? Valentina repeated, as she had prepared many things for the winner. However, none of them were as precious as Daryl's golden fruit. Certainly. Valentina immediately stepped forward, realizing such opportunities were rare. When she announced it to the contestants, some of them became hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They knew that everything Daryl gave away was extraordinary. If getting first place could get them such good rewards, they naturally worked harder. This made Daryl feel more comfortable watching. Look, this is their true strength. I seriously suspect some people are still holding back during this debate. Perhaps Valentina's prizes weren't attractive enough. Daryl's words left Valentina feeling awkward. To him, her prizes might seem like useless scraps, despite the effort put into acquiring them. Yes, but I believe your reward will encourage them to reveal their full strength to win the championship. Some were already regretting not trying harder from the start. After all, it was something given by Daryl. Surely it must be good. Regret, however, did no good since they had already been eliminated. Maybe they're just too cautious, afraid of exposing their sect's true strength. What's the point? Will their abilities not grow? Daryl was someone whose strength improved noticeably within days. Of course, he was different from the others. Valentina couldn't answer Daryl's question and could only keep smiling. Ding! The system notification sounded. This is kept to indicate a system or notification sound, often used in translations to maintain the original effect. If you prefer it fully in English without the brackets and Chinese character, it can simply be ding. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host has activated incentive mode, gaining all the spiritual energy from their battles. Rewards include several seeds and a set of silver needles. The silver needles provided by the system weren't ordinary either. Daryl accepted them on the spot. The more the contestants overexerted themselves, the more spiritual energy Daryl gained. Unknowingly, Daryl felt another breakthrough coming. They might be preparing for the clan competition in a few months, which decides their sect's ranking and how much resources they will get for the new year. Valentina understood their feelings, but realized they wouldn't wait until then. Those people would attack soon. I've heard. Resources are crucial everywhere, though I don't need them now. Daryl himself was an invaluable resource others couldn't obtain. I have a bold question. Where exactly do you get all these treasures from? Not that I want to snatch them, but I'm genuinely curious. Having visited many secret chambers, clans, and realms, Valentina had never seen such magical tea leaves. Perhaps it wasn't tea but a celestial herb. The Buddha says, it cannot be said. Some things just appear after I sleep. Daryl's last sentence was truthful, but he didn't know if anyone would believe it. People obsessed with competition wouldn't understand the life of those who prefer to lie low and rest. Indeed, he slept and was rewarded by the system. Without a satisfactory answer, Valentina didn't press further. She didn't want to irritate Daryl, as he might stop supporting them. Will you participate in the clan competition in a few months? By participate, Valentina meant fighting on stage, not just watching. No, I have no interest. Daryl might watch but would never fight on stage. But with your formidable strength, don't you want to know how powerful you really are? When young, Valentina loved battling, finding joy and excitement in combat, making her feel more alive. She couldn't understand Daryl's desire to always rest. Of course, Daryl didn't need anyone's understanding. What's the point of knowing? I just need to be able to defeat others and protect myself when necessary. Regardless, Daryl disliked practicing and meditating. A typical slacker. Valentina fell silent, feeling inexplicably convinced by Daryl's words. Chapter 55. Balance between tension and relaxation. No matter how strong others become, as long as one can protect oneself, that's enough. Daryl found that he had seemingly convinced Valentina and decided to push a little harder. Sometimes cultivation can be too monotonous. You should relax and rest properly. You might even find your own opportunities this way. Cultivation itself requires both intensity and relaxation. If they keep pushing themselves so hard every day, the results won't be significantly better. That's where you're wrong. If we don't strive in our cultivation, we won't get good resources. Without good resources, we'll be vulnerable to others' oppression, including our descendants, who wouldn't develop well either. Our efforts aren't just for ourselves, but also to ensure a better life for them. Daryl's viewpoint naturally met with disagreement. If that were true, they might as well stop cultivating altogether. Yes, and we have many enemies. If we let our guard down and don't take cultivation seriously, when they come to kill us, we will only be their prey. Daryl shook his head. Actually, what they said made sense. But he didn't want to strive, and preferred to lay low. There are always people working hard, so it doesn't matter if he slacks off. The world won't change drastically just because of him, so he let it be. Daryl didn't continue this conversation. There was no point. Everyone has their own opinion. There's no need to impose it on others. Are we about to enter the semifinals? Daryl mentioned this, and everyone shifted their attention to the arena. In the arena stood Xianxia and another person wearing familiar clothes. Though Daryl couldn't remember his name, he was someone he had taught before. He had decent talent, and indeed, the match between them would be interesting to watch. Mr. Su, who do you think will advance to the finals? I bet 5,000 spirit stones that it must be the young disciple from Underhanded Sect. The people Daryl brought out wouldn't be weak. Hearing the bold declaration, Daryl glanced over. He wasn't sure yet who would win. Before he finished speaking, people began placing bets. I think Xianxia isn't bad either. We've never seen her full strength before. Now she seems evenly matched with her opponent. It might take a while to determine the winner. People started discussing, and even took out spirit stones. The situation quickly turned into a gambling scene, which Daryl couldn't understand. Why did it turn into betting? And why were they looking at him, inviting him to join? Daryl didn't feel like betting more spirit stones after winning so much last time. Keeping all the winnings in storage was a waste of space. Mr. Su, who do you think will win? Daryl glanced at Maxim. He could give these spirit stones to the sect to improve living conditions. Now the spectators seemed to be giving him face by mostly betting on the Underhanded Sect disciple. If Daryl placed a bet, he might win back everything. So, I'll bet on Xianxia. Daryl took out a sack of spirit stones and placed it on the ground. He didn't know exactly how many were inside. You're backing Xianxia? That girl is reportedly the strongest in their sect in recent years. Her power is indeed commendable. Mr. Su, don't you think your sect member has a higher chance of winning? I heard you personally coach them on the way here. Someone asked, puzzled since they had already bet on the Underhanded Sect disciple. Would it still be in time to switch bets now? I'm just betting casually. Maybe they still have hidden cards. It's just for fun, right? Daryl observed that Xianxia was currently at a disadvantage, but he noticed that Xianxia defended with poise, unlike her opponent. It wouldn't take long before she wins. Daryl felt he should later provide some guidance to the Underhanded Sect disciple. Regardless of the time, remain calm. Panic leads to failure. He had a good chance to win. Xianxia seized an opportunity and knocked her opponent off the platform, securing her victory. It looks like my luck is better today. Maxim, use these spirit stones for the sect members' cultivation. Daryl didn't intend to reclaim what he had given out. You guys divided among yourselves. I'm heading back. On the other side, the Underhanded Sect disciple had also emerged victorious. Apparently, practicing square dancing really improved their skills. Daryl left, while Maxim and Ignatius happily collected the spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, their sect could sustain for a while. Some sects bet heavily to save face. Now, losing them, they were heartbroken. Others who followed Daryl's bet initially thought they'd lose, but ended up winning tenfold. They were thrilled but regretted not betting more. Back at his lodging, Daryl opened the door and sensed something was off. This didn't seem like his room. He clearly remembered his room didn't have so many cabinets. Daryl stepped back outside to check the surroundings. Yes, this was indeed his room. Why did it look different inside? Did someone enter and install 2 cabinets for him? Impossible. He had set up a barrier here. He would have known if anyone entered. Entering again, Daryl noticed some differences. The room was still his, but it seemed like he had entered a different temporal space. That is, the room he was in wasn't the present. It could be from the past or the future. Daryl didn't know, but he was curious. Why did this happen? It was his first encounter. If so, perhaps this could help him find a way back. Daryl's eyes lit up as he explored the room thoroughly. He found nothing unusual. The cabinets were empty. Even the walls revealed nothing upon inspection. Everything seemed normal, and Daryl couldn't figure out why. Without any clues, he was at a loss. Chapter 56. Bet on Xianxia. Daryl planned to examine the situation more closely to find connections between events. However, before he could even start, the cabinet vanished, leaving him in a familiar setting. He was certain it was his room. What had just happened? Curious, Daryl inspected the surroundings thoroughly but found no significant differences. Eventually, he gave up. It was too taxing to think about without any logical reasoning to pursue. Besides, there was no need. Perhaps this phenomenon would reappear another day. He soon let it go and resumed reading the magazines provided by the system. Recently, he thought about discussing with the system if he could get a phone to play with. Although living here was quite comfortable, tending to flowers, observing the gate, and so on, it was also rather boring, and he missed checking his phone. He wasn't sure if there was even a signal here. As Daryl read through the magazine, his gaze shifted, and he noticed that the room's scene had changed again. The same cabinet appeared as before, but this time it was different. The room now had personal items scattered around, whereas previously it seemed uninhabited. Now, It clearly showed signs of someone living there. No one else was present, but he saw objects on the table. Upon inspection, they were just ordinary clothes, revealing nothing unusual. Why did this scene appear? If there was someone living in the room, could Daryl communicate with him? He didn't know. Maybe there were things in this room he hadn't yet discovered. Tomorrow, if the chance arose, he would ask Valentina about what had previously occurred in this room. This time, the scene seemed to last longer, though Daryl didn't notice anything particularly different. The system didn't detect any danger either, so he dismissed it and continued reading. The next morning, the items on the table had vanished. Perhaps the timing had changed. When Valentina came to see Daryl, he brought up the matter casually. Zhan Zhengzhu, has anything unusual ever happened in my room before? Valentina was taken aback by his question. Not that I know of. Why do you ask? Did you see something? No one had ever asked her such a question before. Daryl figured she might not know what had happened, so he let it drop. Maybe only he could see these occurrences. By the way, what are the prizes for today's finals? Daryl was curious. If they had traveled such distances for the Dao discussion conference, there must be some benefits. These can't compare to what you have. Just some ordinary pills and spirit stones, Valentina replied. With scarce resources, they couldn't offer much more. In recent years, secret realms rarely appeared, making it difficult to obtain better items. Whatever good stuff they got, they kept for themselves. Daryl didn't understand why people were so desperate for such mundane rewards. No wonder everyone had been lethargic earlier, treating the event like a mere formality. These are the best things we can offer, which is why we're so curious about where your items come from. They hope to take a shot at finding better resources. Even if Daryl didn't speak, they couldn't force him. I found them in a secret realm, but it has since disappeared. He casually mentioned a place. It's in the large desert to the east. If you're interested, you can try looking. He heard that many secret realms had appeared there before. Maybe they'd find an opportunity. Since his items weren't from there, he had nothing to lose. All right, I'll keep that in mind, Valentina decided promptly. After the tournament, she would lead people there to try their luck. If successful, they might gain more resources, potentially turning Penglai Immortal Sect into a major power and eliminating fear of monsters. But it's dangerous over there. Be careful, Daryl warned, knowing many who entered never returned alive. At the arena, someone brought up the matter to Daryl. He reiterated that their success depended on them. Lately, there have been many secret realms in the east. Not long ago, someone from our sect discovered one. They entered but failed to return safely. After a short while inside, all their life talismans shattered. No one knows what happened. We haven't sent anyone back since. Given the casualties and lack of information, no one dared enter. Do you know the location of that secret realm? If it has valuable items, we could go in together for a chance at treasures. Daryl didn't realize that his casual suggestion had prompted others to seriously consider exploring the secret realm. Daryl didn't concern himself with what happened below. Observing the duel on the stage, he identified why Xianxia always won in a single move. She lacked combat experience and was learning as she fought. Once she became familiar enough, she could anticipate her opponent's next move. Such a person could become formidable with time. Remembering Xianxia's confident assertion, it seemed she indeed had the skills. Perhaps he had underestimated her. Many of his insights came from books. Meeting few people made him miss practical knowledge. People were already placing bets on the champion. Daryl stood beside Maxim. Bet on Xianxia. The sudden voice startled Maxim. But I think our disciples have a fair chance. What if we lose? He quickly reacted, feeling uneasy about betting on Xianxia. Daryl, however, had told him about doubling spirit stones. It was up to him whether or not to take the risk. Chapter 57. Die if you're unsatisfied. Maxim immediately sought out the jet to discuss, and they quickly made a decision. They would allocate half of their resources for clan cultivation and bet the remaining half. Even if they lost, they'd still have half left. If they won, it would be a substantial profit. Let's trust Daryl. Daryl likely wouldn't deceive them. Additionally, the two of them contributed some personal funds, hoping to recoup their losses. The match was already entering a fever pitch. Daryl noticed that someone had been watching him intently. Whenever he shifted his gaze in that direction, the person looked away. After several repetitions, Daryl became slightly irritated. Why not just say what you want to say? The person observing Daryl was Xianxia's father, Adrian. He was very curious about Daryl but, given his position, hadn't had an opportunity to interact with him yet. Had it not been for Xianxia, he might never have received Daryl's tea. Yesterday, after brewing a little, he broke through directly. Today, he felt that the circulation of spirit energy had significantly increased. Thus, he hoped his daughter could build a good relationship with Daryl, so whenever Daryl had something valuable to sell, they could be notified first. They certainly wouldn't let Daryl suffer any significant loss. Adrian did everything for the clan. He rarely considered himself. What do you want? Daryl couldn't bear it anymore. The repeated stares were like a wolf seeing a bone. He transmitted his voice directly to Adrian. Upon hearing this, Adrian sensed Daryl's anger. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you. I didn't mean to. My daughter mentioned you, and I wanted to see what kind of person Daryl is. Your daughter is? Daryl looked at someone who seemed familiar. Then he remembered. She looked like Xianxia. Lately, the only girl he'd interacted with was her. My daughter is Xianxia. I'm really sorry to disturb you, Adrian replied. He thought he had been careful, but now he realized he had upset Daryl. From then on, he dared not look at Daryl, fearing he might upset him further. Within a few days, Daryl's impression in others' eyes completely changed. The battle was intense, and Daryl noticed it would end soon. Xianxia caught her opponent by the neck. When the other party finally spoke and admitted defeat, I don't accept it. Xianxia, you're not my match. Even with his neck held, he refused to admit defeat. Clearly, he had been winning before, but losing due to a single mistake? You don't accept it? Xianxia's grip tightened. If he didn't concede, he might die under her hand. I don't accept it. Let me go. Let's fight again. Xianxia laughed. Facing such a person required no more words. The result was evident. She had already won. To come and argue. Demanding another match? Xianxia wasn't in the mood for it. Die if you're unsatisfied. It was his own doing for not conceding. Preston, concede. Daryl saw that Xianxia didn't want to waste time on this matter. If Preston didn't concede, he might indeed die. Being someone Daryl brought up, he couldn't watch him die without action. Upon hearing Daryl's words, Xianxia released him. Preston fell to the ground. Looking at Daryl, Preston knew that the clan elder's order left him no choice, despite his reluctance. To be defeated means you should accept it. Go back and train harder. For the next 3 to 5 years, you won't receive any resources. Maxim also felt this person disgraced them. Defeat was defeat. Everyone experiences it, but he simply wasn't good enough. Still pursuing it, planning to die on stage? Such a mindset wouldn't allow anyone to go far, even with talent. On the spot, Preston's future as a champion was declared dead. Without resources for 3 to 5 years, he wouldn't catch up to others. Elder, I know I was wrong, but I'm not satisfied. After coming so far, one mistake and it's all over. Preston knelt, his eyes full of unwillingness. You lost, work harder. Ask anyone here. No one is ever happy losing. If today wasn't on this stage, you'd be dead. Get down. Don't embarrass yourself further. Master Jean, we can announce the final results now. Standing on the stage, Daryl handed the fruit he brought over to Xianxia. This is your championship reward. If you wish, you can participate in the Elders Arena, which serves as additional reward for your victory. Their generation was forbidden from participating in Daryl's arranged arena due to their weaker strength and higher risk of injury. I'll take the reward. Becoming champion was already great for me. I don't wish to participate in any more arenas. Participating again would exhaust her. Besides, even her father lacked confidence in winning such an arena. Was she going just to fill numbers? So, arranging a new arena will depend on you. I'm also curious about your actual strength. I hope you won't disappoint. Daryl told Valentina he was preparing to leave. The day's matches were over, and he needed to rest. Daryl, I want to challenge you. A voice called out as he took a step forward. Challenge him? If I win, give me 5 pounds of tea. If you win, I'll join Brandon Ling clan and serve you. Daryl glanced back at the audacious challenger. Firstly, Brandon Ling clan wasn't Daryl's personal possession. He was merely a caretaker. He needed to focus on his duties. Secondly, he truly disliked battling people. His favorite pastime was watching others compete. Sorry, I have no interest in your challenge. Daryl knew many harbored similar thoughts. If he accepted one, countless others would follow. A situation he despised. Are you a coward, Daryl? I heard you never accept challenges. If you're strong, why hesitate? Some knew they might not win in a fair fight against Daryl's companions. But challenging Daryl offered the same rewards if they won. There was no difference. Hashtag chapter 58. The stakes are life. Things had escalated to the point where it wasn't a matter of Daryl simply saying he wouldn't challenge them. Everyone thought that under their provocation, Daryl would agree to this challenge. But they underestimated him. Daryl would never accept anyone's taunt or challenge. After all, if he wanted excitement and challenges, he wouldn't have chosen the invincible retirement system. In his view, lying low and enjoying retirement was the most comfortable and pleasant way to live. Challenges? Provocations? To Daryl, these didn't mean much. He had his own life to live, and if others didn't understand that, it was their problem. I've never claimed to be incredibly powerful. It's you who assumed so. Can't you see my true strength? If you want to challenge me, the stakes are simple. If I win, I will kill you, leaving you soulless. If I lose anything you want, I'll give you. A bet? A challenge? Naturally, the challenger needed something Daryl truly valued. Anyone with the guts, come forward. Otherwise, scram. Don't think you can challenge me just because you see me. What use do I have for you? Daryl had so many resources that even an ordinary person could be cultivated into a formidable expert, let alone someone like them. If I win, give me your space. Everyone knew Daryl possessed an exceptionally large space filled with countless treasures. Of course, I can give you the opportunity to open a life or death arena, Daryl said confidently, as if ready to accompany anyone at a moment's notice. But the others were not bold enough. They had no idea about Daryl's true strength, and he remained inscrutable. If Daryl turned out to be formidable, it would cost them their lives. No one dared to take such a risk. No one? If no one challenges me, then I'm leaving. They were cowards, wanting his treasures, but unwilling to stake their lives. Daryl, I'll challenge you. One person stepped forward, confident in his own strength. Even if Daryl was powerful, he had secret methods to ensure a safe escape. Losing some years of cultivation was a price worth paying compared to obtaining all of Daryl's treasures and becoming the strongest cultivator. So, it's you? Daryl glanced at him. Instinctively, he felt this person was weak. Nonetheless, Daryl stepped onto the arena, intending to make an example today. His opponent launched an attack without a word, but Daryl effortlessly dodged, making it impossible for the attacker to touch him. After a few attempts, Daryl narrowed his eyes. That's all you've got? His opponent was already breathless from exhaustion, while Daryl stood across from him, seemingly unperturbed. I've been lenient. Now, it's my turn. Hope you reincarnate well. In a swift move, before anyone could react, Daryl had taken down his opponent. Blood pooled on the ground, and the other spectators hadn't seen any clear movement from Daryl. The man was already dead, a fact confirmed by the patriarchs. Something seemed amiss to Daryl. Trying to run? Such tricks were meaningless to him. With a wave of his hand, Daryl captured the fleeing soul. It tried to escape, but found itself trapped within Daryl's grip. Run? Trying to play games with a life and death contract? Don't blame me for being ruthless. Daryl crushed the soul without hesitation, erasing him from existence. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say stake your life, it includes your soul. Anyone else wishing to try should step forward now. Daryl's display frightened everyone. Thoughts of challenging him vanished instantly. With so many treasures, Daryl either had the power to protect them or had protectors. Given the circumstances, Daryl seemed capable of protecting himself. None knew if there were other strong protectors hidden around him. No one else? Then I rest. To Daryl, his possessions could be discarded or given away, but never taken forcefully. When he returned to his room, the previous scene was gone. Over several days, nothing unusual happened, maintaining its usual appearance. The next day was the Patriarch's tournament. 2 nights ago, Maxim and Jed invited Daryl for drinks. Unable to refuse, Daryl attended. I don't enjoy alcohol, so you drink. Daryl preferred tea, and the wine here tasted awful. Our sect isn't doing well, as you know. Do you happen to have kept any of that tea? Their analysis showed winning first place was nearly impossible since the items were provided by Daryl. After careful consideration, only Maxim was allowed to participate, representing their brand-handling sect. I have plenty. Feel free to take what you need. Daryl anticipated their visit wouldn't bring good news. Indeed, they hoped to get more from him. Fortunately, he did have plenty of the tea and even seeds available if they wish to cultivate their own batch. These seeds can be planted anytime. Excellent. You're considerate and have thought of our sect. Once we return, I'll arrange for you to leave the mountain and assign you a relaxed position as an elder. Sound good? Through this incident, they realized Daryl was no longer suited to be a disciple. As an elder, it maintained face among the elders and patriarchs, who couldn't be outshined by a mere disciple in terms of strength or resources. The chapter captures the intense atmosphere and maintains the storyline's coherence with previous content. Chapter 59. The Glowing Stone. No need. The place I have is just fine. I don't want to move for now. Daryl had planted so many flowers and plants there, and it took great effort to improve the quality of the soil. Moving would mean starting all over again, which would be extremely troublesome. Then let's discuss these matters when we return. Our main reason for coming today is to remind you that anything valuable should be prioritized for our sect. After all, we are one entity. Daryl had been too generous, and they feared he might give everything away. If that happened, they would end up with nothing. These people had no idea how deep Daryl's resources truly were. What he gave away was merely what he did not need. All right, Daryl casually responded, not really caring whether they were one entity or not. His things, he could give to whoever he wanted. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest. Try not to drink too much of this useless wine. There were too many impurities in it, which could even affect their cultivation if consumed excessively. Maxim and the others held what was supposedly the best and most expensive wine from Penglai Immortal Sect, rich in spiritual energy. Even a sip would allow them to feel its effects. But in Daryl's eyes, it was useless wine. Sometimes Daryl really made them feel angry. Back in his room, as Daryl was about to rest, he suddenly felt a stone in his spatial ring emitting light, as if calling out to something. He took it out to examine it. This stone was also given to him by the system. When he first received it, Daryl studied it for some time, but eventually concluded it seemed like an ordinary stone and kept it in storage. Yet, this matter had puzzled him for a long time. Could anything given by the system truly be ordinary? Indeed, when he examined it today, it became clear that even the simplest items given by the system were not ordinary. As for what exactly it was, Daryl still didn't know. After studying it for a few minutes, the stone began glowing brighter. Suddenly, it floated into the air and swiftly flew towards a direction. What's happening? Reacting instinctively before thinking, Daryl chased after it. The speed of the stone was astonishing. Daryl had to use his utmost effort to keep up. After an unknown amount of time, with his spiritual energy nearly depleted, the stone finally stopped. Daryl wasn't sure where he was. In front of him was a deep pool, a place he had never heard of within the Penglai Immortal Sect. The stone seemed to have exhausted all its power, falling into Daryl's hand and reverting to its original state, except now it had hints of golden light within its white exterior. What on earth is this thing? The system hadn't explicitly explained it, and Daryl hadn't probed deeply. Now, bringing him here, what was it trying to achieve? Daryl stood beside the pond, suddenly sensing something beneath the surface. Should he go down and investigate? Standing there hesitating, Daryl considered if this stone wanted to obtain something from the bottom of the pond. Forget it. Since I'm already here, I might as well take a look. Daryl jumped in, curious about what was down there. As soon as he entered the water, the stone emitted light, enveloping him. He realized he didn't need to move on his own, as something was guiding him. After what felt like a long time, the surrounding animals vanished, and the water grew deeper and darker. Daryl started feeling bored. How much longer will this take? Pointing at the stone, it seemed to understand his words, accelerating. Several minutes later, it slowed down. Daryl saw a ball of spirit fire burning at the bottom of the pond. Recognizing it as no ordinary item, he speculated it might be close to his divine fire. Thinking he might as well collect it, Daryl watched as the stone sped towards the spirit fire. Before he could grab it back, it was already engulfed by the flames. Standing still, unsure whether to retrieve the stone or absorb the spirit fire, Daryl was interrupted when something flashed. The spirit fire disappeared, and Daryl quickly searched for the stone but found only a purple egg instead. He could clearly sense life within the egg, meaning it could hatch. After a moment of reflection, Daryl understood. The stone, given by the system, wasn't a stone at all. It was an egg. Perhaps it had absorbed the fire's power, or undergone some transformation. Daryl was certain he hadn't sensed any life within the stone initially. Maybe it was the key to finding this egg. The egg flew into Daryl's hand on its own, revealing golden runes on its purple surface. These runes were unfamiliar to Daryl. Now what? Instead of obtaining the spirit fire, he had gotten an egg of unknown origin. Who knew what it would become in the future? The egg frantically pointed in another direction. Is there something else over there? Do you need it? The egg vigorously nodded and shook, leaving Daryl confused. Afraid Daryl wouldn't follow, the egg flew off in the indicated direction. With no choice, Daryl followed. Upon arrival, Daryl discovered a pile of gold and several excellent spirit trees laden with fruit. While these weren't particularly rare to him, since he was already there, he gathered everything into his spatial ring, including the soil beneath. The egg clearly hadn't expected such thoroughness, as everything was collected without leaving a trace. Anything else here? Receiving confirmation that there was nothing else, Daryl returned to the surface with the egg. The spirit fire and pond had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain. When can you hatch? Chapter 60. The loss of a treasure. Daryl nudged the egg, thinking he should be able to communicate with it. The egg shook frantically, as if trying to talk to him. But they had no way of communicating. Looks like I'll have to specifically learn how to communicate with an egg for your sake. He was very curious about what kind of creature's egg this was. Living a retired life, raising small animals could also be enjoyable. So, what do you usually eat? Do I need to prepare anything special for you? As Daryl returned, he chatted with the egg. Unfortunately, they indeed couldn't communicate. The egg might want to speak to Daryl, but Daryl couldn't receive its signals. Back in his room, Daryl prepared a small nest for it, filled with many fruits imbued with spiritual energy. These were freshly picked from trees. Their growth would require spiritual chi. Originally, there was supposed to be an arena competition the next day, but a sudden notice announced it was postponed because Penglai Immortal Sect had lost something important. Now, everyone in the sect was searching for it. Although he didn't know exactly what was lost, Daryl had a hunch that it might be related to him. Either the egg in his possession or the spirit fire swallowed by the egg, or possibly the fruit and tree he had taken. Thinking this through, Daryl understood why so many spirit trees were planted there. They likely belonged to the sect. Returning them now was impossible. Moreover, explaining the situation to them would be futile. He had messed up Penglai Immortal Sect's secret realm and needed to avoid being discovered, so he directly stored the egg in his spatial storage. Thankfully, Daryl's spatial storage could hold living creatures as well as inanimate objects. Mr. Su, we sincerely apologize, but since the item we lost is very important, we must inspect your room. Please don't take offense. They had already searched everywhere else in the Penglai Immortal Sect and found nothing. Even Valentina couldn't understand how someone could take both people and trees. This was part of the foundation of Penglai Immortal Sect. Without it, their future development would be severely impacted. Most importantly, their base would be gone. Thus, they had no choice but to search everyone one by one. If these people had indeed taken it, they probably hadn't left the sect yet. Come in, Daryl replied. He had already cleaned his room, leaving nothing for them to find. May I ask where you were last night? Is there anyone who can verify your location? Valentina actually suspected Daryl, having heard that he possessed a large spatial storage. If it were him, it was quite possible he could have taken their items. Last night, I was drinking with Maxim and then came back to rest. Daryl was certain that no one had seen him when he went there yesterday. Do you know where our sect's secret realm is located? What are you implying? Are you suspecting that I took your items? With all my good things, why would I need yours? Daryl was getting impatient. If he had known the items had an owner yesterday, he wouldn't have taken them. Returning them now was practically impossible. The guards on that side would have increased, and most importantly, Daryl had no idea how to get there again. He would wait for another opportunity to return them. I don't mean that. Our clan's greatest treasure has been lost, and we are truly worried. If it doesn't turn up, it will be a devastating blow to the entire Penglai Immortal Sect. Although Valentina suspected Daryl, she had no evidence and couldn't deny it outright when faced with his direct questions. Do you not assign people to guard your items? We set up special barriers that ordinary people can't detect. Also, going inside is fraught with danger. Under normal circumstances, we don't assign anyone there. They had previously tried assigning people to guard it, but staying there too long could lead to mental breakdowns. So, they strengthened the barrier instead. Daryl, who hadn't encountered any obstacles while taking the tree, didn't understand what they meant by the barrier or traps. Daryl naturally wouldn't know, as the egg had cleared everything out for him. It was almost impossible for others to know. How important is your treasure? Daryl wanted to make amends from another angle. He felt awkward and was caught between a rock and a hard place. It's very important. If you didn't take it, I'll leave now. If you find any clues, please inform us promptly. Valentina naturally wouldn't tell Daryl exactly what the item was. After she left, Daryl took out the egg. Why didn't you tell me earlier that those items weren't unclaimed? Look at the mess this has caused. Seeing the egg shake frantically, Daryl guessed it was trying to explain itself. I didn't know you would take both the fruit and the tree along with it. Daryl was speechless. Indeed, things had become complicated. They searched everywhere but found nothing. Directly entering another patriarch's room for inspection naturally led to dissatisfaction. Reinvestigating would also be impossible. Even so, some people still accused them. Being suspected without reason, even after a joint inspection, made everyone uncomfortable. Valentina was more frustrated. Their clan's greatest treasure was now missing. Knowing the lost spirit trees produced very potent fruits, which they rarely used due to their value, made the situation even more severe. That night, Daryl appeared before Valentina. I heard your treasure is spirit trees. I don't have them, but I have some seeds that can grow into fine things. Maybe you can use these temporarily? Daryl took out a package of plain-looking seeds given by the system. He hadn't gotten around to planting them yet. These were likely not ordinary items. Cultivating takes a lot of time, and we simply don't have it right now, but I'll accept these seeds. Daryl handed over the items, and Valentina naturally accepted them, guessing they were valuable. These seeds are unique. With sufficient spiritual energy, they grow very quickly, eliminating the need for long periods. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring coherence and natural English flow. Chapter 61. Trouble at the Feather Spirit Sect. This was why Daryl's vegetable patch had so many long-aged spirit herbs. It was all thanks to the effectiveness of the seeds. You're not joking, right? I've never heard of such seeds in this world. Plants require time to sprout and grow. No one has ever mentioned that they could be accelerated with just spirit energy. Only that in places with spirit energy, they grow better and their effects are stronger. You still need to read more. You'll know once you plant these. After giving out the items, Daryl felt a lot better inside. These seeds were far more valuable than those unnamed spirit trees. Even if that's the case, we can't cultivate them in the short term. It still requires time, but our sect needs to develop. Valentina frowned. Perhaps if Daryl treated them a bit better and gave more things to them, it would be good for them. That's your concern then, said Daryl, who wasn't foolish. He knew what they were thinking clearly. While he indeed took some of their resources accidentally, he'd already compensated them sufficiently. Further compensation was out of the question. Still, thank you. Valentina didn't know whether what Daryl gave would sprout, but she accepted it first anyway. Wish you good luck in finding that person, Daryl said before leaving. He'd done what he needed to do and didn't want to get involved further. Daryl was planning to go out and enjoy the scenery. He'd recently heard there was an even better view nearby. Just as he stepped out, Maxim rushed over anxiously with a worried look on his face. Daryl, something's happened. Don't panic, just take your time and tell me slowly, Daryl responded calmly. The sect is in trouble. The sect master has been in seclusion, and someone attacked us suddenly. Our feather spirit sect suffered heavy losses. Your medicinal field wasn't discovered by them, but everything in your room has been taken away. Only after returning could they truly assess the extent of the damage. They might not be able to stay at Penglai Immortal Sect anymore. You mean my belongings were taken by someone else? Daryl thought about the things in his room. They were things he didn't really need. Actually, it didn't matter too much. What upset Daryl was that someone dared enter his room without permission and took his belongings. Yes, your medicinal field had restrictions set, which they didn't discover. If they had, the damage would likely have been even greater. Maxim was particularly worried about what happened at the Feather Spirit Sect. With so many elders in the sect, it was impossible that none were left behind. In theory, the sect shouldn't have sustained such heavy losses. Shall we return now? Nothing was more important than protecting Daryl's place of residence. You still have the arena contest to watch, so I thought perhaps we could return once while you stay here? Maxim didn't dare decide for Daryl. Whether or not to return was entirely up to him. I'll also go back once. Leave the items here for them to deal with themselves. Daryl felt a bit disappointed he couldn't watch the competition unfold, but the tournament would be held soon enough. So let's inform them now. Daryl returned to his room to gather his belongings. The secrets here hadn't been fully explored yet, but he'd check back when he had more free time. When Daryl went to find Valentina, he couldn't locate her. After asking around, he learned that she had gone out on some matters. So, Daryl found someone else to relay the message. As for tea leaves, Daryl couldn't provide them now. He only trusted Valentina and would rely on no one else. Gathering everyone quickly, Daryl produced the flying boat under everyone's watchful eyes. Feather Spirit Sect members board the flying boat. Everyone else was surprised. Why the sudden return? Without any prior notice, they thought it would be another 10 days before departure. But with Daryl preparing to leave, if they didn't follow now, returning to the Feather Spirit Sect later would be more troublesome. Isn't the Feather Spirit Sect where Daryl resides? Why does he suddenly need to leave? I don't know. Didn't we hear Daryl was staying to watch the next arena contest? Everyone else was eagerly anticipating it. Now that Daryl is leaving, what will happen to the others? It seems the entire sect is leaving. Given how urgent it is, something must have happened at home. But we haven't heard anything recently. Daryl confirmed everyone from his side was aboard. Gentlemen, I apologize, but I have something urgent to attend to temporarily. Please feel free to do as you wish. I promised rewards, so after the matches, you can visit the Feather Spirit Sect to find me. With that, the flying boat took off rapidly. Any recent news from the Feather Spirit Sect? Asked one person. Leaving so urgently must mean something did happen. Without Daryl, it's unlikely the arena will open. Plus, given the issues at Penglai Immortal Sect, who knows how the elders will handle it? Just as Daryl started the flying boat, someone came chasing after them. It was Xianxia. She flew onto the boat. I haven't visited the Feather Spirit Sect yet. May I come along? Xianxia had already discussed with her father and might be spending more time with Daryl. She reasoned that following him might lead to more resources. The Feather Spirit Sect is facing an issue. When we arrive, I may not be able to host you properly. Daryl needed to find who took his items before showing her around. That's fine. You don't need to worry about me. I'm just hitching a ride. This was the largest flying boat she had seen. No wonder Daryl garnered so much admiration and attention on his first day. Once aboard, Xianxia wandered off to explore. Maxim was anxious to understand the situation back at the sect. What exactly happened at the Feather Spirit Sect? Daryl asked him. I'm not sure of the specifics. The messages sent were intermittent and vague, saying something major occurred. We'll know more upon arrival. Elderly personally piloted the flying boat to expedite their return. Their flying boat was faster than other flight tools. Chapter 62. Hijacking the flying boat. Otherwise, it would take 10 days to half a month to reach the Feather Spirit Sect. You should contact the sect as soon as possible. From our current position, it will take quite some time to reach the sect, and I'm worried something might go wrong inside. If someone took advantage of their weakened state now and came up against them, that would be quite troublesome. This is something I already know without you telling me. However, I can no longer get in touch with anyone. That was the last piece of information I had. The specific situation can only be known once we return. This could not be ruled out as a prank, where someone took their communication stones. After trying to contact again, there was no response from the other side. However, Maxim felt that the possibility of a prank was still relatively small. Well, let's wait until we return before discussing it. Daryl wasn't worried. As long as no one died, injuries could recover quickly with the abundance of healing holy medicines he possessed. The flying boat was moving very fast. Halfway through their journey, many black-clothed figures suddenly appeared near their boat. They wielded swords and knives, rushing onto the flying boat, taking the disciples hostage. Awoken by the commotion outside, Daryl walked out to find over 100 black-clothed people holding their disciples captive. What the hell are you doing? These people wanted to attack them? Where did these black-clothed people come from? Along this route, Daryl didn't recall offending anyone. Daryl, right? My superiors sent me to kill you. Hand over what's in your hands and jump off yourself, and we can call this matter settled. A leader among the black-clothed men stepped forward to speak. What are you saying? You're hijacking my people on my territory and want me to jump off? The ones who should jump are you. To Daryl, these people weren't worth a second thought. However, the fact that they were holding Feather Spirit Sect disciples hostage posed a real problem for him. He couldn't just watch as they died before his eyes. He had to save them. But the situation wasn't looking good. A knife was held to each hostage's neck. Now Daryl needed to gauge whether he could move faster than all of them, or if they could act more quickly. If he failed, their heads would roll. Daryl wanted to see if he could relax their guard. Maybe those who flew here with their swords were already exhausted. Or perhaps they knew the route back to the Feather Spirit Sect passed through here, so they deliberately waited for them. There was another possibility, that these black-clothed men had gone to harass the Feather Spirit Sect members, thus knowing they would appear here at this time. All these questions, Daryl believed, could be answered simply by asking. You don't have to throw away a chance, brother. I don't want to fight. If we really fought, you wouldn't even have the right to stand there and talk. Hand over your belongings immediately. Otherwise, this elder, what was his name? Sue, Maxim, will die in my hands. Maxim felt very wronged. Hearing voices outside, he ran out to check, only to be surrounded and captured immediately. Primarily, they were using the disciples as leverage against him to ensure the safety of the students. This left him paralyzed with fear. Others were in the same predicament. Now on the entire flying boat, only Daryl and Kesha, who was nowhere to be seen, remained uncaught. Even the person in the control room, old Master Fedor, had been taken captive. In short, the flying boat was now hijacked. You want my things? Fine, but answer one question first. How did you know I'd be passing here? How should I know? Someone told me. Since I've answered your question, hand over your stuff. I have other matters to attend to, so don't waste my time. Hearing from higher-ups, Daryl was described as an extremely tough opponent whose true strength was unknown. Therefore, they went to great lengths to capture hostages to use as leverage against Daryl. They dared not move against Daryl directly, for if he turned out to be as powerful as rumored, it would be the end of them. What do you want? From his spatial ring, Daryl pulled out a plain-looking sword. It looked like an ordinary weapon bought from any roadside shop, but Daryl knew it was actually a fine weapon, extremely sharp. Its current dull appearance was due to it being sealed since coming into Daryl's possession. Once opened, it would look far more impressive. This junk, I don't want it. Don't try to trick me. Otherwise, these people will die. Without hesitation, the black-clothed man stabbed Maxim's thigh. Pulling out the knife, he switched to one aimed at Maxim's neck. Maxim screamed in pain. How could participating in a discussion competition become so perilous? Just as the debate concluded and trouble erupted in the sect, they encountered more problems on the way home. Even injured, he wondered if Daryl could save him. If not, he might die here. He was still young. Daryl, give him whatever he wants. I don't want to die. I still have much to do. Crying, Maxim pleaded with Daryl, wondering why the criminal targeted him. There were so many people. Old Master Fedor seemed ignored. Elder Maxim, it's you who's captured, not me. Your meaning is to trade my life for the lives of so many? If you were in my position, would you make the trade? Daryl wasn't stupid. The black-clothed men made it clear they intended to rob him and then kill him. There was no way he would compromise. Daryl couldn't understand why, despite living modestly in the sect and keeping a low profile outside, so many people sought to end his life. Daryl, if we die, sect leader won't forgive you. Maxim was desperate. Could Daryl really leave them here to die? All their lives now depended on him. Not just Maxim, the other disciples began to panic too. They understood the benefits of following Daryl, but none of them wanted to die. More voices cried out to Daryl, hoping he would relent and save their lives. Yet they hadn't realized that if Daryl died, they would all perish as well. Chapter 63, Rescuing Disciples. If Daryl died, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. They remained alive now because they were being used as leverage against Daryl. Have you all really been practicing so much that it's addled your brains? Without me, you would have already been dead long ago. Now they were using threats against him when previously, when they asked for cultivation methods or materials, their attitudes had been entirely different. Furthermore, what does it matter to me that your skills are inferior? Why is it only you who has been captured and not me? Daryl saw Kesha and thought of a plan. He alone might not be able to rescue everyone and deal with the black-robed figures at the same time. But with an assistant, it could be possible. He just needed an opportunity. Daryl gave Maxim a meaningful look. These black-robed figures dared not move against Daryl but were trying to threaten him by threatening them. The problem was, Daryl seemed unmoved by these tactics. Why don't you just kill them outright, then go join them below? Rest assured, I will take revenge for you. And if any of you die here today, I will take care of your families. Daryl's weapon was prepared in his hand. The item looked too ordinary for them to give it any attention. You can't do that, Daryl. Don't forget, you promised the Patriarch to bring them back safely. If he knew you were someone like this, there would be no way he would make such arrangements. Maxim understood Daryl's glance. Of course, he wouldn't abandon his companions. He had to distract the enemy, giving Daryl more opportunities. Patriarch, once I've killed you all, he won't know about my existence anymore. Daryl and Kesha could only communicate quietly, fearing being discovered. They had to be extra cautious and possibly distract further. If all of us die, and you're the only one left alive, the Patriarch won't believe you. Brother in black, why don't you let us go and we'll help you catch Daryl? We're very familiar with him. We know where his things are and what his weaknesses are. How about you release us and we cooperate? Maxim appeared especially disappointed in Daryl, immediately stepping forward in a manner meant to curry favor. His leg had been bleeding continuously. He felt that without quick action, he might bleed out. Even if they managed to save others, his leg might be ruined. For cultivators like them, losing a limb was equivalent to losing life itself. He couldn't wait any longer. Oh, you're willing to team up against Daryl? Do you know how powerful Daryl's cultivation is? The black-robed figure found their sudden change interesting and wanted to see this transformation unfold. Bretman nature was like this. Why should it change? Honestly, we don't know. After all, Daryl has always been very low-key in our sect. However, if you release me, I can probe him for you. Besides, with so many of you, even if we tried to run, we wouldn't get far. Just release me. I'm already injured and can't run away. Moreover, you still have many disciples here. Daryl might not care, but I, as an elder, do. Maxim's eloquence confused the black-robed figure. Perhaps he believed that Maxim wouldn't dare to try anything and could be useful in probing Daryl. Maxim indeed couldn't escape with so many people standing there, waiting to die obediently. You'd better not play tricks. Your mission is to obtain what we want from Daryl and kill him. Just as Maxim approached Daryl, the situation changed abruptly. A person appeared behind the black-robed figures, shocking everyone into turning to look. Daryl took the opportunity to free the feathered spirit sect's disciples from their captors. By the time the black-robed figures reacted, Daryl had already saved them all. It happened so quickly, no one else reacted in time. Daryl's cultivation was far superior, making the fight uneven. If not for the hostages, Daryl wouldn't have let them live so long. It was Xianxia who had appeared, swiftly dispatching 5 black-robed figures. Her ruthlessness towards raiders was apparent. Though she rarely killed, it didn't mean she hesitated when necessary. Caught between two fronts, the leader of the black-robed figures smiled. They said your strength was formidable, and I initially didn't believe it. But seeing this, indeed, you're as strong as rumored. If you weren't powerful enough, it would be impossible to rescue so many people so quickly. Their speed was such that it only took a few seconds for the hostages to disappear before their eyes. With Daryl's power, they stood no chance. Now that you understand, you shouldn't have come here to die. Our roles may need to be reversed. Daryl pointed his sword at them. Everyone knows I dislike fighting. Normally in such situations, I stay away and avoid conflict. If you came for me, then you have offended the wrong person. Go bandage Maxim and the others. Leave this place. Staying here will only hinder me. Daryl intended to unleash carnage. Their presence would interfere with his actions. He regretted only his flying boat, now destined for tragedy on its first use. It felt ominous for future uses. Was there a way to handle them in midair? The black-robed figures watched the feathered spirit sect's disciples prepare to leave without moving against them. Even with Daryl's sword pointed at them, they remained unperturbed. Proceed. We've lost. Since our strength is inferior, death is all that remains. They had truly given up, realizing their resistance was futile against a true master. You think clearly. Hand over what you have, then jump off here. Before jumping, I have some questions for you. If you answer truthfully, you may avoid torture before death. If not, don't blame me for my actions. Chapter 64. Recruiting underlings. Just ask whatever you want, but I don't know much either. Can we discuss this? If you want to kill me, just kill me alone. These brothers around me only followed my orders and have nothing to do with you. They didn't harm you at all. Can you spare them? The leader of the black-clothed men had completely given up but still wanted to help plead for them. Maybe he could let them live. How about this? If you tell me who's behind you, not only will I spare your brothers, but I'll also spare you. Daryl wasn't severely injured anyway. If he could resolve the mastermind behind it once and for all, it would be a good thing. Could we change that? We genuinely don't know who's behind us. He contacts us using message stones. They were professional killers, and they had verified this mission thoroughly before accepting it. No matter how strong Daryl was, they never imagined reaching such an impossible level. Had they known Daryl was so powerful, they wouldn't have taken the mission no matter how advantageous the offer. So you're part of a specialized organization? How about this? I'll place an order now for you to kill the person behind me. Whatever amount of spirit stones you want, I'll give. Daryl thought about it. It seemed like a feasible idea. They always cause trouble from behind, never daring to confront him directly. He might as well make things troublesome for them. After all, he wasn't short of spirit stones. If he needed money, selling one medicinal herb could fetch millions. Sir, placing orders has specific procedures, and since we failed this task, our return won't be pleasant. Their superiors wouldn't spare them. Do you mean to say your organization requires completing tasks at all costs? That's brutal. What if there's a slip-up? Daryl became intrigued by the organization and fully relaxed. Unlike Ignatius and Xianxia, who watched vigilantly, ready to protect Daryl if anything happened, in reality, any move from them would end their lives instantly. The sword in Daryl's hand wasn't just for show. Of course, there are slip-ups, which often result in death. So, we generally complete the task. Haven't you noticed I'm already compromising? Given the strength you displayed, I knew I couldn't win. The black-clothed man found it odd that Daryl started chatting with him, even considering buying him off. There were rules in their organization. So even if I spare you, you'd still die when you return? Why bother pleading for his men then? They die anyway, might as well die by his hand. If you spare us, we certainly won't return. We'll find a way to hide and never appear before the organization or you again. You can rest assured. From those words, Daryl understood. Those who returned alive without completing the task usually never went back to the organization again. And if he guessed correctly, they'd be hunted down by the organization and killed on sight. No wonder they lacked the will to struggle. Alright, I'll give you a chance to live. I'm returning to Underhanded's sect now. Once back, I'll arrange tasks for you. Follow me henceforth, along with these people around you. Daryl didn't want to do everything himself. Having some lackeys was also good. These men seemed average but suitable for errands. Are you not afraid I'll continue trying to complete the task and kill you? After completing many missions, the black-clothed man had seen plenty of failures. This was the first time someone spared them and kept them close. Don't forget, they came to kill Daryl. You aren't my match. The person who arranged for you to kill me won't leave me be either, so naturally, I can't wait passively. Find a way to help me contact your organization. I want to place an order too. Daryl had plenty of money and didn't want to work himself. Knowing such an organization would be handy. Anyone he disliked could be handled by them. Oh right, one last question. Will they send more people after this mission's failure? Not in the short term, unless the client places another order. The black-clothed man answered straightforwardly. Alright, clean up here. From now on, follow Follow me and do what I say. What's your name? Change out of these clothes. I can't stand looking at them. Daryl gave a disdainful look, wondering why they wore night clothes in broad daylight. Were they afraid others wouldn't notice them? Hearing Daryl's words, the people before him successfully changed into ordinary clothes within 3 seconds, revealing simple attire underneath, even removing their masks. Victors are kings, losers are bandits. It was always their rule. Now that Daryl offered them a chance to live, they appreciated it. My name is Miles. These are my subordinates. In the future, just command me directly. I'll handle the rest. Miles stood beside Daryl like a loyal dog, seemingly forgetting everything that had happened. This sudden turn left Xianxia and others momentarily stunned. They had been pursued before, but turning pursuers into followers was unprecedented with Daryl. Sometimes, they really couldn't fathom what went through Daryl's mind. What kind of confidence made him think this would work? Xianxia figured it was his self-confidence, believing keeping these people nearby meant they couldn't harm him. Or maybe Daryl thought that after a while, they would willingly follow him. Maxim was in the room tending to his wounds when Daryl brought the group in. Maxim looked at the unfamiliar faces behind Daryl. Were reinforcements sent to help us? Did you solve the problem with the black-clothed men? Did you keep anyone to interrogate and understand the situation and why they tried to kill us? Despite the pain, Maxim still craved answers. Had he been able to walk, he would have gone directly to find Daryl. Chapter 65. Detailed discussion. Maxim must tell Daryl that to find the mastermind behind these events, everything must be resolved once and for all to ensure they don't encounter such issues again. Nobody came to help us. The person who just held you hostage is still here. Daryl glanced at Miles, who immediately stepped forward. Elder Sue, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean it. We were just trying to complete our mission. If you're upset, feel free to stab me too. Now I'm Mr. Sue's follower. We'll definitely have a lot of dealings from now on. I hope you can forgive my past actions. Miles bowed deeply to Maxim in apology. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would never have acted so harshly towards Maxim back then. When the blade went in, he could hear the flesh tearing apart. Maxim was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Are you crazy? This person wanted to kill you. Why keep him around? It's like keeping a wolf beside you waiting for it to strike. Maxim wished he could stand next to Daryl and shake some sense into him. He doesn't have the ability to kill me. You rest well. I'll call you when we reach Underhanded Sect. Daryl didn't linger long after speaking. Back in his room, Daryl used Miles' sound transmission stone to contact their organization. Miles stood by, not daring to speak, thoroughly confused about this mission. He had already told Daryl it would be impossible to contact them successfully using the stone, yet Daryl insisted on this method. Miles, did you complete your mission? Have you brought back Daryl's body? According to their rules, one could only contact them after completing the mission. It's not Miles. This is Daryl. I need to discuss something with you. My men are tied up. Daryl looked at the anxious Miles before speaking. Since you have the sound transmission stone, you should know our rules. We don't accept requests from just anyone, especially those like you. The voice on the other end sounded clearly surprised. It was his first time receiving such a message. Your rules? I offer 2 million spirit stones to eliminate whoever wants to kill me, and another 5 times what they offered as a bonus. Daryl didn't care who the target was or planned to find out. How many spirit stones? 2 million spirit stones? How many missions would it take to earn that much? 2 million plus 5 times what they offered. Want to talk? Of course. Their organization had rules, but this mission had failed. A failed mission was considered complete. Now it was a new commission. Why wouldn't they want spirit stones? Finding such a generous client wasn't easy. Do we meet? Daryl thought this would be a good opportunity to discuss the issue of allegiance with these people. That's fine. Let me know when you're available and give me a location. I'll come over as soon as possible. With so many spirit stones at stake, a face-to-face meeting was necessary. Plus, the situation was mysterious, requiring thorough discussion with Daryl. I'll wait for you at Underhanded Sect. I'm Daryl. After speaking, Daryl handed the items back to Miles. Aren't you afraid of the person on the other end of the sound transmission stone? Daryl noticed Miles trembling. Naturally, many who failed their missions ended up dead because of him. How could I not be scared? When you meet later, I won't participate. I fear he might target me first. Daryl was stubborn, but Miles knew better than to play with his life. He feared death, which was why he agreed to be Daryl's follower. Don't be afraid. Now you belong to me. No one can lay a hand on my people in front of me. Daryl suspected that within the sect, there were still some people safe and sound. Given their current ties, the system would inform him if anything happened. With your word, I'm still uneasy, but if you need me, I will stay by your side. Having Miles around indeed made many things easier for Daryl. With him, he could directly communicate with them. On the flying boat, no one dared to cause trouble again. They arrived at Underhanded Sect smoothly. Upon arrival, Daryl noticed the mountain protection formation was broken. Over the years, the formation had weakened, and Daryl occasionally helped repair it in his spare time. It had been sufficient until someone broke through it. Only upon arriving did they learn the extent of the damage within the sect. Ignoring the boat, Daryl leaped off and quickly left. Others gradually followed. They realized the boat didn't need controlling. It automatically followed Daryl, proving it wasn't a simple vessel but possibly even bound to its master. Daryl dismissed the boat to draw others' attention. As they explored, they found numerous corpses of sect disciples, confirming the sect had indeed been attacked. If something unusual happens, where do they usually go? Daryl sensed no one else around, his intuition telling him that Underhanded Sect wasn't completely destroyed. They might be hiding somewhere he couldn't detect, a hidden place indeed. While Daryl didn't know where exactly, Maxim had a clue and didn't dare delay any further. Uncertain about the extent of damage, considering the sect's less than ideal development, encountering such a disaster was devastating. It might take them years to recover. These fallen ones are mostly outer disciples. Inner disciples are few. At least it's not a total loss. Perhaps the elders promptly moved everyone or fought to protect others. The deeper they went, the stronger the survivors seemed. Daryl noticed more bodies deeper inside, contradicting the claim of few inner disciple casualties. They likely died in battle, indicating a brutal massacre. This? Maxim pointed, speechless. No wonder the sound transmission was intermittent, likely sent in the last moments. Chapter 66, Special Space. Maxim quickened his pace and walked deeper inside, until they saw a familiar person on guard duty. The elder has returned. Senior brother Daryl has returned. We are saved. That person was overjoyed upon seeing them. While trapped, they did not dare contact anyone from the outside world. If someone came over, it might lead to their complete annihilation. They could only hide here until Daryl returned from the discussion conference, or until their sect leader emerged from seclusion. Bring us to where you were hiding. Now that we're back, you don't have to hide anymore. Seeing the excitement on the man's face, Maxim knew how much they had been waiting for their return. It seemed that while they were away, these people indeed endured much hardship. But Elder, before those who left, said they wouldn't spare us. Next time they come, it will be our end, someone doubted. Now that they returned, would they really be saved? Could Daryl and the senior elder be that powerful? With so many people unable to protect the Feeling Song sect, could Daryl do it? These matters can only be addressed when they return next time. For now, take me to see the disciples. I want to know the casualties and how many of us are still alive. Maxim negotiated with the person in front of him. Meanwhile, Daryl appeared to listen but was actually observing the surroundings, checking if anyone else was around. He detected unusual energy fluctuations, which hinted that this place might be where their sect hid the people, as a way to ensure their safety. After all, it was an old sect with its own methods. Even a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Daryl understood this well. Maxim led them into a secret passage. As soon as he entered, Daryl sensed something amiss. This seemed like a secret passageway, but it connected two different spaces. Outside the passageway was their Feeling Song sect. What lay inside remained unknown to Daryl, but he could guess. It was likely a refuge they set up. The space was indeed mysterious. No wonder Daryl had not discovered it earlier. If not guided by someone, he might never find this place. Who's there? As Daryl entered, a wary voice echoed. The person relaxed upon recognizing Daryl. It's finally you who have returned. It seemed everyone was waiting for their return and the awakening of their sect leader. Arriving at the innermost area, they found a vast space filled with injured people and caretakers attending to them. Elder Maxim, you've returned? As expected, Maxim should have returned according to the timeline. He updated himself about the sect situation. It had been an ordinary day, and the sect members were training as usual. Then, they noticed the sect's protective barrier being attacked. Naturally, they rushed out to investigate. The elders immediately took action to repair the damaged barrier and confronted the attackers. We have no grievances with you. Why do you cause us trouble? A guest may enter peacefully. Perhaps we can talk things over. No matter what they said, the attackers continued to assault the barrier relentlessly. Over the years, without enhancements, the strength of the barrier had diminished. Had Daryl not secretly reinforced it unknowingly, they might have been captured entirely before discovering the attack. Upon the barrier's failure, the cultivators naturally did not give up. They fought back, resulting in heavy losses. Outmatched by the enemy, they quickly fell into disarray. The elders promptly decided to retreat and hide. Knowing their intentions, the enemies grew more vicious, seeming to say, even running would cost lives. Fortunately, they managed to escape and hide. But their injuries were severe, allowing only temporary healing within. Occasionally, someone had to check outside for any issues, reporting back immediately if anything suspicious was found. Just as Daryl thought, this place was a special hidden space undetectable by others. Initially, Feeling Song's sect built it here for protection and immediate refuge if needed. You can go out now. I'll provide some healing medicines for faster recovery. Amid the crowd, Daryl did not see familiar faces, especially those linked to the pension insurance system he established. Isn't it too dangerous to go out now? What if they didn't leave and are waiting for us? Going out would mean walking straight into a trap. In full force, they couldn't fight. Now with so many injured, it seemed even less viable. Are you planning to live here forever? When do you plan to leave if not now? Daryl wouldn't stay indefinitely. He needed to bring these people to safety soon. He would reconstruct the sect's defensive barriers upon returning. The dead would be dealt with by the sect, and for the injured, Daryl had ways to help them recover quickly. However, he couldn't heal their mental scars. Why not wait until the sect leader returns? Our enemies are formidable. We cannot throw our lives away foolishly. You can continue hiding here. Whatever choice you make is yours. But remember, hiding is not the best path to grow stronger. The best way is to stand before them and tell them, I'm not afraid of you. Daryl pondered. If they feared death so much, why bother cultivating in the first place? Cultivation was far more difficult than an ordinary life. Having embarked on this path, there was no turning back. Did they truly work so hard just to hide from enemies? But they are incredibly strong. Going out means certain death. Yes, we cultivate, but we aren't fools, someone retorted angrily. Chapter 67. Healing Elixirs. You're not foolish, but I never said you should go to your deaths. The sect master had assigned me to guard the gate. It's also my fault that you survived while I didn't do a good job guarding it. As long as you are alive, I can guarantee that nothing bad will happen to you. Daryl despised people like this. I'll follow you out. You're right. Cultivation isn't about hiding away, it's about fighting. I'll also follow you out. Those bastards harmed our sect, so of course, we should charge out and fight them. From the beginning, I didn't agree with hiding. Some were afraid, but naturally, others weren't. With Daryl's assurance, the others didn't know why, but they felt more confident too. Then these people are left in your care. Take them out, and they will need a good place to recover. The rest who are still in good health must immediately clean up outside. Just as Daryl gave his orders, he heard the system voice. Ding. Host has helped the sect regain its vigor and obtained 50 bottles of various healing elixirs. There is an additional special reward which cannot be opened for now and will open when needed. Suddenly, Daryl's space was filled with many medicinal pills. Originally, he was thinking that if he wanted to treat these people, he would have to refine elixirs. After all, even with so many medicinal herbs, there was no way they could help everyone directly. If each person required treatment, he would have to refine elixirs. Now, he didn't need to worry about that anymore. However, Daryl was curious about the reward that couldn't be opened yet. The system had given him many things before, but none had ever been something that only opened automatically at a specific time. Wanting to talk about this with the system, it simply ignored him. Faced with such a situation, Daryl, this retired elder, could only put aside his thoughts for the moment and focus on securing the situation first. It wasn't that Daryl didn't want to slack off, but after he stood up to speak, many people regarded him as the one who would solve this issue. Whenever they encountered any problems, they came to him. Thus, Daryl sat in the main hall, letting them come to him if they had issues, promising he would handle everything. Healing medicine had been distributed, and what the system provided was certainly not ordinary. Not only did their injuries heal quickly, but they also experienced sudden enlightenment and looked like they would soon break through. Many thought that it was unfortunate they hadn't been injured, wishing they had sustained some wounds to receive an elixir and enhance their strength. Others noticed that the items in Daryl's possession were all top-notch. At least, nobody had seen medicine that could heal wounds so quickly before. After healing their wounds, it could even assist in their enlightenment and help them break through. Such a good thing, Daryl could have kept it secretly. But Daryl had no such intention, and he gave it to them directly. Indeed, Daryl was still their senior brother. Maxim sat next to Daryl and also helped with handling some matters. However, Maxim looked at Daryl enviously. His speed in solving problems was truly fast. Basically, whenever those people came to him, he could resolve their issues instantly. Nothing else but having plenty of resources at hand. Give them whatever they needed, and all were high quality. As long as it was something the sect genuinely needed, Daryl gave it without hesitation. Daryl, once this matter is over, I must tell the sect master that you can no longer remain as a disciple. Even their elders were not as formidable as a disciple like Daryl. If this continued, they might feel inferior. Daryl should hold another position, not just as an ordinary disciple. Otherwise, the elders might as well resign and become ordinary disciples themselves. These matters don't concern me much. Besides, I enjoy my current life. So once everything is resolved, I must deal with the ones who caused destruction here. Hatred flashed in Daryl's eyes. If not for that person, he would still be enjoying the scenery in Panglai Immortal Sect. He wouldn't have been attacked on his way back, nor would he have had to painstakingly deal with so many issues within the sect. Furthermore, he would then need to restore the damage caused by one battle, which also disrupted the feng shui of their Filong sect. For Daryl, this wasn't good news either. I've already sent people to investigate. Given the scale of actions and perfect timing, it might be someone close to us. And such a capable person might be from a clan. These matters required careful investigation to determine the true situation. After we get results, inform me. Daryl felt that if the sect master hadn't lured him into attending the Dao discussion meeting with attractive items, staying behind might have prevented such devastation. Perhaps the attackers wouldn't even have made it inside with Daryl present, as the protective array would not have been breached. Rest assured. Have you visited your little wooden house? Are the things inside still there? Maxim saw that Daryl had been busy since his return and barely had time to leave. He wondered if Daryl had checked on his belongings. If they were taken, he would be uncomfortable too. I went and saw it. Everything is gone, nearly taking my house along with it. Honestly, when Daryl arrived at the small wooden house, he was shocked. From the outside, it appeared undamaged, but inside, chaos reigned. Daryl found it absurd. Even though the items in his small wooden house were valuable, it didn't mean everything should be taken away. Even ordinary cabinets were taken. Those cabinets were originally part of the room. Daryl was fortunate that his storage space was large enough to keep most items within it, rather than in the room. Otherwise, he might have lost a lot. He had forgotten what he left in the wooden house, probably only remembering when he needed something later. Do they not see good things often? They even took your table? Maxim could imagine the empty scene inside. Daryl must have been furious seeing it. After all, anyone in such a situation would feel the same way. My table is a good item. Why can't it be taken? Seeing Maxim look down on his table, it was actually a gift from the system. He liked reading on it, and anyone paying attention would notice a spirit gathering array embedded within. Practicing next to it would significantly boost efficiency. You're proud now. We must find them and retrieve your things. Chapter 68. Death of 125 people. Maxim was indignant. Daryl's possessions absolutely should not end up in the hands of those people cheaply. Once you find the people, I can go and retrieve my things, Daryl sighed, referring to furniture and such. He still had many items, but he spent a long time arranging his living space, which he greatly liked. Its destruction had left him very irritable. The people who came likely thought that if his house contained such fine things, perhaps nearby areas might have treasures as well. They searched around, but fortunately, when Daryl left, he used system-provided items to set protections around his medicinal fields so that others couldn't find them. Otherwise, his medicinal fields would have been lost too. Good. We must find these people. I've already contacted the sect leader. Once he emerges from seclusion, we might have more leads. They certainly had to take revenge. They couldn't just let an attack slide without consequences. How could the Brandonling sect continue to hold its head high otherwise? His seclusion will probably take a long time. But previously, he claimed he had matters to attend to. Seems like it was only seclusion. Daryl increasingly believed that the person who attacked them might be someone within their sect, or a traitor inside with a high enough position to know this was the best time to strike the Brandonling sect. How many people really know the sect leader's business? No one knows what he is thinking. He might be practicing cultivation, or he might have gone somewhere for some reason. Maxim hoped that the sect leader had just gone to assist elsewhere. If he was in seclusion, it would take even longer, which wouldn't be good news for them. You find someone. I want to see if anyone knows the identities of the attackers. After waiting for about 10 minutes and determining no one else would come looking for him today, Daryl planned to address matters himself. Will you personally question them? Perhaps it's better to leave this matter to me? No need. You forget. I have someone suited for this task. Miles? Ask him on my behalf. Daryl did not intend to act directly. After giving instructions, he left alone. He headed to the previously undiscovered space, now accessible because Maxim had given him a token. Actually, Daryl no longer needed this jade token since he knew about this place and could enter freely now. Standing inside, Daryl sensed other spiritual fluctuations in the space. He estimated there were secrets yet to be discovered here, but from his current vantage point, nothing was evident. Studying it deeply wasn't feasible now. He'd have to return later. Exiting, Daryl encountered Jet. Why are you here? Weren't you helping to manage things at the Great Hall? Jet's job was to compile the list of casualties. By day's end, he had confirmed most of it. Fortunately, the situation wasn't as dire as they feared. Hundreds of disciples were injured, and 125 died due to timely evacuation. Some had just embarked on missions, otherwise, the sect might have been completely overrun. Have you finished processing everything? Have you tallied all the losses? The casualty list is clear, but as for what items were taken, I'm unsure. The sect has been breached in various places, some plundered entirely, while others untouched. You need to ascertain this quickly. If they come again soon, I'll settle accounts with them. Daryl thought, if they dared return, he'd ensure they never returned alive. To dare touch his personal items, there was only one outcome, death. Okay, I'll handle it promptly. Be especially careful recently, as plenty of people have you under surveillance. In case of emergencies, you might need to temporarily leave the sect. If someone comes for you, it might cause further casualties. Jet hadn't forgotten the incident on the flying boat where Miles and his group targeted Daryl. If someone came for Daryl now, the sect would suffer even more. The best solution was for Daryl to temporarily leave. In the short term, no one will come. Daryl was also waiting for Miles' superior. After negotiating, Daryl planned to have them arrange protection for him. That's best. I have much to do, so I'll leave. Jet had plenty of work and didn't linger to chat. Daryl wandered around, noting how the disciples had started cleaning up outside. Bodies were removed, but bloodstains remained, leaving a pervasive stench in the air. Daryl disliked this smell and pulled out an air purifier, a gift from the system. No ordinary device. It could transform purified air into spiritual energy, albeit consuming large amounts of spirit stones. Daryl now had an abundance of spirit stones and wanted to rid himself of this smell. He summoned a disciple to supply spirit stones here. Place them right here when they run out, understood? Once done, the remaining stones are yours. Bring this machine back to me. Got it? Daryl demonstrated, not wanting to waste time on trivial matters. The disciple initially hesitated, but quickly responded. Yes, what is this device? Curiosity piqued by the small, exquisite item, the disciple asked. It purifies the air. But once we clean this area, the smell will dissipate. Why waste spirit stones? They could be used for cultivation. He thought it was something valuable, only to learn it was for purification. He figured the air would naturally improve over time, deeming it unnecessary to waste so many stones. Use it. I don't lack for these things. Daryl, uninterested in debate, knew they'd realize the value once it was operational. Eventually, the disciple, seeing so many spirit stones available, decided to heed Daryl's advice. Daryl was right. He had no shortage of these resources. Chapter 69. Studying the array formation. Daryl returned to his little house and silently took out items from his spatial ring, once again decorating the small room. Fortunately, the system had indeed given him quite a few things before. Otherwise, he might have had to sleep on the ground today. Daryl quickly tidied up the room. He did not want to see such a situation happen again. Previously, the system had given him many books, one of which was about array formations. He intended to set one up at his room's entrance. If anyone entered without his permission, they would be instantly annihilated. Or perhaps set up an array that made others simply unable to see this room. In any case, it must not stay as it is now. Having lived in that room for so long, he did not wish to change environments again. Daryl knew very well that mastering array formations wouldn't happen overnight. It required gradual research. Without guidance, Daryl initially made mistakes in almost every step. But eventually, his hand seals became faster and more accurate, significantly reducing his errors. Looking at the completed array in his hands, Daryl felt something was still amiss. A slight touch, and it would fall apart, offering no real protection. What's wrong with it? Daryl studied it several times. All the steps were the same. Yet the outcome was not as described in the book. Could there be something wrong somewhere else? As Daryl pondered, someone knocked on the door. Senior brother Daryl. Senior brother Daryl. There's no more blood smell in the air, and I've brought your items. The visitor was incredibly excited. He hadn't expected that just helping Daryl place spirit stones into the machine would lead to his own advancement. He felt himself enter a certain state and advance in rank, entirely unintentionally. Of course, he was thrilled. He had heard rumors that Daryl's equipment was far from ordinary, but he never imagined that such a simple device could produce such excellent results. Even without meditation, he managed to advance. Daryl looked up and realized it was already the next day. When he was deeply engrossed in something, he lost track of time and people around him. All right, Daryl glanced at the agitated disciple, puzzled. This air purifier was something Daryl used for the first time. He always felt the air here was much better than where he used to live, making it unnecessary. Why are you so happy? Daryl was curious about the shiny-eyed look on his face. Senior brother Daryl, after using your machine, I woke up the next day to find myself advanced in cultivation. Of course, I'm overjoyed. He was so elated he could barely contain his smile. For such a small matter, I thought it was something serious. Here, consider it a gift of fortune. Daryl couldn't quite understand their mentality. His cultivation advancements came from others. This invincible retirement system was indeed convenient. Daryl took out a pill he had refined to boost cultivation. It could continuously enhance one's strength until reaching the current limit, meaning, if used correctly, it could allow for a single breakthrough in rank. Such a phenomenon had never occurred here before, nor had they heard of such a pill. Daryl had developed this pill from an ancient recipe, and its effects were satisfactory after verification. Giving it to him was perfect. Seeing his condition, Daryl wanted to help. Thank you. The disciple accepted the pill from Daryl. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Daryl's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for bestowing benefits upon living beings, triggering passive skill. Pension insurance. Excellent. Another person working for him. That was the best outcome. Given our bond, let me give you something more. Daryl took out a bottle of pills from his spatial ring. It was enough. Giving more might not be beneficial. They needed to primarily rely on their efforts to improve. Not everyone could be like him. Thank you. It's really great. He hadn't expected such good luck, helping Daryl with a small task only to receive so many gifts. Instantly, Daryl seemed like an unparalleled master. He hoped others' cultivation levels would also improve. Don't mention it. Once these resources are exhausted, your physique will improve, making future cultivation easier. No need to thank me. These things are insignificant to me. Seeing the gratitude in his eyes, Daryl thought, this child truly understands nothing. After he left, Daryl contemplated returning to his studies later. Maxim came to find him. While organizing items, Helmet found a token that didn't belong to our sect. Of course, we can't confirm if this token is related to the attack on our sect. The token lay openly on the ground, as if someone intentionally wanted them to know who was behind it, stirring conflict between Clam and Sandpiper. Which sect's token? Daryl had been here for some time and understood many matters. There were no reports of Brandanling sect having deep grudges with other sects that would lead to such attacks. We cannot confirm for now. This token belongs to a family we haven't seen before. It could be one of those secluded powerful families. It's a possibility. With so many clans participating in the discourse assembly, elites from various sects were gathered. If someone aimed to strike, the wealthy clans were most likely capable and opportune. Maxim couldn't fathom their motive. Brandanling's sect traditionally avoided conflict with large families, who might not even know of their existence. Any clue is better than none. Sketch the jade token and give it to me. Daryl believed he might eventually discover who was behind the incidents. I've copied it a few times. Here's one for you. If you encounter anyone with a similar jade token in the future, inform us. We are seeking more clues. But don't confront them directly when you meet them. They might not be responsible, possibly being misled by someone trying to sow discord. Maxim handed the token to Daryl. Chapter 70. The tournament cancelled. I understand. The one I'm looking for is only the final, the ultimate one. None of the others even catch my eye. To Daryl, all he needed was to bring down the person behind her. Good. Hearing you say this reassures me. I heard from Lord Six that you visited the space again later. Did you discover anything? Maxim wasn't worried at all about Daryl finding any treasures inside. Everything Daryl casually took out was already extraordinary. There was no need to covet what little things that meant nothing in Daryl's eyes. I didn't find much, but I thought this space was quite good. By the way, do you know anyone who knows formations? I have a question and would like to consult them. Daryl pondered. Perhaps watching someone set up an array formation could help him identify issues in his own. Formations? Brother Daryl, you know those too? Maxim was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. Could Daryl really be that formidable? Upon reflection, since Daryl could produce anything, knowing a small skill like formations was not unusual. One who mastered formations was highly sought after by various clans. Daryl was indeed powerful. Fortunately, he was with their Phaline sect. If Daryl were in another sect, Maxim might consider joining just for the resources available where Daryl resided. I don't fully understand it. I'm still learning. There are some areas I can't grasp, so I want to find someone to study with. Daryl believed he could pinpoint problems if he seriously studied. However, he didn't want to waste time, and hoped to consult someone to speed up setting up the formation. He didn't want to be caught unprepared when they returned. The disciples mentioned that those people planned to come back next time. Who knew when next time would be? Daryl found a formation particularly suitable for the Phaline sect, but it would take some time. Moreover, additional assistance might be required. Thus, Daryl must find a formation expert. Our sect has no experts in formations. If we did, our sect's formations wouldn't be so weak. But I heard that Penglai Immortal sect's leader knows formations, Maxim said, thinking of the few people he encountered who possessed this knowledge. This explained why Penglai Immortal sect's leader, despite being not particularly strong, could still hold such a position. Someone skilled in formations wasn't easily offended because one day you might need them. In that case, I'll pay Penglai Immortal sect a visit someday. Daryl frowned. It seemed he had to study on his own as the trip would take too long and he didn't feel like going now. Since the topic was raised, Daryl wondered if the tournament had started. Unbeknownst to him, many had investigated his whereabouts upon his departure, eventually discovering the trouble within the Phaline sect. With the sect in turmoil, the other sects couldn't remain idle and immediately returned. Even the finest resources needed manpower to utilize. Some sects lacked Phaline sect's heritage and might face worse consequences. With Daryl gone, there's no point continuing this tournament. The Dao discussion conference has ended, so let's save the competition for next time. Yes, plus, Penglai Immortal sect has its own troubles. We believe it's best we leave now, so you have more time to handle matters. Regardless of your decisions, I must return to see if this was a deliberate attack or personal revenge. No one can guarantee it won't happen to us next. They longed to return quickly, uncertain of the Phaline sect's current state. Penglai Immortal sect's leader, Valentina, couldn't detain them further. I can't retain you all here. Initially, I planned a feast, but it will have to wait until next time during the next tournament. Valentina felt relieved as they left. Likely the sect's losses couldn't be recovered, and they'd have to secretly endure this blow. They needed to reinforce their defenses to prevent similar incidents. Also, they required time to recuperate and might refrain from external activities for a while. Thank you for your hospitality these days. I'll leave first and await notification for the next tournament. I really want that tea leaf from Daryl. Had Daryl not left midway, they might have been on the stage. Without Daryl, Winning first place seemed hollow unless Daryl participated. People began leaving gradually. Some were unconcerned about potential issues back home and departed leisurely, confident in their sect's strength. When news spread about the Phaline Sect incident, gossip emerged. Phaline Sect truly lacks momentum. Someone is ruthlessly suppressing them. They produced a talent like Daryl, yet the sect suffered a significant setback. True, Phaline Sect once was a major force but has dwindled over the years. At this rate, it might fade into history. These aren't major issues. I wonder how effective the attacks against Daryl have been since no one has witnessed his true power. Daryl's teleportation skills and effortlessly knocking opponents off the stage amazed everyone. Before, no one heard of teleportation. Daryl was a pioneer. His strength likely surpassed most sect leaders. Thus, he confidently displayed his treasures. It's possible they targeted Daryl. With him absent, Phaline Sect faced this catastrophe. Everyone had their opinions, but Daryl paid them no mind. Chapter 71. Not even a strand of hair. Daryl only later heard that after he brought the disciples of Feather Spirit Sect back, others from different sects had also gradually returned. It seemed as though with or without him there, the arena events proceeded similarly. Just by thinking simply, Daryl understood what these people were contemplating. He was not someone who would deceive others. Once they recovered and reopened, visiting Feather Spirit Sect later would be just as fine. This was also an opportunity for others to witness their sect's strength and depth, showing that even when attacked unexpectedly, they remained unshaken. Senior brother Daryl, some people have heard about what happened to Feather Spirit Sect and want to come help. They are now in the main hall. Would you like to go see them? Daryl glanced at the person reporting this. Help at this time? What could really be done? Clearly, they were looking for an excuse to assess Feather Spirit Sect's current situation under the guise of offering assistance. However, since they came, it wouldn't hurt to actually give them something to do. Aren't we building a grand hall? I heard some of them caused damage upon arrival. If they came, he'd leave them to work. Yes, senior brother. Construction has halted now. We plan to finish it in a few days, one disciple confirmed. After the attack on Feather Spirit Sect, the project paused. When those outsiders struck, they also severely damaged the grand hall. The main hall hadn't been touched. What these people thought Daryl couldn't fathom. Alright, since they've arrived, let me go check. Standing up, Daryl straightened his robes and headed directly to the grand hall. He recognized the visitors, who had previously visited their sect multiple times, criticizing him each time as a genius guarding the gate. Well, isn't it our genius here? How did you end up guarding the gate? Isn't it because you lack power? Speaking of geniuses, you truly don't know your limits. You'll be nothing more than a lifelong gatekeeper. Unlike me, I'm the sect master's last direct disciple. With my good performance, I might become the next sect leader. Previously, such comments barely affected Daryl. To him, their words were no different from hot air, having no impact whatsoever. The position of sect leader wasn't appealing enough for him to bother over. Working tirelessly without much gain was foolhardy. He enjoyed his simple life. Now they came on their own. He wasn't going to be polite. Upon seeing Daryl appear, Giles was taken aback. Why is Daryl here? Wasn't the gatekeeper supposed to be dead? Giles didn't realize Daryl wasn't the same as before. He had no knowledge of the recent happenings and only came due to the sect master's orders to evaluate Feather Spirit Sect's condition. Daryl, you're still alive? Why should I be dead if you're not? Daryl felt speechless dealing with someone like this, opening the conversation by asking if he was dead. If he died, only Daryl's soul would face him now. You failed completely at guarding the gates. Feather Spirit Sect must have suffered huge losses. As I said, what kind of genius are you? You're just a waste from the start, using some underhanded trick to reach that level. By not acknowledging a master, you fear exposing your true nature, right? Ignoring Daryl's thoughts, Giles immediately accused him. He despised Daryl. At the assembly, despite his own prowess, only Daryl received attention. Originally, he should have been part of Feather Spirit Sect, but due to Daryl, he ended up elsewhere. Still, he managed to achieve respectable status and took pleasure in mocking Daryl. You can say whatever you want. Currently, Feather Spirit Sect cannot accommodate guests. If you have no other business, please leave. Daryl offered another chance, considering Giles might struggle to contribute significantly. If he tired out in Feather Spirit Sect, Daryl would need to provide medicine, wasting valuable resources. I told you, I need to see the current authority here. Your sect master is meditating, but you don't need to send just anyone to humiliate me. I am here to offer help. Ignoring Daryl, Giles turned to the nearby disciple. Brother Beck, you may not know, but currently, our sect's affairs are mainly managed by senior brother Daryl. I've already brought the person in charge here. They all saw clearly. Sometimes even Maxim deferred decisions to Daryl. Anyone arriving first contacted Daryl. This man's arrogance infuriated them. They guessed Daryl wouldn't spare him. You're saying Daryl is now in charge? That weakling gatekeeper, you appoint him as manager. Feather Spirit Sect has truly declined. Lucky for me I never joined. Otherwise, I'd have been laughed at. Laughing while talking, Giles found it amusing that Daryl managed things. How could Daryl have such ability? Feather Spirit Sect must be in dire straits. Reporting back, they would conclude Feather Spirit Sect wasn't worth fearing anymore. Brother Beck, perhaps you don't know about senior brother Daryl's capabilities. Seeing as you mock our senior brother mindlessly, it seems you didn't attend Penglai Immortal Sect's lecture forum. Whether you chose not to attend or lacked qualification, if you had attended or researched, you'd have no grounds to mock senior brother Daryl today. In our eyes, you're not even worthy of one strand of his hair. Even before Daryl spoke, those around him couldn't hold back. Hashtag Chapter 72. Building the Grand Hall. Who did this Giles think he was? Daring to mock their Brandon Ling sect seniors, the seniors who guarded the gate had always ensured no problems arose when each of them came and went. It was even rumored that as long as someone entered their territory, senior Daryl would sense it immediately and deal with the intruders, which is why everything remained peaceful. The moment Daryl left, those people found the opportunity to cause trouble. They had been waiting for Daryl's return, and upon his arrival, their sect's situation significantly improved. Of course, some things were still partly believed or doubted by Sect members. Now they grew more convinced. No wonder even the Sect leader had to defer to him. Daryl didn't realize how much influence he now wielded within the Sect. He only wished to remain as the unknown gatekeeper. Regarding the discussion Congress, naturally, I had no intention of going. If forced, I would surely be first. Since I haven't heard any news, it couldn't be possible that Daryl won the first place at this discussion Congress, right? Giles thought it shouldn't be the case. If so, news would have returned earlier. Their sect closely monitored the Brandonling sect, knowing any developments almost instantly. You've come to help our sect, so I can't ignore your offer. Come in. We just happen to need your assistance. If not for you all arriving, this task might never be completed. Let me thank you all on behalf of the entire Brandonling sect. Daryl halted the disciple beside him from speaking, unwilling to waste words on these people. A little show of power would suffice. I believe there are many capable young men in your sect. Handling such a minor matter should be easy for you, right? Daryl praised the man highly, knowing full well what awaited him if he failed. Certainly, I'm here to help today. Even though I don't understand why you're in this position now, I must fulfill my duty and assist you. Any difficult issues you can't resolve, hand them over to us directly. Daryl led them to the damaged hall. This is the place. We've lacked manpower recently and couldn't repair it. We leave this to you. The best would be if you could finish within 3 to 5 days. You're all so competent, you'll surely manage, right? Noticing their faces darken, Daryl smiled, wondering what happened to their confidence. Daryl, are you toying with me? I came to help, not build houses. They were asked to construct a destroyed building? Impossible. Giles felt tricked. He had never seen anyone ask helpers to build houses. Ordinarily, they would politely decline or offer simpler tasks like attending to injured people. Asking them to build houses? What kind of logic was this? You're here to help. We've resolved everything else, but this remains unresolved. You're so outstanding. You'd have won first place at the discussion Congress if you attended. Surely you can handle such a minor task, right? Otherwise, it really is disappointing, and we wouldn't need any help. Shaking his head, Daryl looked at them as if expecting nothing better, adding, sigh, I thought you could solve it quickly, but it turns out to be deceiving. Yes, wasn't it Senior Beck who confidently said all unresolved matters could be handed over to you? Now, you have an unresolved issue. Don't boast if you can't back it up, it's embarrassing. Their banter made Giles's group feel embarrassed. As cultivators, they had no experience in construction. Specialized workers handled such tasks. Clearly, Daryl intended this. Yet, they had indeed boasted earlier, causing others to look unfavorably at Giles. There's nothing we can't do. We can certainly manage this small task. Rest assured, we'll take care of it perfectly. Hearing Giles say this, it sounded forced through clenched teeth, yet he had to agree amiably as if it meant nothing. Deep down, he wanted to kill Daryl. That's wonderful. I trust you. This will be the best hall in the Brandonling sect. Thank you on behalf of all disciples. You stay and oversee them. If they need help, assist them. Ensure this is built quickly. Understand? Daryl instructed the disciple beside him. Relax, Senior. I understand completely. This is a commendable effort that I'll praise far and wide. I'll keep watch and do anything within my capacity. With a few sentences, Daryl had left them under supervision. He couldn't let outsiders act freely in the sect. The disciple was astute, understanding Daryl's intentions and agreeing promptly. Daryl admired such smart people. In fact, the disciple greatly admired Daryl, realizing how a few words had changed the situation. Previously, he wondered why Daryl didn't mind their insults. Now he understood. Daryl simply didn't wish to waste words, having countless ways to put them in an awkward position. Perhaps they only intended to gather information and never imagined staying to build a house. If they failed, rumors would spread about their incompetence, a futile and unappreciated task. Giles had no choice but to get started. Daryl, out of kindness, feared they'd be idle. After hearing about this, Maxim praised Daryl's handling. Wuxia Sect had long been dissatisfied, thinking the Brandonling sect's development had declined and shouldn't occupy such vast territory. Hence, they frequently caused trouble. Chapter 73, Brief Seclusion. Estimating that this time Ushvin sent people over to investigate their situation, they were fortunate that Daryl directly stopped them and assigned them an especially difficult task. Maxim, the Philippe, and every elder of the Brandonling sect had to admit Daryl handled this beautifully. Even if they were in his position, it wouldn't have been done so well because their minds simply couldn't come up with such a solution. They would have welcomed these people and told them there was nothing that needed help. Is Ushvin the sect next door? Daryl had heard of it before, but never took such minor sects seriously. Yes, probably thinking that the person behind won't be back, so they came to check on us, seeing if we need help. If they find out their situation isn't good, they would likely come to cause trouble right away. I don't take those minor sects seriously at all. I'll pay them a visit when I have time. Daryl's meaning was straightforward. If they were looking for death, he wouldn't mind making their sect disappear from this place. They haven't really done anything wrong. Maxim was surprised that Daryl mentioned going alone. Can one person deal with them? It doesn't matter. Let's see how they behave. Don't you want to expand Brandonling sect? But I won't do these things myself. They should handle it. Daryl would just watch from behind and offer a little help. He, a man planning to live comfortably in old age, didn't have many ambitions. The only reason for his sudden decision was not wanting anyone to look down on Brandonling sect anymore since it was where he intended to retire. If someone disrespected him, he would also be upset. This is something we definitely think about. However, as you know, by this point, cultivation resources in this world are controlled by a few people. Our sect has indeed developed poorly in recent years. This time at the Dao Discussion Conference, if it weren't for you, we might have endured more disdainful looks. If Daryl hadn't brought such a large flying boat and trained the disciples on it, they probably wouldn't have achieved any ranking either. Then, Brandonling sect would again be ridiculed. Why can't cultivation resources be in your hands? For Daryl, these matters were easy. To get what they wanted, snatch it from others. Of course, the premise was having enough strength. Otherwise, they would only end up beaten. Daryl, this world isn't as simple as you think. I don't know why you have so many good things. You might have your sources, but you should understand that not everyone has such luck. Those who have controlled resources for so long are far stronger than us. If we try to snatch resources, it would cost our lives. We cultivate to grow stronger, not to seek death. Moreover, now everyone is in the same environment, unable to reach those higher-ups. So it makes no difference for us. When we become stronger later, we can still get some share. The stronger they were, the more resources they would have. Brandanling's sect was indeed small and weak. They were nothing in front of others. Maxim felt helpless. If Daryl weren't so outstanding, he wouldn't have said these things. These were things others could never reach. After hearing this, Daryl wasn't concerned. He did have many resources and could help those around him. Soon, everything might change. By then, Daryl might have already found a perfect place for retirement, living leisurely. You're right. We follow our own beliefs and do what needs to be done. No one can convince each other. Daryl knew Maxim's views were deeply rooted and didn't plan to change them. Besides, these matters had nothing to do with him. I'll leave Ushvin to you. I may go into seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me unless it's important. After leaving, Daryl found Miles. When will your boss arrive? Daryl wasn't sure when he would emerge from seclusion and wanted to study the formation thoroughly. It could be days or even a month. Entering a new field, Daryl couldn't dominate instantly, but he had his own affairs to attend to before seclusion. He's already on his way and should arrive in a few days, Miles replied, mentioning that he had informed the boss briefly about Daryl's seclusion plans. They were silent for a while but agreed to discuss further upon arrival. What would they discuss when they arrived? No one knew. Just let them wait for me. I'm going into seclusion. You guard my door for a while. Don't let anyone in until I come out. Feeling you might get bored watching outside, here's a book to pass the time. Daryl's books were given by the system. Choosing one best suited for Miles, he handed it over. Don't worry, as long as you don't give orders, no one will enter. After receiving the book, Miles stood guard like a door god, expecting Daryl to be in seclusion for a long time. Surprisingly, Daryl entered in the morning and emerged in the evening. Miles looked astonished. Daryl seemed unchanged. Did such powerful people close up their retreats so quickly? In and out in a day? Rather than call it seclusion, saying he went for a nap might be more believable. Indeed, Daryl had studied the problem. His original intention for seclusion was undisturbed focus on understanding why his formations couldn't withstand defense. After several tries, he found adding spirit power during formation setup made it work smoothly. However, setting up a single formation now required substantial spirit power, limiting him to smaller ones for now. Chapter 74. The leader's son Isaiah. Setting up such an array beside his house, Daryl had considered it. Given his current strength, it would probably take 2 to 3 days. The system provided him with an ancient array, one that would normally require 3 to 5 months and dozens of people to set up properly. Daryl could accomplish it in just 2 or 3 days, which was already incredibly impressive. Are you exiting seclusion now? Are you sure you were cultivating? Miles couldn't contain his surprise. He'd never encountered anything like this before. It was too absurd. Since meeting Daryl, things only became more outrageous. I wasn't cultivating. I was just researching something. Now that I'm done, I naturally need to come out. Staying in the room all the time wasn't very meaningful. However, this matter turned out much smoother than Daryl expected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Miles to guard for him. Oh, is that so? Then what were you researching? In the future, Miles often recalled why he asked that question. Was Daryl someone simple? Whatever he was researching, the most important thing was to keep quiet. A few arrays. I've tried them a few times before, but they didn't work well. Now, they're fine, Daryl said casually, leaving Miles wide-eyed and bewildered. Arrays? Had his knowledge become outdated? As far as he knew, setting up arrays required not just talent but also guidance from a teacher. Otherwise, how could Daryl make arrays seem so simple, almost instantaneous? Was Daryl too strong? That person behind them had warned them to be cautious around Daryl. How could anyone not be cautious? Daryl seemed to know everything. After coming to Brandanling's sect, Miles even heard that Daryl could refine pills. Truly, Daryl was a jack of all trades. Most importantly, such a powerful person was merely guarding the gate at Brandanling's sect. How many could pass through under his watch? Were those people really foolish? If their organization had someone like Daryl, they would venerate him immediately. Just seeing his boss's reaction, who came right after receiving Daryl's message without worrying about traps, showed how extraordinary Daryl was. Sorry, I shouldn't have been so presumptuous. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Miles needed a moment to calm down. Daryl was truly incredible. He had to learn to stay composed, as he would be around Daryl for a long time. Daryl's words struck a chord, especially considering that Daryl's reputation was growing rapidly. Many thought Daryl came from an ancient noble family, possessing countless treasures and having cleansed several secret realms. No wonder some people returned empty-handed from those realms. The organization got information faster than others. Several people had already inquired about killing Daryl for rewards. So, Prince Isaiah wanted to meet this highly coveted person and see what he was like. Hello, I'm the person you want to see. My name is Prince Isaiah. Everyone worked under him. Daryl. Daryl extended his hand, then remembered that greeting customs here differed from his previous world. Calling you here is to talk. I believe you've received numerous requests to kill me, haven't you? Daryl cut straight to the point once seated. These intentions were obvious. Many coveted the good items in his possession, but dared not act directly due to their positions. They feared damaging their reputations if they failed. Money and resources weren't a problem for Daryl. I came today precisely to discuss business. Let's be straightforward. In these few days, I received at least 5 such assassination requests. But since I intended to negotiate with you, I didn't accept them. Prince Isaiah hadn't mentioned that he felt the entire organization wouldn't stand a chance against Daryl. Having predicted Daryl's difficulty, he sent experts from within the organization. After seeing the outcome, Miles being defeated, The rest stayed back, acknowledging Daryl's formidable power. Just 5? It seems they found others. Are there many organizations besides yours interested in this? This kind of task was lucrative, so other organizations must be involved. Yes, Prince Isaiah admitted, unsure of the others, but guessing there were plenty. He was likely the first to dispatch people to act. Others might be hesitating now, observing the situation. I'll pay the price you offered if you help me eliminate the people targeting me. Daryl pulled out a medicinal herb. Auction this. If the sale falls short, I'll cover the difference. If it exceeds, it's all yours. Though Daryl lacked spirit stones, he had no shortage of treasures. You want me to auction this? Given the quality of the herb, Daryl seemed generous. If Prince Isaiah knew Daryl had a room full of such herbs, he might think differently. I'll give you 2. Stop sending people to kill me. I don't want bloodshed. Besides, Miles will stay with me. With the money I offer, it should suffice. Daryl was generous. If they agreed, they wouldn't lack benefits in the future. Before Prince Isaiah responded, Daryl pulled out another herb. Consider this a welcome gift. Originally, I was going to find you, but due to recent events at the Sect, you had to travel a long distance. Chapter 75. Attempted murder backfires. You really are generous, just as they said. You indeed possess many fine things. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, your strength should be very formidable. Can you tell me why you asked me to come here? Even if I summoned the entire organization to kill you, including myself, we would probably still not be a match for you. Young Master Isaiah was no slouch in terms of strength. Although Daryl had concealed his own abilities, others might not have noticed. But people like him, who frequently navigated dangerous situations, had a more accurate sixth sense. Daryl was undoubtedly a very dangerous individual. Knowing too much, young Master Isaiah couldn't help but wonder why Daryl was doing this when he could have avoided spending money on it. Because I hate being disturbed when I'm doing something. It ruins my mood. I also dislike too many people causing trouble for me. It wastes a lot of time. Daryl thought that if he were to fight them, he might as well use that time to get some sleep instead. In short, Daryl was lazy. He wanted to resolve the issue with money. Moreover, once he proved his strength, fewer people would dare to cause him trouble. They feared death. Alright, deal. I will no longer accept any tasks to kill you, and will spread your information accordingly. Miles will stay with you, and no longer belong to me. He failed to complete his mission, so he was supposed to die, but your offer is indeed satisfactory. I am willing to make an exception. One more thing. Kill the person behind all this. Should I tell you who that person is? Without much thought, young Master Isaiah agreed without hesitation. These medicinal herbs were priceless treasures that could hardly be obtained easily. Selling them was impossible. He intended to keep them for personal use. Perhaps his inability to break through his current cultivation bottleneck would soon be resolved. No need. Just kill him and spread the word that I paid you to do this. Understand? Daryl wanted to warn others that he could retaliate using their own methods. They needed to think carefully. It might be them who died, not him. These matters aside, if you ever need anyone eliminated in the future, just give us the task. Additionally, our assassins can protect your safety as well. Normally they wouldn't engage in such business, but Daryl was a big client, and they couldn't afford to lose him. For now, I don't need that. That's all. Daryl then took out a bottle of pills and placed it in young Master Isaiah's hand. These pills are a free gift from me. After handing over the items, Daryl heard the system's voice. Their connection had successfully been established. In the future, the stronger young Master Isaiah became, the stronger Daryl would become as well. So generous? Young Master Isaiah accepted the items but felt strange. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Could Daryl really afford to give so much? Because I'm a generous person. I await your good news. Daryl didn't care whether young Master Isaiah used the pills or not. Their relationship had already been solidified. The system had acknowledged his actions. Don't worry, we guarantee the completion of the task. Young Master Isaiah had taken Daryl's matters to heart. After all, one must repay a benefactor's kindness. Why are you staring at me? Do you want those pills too? Here. Daryl retrieved another bottle of pills from his spatial bag. He had an abundance of them. If he wanted, he could even treat them like candy. Thank you. I'll serve you diligently. Whatever you command in the future, I promise to complete it perfectly. Whenever you need me, I will be there. Miles hadn't expected not only to escape death, but also to gain a new way of living. This new benefactor was clearly more generous than young Master Isaiah, freely giving away valuable items. Judging by Daryl's strength, his own capabilities would likely improve soon as well. How wonderful. After leaving, young Master Isaiah immediately set about handling the matter. The person who wanted to kill Daryl and take his possessions never imagined that Daryl would hire assassins to target him. What are you doing? You didn't complete my task, yet you're trying to kill me after I paid you so much money? Seeing dozens of familiar faces approaching, he grew increasingly panicked. He sought outside help precisely because he knew he couldn't handle Daryl alone. Now, it seemed he had truly dug his own grave. Your task has been completed by our operatives. We lost over 100 men, and the accounts are settled. Now, you are our new target. Our employer requires your death. He should die knowing the reason. Primarily, they couldn't ruin their reputation. They had made it clear when taking the job that not every target could be eliminated. He chose the target himself. Failure was his problem. Escape was impossible. Young Master Isaiah personally oversaw the operation, ensuring it was done right. Within 3 minutes, the task was completed, and all traces wiped clean. Standing at the door, young Master Isaiah contacted Daryl. The person who wanted to kill you has been dealt with. Our task is complete. Receiving the message stone, Daryl listened but didn't reply. Days passed as Feather Spirit Sect handled the aftermath of those who had left. Those remaining resumed their normal lives, and some even benefited from recent events, seeing improvements in their strength. During this time, Daryl set up protective formations around his room and herb garden. No one could enter without Daryl's permission. If they tried to force entry, it would mean certain death. The dead would fertilize the herbs inside. With this setup, Daryl felt more at ease. Now, Daryl was studying how to enhance the sect's main protective formation. This task was more challenging and might take him about half a month alone. He didn't want to waste that much time, so he planned to contact a few experts to assist him. He aimed to resolve this within 3 days, ensuring the protective formation was established early for everyone's peace of mind. Daryl also wished to resume his previous life as soon as possible. So, Daryl sought Maxim to discuss how to invite 5 array experts to Feather Spirit Sect. Chapter 76, Preparing for the Protective Clan Array. Why do you need so many people skilled in arrays? Haven't you already set up an array around your room? Now, they couldn't even see where Daryl's small house was located. Usually, to find Daryl, they could only call him from outside. Maxim guessed that if someone were to attack his array, it would end badly. He was curious but dared not try. He was still young and didn't want to die. I want to set up a protective clan array. Do you really think we'll have no protection in the future? I'm afraid you won't even be able to sleep soundly at night. Without a protective clan array, anyone could come in. As long as they wanted to stay, they could stay, and by the time we realize it, we might already be dead. You want to set up a protective clan array? Do you already have an array diagram? Maxim wasn't doubting whether Daryl could succeed. Of course, they should aim for something better. He had thought about this issue himself. If there was no array to protect them, they would be scared. Unfortunately, after searching their inventory, they found nothing useful. He had planned to wait until the sect master returned to resolve this, but he hadn't expected Daryl to solve it so quickly. Indeed, Daryl was their hope. Yes, but doing it alone is too complicated, and I don't want to do it alone. So, I'm looking for a few people to help me. Daryl had calculated that 5 people would suffice. He had sketched out 5 smaller arrays from the main diagram, with only the final connection known to him. This way, it would be more comfortable for him, and ensure the safety of the large array. It's difficult to find people skilled in arrays. I assume your array diagram isn't simple either. You'd need some very capable individuals. Penglai Immortal Sect's Sect Master is one, but I don't know about others. In Maxim's experience, only Penglai Immortal Sect had such a person, and others might not be as skilled. If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Is there any way to attract some people skilled in arrays here? Then I can review them, and see if they qualify. Afterward, I can offer them many benefits. Think of a way to attract them here for me. Daryl was unfamiliar with these matters, and didn't know what array masters valued most. Array masters are mainly attracted by array diagrams. If you're willing to use one as bait, it should work. When Maxim said this, he believed Daryl would agree. He guessed that Daryl was completely different from other array masters. Most importantly, Daryl had so many valuable things that it wouldn't be just one simple item. However, it was unfortunate because array diagrams were excellent items. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly give one out. Doing so could impact them. If someone discovered the weaknesses of the array, they would lose one means of self-protection. I have those things. Go ahead and spread the word, inviting them here. Tell them I need their help and require 5 people. If selected, I'm willing to give them an array diagram and other items for cultivation. Daryl had always been generous. Once the people arrived, everything else could be discussed. Should they come directly to Brandonling Sect? Wouldn't that be risky? They might just seize control, given our current situation. Maxim couldn't say everything clearly, but Daryl understood perfectly. With me around, what do you have to fear? Let them come here. Besides, the entire cultivation world probably knows about our Brandonling Sect now, so there's no need to hide it. Daryl understood his concerns, but considered these worries unfounded. With him around, those people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Alright, then I'll go spread the word immediately. It will take some time. Rest and adjust your state in the meantime. I'll leave the matter of the protective clan array to you. Maxim sighed. Who would have thought Daryl would grow so quickly? Recalling the past, he now seriously suspected that Daryl had refused them back then because he had his own path to becoming stronger. He didn't need anyone else, fearing it might demoralize his master. If someone had taken Daryl as a disciple, they would have been utterly crushed. How could they face being inferior in every aspect? Now, thinking about it, Daryl might have truly been acting for their benefit. Don't worry about that. In recent days, Daryl had been wandering around the sect, looking everywhere. He was thinking, where should he place the array focus? Where would be the safest? Eventually, Daryl found the most suitable place, a peculiar space where others couldn't find it. But this would make setting up the array more challenging for Daryl. After careful consideration, he decided to place it here. Do it, and do it well. Then, add a few more arrays around the focus point, so that no one could distinguish directions. Such a significant move would not go unnoticed. Maxim, thinking Daryl was handling the sect's affairs efficiently, saw that many people soon received the message. Brandonling Sect needed 5 array masters for a protective clan array. If selected, they could receive an array diagram and items for cultivation support. Maxim specifically mentioned that these items came from Daryl, not the Brandonling Sect. People who weren't interested before became intrigued. Brandonling Sect had limited resources, and there wasn't much to see. Even if they helped, they wouldn't find anything valuable. But Daryl was different. He was rumored to possess many treasures. They could check and also see if Brandonling Sect was truly as chaotic as rumored. Do you want to go see? I'm going to investigate Daryl's tricks. Why does a protective clan array need 5 people? Array masters often look down on each other, with each having unique methods. It was rare for them to collaborate unless after extensive coordination. Daryl dared to suggest this, likely with his own plans. Of course, many were drawn by the prospect of an array diagram. In their era, obtaining a few array diagrams was extremely challenging, especially rare ones, which required formidable strength to obtain from others or risk failure. Gradually, more people skilled in arrays came to Brandonling Sect. Daryl had arranged for someone to wait at the entrance, escorting them upon arrival. He accommodated them all in one place and started once they gathered. Chapter 77, 5 Array Masters. Up until now, 20 array masters have already arrived. According to the information Daryl obtained, there are still some people on the way. Since the location is quite far, it might take a while longer for them to arrive. Daryl has been treating those who have already come with great hospitality. However, these early arrivals are also very puzzled by Daryl's actions. Is Daryl gathering so many array masters to select from among us? Isn't it that everyone who comes qualifies? What are you thinking? An array diagram is not a simple thing. If he were to choose anyone at random, Daryl wouldn't have made such a big fuss. I suppose there are more people on the way. This time, we can meet quite a few prominent figures emerging from seclusion. I don't really have any hope myself. I'm just here to observe. If I can receive their guidance, perhaps I could rise quickly. Sigh, getting one of those diagrams is truly difficult. But Brandailing Sect's meals are really good. Who told me before that they were poor? From what I can see now, they aren't poor at all. As long as they aren't competing against each other, they generally get along well in daily interactions. If they were to collaborate, it might lead to conflicts due to differing opinions. When Daryl was bored, he even sketched out the preliminary design of the array. Next, he only needed to wait for them to arrive and follow his predetermined course of action, which would resolve many issues. After these people arrived, some went through great lengths to try to meet Daryl. Daryl didn't see any of them. If someone truly had the capability, they wouldn't worry about being selected by Daryl. However, there was one person Daryl did meet. A man holding a letter of recommendation from Valentina. Maxim said that Valentina was currently the most skilled array master he knew, and they had previously interacted. This is how it is. My teacher has a message for you. You wanted to hold an arena tournament before but failed due to certain reasons. My teacher says that once you have time, you can hold it at Brandailing Sect. The effect will be the same. Valentina would definitely attend when the time came. It wasn't possible for her not to participate. Her purpose for organizing the conference was originally to find some cultivatable talents. Alright. Daryl had heard about this long ago. Now it didn't matter much that this person came to tell him. Is there anything else? Daryl waited for him to bring up the most important matter. His primary reason for coming must have been to ask for a spot. For now, that's all. However, she hopes I mention to you that you should select me, but I'm not that kind of person. What I am. I believe in my own abilities. I don't want to tarnish my master's reputation. That's all. Whether I succeed or fail, it's my responsibility. The more this person spoke, the higher Daryl regarded him. He liked people like this. Don't worry, I'm a generous person. None of you will leave empty-handed. Everyone would receive something they desired, something that would make them satisfied at the very least. Furthermore, since they had come, Daryl naturally had other tasks for them to undertake. He believed they could do an excellent job. I trust you. Only after everyone had arrived did Daryl appear before them. It was a particularly large hall, and Daryl stood at the top, looking down at nearly 100 people below. These were all the array masters from this region who could come, and Daryl felt that he was indeed influential. Or rather, his offering was very attractive. So, I'll get straight to the point. I'll give you half a day to study this array. Afterward, whoever creates the best array will be selected. Daryl thought about this method for a long time. It was the fastest approach. Given his experience, he could usually tell at a glance whether an array was good or bad. You're directly providing us with an array to practice with? Before arriving, they had heard that Daryl was generous, but they hadn't expected him to produce such a rare treasure so readily. Is it because you're not an array master, you don't understand the value of these things to us? Initially, they thought Daryl would merely ask them to present their best arrays, to evaluate whether they were capable. Who knew Daryl would be so formidable and simply throw out the array? I'll check on you in the afternoon. Best of luck to everyone. Daryl placed the array diagram down and left. He had already created multiple copies of this diagram long ago. They could take it away with them later. Although this might not be useful for the array masters anymore, it could be very valuable to others. Daryl is really extravagant. Originally, I came just to see the spectacle, but I ended up receiving an array. There will likely be many more good things to come. I really want to take a shot at this. People like them rarely have such opportunities. While some were discussing, others had already started researching. An array diagram isn't easily understood. Otherwise, more people would engage in this field. Daryl left, but his people remained there, watching over them. They couldn't collaborate. Each individual had to complete it independently. Some may not even be genuine array masters. Time was tight. Daryl couldn't verify everyone's background. As soon as it was afternoon, Daryl promptly appeared before them. It seems you're all prepared. Upon arrival, Daryl saw the arrays they had crafted. He instantly identified 5 people. Quite a few of you seem to be here just for sightseeing, Daryl remarked. Some hadn't even managed to create an array. Their talent was likely among the lowest. To just come and observe, what's wrong with that? We came to gain knowledge. You didn't say only those with high aptitude could come, they replied. Seeing Daryl didn't seem too critical and tried to grab his attention. So, what talent did Daryl notice in them? Why was he willing to offer them good things? Be my guest, come as you please. As long as you're friends, I welcome you all. Those without sects can join ours. Whatever you desire, I have. Standing there, Daryl was their greatest asset. Of course, the powerful array masters mostly had their own affiliated sects or families. As for ordinary ones, Daryl wanted them too. He could gradually cultivate them. While Daryl might lack in other areas, cultivating individuals was relatively simple. Chapter 78, 5 days. If I join you, it's not like I have any sect to speak of. Playing by myself is also quite boring. Let me join you to see what kind of benefits you offer here. Right there and then, one person joined the Feather Spirit sect. Maxim welcomed this type of talent. Apart from Daryl, their sect had no such array master until now. Daryl was repeatedly urged to voice this thought out aloud. Otherwise, given Daryl's personality, he would simply leave these people to their own devices. Sure, just go register over there. Then, you, and you, come with me. You've been selected. The rest of you, take a pill each and you may leave. If you wish, you can stay to play for a while. But if you cause trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Daryl had said some nice words, and had warned them as well. He believed they knew how to behave. Another pill? That's fantastic. If only I hadn't already joined another sect, I'd really want to stay. Having someone like him around, even the things he doesn't want will be more than we could get with great difficulty on our own. The others envied those who were taken away by Daryl. They probably would receive better treatment. Daryl gave them something despite them not having helped him in any way. If they did help Daryl, the rewards would likely be even greater. Among these 5, one of them had met Daryl before. A disciple of Panglai Immortal Sect's sect master, whose name Daryl didn't know. Indeed, he was one of the best among them. No wonder he was so confident that he didn't even need a recommendation. He trusted in himself completely. Our array masters generally complete arrays independently. If cooperation is needed, it might not work. Each array master is unique. I've never heard of any array master needing to collaborate to finish an array. I don't understand why you brought so many array masters here. Being chosen likely meant they had to cooperate. They naturally weren't happy with this idea. You don't need to worry about those things. You just need to do your job well. Daryl led them to their designated positions. You're responsible for this area. Complete it within 5 days. Responsible for this huge area? In 5 days? Are you trying to kill me? The person Daryl had pointed out stared at the vast estate-sized area speechlessly. This was impossible to achieve in 5 days, no matter how powerful he was. Can't you handle it in 5 days? Daryl could finish this part in 3 days himself. 5 days allowed for consideration of their lower skill levels. He turned to Hebrandan, the sect master's disciple. Can you handle it? He should be able to do it in 5 days, given his strength. That large an area, and we aren't familiar with its layout. 5 days are too short. It would take at least a week. Looking at them, Daryl's expression clearly showed disappointment. Had he known these people were so lacking, he wouldn't have bothered to recruit them. Unable to solve it in 5 days, he could have solved it himself in a month. If my teacher were here, it would take roughly 3 days, but unfortunately, my training isn't yet finished. He had only managed to complete the diagrams Daryl provided because of his natural talent. If comparing the power of this array, he likely couldn't match anyone else. Daryl, looking at your face, I can tell you must be an exceptional array master. So please, how many days would it take you to finish? Why force others to do something you can't manage yourself? The speaker had heard of Daryl's strength, but assumed all array masters were relatively weak in cultivation. He likely considered Daryl to be an ignorant novice who only wanted to wrap up matters quickly without considering whether they could accomplish the task. I can finish this part in 3 days, but there are 6 such areas. I can't waste so much time on this, which is why I wanted your help. I'm giving you 5 days. Failure means you lose your rewards. No matter what, it was a maximum of 5 days. If necessary, Daryl would put in extra effort to make up for any shortcomings. Daryl, stop boasting. We won't laugh at you. If you can finish this in 3 days, I'll eat shit right now. Someone of your cultivation level, how could you possibly excel in array formations? How does that allow others to live? Naturally, some people felt indignant. Even though Daryl was very capable, boasting had its limits. Such arrogance made them look down on him. My apologies. I didn't realize you had such interests. However, I have no interest in watching you eat shit. The marks you see here were drawn by me. Upon hearing Daryl's statement, everyone instantly fell silent. They thought the massive marks were originally there. Now, Daryl told them that he had drawn them. One sentence showcased Daryl's prowess. Creating such markings was more challenging than setting up an array. Of course, Daryl, an apparent novice, didn't understand this and found it quite simple. To him, he was still just an initiate, so he didn't know how strong others truly were. I'm giving you 5 days, and I promise you great rewards. You won't be disappointed. After handing out those pills, a system notification echoed in Daryl's ears, signifying that he had formed connections with many people. When he bestowed benefits upon them, the power they received would equally return to him. Okay. With Daryl's encouragement, no matter how incompetent they were, they had to try their best. After coming this far, they certainly wouldn't give up easily. By the 3rd day, Daryl had already completed his portion. During his free time, he guided others, helping one person break through and earn many rewards from the system. It was said Daryl had enlightened him, hence offering some benefits. Daryl didn't care much about these. With his assistance, within 5 days, the basic form of the array was established. During these days, the Feather Spirit Sect disciples often looked up. They could sense the powerful force slowly growing. They knew it was Daryl, their senior brother, setting up an array to protect them. Every time they gazed at the sky, they could feel the immense power of this array. It felt oppressive to them. Some array masters didn't leave immediately. Chapter 79 Formation complete. When they saw the faint traces appearing in the sky, they understood. Why did Daryl insist on finding the most powerful formation master? This formation was so strong. Anything less wouldn't suffice. It would be barely able to complete such a formation within a lifetime. There were likely to be significant events when this formation finally took shape. After everyone else had finished their tasks, Daryl handed over the promised rewards. Each of your formation diagrams is unique. Moreover, these are your rewards. Also, your abilities are quite good. If you wish to join my sect, you're always welcome, including you. Daryl specifically pointed out the person who previously said he'd eat shit if Daryl completed the formation within 3 days. Lately, whenever he saw Daryl, he felt extremely embarrassed, as if he had committed a grave sin. I already belong to a sect, and they treat me well. I can't just abandon them. I'm truly sorry. If you had appeared earlier, it would have been better. These formation masters were generally cultivated by families. They came today because the allure of the formation diagrams was too great. After arranging these matters, Daryl began to close his eyes and meditate. He needed to raise his condition to its peak so that during the final etching, there wouldn't be any lack of spirit energy. This process could take several more days. Miles, stand guard outside. If anyone tries to intrude, kill them immediately. Daryl was ready and was about to start etching. Time ticked by, and everyone could feel the formation in the sky becoming increasingly complete. The others watched in awe at Daryl, who sat atop the highest mountain. Truly impressive. He was going to finish all the engravings alone, thereby protecting the Brandailing sect from exposing its weaknesses. Fear not, for the Brandailing sect will rise indeed. Daryl is really too powerful. He had never encountered someone stronger than Daryl. 3 days later, the formation finally came into being. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. It seemed like something threatening was sensed, causing a frenzied drop of lightning. But it was futile. Daryl pulled out a black object, and all the lightning disappeared into a large iron pot he had taken out. Daryl had prepared for these eventualities. Thankfully, he could read the inscriptions on the formation, otherwise setting it up might have resulted in even more troubles. Finally, Daryl had set it up. He looked at the sect now protected by the formation. A sigh of relief escaped him. Some issues were now resolved. There was no need to fear nighttime intrusions anymore. This formation possessed formidable power for millennia. Without knowing its weak points, all attacks would be useless. No one inside the Brandailing sect could breach its defenses. This was the protective shield crafted by Daryl after investing so much effort. A defense capable of repelling any threat and winning any offensive move. Time seemed to freeze until someone exclaimed, "Wow." Indeed, it was amazing. They had seen many things but had never heard of a formation causing such intense lightning strikes. It was dark and stormy, as if trying desperately to destroy the formation. Daryl didn't care about the lightning or what others thought. His task was complete. For a while, whoever approached him would be ignored. News spread, and many sect leaders sought Daryl's help to set up formations. Many wanted to meet him and discuss things further. However, Daryl announced he needed rest and wouldn't do such tasks. Some formation masters also wanted to meet Daryl to ask for guidance. Yet, Daryl remained secluded, and some speculated he might have been injured from the lightning strikes. In reality, Daryl had only expended all his strength. After taking 2 pills and resting for a night, he was back to normal the next day. The lightning gradually dissipated at night, realizing it was no match for him. Or perhaps, with the formation's success, hidden powers were concealed. There was no longer a terrifying aura. Daryl resumed his leisurely life, simple yet comfortable. Thus passed a month. Daryl thought it would be a leisurely life from then on. Occasionally sunbathing, he could guide those in need or promote square dancing, which had become popular among the Brandailing sect members, enhancing their abilities. Only Brandailing sect members could learn it. It wasn't divulged outside. Daryl was indifferent to this. Ultimately, all power gain would still come to him. Lily visited him. Other sect leaders followed suit. Their first words upon arrival were, "Since the tournament wasn't held in Panglai Immortal Sect, we came here directly. We trust you won't mind." With people already here, Daryl couldn't send them away. After a period of leisure, he could enjoy exciting battles. "You're here, we naturally welcome you." Maxim and Fedoria were preparing to become acting leaders. Most affairs were handled by them, seeking Daryl only for unresolved issues. They didn't like disturbing Daryl, as each time they did, he gave them a condescending look, as if saying, "You can't handle such simple matters? What happened to all those years of knowledge?" "That depends on your arrangement." They received news that Daryl had no plans to host another tournament, but they couldn't give up. They desired the tea and strength enhancement. More importantly, they wanted to see the famous Brandailing sect protective formation. Any visiting sect leader was warmly welcomed, and they came alone. Others stayed behind, fearing similar situations as the Brandailing sect. After all, they lacked Daryl's support. Chapter 80, the Clan Master Tournament begins. There are some things that one person can handle just fine. Even if Adalberto were here, he would be surprised too. They haven't participated in a tournament so carefree for many years. It seems like they've all found an excuse to come and relax at their failing sect. "Brother Daryl, we don't have enough funds. With so many people coming, they need to ensure everyone is well fed and entertained, and they're all clan masters after all. Surely, it wouldn't do to have a falling out with them." Maxim's solution? Well, they're all poor, but Daryl from the failing sect is the richest. Given that this tournament is also his initiative, he wouldn't refuse giving spirit stones. "Here." Daryl directly handed over a bottle of pills. "You can auction these or sell them to those clan masters. I don't mind. This should cover the funds." These pills were made casually by Daryl while teaching others alchemy a few days ago. He had planned to give them away anyway. He was just handing them out early now. Enough, more than enough. I can arrange everything now. Having secured the funds Maxim needed, he was naturally delighted. Daryl really was generous. All these arrangements had been made promptly, and Daryl couldn't help but wonder how precisely everyone arrived on time. Later, he learned that though these clan masters didn't get along well, they mostly communicated via sound-transmitting stones. One clan master even placed a bag full of these stones before Daryl. "Like these? No one gave you any?" Daryl checked. Indeed, he didn't have any, primarily because such items weren't necessary in the failing sect. Had it not been for Adalberto tempting him previously, Daryl wouldn't have even attended the Dao discussion conference. Thus, he wouldn't have attracted so much attention. Daryl now fully understood that even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it was no longer possible. "I don't need them." Daryl took things as they came. But once the topic was raised, many immediately offered their sound-transmitting stones to Daryl. "If you ever need me for anything, just call. I'll definitely help if you offer me something in return." The first person to say this soon had others joining in. Reluctantly, Daryl accepted the stones. Though he might never use them, what if one day he did? Others watched Daryl longingly, wishing for a way to contact him too, but Daryl ignored them. "You arrived unexpectedly. Please give us time to prepare properly. Plus, without our clan master here, we may not have treated you as well as we could. We apologize." Their preparations needed to be top-notch. Despite being elders, their combat power paled compared to the young ones. As long as there were spirit stones, they could prepare quickly. The arena was ready, and Daryl had the best viewing platform. Failing sect members hadn't anticipated such grand scenes. Many clan masters and elders who were usually inaccessible now mingling harmoniously within their sect. During leisure times, they studied the formations set up by Daryl, played chess when bored. Closer to where Daryl resided, the spiritual energy grew richer. Sometimes encountering Daryl, they would receive gifts from him. Now, none of them wanted to leave. When the tournament began, some even considered ways to disrupt it. This way, they could stay longer. Back in their own sects awaited numerous troubles awaiting them. Being a disciple was far more comfortable. Someone even contacted Daryl. Does your failing sect still want elders? I'd like to join. Upon hearing a clan master express this, Daryl paused briefly. This wasn't just a clan master visiting. They wanted their entire clan to move over. Daryl couldn't decide this. He was just a gate guardian. You find our clan master. I'm not handling this. Daryl thought, let them trouble the clan master, not him. He only wanted to retire peacefully. However, through Daryl's intentional or unintentional gift giving, these elders and clan masters became tools of Daryl. As they strengthened themselves, Daryl's strength increased too. The better they performed, the more generously Daryl gave. Those who became clan masters generally possessed excellent talent. In just a few short days, Daryl felt imminent breakthroughs approaching. Before the tournament even began, many had already gained immensely. Some genuinely considered staying in the sect permanently. What about we keep it simple? No need for first place. Everyone gets one challenge. Win against me, and I randomly give you something. The person acknowledged as the most powerful will receive 10 caddies of tea, or we can drink it here. Daryl didn't bother with drawing lots, and simply changed the rules. This allowed him to distribute more items. More power, perhaps he'd upgrade again once this tournament ended. This works. I'm curious about everyone's strength. If I keep winning, you'll have nothing, said Maxim. He volunteered first, as someone had to. Let me be your opponent then. Let's see what these youngsters can do. In the first match, Maxim set up his array quickly. Before he could react, he was flung away effortlessly. These elder generation strength was truly unfathomable. Please. Daryl handed over a medicinal herb to the old gentleman. Your skills are impressive. That's how we should play to make it fun. Let's begin. Maxim was just participating for amusement, which Daryl recognized clearly. These people all possessed considerable strength, wielding their clan's resources. The second round was won by the old gentleman, and so was the third, until the 10th. After winning, the old man felt tired. Deciding not to continue, he jumped down. Ha 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 ha, what fun. It's been ages since I enjoyed such a bout. I am satisfied. Now it's up to you young ones. Chapter 81. Challenge to Daryl. Daryl had never met this old gentleman before, and it seemed he had only just arrived today. Upon inquiring further, he discovered that no one around him recognized the old man either. It was likely that this was an elder who had been in seclusion somewhere for a long time, as his strength was indeed formidable. If the old man had remained on the stage, everyone else would have merely been there to offer challenges to him. However, this wasn't certain since the old man had already expended a lot of stamina. After stepping down from the stage, the old man walked over to Daryl's side. They exchanged glances but did not speak any further. Many patriarchs from various sects had taken to the stage, and Daryl watched with great interest. These old masters were truly formidable. The younger generation could hardly compare. Their skills were diverse and unpredictable, often employing underhanded tactics with thick-skinned bravado, caring little about what others thought. Winning was all that mattered. Matches between equally matched opponents dragged on for hours, with victory remaining elusive after 1 or 2 hours. Do you not plan on participating? Why don't you test your own strength? The old gentleman, who had been silent until now, finally spoke to Daryl. Daryl turned his head to glance at the old man, noting that his aura indicated he was indeed a master. I am very confident in my strength, and do not need to prove anything through battles. Daryl had no such intention. He found it most suitable to stay where he was and watch the events unfold. Your strength seems far greater than mine. The old man could discern the strength of many people on the field, but when it came to Daryl, he couldn't gauge it at all. It was as if a mist obscured his vision whenever he looked at Daryl. In all his years, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. The old gentleman was not from any sect, but was instead an elder of a family clan. He had come here simply because he passed by and noticed the lively scene. Soon after, he realized that there were many powerful presences here, including several patriarchs he had met before. He joined in out of curiosity and discovered a promising young man. This young man held many secrets. One thing was certain, he possessed numerous treasures. How does it matter whether one is strong or weak? We will not be enemies unless you challenge me. Enemies were a different matter altogether. In such a case, Daryl would naturally demonstrate his true strength. Daryl's words left the old gentleman momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Well said. You were right. I was indeed thinking too much. No matter what, we won't be enemies. Indeed, he had no intentions of opposing Daryl. People like Daryl carried immense fortune, and those close to him could benefit greatly. However, offending him usually ended poorly. It was nice meeting you. I won't watch any further matches. My name is Britt. Perhaps we'll meet again someday, Daryl. Perhaps someday, Daryl might encounter them, but only then would the circumstances of their interaction become clear. Sure, Mr. Chi, let's look forward to our next meeting. Daryl replied nonchalantly. Whether they would meet again depended on luck. He might spend the rest of his days in seclusion within his sect. Thank you for your gift. Britt took the item and quickly disappeared from Daryl's sight. Daryl narrowed his eyes at the sudden vanishing act. This person? Quite skilled indeed. Array formations were virtually useless against someone like him. However, Daryl wasn't concerned. People of such caliber wouldn't bother appearing here to snatch things. The tournament continued, but night had fallen. Despite the other participants still being eager to fight, Daryl had lost interest. Let's continue tomorrow. I'm tired and need to rest. Daryl stood up, yawned, and handed over the rewards to the winners. They noticed that the more impressive the match, the better and more abundant the rewards from Daryl became. Clearly, he preferred seeing them give it their all. Agreed. Let's fight another day. Although the others agreed, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. Daryl's strength was formidable. Why did he act like a regular person who needed rest? He hadn't done anything strenuous yet behaved as if he had fought all day. The tournament went on for several days, and during this time, Valentina gathered a lot of valuable information. Over these years, the elders of the sects had certainly not wasted their time, and their efforts made them more prepared to combat demons. However, what intrigued Valentina most was Daryl's strength. Daryl seemed to be able to foresee the outcomes of many matches effortlessly, a level of insight she had rarely seen. Unfortunately, Daryl had no plans to step onto the stage or perform for them. You are all very strong, fitting the title of patriarchs. Now, choose among yourselves who you believe is the strongest. The tournament had been running for days, and almost everyone had had their turn, even those who felt they had yet to showcase their full potential. Daryl ultimately agreed. Watching didn't make much difference anyway, whether there was one more or one less match. They soon selected the strongest contender, and Daryl brought out some tea leaves, handing them over to the winner. This person was the patriarch of Xianxia's sect. There was no denying his formidable strength. Following Brit, he was the only one who defeated 10 consecutive opponents and remained on the stage. Hadn't others urged him to give others a chance, he might have stood until the end. At this moment, the man drew his sword and pointed it at Daryl. Brother Daryl, I wish to challenge you. You've been watching from above, and I'm curious about your strength. Let me test you. Let's see whether you young people or us old ones are stronger. Strong individuals were always confident in their abilities and eager to test themselves. Most importantly, many were curious about Daryl's true strength. I will not fight. Daryl wanted to maintain his mystery. Battling these people would expose his true power, potentially drawing unwanted trouble from those who underestimated him. Daryl, we traveled thousands of miles. Brandon Ling's sect only sent Maxim, who was knocked off the stage without a fight. Surely, you must show us the strength of Brandon Ling's sect. The patriarch of Xianxia's sect was insistent. He had to battle Daryl today. Before coming to Brandon Ling's sect, he had glimpsed the future in a predictive mirror. He saw himself losing, yet he couldn't understand why he would lose. Chapter 82. Instant Victory. Could Daryl really have already reached a realm they could never attain? Give him a lesson, Daryl. That old guy picked on over 10 of us and took all your things. Don't you want to get them back? The people below were also urging Daryl on, mostly because they wanted to see his true strength. Eventually, Daryl was persuaded to step onto the stage. The Xianxia sect leader did not dare to underestimate him. Daryl might indeed be very powerful. From the beginning, he used lethal moves, showing no mercy at all. He had already used this move several times to knock down several challengers, so they couldn't remain on the platform. People below grew anxious, unsure if Daryl could withstand this attack. Yet, Daryl stood motionless, waiting for the attacker to come closer. Is Daryl not going to dodge? Has he gone mad? Could it be that he doesn't have any real skill after all? As the attack neared, Daryl remained still. Was he truly courting death? Not necessarily. The Xianxia sect leader has used this move many times, and Daryl knows it well. He can't lose to this. Perhaps he has his reasons. Others were also curious about his plan. Just as the Xianxia sect leader approached, Daryl suddenly moved, grabbing hold of the attack. With one move, he crushed it and then grabbed the Xianxia sect leader by the neck. In one move, first place in this tournament was now in Daryl's hands. No one even saw how Daryl made his move. All they knew was that he had grabbed the Xianxia sect leader by the neck, and the attack vanished. But more people noticed the intricacies. The more they observed, the stronger Daryl seemed to them. His strength was such that he could crush an attack with ease. You've lost. Daryl simply exploited the weakness in the attack and grabbed him. The rest didn't matter to Daryl. I naturally have lost. I clearly recognize my inferiority compared to you. No wonder you didn't step onto the platform earlier. The Xianxia sect leader understood much. Daryl was indeed formidable. I didn't step up just because I didn't want to. It felt boring. For Daryl, who was living out his twilight years, why fight? However, this battle had its benefits for Daryl. As he crushed the Xianxia sect leader's attack, he broke through. Following that surge of power, he instantly defeated him. Had it been under normal circumstances, Daryl might have needed to tangle with him further. After all, from any angle, the Xianxia sect leader was stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is now over. I remind you once again not to send assassins after me. If you wish to challenge me, do so personally, then I might consider you worthy. They must have heard that an elder from another sect failed to kill Daryl and instead was killed by a hitman hired by Daryl himself. This message had long been spread far and wide to prevent them from acting recklessly against him. After the tournament ended, the leaders of various sects didn't leave. They stayed within Brandon Ling's sect, some even asking Maxim if they could become honorary elders. They wouldn't need to do anything but assist when required. Maxim, looking at the Xianxia sect leader, wasn't sure how to respond. How would he know if it was acceptable? This was a powerful sect leader. He dared not agree without consulting Daryl, so he passed the matter to Daryl, who found him. Daryl responded nonchalantly, "You're giving up such a large sect? Why don't you quit it altogether and join ours? I'll build you a cabin near me to guard the mountain in trance." If Maxim knew Daryl would go this far, directly enticing someone into their sect, he would have leapt up in shock. Most incredibly, Hirsch, the Xianxia sect leader, seriously considered this offer. Being close to Daryl could bring more opportunities. But he had built the Xianxia sect painstakingly and needed to arrange for its future first. Prepare this house for me. Once I settle everything, I'll come over. Daryl had only joked, not expecting the man to take him seriously. But having said it, he wouldn't retract it. More people meant more help for their expansive sect, and they could enjoy life together, perhaps playing chess sometimes. So, I'll go back now and let my disciples manage the sect. In the future, I'll follow you. Hirsch felt relieved. He had good disciples to manage the sect even if he stepped down. In any case, you are free to join whenever you wish. Daryl found this old man intriguing, straightforward in both challenging and conceding defeat. Word spread quickly about Hirsch's potential move to Brandon Ling's sect. Many sect leaders were shocked. Has Hirsch lost his mind? Giving up such a high position for an honorary elder here? It's unbelievable. Jinshin Sect was no small entity. It had been flourishing recently. Usually, Hirsch acted arrogantly, yet after losing to Daryl, he seemed like a completely different person. Some couldn't understand, but others were clear. Hirsch was not crazy. He recognized Daryl's resources. With Daryl's generous nature, he'd gain more in the future. Status? Only those with strength held status in this world. Hirsch was smart enough to choose the best path, something many lacked the courage to do. If possible, I too wish to join Brandailing Sect. Its spiritual energy is excellent for cultivation, though I cannot leave easily as an elder. They were all bound by their own constraints. Chapter 83, Lori's Incident. Maxim was stunned for a long time when he heard about this. Previously, wasn't it just said that he would only be a nominal elder? How did things change after asking Daryl to help him? What does it mean by coming to their Brandailing Sect in the future? Does it mean he's abandoning his sect? Maxim found Daryl and received an affirmative answer. He really couldn't understand what these people were thinking. Isn't it a bit too much for us to act so rashly? Directly bringing over another sect leader would surely cause discontent within their own sect. I didn't force him. Besides, I haven't asked him to abandon his sect's matters. Having more friends would be beneficial for all of us. Daryl suddenly remembered something and pointed not far from where they stood. Build him a wooden house like mine over there. He'll live on that side in the future. Maxim couldn't handle this. Daryl being a big shot living at the mountain gate in trance, unwilling to leave was one thing. But arranging for another sect leader here as well? We have other places prepared for him. No need to build one. If you have any ideas, we can change locations anytime. Daryl still insisted. He wouldn't leave this place. For Maxim's refusal, Daryl wasn't concerned. Let's see when they arrive. As Valentina was about to leave, she sought out Daryl. If we end up warring with demons in the future, I hope you can help us. Daryl's strength was undoubtedly their biggest asset. She wanted Daryl to assure her that he would assist them. However, Daryl wasn't interested in such matters unless they directly attacked him. Originally, he had his own rules about getting involved. As for other concerns, it was best they figured it out themselves. Let's discuss it when the time comes. Daryl gave a vague response. It depended on where the battlefield would be. If it were in his Brandailing Sect, even if Daryl didn't want to participate, he would have no choice. Daryl, I know you are strong, but don't forget that you now live in our human world. You should shoulder the responsibility. Plus, with all your resources. Valentina was cut off by Daryl. Those resources I worked hard to obtain. Don't try to guilt-trip me. Even if a war starts, it doesn't concern me much. Regardless, Daryl could still live comfortably. Wherever he was, demons would dare not come looking for trouble. And even if they did, Daryl wouldn't be afraid. Unintentionally, Daryl released a wave of pressure while speaking. To Valentina, it felt like a warning. Don't overthink it. He had his own plans. Valentina didn't dare speak further. Indeed, she wasn't qualified to discuss these matters with Daryl. It was his decision whether to help or not. Valentina temporarily left. If she stayed any longer, Daryl might become displeased. After all, Daryl had already helped them a great deal. Notably, the seeds Daryl gave them. She deliberately planted them in an area rich with spiritual energy. At first, everything seemed fine, but soon they noticed an issue. The area's spiritual energy gradually disappeared while the herbs grew rapidly. This was the first time they saw such herbs. Daryl's items were truly extraordinary. It wouldn't take long for the area's spiritual energy to be absorbed by the herbs. When that happened, the herbs would be usable. They now had some assurance, all thanks to Daryl. Another half-month passed. Daryl suddenly recalled he hadn't seen Lori and the others for some time. They left on a mission 3 months ago and hadn't returned. What kind of mission would take them this long? Did something happen? Just as Daryl thought this, Maxim hurried over, frantically knocking on his door. Usually, Maxim dared not get close to this area for fear of his formations killing him. Today's urgency indicated that something serious had occurred. Daryl. Maxim was too anxious to even address Daryl properly. Seeing Daryl, Maxim relaxed somewhat. He hadn't seen Daryl in days and thought he might have left. Thankfully, Daryl hadn't gone traveling. Something had happened in the sect. Are you alright? Can't you talk slowly? Why are you acting like someone bullied you? There's no time for that. Our sect got a clue about a secret realm, which we explored and sent a team in. That's the mission they took. No news for 3 months. Today, I received a message from Lori. They're trapped and can't escape. It took many attempts to contact me. Maxim was anxiously pacing around. This time, the ones dispatched were golden eagles of their sect. If they died in the secret realm, it would be a blow worse than the previous one. What's the rush? Now that you've contacted them, just bring them back. Why the hurry? They were trapped, not dead. But I lack the strength to rescue them. I've tried contacting the sect leader but had no response. Now, the only one who could potentially save them was Daryl. But Daryl might not care enough to intervene. For Daryl, these matters didn't concern him much. You should lead other elders. No one will dare disturb our sect. Daryl didn't want to leave recently and wouldn't offer to go himself. Maxim sighed helplessly. Brother Daryl, don't you think I wish I could lead them myself? But I know my limits. Even if I went, it would be a death sentence. He couldn't possibly save anyone and might end up leading everyone into a fatal trap. The best option was for Daryl to lead. With his strength, he could explore the secret realm further and possibly save disciples along the way. So, what are you implying? Do you want me to go? I won't. Daryl had plans with Kesha to travel in a few days. Daryl hadn't left yet because Hirsch kept insisting Daryl wait for him. So Daryl had been staying in the sect, not leaving. Brother Daryl, please help me. I beg you. Some of the disciples who took this mission are familiar to you. Please save them. ####Chapter 84. Heading to the Mystic Realm. Daryl still refused Maxim. They should have known, when they accepted this Mystic Realm mission, that opportunities and dangers coexist. They need to find ways to save themselves instead of waiting for others to rescue them. Not every time will there be such good opportunities. Daring to go means bearing the consequences of one's choices. Even if those people were ones Daryl had coached with great care, his opinion remained unchanged. Maxim had no choice but to return and discuss with the other elders. Ultimately, they decided to plead again with Daryl, because their strength might not even match the elder who had led the team before. Going would mean almost certain death. Their main objective was still to save more people, not to sacrifice themselves unnecessarily. A line of elders stood outside Daryl's door, causing confusion among the disciples. What's happening? So many elders are looking for senior brother Daryl? Elders who were usually invisible now lined up outside Daryl's door, as if waiting for him. It seems the last group that took on a mission got into trouble, and hopes someone can lead a rescue mission. These elders want senior brother Daryl to do it, but you know he hates getting involved in these things. He wouldn't agree. The elders pleaded outside Daryl's door for a long time before he finally came out to meet them. Daryl, I beg you to help us. You wouldn't wish an old bone like me to die, especially since I don't have much time left. Besides, those people are the hope of our sect. An esteemed elder stepped forward, humbling himself to request Daryl's help. Now, only Daryl could offer the best outcome. In the end, Daryl couldn't stand them anymore and agreed. Give me the coordinates, I'll go check it out. He didn't want a spectacle and sensed that if he didn't agree, the elders would camp outside until he did. Alright, here's the Mystic Realm's location. You should be able to sense it once you arrive. Here's Iseai's communication stone. You can contact him. Please look after the Feeling Sect disciples. Maxim was ready, just waiting for Daryl's agreement. As soon as Daryl agreed, they rushed him off immediately to prevent any second thoughts. Alright. Daryl contacted Xianxia but did not bring anyone else along, leaving only the two of them to depart. Aren't we waiting for Sect Master Hirsch? If not for waiting for him, they would have been enjoying the scenery and good food already. That place is near him. We'll meet up there. Daryl contacted Hirsch, and Hirsch agreed. Plus, it would take some time for them to reach the destination. This time, Daryl also brought along Miles and a few others, mainly to control the flying boat, which Daryl found too tedious to manage himself. Ding! Detected host leaving the Feeling Sect to head for the Mystic Realm. The realm contains great danger. System grants you some life-saving tools. After the system spoke, Daryl's spatial bag was filled with numerous treasures, including several teleportation scrolls. They were indeed valuable items. With them, one could travel anywhere instantly. However, these were one-time use items, and Daryl didn't need them immediately. Generously, Daryl gave one to Xianxia. Since Xianxia joined the Feeling Sect, she had always stayed by Daryl's side. Their relationship had significantly improved. Xianxia readily accepted Daryl's gift, feeling no issue with owing a favor, whether it was 1 or 10. Xianxia chose to follow Daryl because she discovered that he didn't practice cultivation. Not cultivating. By following Daryl, even if her cultivation increased without practicing, no one would suspect anything unusual. It was well known that Daryl had many treasures, so any increase in her strength would be attributed to Daryl's assistance. However, something about Daryl astounded Xianxia. Daryl truly never practiced cultivation, yet his strength increased rapidly. At times, his aura felt even more robust than before. While on the flying boat, Daryl noticed some interesting places and planned to explore them on the way back. Miles seemed to guess Daryl's thoughts and accelerated the flying boat, hoping to solve the matter sooner and give Daryl more time to enjoy himself. We should arrive by tomorrow at the latest. After 5 days on the flying boat, Daryl was bored, doing nothing except drinking tea daily. Xianxia carried an egg out. Yes, this egg was the item Daryl initially obtained from the Penglai Immortal Sect. Recently, the egg's fluctuations had been intense, leading Daryl to suspect it might hatch soon. He took it out of the spatial bag, where Xianxia saw it. She volunteered to take care of it, carrying the egg wherever she went. However, after giving it to Xianxia, the egg became oddly quiet. I wonder what this egg needs. It seems its hatching depends on something, possibly something we passed during the journey. As Xianxia spoke, the egg nodded furiously in agreement, signaling that something it needed was nearby. But having passed by, it could no longer sense the object's presence. There's nothing we can do. We must prioritize our current mission. Daryl believed they needed to address one problem at a time, first rescuing the trapped disciples, then finding what the egg needed to hatch. Spending much time with Daryl, he sometimes understood what the egg meant. The egg changed its position to face Daryl, as if complaining. You don't care about me at all. When will I get to hatch? Daryl patted the egg, guessing it would make quite a stir when it hatched. For an egg to possess such intelligence suggested it might even talk upon hatching. Daryl was particularly curious about what creature lay inside the egg. Upon returning, he would definitely investigate and secure what the egg needed. If it doesn't hatch anytime soon, I'll entrust it to you again. Plus, we're nearing the Mystic Realm. I fear I won't be able to protect myself, let alone the egg. Chapter 85. Entering the Secret Realm. Daryl felt that Xianxia's argument made sense. The Secret Realm was dangerous, and he didn't want to wander around with an egg. It would be better to store it away. However, the egg, upon hearing they were going to enter the Secret Realm, refused to let Daryl place it inside his spatial storage. It seemed like it was telling Daryl that it also wanted to go play in the Secret Realm, wanting to take a look. Helpless, Daryl eventually handed the egg over to Xianxia. Take him along. I will protect both of you. With Daryl around, they likely wouldn't encounter much danger. Xianxia accepted this task, vowing to be cautious once they entered the Secret Realm, not allowing Daryl to have to divert his attention to save her. Upon arriving near the entrance of the Secret Realm, Hirsch was already waiting for them. Good thing we made it on time. Otherwise, we might have missed it. Hirsch was no longer the patriarch of Xianxia Sect. When the elders found out he planned to leave the sect and join Daryl at Yuling Sect, they naturally weren't pleased. Hirsch was their sect's most formidable member. What could there possibly be at Yuling Sect? There was no need for such a move. But Hirsch had made up his mind. No matter what others said, he stuck to his decision, eventually spending some time to sort out these issues. He also arranged the remaining matters and promised the new patriarch that if anything came up, he could still be approached for help. Did you resolve your affairs so quickly? Daryl thought he would only meet Hirsch after leaving the Secret Realm. Isn't this to see you sooner, resolving these matters as fast as possible? Hirsch didn't tell the full truth. In fact, he heard that Daryl was entering the secret realm and immediately rushed over. He wanted to accompany Daryl to observe his strength. Daryl didn't respond, unconcerned with why Hirsch arrived so quickly. Entering alone or with another person made little difference. Do you know the exact location of the secret realm? Otherwise, we might spend a long time trying to find it. Finding a secret realm wasn't easy. Hirsch hadn't heard of any in this area and had tested the surroundings without finding any traces. I don't know. Maxim only gave me this general location. We'll probably have to find the specific spot ourselves. Daryl had no idea how exactly one found a secret realm. Finding a secret realm is actually quite simple. Let me handle it. Seeing the two looking helpless, Kesha stepped forward to take charge. Hirsch watched Kesha silently. Anyone around Daryl couldn't be ordinary. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Kesha located the entrance to the secret realm. Do you have special abilities? Could I bring you along for future explorations? Hirsch looked at Kesha like she was a valuable asset. Indeed, her ability to swiftly locate secret realms was something he desperately needed. I don't go on adventures. Kesha flatly refused. If not for Daryl needing to rescue someone here, she wouldn't have revealed her ability. Kesha not only had a constitution that automatically advanced in cultivation, but also one that could perceive other spaces within an area. Secret realms were specially created by powerful figures, forming separate dimensions. As long as a space existed, Kesha could easily find it. How are you like Daryl? No wonder you two get along so well. Daryl was also notoriously lazy. If he could avoid leaving, he wouldn't step outside. Kesha and Daryl exchanged glances, but remained silent. Things were fine as they were. There was no need to change. Entering here is the secret realm? How can I find them? Daryl had read many books about secret realms. It seemed everyone who entered was transported to different places. Finding someone inside a secret realm was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Daryl's sole objective was to locate Yuling's Sect disciples and bring them back. Other matters didn't concern him. We can enter directly into the secret realm. To find people, either you have a special way to contact them, or you search place by place. It's very difficult. If the secret realm was large, they might have to search for a long time to find anyone. Is there no other way? Daryl frowned. If it was as Hirsch suggested, it would waste a lot of time, and he didn't have time to spare. Maxim hadn't told him how to contact them once inside the secret realm. I don't have a way. It's up to you all if you can come up with one. Hirsch shrugged, indicating he was the type to just keep searching. I can only find special spaces. Besides, I've never met any of your disciples, so I can't help. Kesha, receiving Daryl's gaze, knew she couldn't assist much. Let me contact Maxim. Daryl took out a transmission stone and reached out to Maxim. I can't help. Only a transmission stone. Have you found the secret realm? Go in first. I'm sure other methods will present themselves later. Maxim was also frustrated, wanting to help Daryl save time but having nothing useful. You're setting me up. You only said to come and rescue, not spend time searching. If not already here, Daryl would have left. Brother Daryl, please help us. Apart from you, we don't know who else can assist us. These matters are yours now. My sect has other business, so I must cut this short. Maxim ended the call, afraid to further converse, lest Daryl turned back, leaving the disciples trapped. There's no other way. Let's go in and see. Daryl entered first. The surroundings changed rapidly, and Kesha and Hirsch disappeared. Daryl wasn't worried. They were likely transported elsewhere. In any case, he was searching for people. More company didn't matter. Seeing a grand hall ahead, he walked toward it. After a few steps, he encountered a barrier. Something blocked his path. Daryl examined it, then struck the barrier with a punch. The barrier, seemingly uncontrolled, shattered instantly. Being close, Daryl could hear the breaking sound. Looking at his hand, Daryl realized he barely used force, yet the barrier broke. Clearly, it was ineffective. Chapter 86. The Seven-Colored Soul Birth Fruit. Folklore always brags about the wonderful treasures hidden within secret realms. Today, I finally get to witness for myself what kind of treasures these secret realms hold. Daryl walked forward, guessing that this grand hall might be the main chamber where most things of value would be stored. His luck seemed to be in favor since he had found the main hall almost immediately upon entering. As Daryl continued on his path, he encountered no dangers nor saw any treasures worth noting. This made him ponder the adage that opportunities often come hand in hand with danger, and it rang true. Even when Daryl reached the main platform inside the hall, there were still no notable finds. Seated on a chair, however, he discovered a skeleton clad in raiments, a corpse that had long decayed away, leaving only bones behind. Based on its attire, it was hard to tell how long ago this person had died. This did not concern Daryl much. What mattered now was finding the disciples of the Brandon Sect as soon as possible. After looking around and confirming that there was nothing of interest here, Daryl decided to leave. Young man, after all these years, someone finally appears before me. A sudden spiritual presence startled Daryl. Almost instinctively, he nearly threw a punch, which, given his current strength, could have obliterated the spirit in an instant. You've been dead for so long. Don't scare me like that by pretending to be some ghost. Only by sheer force of will did Daryl manage to restrain himself from striking. Do all the young people nowadays act like you? You are very powerful, remarked the old soul. He had existed in this world for a long time, believing he would eventually dissipate without encountering anyone else. Yet, the secret realm was ultimately discovered. Upon Daryl's arrival, he sensed Daryl's immense power, a strength that could shatter barriers others couldn't even touch. I can't answer that question, Daryl replied. He had never compared himself to other young people. Are you the master of this secret realm? Daryl felt a slight disturbance in the secret realm when this old soul appeared, which suggested that locating the trapped disciples of Brandon Sect might happen sooner than expected. Yes, indeed I am, and I'm quite powerful. How about you become my disciple? Many treasures within this realm remain untouched. The elder admired Daryl greatly, believing that Daryl would be an exceptional choice as a disciple. When you ascended, weren't you weaker than me? Do you even qualify to take me as your disciple? Daryl had no interest in finding a master. All he wanted was to live out his days peacefully. You should be able to control the entire secret realm. In exchange for your help, I can restore your current soul strength. Daryl excelled at making deals. Restoring soul strength isn't that easy. What do you need my help with? Though the young man spoke rudely, the elder genuinely liked Daryl and was willing to assist, knowing his own existence was nearing an end. It was important that someone inherit his legacy. A group entered the secret realm not long ago. Where are they? The elder had assumed Daryl would ask about the whereabouts of those who entered with him, but was surprised to find Daryl inquiring about another party. They're in one of my rooms, trapped by a simple formation for nearly a month due to their inadequate strength. The elder had no intention of freeing them easily. Those who dared to venture into danger should be prepared for the consequences of their actions. Release them and send everyone in this secret realm out, and I will give you this. From his spatial storage, Daryl produced a 7-colored soul birth fruit, whose primary function was restoring soul strength. As the elder mentioned, such items were exceedingly rare. Daryl spent nearly a year cultivating this fruit with careful attention, and while he grew several, they were all now ready for use. 7-colored soul birth fruit. How did you acquire such a thing? The elder subconsciously swallowed, seeing this precious fruit. With this item, he could survive at least 10 more years. Just say if you agree to my conditions or not. Rather than answering, Daryl asked bluntly. Should he reveal that he cultivated it himself? Of course I agree. However, I lack a physical form, so I can only identify their location and guide you there. I cannot directly release them. Lacking a corporeal body rendered many tasks inconvenient. The elder missed the days when he had a body. Deal. Daryl handed over the fruit, which the elder promptly swallowed. Unlike ordinary items, the 7-colored soul birth fruit gradually restored its effect over time. Let's go. Throughout their journey, the elder talked incessantly, seemingly trying to make up for years of silence. Daryl found this extremely annoying. Can you shut up? Your era has passed. We currently face great scarcity in cultivating spiritual energy, making it difficult to achieve the heights you once did. Daryl's words silenced Brandonian, who showed a pained expression. I knew this day would come. The world is moving toward a different outcome. Time had eroded many memories for the elder. Daryl was not curious about these tales. All he wanted was to rescue the people and return home. The girl who came with you seems to be in danger. Will you go save her? After a brief period of silence, Brandonian spoke again. Lead the way. Daryl recalled Kesha's strength wasn't as formidable as Hirsch's, making her more vulnerable. Changing direction, he went to find Kesha. When Daryl arrived, Kesha lay unconscious on the ground beside a glowing egg. The egg flew straight into Daryl's arms as the glow slowly faded. Daryl could feel that the egg's power had diminished significantly. It appeared they had faced peril, possibly protected by this egg. Go ahead. Eat whatever you want in the spatial realm and rest well. Patting the egg gently, Daryl stored it away. Chapter 87. Rescue. Living creatures cannot be stored in a space. It would be very detrimental to them. Brandonian could tell that this egg was not an ordinary species. If Daryl were to place it directly into the space, it might harm its body. Daryl overheard this, but did not respond. Daryl took out a pill and immediately fed it to Kesha. A 7th grade pill? You just gave it to her like that? Isn't that too wasteful? Have the refinement of pills become so easy now? Brandonian didn't know the specific function of the pill, but he could feel its grade. Was Daryl being too generous with the 7-colored soul fruit and 7th grade pills? In truth, Daryl wasn't aware of the grades of the pills he had refined or obtained from the system. As long as they were effective, that was enough for him. She's fine. She will wake up soon. She only encountered a nightmare. Brandonian knew well what challenges lay where, since he set them up. Not long after feeding the pill, Kesha opened her eyes. The moment she did, she brandished her treasure, shouting, prepare to die. Daryl stopped her, and she came to her senses. Everything had ended. Daryl, I was really scared back there. I thought I was going to die. Kesha retracted her treasure and said nervously to Daryl. After entering this secret realm, she separated from Daryl and hadn't intended to look for anything else. Her only thought was to find Daryl quickly and reunite with him. Then she reached this point, faced some terrifying scenes, and lost consciousness. It felt like a long time had passed before she woke up and saw Daryl again. If not for that egg protecting you, you would have died. After surviving the nightmare, the rewards would also be valuable. No matter what, you've cleared this challenge. Let me give you this reward. Brandonian reached out, and a scroll flew out from where Kesha had been lying. This contains an advanced cultivation technique named Fei Lei, which can enhance your combat power. When using this technique, your speed will triple. Such a technique is perfect for self-preservation. Kesha glanced at the soul entity standing beside Daryl and didn't reach out for the scroll. These things didn't interest her as much as a bowl of delicious noodles. Take it. It's yours by right. Only when Daryl spoke did Kesha accept it. What about that egg? The old man had mentioned that the egg protected her. Kesha believed it because while unconscious, she sensed a gentle force shielding her. I kept it safe. Don't worry, it should be fine. Daryl didn't think much of it. Whatever in the space would likely recover its original state soon enough. Kesha cared deeply about it. She originally wanted to protect the egg, yet this unborn creature had to strain itself to save her. She felt ashamed. Since you're here, why don't you take all that's left in this place? I know you may not value my possessions, but others would need them. You might be the last ones to enter this secret realm, and I always need successors. Initially, Brandonian chose Daryl for his abilities. Now, seeing Daryl's strength and the items he possessed, it was clear that Daryl didn't need Brandonian's things. And he was right. Daryl didn't need anything from the secret realm. He had only come at Brandonian's request and guarantee that he just needed to stand somewhere while Brandonian handled everything else. Kesha silently followed behind Daryl, still not fully recovered. She had truly been terrified, and that feeling of impending death was too real. Daryl swiftly cleared the secret realm, primarily due to Imo Brandonian willingly handing over the items. While collecting, Imo Brandonian explained how to use each item, their ages, and who they were most suitable for. Daryl listened and stored everything in his space. The last one. This is where your sect disciples are imprisoned. Just break this barrier. As Imo Brandonian finished speaking, Daryl's fist struck. Upon breaking the barrier, Daryl saw the people inside. They were indeed in poor condition, having been trapped for a month. Their supplies were probably running low. Junior brother. Senior brother. Daryl. They looked at Daryl as if he were a deity. Days had passed, and no amount of effort had freed them. They thought they would be trapped forever. Thankfully, help finally arrived. Daryl looked at these familiar faces, some he once taught, others who once belittled him. Seeing their tearful eyes, he closed his own for a moment. Senior brother, you finally came. If you hadn't, I would have died. Aislinn ran to Daryl, genuinely frightened. Thankfully, she had a special way to contact her master Maxim, or they might have perished in this secret realm. Don't venture recklessly without strength. It only wastes others' time. Once you leave this secret realm, return home. With a wave of his hand, Daryl instantly transported them out without giving them time to react. He didn't want idle chatter. When Aislinn appeared outside the secret realm, she was still dazed. Daryl's senior brother seemed quite harsh on them, but they, feeling grateful to be alive, didn't dwell on it much. After sending everyone out, Daryl found Hirsch. Mo Xiang had known that he'd been clearing the area ever since entering the secret realm. Mo Xiang understood that such material things no longer held significance to him. How can you control my secret realm? Daryl's actions had genuinely surprised Mo Xiang. I didn't control your secret realm. I controlled those people, forcibly sending them out. Daryl knew that Mo Xiang likely lacked the power to let them leave. Amazing. Mo Xiang couldn't think of anything else to say. He had never heard of anyone doing such a thing in a secret realm. Indeed, he was getting old and out of touch with the younger generation. We are leaving now. I apologize for the disturbance. Chapter 88. Leaving with Imo Brandonian. Daryl bowed to the old man, acknowledging that they had indeed disturbed his rest. Since you're so powerful, can you take me out of this secret realm? Imo Brandonian wanted to leave and see the outside world again. There was nothing left in this secret realm, and he wished to follow Daryl out. You are already dead. Daryl implied that even if Imo Brandonian went out, it would be futile. Up until now, Daryl hadn't heard of any way to bring a soul back to life. Living inside here might be better than struggling outside. It's fine. I just want to see how the world is now. Please take me out. I won't trouble you much. Normally, I can reside in my spatial ring. As he spoke, a ring appeared beside him, containing all the treasures he had collected over the years. This was the last thing he had to offer for a trade with Daryl. If you want to go, then it's up to you. Daryl took the ring, accepting his request. Imo Brandonian had indeed helped him once, so Daryl figured he could return the favor. Taking a soul out was simple, just placing it in his own space and going out. When Daryl exited the secret realm, Aislinn and the others were just about to leave. Seeing them depart, Daryl let out a sigh of relief, hoping they could safely return to Brandonling's sect. He brought out Imo Brandonian, not taking the ring. Here, your things. Good luck. Daryl didn't promise to carry him forever. Imo Brandonian was too curious about the world outside, and Daryl lacked the energy to describe it to him. I will follow you. As a soul, I can't survive on my own. Dependent on Daryl now, Imo Brandonian had no choice but to rely on him. Finally, Daryl agreed, with one condition: speak only when necessary. Hirsch asked, puzzled, you saved them. Why not return to Brandonling's sect with them? They need me as their pillar, don't they? Can you just leave? My goal was to save them, not necessarily to return with them. Brandonling's sect had no right to restrict Daryl. He only stayed because he liked the environment, or he would have left long ago. So where are we heading next? Imo Brandonian knew the directions of sects had changed drastically, and he had lost track. Daryl wasn't curious about Imo Brandonian, but Hirsch was. Only someone like Daryl, who had seen everything, could completely ignore this soul. I've heard that only when cultivated to a certain level can a soul exist independently from its body, and if there's an opportunity, it might even revive. Hirsch guessed the old man must have been a skilled practitioner in his prime. It might have been possible before, but not now. We can only see what this world looks like. Spiritual power was scarce, making many things impossible. Daryl found their conversation interesting. How can a soul be revived? Cultivating to a certain height, Daryl felt he might already have reached that level. It's impossible now. Many techniques are lost. Only someone who can create the resurrection elixir might revive a person. Daryl hadn't heard of this elixir before, but kept it in mind to check the system's alchemy book later. Just hearing the name told him it was something significant. Daryl's plan was simple: travel leisurely, enjoy the scenery, and then return to guard the sect. Taking out his flying boat, Daryl startled Imo Brandonian. He had never seen such a large boat. It was just Daryl's transportation. I have a question. How can someone so young have such high cultivation? Even with great talent, it's hard to achieve this level with spiritual power bottlenecks. That's because he has plenty of good things. Spiritual power scarcity doesn't affect him. Imo Brandonian fell silent, realizing his question was pointless. Daryl held out an egg to him. Have you seen this egg? Do you know what it is? Daryl thought of various egg-born creatures, but couldn't identify this one. Never seen it. This isn't an ordinary egg. If I were younger, I'd try to snatch your treasures. But you died young, never living to see today, Daryl remarked. Imo Brandonian, who lived for so long without seeing it, made it clear they'd have to wait for it to hatch. On the flying boat, Daryl continued drinking tea, occasionally glancing at the dull egg. Kesha watched anxiously, afraid it would die. Relax, it's not that fragile. Daryl took another sip of tea, brewed with the spirit spring water Imo Brandonian gave him. It tasted excellent. Meanwhile, Imo Brandonian fainted in tears, wishing he hadn't given these treasures to Daryl. After so many years of collecting spirit spring water, Daryl wasted it on tea. Worst of all, he couldn't drink it himself. Seeing Daryl drink 3 or 4 cups effortlessly, Hirsch dared not continue after 1 cup. The spiritual power was overwhelming. This spirit spring is only from your era? Daryl wanted more. Pairing it with the system's tea leaves seemed better than using rootless water. I don't know, maybe some ancient sects still have it. Please don't waste it. Imo Brandonian really wanted to cry but couldn't as a soul. Chapter 89. The Peerless Divine Sword. These days, Daryl mostly spent his time drinking tea on the spaceship or occasionally descending from the flying boat to admire the scenery. His lifestyle had been incredibly relaxing, like living in retirement. After the last incident, Imo Brandonian had become increasingly quiet. Daryl had learned a method to control spiritual entities somewhere, and whenever Imo Brandonian talked too much, Daryl would use this method to force him to shut up, making him extremely uncomfortable. After several instances of this, Imo Brandonian didn't talk as much anymore. Witnessing Daryl's strength made him even more afraid to misbehave. Recently, Imo Brandonian had also noticed that Daryl was looking for a recipe for the reunion divine pill. He speculated that Daryl might want to revive him. Imo Brandonian was deeply moved, never expecting Daryl to be such a good person who would go so far for someone he had only known for a few days. But this was really a beautiful misunderstanding. Daryl was just casually interested in this matter. Looks like the view over there is quite nice. Shall we go check it out? Kesha happily followed Daryl around wherever he went. Compared to cultivating at home, traveling with him was far more enjoyable. Daryl looked down for a moment, and then went to find Miles. He hadn't gone off the flying boat for some time, and wanted to stretch his legs. Brother Daryl, don't you need to cultivate? Hirsch found Daryl to be truly extraordinary after genuinely following him. During this period, he hadn't seen Daryl practice cultivation at all, yet his strength had been steadily increasing. Not everyone needs to cultivate to improve. You should focus on learning harder, Daryl said with a mysterious smile. Everyone's cultivation methods were different. Why haven't I met such an innate talent? Sigh. Hirsch was utterly envious. This kind of natural ability seemed almost supernatural. While others had to painstakingly cultivate, Daryl effortlessly gained cultivation without doing anything. They landed in a border town and took great care to conceal themselves, avoiding drawing attention from nearby people. Last time they landed, being too conspicuous had led to some disputes. Let's find a place to eat first. After arriving, Daryl chose a spot and sat down. Immediately, a boastful voice interrupted. This is my seat. Who gave you permission to sit here? You have no sense. Miles, sitting next to Daryl, looked at the man with pity. There were always people who couldn't see clearly, trying to challenge Daryl directly. Who are you looking at? This is my territory, and I reserve this seat. Get lost, the man continued arrogantly. Call the waiter over. If this seat is yours, I'll let you have it. Otherwise, you'll pay for your attitude, Daryl calmly replied, feeling very indifferent about being bothered during a simple meal. Miles quickly called over the waiter, who looked confused. Pointing at the arrogant man, Daryl asked the waiter sternly, did this person reserve this seat? No, whoever comes first gets the seat. The waiter, intimidated by Daryl's imposing presence, told the truth immediately. This person didn't seem like someone to mess with. I don't care if it's reserved or not. I want it, and it's mine. Leave now, or lose your head, the man insisted. Thinking his power made him invincible in this city, and seeing Daryl wasn't local, he had nothing to fear. You're really bold, Daryl glanced at him disdainfully, recognizing his overconfidence. Miles, handle this for me. Seeing that the man's cultivation level was not high enough to warrant Daryl's direct intervention, Miles wordlessly dragged the troublemaker away. The waiter, you can go now, Kesha returned with the menu, and they ordered their food. She had observed the situation when she was with the innkeeper earlier. Ready to eat. I've heard the food here is pretty good, Kesha mentioned since she hadn't been to this place before. Miles returned to his seat alone while the other person vanished. After finishing their meal, Daryl rented a room nearby and rested. Late at night, he sensed someone pacing outside his room with unstable aura. Judging by the recent breakthrough aura, Daryl presumed this person had come to cause trouble. He abandoned his rest and waited for the intruder to enter, curious about their intentions. Late at night, the person climbed through the window. Upon recognizing the man, Daryl recalled the one Miles had dealt with earlier. But something was off. This person felt different, stronger than before. You captured my brother. Caught off guard when he saw Daryl already awake, he hesitated. He had chosen midnight precisely to avoid encountering anyone awake. He got what he deserved. Daryl guessed Miles had killed the troublemaker outright, as he was a ruthless assassin. Then you will pay for his death. Without further ado, the man charged forward, wielding a knife to stab Daryl. However, Daryl's oppressive aura immobilized him instantly. With this level of strength, challenging me is suicide. Effortlessly overpowering him, Daryl bound the man with a rope. After capturing you, will anyone else from your family come looking for me? If more came, Daryl intended to preemptively deal with them all. He needed his rest and didn't want to play hide and seek. No one else. Sir, I know I'm wrong. Can you please spare me? I'll act like my brother's death never happened. In the world of crime, knowing when to submit was a basic survival skill. Once Daryl's pressure rendered him immobile, he realized he wasn't a match. From then on, his only thought was how to leave alive. Now it's nighttime, stop dreaming. Given that he had tried to kill him and now begged for mercy, Daryl wasn't about to let him off easily. He brought the man to Miles. Dispose of this one as well. It was originally a minor issue that Daryl hadn't given much thought to. The next morning, Daryl went downstairs for breakfast. Miles informed him, Sir, the person you asked me to handle yesterday says he wants to make a deal with you. He knows the location of a peerless divine sword. He claims to be the only one who knows the location and came to this city specifically to obtain it. He hopes to do a deal with you. Uncertain how to handle this, Miles mentioned if it were indeed a divine sword, its value would be immeasurable. Chapter 90. Written off. Miles had already investigated, and this person wasn't from their city. He had only come to this city half a year ago. Tony's brother was too arrogant, relying on his strength and having an even more powerful elder brother, he acted as he pleased outside. Little did he know, there's always someone better out there. Now, he had been directly dealt with by Daryl. Divine sword? Daryl still had some interest in divine artifacts. The system hadn't provided him with such weapons yet. If he could obtain one, his combat power would rise to another level. If lucky, and this divine artifact happens to have a weapon spirit, the value of this divine sword would double. Weapon spirits are very difficult to cultivate. In the future, when Daryl battles others, he could just send out his sword to solve things effortlessly. Yes, but I cannot guarantee that what he said is true. No one has ever seen the so-called divine artifact, and even the original residents of this city have never heard of any divine artifacts being born here. Only Tony mentioned this topic. If it weren't for sensing Miles's killing intent and fearing death, Tony might not have spoken up. Bring him in. Daryl decided to personally ask some questions. Anyway, there was nothing major to handle recently. He wanted to see what the legendary divine sword looked like. Sure, right away. Miles pushed Tony, who was kneeling on the ground and looking up at Daryl. If you're willing to let me go, I can give you the map I obtained through great hardship, but I must be clear that I cannot guarantee it leads to a divine artifact. Tony only knew that after finding the entrance, there would definitely be good things. Unfortunately, they searched for half a year and couldn't even confirm the exact location. I'll make this deal. You give me the map, I'll let you go, and we can call it even. Daryl was a straightforward person. Agreeing to the deal meant immediately letting him go. Miles quickly untied Tony. Tony took out a tattered scroll from his storage. Daryl opened the scroll, and the images inside were already very blurred. It took him great effort to understand the content. Finally, he could determine that the treasure indicated on this scroll was indeed located where they were. However, the city was vast, and finding that legendary place would likely be very difficult. I've searched many places, but I haven't found it at all. Tony dared not stay any longer, fearing Daryl wouldn't find the legendary place and then come back for trouble. Tony left records of the places he had already searched and quickly left. Daryl held the map scroll. Do you believe what he said? If there really were divine artifacts, there would be no way there'd be no hint of it. To Hirsch, Daryl had been tricked. How could clues about a divine artifact end up in their hands? Unknown. Daryl didn't know either. He would investigate further to determine if it was real. Ding. System detects the host is going on an adventure. Special pension insurance offers some small gifts, hoping the host enjoys the exploration. Daryl saw some small items appearing in the storage space. Some of these items might prove useful later. He casually glanced at them, memorizing their appearances so he could retrieve them promptly when needed. Whether or not it's real, we should check it out. From this scroll, it mainly leans towards the eastern side of the city. But this scroll clearly looks old, and I suspect the location may have shifted long ago. Kesha had heard of secret realms with maps. After predecessors left, they didn't want to disappear entirely from history, so they left clues for future generations to find. Daryl carefully examined the scroll and compared it with a new map given by the system. Daryl placed both maps into an instrument. The instrument quickly processed, and everyone saw the two scrolls overlap perfectly. Now the markings on the scroll were much clearer. Daryl confirmed that the location was within a large area. They directly went to the marked spot on the map. Facing the governor's mansion before them, Kesha waited for Daryl's instructions. The governor's mansion was no big deal to them. With just a word from Daryl, they could barge in to see if there was any divine artifact as Tony claimed. A lot of time has passed. If it exists, it's likely underground, which means this governor's mansion needs to be demolished. Daryl understood that this was not something that could be resolved quickly. As the city's ruler, the governor wasn't an ordinary character. Governors might not have strong cultivation or any cultivation at all, but they were clever and likely hired powerful cultivators to protect the city. Daryl needed to devise a plan to make the governor voluntarily agree to let him do this. There's a simple method, just negotiate directly with the governor. With enough benefits, no one would refuse. The governor's mansion was just a building. With spirit stones, they could rebuild one anytime. So, let's meet the governor. Since they were already here, Daryl wanted to see what the divine artifact looked like. Miles immediately reacted and knocked on the door. Someone soon invited Daryl and the others into the hall. Please wait a moment. Our governor is out today. Please enjoy some tea. Servants quickly brought the best tea, but Daryl hadn't drunk tea from outside in a long time. Daryl glanced at Imo Brandonian floating mid-air. Only those with cultivation like Miles could see Imo Brandonian. If ordinary people saw a floating soul, they'd likely be scared. Daryl wanted to investigate for another reason. Imo Brandonian told him there might indeed be a divine artifact here. Back then, a particularly formidable person from their era fell here. Even if there were no divine artifacts, other treasures wouldn't be lacking. They didn't wait long, as the governor hurried over. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The governor rushed back as soon as he learned cultivators were visiting his residence. Being an ordinary person unable to cultivate, he respected these cultivators greatly. I wonder why you came to see me. The governor could tell these weren't local residents. They were probably passing by and might be seeking lodgings. Such occurrences weren't unheard of. Some cultivators lacked money for decent accommodation, so staying in his residence was better. Thus, his mansion prepared accommodation specifically for passers-by. We want to discuss the ownership of your governor's mansion. ##### Chapter 91. The mayor's thoughts. Daryl's words startled the mayor. Understood what's going on. This young man is so tough this time. He thought. He wants me to hand over the mayor's mansion right away? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Understore. Our family has lived here for generations. I don't know where we've offended you that you want to take our place. Having lived there for so many years, the mayor had developed an attachment to it. If the visitor insisted, he couldn't be blamed for being rude in return. I'm not trying to take your place. I investigated and found out that under your mayor's mansion, there might be something I'm looking for. I can compensate you. You can set up a new mayor's mansion elsewhere, and I'll take care of this place. If you really like this spot, once I confirm that there's nothing I need under it, you can come back. Daryl explained his initial statement. Hearing this, the mayor sighed in relief. He had initially thought Daryl was planning to snatch his place. But then again, what difference did it make if Daryl still intended to excavate beneath it? If there was something under the mayor's mansion, it meant the buildings above would also have to be destroyed. Moreover, anything found underneath would belong to him as well. Is there any other solution? Zachary understood very well. These people were giving him some face by talking to him instead of forcing their way in. There's none. Zachary's mansion will have to be demolished and the ground beneath excavated. Daryl was straightforward. He couldn't determine whether the artifact Tony mentioned was actually under the mansion without doing so. This was a gamble, and it depended on how the mayor would think. If I refuse, will you forcibly demolish my mayor's mansion? Zachary reasoned simply. Since the mansion was his, whatever lay beneath it belonged to him too. Why should he give it to someone else when he could just dig it up himself? Why would I do that? But this information mustn't be disclosed to anyone else. Daryl had traded for the information and wouldn't give it away freely. Mayor, collaborating with us is the best option. We'll provide compensation, and whether or not there's anything beneath your mansion, we'll handle it. Frankly, you lack the capability to explore underground anyway. Hirsch saw through the mayor's intentions. He clearly had many thoughts swirling in his mind. I'm thinking about your benefit too. I've lived in this mansion for so long and haven't heard of anything unusual. So, your information might not be entirely accurate. Zachary smiled, completely disregarding Hirsch's words. Daryl realized the mayor wouldn't agree to exchange the mansion. He needed another plan. I understand. I'll leave now. If you change your mind, find me at the inn in the city center. Daryl also needed to confirm the exact location of the artifact. Back at the inn, Mo Brandonian was impatient. Why are you being polite with the mayor? Just control him, and the entire mayor's mansion would be yours. Mo Brandonian was eager because the artifact might reappear in the world soon. Why did Daryl insist on negotiating politely? Just act directly. I'm not a bandit, Daryl said. He could find other ways to investigate the mansion thoroughly, but he wouldn't demolish someone's home without consent. That area lacks spatial anomalies. If the map's location is correct, it must be beneath the mayor's mansion. But excavation takes time. Kesha was curious about the artifact too. As something divine, what kind of power did it hold? Kesha didn't care much, but Daryl seemed very busy managing the Feathered Spirit Sect. It might not be under the mayor's mansion. If you have time, search around. Daryl studied the map. The marked area covered a large range. If it's not under the mayor's mansion, it's even more complicated. These are civilian residences, and moving them would be difficult. Hirsch had investigated the city and knew its layout. That night, the mayor gathered his advisors and shared the incident, forgetting Daryl's warning. Zachary felt the object beneath the mansion was his. Finding treasures would be ideal. With advice from his advisors, he planned to investigate below quickly. Some were skeptical, but the mayor believed something was indeed beneath his mansion. In a hurry, he organized a team the next day to begin work. This couldn't be kept secret, so Daryl learned about it quickly, much to Hirsch's frustration. I told you these people are devious. Forceful suppression would have been best. Now they're already taking action. If this news spreads, who knows how many will try to compete with us for the treasure. Mo Brandonian was exasperated. Artifacts were great treasures, and few wouldn't be tempted. Let them move. Since we can't hide our actions either, Miles, you know what to do. Daryl glanced at Miles, who understood immediately. Show the mayor some consequences, but not fatally. Just as Daryl was eating, Tony appeared again. You confirmed so quickly that the divine sword is under the mayor's mansion? You acted so fast? Tony wondered how Daryl achieved this. After getting the map, Tony searched extensively before pinpointing this city. Yet, he never dared to confirm its exact location. Daryl acted within a day. Can't be entirely sure, but digging is the only way to find out. Zachary wants to proceed, so I can't stop him. Daryl planned to look elsewhere while the mayor excavated. Recently, the egg he possessed showed unstable energy fluctuations. Daryl decided to bring it back to a location where it previously reacted strongly, hoping to find a way to help it hatch smoothly. He would handle matters here upon returning. So you deceived the mayor? Tony widened his eyes. Daryl did nothing and found an assistant effortlessly. Why hadn't he thought of it? Recalling his actions after arriving, Tony realized he chose caution, intending to quietly secure the artifact, thus avoiding bold moves. Chapter 92. Temporary departure. I have never told him what's actually beneath the Irvin's residence. He was just too eager to do it on his own. Daryl hadn't expected that the Irvin would be so impetuous. Before the investigation was even completed, he had already taken action. I investigated, and the Irvin has quite a few capable people at his disposal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. I guess he didn't consider you much of a threat, Tony said. He had also thoroughly researched the Irvin, who wasn't lacking in capability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so openly against the Irvin's residence, unafraid of others challenging his territory. I think you all are moving too fast. You should negotiate with him slowly. By acting this way, you might end up doing all the work for someone else. Tony genuinely meant well for them. It mainly stemmed from his frustration. Why should the Irvin, who did nothing, reap the fruits of his hard-earned labor? That's not your concern. Why are you so worried? Daryl looked at Tony beside him, who was indignant. Ever since he handed over the scroll, Daryl had automatically concluded that this item no longer belonged to him at that moment. Of course I'm worried. I don't want my hard-earned treasure falling into his hands. I'd rather give it to you, Tony spoke earnestly. Even though Daryl had killed his brother, he still preferred that Daryl obtain the treasure. Daryl's formidable strength made him less jealous. If it went to the incapable Irvin, he couldn't bear it. They can't take what's mine. I have a task for you. Watch over the Irvin's residence while I am temporarily away. Daryl was looking for someone to monitor the Irvin for him. You're leaving now? Aren't you afraid that by the time you return, there won't even be a secret chamber left for you to see? At such a crucial time, Daryl chose not to stay and prepare for confrontation but instead decided to leave. I have my arrangements. Here's his sound transmitting stone. Contact him if anything happens. This is my gift to you. Daryl took out a bottle of medicinal pills and placed it in Tony's hand before leaving with his group. It would take those people at the Irvin's residence a long time to excavate. After they left the city and boarded their flying boat, Miles caught up with Daryl as fast as he could. Mr. Sue, I have dealt with the matter. I threatened the Irvin a bit and got one of his fingers. The scene was quite bloody, and I thought you wouldn't want to see it, so I discarded it. Though Miles was no match for Daryl, he was an expert among experts compared to the unarmed Irvin. Taking the Irvin's life would be effortless. Daryl nodded, satisfied with having hired Miles to handle the matter. The Irvin's residence was in chaos. After Miles left, the Irvin was utterly terrified. With a broken finger, he immediately called for a doctor. Thinking of Miles's image made his legs shake uncontrollably. Should he continue developing the area? Should he keep going against Daryl? With assurances from other advisors promising continued protection, the Irvin finally made up his mind. Miles could come once, but he absolutely wouldn't give him another chance. He needed to grow stronger. What if there were treasures in the Irvin's basement that could help ordinary people cultivate? Development was a must. Daryl was unaware of the Irvin's thoughts. They had arrived at the location where the egg was active. Daryl landed the flying boat and walked down to the ground, taking out the egg and gently tapping it. He simultaneously channeled his spiritual energy into the egg. This egg was given by the system, and he couldn't risk it dying under his care. Lead the way. As Daryl withdrew his hand, unnoticed by anyone, the egg returned a burst of power to Daryl, replenishing his spent spiritual energy. Surprised, Daryl glanced at the egg in his hand, growing increasingly curious about what it would hatch into. With renewed vigor, the egg pointed the way using its body. As they proceeded, Daryl's group encountered more troublemakers attracted by the egg. One person wanted to forcibly take the egg from them. Daryl's party was stopped. I like the egg in your hand. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. An astute observer could easily tell that the egg in Daryl's hand was extraordinary. Some people harboring desires to steal weren't impossible. Kesha, seeing Daryl's lack of action, struck the man facing her with a punch. This was a critical moment, and Kesha wished they could sprout wings and fly directly to their destination. Now, these people were coming at them unawares, clearly seeking death. Kesha instantly subdued the man and pressed her foot on his neck. As Kesha acted, the man's guards immediately attacked her. They fought intensely. Gradually, Kesha was overwhelmed. Miles! Daryl shouted, and Miles joined Hirsch in the fray. The tide turned immediately, bringing the fight to a stalemate. Standing aside, Daryl observed that Miles's abilities had improved after accompanying him for some time. Soon, the provocateurs were subdued. Let go of my men, or when my people arrive, you will surely die. The speaker clearly held significant influence in this area. After being released, he stood up and straightened his clothes without a hint of urgency. Daryl glanced at him and sneered, You want to send your people to their deaths? Today, for each opponent that came, Daryl handled them one by one, ensuring they wouldn't be alone on their journey to the underworld. You're not local, so you don't know my status here. My surname is Isaiah. I advise you to release my men or suffer the consequences. Having just arrived, Daryl naturally didn't know that the name Isaiah held the most powerful influence here. Most people would instinctively avoid them. But this time, Maverick met Daryl, who didn't care about the opponent's status. I haven't laid a finger on you. It was you who provoked first. Even if you bring your whole family, saying I'm scared means I'll give you the egg. But if your entire family isn't a match for me, then kneel and beg for forgiveness and disable one arm. That single arm had blocked their path. Daryl wouldn't let this go lightly. They had to pay for their actions. Fine, wait here. I will crush you. Maverick wasn't afraid. This city was practically their territory. Chapter 93. Unexpected turn. To Maverick, a minor cultivator was nothing. He was more concerned with whether Daryl came from a prominent family. From the way Daryl carried himself, he exuded an air of an unparalleled expert. Big brother Daryl, we don't have time to deal with these trifles. We have far more important matters at hand. Kesha frowned. Her swift actions intended to prevent wasting time on trivial matters. Every second now was precious. There's no need to rush. He's not that fragile, and if we don't resolve this, it might be difficult for us to leave here. Daryl responded to Maverick's remarks, noting that the latter held considerable influence in this place. All right. Kesha found a rope and bound them tightly before waiting for Maverick to return with reinforcements. While waiting, someone nearby whispered cautiously to Daryl, Brother, you should consider escaping. The Isaiah family is a powerful clan here, with countless strong cultivators. You won't stand a chance against them. Others who faced similar situations ended up tragically. You still have a chance to escape while he's away. Daryl nodded at this person's words, acknowledging the soundness of his advice. No need. Thank you for your concern. Just stay clear when the fight starts. We don't want to harm any bystanders. Hirsch, a former leader of the Xianxia sect, possessed formidable strength. Miles, a lethal and powerful assassin, also had impressive combat skills. Kesha could take on 3 people without much trouble. As for Daryl, he wasn't entirely sure about his own abilities yet. Estimating the situation, even with the Isaiah family coming in mass, Daryl believed he could manage to leave unscathed. Don't worry. Even if you weren't involved, we would run. The Isaiahs won't care about ordinary lives. I warned you because I thought you shouldn't die here. That's all. Accepting the good-natured advice, Daryl appreciated their concern. You'd better release us immediately. Once our young master returns with reinforcements, you'll be in grave danger. The bound man grew increasingly arrogant. Daryl didn't count for much. Once their forces arrived, they could easily capture him. Did you keep them here merely for revenge? M.O. Brandonian floated over, sensing that Daryl wasn't the type to act impulsively or wait for provocation. Not at all. This place is vast, and there are many things we don't know. Having someone guide us seemed sensible. Originally, Daryl planned this strategy, and the opportunity presented itself. Given the Isaiah family's prowess, Daryl surmised they would be more sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. They likely knew where to find the required components for the egg. With this revelation, Kesha's anxiety lessened considerably. Soon, Maverick returned with reinforcements, but Daryl remained stationary. The one who defeats the most opponents can claim this reward. Daryl pulled out a bottle of pills, intending to let the items do the talking. His possessions were hardly ever worthless. Hirsch's fighting spirit soared. Anticipating a confrontation, it seemed the newcomers had other intentions. Maverick appeared deflated among them. Sir, please accept my sincere apologies. My son was foolish. Please forgive him. This is a small token of goodwill. Hope you can let bygones be bygones. The newcomer turned out to be Maverick's father. During Maverick's recount of events, his father scolded him harshly, reminding him that not everyone was worth offending. Unsure what exactly he couldn't offend, Maverick's father prepared gifts and apologies for Daryl. Experienced and perceptive, he guessed that Daryl belonged to a powerful family due to his protectors. Recognizing Daryl's potential, the elder Isaiah felt it wise to make amends. Daryl and company watched the turn of events. Hirsch sighed in resignation. Initially hoping to gain some pills, they now realized it wasn't happening. The Isaiah family patriarch indeed showed more tact. Oh, it seems you're a wise man. I'm willing to discuss matters further. I don't value your gifts. Put them away. I wish to propose a deal. Help me find a place, and I will spare your son. Otherwise, I'll make him complete our agreement. He loses an arm if he loses. While Daryl massaged the egg, channeling spiritual energy into it, he noted its peculiar affinity for his power. You must realize we could kill your son effortlessly, Kesha added fuel to the fire. The Isaiah patriarch glanced between Daryl and his allies. Kesha was right. They were no ordinary group, especially the young man standing nearby, whose strength eluded detection. Certainly, he doubted Daryl's strength exceeded his just due to age, guessing some skill made Daryl's strength undetectable. I accept this deal. What do you require from us? The patriarch wouldn't risk his only son's life. Help us find a location where the spiritual energy is 50 times stronger than what's in the air now. Daryl originally had no idea such a place existed until a voice in his mind informed him of its characteristics. Instinctively, he voiced it aloud. Why can you communicate with me now? Daryl quickly realized the voice belonged to the egg in his arms. Is it because of my spiritual energy? Daryl guessed correctly without needing a response. Chapter 94 Divine Beast. Your strength has merged with mine. Now I can communicate with you. It hadn't expected that Daryl could actually converse with it. What kind of creature are you? Daryl was quite curious about this question. I don't have memories related to this aspect. Perhaps I will know after my memories awaken. But the one thing I know is that my mother is an extremely powerful divine beast. Divine beast. Daryl's grip on the egg tightened slightly. Divine beasts were creatures that only existed in legends. Even Daryl had only seen them in books. No wonder this little thing, even as just an egg, seemed to possess a semblance of consciousness. Daryl thought about how he had never raised a divine beast before, and considered it might be fun to try raising one. Retirement should be spent drinking tea, taking walks, enjoying the scenery, and nurturing small animals. The only person who would dare treat a divine beast like a small animal was probably Daryl. Why aren't you talking? I'm really strong. The divine beast egg was anxious for Daryl's surprised inquiry. What's going on? Has discovering that it is a divine beast not caught his attention? During the time it had spent with Daryl, it sensed that he was not an ordinary person. You are nowhere near being strong. Daryl looked left and right, but couldn't find any sign of its strength. Feeling belittled by Daryl, the egg became enraged and didn't want to speak with him anymore. What kind of person is this? He looks down on me. Wait until I hatch and grow up, then I'll give Daryl something to see. However, it didn't realize that no matter how much it grew, it would never be a match for Daryl. Daryl temporarily stopped speaking to the egg, guessing it probably didn't have much information. Daryl had seen some divine beasts who only awakened their hereditary memories after reaching a certain time or strength. Such a place, I've never heard of it. I wonder where you heard about such a spiritually rich area. If the Isaiah family knew, they would have moved there long ago. Nowadays, spiritual energy was becoming increasingly scarce, making cultivation even more difficult. Just look around nearby. Stop asking so many questions. Daryl didn't care about his attitude. He just wanted to know if they could find the place. He handed this task to Kesha and others while he returned to the inn to rest. They would notify him once they found it. Kesha was very concerned about the egg, fearing it might die because of something she did. Hirsch accompanied Daryl to the Isaiah residence since she wanted to stay there. Miles followed Daryl closely. Wherever he went, Miles went too. Were that young man and his companions your masters? The head of the Isaiah family was very curious. Daryl's people were all very powerful. Another person exuded a strong bloody scent. Yes, you could say that. Hirsch paused. What exactly was Daryl's identity to them? He could be considered a friend. Daryl treated them well, always sharing whatever good things he had without hesitation. Daryl usually didn't get involved in anything unless necessary. But Hirsch knew that Daryl was very strong. It's best not to ask too many questions. It's beneficial for both you and your Isaiah family. Just focus on your tasks. This time you chose wisely. If you had come a bit later, you might not have seen your son again. Hirsch wasn't threatening him. It was entirely possible. The Isaiah family had mobilized many people to search for the place Daryl mentioned. After 3 days of searching, there was no clue. Only Daryl said the place was filled with abundant spiritual energy. Kesha couldn't do anything either. They searched for several days, even finding a hidden realm, but found nothing. So Kesha brought Maverick to the inn where Daryl stayed. At this moment, Daryl had just woken up and was brewing tea. I also don't know the exact location. The little divine beast hadn't told Daryl. Later, Daryl asked about this, and it said it didn't know the exact location either. On that day, it suddenly felt the existence of the place, which had now disappeared. Do I need to expand the search area? I've almost covered the entire city. Can it hold on? Kesha hadn't rested for 3 days, working harder than ever. It's already better, and you should rest too. Daryl noticed Kesha's dark circles and reminded her. After several days of care, it had recovered significantly. That faint aura from before was long gone. It was now lively and energetic. If Daryl had known it would recover so easily, he wouldn't have brought it here. Really? I was very worried about it. Since they couldn't communicate, Xianxia feared Daryl misunderstood its needs. Of course it's fine now. If we find the place, it can hatch successfully. Finding the place might be difficult. Daryl's intuition told him that once they discovered the divine beast's location, many others would too, leading to competition, something Daryl detested. He wondered if there was another way to make it hatch. Okay, I'll rest tonight and continue searching tomorrow. Take your people and find it as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Xianxia threatened Maverick, who had been following her for several days. Seeing Xianxia's strength, he didn't dare cause trouble anymore. Maverick deeply regretted challenging Daryl. Even under duress, he wouldn't dare challenge Daryl's possessions. Alright, I'll arrange for it immediately. You can trust me. I'll keep looking until we find it. Mr. Su, I truly failed to recognize your greatness before. Please forgive me and let me off this time. Maverick remembered offending Daryl before and sincerely apologized. Get up. Next time, don't assume that just because your family is powerful, you can bully others. Daryl recalled what the commoners had told him and gave him a subtle warning. Rest assured, it won't happen again. I promise not to bully others recklessly. From now on, I'll live honestly and do good deeds. Maverick nodded, showing that he intended to follow Daryl's advice. Fine. Since you worked so hard, I'll give you something. Daryl took out a bottle of elixirs and gave it to Maverick. Thank you so much. Maverick had heard a lot about Daryl from Xianxia. Ancient tomb. Maverick took the elixirs and left the inn with his subordinates. He must help Daryl find what he sought. If previously he had harbored thoughts of keeping the place for himself after finding it, now, he genuinely wanted to help Daryl with the task, showing his sincerity. Xianxia returned to rest, and Daryl, now awake, went outside the city. Do you remember any other ways to hatch? The little divine beast told Daryl that there was only one way to hatch. It required sufficient spiritual energy for absorption, allowing it to break free. Perhaps it never imagined that even its birth would be so difficult. Besides needing ample spiritual energy, my hatching is quite simple. However, I recall that my emergence might cause a big stir. If you don't want to draw attention, it's best to take me to a secluded and safe place where we can leave anytime. Hearing the divine beast's response, Daryl felt helpless. These conditions were currently very stringent. It needed ample spiritual energy and a secure location. Daryl guessed that with the abundant spiritual energy in that place, many people would flock there. Didn't your mother make any preparations after giving birth to you? Daryl looked at the egg in his hand. Normally, these divine beasts found it especially difficult to nurture their offspring. If they wanted the little divine beast to be born safely, Daryl couldn't believe they hadn't prepared anything. It seems there were some preparations, but I forgot. I've been in a deep slumber for many years, so many things have already slipped my mind. Waking up suddenly one day was also unexpected. At that time, he even failed to figure out where he was. Thus, they could only wait for the Isaiah family to find what the egg needed before bringing him along. Daryl was about to take a walk nearby when Miles rushed over in a panic. Why are you in such a hurry? I've told you many times that we should stay calm while handling matters. Daryl placed the little divine beast into his spatial item. There's an ancient tomb beneath the Irvin's residence. Just now, Tony contacted us. Now everyone is rushing there. Should we go as well? Miles was naturally anxious since the tomb originally belonged to them. What if they arrived too late and ended up doing all the work for others? Since he followed Daryl, he naturally thought of everything from Daryl's perspective. I thought it was something major. Let them continue researching. Yesterday, Daryl studied the map again and realized that the place wasn't under the Irvin's residence at all. It was likely outside the city. Finding an ancient tomb within the Irvin's residence was also unexpected for Daryl. Mr. Su, should we not go now? What if they snatch the divine artifact we want? Or you can stay here, and I'll check first to ensure no one takes your belongings. Miles wished to head straight to the Irvin's residence and see what the tomb was. There's no need. Rest assured, anything that belongs to me will ultimately be mine. Do you think divine artifacts are that easy to obtain? Seeing Miles's concern, Daryl felt more satisfied with this subordinate. Ever since Miles realized that following Daryl had great prospects, he truly put Daryl's interests first. Alright, I'll wait for your arrangements. Miles calmed down significantly, finding Daryl's logic reasonable. Divine artifacts weren't easy to obtain. Otherwise, they would have been taken long ago. That night, Daryl still decided to set off with Xianxia. You stay here and watch over. If there's anything we need, notify us immediately. Hirsch seemed to have encountered a friend and didn't want to leave just yet. Thinking they would meet again anyway, he stayed behind. Alright, show me the divine artifact you get. I've never seen one in my life. Hirsch didn't know why, but he always felt that if there were really divine artifacts, they would belong to Daryl. Alright. Daryl set off with Xianxia and others. After 2 days, they returned to the city. When they arrived in the city, they noticed many more people compared to their last visit. Daryl also spotted several highly cultivated individuals. Clearly, whatever was under the Irvin's residence had drawn significant attention. Should we go directly to the Irvin's residence? Xianxia was also very curious about the legendary divine artifact. Let's take a look if you're all that curious. Daryl led them to the Irvin's residence. The Irvin's residence had changed. Many cultivators guarded it, seemingly warning others not to approach. Of course, these guards couldn't stop Daryl and company. They walked in unimpeded, and the guards acted as if they hadn't seen them. However, after Daryl entered, other less powerful cultivators attempted to rush in but were killed by the guards. The guards stood at the entrance to filter out only the most powerful cultivators to enter the Irvin's residence. Inside the Irvin's residence was lively. Upon realizing his people couldn't open the tomb, the Irvin quickly spread the word about valuable treasures inside, inviting other cultivators. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities during the scramble for items. Most crucially, they needed to open the tomb. Seeing Daryl, the Irvin's legs trembled involuntarily. The shadow Daryl cast was hard to shake off in the short term. The Irvin had investigated and found out that Daryl left the city the second day after he started working, assuming Daryl had given up. Why did he return? Among the Irvin's companions, Daryl saw a familiar face. Tony. Seems he managed to infiltrate. Mr. Su, you're here. Suppressing his fear, the Irvin respected Daryl's arrival, thinking Daryl wouldn't act rashly in front of everyone. Daryl's presence gave him confidence in opening the tomb. Knowing Daryl knew about the underground treasure, the Irvin believed he had a way to open it. Yes, carry on as if I'm not here. I won't interfere with your affairs. Ignoring the Irvin, Daryl went directly to where the tomb was unearthed. The Irvin had good luck. Excavating just one main hall revealed an ancient tomb. If valuable treasures were inside, this expedition would not be in vain. Mr. Su, it's because of your tip that I found this place. If you help me, I'm willing to give you 30% of the tomb's contents. Before Daryl could respond, someone voiced dissatisfaction. Why should he get 30%? He's just a kid. If he knows how to open the tomb, let him do it himself. Many people looked at Daryl menacingly. Unmoved, Daryl paid no heed to them. But Miles was cautious, ready with weapons to protect Daryl if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. Mr. Su was the first to discover this tomb, so giving him 30% is fair. You best drop your thoughts. Don't underestimate Mr. Su's formidable strength just because he looks young. The Irvin practically stated that they weren't a match for Daryl. A bunch of fools, don't drag me down if you're seeking death. 30%? I'm not interested. Daryl glanced at the tomb, sensing faint power fluctuations. There were probably treasures inside, but they might not be what Daryl needed. 30% held no allure for him. He came only because Miles and Kesha wanted to see. Seeing nothing new, Daryl said. I hope you all find what you seek. Good luck. Irvin, don't end up hurting yourself. Leaving those cryptic words, Daryl departed with his group. Tony glanced at the Irvin, then at Daryl leaving without hesitation, before finally following Daryl. His intuition told him Daryl wouldn't miss out on a divine artifact. This meant the Irvin's findings weren't divine artifacts. The only thing attracting Tony was the divine artifact. Irvin, what did that man mean? Is this not a treasure, but rather a dangerous ancient tomb? No one would turn down good fortune unless they sensed danger within the tomb. Your mother didn't make any preparations when she gave birth to you? Daryl looked at the egg in his hand. Usually, these divine beasts found it especially difficult to conceive offspring. He didn't believe they wouldn't prepare for the safe arrival of a young divine beast. Seems like there was, but I forgot. I've been in a deep sleep for many years, and many things have long been forgotten. That sudden awakening one day was also an accident. At the time, it didn't even understand where it was. In that case, they could only wait for the Isaiah family to find what this egg needed before taking it there. Daryl planned to stroll around nearby when Miles hurriedly ran over. Why are you so anxious? I've told you many times that we need to be calm. Daryl placed the little divine beast in his spatial storage. There's an ancient tomb beneath the City Lord's mansion. He just contacted us, saying everyone from the City Lord's mansion is rushing over now. Should we go too? Miles was naturally anxious. That tomb should belong to them. If they went late and someone else got their artifact, what would happen? Since he followed Daryl, everything was about helping Daryl. It's not such a big deal. Let them continue investigating. Daryl had reviewed the map again yesterday and realized the location wasn't under the City Lord's mansion, but possibly outside the city. Still, finding a tomb inside the City Lord's mansion was unexpected. Mr. Su, aren't we going? What if they take the artifact we want? Maybe you stay here while I check and prevent others from taking your stuff. Miles wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion immediately to see what was inside the tomb. No need. Rest assured, what belongs to me will eventually return to me. Do you think artifacts are that easy to obtain? Seeing how concerned Miles was, Daryl felt increasingly satisfied with this subordinate. Since Miles realized following Daryl promised a bright future, he was devoted to Daryl. All right, I'll wait for your instructions. Miles calmed down considerably. Daryl made sense. Artifacts weren't easy to get. Otherwise, they'd have been taken long ago. However, that night, Daryl still set out with Kesha and the others. You stay here and watch. If you find what we need, notify us immediately. Hirsch seemed to have met a friend and didn't want to leave yet. Considering they would meet again anyway, he stayed. Sure, let me see the artifact you get. I've never seen one before. Hirsch didn't know why, but he always felt that if there were any artifacts, they would definitely belong to Daryl. Okay. Daryl set off with Kesha and the others. 2 days later, they returned to the city. When they arrived, they noticed many more people than during their last visit. Daryl even spotted a few highly cultivated individuals. It seemed the underground discovery at the City Lord's mansion indeed drew much attention. Should we head directly to the City Lord's mansion? Kesha was curious about the legendary artifact as well. Let's go see. You're all quite curious. Daryl led them to the City Lord's mansion. The area now had many cultivators guarding it, warning others not to approach. Of course, these guards couldn't stop Daryl and company. They walked in as if no one was there, completely ignored by the guards. Meanwhile, less powerful cultivators trying to enter were immediately killed. These guards ensured only strong cultivators entered the City Lord's mansion. Inside, the City Lord realized his men couldn't open the tomb. He quickly announced there were valuable items inside to attract other cultivators. Everyone could then fight over them. The most important thing was opening the tomb. When the City Lord saw Daryl, he instinctively shivered. Daryl's presence cast a shadow that couldn't easily be shaken off. After checking, the City Lord learned Daryl had left the city on the second day of work, assuming he had given up. Why was he back? Daryl noticed someone familiar among the City Lord's men. Tony. It seemed he managed to sneak in. Mr. Su, you came? The City Lord, suppressing his fear, welcomed Daryl respectfully, hoping Daryl's presence would increase their chances of opening the tomb. Daryl knew something was below, and presumably had ways to open it. Yes, proceed as usual. My presence won't interfere. Ignoring the City Lord, Daryl walked to the excavation site. The City Lord was lucky to find a tomb after clearing just the main hall. If anything valuable was inside, he wouldn't lose out. Mr. Su, because of your tip, I found this place. If you help, I'll give you 30% of the tomb's contents. Before Daryl could respond, someone objected. Why should he get 30%? A mere youth doesn't deserve it. If he knows how to open the tomb, snatch it from him. Many eyes turned hostile toward Daryl. Daryl remained indifferent, paying them no mind. But Miles was cautious, readying his weapon to protect Daryl if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. Mr. Su discovered this tomb first. Offering 30% seems fair. I advise you to drop any thoughts. Honestly, despite his youth, Mr. Su's strength is unfathomable. The city lord almost outright warned them. They weren't a match for Daryl. A bunch of fools, don't drag me into your suicide. 30%? I'm not interested. Daryl glanced at the tomb, sensing subtle energy fluctuations. There might be valuables inside, but nothing he needed. 30% held no allure. He was here for Miles and Kesha's curiosity. After looking around, he didn't find anything exciting. I hope you find what you seek. Good luck. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Leaving cryptically, Daryl departed. Tony hesitated between the city lord and Daryl, but ultimately followed Daryl, feeling he wouldn't pass up an artifact. If what the city lord found wasn't the artifact, it must be dangerous. City lord, what did he mean? Is this place dangerous rather than treasure-filled? No one forsakes treasures unless they realize danger lurks instead. Translation. The text provided describes Daryl's encounter with the discovery of an ancient tomb underneath the city lord's mansion. Despite others' insistence and warnings, Daryl remains nonchalant, knowing the artifact may not be worth his effort. After briefly observing, he leaves with his companions, leaving the rest to deal with the tomb's unknown dangers. Regardless of when, opportunities and dangers always coexist. If you want to give up, you can leave now, but I won't give you another chance to join. If anything happens afterward, it will have nothing to do with you. The Irvin's words stirred everyone's hearts again. Indeed, to gain an opportunity, they had to be willing to take risks. If they did nothing yet wanted everything, it was impossible. After leaving, Daryl directly led them outside the city. It seemed that the system sensed Daryl's desire for the divine sword and promptly sent him a small gift, a scabbard that could connect with the divine sword. Daryl didn't know why the system had the divine sword scabbard, but since he obtained it, the scabbard had been vibrating intensely, as if trying to convey something. It should be here. Daryl walked around, observing his surroundings. Only beneath his feet did the scabbard vibrate the strongest. Brandanyua, feel if there's any special space here. With Kesha around, many things became much easier for Daryl. Mr. Su, could this place be where the divine artifact is? Could what you're holding be the divine sword scabbard? When Daryl first took out the scabbard, Miles noticed its powerful aura of killing intent. Coupled with Daryl's continuous observation of the scabbard, Miles guessed its significance. Impossible. If you had the scabbard, why wouldn't you just take the divine artifact along with it? I don't believe anyone who encounters a divine artifact would only take the scabbard. Tony was the first to disagree. If Daryl already had the divine artifact, why was he so interested in it? The three of them waited for Daryl's response, but Daryl showed no intention of explaining. Instead, Mo Brandanian, floating mid-air, reminded them, why is this not possible? If it truly is a divine artifact, taking it might not be as simple as you think. Perhaps he wasn't acknowledged by the artifact and could only forcibly take the scabbard. An item that paired with a divine artifact wasn't something ordinary. Mo Brandanian felt nostalgic as soon as Daryl took out the scabbard. This scabbard belonged to someone he once knew, though he realized time had passed, and death was inevitable. Kesha shook her head at Daryl. She detected no special vibrations. Then we can only dig? Miles looked at the vast open area. It would take them forever to dig manually. Yes, but I have a way. Daryl took out an excavator from his spatial storage. Yes, a modern excavator modified by the system, making it more powerful. He had gotten this long ago but hadn't found a use for it until now. Upon appearing, the excavator caused the ground to shake. Kesha and the others had never seen such a strange device. Daryl seemed like a treasure box, constantly producing various peculiar items. Mr. Su, what does this do? Miles felt as if he were regressing to a more curious state since following Daryl. As a killer, he had no curiosity, but now, he was always asking questions first. For digging. Otherwise, it would take us forever. Daryl poured some spirit stones into the machine and set it up. With the system's modifications, it ran on spirit stones and was fully automated, incredibly efficient. Kesha and the others were fascinated by the strange machine. As it started moving, Daryl heard their amazed exclamations. Meanwhile, he set up a hammock using a straight branch and lay down. Time passed, and Daryl woke to hearing his name called. Opening his eyes, he saw Kesha. Daryl, we found it. The machine worked quickly, revealing a 500-meter deep pit leading to a palace. They awaited Daryl's decision to descend and explore. So soon? Daryl's drowsiness vanished. He was about to see the legendary divine artifact. He was quite excited. Pseudo-divine weapon, unparalleled. Daryl jumped down, followed by the others. He casually set up an array at the entrance, ensuring anyone wanting to enter would pay a price. They landed quickly. The palace before them appeared worn by time. This is it. I used to drink tea, wine, and even compete here. Now, it's buried underground. Mo Brandanian sighed. Without Daryl, he might never see this place again. Do you want to explore or find the divine artifact first? Daryl released the scabbard. If not suppressed by his spiritual energy, it would have already flown to the artifact. Let's find it together first, then explore. Since we're here, we should take whatever useful items we find, Kesha said. Mo Brandanian nodding vigorously. A reasonable thought. If it were Daryl, he'd likely take the artifact and leave. These people here produced excellent weapons during our time. Daryl let go of the scabbard, which shot forward like a rocket. He followed leisurely while Kesha and the others struggled to keep pace. Occasionally, Daryl would appear in front of the scabbard, solving minor issues and waiting for them ahead. Reaching a sacrificial platform, they finally saw the divine artifact. The scabbard flew to its familiar position beside the sword. The divine sword stood tall, adding an air of mystery. This artifact captivated everyone, especially Daryl, who could hear it calling, "Come, come, over here." Standing still, Daryl knew obtaining it wouldn't be simple. Everyone waited for his decision. "Never thought I'd see that old guy's sword again. It's not dangerous. Try touching it. If you can lift it, it recognizes you as its master." Mo Brandonian encouraged them, seeing them hesitate. "Go ahead and try." Daryl decided to give them a chance. With the artifact before them, they couldn't help but try. Tony immediately flew to the sword and attempted to pull it. "Mr. Sue, I'll just watch. I know my capabilities." Miles merely wanted to see the artifact, planning to touch it after Daryl obtained it. Being chosen by the artifact? He doubted it. Standing before the sword, Tony tried repeatedly but couldn't touch it. From Daryl's perspective, Tony swung his hands wildly but never made contact. Translation. In this passage, Daryl and his companions discover a potential location for a divine artifact based on a clue from the system. After setting up a modern excavator to dig efficiently, they uncover an ancient palace. Despite the allure of the artifact, Daryl remains cautious. Eventually, they encounter the divine sword, and Daryl lets the others try to claim it, illustrating the challenges and mysteries associated with divine artifacts. Mo Brandonian reminded them. This means it hasn't acknowledged him. If the divine artifact had acknowledged him, he could have taken it and pulled it out smoothly. Tony understood he wasn't recognized but refused to accept it. Why not? He was the one who found the clue. Why wouldn't the divine artifact acknowledge him in the end? With bloodshot eyes, Tony went berserk, trying to grab the divine artifact. Daryl noticed he was trapped in a strange state. If he didn't stop Tony, he might get lost in that world, never waking up. As others hadn't figured out what Daryl was doing, they saw the sword standing still suddenly fly towards Daryl as if this godly sword belonged to him all along. Daryl just summoned it, and it came. Mo Brandonian also witnessed this situation for the first time. Daryl didn't even need to appear before the divine artifact. It had already acknowledged him. After the divine sword left, Tony quickly recovered. He stared blankly at Daryl, forgetting what he had just done. "Congratulations, Mr. Sue, on obtaining this divine artifact. With it, few can be your match from now on." Miles immediately clasped his hands together to congratulate Daryl sincerely. As the divine artifact fell into Daryl's hands, Miles felt a connection with it, confirming Mo Brandonian's words. It had indeed acknowledged Daryl. A divine artifact would choose a more outstanding master. The stronger the master, the greater its power. It had chosen Daryl as its master from the moment Daryl appeared. Daryl felt a slight regret as this divine artifact lacked an intelligent spirit. The godly sword seemed to sense Daryl's thoughts and shook wildly, conveying its discontent. "I can have a spirit too. I just need time." Daryl smiled upon feeling the artifact's dissatisfaction. No one noticed the damage on the sword, which Daryl initially thought was how it always looked. Mo Brandonian spotted it right away. This divine sword is probably not as powerful as it used to be. It's injured. A chunk was missing from the hilt. A complete sword shouldn't have any damage. Daryl carefully examined the divine artifact, touching the damaged spot, confirming the destruction. So now it's a pseudo-divine weapon, no longer a full-fledged divine artifact. Once we find the materials needed to forge it, we can repair it. Alas, I have no body now and cannot help you. Mo Brandonian sighed. He once excelled in weapon forging and had participated in creating this very divine sword. "Don't worry too much. From what I've learned recently, even pseudo-divine weapons don't exist now. This unparalleled will serve you well," Mo Brandonian said, noticing Daryl's concern. The sword is named Unparalleled, an unmatched name indeed, showing great expectations from its creator. Yes, it was fought over by many back then. You really got lucky, finding it without competition. Mo Brandonian truly envied Daryl's luck. No one else could find this place because none had the divine sword scabbard. Few would dig 500 meters deep without reason. "Luck is part of strength," Daryl responded. "In this vast space, there's plenty here. Perhaps you'll find weapons suitable for you inside the hall." Mo Brandonian knew this place like home and led them around. "Daryl, can I touch your divine artifact?" Tony had come to terms with reality. He realized he wasn't worthy of the divine artifact. Only Daryl, who had gathered so many opportunities, deserved it. When he tried to pull the sword, he couldn't even touch it. But the artifact flew to Daryl without him needing to approach. Clearly, it had chosen its master from the start. Daryl handed Unparalleled to Tony. There was a difference between a pseudo-divine weapon and a true divine artifact. Daryl held a sword given by the system whose grade he didn't know, and it had yet to be sharpened. But Daryl believed anything provided by the system wouldn't be subpar. A fine sword indeed. "Sadly, it's not meant for me." After Tony spoke, Unparalleled vibrated intensely, seemingly questioning his qualifications. Miles and the others each felt unparalleled. The moment they held it, they knew it was far beyond ordinary, being called a divine artifact. Unparalleled showed no objections to their examination. Though Daryl had no issues, it eventually slid back into its scabbard with a snap, ignoring everyone. Mo Brandonian exclaimed beside them, "It seems this divine artifact's intelligence has grown significantly. At this rate, it won't be long until it gains a spirit. Then, even if damaged, its value will rival any divine artifact." Mo Brandonian was excited at the prospect of seeing this day. "Daryl, follow me to a place and see if there are materials for this sword. If found, I can tell you how to repair it. When that happens, you'll have not just a complete divine artifact, but one with a spirit capable of communication. A divine artifact with a spirit would enhance its power immensely. You don't understand how powerful such an artifact can be. If Unparalleled had a spirit back then, its previous owner might not have fallen so soon." Seeing their calm expressions, Mo Brandonian was dissatisfied. Did they understand the importance of divine artifacts? What kind of people did he meet? "I understand. I'll go with you later." Daryl remained unperturbed. He'd seen enough amazing things. Only Tony enthusiastically agreed, and Imo Brandonian began explaining furiously to him, neglecting the others as if sulking at them. Mr. Su, can you help me pick a suitable weapon? My old one is becoming less effective, Miles requested. With improved strength, better weapons enhanced his effectiveness. Of course, he trusted Daryl to pick the best. Sure. Daryl was willing to assist this loyal subordinate. Kesha didn't ask as her weapon was already top-notch and suited her well. They swept through wherever Daryl led them. Soon, Kesha and other spaces were filled. Looking at Daryl at the entrance, they wondered about his massive storage. After finding the herbal hall Imo Brandonian mentioned, Daryl let them choose what they needed. Even Tony gathered many herbs. Are you all done? On confirming, Daryl collected everything remaining into his space. Daryl, how big is your space? It feels much larger than ours. Kesha was curious, desiring a similar space. Before reaching the herbal hall, they visited other halls and even the library, each choosing necessary books. Daryl, however, stored entire bookshelves into his space. 200 square meters of shelves easily fit into Daryl's space, which seemingly had no end after collecting so much. It's not an illusion. My space is indeed much larger than yours. Daryl's storage space could originally accommodate dozens of feather spirit sects. Storing this amount of items was nothing to him. So far, the things stored in his space barely reached 1% of its capacity. Kesha didn't say anything more. She could only admire Daryl's good fortune for obtaining such an excellent storage space. They had practically swept through this place, taking nearly everything they could find. Imo Brandonian, why haven't we seen the armory you mentioned? Daryl hadn't forgotten that he wanted to help Miles select a fine sword. Of course, it's in another location. Follow me. Imo Brandonian finally seemed relevant, leading the way with a pompous air. They turned left and right, avoiding one trap after another. Even the usually calm Kesha couldn't help but complain. Senior Imo Brandonian, do you really know this place well? Are you leading us on the worst possible path? We've encountered more than a dozen traps already. Initially, they were clueless and dared to touch things here and there. After accidentally triggering a trap, they stopped doing so. I wasn't part of their sect. Can't you solve these minor problems? Imo Brandonian glared at them, looking at Daryl, who walked as if on a broad and level road without any worries, then at the rest who stumbled around as if the traps were out to get them. He felt quite exasperated. Senior, not everyone has Mr. Su's prowess. Could you tell us how much longer it will take? Miles was exhausted. Not only did he have to protect himself, but he also had to keep an eye on Daryl, fearing that any danger might catch him unawares. Due to his divided attention, Miles narrowly avoided being hit by an arrow aimed at his forehead, thanks to Daryl pulling him aside just in time. Don't be distracted. I don't need your protection. These traps were nothing to Daryl. The old age system would remind him of any potential dangers. He didn't alert Kesha and the others, thinking they needed to improve their reflexes. We're almost there. According to my friend's description, it should be right up ahead, Imo Brandonian assured them. Although they had passed many aheads and rested several times without reaching the destination, they had lost faith in Imo Brandonian, lying in safe spots unwilling to move further. Just hang on a bit longer. It's really just up ahead. Imo Brandonian was also frustrated. According to his memory, the place should have been right there. Why couldn't they find it? Mr. Su, can you lead the way now? I really don't want to wander aimlessly anymore. Miles felt they had circled back to some places multiple times. We arrived long ago. As Daryl spoke, he punched the wall. Instead of collapsing instantly as expected, it slowly vanished from their sight. Imo Brandonian's memory wasn't wrong, but his friend likely hadn't told him about the illusion array they had activated after entering. Daryl broke through the array's focal point, allowing them to see the real scene of the armory filled with countless weapons. Swords, knives, spears, and more. Daryl even noticed some weapons eagerly awaiting selection, hoping to find suitable owners. Upon seeing the location, Imo Brandonian shouted excitedly. Here it is, here it is. I told you it would be here. Imo Brandonian forgot about the previous wandering and confusion, which no one cared about now as they were stunned by the sheer number of weapons. So many weapons. I've never seen so many in my life. Kesha exclaimed. These weapons all have histories. Some were repaired after breaking, while others were painstakingly forged. In any case, I hope you can choose the weapons you need well. Imo Brandonian thought it better if they took these weapons away, rather than let them remain buried and unseen forever. He hoped Daryl would take all the weapons. Kesha still didn't choose her weapon proactively, and Tony only proceeded after gaining Daryl's permission. During the journey, Tony had witnessed Daryl's strength and dared not act on his own regarding Daryl's belongings. Luckily, Daryl was generous and never held back. Mr. Su. Miles stood beside Daryl, dazzled by the weapons, each seemingly perfect for him. But he could only choose one. Go. Help him pick a suitable weapon. Daryl patted Elisa, which felt right at home in the armory. Entrusting this task to it seemed fitting. Hearing Daryl's command, Elisa eagerly flew out, soon returning with a long saber suitable for Miles. Seeing this saber, Miles immediately liked it. This saber suits you. Do you like it? If not, I'll find another one. Daryl held the saber and tested it, finding it suited Miles well. Miles reached for the saber, but it flew away, rejecting him. Boy, try another one. Your strength doesn't match this saber. From what I recall, its former owner was on par with Elisa's previous owner. For high-quality weapons forged from superior materials, humans often had to force their recognition. Clearly, Miles lacked this capability. No, I like this saber. Mr. Su, please give me another chance to prove myself. Daryl saw determination in Miles's eyes for the first time, agreeing to give him a chance. Daryl watched Elisa amidst the weapons, poking and tapping them as if greeting them. A truly intelligent divine artifact. Miles chased the saber, almost catching it several times, but always missing. Daryl saw the saber was deliberately teasing Miles. If you help him, that saber won't escape. Imo Brandonian remembered Daryl had promised to help Miles find a weapon but now stood there, showing no intention of assisting. If he needs help even to obtain a weapon, he won't go far in cultivation. Daryl wanted Miles to earn the saber's recognition on his own. Unlike Tony and Miles, Xianxia stood beside Daryl when a whip suddenly flew to her, wrapping around her hand as if choosing her as its master. You little one has good luck. Brandonian didn't introduce the whip's origins, and Xianxia didn't ask, only stroking the whip gently. After some time, Daryl brought out tables, chairs, and tea, enjoying a leisurely moment. Brandonian sighed, acknowledging it was no longer their era. Tony returned with a decent spear, but Daryl remembered Tony's weapon wasn't supposed to be a spear. Why don't you choose the weapon you usually use? Previously, my weapon needed to be used with my brother to achieve its best effect, but my brother is already, so I'm changing to a new weapon. Tony still felt some sadness when mentioning his brother, but he was very clear that his brother got what he deserved. Not long after Tony returned, Miles also came back, carrying that long saber. Anyone could see how happy Miles was. He actually managed to get it. The people around you aren't simple at all. Brandonian remembered that the last person who obtained a weapon like this eventually became very powerful. Daryl was an anomaly, but so were the people around him. Sigh. Daryl was about to leave, showing no intention of taking the weapons with him. These weapons, ask them if they want to go with you. Brandonian hurriedly stopped Daryl, reminding him to take them all out. Repair materials for Elisa. Daryl thought the weapons were fine here, and didn't need to be taken away. If you don't take these weapons, if others find them, they will fight over them. Bringing them back can provide better weapons for the Feather Spirit Sect disciples than what they currently have. Xianxia's words changed Daryl's mind. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to come with me, do not resist my power. If you wish to stay, wait for your next master. Daryl respected these weapons with slight consciousness, each one deserving the best fate. As for the lower grade weapons, they weren't treated as well. Daryl put most of the weapons into his storage space. Only a few spirit-infused weapons remained in place. They chose to wait for their new masters here. Daryl, I hope you can help them find suitable owners. Brandonian looked at the empty room and said expectantly. Unfortunately, Daryl did not answer this question. Daryl didn't have the time to help those weapons find satisfactory new owners. Let's head out first. I'll show you another place. You might not be able to enter it. Brandonian didn't forget about finding materials to repair Elisa, so he told Xianxia. We'll wait outside. Such a large pit would attract curiosity from passersby. Xianxia didn't insist, and made the decision immediately. Splitting up, Daryl followed Brandonian into an unusually dark environment. Daryl produced a night pearl bigger than a head to illuminate the way. Brandonian fell silent for a second. Daryl truly had many treasures. He had never seen such a large night pearl before. Do you confirm there are materials for Elisa? It has been so many years, they might be long gone. Daryl wasn't hopeful, considering the passage of time. I can't be sure, but I know Elisa becoming a true divine artifact depends on finding these materials. Brandonian could only lead Daryl to try their luck. Hopefully, Elisa's luck would hold. Elisa, sensing they were finding materials for its repair, helped clear the way ahead. Simple traps were destroyed before Daryl even reached them. Daryl smoothly arrived at the site where Elisa was forged. It's still here. Brandonian saw the leftover materials for Elisa immediately. Thankfully, they found it. Moreover, Brandonian noticed many precious materials here. Daryl, those are all valuable items. Put them in your space. Quickly. Brandonian's voice trembled with excitement. Daryl followed Brandonian's instructions and placed the items in his space. One particular item, once put into the space, vanished instantly. Daryl was puzzled. Next, Daryl realized his storage space had grown significantly. That palm-sized item expanded his space. This discovery shocked Daryl. What was the item you just placed? Fortunately, Daryl's memory was excellent, allowing him to ask Brandonian right away. That thing? I've never seen it either. Maybe it's something valuable. Brandonian hadn't seen it either. Hearing this, Daryl felt a bit regretful. Well, his space was already big enough. This time, he had been lucky. Such items might have long disappeared into history. With everything confirmed, Daryl prepared to leave. You're the biggest winner again. If I had your luck back then. His secret realm and this sect, Daryl alone took the lion's share. Now, Daryl alone could easily support a sect. Back then, many fought over one item. Unlike Daryl, who felt burdened by the sheer number of items given to him, Daryl glanced at Brandonian. He hadn't told Brandonian about finding the formula for the divine combination pill. Unfortunately, several herbs were still missing. Daryl already had the seeds from the system and planned to plant them upon returning to Feather Spirit Sect. It would be difficult and require time to refine. Maybe this pill could resurrect someone. Living alongside them would indeed be miraculous, sparking Daryl's interest. Finding interesting activities while retiring was essential. Outside, Xianxia found many people standing near their pit, seemingly attacking the array left by Daryl. Sure enough, her suspicion was correct. This matter drew attention. Upon emerging, Xianxia and her companions were surrounded. Their motives varied, and they wouldn't let Xianxia leave easily. How did you get inside? What's inside? Since discovering the pit, they had wanted to explore. They suspected valuables might be inside. Unable to enter themselves, more people gathered and tried breaking the array without success. While discussing strategies, Xianxia emerged. By accident, there are just a few palaces inside. Xianxia obviously wouldn't tell the truth. Her nearly 10,000 square meters of space was filled with countless items. Why can you enter, but we can't? They naturally didn't believe Xianxia. Among so many, only they managed to enter? While we're still being patient, please be honest. Are there any valuables inside? Did you obtain anything? The commotion grew, and Xianxia knew things were going south. Without Daryl, they couldn't handle so many. If it comes to a fight, prioritize survival. Xianxia quietly instructed her companions, deeming other possessions insignificant. Life mattered most. You misunderstood. If you don't believe us, check for yourself. There are just empty palaces inside. Xianxia stalled, hoping Daryl would return soon to save them. to determine if there are valuables inside. Seizing their spaces would reveal it. Kesha got injured. Suddenly, someone shouted, and Kesha noticed the change in everyone's expressions. If the first person were to attack her, Kesha knew they would all face everyone else. The three of them were no match for so many. The method to enter is known only to me. If you take my things by force, I will never tell you how to get inside. Kesha quickly changed her strategy. She couldn't give up her storage space so easily. Don't think you can bully me. Anyone who lays a hand on us will end up gravely injured or worse. Do you really think we didn't find treasures inside? She used both threats and pleas, knowing they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Most importantly, they seemed unsure if Kesha had indeed found valuable treasures, as she showed no fear of them. Of course, we won't harm you. Just tell us how to enter. They smiled at Kesha, clearly underestimating her due to her youth and apparent lack of experience. Do all of you want to enter? But there aren't that many treasures inside. Enough for everyone perhaps? Kesha even took out some treasures and placed them on the ground to lure them. I'm not stingy. Everyone gets a share. Take what you can. Kesha was hoping Daryl would return soon as these people didn't seem inclined to let them leave easily. In the end, Kesha told them how to enter, by breaking the formation in front of them. Are you joking? They remembered how Kesha earlier incited a frenzy by distributing treasures. However, Kesha and her companions hadn't planned on leaving quietly. Why would I joke with you? We entered this way. And there's another friend who went into a different space and hasn't come out yet. Retry up, or there might be nothing left. Standing there, Kesha's words carried an air of indifference. People preparing to loot looked at each other, finally deciding to trust her because they feared others might take all the treasures. I won't go down there with you. Girl, hand over what you got from inside, or your pretty face will suffer. Suddenly, a crowd surrounded Kesha, ready to seize their belongings. The situation divided. Some people wanted to rob Kesha while others attempted to break the formation. Just as Kesha was about to be overwhelmed, Miles rushed forward but was also hit. These people left no hope for their survival. They even hoped Kesha and the others would die there. Miss Cheen. Miles fended off an attack, growing anxious. Kesha, who always stayed close to Daryl, shared a special bond. He considered her a friend but felt powerless against so many attackers. At that moment, the formation broke open, and Daryl jumped out. Kesha immediately recognized Daryl's arrival. Seeing Kesha's condition, Daryl's calm expression shifted. He swiftly dealt with the troublemakers nearby. So, you want to harm my people and steal my things? Daryl hovered in the air, surveying the scene. While it was fine for them to loot, no one dared to touch Kesha and her companions. With a wave of his hand, Daryl sent those surrounding Kesha flying into trees, causing others to hesitate before attacking. Some remembered Kesha mentioned having a friend inside, not expecting that person to be the most formidable one. This gentleman, we merely wish to inquire about the treasures inside, with no ill intentions, rest assured. Someone switched sides immediately. Daryl didn't believe a word of it. Step by step, he approached Kesha without anyone daring to move. donghua. Daryl offered several pills, healing her visible injuries. Leave the rest to me. It was Daryl's oversight that led to their injuries. Apart from Kesha, Miles and the others also bore various wounds. Thank you. Relieved, Kesha stepped aside. Daryl's arrival put her mind at ease. Miles, point out those who attacked you. Daryl commanded, and Miles quickly identified the offenders. Half of the crowd had laid hands on them. Though Daryl, a retired man, disliked killing, he produced an immense amount of treasures from his space. Weapons, pills, herbs, forming a small mountain nearly 30 meters high. Others stared in shock, unsure of Daryl's intent. Instead of killing those who harmed Kesha, he brought out treasures. Those who did not harm Kesha, Miles, or me will receive these treasures if they kill those you pointed out. The more you kill, the more rewards you receive. The treasure temptation was irresistible. They had never seen so many valuables in their lives, casually handed out by this young man. As promised, it's in your hands. Daryl watched as they fought each other, then led Kesha away. Under the allure of treasures, those who attacked Kesha soon lay dead. Why did they die just because they chose the wrong path? Afterwards, the remaining asked, shall we distribute the treasures ourselves, or wait for you? None dared to challenge Daryl, aware of his considerable resources. No one present could accurately gauge Daryl's cultivation level. Returning to the city, Daryl parted ways with Tony, who had some personal matters to attend to. Restored by the potent pills, Kesha and the others showed signs of strength improvement. In the room, Daryl discussed with Brandonian about repairing Elisa. Simply send it back for reconstruction. Daryl intended to study and craft a new divine artifact. This seemed straightforward. The art of blacksmithing. You can handle the distribution yourselves. Thank you for your help. Understanding the principle that wealth could sway people, Daryl took the group aboard a flying boat and departed. Later, someone remarked, that's Daryl of the Feather Spirit Sect, renowned for numerous treasures. Daryl? Yes, I heard he defeated the Celestial Star Sect leader with a single move. Damn, thanks to you guys, I didn't harm Daryl's people. Otherwise, I'd share the same fate as those losers. Lying on the ground, they lost their lives due to choosing the wrong path. Back in the city, Daryl and Kesha rested while Tony went his separate way. Daryl, do you really understand what a divine artifact is? If it were that easy to forge, they would be flying all over the sky by now. Moreover, if you melt Elisa and reforge it, it might not be Elisa anymore. Brandonian earnestly explained to Daryl, wanting to preserve the original piece. After I finalize the plan, I'll hand it over to you. You just need to find a competent blacksmith, and there's still a chance for success. Look into how to repair it. Do you need any materials on this? I can give you some. Daryl rummaged through his storage space for a long time before finding the forging book that had accidentally fallen behind a bookshelf. The system gave him numerous books to prevent boredom during his retirement. Some of these, which Daryl wasn't interested in, he simply placed randomly. Forged divine book? How do you have this book? And in such perfect condition. When we forged Elisa, we only managed to find a few pages. Mo Brandonian was incomparably excited. How did Daryl manage to have everything? Medicinal pills, herbs, those were one thing. But even the long-lost divine book, he had it too. If only Mo Brandonian had met Daryl earlier, he might have truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. You guys are quite remarkable, Daryl sincerely praised. They had managed to forge a divine artifact with just a few scraps of paper. He had to admit, some people were naturally gifted in forging. Like Daryl himself, who found no interest in these things, could barely stay awake after reading a few pages. How do you have such a complete book? Why are there tools here that I've never seen before? After flipping through a few pages, Mo Brandonian noticed the book contained things that didn't match his memory. It seemed to have more peculiar tools than he recalled. Could new tools have been invented in recent years? I have all those tools, you just focus on studying the formulas inside. Naturally, the system had provided him with those tools as well. The retirement system was incredibly generous, almost giving Daryl whatever he needed. Then wait for me a while. With this book, I might even enhance Elisa, turning it into something beyond a divine artifact. Mo Brandonian's eyes sparkled. It was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Alright, I'll await your good news. While Mo Brandonian pored over the material, researching how to repair Elisa, Daryl spent his days drinking tea and checking up on Xianxia and the others. On the fourth day of their stay at the inn, Tony came to see them. This time, when he saw Daryl, Tony immediately knelt on the ground. According to Miles's account, Tony had spent the past few days arranging his brother's funeral and pondering whether to follow Daryl for a brighter future, despite Daryl being responsible for his brother's death. Why are you kneeling? Daryl instinctively stepped aside upon seeing someone bow so deeply outside the tea house. Not all bows should be accepted. Mr. Daryl, I know my talent isn't great, but I hope you can give me a chance to serve you. Before Daryl could respond, Miles narrowed his eyes, clearly disapproving of Tony's lack of capability, yet also understanding the human desire for advancement. If you want to follow, go ahead. Daryl already had plenty of followers and didn't need one more. In the future, you'll report to Miles. Daryl glanced at Miles standing beside him. Yes, Mr. Sue, rest assured, I will dedicate myself to any task you assign. Once he joined Daryl, nothing else mattered. Mr. Sue. As Daryl prepared to leave to customize some clothes, the city lord arrived with a large entourage. Upon seeing the city lord, Daryl turned away without acknowledgement. Mr. Sue. Wait. The city lord stood before Daryl, flanked by his men who cleared the area of bystanders. What? Irvin, do you need something from Mr. Sue? Miles spoke for him, standing protectively beside Daryl. Yes, Mr. Sue, only you can help me with this. Please help me. Daryl noticed the city lord looked particularly haggard, likely due to recent events at the city lord's residence. The ancient tomb beneath the city lord's mansion had remained unopened despite numerous attempts. Several waves of researchers had entered but never returned. Now, they were at a loss and had decided to seek Daryl's help. Before the city lord's visit, an individual had approached Daryl, asking for exclusive access to the tomb's entrance method, promising to share any treasures found. Daryl naturally refused. Firstly, he genuinely didn't know how to enter the tomb. Secondly, he had little interest in the treasures. Sorry, I can't help you. Daryl replied sincerely, leading Xianxia and the others away. The city lord didn't press further but followed them, covering all expenses as a gesture of goodwill. #### Chapter 103, Can't Help. Daryl naturally didn't need the Irvin to cover his bill while waiting for the dishes to arrive. Daryl signaled for the Irvin to come over and talk. You don't have to keep following us. I've already made it clear that I can't help you with this matter. Daryl couldn't believe the Irvin hadn't heard about him acquiring a large amount of treasures. Recently, the entire city had been discussing this, and sometimes people would jokingly approach Daryl on the road asking for treasures. Mr. Sue, I've heard you recently acquired a lot of treasures. I'm just one step away from breaking through. Could you give me a pill to improve my cultivation? Daryl was generous by nature, so if someone asked, he would give. Besides, the items he handed out were given to those who worked for him. When they improved their cultivation, Daryl's own strength would also increase. But Mr. Sue, you're the only one in the entire city who can resolve this issue. Can you help me? I admit I was wrong before. The Irvin was helpless. Despite having many strategists, none could solve the problem. In the end, he had to lower himself before his enemy multiple times. Lowering himself was bad enough, but Daryl still wasn't willing to help them. Discovering the ancient tomb is your fate. Whether you can obtain anything depends on your own effort, Irvin. If you can't get it, don't force it. Perhaps there will be another outcome. Daryl thought that since the Irvin wouldn't cultivate anyway, finding the ancient tomb was useless. It might as well go to someone who needed it more. But I can't accept it. Why should I be born unable to cultivate? I want to cultivate too. I want longevity. I want to have power like all of you, to be respected. The Irvin became increasingly agitated as he spoke, eventually standing up without caring about his appearance. No one is born unable to do something. After learning you couldn't cultivate, you probably never tried again. Now saying this is too late, Daryl replied coldly. If it were any other matter, Miles wouldn't dare speak before Daryl. But for this matter, he had every right. Born unable to cultivate, yet now he'd reached considerable strength through sheer effort. At the beginning, how many times was he ridiculed? Irvin, please return. Daryl's repeated refusals made the already proud Irvin feel humiliated. Before leaving, he left these words. Daryl, you'll regret this. Daryl paid no mind to the Irvin's words. He had never regretted anything he did. The next day, Daryl and his group prepared to set off to find Maverick and the others. Based on the information Maverick sent, they found some clues, but there's danger there, and many have died. They're waiting for you to go together, Xianxia said while holding the little divine beast. All right. Daryl immediately took out the flying boat in the city, which had become a common sight. The only person in the city with a flying boat was Daryl, indicating he was about to leave. Daryl is leaving. I didn't even get a chance to ask him for treasures. Lucky me. Last time when Daryl was dining, I happened to break through nearby, and he helped me. He's really a good person. I wonder if joining the Feathered Spirit Sect now gives me a chance to be Daryl's fellow disciple. Daryl didn't know what others were thinking. Soon, they arrived at the castle where Maverick resided. That place is a secret realm, attracting a lot of attention. Many will likely explore it together. Mr. Su, our resources may not be enough to secure the secret realm for you. This information had already leaked, making it difficult for Maverick to control its spread. It's fine. Daryl was slightly annoyed. He had already visited 2 secret realms, and just wanted to live a peaceful life without competing with young cultivators. Miles, can you handle this for me? Daryl wanted to rest a few days in the castle, rather than go into the secret realm. Mr. Su, do you think I can manage it? Miles could handle it alone, but he also had the easily snatched egg to worry about. Mr. Su, don't worry. We're investigating to see if there are other undiscovered, spirit-rich areas nearby. Maverick gently reassured him. Maverick had already decided that after this matter was resolved, he would follow Daryl to the Feathered Spirit Sect. Wherever Daryl went, he would follow. Daryl stayed a few more days at Isaiah's castle, studying the castle structure when free and enjoying the garden. Daryl, can you do me a favor? One day, Daryl was basking in the sun in the garden, with a cup of tea beside him when Hirsch rushed in. Hearing his urgency, Daryl slowly opened his eyes. I have a friend who's breaking through, but the commotion is too great. They won't last the day. Can you help? Hirsch hadn't forgotten about the lightning-absorbing device Daryl had previously possessed. If Daryl was willing to help, his friend might survive. Here, return it after use. Getting the lightning absorber was no easy feat for Daryl. Okay. Hirsch reached out but couldn't touch it, no matter how hard he tried. Daryl noticed this oddity. It was the first time he was lending it to someone else, and it seemed only he could handle it. I'll go with you. Daryl stood up and followed Hirsch to his friend's location. People there were panicking about how to handle the situation when Daryl arrived. Not recognizing Daryl, they only knew Hirsch. Initially, Hirsch mentioned finding someone who could help. Hirsch, are you sure he can do it? He looks young. This isn't a joke. He's the most talented in our clan. Someone pulled Hirsch aside to whisper this. They weren't underestimating Daryl, but the matter required extreme caution. It concerned the future of their clan. Do you have other options now? You forced him to break through when he wasn't ready. This will have a significant impact on him. As they talked, Daryl took action. He placed the device on the head of the breakthrough cultivator, blocking the lightning from striking. Chapter 104. Spiritual Vein. The people who had been guarding Luciano looked very surprised at the magic treasure Daryl took out. After so many years, they had never seen such a treasure before. Soon, the promotion process was nearing its end. Seeing this, Daryl put the item away and looked at Hirsch, indicating that his task was done and he was going back to rest. Sir, what was the treasure you just took out? Before Hirsch could react, someone beside him rushed over to Daryl. It's just a small trinket. Daryl knew that only he could have such an item, so telling them would be meaningless. This esteemed brother, do you know if you'd be willing to come to our family and serve as an elder? You don't need to do anything else, you just need to help us when we need it. The item in Daryl's hand was indeed a good one. They wanted it. Of course, the most important thing now was to keep Daryl. What are you thinking? This is Daryl from the Feathered Spirit Sect. Do you think he'll come here to be an honorary elder? Hirsch immediately blocked her friend, amazed by what she dared say. Daryl held supreme authority in the Feathered Spirit Sect and naturally didn't need to become an elder here. How do you know Mr. Su won't agree with us? We can offer you many great things that the Feathered Spirit Sect can't. Besides, our family's territory has far more abundant spiritual energy than any other place. Why wouldn't you come here? It's excellent. It's no worse than your sect, forget it. You're not even part of the sect anymore, just a rogue cultivator. Benny was very dissatisfied. Their clan also had deep roots. How could they be dismissed so easily by Hirsch? After listening to him, Daryl only heard one significant point. Their clan's area had abundant spiritual energy. How abundant is the spiritual energy in your sect? Daryl thought he might have found a place where the divine beast egg could hatch without needing to enter a secret realm. Hirsch knew what Daryl intended to do and tried to stop him from having such thoughts. But Benny, unaware of Daryl's intentions, directly told him, at least 30 times more abundant than outside. We have a spiritual vein there which makes cultivation much easier. Want to experience it? You might like it and decide to stay. Of course, Daryl intended to go with them. They were naturally happy to prepare for it. Walking beside Daryl, Hirsch was very anxious. Brother, don't do this. These are my good friends, and their clan has always been here. If you mess around, it will cause them huge losses. I'll compensate them, and I don't even know if it will work. Daryl didn't care if they were Hirsch's friends. He only wanted the divine beast to break out of its shell as soon as possible. Moreover, their clan's location was secluded, likely protected by a large formation to hide information, which would be beneficial for the divine beast's hatching. Clan leader, should we really bring strangers into our clan? If we get targeted, it won't be good for us. As they were about to take Daryl to the clan, objections naturally arose. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Someone who can produce such treasures surely won't lack resources. Besides, if he weren't a trusted friend of Hirsch, he wouldn't be brought to us. Why should I fear what you fear? If something happens, I, as clan leader, will always be the first to face it. Brother Su, thank you today. Without you, I might not have made it past this stage. The further along the promotion went, the more Luciano felt his body's strength couldn't support further breakthroughs. He thought this attempt was destined to fail until suddenly the lightning stopped. Thanks to someone's help, he survived. Although Daryl came for Hirsch's favor, he truly saved Luciano's life. Just a small matter. Try not to act impulsively next time. You won't always be this lucky. If Daryl hadn't helped Luciano with the lightning, he likely would have died under it. Alright, I won't do that again. Luciano estimated it would be a long time before he could attempt another breakthrough. This one impacted him greatly. I've already helped you once. Let me assist you with the next thing too. Daryl took out a medicinal herb to stabilize cultivation levels. Having observed Luciano, Daryl acknowledged him as a rare talent who deserved better cultivation opportunities. He couldn't let him stagnate. Brother Sue, how do you have such rare herbs that have supposedly disappeared from the world? Luciano was anxious. Such valuable items given away so easily by Daryl seemed unbelievable. Daryl was willing to give it to him, but Luciano felt awkward accepting it. Just because you think it's disappeared doesn't mean it really has. When Luciano hesitated to accept, Hirsch spoke up. He has plenty of these herbs. Take it. You might need it later for some task. Daryl planned a major operation within their clan, and Luciano was someone who could speak on the matter. Upon reaching the sect, Daryl tapped the egg inside his spatial ring. Is this level of spiritual energy enough for you to break through? Not here, but I sensed a place with very abundant spiritual energy, a spiritual vein. Daryl marveled at the discernment of the young divine beast who immediately targeted the spiritual vein. Making them willingly bring Daryl there was probably unrealistic. He needed to find a way to trade for the opportunity. Mr. Sue, see how abundant our clan's spiritual energy is. If you like it, you can stay. Clan leader Chung smiled confidently, believing in his clan's resources. I want to see your spiritual vein. Is that possible? Before clan leader Chung could respond, someone behind him objected. That place wasn't open to just anyone. It was their most important asset. That place has supported our clan's development for centuries. Mr. Sue, that place is our forbidden zone. We can't bring just anyone in. If you're willing to become our elder and help us, perhaps after a year, you may have the chance to enter. Clan leader Chung politely refused. Chapter 105, Critical Moment. A year later? By then, Daryl wouldn't even need to enter. The divine beast might already have hatched by then. What if I'm willing to trade other things with you? As long as you can name the price, I'll agree. Give me that spirit vein. Daryl had so many valuable items that he wasn't afraid of any demands they made. Do you want our spirit vein too? This is our place. Even if you bought it, it would be useless for you, right? Denham hadn't realized that he was about to be outsmarted by Daryl. Spirit veins could provide a constant flow of spiritual energy, but if a divine beast hatched and absorbed all the spiritual energy at once, everyone here would no longer benefit from abundant spiritual power. I naturally have my uses for it. I can give you anything you want in return. Consider it well. I won't let you down. If you're willing to trade, I'll treat you as friends. If any of you needs to break through, come to Brandaling's Sect to find me. You can discuss it among yourselves and give me an answer by tomorrow. That place is the room prepared for me, so I'll go rest now. Hirsch looked at Daryl, then at his friend. He decided to follow Daryl. He knew some things were futile to argue over. Every decision they made, they had the capability to take responsibility for. Before reaching the room, Hirsch asked Daryl if he was confident in securing the spirit vein. Daryl's memory was deeply etched. I don't have absolute confidence, but I never limit myself to one path. Daryl merely wanted to make things easier for himself. Exchanging items for the spirit vein and facilitating a hatch seemed like a profitable deal to him. The next day, Daryl received Denham's response. He agreed. I'm willing to trade the spirit vein with you, but I have a few conditions. Will you listen to me first? Daryl nodded, signaling for Denham to continue. First, if anyone in our family breaks through, you must protect them during the process. Second, you cannot destroy the spirit mine. Third, you must give us something of equal value to the spirit mine. Here's a list. Review it, and if you agree, we can make the trade. The first condition should have a limit. I will help protect up to 10 people. More than that, and I might as well go to the secret realm. Daryl didn't want to get entangled with too many people in this bizarre manner. If Denham's words held true, everyone in their family who needed to break through would seek Daryl's help, making his life chaotic. 10, then 10. The rest, can you agree? If this was the case, selling the spirit vein to Daryl wasn't completely out of the question. Anyway, the spirit vein was meant to provide spiritual energy. It wasn't as if Daryl could dig it away entirely. This decision came after much deliberation. Of course, I can agree. Without hesitation, Daryl pulled out the items listed on the sheet. His generosity shocked even Denham, who, despite seeing much of the world, thought Daryl would need time to prepare. Unexpectedly, Daryl immediately produced the items. Denham was so stunned by what Daryl presented that he missed Hirsch's expression, a look of resignation, when looking at him. Hirsch hadn't expected their audacity either. They dared to exchange even the resource they had protected and depended on for generations. What it would become in Daryl's hands, Hirsch couldn't guarantee. Then, take me to the spirit vein. Daryl was quickly led near the spirit vein. As they got closer, he sensed the abundance of spiritual energy. The little divine beast inside the egg almost burst forth to absorb this immense force. After leading Daryl there, Denham excused himself to practice, leaving Hirsch and Luciano behind. Daryl noticed that Denham reminded Luciano to watch Daryl closely, ensuring he didn't damage the spirit vein. Once Denham left, Daryl took out the egg in the area where the spiritual energy was strongest. As soon as the egg appeared, Daryl noticed a small vortex forming around it, pulling in the spiritual energy at an astonishing speed into the egg's body. Luciano was astonished. Didn't Daryl say he was going to practice? Why did he pull out such a powerful egg? Mr. Sue, aren't you supposed to be practicing? Is it this egg that needs to practice? What kind of egg is this? Why have I never seen it before? Luciano had never witnessed such a scene. The spiritual energy surging toward the egg. I don't know either. The reason I kept you here is simple. I'm worried there's not enough spiritual energy here. Help me crush these spirit stones to release the spiritual energy inside. The little divine beast could absorb the energy directly from the spirit stones, but it was too slow. That's why Daryl had kept them to help crush the stones. All right. Hirsch didn't hesitate to start working on the spirit stones laid out before them. It was an impressive number. Everything the little divine beast had told Daryl to prepare. These stones would now serve their purpose. Is there not enough spiritual energy for it to break through? Although Luciano was puzzled, he continued working. His benefactor asked him to do this minor task. Despite his doubts, he carried it out. Daryl set up protective arrays nearby to block others' perception. The emergence of a divine beast would cause a huge disturbance. Daryl didn't want constant interruptions or attempts to seize his possessions. 3 days later, Daryl had completed the setup. All that was left was to wait for the egg to absorb sufficient spiritual energy. By the end of 3 days, the originally rich spirit vein had changed dramatically. Daryl seriously doubted whether the remaining spiritual energy could support the egg breaking its shell. Nearly 5 million spirit stones have been crushed. Do you still need more spiritual energy? Daryl contacted the little divine beast. He didn't want it to be born undernourished. He could acquire more spirit stones for it to break through properly. Enough. While it won't make me very strong, it's sufficient, replied the divine beast. Knowing the efforts Daryl had made, it didn't want to cause further trouble. Another 3 days passed, and Denham visited. He had recently noticed the family's spiritual energy thinning and wanted to investigate but was stopped by Hirsch. It's at a critical breakthrough moment. Wait until it hatches before coming again. ##### Chapter 106, Breaking the Shell. Hirsch, we've been friends for so many years. Tell me, is the thinning of the spirit energy here related to Daryl? For so many years, their place had always been rich in spirit energy. But within 5 days of Daryl's arrival, the spirit energy became sparse. If it weren't for Daryl, they wouldn't believe it. Nelson couldn't help but wonder why this human, Daryl, consumed so much spirit energy when breaking through. What level had he reached? I can only tell you that your spirit vein won't function effectively again in the short term. When Hirsch came out, the egg had already drained all the spirit energy from the vein. Given the current bottleneck in spirit energy, it would likely take 10 to 20 years to recover. Fortunately, for cultivators, such a span of time wasn't too long. So what did Brother Daryl do in there? If I had known this would happen, even if you beat me, I wouldn't have handed over the spirit vein. They had exchanged quite a few good things using the spirit vein and were initially happy about it. They thought nothing major would happen, but Daryl's actions ruined their good mood instantly. I told you from the start not to bring Daryl here. Once Daryl made up his mind, there was no changing it. The entire Chung family together might not be a match for him. 3 more days passed, and the spirit energy within a 10-mile radius around the egg had all been absorbed by it. Daryl stared at the egg and then looked up at the thick clouds in the sky. He could sense a powerful force brewing within those clouds. He wondered if the little divine beast could withstand the impending strike. Daryl originally intended to help the little divine beast, but it refused. It insisted on facing every challenge in the world on its own, and if it couldn't endure even a small thunderbolt, it didn't deserve to be called a divine beast. The power inside its body was sufficient for this. They all waited, anticipating the final moment. Daryl moved back. I'm about to break out. All right. Daryl immediately flew 50 meters away, taking Hirsch and Luciano with him. It's going to break out? Hirsch asked eagerly, curious about what species this egg, which caused such a commotion, belonged to. Yeah. Daryl's eyes never left the egg. Now covered in runes, it had developed several cracks. The lightning in the sky was ready to strike. Benny approached again, noticing the dark clouds overhead. Initially thinking Daryl was breaking through, he now saw that it wasn't Daryl, it was an egg. No wonder there was such a disturbance. Thank goodness it wasn't Daryl. Otherwise, he would have suspected Daryl of being some world-class powerhouse. The moment the little divine beast broke out of the shell, the sky unleashed relentless bolts of lightning without giving any chance for reaction. Mr. Sue, aren't you going to help it? Clearly, Daryl had tools he could use, but chose to let it endure the heavy attack. Could such a small creature really survive? Daryl ignored Luciano's question, sensing that the formation protecting the little divine beast was weakening. He hoped the disturbance wouldn't be too great. 5 minutes later, the lightning paused, and the clouds hadn't dissipated yet. Everyone could see it. This was the final strike. Would the clouds dissipate with the little divine beast alive, or would it disappear from the world? Daryl hastily added a few formations around the little divine beast. As soon as Daryl stepped away, the final strike fell. Light flashed, and the little divine beast survived, though it was covered in injuries and unrecognizable. Its aura had stabilized and was stronger than when it was just an egg. Thankfully, it broke the shell successfully, and Daryl was satisfied. After the lightning disappeared, Daryl witnessed a strange phenomenon. Many birds suddenly flew in from the sky, and colorful clouds appeared instantly. Daryl guessed this little divine beast might be the king of all birds, but it didn't have wings. The little divine beast collapsed from exhaustion, and Daryl directly sent it into his space. Don't mention today's events to anyone, Daryl warned them. Brother Daryl, what kind of creature was that just now? Benny was only curious about this. He had never seen such an incredible scene. Head of the Chung family, curiosity killed the cat, Daryl said, shutting Benny up. Having achieved his goal, Daryl prepared to leave. Benny, however, wasn't willing to let him go. Brother Daryl, you agreed not to damage our spirit vein. Not only have you destroyed it, but our outer layer's spirit energy has also decreased significantly. You must have a solution for this, right? He had tried to take advantage of Daryl, but now this had happened. I haven't damaged your spirit vein, and we already had an agreement. Are you trying to renegotiate? Daryl stood with his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly letting Benny speak. However, the faint pressure he emitted made Benny dare not press further. No. I just wanted to confirm if the spirit vein was damaged. If it's undamaged, there's no problem. Benny didn't expect such a young person like Daryl to possess such strength. That's great. Daryl prepared to leave with Hirsch, and Luciano followed. Mr. Sue, I want to explore the outside world with you. Luciano was very disappointed with the Chung family. They disregarded his wishes and forced him to do things he disliked. He wanted to change his environment and experience life properly. Following Daryl would be a good experience. Moreover, since Hirsch was following Daryl, he wanted to follow as well. You want to follow me too? Daryl found it absurd. Why did someone want to follow him everywhere? Yeah, I want to see different places and train myself. Luciano, the family needs you. You can't leave now. Benny was naturally displeased. With unstable spirit energy in the clan, losing Luciano would be a significant blow. I don't want to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Besides, aren't there still you guys in the family? If anything happens, I can't come back. I've decided to follow Mr. Su and see the world. Luciano didn't care what the patriarch thought. He had already packed his belongings. Alright, go ahead and explore. Just keep in touch with us. Chapter 107. The Isaiah family follows Daryl. In the end, Daryl took Luciano along with him. When Luciano was leaving, another person claimed to be his close friend and also wanted to go with Daryl. Daryl didn't mind. It didn't matter whether he took one or two people. However, Benny was very unhappy. They had a discussion on the side for nearly 20 minutes before allowing them to leave with Daryl. Young men, you've found the path to greatness. Hirsch patted both of their shoulders. They were indeed clever. They knew that following Daryl would be the best way for their development. Mr. Chun, I don't quite understand what you mean by that. Luciano was very curious about what Hirsch meant by this statement. Found the path to greatness? Which path? You don't need to understand now. You'll know when the time comes. Hirsch caught up with Daryl as they returned to the castle. Mr. Su, I apologize sincerely. We've lost track of the place you asked us to find, Maverick said apologetically. Daryl had only entrusted them with one task, but despite having so many people, they failed to complete it. He wondered if Daryl would think they were all incompetent. Never mind if you couldn't find it. I no longer need it anyway. Where's Kesha? Inside the castle, Daryl didn't sense Kesha's presence. Oh, Miss Chin has some personal matters and has left already. She said she returned to the sect and asked me to tell you that she will come back once she resolves her issues. Maverick recalled how hastily Kesha had departed without giving him much detail. Alright, did she mention what matters she needed to handle? Daryl didn't receive a clear answer from Kesha. With her gone, Daryl still planned to return to the sect via the original route. There's nothing interesting here anymore. I should take my leave then. Daryl took out a flying boat, preparing to return to the sect. Wait, Mr. Su, please wait. Maverick was ready to follow Daryl directly, assuming Daryl wouldn't mind. Mr. Su, our Isaiah family wishes to move to your Phaline sect. Would there be space for us to relocate? Maverick's father hurriedly asked Daryl this question. This decision had been carefully considered. Given Daryl's strength, the Phaline sect seemed safer. In times of danger, they would have more assurance. Moreover, staying in their current location offered no future prospects. Aren't you doing fine here? Why move to Phaline sect? There are many restrictions within a sect. There were differences between a sect and small families like theirs. Once joined, there were many rules to follow. Knowing they were used to a lax lifestyle, they might not want to adhere to such strictures. Don't worry, we will follow your arrangements faithfully. Recently, the world seems unstable, and with only a few cultivators in our family, we can't protect everyone. Besides, we wish to follow you. Wherever Mr. Su goes, we will go. Phaline sect wasn't strong enough yet for them to follow, but Daryl could be. He clearly saw that Daryl's talent wouldn't stop here. If you wish, you can come over and cultivate on any mountain in our sect. Any mountain could be cleared and made habitable. Hirsch watched the Isaiah family patriarch's actions and pondered an idea. Could he bring Xianxia sect to Phaline sect too? They also only followed Daryl's orders, given his formidable strength anywhere. Hirsch regretted not making this decision earlier. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of it at the time. While asking other questions, Hirsch also inquired casually, if I bring Xianxia sect to Phaline sect under your name, would that be possible? You're talking about a whole sect. I can't decide that. Moreover, two sects in one place? They'll likely end up fighting endlessly. Don't drag me into that. Daryl thought managing Phaline sect was already exhausting. People often came to him for trivial matters. Adding another large sect would only complicate things. They'd all be disciples of Phaline sect. Why would they fight? Since you're returning to the sect anyway, why not visit our sect first? If you think our disciples show potential, bring them back to Phaline sect. Your sect was once the greatest, but recent years haven't been favorable. Wouldn't you want the sect to return to its peak? Hirsch didn't get a direct answer from Daryl, but read his intentions through his expression. What did the revival of the sect have to do with him? Our place has decent scenery, and most importantly if you come, I'll offer you a pool of spirit water. You enjoy using spirit water for tea, don't you? Now, spirit water isn't as easy to find as before. Hirsch had grasped the key to tempting Daryl. Using something Daryl needed could work. Deal. Without hesitation, Daryl agreed. The spirit water from Mo Brandonian was almost finished, and he was worried about finding suitable water for tea. Now someone offered it to him. Upon hearing Daryl's agreement, Hirsch breathed a sigh of relief. The flying boat set off, heading for Xianxia sect. This time, there were more passengers on board: Maverick, Luciano, his friend, and Tony. Tony had taken over Miles's role and was now piloting the flying boat. Daryl, have you ever encountered demons? Rumor has it they've built a powerful army after these years of rest. Bretmans will likely unite to defend against them. These high-ranking individuals had some knowledge of demon activities. However, humans couldn't infiltrate demon groups, while demons could change forms and mix among humans. I haven't encountered them. As long as they don't attack me, I won't interfere. This was something humanity had to face regardless of Daryl. Even without him, they would have battles. But they destroy our living environment and slaughter humans. Don't you find them hateful? Hateful? Daryl didn't feel much emotion. Would humans treat captured demons any differently? Chapter 108. Resources. Daryl felt that humans were indeed hypocritical at times, allowing themselves to do certain things while deeming others cruel if they did the same. Every living being has a reason to exist in this world. No one should end their lives. If possible, I hope they won't start wars. Wars would not benefit either demons or humans. This was already the second time Daryl had heard this topic from a sect leader. It seemed like the battle between demons and humans was imminent. Daryl's words made Hirsch silent for a long while. I think what you say makes sense. But only one side can survive because survival requires resources, which are now scarce. Hirsch understood this all too well. For survival, there were no choices. Resources, always resources. Despite holding plenty of resources himself, Daryl couldn't fully comprehend their thoughts. So where have all the world's resources gone? Daryl's question made Hirsch pause. Who knows, maybe they just vanish when used up. Hirsch had never questioned this before. It seemed everyone had long accepted the decreasing resources. Daryl didn't pursue the topic further but kept it in mind, thinking he might help solve the resource shortage later on. For now, he only wanted to live a peaceful life. I'm going to sleep. Wake me when we arrive. Daryl returned to his room and didn't come out for several days. He was served meals by Miles. Is Mr. Su practicing inside? Luciano had just finished a practice session and came out to breathe fresh air. Do you know? Mr. Su never practices. He reads books inside as if studying something new with seniors. Whenever Miles entered the room, the seniors seemed very excited, like they'd made a groundbreaking discovery. Can Mr. Su be so strong without practicing? By the way, do you know how strong Mr. Su is? Luciano had only heard that Daryl was strong, having never seen him in action. If Mr. Su wishes, no one on our vessel can withstand a single move from him. How strong Daryl truly was remained a mystery even to Miles. He only knew that within 3 months of following Daryl, he had already broken through twice, something that would have taken at least 10 times longer previously. Mr. Su is really strong. Luciano suddenly lost interest in resting. If Daryl was so strong without practicing, wouldn't he be even stronger if he did? Inside his room, Daryl read his books while Brandonian delved into the divine forging book, asking questions whenever stumped. Sometimes Daryl didn't know the answers either, so they studied together. In the end, Daryl himself developed a plan to repair the divine sword. During these days, Daryl gained deeper insight into the art of forging. Daryl, why don't you be my master? You're truly talented, and you qualify to be my teacher. Despite Daryl's claim of never having learned, Brandonian believed he was better than many other forge masters had known. Daryl solved problems that had troubled him for years in under 2 hours, showing unique insights despite some basic confusions. I won't be your master. Didn't I give you the book? Study on your own. The system might have sensed Daryl's interest in forging, as it provided him with an entire shelf of forging books. But sometimes I can't understand them. Please be my master. You'd be perfect even as a spirit for the next 10 years. What if I find a way to revive myself? Then you'll gain an exceptional disciple. Brandonian felt increasingly suited to this arrangement, unconcerned about Daryl's younger age, as long as Daryl could teach him. No thanks. Study on your own. I need to go out. Stepping out, Daryl noticed guests aboard. Maverick, who had numerous friends, had encountered some acquaintances on the journey. These two are my friends. We're on the same route. Can we take them along? Maverick reluctantly approached Daryl. Daryl agreed immediately but eyed the woman standing before Hirsch warily. She gave off a vibe Daryl disliked, suggesting recent killings. It reminded him of Miles's initial aura, which improved after Daryl gave him pills. We'll arrive in half a day. Daryl, when will you auction off your items? If you need spirit stones, you can ask me directly or trade with me. Otherwise, host an auction. Hirsch walked over, suspecting Daryl wasn't involved in the auction but couldn't be sure. No one dared impersonate Daryl for such purposes, right? I don't need spirit stones, nor have I hosted any auctions. Maverick jumped in upon hearing their conversation. If you want to sell, consider me first. I have lots of spirit stones. I'm wealthy, Mr. Su. Consider me first. Daryl nodded. People around him often said similar things, making him unlikely to send items to auctions. That means someone is selling under your name. They claim everything belongs to you, promising no deceit. If those items are fake, someone will be deceived, leading to trouble for you. Hirsch suggested checking it out. Why don't you investigate? If they aren't yours, clear it up publicly to prevent deception. The auction isn't far. We can reach it in a day. #### Chapter 109. Auction. Let's go and check it out. I'm also very curious who has the guts to hold an event in my name. Daryl was confident that no one would dare sell what he had given away. They should be keeping them for themselves. If the auction indeed featured his items, it reminded him of something. When the Brandonling sect was attacked, the contents of his small wooden house were completely looted by those people. Perhaps they decided to auction them off. It wasn't impossible. Daryl mentioned this to Hirsch, whose expression turned serious. If that's the case, we might be able to find the people who attacked your Brandonling sect that day. That would help solve a major problem for your sect. Hirsch couldn't help but think about how bold these people were. Didn't they know how big Daryl's reputation had become recently? Were they taking advantage of Daryl's lack of concern over such matters to organize this auction? Then I'll notify our Xianxia sect members to be ready to support us in case there are too many of them for us to handle. Hirsch didn't want Daryl to be distracted by minor nuisances while dealing with those important figures. If the person behind this dares to put the items up for auction, they may have already prepared for everything. They don't seem afraid of us at all. Let's see when we get there. Daryl didn't stop Hirsch from involving their sect's members since they were indeed too few. If he found the culprits responsible for the attack on their sect, Daryl wouldn't let them leave unscathed. Next to the flying boat, numerous individuals riding on swords passed by. Their destination was the same as Daryl's. Seeing Daryl head towards the array formation area made some even more certain that the auction featured his items. I don't even know if I can snatch anything from Daryl's sale. I heard many big shots are here. Not sure if I'll manage to get anything. I don't know either. Let's just go and see. Maybe Daryl will give out some free pills. I've heard he is particularly generous. Why does Daryl need to sell things? He seems so generous, not like someone who needs spirit stones. Just go and see. Daryl went there anyway. Some believed this firmly, while others were skeptical. Daryl's products, premium guaranteed. The pills from the same recipe always worked better when crafted by Daryl. On the flying boat, Daryl overheard several whispers. For example, is Daryl down on his luck? Has it come to selling things just to make ends meet? When Daryl revealed those treasures, I thought he was incredibly powerful, but now he's auctioning things just to earn spirit stones. Daryl was speechless. He hadn't done anything yet, but they were already criticizing him. It annoyed him. Don't mind what they say. Some people are just jealous of your wealth of good things. They complain and still try to snatch your items, Hirsch consoled Daryl, seeing him standing on deck looking troubled. I just find it absurd. If I knew who used my name for this, I wouldn't let them off easily. Too much fame seemed to attract trouble. Daryl didn't seek it, but trouble came knocking. We'll know once we get there. The flying boat quickly arrived at its destination. Everyone knew Daryl owned a large flying boat. Spotting it meant Daryl had arrived. Daryl dismissed the flying boat and reached just as the auction was about to begin. To his surprise, they were respectfully invited inside right away. It appeared the organizer knew Daryl was coming. Have your manager come and see me. Sitting in the VIP room they arranged, Daryl spoke. Mr. Su, I apologize. Our manager is busy and might not be available. If you have any requests, feel free to tell us. Daryl smiled and glanced at Miles behind him. You're holding an auction under Mr. Su's name, yet your manager refuses to meet him in person? Is the auction even supposed to happen? Miles, seeking confrontation, wasn't going to be polite. Mr. Su, we apologize. The manager is indeed busy, but we can provide reasonable explanations. Our auction items do belong to you. But why they ended up here is something you should ask yourself. Originally, this batch of items was intended to be sold discreetly. The seller had made it clear that the goods were of dubious origin. After much discussion, the auction house decided to proceed, even using Daryl's name for publicity. Why not use his name since the items were originally his? They were making money, not charity. Even if Daryl himself showed up, they weren't afraid. Show me the items for auction. Mr. Su, you can't view the auction items beforehand, but we have a catalog for you to review. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. She feared Daryl might lash out if she stayed longer. Thankfully, Daryl recognized her as just a worker and didn't press her. Opening the catalog, Daryl saw items stolen from him. All yours. Hirsch noted how Daryl's flipping speed increased, and his expression worsened. Yes, they didn't dare misuse my name randomly, but they're bold enough to openly sell these dubiously sourced items. In a way, Daryl admired their daring. However, he suspected that whoever stole from him realized using his items made them easy targets and decided to sell them all. They'll do anything for spirit stones. Plus, it's legal business. Even you can't fault them. They didn't take these items from you directly. Chapter 110, Fully Armed. Daryl indeed had no way to blame the auction house for anything. This time, Daryl had only one thought. He must find a lead on the person selling his items. After it's over, you can talk to their responsible person. There are still ways to get the information, Hirsch said, knowing what Daryl was thinking. No, I must find him now. If he doesn't explain clearly to me, I won't let this auction proceed. Daryl had made up his mind. If the manager didn't tell him who was behind it, he wouldn't allow the auction to go smoothly. Should I go find the manager now and bring them to meet you by any means? Miles asked for Daryl's opinion, considering whether to use other methods. No need. Be cautious here. There are many strong individuals hidden around. We don't know if they're arranged by the auction house or someone else. From the moment Daryl entered, he felt several powerful presences. Even he sensed a bit of threat. Therefore, violence should be avoided if possible. Spread the word that I plan to sell my items after the auction ends, at prices lower than theirs. This way, even if their auction proceeds, the prices won't be as high. The manager wouldn't want that scenario. Inevitably, he would have to come to see Daryl. Indeed, once this information spread, many people directly wanted to buy from Daryl to save money. They wouldn't spend unnecessarily. Some discerned the suspicious nature. Releasing such statements at this point indicated the items were likely illicit. Those wanting to build relationships with Daryl had to think deeply. Mr. Su, the message has been spread. Many people say they want to see you and are willing to buy from you. Do you wish to meet them? Naturally, Daryl refused. He was waiting for one person. After Daryl's move, the manager had to hurriedly set aside his work. Mr. Su, I've heard much about you, but our items are legitimate. Your actions make things difficult for everyone. Many had already abandoned the auction plans, upset by Daryl's tactics. They'd offend Daryl without gaining satisfactory prices, a huge loss for them. The embarrassment is on your side. I'll stop if you tell me who's behind it. I promise not to say another word and can provide some items for your auction. Most importantly, if the information you provide is good enough, we can cooperate long-term, holding an annual auction of my items. Daryl naturally had his intentions. Having been to several secret realms, he had plenty of items. Selling some wouldn't hurt. Mr. Su, you're putting me in a difficult position. Our auction house doesn't know the owner's identity. As long as the items are genuine, they can be sold. We truly don't know who's behind this. Even if you searched every corner, we wouldn't know. The seller came fully armed. The manager had initially been curious about the seller, but now felt relieved not knowing. If he did know but couldn't tell Daryl, it would be problematic. You really don't know? Not even a clue. Daryl, disbelieving, tapped the auction booklet. Mr. Su, please don't put us in a difficult situation. We've maintained integrity here for so long. The manager squinted. They could find a person if needed. After all, the payment hadn't reached the seller yet. It's just about benefits. You should understand offending me versus offending the seller. Perhaps my influence isn't significant enough. With that, I'll take my leave. Daryl prepared to leave with Miles, showing no mercy to the auction house if negotiations failed. If it were others, they might consider needing the auction house for future transactions. Daryl, with resources, didn't have such concerns. Mr. Su, I can tell you a way to find the seller, but I must discuss this privately and keep it confidential. Our reputation is crucial, and we need to discuss terms. The manager whispered this into Daryl's ear. Hearing everything, Daryl gestured for Miles to take others outside. Our auction cards can only retrieve spirit stones at designated places. The seller needs those stones and must go through complex procedures. Likely, they will visit periodically. When I get a lead, I'll notify you immediately. The condition I want to discuss is what you mentioned, holding an annual auction and providing more items today. Clearly, today's items might not attract big figures due to poor quality. If Daryl provided items, it would change things. No, for our deal, I have only one requirement. You must bring the seller to me. Daryl would give everything, only for the auction house to benefit. Why should he find the seller personally? Being intelligent, Daryl naturally wouldn't agree. Mr. Su, aren't you putting me in a difficult spot? The manager weighed Daryl's conditions against protecting their reputation. Finally, he decided quickly. Fine, after this auction, I'll bring the seller to you. Can you provide the sponsored items now? Seeing the manager agree, Daryl quickly provided a few high-grade weapons from the Divine Artifact site. Thank you. I'll arrange for you to meet the seller. When Miles returned, Daryl briefly explained the situation, intending to meet the seller alone. Chapter 111. Going alone. Miles was the first to object. Mr. Su, no one knows how powerful the person who played tricks on your brand sect last time is. If you go alone, it's not that I doubt your strength, but I'm afraid this might all be their plot. If something happens to you, we probably won't stand a chance either. Why don't Kenna and I go with you for safety's sake? Miles was genuinely worried about Daryl having an accident. He had witnessed too many plots outside. Going alone put Daryl at risk? No need to argue further. If they really want to scheme against me, you accompanying me wouldn't make much difference. And do you think I lack means to protect myself? Daryl didn't possess much else, but the system provided life-saving tools were as abundant as a mountain. Just be extra careful then. No one could change Daryl's decision. Ultimately, he went alone to meet the person behind the scenes. The auction ended quickly, with Daryl's items fetching very high prices. Many people wanted them, and once the auction concluded, several approached Daryl. Brother Daryl, didn't you say you would get us some stuff? Are you still selling? I didn't buy anything at the auction, waiting just for you. Daryl glanced at the people shouting below him, then tossed out a bottle of pills and a weapon. You guard the entrance to the brand sect for 5 months. Lately, I won't be in the sect, and I fear someone might try something. Feeling his abilities were solid, Daryl was willing to ask for his help. Really? Just guard your entrance for 5 months? Then what? What treasures will you give me if I stay at your brand sect? His eyes lit up. This seemed like an easy job. That's not possible. Guarding the entrance is my job. What will I do if you take it? Daryl gave him a stern look. Did he have the audacity to steal his job? How impressive your brand sect must be, to have someone as powerful as Daryl guard its entrance. Is your sect master blind? Daryl, why not join our sect? You'd be second only to the sect master. What do you say? Whichever sect Daryl joined would grow significantly stronger. A generous benefactor like him could easily boost cultivation with even a small gift. Not a chance. Daryl belongs to our brand sect. Elders, haven't you grown rather shameless in your old age? Maxim emerged from a private room, surprising Daryl. How did he come here? Wasn't he supposed to be handling affairs back at the sect? Just a joke. Besides, your brand sect can no longer offer Daryl any development opportunities. Why not consider joining us? Ignoring them, Daryl took out more items and threw them down. The quick-handed grabbed several while the slow reacted too late and got nothing. Those who caught items pay Maxim half the market price. Daryl had promised to sell them some items. This also counted as returning a favor. Seeing the supervisor approach, Daryl walked over. Let's go, Mr. Su. The supervisor led Daryl into a dark, small room, then asked again. Are you sure you want to meet him? His power isn't lower than yours. Even if you meet him, you may not be able to defeat him. The supervisor tried one last appeal. He didn't want them fighting and collapsing the basement. Lead the way. The supervisor guided Daryl to the basement where a man in black waited. He wore a mask, obviously wanting to conceal his identity. Upon seeing Daryl, the man paused. You aren't as protected as they claim in your auctions. He immediately recognized Daryl. Without him, they would have already wiped out the brand sect. They knew little about Daryl's cultivation level, but more importantly, his abundance of valuable items attracted too many followers, making them hesitant to act rashly. Just dealing with Qianag's sect master was enough trouble. Daryl, you found me. What brings you here today? Remaining calm, the man greeted Daryl, unconcerned since Daryl couldn't kill him. I want to know who backs you. Just tell me who's behind you. Daryl had no intention of facing this individual alone. He wanted to resolve it all together. Daryl, you wish? Why should I reveal who backs me? Besides, how do you know I'm not the mastermind this time? This response prompted Daryl to ask directly. Then are you? Of course not. You're wasting your time. I won't tell you who's behind me. Daryl, you have better options than staying in that small place called brand sect. What was so good about brand sect? Based on their intelligence. After Daryl rejected numerous elders' invitations, he was assigned to guard the gate, possibly gaining fortune during his duty or beforehand. Either way, the sect offered him no support. Given this, Daryl likely didn't feel much attachment to the brand sect, maybe persuadable to leave. Daryl, let me suggest a better place. Resources, connections, treatment, they surpass brand sect by far. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But Daryl refused outright. Tell me who backs you. Otherwise, you'll lose some cultivation even if you leave today. Daryl revealed Wu Shuang, startling the masked man. A divine artifact. Daryl had obtained a divine artifact. When did this happen? Did Daryl gain strength they weren't aware of? If Daryl wielded a divine artifact, he indeed might not be an opponent. Looks like a tough battle awaited today. Even if I die here, I won't tell you who backs me. Daryl, forget it. To be honest, your brand sect is already beneath our concern. Its destruction is only a matter of time. Hashtag Chapter 112. Severely wounded escape. Once they had thoroughly researched Daryl and knew what he possessed, they would not hesitate to eliminate him along with everything he owned. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the treasures on Daryl's body? If it is possible to get rid of you, we will naturally do so and take everything from you, one of them said. Good, before our Brandon Ling sect is destroyed. You might have to meet the King of Hell soon. Apologize properly to our people below. Daryl refused to give out the information about the person behind him. From their conversation, Daryl could roughly understand that they would eventually come back. Knowing this, Daryl was not afraid anymore. He was waiting for them at the Brandon Ling sect. The black-robed man initially thought he could at least match Daryl blow for blow, but he quickly realized he was no match for Daryl. At first, it seemed like Daryl was adapting to the divine artifact in his hands, as if using it for the first time. Once he adapted, each of Daryl's movements became significantly faster. Of course, Daryl wasn't fully used to it yet. Since obtaining Wuxia, he had never taken it out for battle. Moreover, he was not someone who enjoyed fighting, and thus couldn't easily adapt to Wuxia's speed. After a dozen moves, the black-robed man gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Daryl planned to leave one alive to hand over to Maxim for investigation. He guessed that Maxim came to this auction for the same reason he did, and should receive some intel to bring back to the sect. However, the black-robed man didn't intend to give Daryl this opportunity. Realizing he couldn't win against Daryl, he prepared to escape. Taking out a magical treasure, he spat a mouthful of blood onto it, and his figure slowly disappeared from both Daryl and the official site. Before leaving, he left a final warning, Daryl, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for today. Everything happened in an instant. Even if Daryl wanted to stop him, there was no chance. This treasure was probably his last life-saving measure. Having been wounded by Daryl and forced to use this magical treasure, he likely wouldn't be able to improve his strength for some time. Our transaction is over. Thank you for your trouble today, Daryl said as he put away Wuxia and spoke to the official nearby. Mr. Su, these are duties we should perform. The future auctions will also require your cooperation, the official replied. But I have a question. Is the divine artifact you wield obtained from the mystical realm? Why did we not receive any information about it? Normally, when such a rare treasure appeared, they should have sensed it. Yet, they had no clue about Wuxia being in Daryl's possession. If Daryl hadn't brought it out today, they might never have known a divine artifact existed. Wuxia isn't a true divine artifact but a quasi-divine artifact, Daryl replied indirectly. His purpose for coming here was already fulfilled, and there was no need to stay longer. Finding Maxim, Daryl told him about the incident. Strengthen the defenses after you return. When they come again, I'll make sure they don't return. Daryl would also prepare new defenses against them, such as using a bottle of pills to hire gatekeepers. But I'm worried they might launch another surprise attack. Who knows when the sect master will return? Daryl, why don't you come back with us now? Maxim also wanted to bring Daryl back. Without him, the sect felt unstable. With Hirsch, I need to visit his sect to select some talented disciples to train back at ours. Maxim couldn't quite understand what Hirsch was up to. Xianxia's sect isn't developing anymore? Asking you to take their talented disciples? Make sure to clarify that bringing them to our sect means they're ours. We can't use our resources to train Xianxia's sect's people. Naturally, Maxim wouldn't let Daryl make a bad deal. You go talk to Hirsch. You know how much I hate these trivial matters, Daryl replied. Already feeling a headache from discussing it, he quickly excused himself to rest. Maxim, of course, went to talk with Hirsch. Only then did he realize Daryl had forgotten to mention the most important thing. Hirsch intended to relocate the entire Xianxia sect to their Brandon Ling sect. Of course, this was acceptable. It would be advantageous for the Brandon Ling sect. We only follow Daryl, not anyone else from your sect. Hirsch only trusted Daryl and didn't care about others in the Brandon Ling sect. Of course, you can move directly into our sect. I'll go prepare accommodations immediately. I'm worried there won't be enough space for all of you. Maxim rushed off to prepare. This was indeed a big deal. The Brandon Ling sect hadn't received good news like this in a long time, especially when they were short on manpower. Accepting more members was beneficial. Back in his room, Daryl took out the small divine beast. Can you speak? Daryl remembered that divine beasts could speak, but this one could only babble incomprehensibly. If not for their mental communication, Daryl would doubt whether it was a real divine beast or just a kitten. Indeed, the small divine beast currently resembled a newborn kitten. Despite reading many books, Daryl still couldn't identify its species. I can speak, but this body can't support our conversation yet. It may take some time before we can communicate normally. As long as we can connect mentally, that's enough. The small divine beast licked its paw. One advantage of staying with Daryl was the abundance of food in his spatial ring. Previously, as an egg, it couldn't eat anything, but now it could consume whatever it wanted, which helped it recover quickly. Alright, is your mother still alive? When you grow up, would you like to find her? Daryl wasn't overly concerned with the small divine beast's decisions. He was raising it, but its actions were its own business. Asking this because I might miss my parents? Of course, I'll look for her if there's any clue. For now, I'm too young and can only stay with you. Don't underestimate me because I'm small. I can help you with many things. My cultivation is almost on par with Hirsch, so call on me whenever you need help. Divine beasts were born with cultivation, ready to assist. ##### Chapter 113. Different choices. Daryl wasn't about to have a yet-to-be-weaned divine beast help him do anything. However, he was quite surprised that such a tiny creature already possessed strength on par with Hirsch. If it grew a bit more, wouldn't it be even stronger? Daryl realized he had truly found a treasure. Once the divine beast matured, no one would dare touch him. A slap from the divine beast could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to shake. Our growth is extremely difficult and requires enormous energy. Based on my current understanding of this world, it's very hard for me to increase my cultivation, said the small divine beast. Spirit energy was sparse here, and treasures were hard to come by. Furthermore, it couldn't personally search for resources. If discovered, powerful people might capture it for study. Fortunately, the divine beast was with Daryl, who possessed many treasures. Following anyone else might not be enough to raise the divine beast. Do you have a name? Daryl thought aloud. He couldn't just call it small divine beast in public. I do have a name. I'm called Nolan. Yes, that's what I'll be called, replied the divine beast confidently. Daryl felt somewhat helpless, but didn't argue. If it liked the name, then so be it. Daryl, we're leaving for Xianxia Sect tomorrow. I've already discussed this with Maxim, and we'll take the Xianxia Sect directly to your sect. From now on, they will follow only under your name. Our sect will only listen to you. From this point forward, there would be no more Xianxia Sect, only Brandaling Sect. Daryl had no objections. Everything had been agreed upon beforehand. Under his name, others would assist him, which would enhance his own cultivation. A very good deal indeed. They spent 3 days reaching Xianxia Sect. Hirsch seemed to have already spoken with the current sect leader because as soon as Daryl arrived, someone warmly welcomed them. They invited them into the sect and provided the best accommodations. Yet, Daryl did not see any of the high-level members. It was ordinary disciples who handled their reception. Daryl didn't mind, but Hirsch was displeased. She had made it clear to them before arriving. Only by following Daryl would they have a future. Unwilling to join Daryl's sect, they believed their well-developed sect had no reason to be absorbed into Daryl's sect. Moreover, they would be subject to Daryl's personal commands. Why should they agree to this? They joined the sect with great effort, not to blindly follow Daryl, especially since Daryl wasn't that strong. If Daryl were powerful enough, their sect wouldn't have suffered such severe losses from an ambush. Only someone shameless like Daryl would suggest such a proposal. While they tolerated Hirsch being lured away, they refused to go to Brandaling Sect. Although Daryl had many resources, they still had their own choices. Why must they follow Daryl? So, they arranged for disciples to receive Daryl, giving some face to their former sect leader. If Hirsch insisted, they wouldn't hold back their dissatisfaction. Hirsch left angrily after informing Daryl. The people of Xianxia Sect seem unwilling to follow Mr. Su, or else today's reception would have included their sect leader. These people didn't yet understand the benefits of following Daryl, but once they experienced it, they'd know. Luciano sipped Daryl's tea, finding immense comfort. Initially, he would involuntarily enter a meditative state while drinking the tea. After several days, he finally got used to it. The challenge was to control himself and not enter meditation constantly. Following Daryl in the flying boat, Luciano finally understood Hirsch's words that day when she patted him on the shoulder. "You've found the path to the pinnacle." Indeed, he had. The tea Daryl drank contained powerful energy that accelerated cultivation breakthroughs. These treasures, if obtained by others, would be treated with great care. Yet, for Daryl, it was just ordinary tea. Once its effects weakened, he would stop drinking it. Thus, Luciano decided to collect Daryl's leftover tea whenever Daryl finished. Daryl generously offered him a considerable amount of tea. "I have plenty. Come find me again when you run out." Looking at Daryl's generous offer, Luciano recalled Miles's scornful expression when he first collected Daryl's leftover tea. "Thank you, Mr. Su." He needed to save this tea carefully. Even though Daryl had plenty of these treasures, he shouldn't continuously ask for more. Miles and the others were long accustomed to this arrangement, having stored several pounds of this tea in their spatial items. When Daryl gave them tea, he remarked, "After drinking for too long, it loses its effect. It can only be considered ordinary tea." Daryl could no longer rely on this tea for meditation. He was already used to it. Daryl sensed the current attitude of Xianxia Sect but wasn't concerned. Their choice was their own. Besides, he came because Hirsch promised him numerous spirit springs. Unbeknownst to Daryl, Hirsch sought out the current leader of Xianxia Sect, her disciple Godric. "Godric, what are you thinking? I told you to wait personally for Daryl at the gate. Why did you send an outer sect disciple to receive him?" Hirsch had been boasting about her sect's talents and resources. Upon arrival, however, even she couldn't find an inner sect disciple. It seemed they had a new plan, deliberately keeping Daryl from meeting them. Hirsch was enraged by her disciples' actions. Wasn't the purpose of founding the sect to improve abilities and gain resources? Now they were rejecting a golden opportunity. Hirsch wanted to punish Godric and the stubborn elders. What good was preserving the sect without resources to grow? Currently, Brandaling Sect might not be impressive, but Daryl had brought back many geniuses, and even the entire Isaiah family had joined Brandaling Sect. Chapter 114, Claire. Hirsch believed that if Daryl were given more time, the Feather Spirit Sect would not be in its current state. By then, it wouldn't matter how rapidly the Xianxia Sect was developing. To Daryl, it wouldn't even be worth a glance. To get Daryl here, Hirsch had already sacrificed too much. He had to persuade Maxim as well, and he said a lot of good words on their behalf. Everything was ready except for the final push, but now the issue lay with their sect members. "I don't think joining the Feather Spirit Sect would provide better development opportunities. I believe the Xianxia Sect is doing quite well. I've also heard about Daryl's matters. However, no matter how many resources Daryl possesses, they will eventually run out. When that happens, will we need to join another new sect again? Why did we establish this sect in the first place then?" "Master, we can't do this. Moreover, many people came because they trusted our Xianxia Sect. If we act like this, they will become dissatisfied." Godric would never agree. He didn't want to rely on others and desired to be the leader of a sect. Stagnated and inflexible. Without strength, staying here serves no purpose at all. "If you really don't want to go, I won't stop you, but you cannot prevent others from making their own choices." Hirsch felt extremely exasperated. This disciple always did exceptionally well in other matters, but held his own plans regarding this. "Fine, if anyone wants to follow you, I won't refuse. But I will never leave the Xianxia Sect. Master, if you hand over the Xianxia Sect to me, I will ensure its prosperity." Unable to persuade his disciple, Hirsch felt terrible. Some elder members who were getting old also shared Godric's views. They felt that since they had lived in the Xianxia Sect for so long, there was no need for change, especially when they would have to listen to someone who hadn't even reached maturity. On the other side, Daryl was preparing to rest when someone broke his window with a stone. He glanced towards the window. Slowly, he got dressed and stood up. A few minutes later, Miles brought someone to knock on Daryl's door. After receiving Daryl's response, he opened the door and pushed the person in front of Daryl. "Mr. Su, this is the one who smashed your glass." Miles lived next door to Daryl and could address any issues immediately. "I don't seem to recognize you. Why did you smash my glass?" Daryl looked at the person in front of him. He was sure he had never seen this person before. Because I heard you want us to join your feather spirit sect. On what basis? With your pathetic little feather spirit sect, even if you beg us, we wouldn't go. Let alone you forcing us to join. I'm telling you, even if I die, I will never agree to join your sect. The person captured and brought to Daryl stuck out their neck, displaying an attitude as if challenging Daryl to kill them. In reality, his legs were trembling, and Miles easily knocked him down with one move. Despite struggling on the way, it proved useless. Seeing Daryl, he felt his fate was sealed, knowing he couldn't escape. But he felt very unwilling. It was hard enough to rise within the Xianxia sect, and now he had to switch places. Plus, what was this feather spirit sect? He had never even heard of it, and it couldn't compare to the Xianxia sect. I never forced anyone to join my sect. If anyone joins, I will look at their qualities. Your cultivation talent isn't worth mentioning. If I took you back, I'd waste countless efforts to cultivate you. I have no interest in someone like you. Originally, Daryl had agreed with Hirsch to only take a few talented ones back to the feather spirit sect. As for the others, Daryl had never promised anything. I can understand your anger. Don't worry, no one will force you. I won't kill you either. I dislike killing. Miles, keep an eye on him while you clean my room thoroughly and repair the window. I'll go outside to enjoy the scenery. The room was chaotic, and the wind blew through. Daryl was particularly displeased. As soon as Daryl stepped outside, he saw a woman in a white robe standing at the entrance. She looked up at the sky, giving Daryl the impression that she might soar into the air at any moment, like a fairy. Perhaps noticing Daryl's gaze, she turned her head to look at him. Meeting her eyes, Daryl was momentarily stunned by the disparity between her gentle demeanor and icy stare. Her expression seemed calm and helpful, while her eyes were cold, as if indifferent to someone dying right in front of her. Daryl, you're here? This beautiful woman recognized Daryl and greeted him like a longtime friend, waiting for him there. Do you know me? Are you an elder of this sect? Daryl sensed her strength, estimating it was at the elder level. I definitely know you. Daryl has been the hottest topic around here lately. I've been waiting for you. Daryl, it's great to meet you. I'm Claire. She smiled gracefully and walked up to Daryl. What do you need? When she approached him, Daryl subtly took a step back. Not familiar with her, he preferred to keep a distance. I want to discuss something. If I follow you to the feather spirit sect, how many resources can you offer me? What position can I get? She differed from those conservative ones. Instead, she believed Hirsch wouldn't harm them based on her investigations. Claire wanted to follow Daryl to the feather spirit sect for better development. She couldn't stay in this sect, fighting over limited resources. Whatever you need, I can provide. In the feather spirit sect, I'm just a gatekeeper and can't arrange much. Daryl wasn't short of resources. From his observation, Claire possessed decent talent and, with proper cultivation, could achieve much. However, Daryl didn't overly value talent as minor compared to what he could provide, which could transform an ordinary person into an extraordinary genius. Then I'll work alongside you for miscellaneous tasks. Arrange it like this. I'm about to break through soon, lacking only a bit of help. Could you assist me? Claire had made her decision. Chapter 115. Get out of Xianxia sect. Of course. Daryl directly took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Claire. Alright, thank you. I'll go back and break through now. After I've broken through, I'll come find you. From then on, I'll be yours. Whatever you ask me to do, I will agree. Claire's eyes flashed with something incomprehensible to Daryl as she stroked his shoulder. Before Daryl could react, she floated away gracefully. Claire was a very strange person. However, Daryl wasn't annoyed by her. The next day, another elder came looking for Daryl. His purpose was completely different from Claire's. Today's elder hoped Daryl would leave their sect as soon as possible. Even if our sect is wiped out, I would never agree to join your brandailing sect. Give up that thought. Hirsch is no longer the patriarch of our sect. Any decision he makes can only represent himself. Daryl, I've heard you're quite powerful, able to defeat Hirsch in one move. This humble man can also defeat Hirsch in one move. I give you a day's time. I don't want to see you in Xianxia sect. Not everyone is as easily deceived as Hirsch. Your tricks won't attract us at all. Daryl glanced at the visitor. Perhaps what he said made some sense, but he absolutely wouldn't change his temporary arrangements just because of his words. Besides, when Hirsch left this morning, he repeatedly requested Daryl to stay a while longer, to give more opportunities to the sect members. You can defeat Hirsch in one move, truly impressive. But why isn't the sect leader you? Daryl was genuinely curious, not intending to mock him. However, when Daryl spoke these words, the elder instantly became unhappy. Flaring his nostrils and glaring, he prepared to attack Daryl. I advise you not to attack me. Otherwise, you'll complain about me bullying elders, lacking respect for the elderly and young. Daryl sat on his chair, facing the attack without moving. As the elder's attack approached Daryl, no matter how much effort he put in, he couldn't hit Daryl. Embarrassed, the elder withdrew his hand. He couldn't deal with Daryl. From this move alone, it was evident Daryl's strength far surpassed his. Daryl, I warn you to mind your words. This is Xianxia sect, not your brandailing sect. Having lost, he couldn't lose face either. This was, after all, their Xianxia sect. You are amusing. In my room, you come to drive me away and attempt to attack me, and now it's me who needs to mind my words. If I don't, what can you do? Go tell your elders. If you're going to cause trouble, do it all at once. 1 per hour. I'm really fed up. Unlike you, I hate being disturbed. Daryl heard from Luciano and others that only a few elders agreed with Hirsch. The rest opposed him vehemently. Many believed Hirsch was no longer the sect leader and had no right to make decisions. Daryl didn't care about these matters. Let them do as they wished. He had Miles, a reliable aide. Whether or not there were others was irrelevant. But if someone dared to challenge him, Daryl wouldn't mind showing them a thing or two. Little Brandan, you truly don't know your limits. Wanting us all to come to you, aren't you afraid of death? Even Hirsch had to show deference to these elders. For little Brandan to challenge the entire Qianag Sect's elders, perhaps Daryl had been hearing too many tales of his prowess recently. Had Daryl forgotten that beyond every peak lies a higher mountain? It's better than having you all disturb me one by one. Go tell them, I, Daryl, am waiting for you. The elder looked at Daryl, smiling gleefully before hurrying off. Miles sat opposite Daryl, sipping tea, unconcerned. Dealing with him would be easy for Daryl. Word quickly spread that Daryl was challenging the entire Qianag Sect's elders. Bolder individuals shouted outside Daryl's door. Daryl, prepare to die. Who knows if your patriarch will storm in upon your death in Qianag Sect, dying alongside us. Alas, your Brandanling sect isn't so formidable after all. Hearing this, Daryl remained unmoved. These people were only good at talking big. As for anything else, they stood no chance. Daryl, get out of Qianag Sect. Even if you have resources, we, Qianag Sect, disdain them. Daryl, get out of Qianag Sect. As long as Daryl didn't respond, they'd keep shouting. They wanted to see how long this coward would hide. While Daryl dismissed them, Miles couldn't stand the slander against Daryl. He planned to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a commanding voice sounded outside. What are you doing here? This voice carried Hirsch's forceful authority, forcing some to kneel immediately. Hirsch was genuinely furious. He worked hard to provide them with better opportunities, yet they rejected them, even seeking their own demise. They really didn't know their place. Did they think Daryl wouldn't dare act in Qianag Sect? To Daryl, these people were like flies, irrelevant. How foolish. Scram. If you continue disturbing my guest, I will expel you from Qianag Sect. Hirsch went inside to apologize to Daryl on behalf of those outside. Daryl, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have invited you without resolving these issues. Please don't take offense. Hirsch guessed the disciples acted on an elder's orders. I've arranged for our chef to prepare a sumptuous meal for you. Our food is quite good. Do try it. Daryl didn't reply. After hesitating, Hirsch spoke again. Hirsch, if something can't be done, don't force it. Hashtag chapter 116, a major loss of face. Hirsch immediately understood what Daryl meant. If their sect members refused to join the Feathered Spirit Sect, it would be unnecessary for him to continue this endeavor, which would only damage Daryl's reputation. It seemed as though Daryl was eagerly waiting for them to join the Feathered Spirit Sect. In truth, it was utterly unnecessary. Give me a little more time. The Qianna Sect has been my life's work for so many years, and I still hope it can develop better. If it really can't happen, then so be it. After a long silence, Hirsch spoke to Daryl. He was no longer as confident as before. Do as you wish. I have no problem staying here temporarily. As long as it improved his strength, Daryl had no objections. Just as Hirsch was about to go out to negotiate, he remembered something at the door. I heard you plan to challenge the entire Council of Elders? They aren't simple foes, and some of them know combined techniques. Daryl didn't even blink upon hearing this. The Council of Elders meant nothing to him. Hirsch, have you heard the saying that in the face of absolute power, everything else is just showmanship? Daryl wielded such absolute power. If they truly wished to provoke him, Mr. Hirsch, I suggest you advise your elders not to challenge Mr. Su. Otherwise, they will all lose face when they lose. Miles understood that Daryl detested fighting and had become increasingly irritated by these repeated disturbances. It might be good to let Daryl teach them a lesson. Then I won't have to try persuading them anymore. They haven't seen the outside world in so long. They've forgotten that this world isn't the same as their era. It has far more powerful people now. Many of the elders had emerged from long seclusion only recently, and even Hirsch had only met a few of them. They believed themselves invincible. Without waiting long, Daryl was enjoying a large watermelon given by the system. Even the watermelon had spiritual energy within it, sweet and hydrating, which Daryl loved. He shared pieces with everyone. This watermelon is truly delicious. I wonder how it was grown. It's sweet and helps our cultivation. Now I understand. Anything you bring out is always good. Hirsch ate half a watermelon, patted his belly, and felt grateful to follow Daryl. Everything he had was the best. I don't know how they grew it either. These were foods provided by the system, sometimes modern items brought to stave off boredom. Daryl, you brat, your old man's here. Get out here. As Daryl prepared to brew tea, a voice called out from outside. Yes, Daryl, you boasted about challenging our elders. Now we're here. Are you going to hide like a coward? After some thought, Daryl put down his tea things and walked out. Outside his room stood many elders and disciples of the Qianna Sect, all dressed uniformly, as if preparing to drive away an outsider. Daryl remained calm, with only a few people standing behind him, including the former sect master of the Qianna Sect. Hirsch, initially you wanted to leave our sect, and we opposed it. You insisted on leaving, and now want to decide the future of our Qianna Sect. Isn't that too much? An elder saw Hirsch, who hadn't even wiped his mouth after eating, and questioned him. If not for Hirsch bringing Daryl back, none of this would have happened. Voluntary. You'll understand later what I'm fighting for. Hirsch looked at them as if they were fools. When they realized what resources Daryl controlled, they would beg him to allow them to catch up, but Daryl might not agree. Do you elders want to fight me? Daryl wanted these old men to shut up and stay quiet at the Qianna Sect for a few days. Once Hirsch delivered the spirit spring as promised, Daryl wouldn't care about the rest. Didn't you say you wanted all our elders to come? Don't be too arrogant, boy. Let's see what you've got. An elder stepped forward, defiant. How dare someone from the Feathered Spirit Sect come and provoke them? Together then. I'm not wasting my time. Daryl took out Wu Shuang from his spatial ring. As soon as Wu Shuang appeared, those holding weapons felt their power diminish. This was the pressure of a divine artifact. Daryl, you hold a divine artifact. Impressive. A young man like you with so many treasures. No wonder you're so cocky. Today, I'll show you that having a divine artifact doesn't make you invincible. Though they feared the divine artifact, they underestimated Daryl, thinking he was just a youngster. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't be much. Perhaps Daryl had relied on these treasures for all these years. Killing him would gain them the artifact and boost their power. Few could control their greed upon seeing a divine artifact. These elders' expressions didn't faze Daryl. To him, they weren't even as formidable as the black-clothed man he had injured at the auction. Some elders hesitated to attack together, standing with folded arms until Daryl dispatched several instantly. Wu Shuang swept past their necks, a little more force, and their heads would separate. I never cared about you. I came because I promised Hirsch to observe and select a few talented individuals to bring to the Feathered Spirit Sect. If you don't want to, I won't force anyone. Do you still want to fight? The defeated elders slowly retreated, too ashamed to face this loss. 5 of them, attacking together, had been dealt with effortlessly by Daryl. Seeing their hesitation, Daryl put away his weapon. After returning to his room, the elders scattered. Chapter 117. Relocation of the Sect. How could that young man Daryl be so powerful? At first, I couldn't sense his strength at all. I thought he just used some magic treasure to conceal it. Now, it's clear that his strength has far surpassed ours. Before, when I heard he could defeat Hirsch in one move, I didn't believe it. But now I do. Perhaps Hirsch was right. Maybe following Daryl could lead us to a better path. Daryl possesses many treasures, including divine artifacts we've never even seen before, which obediently follow him. One battle changed these elders' thoughts significantly. This world prioritizes strength above everything else, and each of them desires to enhance their own power. Let's ask Hirsch again about what's happening on Daryl's side. If possible, I'm willing to follow Daryl. Somewhere realistic, Daryl is only 20 years old and already this strong. Given more time, becoming even more powerful isn't impossible. Following Daryl would likely be far better than staying with Xianxia Sect. So, let's discuss this with Hirsch. After all, he has been considering our sect's future. We shouldn't waste his efforts. When they needed Hirsch, he was for the benefit of the sect. When they didn't need him, he became a menace to the sect, wanting to lead them down a perilous path. It took Hirsch a whole day of negotiations to finally reach an agreement with them. However, today, all the elders who acted against Daryl had to apologize to him. Daryl had no idea about this development. He had gone to sleep early that morning and had a strange dream. When sunlight shone on his eyes, he woke up dazed, sitting there for a while before realizing it was just a dream. In the dream, Daryl became an executioner and, inexplicably, killed many innocent people who had never wronged him. He tried changing his behavior within the dream but couldn't. His anger only ceased when he finally opened his eyes, waking up from the nightmare. He rubbed his temples, perplexed as to why he had such a dream. All the elders came to apologize and brought many gifts to beg Daryl's forgiveness. They laid the gifts on the ground, hoping he would accept their apology. Daryl, we are truly sorry. Yesterday, we acted too rashly. We should have stayed calm. Daryl accepted their apologies but refused all the gifts they brought, leaving them behind. Keep them to improve your strength, he said, idly spinning a cup, not wanting to play games with these elders. He hoped someone could send these people away. Once you've apologized, you can leave. If you want to go to Brandailing Sect, you can start preparing now. You'll set out ahead. We've decided to move the entire Xianxia Sect over, but Mr. Daryl, some disciples still have objections. Could you offer them some benefits to keep quiet? After all, these people will work for you in the future. Daryl thought it was no wonder they were hesitating when they arrived. They were already asking for rewards before moving. Daryl thought for a moment, then generously produced a small spatial ring filled with items meant for them anyway. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. From now on, we are your disciples. Please guide us. Godric immediately took the ring Daryl offered, sensing the abundance of items inside. Witnessing Daryl's strength firsthand, Godric had long ceased resisting the move to Brandailing Sect. Thus, these matters were settled. As the disciples received the items Daryl provided, his system notifications went off repeatedly in his head, confirming the establishment of cultivation bonds with these individuals. The number had increased significantly, satisfying Daryl. His cultivation should also progress soon. Hirsch walked around Xianxia Sect, ensuring they took everything they could. They would keep this place since they had invested time and treasures in claiming it, and many people had sacrificed themselves during the land grab. Brother Sue, I suddenly remember something. Our sect has a huge mirror we've protected for generations. We might not be able to take it with us to Brandailing Sect. Why don't you go check if it's possible to take the mirror with us? Hirsch remembered the mirror, something they had preserved through the generations, though they didn't know its purpose. What mirror? As soon as mirrors were mentioned, several related memories flashed through Daryl's mind. I'll show you. Also, there are other things our sect cannot take. Can you help transport them? Moving an entire sect isn't easy, especially without a massive space like Daryl's. I don't know when I'll return to the sect. Take your people to buy spatial rings. Everything in Daryl's space belonged to him, so he didn't need to be cautious using them. If storing others' items, he'd have to think carefully before handing them over. Not ideal. Daryl rejected Hirsch's suggestion, and Hirsch didn't press further. He led Daryl to the sect's forbidden area. Entry was strictly prohibited to outsiders. Approaching the area, Daryl felt a peculiar aura. Hirsch's described mirror matched a description Daryl had read in a book. It wasn't just a mirror but a powerful magical artifact with destructive potential, albeit severely damaged. Do you recognize what this is? Seeing Daryl's confident expression, Hirsch felt confused. Despite reading many ancient texts, they had no clue what this colorful mirror did. They only knew it could absorb a person's strength. Touching it caused instant absorption, turning them into a mummy. Thus, many guarded it here. Hirsch guessed it might be some evil contrivance. It's an ancient weapon, heavily damaged. Pity. If intact, it could rival or even surpass a divine artifact. Divine artifacts, no matter how strong, were forged by humans. But this mirror was nurtured by heaven and earth. Chapter 118. The world-destroying mirror. Really? But it doesn't differentiate between people. As long as someone gets close, it will absorb the power from their body. They stood at a distance from the mirror, not daring to get any closer for fear that the mirror would absorb their power. The reason they brought Daryl along was to see if he had any solutions. If they could store this mirror in a space, it would prevent others from encountering similar trouble. Hirsch couldn't even imagine what it would be like if someone could use this mirror as a weapon. Because it's damaged, it's no longer a complete weapon. There might be some fragments missing, and I've seen its complete form before. Just one strike could wreak havoc on the world. This fragment of the world-destroying mirror indeed possessed a greater power than divine artifacts. It was also very difficult to use. One needed to provide a great deal of spiritual energy just to use it once. Even when placed aside, it would absorb the spiritual energy of anyone nearby. Ordinarily, it could be controlled, but unfortunately, the mirror was damaged. Hence, it uncontrollably absorbed all of their spiritual energy. So do you have any way to take it away? Leaving it here worries me that some unknowing individuals might attempt to seize it. At first glance, this mirror appeared to be an exceptional treasure. Hirsch himself nearly fell for it. Do you really intend to hand over something your family has guarded for generations to me? Daryl naturally had his methods to put the mirror into storage. Based on what you've said, this world-destroying mirror isn't useful to us and can cause us harm. Therefore, it should be handed over. But you need to be careful. If it absorbs all your spiritual energy, it will be counterproductive for you. If Daryl lost his life trying to obtain this broken mirror, Hirsch would bear an enormous guilt. I won't. With Hirsch watching tensely, Daryl calmly approached the mirror. Without hesitation, he took out several million spirit stones. If it wanted spiritual energy, then he would give it. It didn't take long for those few million spirit stones to be entirely consumed. The speed at which it devoured the stones made even the wealthy Hirsch wince with heartache. However, the effect was evident as the mirror emitted an even brighter light. As Hirsch thought about it, giving it more spirit stones wouldn't make him stronger. Wouldn't it make it harder for Daryl to obtain it? Daryl simply extended his hand. Want to come with me? Plenty of spirit stones here. The huge mirror tilted towards Daryl. Finally, under their gaze, it continually shrank until it became palm-sized, flying into Daryl's hands. It was Hirsch's first time learning that this mirror could move on its own. It seemed it had merely been staying there temporarily. Daryl kept the mirror, now small enough for a clear view. He estimated it had fractured into several pieces, with this likely being the largest. For so many years, I never knew it had its own consciousness and could communicate with humans. Had he known earlier that it needed spirit stones, Hirsch would have tried providing some. Even a shattered mirror still carried immense power. If he could eventually harness it, his combat strength would improve. Unfortunately, it took him until now to understand how to use the world-destroying mirror. Artifacts from ancient times more or less have their own consciousness. I think its frenzied absorption of spiritual energy is probably because it wants to leave. Without ample spiritual energy, it couldn't change its form. Handing this thing over to you reassures me a bit. At least no innocent person will die due to this mirror in the future. Hirsch walked to where the mirror was previously and looked down. A deep crevice ran underneath, undoubtedly caused by the mirror. Let's go. Daryl also noticed and waved his hand, causing the crack on the ground to vanish before them, restoring everything as it was. Following behind Daryl, Hirsch thought that Daryl's strength had increased again. As they were leaving, several elders hurriedly rushed over. Hirsch, did that mirror inside stir again? These elders were highly sensitive to the unique fluctuations of the mirror and would always rush over upon sensing anything. No, I was planning to leave and resolve the issue with the mirror. I've already destroyed it. Hirsch believed in the principle of fewer things are better. They had discussed before that if possible, they should destroy this harmful object to prevent evil beings from using it against them. Thus, his statement didn't attract much attention. Though Hirsch lacked the capability, they saw Daryl standing beside him, who certainly could. Good, one less problem for them. They wouldn't need to worry anymore about late-night fluctuations of the mirror, luring disciples only to drain their power. Soon, they would be leaving for the Brandailing Sect, so such incidents shouldn't occur again. Very well, this problem is finally resolved. Then shall we proceed together with Mr. Su back to the Brandailing Sect? They knew Daryl owned a large flying vessel. If he were to accompany them back, they could hitch a ride without having to rush there themselves. A good thing. I won't be returning immediately. Daryl planned to travel for some time. Once back at the Sect, he might not venture out for a long while. He'd spend most of his time resting at the Sect and occasionally guiding less intelligent disciples. Alright. After staying at Xianxia Sect for some time, Daryl, knowing these people would follow him later, started leading them in square dancing as per the system's instruction. Initially, they found the peculiar dance distasteful. Thinking it was a silly practice, they doubted it could strengthen them as Daryl claimed. Announcing such a method would invite ridicule from many, considering they'd never heard that dancing could enhance cultivation. Reluctantly, they began dancing to please Daryl. Eventually, even without Daryl leading, they danced voluntarily. ##### Chapter 119. An anxious Hirsch. Of course, they should do square dancing. It can improve their cultivation. Just a simple session of half an hour would be more effective than them painstakingly cultivating for a month. If only they had known about such powerful square dancing earlier, their cultivation might have skyrocketed long ago. While dancing, Hirsch asked Daryl, "Did your disciples start practicing it long ago?" No wonder during the last visit to Penglai Immortal Sect, the Brandailing Sect disciples' strength increased so quickly. With such a good method, how could their cultivation not progress rapidly? Previously, I taught them, and the results were indeed very good. Aren't you going to hand these disciples over to me? If I don't manage them at all, that wouldn't be right. Daryl found watching them perform square dance very comforting. Uniform attire, synchronized movements. Yes, so if there are any good resources in the future, you should also share a bit with them. Our sect does have a few talented individuals whom I usually nurture. Hirsch was satisfied seeing Daryl now leading these disciples. Giving so many resources to them was less effective than having Daryl guide them through this strange dance. And after getting used to this dance, he believed their strength would increase even faster. Bring them here for me to meet. Daryl observed the square dancers, but saw no particularly gifted individuals. They have gone into a secret chamber for cultivation. If you want to see them, it may have to wait. They've been inside for more than 2 years, and logically, they should come out soon. Every sect has its own path of cultivation. The Xianxia sect had extraordinary luck. They found a suitable secret chamber for cultivation. As long as they could smoothly exit the chamber, their strength would greatly improve. Well, let's wait until they come out then. Daryl thought he wouldn't see them this time around. That night, Daryl was sleeping soundly when Hirsch pounded on his door and broke it. Daryl, wake up. It's time to save lives. Stop sleeping. Their sect was in trouble, mainly concerning those talented children he just mentioned today. They might be trapped in the secret chamber and unable to get out. What happened? Daryl opened the door groggily. If nothing serious, disturbing his rest would earn Hirsch a beating. A huge issue. Remember the talented kids I told you about today? When I went to check on them today, their life lamps dimmed. More importantly, when I tried to enter the secret chamber to see what happened, I found I couldn't get in. Hirsch was truly anxious, pulling Daryl without hesitation towards their destination. He didn't have time to waste. Every minute delayed could mean the death of those children. Shouldn't you always be monitoring their situation? Pulled by Hirsch, Daryl immediately became alert. He threw on a robe and followed. Someone has been keeping an eye on them, otherwise we wouldn't have noticed. You should know our sect relies on those gifted disciples. We don't know what's happening. No one can enter the secret chamber anymore, which was easily accessible before. For someone who has entered the secret chamber before, re-entry was automatically permitted. This time, not even the elders could get in. However, those who had never entered before could still go in but faced many challenges to reach the chamber's interior, which couldn't wait. I'll go take a look. Don't panic yet. At this moment, panicking won't help. Daryl remained calm. The incident had already happened. Panicking would solve nothing. He needed to think of a solution. The reason I came to find you is because your strength is enough to reach the secret chamber quickly and see what's happening. Their strength is strong. According to our elders, they could enter a week ago, and their conditions were excellent. Daryl, I really need you for this. Hirsch was desperate, thankful Daryl was there. Otherwise, there would be no way to resolve this. You know I hate dealing with such matters the most. Whenever Daryl had to handle things personally, he didn't like it. I'll give you all the spirit springs of the entire Xianxia sect, in exchange for your help once. Will that work? Daryl saw Hirsch's worried face for the first time. Those people shouldn't just be Xianxia sect disciples. There must be someone important to you, right? Otherwise, Hirsch wouldn't offer so much. When he invited Daryl to the Xianxia sect earlier, he didn't offer nearly as many spirit springs. My son is inside. I forgot to mention. My son is one of the talents I spoke of. You have to help me. I will do anything for you in return. Seeing Hirsch crying and pleading, Daryl eventually agreed. Fine, since a father is trying so hard to save his child, he would help, even if it's troublesome. Alright, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee success. Daryl quickly followed Hirsch, walking for a long time before reaching their destination. Several elders were already waiting here. Hirsch, some life lamps have already gone out. If we don't hurry, something terrible might happen. Can we find a solution? If we can't, I'll break in forcefully. We can't just stand here while their life lamps extinguish one by one. One impatient elder would have stormed in if not held back by others. Staying here, would the outcome change? Impossible, they needed to act. You know I'm as anxious as you are. If you forcibly break in, can you bear the consequences? Hirsch felt relieved having Daryl with him. In his impression, Daryl had never encountered trouble he couldn't handle. Handing this over to Daryl should fix it. Mr. Daryl, I entrust this matter to you. Please go and check the situation. On the way, Hirsch explained to Daryl that there was only one way left. Let Daryl enter alone and see what happened inside the secret chamber. Alright. Daryl glanced at them and prepared to walk straight in. Chapter 120. Someone has come to save us. George, wait a moment. Leave a life lamp behind. Otherwise, we won't know your condition inside. Hirsch finally stopped George, fearing that George might not be able to come out either. George glanced at the life lamp they were talking about and declined their request. No need, I'll be fine. After replying to Hirsch, George stepped into the secret chamber without hesitation. Do we just wait for George to bring back news? Have you thought about what would happen if George dies inside as well? The Feather Spirit Sect won't let us off. It wasn't just the Feather Spirit Sect. Those who willingly followed George would be the first not to forgive them. Hirsch understood this well, but was now out of options. He could only rely on George's help. Besides, George had already gone in. What was the point of so much idle talk? We can only wait for George's results. George is so powerful. There shouldn't be any problems. Besides, he has so many treasures. He surely has life-saving talismans. You're worrying for nothing. He doesn't even take it seriously. We should keep an eye on their life lamps at all times. You should know that we've invested many resources in them. If something happens to them, it will be a significant blow to us. At least we're already part of the Feather Spirit Sect. If something does happen to them, our losses won't be too great. The elders chattered away with each other. Only Hirsch kept sensing if anyone could enter the secret chamber using his power. His child was inside. He wanted to see them alive or dead. He hoped George could hurry up and save his child. Godric stood beside Hirsch, accompanying his master. Upon entering, George was momentarily dazzled by the surroundings, but quickly reached a checkpoint. After a few seconds, he guessed these were set by their sect to test the disciples. Unsure of the situation inside, George didn't want to go through them one by one and destroyed everything instead. Within 10 minutes, he reached the innermost part of the secret chamber. Inside, the situation was dire. An overwhelming number of demons appeared from nowhere. These people were fighting against the demons. Here, the demons were endless. Their strength was waning rapidly, and they couldn't afford even a minute's rest. They had to keep fighting. Once they loosened their grip on their weapons, they would die. They had held on for 3 days and nights without any edible pills left in their possession. If rescue didn't arrive soon, they would all perish. Only 2 days until the next elder checks our cultivation progress. Hang on a bit longer. We must endure. I can't hold on anymore. I've never fought continuously for so long. There are too many of them, and even more are coming. We can't kill them all. It's only a matter of time before we die. Their bodies were pushed to the limit, and even the pills they had were nearly depleted. Waiting for rescue was futile. They could only hope their sect noticed their life lamps and sent help. Don't say things like that now. What if someone comes soon? We need to hold on just a little longer. Pay attention. If they survive this ordeal, their strength would likely increase significantly. Finding inspiration for breakthroughs in battle was the easiest way. These talented individuals found ways to combat the demons effectively early on, or else they wouldn't have made it this far. Don't lose heart. Killing those vile demons gives us more energy crystals. When they find us later, seeing so many valuable items in our rings, they might consider us heroes. They consoled themselves while fighting the demons. Of course, they were terrified, but fear did no good here. They had trained for so long, but suddenly a large hole appeared, releasing several demons. At first, they thought only a few demons emerged, but soon realized this was just the beginning. When George arrived, he saw these exhausted people leaning on each other, some unable to even lift their weapons. George felt that if he had come 1 second later, they might have perished. George's arrival broke the tense silence. The demons immediately sensed another presence and looked warily at George. Someone's come. Someone has come to save us. The disciples' spirits lifted upon spotting George, but due to their exhaustion, their voices were weak. Why is it just one person, and someone we don't recognize? What's going on? Brother, do you have any pills? Give us some. We can hold on a bit longer. You should escape now, and tell the elders outside that we're in trouble. There are many demons inside. Ask them to send people to rescue us. Only George couldn't save them. They thought George looked young, and probably wasn't as strong as they were. If George left some pills, he could leave unharmed, avoiding unnecessary danger. As for why George was here, they quickly found the answer. He had snuck in. Seeing George gave them a glimmer of hope. With no demons around him yet, he could still leave. You'll be disappointed. I'm the one the elders arranged to rescue you. They can't enter this chamber for certain reasons. Upon hearing this, they lost hope again and slumped to the ground. It's over. Only one person came, just to die too. We've waited so long without any real hope. Really frustrating. Why can't the elders get in? Brother, buy us some time. We need to rest, just a moment. We're so tired. What could one George do for them? While sizing up the demons were also sizing up George. They sensed something about him that scared them, making them hesitant to attack. Facing so many demons, George decided not to waste time and confronted them directly. #### Chapter 121. Retreat. Let's make a deal. You've already killed one of them, and I will take the rest away with me. Leave now, and I won't harm you. The demons understood Daryl's words. Lower-level demons cannot communicate. They could still feel the threat Daryl posed to them. If they did not leave, they might all die here. But they were reluctant. After such a long battle, it felt wrong to give up at the last moment. It was just a little more, and if this human had not appeared, the demon army could have escaped through here and caught them off guard. You're joking, right? How can they listen to you and just retreat? Do you think you're some incredible person? To these disciples who had never seen him before, Daryl seemed like nothing special. Daryl ignored their words and stared at the demons. My patience is limited. Choose another place to go. It's better than dying here. Daryl brought out Ellie, who had been struggling in his spatial ring to get out. So many demons, can I eat them? Daryl was surprised when Ellie mentioned eating the demons. What kind of divine beast could eat demons? Not yet. Eat them only if they don't retreat. Daryl thought for a moment and told Ellie. With this divine beast, Daryl wouldn't need to act himself. How wonderful. When Ellie emerged, humans might not feel the oppressive pressure, finding it adorable instead. But the demons clearly sensed the overwhelming power from Ellie. He looked at them happily, as if admiring his food. While they debated retreating, a voice echoed from the back entrance. Retreat. Hearing this, the demons instantly left through the large hole. After they left, Ellie looked disappointed, missing out on the feast. Curious, Daryl glanced towards the cave's direction. In that split second, he sensed a powerful force inside the cave. That force seemed to avoid confronting Daryl directly and quickly disappeared. A talking demon must be at the level of a demon general. These demons carry magic crystals. Let them give you everything. These things are useless to you but can replenish my strength. Ellie scanned their spatial rings and found many demon crystals, what it needed. Alright, stay in the space. Daryl put Ellie back into the spatial ring and watched the stunned faces. How did you do it? Are you some legendary expert come to save us? Wait, didn't you say the elder sent you? So, are you really that strong? Judging by bone age, Daryl wasn't even older than them. How could he make the demons retreat without lifting a finger? And looking at how they left, it seemed as if something terrifying chased them. Could this person be so fearsome? You have demon crystals in your possession. I saved your lives. Give those to me. I'll give you some recovery pills. Then we can leave. Your elders are waiting outside. Daryl didn't answer their questions, but took out many pills from the spatial ring and placed them before them. Why do you want those useless demon crystals? Their expressions turned wary. They remembered the patriarch once saying some sects misuse demon crystals for bad purposes. If Daryl was one of them, they couldn't give the crystals. They're useful. Daryl couldn't tell them that Ellie wanted to eat them. Exposing Ellie wouldn't be good. Daryl's vague response made them unlikely to hand over the items. I don't want your pills. Thank you for saving us. We'll repay you when we get out. As they replied, Corey, Hirsch's son, glanced at Daryl, knowing more than the others. After considering, he grabbed the pills on the ground. If Daryl wanted to rob them, they couldn't resist. Giving him something to trade showed he didn't want to use force. Besides, Daryl could have taken the demon crystals himself earlier, but he didn't. Just as Daryl said, he came to rescue them. Here, take my demon crystals. Thank you for the pills. Recover quickly, or else if they return, it'll be troublesome. Thanks to Corey, Daryl finally received the demon crystals. The little divine beast devoured them almost instantly. After eating, Daryl noticed the hair on Ellie's head became even silkier. In the future, leave all such things to me. I love eating them. Ellie patted his belly. For so long, this was the first time he felt full. When Hirsch and others arrived, Corey and his group were meditating. A long battle plus Daryl's pills naturally led to breakthroughs. Daryl stayed behind, fearing they might overexert themselves and fail to break through smoothly. He wanted to help at the crucial moment. Mr. Daryl. Seeing several people meditating on the ground, Hirsch relaxed. Only Daryl could have done this. Without Daryl, heaven knows what would happen. What happened here? Hirsch asked softly, not daring to disturb those breaking through. There were many demons. Other details I'm not sure about. They retreated when I entered. Daryl gave a brief summary of what happened. What? Did you mistake something? Demons can't possibly appear in our secret chamber. Impossible. Before Hirsch could respond, an elder disagreed. Their place couldn't have demons. If there are any, you'll know when they wake up. Daryl was too tired from being woken up in the middle of the night to argue. Now that you're here, my mission is complete. Your son is fine and well-trained. Daryl admired Corey's sharp mind and knew when to act best. Before, Corey had kept encouraging them. Just hold on a bit longer. The elders will soon realize something is wrong. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring natural and fluent English, preserving the storyline and logic coherently with previous content. Chapter 122. A large amount of magic crystals. Daryl had already heard no less than 10 words of encouragement in that short span of less than a minute. Without Corey's encouragement, they might not have held on until this moment. Daryl, thank you so much for today. Without you, I don't think their situation would be this good. If there really were demons, it was incredibly difficult for them to hold out for so long. They also couldn't understand why those demons retreated upon seeing Daryl. Perhaps they felt Daryl's formidable strength and realized they weren't a match for him. Or maybe they sensed something particularly threatening about Daryl. Daryl himself carried too many secrets, which was very common. No problem. Since I promised to help you, I won't go back on my word. Your son will benefit greatly from his breakthrough this time. Daryl glanced at Corey, estimating that he could make a significant breakthrough. I definitely need to thank you properly. If not for your help, he might have died. How about letting Corey be your disciple? Exactly. I feel like my abilities can't help him anymore. Hirsch believed that finding a good master for his son was important. As soon as the topic of disciples came up, Mo Brandonian immediately floated out. To be Daryl's disciple, one has to line up. I'm first. Daryl hasn't even agreed to me yet. Mo Brandonian startled Hirsch. He hadn't seen this senior in a long time. He thought Mo Brandonian was no longer around Daryl. But surprisingly, Mo Brandonian was still with Daryl. And when did Mo Brandonian want Daryl as his master? The age difference was too great. Moreover, Mo Brandonian was just a soul entity, unable to live. I don't have any plans to take on disciples right now, Daryl replied to Hirsch, while stuffing Mo Brandonian back into the ring. Alright, that's really a pity. If you need someone, you can find my son. His talent far surpasses mine and won't disappoint you. Hirsch looked disappointed, but wasn't too worried since he had already established a relationship with Daryl. My son following Daryl shouldn't be an issue. I need to rest now. Please don't disturb me tomorrow. Daryl left quickly. Waking up at this hour made him extremely sleepy, especially being such a punctual sleeper. He didn't know how late he'd sleep tomorrow. Hirsch, is what Daryl said true? Were there demons in that hole? No one dared to explore that bottomless pit. One thing was certain. Initially, there wasn't such a bottomless hole in the secret chamber. Besides, Daryl had no reason to lie. The situation had become complicated. Demons existed within their sect. Are those demons planning to attack us? If we hadn't discovered it early, what might happen to our sect? This outcome was unimaginable, and everyone fell silent. If the demons escaped from the hole, not only would their sect be obliterated, but the entire cultivation world could change dramatically. They wouldn't have peaceful lives anymore. The world is about to change. Such places might currently exist only within their sect, but over time, other sects might encounter similar issues. What if the demons chose secluded spots? They'd never know. Notify the other sects immediately. They must prepare promptly and stop being complacent. This might be a large-scale attack. These demons were acting covertly, suggesting an intelligent demon leader among them who possessed considerable knowledge, unlike the direct attacks before. I'll inform them now. Should we also report this hole? It holds significant reference value for them. For instance, could this be their lair? If they enter here, could they destroy their base directly? These were questions they needed to consider. After deliberation, they decided to announce the presence of demons and inform the public that many demons had attacked this time using different methods. The next day, Daryl woke up in the afternoon, still a little disoriented. Indeed, staying up late was bad. After eating dinner and having some fruit given by the system, Daryl was about to take a walk when Hirsch approached. Brother Daryl, can you tell me how you drove away those demons? My disciples told me you just asked them to retreat, and they did? So unbelievable. Upon hearing this from the elders, they couldn't believe it. So far, no one had ever controlled demons. I'm not sure. As you know, I rarely engage directly. I just told them to retreat, and they did. In fact, Daryl had already taken out Nolan, ready for a feast. He wasn't sure if the demons left because they found him formidable, or if they feared Nolan and had to retreat temporarily. Based on what they told us today, I estimate that the demons will attack soon. Brother Daryl, please help us when the time comes. Hirsch looked at Daryl hopefully but received no definitive answer. Daryl had mentioned multiple times that unless things escalated to his doorstep, he wouldn't intervene. He only wanted to enjoy his retirement. Your son hasn't finished breaking through yet? Daryl glanced behind Hirsch, where a disciple from yesterday's secret chamber followed. Not yet, it might take some time. By the way, they came to thank you for saving them yesterday. They also have something you wanted. Everything is here. Hirsch placed the magic crystals on the ground. Daryl watched the pile of crystals resembling a small mountain. Excited, Nolan jumped wildly inside the space, wishing to rush out and eat these magic crystals immediately. Daryl suppressed Nolan's eagerness to leave the space. Chapter 123. A large amount of demon crystals. The Callahan was eager to come out from the space to eat these demon crystals. Sure. Daryl directly stored the demon crystals in his spatial ring. These were what he deserved. Once inside the spatial ring, the Callahan didn't rush to eat them. After all, they were already his. He could eat them when he was hungry. You need these demon crystals for what? Our sect seems to have some stockpiled. During the Great War back then, our sect did contribute. So we have a fair amount of these crystals. Hirsch remembered upon seeing Daryl's need for these items. A long time ago, there had been a battle. At that time, they didn't know what demon crystals could be used for. Later, they learned that if the demons got their hands on these crystals, it would allow them to transform back into demons. They wanted to destroy the demon crystals, but found it impossible. As a result, each sect had to store some. It had been a long time since then, and many sects no longer gave this matter much attention. These are useful. If you have any, give them to me. Daryl hid the Callahan from them, not wanting to reveal its purpose. Alright, follow me to the treasure room and see if they're what you need. Daryl followed Hirsch. Since the Callahan needed these, he intended to get them somehow. The Callahan was furiously communicating with Daryl. I must stay. I want all these demon crystals. When I become powerful, I'll return everything to you. Today, I regained a bit of memory. My mother left me a spatial ring filled with many things. I won't owe you too much, just trust me. The more demon crystals I consume, the faster my growth rate will be. Daryl didn't respond to the Callahan. He had raised the Callahan without ever expecting repayment once it grew up. He believed that anything given by the system was something he'd worked hard for, and thus needed protection. Daryl, you must help me. In the future, when I grow up, it will benefit you as well. With our good relationship, I will also protect you. Once I am grown, no one will dare bully you again. To the Callahan, Daryl was already its best friend. Even though it wasn't clear why it appeared beside Daryl, it knew that Daryl had treated it very well. If it were another person, they wouldn't have helped it nearly as much. Moreover, Daryl hadn't tried to make it his divine beast but kept nurturing it. The Callahan understood that Daryl didn't need it to protect him. Daryl's strength was already formidable, and it continued to increase rapidly. Alright, I'll wait for you to grow up and protect me. Right now, I'll help you get the demon crystals. Upon arriving at the treasure room, Daryl pushed open the door. Inside, he saw many treasures, the legacy of their Xianxia sect over the years. You can take what you need here. These are reserved for our disciples' cultivation, Hirsch explained. They were preparing to move these treasures along with them. Daryl only wanted the demon crystals, with no intention of taking other items. I don't need anything else for now. Guided by the Callahan, Daryl quickly found what it required. A 10 square meter spatial ring was packed with demon crystals. Some of these demon crystals come from ancient times. Be cautious when using them. Also, ensure that these demon crystals never fall into the hands of the demons. Even if you do not wish to help us fight against the demons, surely you won't aid the demons against us. Daryl, who had read many books, understood Hirsch's point. Rest assured, that won't happen. These were meant for the Callahan to eat, and they weren't enough anyway. Do nothing here interest you? Hirsch watched Daryl prepare to leave, confused. Even if Daryl indeed possessed many treasures, it seemed unusual that he showed no interest in their treasure vault, taking only what he needed before leaving. These are enough for me. Daryl glanced around the treasure room. The items inside were merely average compared to what the system provided. Leaving the secret chamber, Daryl received a message stone from Xianxia. Her voice was laced with sobs. Daryl, can you help me? Something happened. Xianxia sobbed uncontrollably, making it hard for Daryl to understand her. She couldn't clearly convey where she was or exactly what had happened. Our sect has been attacked, and my father is missing. Can you please come to our sect? Xianxia thought of no one else but Daryl. With him around, she could safely search for her father. For unknown reasons, they targeted her father among the tens of thousands in the sect. Did they want something specific from their sect? That shouldn't be possible. They didn't possess anything significant. I'm coming over. Don't cry. Your father should be fine. They went through such lengths to capture your father. Perhaps they want something from him. Recalling her father's kind demeanor when they last met, Daryl realized Xianxia had rushed away earlier because of the incident. I've told you before to contact me if anything happens. You should have reached out earlier. It will take about 15 days for me to reach your location. The Xianxia sect and Xianxia's sect were located far apart. The elders forbade me from contacting you. They felt the sect's issues shouldn't involve outsiders, but I can't wait any longer. I need to find my father as soon as possible. When you help me stay at the sect, simply deter those attackers. I will go look for my father. Xianxia was one of the top powerhouses in their sect. Otherwise, she would have left immediately to find her father. I'm leaving right now. Without hesitation, Daryl agreed to help Xianxia. Protecting someone he admired was only natural. After informing Miles and leaving instructions for others to pass on the news to Hirsch, Daryl departed immediately with an aide. Shouldn't we wait for Senior Hirsch? Luciano asked, sitting on the flying boat, while Daryl stood beside him sipping tea. Translation provided as requested. Any further assistance or edits needed? Chapter 124. Acting separately. Hirsch has his own matters to attend to, Daryl thought. Hirsch had to move the sect members to the Feathered Spirit sect, manage his son's breakthrough, and prepare to deal with those demons. There was no time for him to run around aimlessly with Daryl. Mr. Daryl, where are we heading now? Luciano's life following Daryl had been exceptionally comfortable. Sometimes he really didn't want to cultivate at all. It was too comfortable. Every day, he just needed to follow Daryl, drink tea, and eat the fruits Daryl provided, and his strength would slowly increase. Even after a month of normal cultivation, his improvement wouldn't match a single day by Daryl's side. I'm going to help a friend with a small matter. When Daryl ended his connection with Xianxia, he inquired whether she had found any clues about her father. I have my father's life lamp and can use special methods to find him. Now he is getting further away from me, which makes me very anxious. Stay at the sect. I will go and rescue your father. It will be much easier for me to find him this way. Daryl had a flying boat, so the journey wouldn't take much time, and finding people wasn't difficult. However, he needed to stay in constant contact with Xianxia to get information about her father. Daryl wanted to handle this final task and handed over communication with Xianxia to Miles. Mr. Daryl, there hasn't been any news from Miss Xianxia for 3 days. I tried contacting her, but no information came back. Miles felt that Daryl should know about this. If something happened to Xianxia, Daryl would surely be furious. I'll try. When Daryl tried to contact Xianxia, he also lost contact. Xianxia would always respond immediately with her soundstone no matter what happened. But now, there was no response from Xianxia. Miles, I have a task for you. You take my flying boat to find Xianxia's father, and I will go to her sect to check things out. Daryl was genuinely worried about her. Among the people he could trust, only Miles was reliable. As for Luciano and others, Daryl hadn't yet seen them in action. Mr. Daryl, I don't think I can do this for you. Perhaps I should go look for Miss Xianxia, while you find her father. I'm afraid I might not be able to save her father. Miles was worried his strength might not suffice and feared getting trapped himself. But going to the sect, Miles could immediately contact their organization. Alright, let's do it this way. You go to Xianxia's place, and once you check on her, I can rest assured. After parting ways with Miles, Tony, who controlled the flying boat, emerged and waited for Daryl's instructions. Luciano's friend took over operating the flying boat. Mr. Daryl, don't worry too much. I've already contacted our family members nearby to keep an eye on the sect. Maverick noticed that Daryl hadn't been particularly happy these past few days. He had also met Xianxia and witnessed their interactions, understanding why Daryl cared so much about her. It's not that I'm worried about Xianxia. I just feel like there have been too many troubles lately. Since leaving the Feathered Spirit sect, Daryl said he was merely traveling to enjoy the scenery. They traveled extensively and saw many beautiful places, tasting local delicacies along the way. However, the biggest issue was that Daryl encountered many troubles. Xianxia had the magical artifact Daryl gave her, which would be sufficient for survival during critical moments. Isn't there not much you do anyway? Your life seems like a dream to me. Wasn't Daryl's life perfect? Every morning, someone prepared a fine breakfast for him. Then, he drank tea, ate some snacks, and read books. No one ever saw Daryl cultivating, yet his cultivation was very strong. This kind of life made them extremely envious. This life was something they aspired for in their next life. Originally, they thought someone like Daryl would never have worries. I just want to plant flowers and raise fish when I have nothing to do. As for other things, I don't wish to do them, like rescuing people right now. However, Daryl must help Xianxia. Just leave it to me. I'll handle it first, and if I can't resolve it, then you step in. Anyway, the entire Isaiah family listens to you. Just give the order. It's just one word from you. Daryl glanced at Maverick, who wore a pleasing smile, and handed him a bottle of pills. If you want to help me, quickly improve your strength. These pills will help consolidate your current strength, and taking them together will significantly enhance your power. Then, I'll give you a medicinal herb to use when you're ready to break through to the next level. Under normal circumstances, you won't encounter any difficulties breaking through. With a flick of his hand, Daryl produced items on a small table. Maverick hadn't expected that expressing loyalty to Daryl would yield such abundant rewards. Thank you. I will work hard to improve myself and will not disappoint your expectations, Mr. Daryl. Before meeting Daryl, Maverick had never doubted his strength. He believed he was already very powerful. His father had cultivated him diligently, providing him with all the best resources. Only after meeting Daryl did he realize that there were always stronger people in the world. Every item Daryl showed him was something he might struggle to obtain even if he exhausted all efforts. Giving these items to Maverick, Daryl discarded the poorly brewed tea and noticed a few eager gazes around him, especially from Tony. Tony felt that since joining Daryl, he hadn't been assigned any significant tasks. He couldn't show his worth to Daryl but still wished for similar rewards. Miles told him that initially meeting Daryl wasn't smooth either. Daryl didn't care about such trivialities. As long as he did good work for Daryl, Daryl would certainly reward him generously. Seeing Daryl's generosity, Tony naturally envied it. I have the same items for you. Daryl's spatial bag contained plenty of such items. However, after giving away these pills, he wouldn't have many left because he hadn't refined pills in a long time. Since leaving the Feathered Spirit sect, no one asked him to teach pill refinement anymore. The system wouldn't proactively give pills but only herbs, requiring Daryl to refine them himself. Chapter 125, 1 in a Billion. These matters didn't significantly impact Daryl, as he never used medicinal pills anyway. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will help you. Tony was genuinely moved. No one had ever been so kind to him before. Offering him such abundant resources, Tony thought that given his lack of background and possible inability to assist Daryl, the latter would only give him a little bit. Unexpectedly, the same batch of medicinal pills given to Maverick was also given to them. Alright, focus on your cultivation. That's the best feedback for me. Daryl spoke sincerely. Improving his cultivation depended on their support. Alright, rest assured, Mr. Daryl. I'll definitely cultivate hard and not waste the things you've given me. I'll go practice right away. Call me if you need anything. Tony became excited instantly, stood up immediately, and went into the room to practice. Without those few people chattering around him, Daryl felt a bit unaccustomed at first. He released Mo Brandonian from the ring, who looked bewildered at Daryl. Since Daryl learned how to let him enter and exit the ring, Mo Brandonian often found himself being pulled out during Daryl's breaks. Hey, where are your usual little followers today? Mo Brandonian quickly noticed the change, looking at Daryl. Usually, many people surrounded him, but today it was just Daryl alone. They are cultivating. How's your research going? Daryl took a sip of tea and poured another cup for Mo Brandonian. Once again, Mo Brandonian said, Are you mocking me? I've told you many times, I can't taste your amazing tea. How much Mo Brandonian wished he could have a cup of warm tea, but he was only a soul. Before Daryl could answer, Mo Brandonian recalled his recent studies and, seeing Daryl free, decided to discuss them with him. That means you're free now. Let's talk about the things I don't understand. Were you really a genius in your time? Why do you have so many questions? Daryl practically had to explain everything from the books to him, and Imo Brandonian was almost mastering the knowledge. Don't doubt me. I am very capable. This book is profound. Understanding it this fast already makes me a genius, Daryl. Not everyone is a prodigy like you. Someone with Daryl's inherent resources, talent, and intelligence truly was 1 in a billion. This was precisely why, regardless of age, Imo Brandonian wanted Daryl to be his master, to learn vast amounts of knowledge. Alright, I know you're excellent. What don't you understand? After another afternoon of explanation, Imo Brandonian indeed showed his intelligence, often drawing parallels and quickly providing answers. Not bad. Recently, I've exhausted all this energy. If only I had this book when I had a body and met you sooner, I'd have become an astonishing blacksmith. Crafting divine artifacts would just be a matter of time. Alas, now without a body, he couldn't forge divine artifacts. He needed to think of other ways, perhaps finding a disciple skilled in forging and passing these skills to them. He hoped they would craft divine artifacts in the future. Life doesn't offer many what-ifs. Meeting you now is the best choice. Didn't you want to experience my tea? I can help you with that. Daryl placed a formation on Imo Brandonian's soul and gave him a pill. Absorb its power, and you'll feel the taste of the tea. This method was something Daryl discovered yesterday afternoon. It was his first attempt, unsure if it would succeed. Imo Brandonian looked puzzled, thinking Daryl was bored and joking. If a soul could easily experience the outside environment. However, Imo Brandonian was stunned when he picked up the cup. Daryl wasn't joking. He could indeed feel the taste of the tea. Previously unable even to hold a cup, now he could savor the tea. It was slightly bitter, yet to him, it tasted wonderful. Never in his life had he tasted such delicious tea. Eager to experience more, he asked Daryl to let him try the fruit tea they usually drank. Daryl prepared everything he normally consumed, and Imo Brandonian hadn't felt this way in a long time. Amazing. Truly amazing. Life is wonderful. I wonder if I have another chance to live again. You must have a way, right, Daryl? If Daryl could find a way to let him experience tea, reviving him seemed feasible. Yet, this was merely an experience. Within 10 minutes, he couldn't touch the cup anymore. 10 minutes was enough. At least now he knew what Daryl usually enjoyed. Indeed, it tasted good. No wonder Daryl always brewed tea. I'm searching for a way, but some ingredients aren't available in this era. Success might be difficult. Reviving someone required a multitude of herbs, hundreds of precious types, some of which Daryl obtained from the system seeds. Cultivating them to usable status would take a long time. Combined with common herbs, his success rate in crafting a single pill wasn't 100%. Crafting such special medicine left no room for error. Plus, the resources needed to revive a person were immense, enough to cripple a sect. Even if someone knew the revival method, they wouldn't likely undertake such a task. Daryl wanted to see if he could achieve it. Since there was a method in this world, someone must have succeeded before. Really? Take your time researching. I'm available for any experiments you need. Daryl, you must find a way. Living feels too good. Imo Brandonian hadn't expected that, as a nearly dispersed soul, he would meet Daryl, who possessed soul-restoring fruits. ##### Chapter 126, Ancient Battlefield. Imo Brandonian never expected that Daryl would be willing to continue bringing him along, and even help him devise a plan to revive. Of course, he also guessed what Daryl's true intentions were. Daryl was always particularly curious about many things, and often delved into them out of curiosity. Probably he was curious whether someone who had turned into a soul entity could revert back. If it succeeded, this would be an achievement that attracted worldwide attention. At the very least, Imo Brandonian had never heard of such a thing before. I don't need anything for now. I don't have any plans to take action recently. If Daryl needed Imo Brandonian's assistance, he certainly wouldn't be polite about asking. Another 3 days passed. There was still no news from Cheen Brandonbreeda's side, and Miles had been rushing day and night towards her location. It would probably take another 10 days to reach Cheen Brandonbreeda's sect. Miles's speed wasn't even as fast as a flying boat, so Daryl could only search in the direction Cheen Brandonbreeda initially provided. Before leaving, Miles also helped arrange something for Daryl. That was to contact his organization and get them to find out who captured Cheen Brandonbreeda's father. With people from their organization spread across the world, finding someone would be much easier. Haven't you found them yet? Do you at least have any clues about Cheen Brandonbreeda? Daryl stood on the deck, waiting for the voice transmission stone on the other end to speak. Mr. Daryl, please don't worry. If they are hiding, it will take some time for us to locate them. We'll inform you immediately once we find something, said the person on the other end. Didn't you already send Miles to protect Cheen Brandonbreeda? As long as she is alive, Miles can ensure her safety, answered Xianxia. He also wanted to find Daryl's target quickly, but Daryl provided very few clues. Finding someone with such limited information was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Still, he took Daryl's request seriously, or else they might not have continued looking after these few days. Wasting resources without guaranteeing success would be futile. Get the people near Cheen Brandonbreeda's sect to check up on her situation. Not getting updates made Daryl extremely restless. I've already arranged for people to go there. It'll take a few more days to reach. Don't worry too much. Cheen Brandonbreeda's sect should have ways to protect themselves. Xianxia had already taken care of this before Daryl asked. Alright, thank you. If you have free time, come over to settle the fees. Daryl didn't want to owe anyone. Just put it on hold for now. Recently, the continent isn't peaceful, and I need to clean up my affairs for an eventual escape. Mr. Daryl, I heard you have a large space. Are there any bigger ones available? These tiny spaces cost a fortune. Evil forces were gradually preparing to attack, and Xianxia felt it was time to prepare for certain contingencies. Dealing with evil required following the actions of major sects and families. They, being smaller entities, would observe and act accordingly. I seem to have a space ring of 100 square meters. Want it? After sweeping through several secret realms, Daryl indeed obtained quite a few valuable items. However, a 100 square meter ring was nothing extraordinary to him. Yes, it's much better than the tiny ones we bought at a huge price. So where are you now? I can come over and help save Qin Brandonbreeda's father. Did you assign Miles to another task? Let me help with this. Gongzi Isaiah was satisfied with Miles, who was loyal and sometimes sent him some good items when he got lucky. Thanks to Miles, he had a steady supply of Daryl's tea. Come over then. Daryl told him his location, thinking having Gongzi Isaiah around would make things easier. Some matters he wouldn't need to handle himself. A few days later, Gongzi Isaiah arrived on Daryl's flying boat. Damn, I consumed 2 bottles of recovery pills just to see you earlier. Fortunately, recovery pills were common and cheap. Otherwise, he couldn't afford them. Why are you in such a rush? Daryl took a bite of watermelon, enjoying this comfortable lifestyle. Yesterday, he managed to contact Qin Brandonbreeda. She was fine. Her voice transmission stone had been accidentally broken, which is why there had been no communication for so many days. Regarding clues about her father, there was still very little information. Daryl had to look further. Of course, to see you sooner. My people are en route. Once we decide on a plan, they can handle it reliably. Gongzi Isaiah was faster and more capable, so naturally, he arrived quicker. Daryl gestured for him to rest before discussing further. After resting for a while, Gongzi Isaiah inspected the massive flying boat. No wonder people said Daryl knew how to enjoy life. Traveling by such grand boats was entirely different from standing on swords and tiring oneself out. When they arrive, we'll discuss. Have your people investigated where Qin Brandonbreeda's father is? I've given you the clues. It had already been 10 days without any definitive location of Qin Brandonbreeda's father. She could only guess the general direction. We found it. Let me show you. But that place hasn't been visited for many years. It's an ancient battlefield filled with dangers. Ordinarily, no one would go there. You'd better think carefully. The risks are immense, and one wrong move means you can't return. If he were alone, Daryl wouldn't dare enter the ancient battlefield. There were opportunities within, but he feared risking his life. Why not go? We must risk it. Daryl glanced at Gongzi Isaiah. Now that he was here, he intended to handle the matter. Besides, Qin Brandonbreeda's father may not necessarily be inside. The ancient battlefield can be explored. It's not as dangerous as they say. I went before, and it was fine. I suspect they exaggerate to keep us from finding treasures. This translation adheres to the guidelines provided, maintaining the paragraph structure and tone from the original Chinese text. Chapter 127. The Mutated Peony. Mo Brandonian only appeared when he heard a familiar term. The ancient battlefield, which existed in his time, was a place of war between the 3 races, demons, monsters, and humans. That war truly caused heaven to collapse and earth to split. It lasted for a very long time. Many great powers perished in that place. Throughout history, when great powers died, they often left behind some legacies. Therefore, future generations would try their best to obtain these legacies, venturing into these places at all costs. Later, rumors spread that it was very dangerous inside, and indeed, some who went to explore never returned. However, there were always people who did not believe such warnings, like Mo Brandonian. He was the first one to defy this superstition. After entering, he not only encountered no danger, but also received a legacy. When he returned, however, he didn't tell anyone because he wished for those great powers to rest in peace without further disturbance. Today, Daryl and the others entered to rescue someone. So much time had passed, and Mo Brandonian wanted to see if that place was still the same as before. You've gained a spirit entity beside you when? Prince Isaiah looked curiously at Mo Brandonian, finding him interesting. This was the first time he had seen such a person. I obtained it during my visit to the secret realm. It had nowhere else to go, so it stayed with me. Still, Mr. Daryl is impressive. I've been to over 30 secret realms in my lifetime and have never encountered a spirit entity, let alone brought one along. Prince Isaiah looked enviously at Daryl, wondering why he hadn't had such good luck. Don't compare yourself to Daryl. The more you do, the stupider you'll feel, Mo Brandonian wisely thought, realizing comparing oneself to Daryl was unwise. Ordinary people would enter a secret realm in groups of hundreds, or even thousands to vie for treasures. For Daryl, the realms came to him, and he would consider whether to accept them or not. Comparing oneself to another can lead to endless frustration. You can chat with him. After saying this, Daryl returned to his room to rest after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Recently, Daryl found a flower pot and planted a peony flower. It was a mutated peony, still a tiny sprout. Its growth pattern was different from ordinary peonies. It had sprouted within just 3 days. Daryl wondered what it would become once fully grown. Before bed, he examined the small peony. The next morning, passing by it again, he saw it had already grown stems and leaves. It seemed flowers would soon blossom. Curious about its growth speed, Daryl decided to move it outside. The system had given Daryl some common flower seeds, as he requested, to observe how long it took for ordinary flowers to grow. But it also gave him some unusual seeds, like this peony. When he emerged, Prince Isaiah and Mo Brandonian were engaged in lively conversation. They hadn't noticed Daryl until he sat beside them. You're awake. Try this tea. I brewed it according to your method, Prince Isaiah said. He used the spirit spring Daryl often employed. Daryl took a sip. It tasted no different from his own brewing. Not bad. Daryl glanced at Mo Brandonian, guessing he'd instructed Prince Isaiah. In about 3 days, we'll reach our destination. Have you thought it through? If unlucky, you might not return. Based on my investigation, no one has come out alive from the ancient battlefield in the last 10 years. Prince Isaiah felt rescuing a woman's father wasn't worth risking his life. Besides, with Daryl's abilities, any woman could be his. No need to ask again. I've made up my mind. Daryl was already halfway there, and wouldn't turn back now. Initially, he promised Qin Brandonbreeda to help bring back her father. Alright, I'll arrange it and check if they've entered the ancient battlefield. Prince Isaiah had tried persuading Daryl twice. If he refused to change his mind, so be it. Prince Isaiah wouldn't venture into the ancient battlefield. Daryl was confident of a safe exit, but Prince Isaiah lacked such assurance. He would hand over information to Daryl before entering and find Elroy's location. Having professional research skills, Prince Isaiah gathered detailed information on the ancient battlefield within a day. This contains the terrain and previous dangers reported by explorers, but much may have changed over the years. Daryl quickly scanned the data Prince Isaiah handed him. Indeed, the ancient battlefield was perilous. Many ventured in, but few returned. Those who did became successors of great powers' legacies. Many still risked it. No one had survived in the past decade, including some powerful sect leaders. Most likely they were dead. Aren't you joining us? Mo Brandonian asked Prince Isaiah. Why not follow Daryl and possibly benefit? We'll see. Prince Isaiah evaded a direct answer. I suggest you join. You may underestimate Mr. Daryl. You'll understand after going with him. Perhaps Daryl wouldn't face any trouble, and the treasures would come directly to him. Mo Brandonian decided to follow Daryl, feeling lucky. Prince Isaiah was curious about Daryl's background and continued chatting with him. Daryl watched them with exasperation. The mutated peony grew again, blooming a bud. Do you plan to bloom today, wither, and then transform into seeds? In just 3 days, it had already sprouted. System-provided items were indeed special. If Daryl wanted to admire flowers, this variety grew fast, bypassing seasonal concerns. More importantly, its blossoms could be used to refine medicinal pills if picked while blooming. Chapter 128, Slight. This peony is a good medicinal herb. Drying it and brewing tea from it would also be a fine choice. When did you start growing a plant? When Mo Brandonian returned again, he saw a flower bud about to bloom on Daryl's table. Only a few days ago. A few days and you can cultivate a peony? When did growing flowers become so easy? Isn't that a bit unrealistic? Zin was surprised. He himself never had the leisure to grow flowers, but he knew it was impossible for flowers to grow within just a few days. Brother Daryl's items are always different from what we usually see. Such things are quite normal. I'm only curious if this peony has other uses, said Mo Brandonian. He was no longer surprised by these trivial matters. I haven't found anything yet. Perhaps I'll need to explore further to find out exactly what this peony does. The system hadn't told him anything specific either. The system always worked like this, leaving some aspects for him to discover on his own. It seemed to provide something for Daryl to do when bored. After you figure it out, tell me. I'm also curious about what effects this peony might have, blooming within just a few days. Mo Brandonian returned to the ring as his condition didn't allow him to stay outside for long periods. 3 days later, they reached the ancient battlefield. That's the legendary ancient battlefield over there. After some consideration, I think I'll go in with you. I'm also curious what this place is like. Zen thought that going in with Daryl might lead to unexpected gains, just as Mo Brandonian had said. They might find things they couldn't normally obtain. Most importantly, Mo Brandonian had painted Daryl as incredibly powerful. He wanted to follow and see if it was true. If you want to come along, then come. Mo Brandonian had discussed this with Zen. When interacting with Daryl alone, they had already talked about it. I found you an assistant. Zen will be accompanying you into the ancient battlefield. If anything comes up, have him handle it for you, so you don't have to act yourself. Seeing Mo Brandonian's proud little face, Daryl found it amusing. He had someone helping him too. Tony had improved in strength over the past 10 days and could easily lend a hand with small tasks. Initially, Zen hadn't wanted to enter the ancient battlefield. He thought it was too dangerous, and any mishap inside would be his misfortune. Standing before the ancient battlefield, Daryl felt a strong pressure. Simultaneously, there was another force inside, seeming to attract him. Daryl glanced in that direction, preparing to enter to search for Kesh's father. The clue ended here at the ancient battlefield. Whether Kesh's father was actually inside remained uncertain. Given the complex terrain of the ancient battlefield and facing unknown elements, Daryl wouldn't have bothered if it weren't for Kesha. Are we going in directly? According to the information my people brought back, the last sighting of Kesh's father was near the ancient battlefield. Without explicit confirmation he is inside. Mr. Daryl, perhaps I can have people look around nearby to see if we can find any traces of Adrian. But I must warn you, whether we enter the ancient battlefield or search nearby, finding one person here is almost impossible, especially since we have no way to contact him. Zen personally believed it would be nearly impossible to find anyone under such conditions. But since Daryl wanted to search, he wouldn't say anything against it. Let's take a look first. Have your people help me search nearby. Once we find him, try to rescue him or establish contact with us, then we can leave the ancient battlefield. A force was drawing Daryl in more, urging him to rush into the ancient battlefield without hesitation. Once we enter the ancient battlefield, no one can contact us. We might lose each other inside, eventually having to rely on our own abilities to get out. There was very little information about the ancient battlefield, much like unexplored mystical realms, filled with danger and opportunity. Zen still wanted to go inside. So be it. We're already here. Let's see if this place you all describe as so terrifying is really as difficult as you say. Once inside, stick close to me. If you fear death, don't enter. I can't guarantee everyone will stay by my side. Daryl could ensure that following him would keep them safe, but once inside the ancient battlefield, they might not stay together. I'm coming in with you. As your subordinate, it's my duty to assist you. Our lives are meant for adventure. If we shy away from everything, life loses its meaning. In the end, no one backed down, all agreeing to enter with Daryl. Upon entering, Daryl felt as though he'd entered a special space. In this space, there was no information about Tony or Zen, but Daryl could sense they were nearby. What's going on? Daryl looked at the door that had appeared in front of him, unsure what the ancient battlefield intended to convey. Was it trying to trap him, or had he inadvertently entered a legacy site? Mo Brandonian emerged, looking at this peculiar environment, marveling again at Daryl's extraordinary luck. What others achieved through great effort was once again being given to Daryl. Looking at Daryl's puzzled expression, Mo Brandonian remarked, If I'm not mistaken, there's a legacy inside. You should go check it out, it might suit you. Mo Brandonian knew Daryl had no other options now. Being chosen, with his current strength, he had to complete the legacy trial to gain its power and possibly leave. Mo Brandonian, who had been there before, understood that the legacy's power only activates when it meets the right person. Clearly, this was perfectly suited to Daryl. That Daryl was chosen so quickly was truly unbelievable. Chapter 129. Refusal of Inheritance. Is there any way to break out of this special space and leave here? I don't particularly want to receive any inheritance. Daryl didn't need any inheritance. The system had already provided him with countless treasures and a variety of cultivation techniques, enough to keep him busy for a lifetime. He was uninterested in these matters and only wanted to find the people who captured Adrian as quickly as possible, deal with them, and then return to Brandonling's sect to live a peaceful life. After resolving this matter, Daryl planned to go back and rest for some time before coming out again to enjoy the scenery. You have two ways to leave here. Either become strong enough to directly break through this space. If you do this, the great being who left this inheritance might lose their last chance to have a disciple, said Mo Brandonian. Or, after receiving the inheritance, you can leave. I suggest you choose the second option. You should give others a chance. Those powerful beings have existed in this world for so long because of their lingering attachments. Just like Mo Brandonian's own attachment, in the end, he retained a bit of his strength just to see the prosperity he once protected one last time. Unfortunately, it wasn't as good as before. Isn't there a third way? Can we negotiate with this great being? I really don't want to work hard on cultivating. This inheritance has no use for me. It would just be wasted. Mo Brandonian's suggestions were not appealing to Daryl, so he wanted to discuss this further with the great being. That's impossible. The great being has already dispersed. What remains here now is only their lingering consciousness, which is entirely different from our souls. You can't communicate with them, Mo Brandonian explained. Before he could finish, a voice echoed throughout the space. Young man, your talent is exceptional. Why are you unwilling to accept my inheritance challenge? It seemed that Daryl's words had been heard. Mo Brandonian's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Daryl must have incredible luck for a great being's consciousness still to exist and communicate with him. I may be talented, but I don't wish to cultivate. All I want is to grow flowers and read books during my free time and live a leisurely life. Elder, thank you for recognizing my talent, but I truly don't want to waste your inheritance. If it's inconvenient, could you send me out? Perhaps soon, you'll find a more suitable successor? Daryl remained firm in his initial choice, not wanting to endure arduous cultivation. Finding a successor isn't as easy as you think. Since my death, I haven't found anyone suitable. You're the most fitting candidate I've encountered over all these years. Why not reconsider and accept the inheritance? If you don't wish to cultivate, you can pass it on to someone else you approve of, ensuring my lineage doesn't vanish from this world, the voice continued. With just a fragment of its subconscious, it couldn't comprehend why someone would refuse such a valuable inheritance, especially with his talent, preferring a carefree life instead. It also couldn't understand why Daryl, who was already quite powerful, chose this path. But I cannot agree. I don't want to destroy your hard work over all these years. You should select a successor who satisfies you best. Clearly I am not suitable. Daryl tried to locate the source of the voice, eventually realizing it was coming from within the space. This great being must have had special abilities, leaving something behind here. Well, I won't force you if you don't want it. Then I'll send you out of the ancient battlefield. Elder, no. I entered the ancient battlefield to find someone. I cannot leave without finding them. As Daryl was about to leave, he shouted, You mischievous child, are you playing games with your ancestors? You don't want the inheritance and won't leave the ancient battlefield. Do you wish to die here? From a certain perspective, Daryl was indeed difficult to handle. Only when everything suited his wishes would things get resolved. I can protect myself. Elder, I'm not deliberately troubling you. I came to the ancient battlefield for an important reason. Please help me. I can help you, but I must warn you that entering the ancient battlefield makes you a prime target. With your talent, many discerning elders will want you to inherit their legacies. They're not as patient as I am. They will forcefully impose their inheritance on you, unlike how I can negotiate with you. After hearing this, Daryl felt indifferent. If it comes to that, I will have to apologize to those elders. Daryl wasn't concerned. Whatever happens will happen. You're quite amusing. If I were younger, I'd definitely make you my successor. But now, according to your terms, my bones are probably fossilized. Let's not play around anymore. Do what you need to do. If you change your mind, you can come back here. Or if you encounter danger in the ancient battlefield, you can call my name, and I will save you once. But you will have to accept my inheritance as a condition. Daryl was directly transported out. He was confused as the elder hadn't told him how to contact him. The voice earlier might not have been just a remnant of consciousness. The great beings likely added something else to it. If it was only a remnant of consciousness, it wouldn't have been able to communicate with them. But if it was a soul entity, the great beings would have sensed its presence. I don't know. I just think what the elder said makes sense. Entering the ancient battlefield seems complicated. Maybe accepting an inheritance will stop others from targeting me. Daryl had a feeling that as soon as he left this space, he was about to enter another. Could the spaces here be controlled and moved? That seemed too absurd. No, the great beings in the ancient battlefield are different from others. If you accept an inheritance, they might try to keep you here to forcibly give you more. This was the first time Mo Brandonian felt pressured by the inheritance. Daryl's talent was too remarkable, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. This is outrageous. Daryl, you're trapped in the ancient battlefield. Chapter 130, recorded in the system. After leaving the space of the previous predecessor, Daryl entered another space. This space was completely different from the last one. It was brightly lit and had many treasures placed by the entrance. Beneath each treasure was a note with some instructions written on it, representing a task Daryl had to complete. If Daryl wanted to take anything, he had two options. Either accept the inheritance, after which everything would belong to him, or choose to take specific items but only after completing the corresponding tasks noted beneath each treasure. Is there any predecessor here? Daryl called out proficiently, receiving no reply. It appeared that this particular inheritance couldn't be communicated with directly, and thus he moved forward alone. This was the first time Daryl encountered such a situation. I might as well accept the inheritance. I can also take these herbs that have been here for a long time. Ha ha ha, Daryl muttered, laughing. For the first time seeing Daryl in such a predicament, Mo Brandonian couldn't resist mocking him. Why are you laughing? I heard you almost lost your life in the ancient battlefield to gain an inheritance. Everyone's misfortune is unique, Daryl shot back, shutting Mo Brandonian up immediately. He knew just how to silence Mo Brandonian. The system chimed in. Ding! The system has detected the host's intention. Each inheritance obtained can be recorded in the system for future use when needed. Additionally, the system will provide rewards. The retirement insurance function will also activate, granting you additional items to help you receive the inheritance more quickly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Daryl felt even more speechless. Was the system also here to mock him? Please start the challenge. After passing the test, you may proceed with the inheritance. Ignoring this prompt, Daryl asked the system, System, do you have anything that can mask my talent? Ding. Not at the moment, the system replied. Host, those great ancient powers can see through your strength with just a glance. You could choose suitable inheritances to enhance your power. Host, did you not know that while obtaining the inheritance, you can also gain the strength of these ancient powers? Daryl was puzzled by the system's words. He indeed didn't know this. He thought gaining an inheritance meant acquiring their techniques, not their power as well. Wish you luck. The system has a lot of good items available for exchange. The system had developed a new feature during Trish's first exploration of a secret realm, allowing the exchange of unwanted items for better ones based on their quality. So far, Daryl hadn't exchanged anything because he lacked nothing. All inheritances from now on are mine, Daryl exclaimed suddenly, much to Mo Brandonian's confusion. Mo Brandonian couldn't understand what had changed his mind so abruptly, but Daryl was now full of enthusiasm. Obtaining inheritances isn't easy. Even with your considerable strength, you're still insignificant to the ancient powers. You should stick with the previous predecessors, offer to skip the trials. Mo Brandonian found it hard to comprehend Daryl's logic. Sometimes geniuses' thinking processes were beyond ordinary people's understanding. He expected Daryl to spend a long time on the trials, but it turned out he underestimated him again. Within less than an hour, Daryl acquired an inheritance and absorbed its power. Initially, Mo Brandonian spent a month accepting and another month absorbing the power. Daryl did it in less than an hour, leaving Mo Brandonian speechless. Those ancient powers must never have anticipated encountering such an outrageous inheritor. Daryl continued navigating through the spaces of the ancients, occasionally being ejected by spaces recognizing he had already received an inheritance. Still, he managed to acquire over a dozen inheritances, significantly boosting his strength. Even Mo Brandonian could feel the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from Daryl. Absorbing so much spiritual energy in such a short time was something only Daryl dared to do. Several times, Mo Brandonian worried if Daryl wasn't harming himself, but Daryl always held strong, showing no adverse effects. Almost done. From the final inheritance, Daryl received a valuable technique on mastering spatial forces perfectly. Unfortunately, he wasn't ready to delve into it yet due to his current level. In the future, Daryl could create massive spaces with just a wave of his hand, crafting storage rings for holding objects. In summary, Daryl was quite satisfied with his gains. Additionally, he discovered that unless he willingly entered a space, it couldn't force him in. There wouldn't be any further inheritances for him now. It's really enough. To gain so many inheritances in half a month, you truly have an incredible threshold. Mo Brandonian once again reassessed his understanding of genius. Has it been half a month already? Inside the spaces, Daryl couldn't perceive the passage of time. It seems so. Let's go back. Who knows what state your friends are in? Not everyone encounters beneficial things like you. Mo Brandonian guessed their companions were not faring well, and he was right. These past 2 weeks were agonizing for Isaiah and the others. During the day in the ancient battlefield, they could cope, but every night, various death scenarios haunted their visions, making it impossible to cultivate. Attempting to meditate would disrupt their spirit seas, risking demonic possession. Worse, they couldn't rest at all and constantly faced dangers. Any mistake could lead to falling into traps or encountering hidden demons. They couldn't leave the ancient battlefield and desperately sought Daryl. ##### Chapter 131. The Guardian of the Ancient Battlefield. Daryl had vanished without a trace after they all entered the ancient battlefield. They were certain that Daryl had initially entered with them, but in an instant, he was gone. While searching for Daryl, Zen attempted to leave the ancient battlefield. He soon discovered that it was impossible. They would forever be confined within this place. Damn it. If I had known this ancient battlefield was like this, even under threat of death, I wouldn't have come here. Daryl is just suffering here. Wasn't it suffering indeed? There had been no legacies or treasures to speak of, only countless demons to slay, leaving them weary. Ordinary people truly couldn't survive in this ancient battlefield. After Zen uttered these words, a person suddenly appeared beside him and slapped him across the face. Zen turned his head in shock. Who was this person? How did they appear so suddenly? This is the ancient battlefield, the resting place of our ancestors. Please watch your language. This is your first warning. The second won't be as lenient. The person then disappeared without a trace, materializing and vanishing in an instant. They didn't know how this person appeared or left. Zen looked at the others, but they seemed oblivious to the fact that someone had appeared next to him. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Zen asked, "Did any of you notice someone appearing next to me just now?" Tony shook his head. He was preoccupied with finding Daryl, who had become separated from them. Although he knew Daryl was stronger than them and that their presence would only slow him down, he still worried about Daryl encountering danger. As for Zen, nobody paid much attention to him. Why do you look so alarmed? Is something wrong? If there's anything troubling you, just say it, Tony remarked, puzzled by Zen's panicked expression. Zen had always been composed, though chatty. Now, he seemed genuinely frightened. I mentioned the ancient battlefield earlier, and then someone appeared next to me, struck my head, and vanished. Didn't you notice? Didn't you see the person over there? Zen grew more astonished. Had he been the only one to notice? Let's rest for a bit. You probably saw something we didn't. In this ancient battlefield, such occurrences are normal. Try not to get too worked up about it. Luciano had spent time with Daryl and learned to remain calm, regardless of circumstances. He believed Daryl would eventually find them since they had entered together and would leave together. Let's take a break, Zen agreed, needing time to think about the strange event. Meanwhile, Daryl, who had just emerged from the space, encountered the same person who had slapped Zen. Daryl stared at the stranger who appeared before him, both of them eyeing each other silently. Andresian broke the silence. What are you two doing here? Just say what you want instead of being so mysterious. But you're very peculiar. I can't sense any power or human aura from you. You're not like us, so who exactly are you? Andresian appeared curious, resembling a teenage boy of 15 or 16. He looked human but wasn't entirely. I don't know. I only know I'm the guardian of this ancient battlefield. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've protected this place, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. The young man tilted his head. He had been sleeping and shouldn't have woken up for at least another decade. Yet, he had awoken unexpectedly. Hearing someone badmouth the ancient battlefield, he wanted to scare them. He lacked the strength to confront them directly, but could use the battlefield's power in times of crisis. Otherwise, he was just a powerless, strange, ordinary person. Are you the one stopping those people from leaving, causing them to die here? Why do you do this? Daryl asked. It's not me killing them. Their abilities are insufficient, leading them into places they shouldn't be. They're simply acting recklessly. Communicating with Daryl was difficult for him, as it seemed he hadn't spoken in a long time. Of course. May I ask why you sought me out? Daryl wondered why a protector of the ancient battlefield would seek him out. Did they think he had received too many legacies and violated their rules? Unknown. By accepting the legacy, I should escort you out, but I've realized I can't do that. And another thing, accepting too many legacies can harm your foundation. Wouldn't you rather find a place to assimilate them? Bretman should know better than me about this. Daryl understood but wasn't troubled by it. The forces within him would settle soon enough, leaving him unchanged. I know how to leave the legacy area. No need for you to escort me. Go back to your duties. Daryl observed him, still curious but unwilling to linger on this mystery. Ding. Host. This entity is a product of human souls and demonic intent, capable of controlling immense power. Chapter 131. Guardian of the Ancient Battlefield. Daryl had disappeared without a trace after they entered the ancient battlefield together. They were sure that Daryl had entered with them, but suddenly, he vanished. While searching for Daryl, Zen tried to see if he could leave the ancient battlefield. Eventually, he realized that he couldn't get out. They would forever be trapped within this ancient battlefield. Damn it, if I knew this damned place was like this, I wouldn't have come here even under duress. Daryl came here just to suffer. Wasn't it suffering? There had been no legacies or treasures, only encountering numerous demons and battling until they were mentally exhausted. Normal people truly couldn't survive in this ancient battlefield. After Zen finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared beside him and slapped him hard. Zen turned his head in surprise. How did this person appear so suddenly? This is an ancient battlefield, a resting place for our ancestors. Please watch your words. This is your first warning. The second won't be as pleasant. The person then vanished without a trace. He seemed to appear and disappear at will. They couldn't figure out how this person appeared and disappeared so quickly. Zen looked around, and the others didn't seem to notice that someone had appeared beside him. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he asked, "Did any of you just notice someone appearing beside me?" Tony shook his head. He was preoccupied with finding Daryl, who had gotten separated from them. Though they knew Daryl was stronger than all of them and would likely slow down if they stuck together, they still worried about any dangers he might encounter. As for Zen, no one paid much attention. Why do you look so alarmed? Is something wrong? If there's anything, you can tell us directly, Tony remarked, feeling puzzled by Zen's panic. Zen was always composed, occasionally chatty, but never this frightened. I mentioned the ancient battlefield, and then someone appeared beside me. He hit my head and then vanished. Didn't you notice? Didn't you see anyone over there? Zen was growing more incredulous. Had he really been the only one to notice? Why don't we rest for a bit? Maybe you saw something none of us did. Such occurrences are common in the ancient battlefield, so don't get too worked up about it, Luciano suggested. He had spent time with Daryl and learned to stay calm regardless of circumstances. He believed Daryl would find them eventually since they had entered together and would naturally exit together. Let's take a break. Zen wanted to think through what had just happened. That person wasn't a spirit. He was a real, tangible being. Meanwhile, Daryl emerged from a hidden space and encountered the same person who had struck Zen. Both stared at each other in silence, sizing each other up until Brandonian broke the silence. What are you two doing here? Just say what you need instead of being so mysterious. You're very strange. I sense no power fluctuations or human aura from you, and you're not like me. So what are you? Brandonian, looking like a teenage boy of about 15 or 16, was neither entirely human nor demon. I don't know much, only that I am the guardian of the ancient battlefield. Since I gained consciousness, I've been protecting this place, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. The boy tilted his head. According to his sleep cycle, he shouldn't have woken up in the past 10 years. Yet, he had indeed awakened, confused about why. Hearing someone speak poorly of the ancient battlefield, he decided to scare that person. Actually, he lacked the power to harm them. He could harness the strength of the entire battlefield only in emergencies. Normally, he was powerless. I assume it's you preventing those people from leaving, leading to their deaths inside. Why are you doing this? Daryl asked. I didn't kill them. They simply lack the ability to be here. Entering a place they weren't supposed to, they met their fate. As they say, actions without measure lead to dire consequences, the boy explained in halting speech, clearly unused to conversation. Indeed. What brings you to me? Daryl couldn't understand why a guardian would seek him out. Was it because he had received too many legacies and broken some rules? I'm not sure. By accepting the ancient battlefield's legacy, logically, I should escort you out. But I've discovered I can't send you away. Also, you've accepted too many legacies. Don't you need time to absorb them? It could affect your cultivation foundation. Bretmans should be well aware of this. Daryl understood this, but it posed no problem for him. The powers would stabilize in his body soon enough, returning him to his original state. I know how to leave the inheritance area. No need for you to escort me. You may return to your duties. Daryl eyed him curiously, but didn't want to waste time on these mysteries. Ding. Host. This entity is a fusion of human spirit, intent, and demon, capable of controlling immense power. Note. My Andresian is treated as a separate character interacting with both Zen and Daryl for clarity. Chapter 132. I don't know you. I only remember you. Host. If possible, you should still interact with him. You might gain a lot of information about the ancient battlefield from him. His ability to control such formidable power is also advantageous for you. After saying this, the system went silent. No matter what Daryl asked, it wouldn't respond. What is this? Why would a human soul and a demon's creation become such an existence? He looks human, his body is human, but he's still different from us. Indeed, this creature has value in existing. Daryl looked at the naive being. Since it had been here for so long without leaving, it should be easy to deceive. And it approached him on its own. So perhaps there was something about Daryl that attracted it? No. My mission is to ensure all those who have received inheritance are safely escorted out of the ancient battlefield. I'll follow you until you leave the ancient battlefield. The young man didn't want to leave and came up with an excuse. He always felt there was a force attracting him from Daryl. What exactly it was, he didn't know yet. So, he decided to follow Daryl and see how things played out. Then come along. Daryl didn't mind having another person around. In fact, Daryl wanted to use him to quickly find Luciano and the others. You said you're the guardian of the ancient battlefield. Do you know where anyone else is alive? The youth glanced at Daryl, then agreed to help search for people. Yes, the entire ancient battlefield is under my control. Who are you looking for? There are humans left over from before. They're incredibly resilient, still hanging on. Daryl heard surprise in his voice. It was hard to believe those people were still alive after so long. Daryl was also surprised by another matter. Why did the ancient battlefield fall entirely under his control? Was it because he was born here and thus gained control over its powers, or for some other reason? That system really spoke in half-truths, leaving everything afterward untouched. How long ago do you mean by before? Mo Brandonian bounced around, hoping to encounter someone like himself here. About a dozen years ago, I guess. I don't really keep track of time. I've been asleep for what feels like ages. Time held no significance for him. He would never grow up nor grow old, remaining in this form forever. And he could only control the forces within this place. Do you know why you're here? Recalling the system's words, Daryl asked him. No idea. I just know I was born as I am now. Every once in a while, I go into a deep sleep, waking up whenever. This time, I shouldn't have woken up now. The youth glanced at Daryl, feeling that he woke up because of this person. There was something about him that was oddly attractive, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Oh, aren't you looking for people? Let me take you to them. You must be searching for those who entered with you. I know where they are. When Daryl appeared in the ancient battlefield, the youth had already known. Everything in the ancient battlefield was under his control, including the inheritance Daryl obtained. It was he who arranged for Daryl to receive it. Daryl naturally didn't know this. Are they all right? Oh right, about a month ago, before we came here, did anyone else enter the ancient battlefield? Daryl wanted to ask about Adrian, wondering if he made it in. Probably not. I didn't sense any human presence. But maybe someone did come through. If they died, I wouldn't be able to sense them during my slumber. This told Daryl that if Adrian entered the ancient battlefield, he must be dead since the Guardian didn't feel his presence. Are those people your friends? If you and your friends want to leave, it will be difficult. Your friends can't accept the inheritance, so they might have to stay. To leave the ancient battlefield alive, one had to receive its inheritance. Otherwise, they would have to remain here indefinitely, enduring until a predecessor bestowed them with inheritance, or until they died, freeing them. I'll get them out. Can't you let them go? Daryl believed he had the power. I can, but I won't do it. Those who lack strength should not disturb the rest of our predecessors. Moreover, some of your friends have spoken disrespectfully of this place. I cannot let them leave. Can I know your name? I feel like we have a special connection. The Guardian suddenly realized. If Daryl willingly left, who would answer all his questions? So, he intended to keep Daryl for now. My friends didn't mean to offend. They will apologize to these predecessors for disturbing their peace. Also, my name is Daryl. Walking behind the Guardian, Daryl noticed he cast no shadow. Clearly, he was very different from humans. But many of his actions seemed intentionally modeled after human behavior. Perhaps because he frequently encountered humans seeking fortune here. As they chatted, the Guardian of the ancient battlefield suddenly mentioned a name. Hunt is my name. It seems someone gave it to me many years ago, but I haven't talked to anyone in years, so I forgot many things. Hunt expressed joy upon recalling his name. A truly happy moment. I remember something else. I think I've met you before. The inheritance you received, I helped choose it. You are indeed talented and lucky to still be alive. Because Hunt often slept through the years, he forgot many things, but sometimes he could recall when thinking carefully. You remember me? Now it was Mo Brandonian's turn to be surprised. This wasn't a joke. He'd been dead for over 500 years. Had he lived even longer? I don't know you. I only remember you. Chapter 133, granting you another favor. Sam only remembered that such a person existed. He never thought that after so many years, he would still meet Dalton. Your luck is really good. Otherwise, you should have perished long ago, just like those predecessors who only left behind remnants of their existence in this world. Sam sighed. Following Daryl seemed to bring about better fortune. He could see things others couldn't, like the abundant aura surrounding Daryl. It was a good thing, and it was his first time seeing someone's fortune so evident, almost materializing. Yes, I obtained a magical artifact back then which preserved my soul. Eventually, Mr. Daryl saved me. Ultimately, I must thank Mr. Daryl. Without him, I might already be dead. Without Daryl, he wouldn't have survived after the secret realm collapsed. Dalton always knew he owed his life to Daryl. You've always had good luck. When you came over back then, I granted you a favor. Today, I'll grant you another. With a wave of Sam's hand, Dalton instantly vanished from their sight. Daryl looked at Sam, puzzled about where he sent Dalton. He's been sent to a place suitable for him. If successful, his soul will stabilize significantly, allowing him to exist in this form for at least a few hundred years. Of course, if he fails, he will disintegrate into nothingness. Sam believed Dalton would definitely succeed. You're playing too risky? Dalton didn't agree to this opportunity, and by forcing this on him, you might kill him. A soul entity, with weakened power and having not practiced for many years, might indeed fail to come out. This opportunity he has to go through eventually. Sending him in now will save him some strength. Some things were predetermined, and their small arrangements wouldn't change the final outcome. Only Dalton himself could change the result. Your friends are fine now. Wait here for Dalton to return. Otherwise, he might be in danger alone. Sam wanted to know more, so he couldn't let Daryl leave yet. Okay. Daryl wouldn't abandon Dalton alone. After finding your friends, will you leave? Why not stay here and keep me company? If you want to explore the outside world, you can do so anytime. I can't stay here with you, but if you wish to leave, perhaps I can help you get out. Daryl had items from the system, though Sam's situation was special, potentially leading to unique circumstances if taken away. He needed to reconsider and ask the system what might happen. I can't leave here. Once I depart, I can't sense this place anymore. My duty is to protect this ancient battlefield. Sam had tried leaving before but failed. Over so many years, he never left. Naturally curious about the outside world, he estimated it would be impossible for now. I can take you out, but I can't guarantee what happens afterward. After all, you've grown accustomed to it over the years. You might as well stay here. I'll visit when I can. Daryl was curious about Sam and wanted to take him out, fearing potential consequences. I might be asleep when you next visit. Can you tell me what exactly attracts me to you? Only Sam could control his wakefulness or sleep. I don't know. When I entered the ancient battlefield, something inside attracted me intensely, calling out as if beckoning me. But once I got in, that force disappeared. I'm unsure if it relates to you. Daryl had no idea what attracted Sam. No wonder Sam appeared before him today, following along. So that's why. I don't know. Sam truly didn't understand, even questioning why he woke up now. Daryl also couldn't grasp the situation, getting no response from the system, acting as if unaware. Can you tell me if you can take him out? Yes, but there's a cost. Best if you don't do it. Sam belongs here. Daryl didn't know how to proceed. The cost referred to him paying or Sam paying. Couldn't the system explain? Unfortunately, regardless of how much Daryl spoke to the system, it remained silent. Daryl, you're one of the few people I've found genuinely comfortable around over the years. Previously, I found it too boring and brought humans to tell stories about the outside world, but it remained dull. But being with you feels different, filled with possibilities. Sam thought. Alas, Daryl couldn't stay here forever. He couldn't leave the ancient battlefield either. Born here, unsure if human, it was best not to leave. Staying here, protecting this place, was the best choice. Such peaceful years shouldn't be disrupted. There's nothing particularly interesting about my life. You should talk to Dalton. I usually read books and tend to flowers, doing nothing else. Daryl considered himself a boring person. Books? What kind of books do you read? Sam caught onto the key point. Daryl showed his books. For a while, both were quietly reading. Sam read fast. Daryl didn't know if he remembered everything or couldn't understand, but he observed no significant signs. Chapter 134, Feigned Death State. Brennan understood the books he read. He was a very intelligent person who had learned much knowledge early on. He had gained some understanding of most human knowledge. The more he learned about humans, the clearer it became to him how different he was from them. Yet, he didn't know why he existed, only what his purpose was. After finishing one book, he found it interesting despite the stories being just that, stories. In his otherwise monotonous days, they provided amusement. Brennan reread them as if memorizing each story, aware that he often forgot parts of his memory after waking from deep sleep. Next time he woke, he might forget who Daryl was. Nonetheless, he wished he could remember. Daryl moved his gaze from the books and saw Brennan looking at him expectantly. Do you like this type of book? I have many more and can give them all to you. The books had served their purpose for Daryl, so keeping them wasn't necessary. Finding a place, Daryl transported an entire bookshelf there. Thank you, but I don't have much to offer you in return. Perhaps I can give you a stroke of luck or pass down some inheritance you wish to receive. Brennan desired nothing more than to give everything to Daryl. However, the previous inheritances Daryl received weren't related to him. Sometimes, the consciousness left by those legacies chose their ideal successors automatically. This was Daryl's first encounter with such a situation. I don't need any right now. When the time comes, help me send my friends out. Are you sure no one else has entered here in the past month? Again Daryl inquired, knowing that through Brennan he could learn the true size of this ancient battlefield. Finding everyone alone would likely take a year. Yes, I'm certain. But, Daryl, should you not try to save those who remained here 5 years ago? Oh, I forgot. It's their destiny which you can't change. Brennan slapped his head, regretting his lapse in memory. But who knows? Maybe their destiny is to be saved by me. Destiny is an unpredictable thing. Show me where they are, and let's see if we can save them. How long will Mo Brandonian need? Mo Brandonion's inheritance still requires some time. As a sole entity, passing the trials is difficult. I can bring you there, though, to see if you can save them. Brennan slapped the ground, and instantly Daryl appeared 100 miles away. At the moment of impact, Daryl sensed a powerful force emanating from deep within the earth, a power Brennan controlled. Can you fully control this force? Daryl asked curiously. Not always. Sometimes I can use it, other times I cannot. When I strongly want to use it, it works. Like just now, it felt as if a voice told me I could harness it, though I'm unsure why. Even Brennan didn't fully understand his own powers, but knew he was invincible here. Even without using his power, controlling the entire ancient battlefield was easy. Transporting someone out took mere seconds. However, Brennan was once warned against interfering with people's fates, lest he suffer consequences. So he usually refrained from interfering. You intrigue me. If time allowed, I might stay to uncover the mystery surrounding you. Daryl lamented, feeling uncomfortable with unresolved questions. Because of the system's reminder, he dared not leave the ancient battlefield with Brennan. I, too, am curious about my condition. Here's a secret. I discovered I can't die. No matter the method, I can't be killed, and no one here can harm me. Daryl pondered if a combination of human souls and magic was that formidable. If such beings populated the world, it would spell doom. Brennan's power in the ancient battlefield was unmatched. Even Daryl couldn't defeat him. Escape would be Daryl's only option. Thankfully, Daryl knew Brennan wouldn't be an enemy. Stay here then. Don't come with me. I'll rescue those people and return shortly. Daryl walked in, and Brennan visualized his every move. With focus, he could track anyone's position within the ancient battlefield, a skill he also didn't understand. Daryl moved swiftly, finding them in less than half an hour. They were already in a feigned death state, confirming Brennan's warning. If they didn't leave soon, they'd perish. Within half a year, if not rescued, they would indeed die. Once in this state, no one could wake them without external help. Daryl gently tapped their shoulders. After a long pause, they opened their eyes and quickly reacted. Someone came to save us? But why you, a child? Ancient battlefields are perilous. You shouldn't be here alone. Seeing Daryl's youthful appearance, they assumed danger and wondered how he found them. Child, do you know how to leave this place? Upon awakening, they realized they were still in the ancient battlefield, its oppressive aura remaining. Without leaving, they would still die. All their efforts leading to the same end, a fate anyone would resent. Why ask him? He obviously doesn't know. Let's think of a way ourselves. Hashtag chapter 135, Lei Baimu. Sure, let's think of a way to find an exit. When we leave, we can take this little one with us. After all, he woke us up, and we owe him our lives. Alright then, let's go out and see the situation. But remember, we've tried so many ways before and failed. We have nothing left. Back when they were trapped, they had used countless magical artifacts in their attempts to escape, but ultimately, none of it worked. In just a few words, they decided on what to do next, unintentionally stifling Daryl's offer to help them leave. These people probably thought Daryl was too young, so they especially looked after him as they moved forward. Be careful, this ancient battlefield is very dangerous. A few years ago, we came in with 20 or so brothers, and only a few of us survived. It's extremely perilous. Just follow our path and don't wander off. Our strength hasn't fully recovered yet. If something happens, we might not be able to save you. Daryl followed their footsteps, deep in thought. In the end, he would still need Sam's help to leave. As long as they could get out, there wouldn't be any issues. He just wasn't sure if Sam would help him. With his current mastery of spatial forces, he wasn't ready to escort everyone out of the ancient battlefield. On the journey, Daryl was well protected by the group, following the same path he took to enter. Breath, how did all these traps get destroyed? And in such a violent manner. This person must be incredibly strong. Were there others here before you arrived? They didn't believe that destroying all the traps in one strike was something Daryl could achieve, so they asked. No, it seems someone discovered us before we did. I wonder if those people managed to leave this ancient battlefield. They sighed, thinking that if they had known entering the ancient battlefield was so dangerous, they never would have come in the first place. There has been no one who successfully left the ancient battlefield in the last 10 years, but that's about to change. They would soon leave, as Daryl had come to rescue them and had the confidence to lead them out. Yes, you're right. We will find the exit and leave this place. As they walked, they encountered no danger until they finally met Sam, a peculiar figure who felt strange even to their experienced eyes. Was he human? Yet, he lacked the aura of a human and didn't quite look like one either. Kids, this place is dangerous. How could your parents be so careless as to let you come here? If anything happens, you might never return. Sam appeared younger than Daryl, though it was impossible to determine his exact age. Sam, send them out. Consider it repayment for bringing you those books to pass the time. Alright, you're lucky to have met Daryl. Remember this favor, and repay him when you meet again. With a wave of his hand, Sam sent them all out. Suddenly finding themselves outside the ancient battlefield, they stood in shock, glancing at each other. Are we really out now? How did we get out? Did we misidentify them earlier? Were they not ordinary humans but rescuers? Why didn't they come out with us? Forget about them. They might be far stronger than us. Now that we're out of the ancient battlefield, I'm going to feast and make up for lost years of hunger. Shouldn't we worry about them? What if they're trapped inside? My conscience won't allow me to rest easy. Don't worry so much. If they got us out, they must have a way to leave too. Plus, we know their names, Daryl. If anything happens to him, I can report it to his family later. Each had their own thoughts, but Daryl wasn't concerned about what they said. Let me check again. It wasn't until they realized Daryl's influence in the continent that they understood they had been saved by a much younger child. Indeed, it was Daryl who sent them out. I helped a few of them, so I can't assist your friends immediately. For a while, I can only send a few people out from the ancient battlefield. Including you, you might have to stay and accompany me. That's fine. At least I won't be bored. I haven't talked to anyone with such joy in a long time. Sam's smile spread across his face. I need to find my friends and can't stay to accompany you, but I'll eventually come back. Sam's secrets intrigued Daryl. If he uncovered anything significant, it would drastically change the entire cultivation world. This person possessed immense power, even acknowledged by the system. Daryl had intended to wait for Mo Brandonian to emerge before finding Tony and the others, but Sam said Mo Brandonian and company might take a long time to come out. Let me take you somewhere. There are many things you might need there. Suddenly, Daryl found himself in another place, surrounded by thousands of storage spaces floating in midair, some containing remnants left behind after being shattered by powerful forces. So many treasures, and no one wants them? Even Daryl, accustomed to valuables, was surprised by the rarity of some items. Such treasures, if known to the outside world, would prompt people to risk their lives to obtain them. This place was where I slept. Since they couldn't enter, I collected these treasures over time. The ancient battlefield was coveted not just for its legacies, but also for the countless treasures within. Each item, if taken out, would cause upheaval in the cultivation world. They floated before Daryl, waiting for him to choose. You're smart. I won't hesitate then. Daryl's gaze fell on a few items he needed. Materials for refining the reviving divine pill, and also a high-quality lei baimu, forged by the powerful forces here for many years. Chapter 136, Unequaled Pair. Lei baimu was an essential ingredient for crafting supreme artifacts. With such a large quantity, Daryl could forge at least 80 of them. Since Sam had no use for them, Daryl happily accepted. This was the first time in his long journey that Daryl felt so delighted. All these were good things, and Sam allowed him to take anything he wanted. Sometimes when Daryl didn't notice something, Sam would even proactively bring it to him. You can take everything you want. Anyway, these things are useless to me. Sometimes when I encounter some interesting humans, I toss them out just to watch them scramble over them. It's quite amusing. Sam didn't need food or cultivation. Being the strongest here and not needing weapons, what others treasured like gems, Sam treated like trash. I have enough already. I don't need more for now. Daryl's space already contained some items. After a moment's thought, he took out a few things from his storage to leave here. By accident, Daryl also brought out the pseudo-artifact Elisa. Upon its appearance, another sword flew out from the pile. The two jumped around excitedly as if they were meeting long-lost friends. Daryl noticed a black-gray sword he hadn't paid attention to earlier. In those times, having an artifact wasn't unusual, and from Elisa's behavior, it seemed they knew each other. Looking at its excitement, Daryl asked, "This sword belongs to you?" "The other one is my weapons friend." Sam joyfully replied, "See, we're connected again." Their fates were truly intertwined. "Your weapon can communicate with you?" So that seemingly unremarkable sword in the corner possessed a spirit. It was precisely what Daryl sought, a weapon spirit. "Hey, why did you casually tell someone about my existence? Didn't we agree not to tell anyone about me?" Hearing Sam's words, the weapon spirit couldn't help but shout. "Isn't this my uncontrollable action when seeing an old friend? Besides, Daryl is my friend, not just any random person." Sam looked displeased at the sword. "I couldn't control myself upon seeing my old friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gilbert, companion to Elisa." Gilbert and Elisa, those were their names. Back then, their owners were very much in love. "After so many years, you finally brought someone here. I'm bored to death. I want to go out and play. I must go out with Elisa's owner. I'm too bored. I want to fight." He already envisioned their future adventures together, striding through clouds and storms, unbeaten by any sword. If Elisa could speak, she would burst Gilbert's bubble, for her master Daryl didn't enjoy battles. Since the day she was held by Daryl, she had never experienced an exhilarating battle. She only fought once, which ended swiftly and was utterly meaningless. However, Daryl's spatial mana was abundant, providing a comfortable resting environment. "If you leave, I'll be all alone here. That's too boring. You can't go." Sam protested first. He didn't want to wake up to an empty ancient battlefield, devoid of any sound. Though Gilbert could be noisy sometimes, at least there was a bit of life. Silence was unbearable to him. "But I am a sword and desire combat. I don't wish to stay here. When I have free time, I'll come back to see you, right? You sleep for long periods anyway." Having lived with Sam for a while, Gilbert felt a bond despite the boredom and lack of combat. "Then go ahead," Sam said sorrowfully, lamenting the loss of conversation. "Sam, I'll come back for you. Not too long, and I'll find a way to get you out of here." Daryl would return eventually, but he couldn't bring Sam yet. At least he needed to improve his strength by 3 levels to ensure safe travel without disrupting the balance of the ancient war zone or endangering Sam. "For some reason, I trust you immensely, believing you can achieve what you say. Daryl, have we met before?" But Sam had no recollection of Daryl. Also, Daryl appeared only in his 20s, while Sam had been sleeping for decades. "I don't think so, but you can trust me. I never break promises." "Do you wish to go with me?" Daryl asked Gilbert. If not for Elisa's presence, he might not have noticed him. After hearing their conversation, Daryl suspected Sam tampered with the sword. "Yes, I want to go with you. Don't worry. I will return with Daryl." Following Gilbert's guidance, Daryl gathered more items. He didn't understand why a sword needed these things, but took them all. Elisa hovered coolly beside Daryl, watching him act like he'd never seen such things. His space contained plenty of such items, and they were of better quality. "That's enough. I'll definitely come back to see you. Don't be sad." Gilbert also felt reluctant to part with Sam. Without Sam, he wouldn't have developed the spirit so quickly. Alas, being a combat-oriented sword, staying here limited his potential. "All right, I don't feel sad. It's just that I won't have anyone to talk to." Sam lacked human emotions. Everything he learned came from observing visitors to the ancient war zone, who mainly displayed greed and struggle. "Have you ever tried leaving here?" Sitting on a chair, made from the finest crystals, Daryl felt refreshed. These ancients sure knew how to indulge. He planned to take it with him. "No, I don't want to leave. Occasionally, I feel lonely, but this place is my home." Hashtag chapter 137. Always dragging behind. I'm different from you. If I leave here and go outside, people will think I'm an oddity. Without the ability to protect myself, I'll be doomed. He was very curious about the outside world but didn't want to try it. He didn't dare. He had heard humans would capture strange beings for research. That sounded worse than death. Brennan was quite smart. In such situations, caution was paramount. I'll address this issue when I come back. Daryl needed to study further and consult with the system. The previous information from the system wasn't enough for him. I'll wait for you to help me. I'm still curious about the outside world. How could Brennan not be curious? He wanted to see what the cultivation world looked like as described by ordinary people. Then take me out. Since Elisa chose you as its master, I won't recognize you as mine. You can help me find a powerful master later, but I'd prefer choosing myself to avoid someone I don't like. Gilbert realized that the bond between a master and himself was essential for maximizing power. Had Elisa not already chosen Daryl, Gilbert might have picked Daryl too, as his strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, there was a sense of soul resonance with Daryl. But he couldn't steal Elisa's master. As you wish. Daryl didn't mind. One divine artifact was sufficient. Although Elisa wasn't powerful yet, given time, it might surpass Gilbert. Mo Brandonian had already discovered many methods to enhance a divine artifact's power, but Daryl hadn't pursued them yet. She also found how to repair Elisa. Elisa, shaking beside Daryl, said, I'm very strong too. Don't look down on me just because I lack a spirit core. Wait and see. Daryl put both Elisa and Gilbert into the spatial realm. I'll take them away. You won't be lonely for long. When you fall into hibernation, how can I find you when I come back? Daryl guessed that during hibernation, Ancient Battlefield would have protective mechanisms that made it nearly impossible to locate or awaken him. If I hibernate, you can't find me. So if you discover I'm hibernating after entering here, get the inheritance and leave immediately. Many dangers arise while I'm asleep. Brennan didn't know when he'd hibernate. It depended on circumstances. Okay. Daryl planned to return in about 6 months. Hibernation wouldn't last too long. It wasn't a major issue. Mo Brandonian has entered the inheritance site. Let me take you to your friends first. They've encountered some trouble and stumbled upon a troublesome senior who enjoys tormenting young ones. The senior enjoyed scaring them with unexpected events, but wouldn't harm them. Occasionally, those who pleased him would receive an inheritance. This opportunity came through their own efforts. If anyone obtained the inheritance, they could leave Ancient Battlefield smoothly. All right, Daryl agreed. Meanwhile, Luciano and company were indeed facing some difficulties. They could solve the immediate problems, but couldn't exit the base. Trapped inside, they faced various issues. Tony was badly injured. Luciano said, I told you this place is eerie. Someone attacked me earlier. You ignored my warnings about resting here. Now we're stuck. Trapped with no way out, we might die here. They had been in Ancient Battlefield for a month without finding Daryl or any inheritance. Instead, they encountered many troubles, losing much and even injuring Tony. Don't complain. You volunteered to follow Mr. Daryl. Don't worry, he won't abandon us. He will come to save us. Just stay calm and don't wander around. Yeah, but we need to find Mr. Daryl. Staying put doesn't help. Luciano wasn't too bothered by being trapped. As long as Daryl was there, they could eventually leave. Complaining was pointless. But we face all kinds of problems here. Tony is severely injured. Will he be alright until Mr. Daryl arrives? Tony's arm had been cut off. After makeshift bandages and medication, there was no improvement. If too much time passed without healing supplies, his arm could be permanently lost. Even if I lose my arm, it's fine. I can use weapons with either hand. But I feel regretful for not helping Mr. Daryl and dragging everyone down. While they rested, Daryl suddenly appeared before them. Observing them, he noticed Tony's injured arm. What happened to your arm? Daryl asked, glancing at Brennan. Wasn't it supposed to be just tricks? When we entered here, I accidentally triggered a trap and got injured. Finally, we found you, Mr. Daryl. We've been searching. Tony responded, slightly embarrassed. You don't need to find me. Protect yourselves. Hashtag chapter 138. No qualifications. Daryl originally thought that after entering the Ancient Battlefield, he would at least be able to say goodbye to them before leaving. Who knew that immediately upon entering, they were transported to different places, preventing him from contacting them. Thankfully, only Tony was injured, and it was just a minor wound. Yes, a minor wound. To Daryl, as long as one wasn't dead, any injury was considered minor. He had various healing potions provided by the system in his possession, and using just one would do the trick. Take this and you'll be fine, Daryl handed a pill to Tony. They could feel the immense spiritual energy radiating from the pill even without looking closely, indicating that it was indeed a high-quality elixir. At that moment, Luciano couldn't help but think why he wasn't the one injured. If he had been, he could have obtained this precious pill. Such a good elixir, Mr. Su. You should keep it for yourself. My arm can be checked later when we get out. Despite the quality of the pill, Tony hesitated to use it on just an arm injury. There were other ways to recover. Take it and shut up. Daryl, unwilling to argue further, placed the pill directly into Tony's mouth. If he said to take it, that's what was going to happen. Why complicate things? After taking the pill, Tony felt a force repairing his arm. Once his arm was healed, a powerful surge of energy remained. He immediately sat down to meditate and absorb this potent energy. Daryl glanced at Tony, estimating it would take him about 10 days to fully break through to the next level. Previously, Tony had consumed several pills given by Daryl and always sought Daryl's advice on cultivation issues. This time, with the help of the pill, Tony's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, the pills provided by Daryl were never ordinary. This particular one could even enhance one's innate talent. In the future, Tony's cultivation speed would significantly improve. If Luciano and the others knew about these effects, they would be envious beyond words. It was truly amazing. Never before had they seen a single pill that could heal injuries, boost cultivation levels, and improve innate talent. Such a pill, if made available on the market, would cause a frenzy. Unfortunately, only Daryl possessed these pills, and even the formula was known only to him, having improved upon the original recipe. You can cultivate here for now, and I will escort you out eventually. I've already searched. Adrian isn't here. If you want to leave earlier, I can also escort you out. Though Daryl couldn't send them away immediately, Sam would assist him and find a faster way. Daryl, who is this person beside you? He appeared and slapped me just now. It was him. The one you didn't see just now. You still don't believe me. Someone really appeared in front of me and then vanished suddenly. Zen had noticed the person beside Daryl since the moment Daryl appeared, but didn't bring it up because Daryl was attending to Tony. Now that Daryl was free, he brought it up. Mr. Zen, please stop imagining things. If someone appeared beside you, how could we not sense it? While our strength may not match Mr. Su's, sensing a person's presence is well within our capabilities. Luciano always believed that Zen must have seen an illusion. If there were such an entity, why only slap Zen once and not eliminate all of them? The person you saw was indeed me, but I slapped you for a reason. Insulting the ancient battlefield is unacceptable. And since you weren't harmed, a simple slap was sufficient. You should consider yourself fortunate I didn't kill you. Also, you're incredibly noisy. After slapping you once, you've already told your friends over 10 times. Also, you're incredibly noisy. After slapping you once, you've already told your friends over 10 times. Sam flashed an eerie smile at Zen, deciding to intimidate him. No, how did you know what I told my friends? Could you have been with us all along? Impossible. I didn't sense your aura. That's not right. I can't sense your presence now either. You don't seem like an ordinary human. Who are you? Zen looked at Daryl puzzledly. Why did strange people always appear around him? Zen, disrespecting the ancestors of the ancient battlefield warrants punishment. If you wish to leave, you must apologize to them and gain their forgiveness. Daryl had promised Sam that Zen would apologize. Thankfully, Zen knew better than to resist, apologizing immediately. After the apology, Zen vanished from Daryl's sight. Luciano had grown used to Daryl's sudden disappearances from before. Besides, Daryl was present, so there was no need to panic. Some senior might find him interesting and plans to bestow some enlightenment upon him. Sam explained, noticing Daryl's gaze. Ordinarily, he wouldn't casually intervene in others' lives or alter their destinies. If you wish to leave, you must also receive the inheritance. Seeing as I owe Daryl a favor, I'll help you. I hope you succeed in obtaining it. Otherwise, you truly don't deserve to be around Daryl. Useless waste without any strength. How could someone as strong as Daryl surround himself with people of average talent and strength? Couldn't Daryl choose a few better individuals? Isn't that a bit harsh? Our strength is decent. Among my family, I'm second to none. Luciano's friend was the first to protest. In the Chung family, they were highly praised and revered. How come around Daryl, they became insignificant and even called useless? They just weren't as strong compared to Daryl. Sam didn't bother arguing with them. Having seen countless powerful humans, in his eyes, even Luciano and company were nothing but weaklings. Without another word, he sent them to the place where they would receive their inheritance. Chapter 139. Mo Brandonian stays behind. I still have to thank you for making an exception and sending them on this opportunity. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for us to get out. Could you also send him over as a favor? After all, he is my subordinate. Luciano and the others were only temporarily following Daryl, but Tony was someone who wholeheartedly cared for Daryl. When Daryl appeared earlier, only Tony thoroughly examined him from head to toe to ensure he wasn't injured before finally feeling relieved. That's why Daryl treated Tony so well. Sure, once he wakes up, we can evaluate his strength and give him a suitable inheritance. Sam naturally had no objection since exceptions were already made today. Among all the people in the world, there's only one Daryl, so helping him with small tasks is perfectly normal. Daryl stayed and explored the ancient battlefield for a few days under Sam's guidance, virtually covering all the safe places. Regarding other areas, Sam himself rarely went there as his intuition warned that those places were dangerous. If even the guardian of the ancient battlefield found them perilous, they must indeed be very dangerous. So Daryl did not go exploring those places casually. The next time I go into hibernation, when I wake up, my strength will increase again, allowing me to explore new territories. Every time he woke up from hibernation, the power he could control grew stronger than before, which was precisely why Sam did not oppose Daryl's hibernation. Alright. Having comprehensively investigated the ancient battlefield, Daryl knew Kesh's father was indeed not here. He couldn't find any traces of Chin's father among those who entered the ancient battlefield in the last 6 months. Perhaps Kesh's father was taken somewhere else. Daryl, although the people around you lack considerable strength, they are all very young with ample room for growth. Mo Brandonian is about to come out now. Daryl and Sam went directly to wait for Mo Brandonian. As soon as he saw Mo Brandonian, Daryl could tell his soul had become significantly stronger, which was a good sign. This increased the likelihood that Mo Brandonian could withstand the resurrection pill. Most importantly, as long as Mo Brandonian didn't exhaust his energy or let his soul be captured by others, he could remain in this state indefinitely. However, with many things he couldn't accomplish, Daryl guessed Mo Brandonian might struggle to accept this. Moreover, Mo Brandonian hoped to personally forge a divine artifact, something he was deeply committed to. Sam, I truly thank you. The benefits I gained this time were beyond my wildest dreams, said Mo Brandonian excitedly. Despite enduring hardships to obtain the inheritance, the benefits were substantial. Additionally, Mo Brandonian noticed Sam lending him a hand. Once, during a particularly dangerous situation when Mo Brandonian thought he couldn't endure anymore, a powerful force protected him. Apart from Sam, Mo Brandonian couldn't think of anyone else who could help him. However, this time Mo Brandonian misunderstood. That powerful force was actually a magical treasure Daryl placed on him. Initially, Daryl feared Mo Brandonian might encounter trouble outside the secret realm, so he gave him some valuable items through the system to ensure he had means to protect himself. Otherwise, Mo Brandonian might have died this time. I didn't help you much. You deserve this inheritance, replied Sam. Unaware of what happened to Mo Brandonian, Sam had been accompanying Daryl and researching their mutual interest recently, so he hadn't paid attention to Mo Brandonian's situation. All that mattered was Mo Brandonian was alive. Thank you again, Daryl. My strength has increased. If I had a body, I'd have better chances of forging an ultra-divine artifact. Imagine, someday the entire forging book will carry my name, Mo Brandonian. If Mo Brandonian successfully revived with Daryl's help, not only would this make everyone aware of Mo Brandonian, but the fact that he turned from a soul entity into a human after a long period of dormancy would also be widely known. Then I congratulate you in advance, Daryl rejoiced for him. However, Mr. Daryl, because of that powerful force, I may not be able to leave immediately. I need to stay for a while to digest this power. Here, where the inheritance site is, absorbing power is faster and more effective than outside. Mo Brandonian feared staying alone while Daryl left, but he clearly understood Daryl would never wait for him to fully absorb the power. Then stay behind. It will be nice for Sam to have some company, Daryl suggested, thinking it was a great idea. Sam wouldn't feel lonely if Mo Brandonian stayed to keep him company. What about the future? Mo Brandonian knew Daryl would never waste time revisiting, unless it was extremely important. In my opinion, I'd rather rest for a month in my room than go on adventures. I'll come back for you. I will visit Sam again. Let's agree on this happily. Stay here and study the book I gave you properly. Mo Brandonian hasn't fully understood the divine forging book yet, and there's much he cannot comprehend. All right, I'll wait for you here. Mo Brandonian felt relieved, knowing Daryl was a man of his word. Once he promised, Daryl would surely return. Sam was also delighted that Mo Brandonian would stay behind, proving that Daryl would definitely come back. As for the other individuals, they gradually emerged from the inheritance site, having received significant boosts in strength. Luciano, pleased with his enhanced strength, glanced at Daryl nearby, wondering when he would know Daryl's true strength. Don't compare yourself to me. I'm incomparable to you all. With the system support, Daryl didn't need to cultivate on his own. Chapter 140, Leaving the Ancient Battlefield. Luciano's mood did not improve after hearing Daryl speak like this. Sometimes, being around Daryl was an endless cycle of being outshone. When they were painstakingly acquiring resources, Daryl had them readily available and even sponsored their cultivation. When they endured great hardship to seek various legacies, Daryl could arrange for them to receive these legacies through his connections. It truly felt as though being overshadowed by someone else was driving him insane. After a month in the ancient battlefield, they hadn't encountered any legacies at all. They thought this trip would be a wasted effort. But then Daryl came, and once he arrived, they easily obtained legacies. You don't have to wear that expression. I've already gotten used to it over so many days. Haven't you? Mr. Daryl is on a different level from us. How many people in their immortal world possess both good luck and immense power? Being able to stay close to Daryl meant they were among the fortunate ones. They should be grateful for what they've gained. Tony realized long ago, when he struggled endlessly to obtain a divine artifact but Daryl secured one effortlessly, that he would never measure up. He might as well concede and follow Daryl. In hindsight, this decision was undoubtedly right. Without Daryl's help, he might never have reached his current level. I'll take them out first. Once I finish with my current tasks, I'll come back and find you to think of a solution. Daryl couldn't afford to waste any more time. He needed to find Adrian. The longer he delayed, the smaller the chances became of locating him. All right, I'll send them out. I'll wait for you here, Daryl. You're the first true friend I've acknowledged in this life, so don't die on me so easily. Unnoticed by Daryl, a gentle force emanated from Brennan and conveyed itself onto Daryl. This was one of Brennan's abilities, a blessing. Initially, Daryl's luck wasn't particularly great, but with Brennan's blessing, it improved significantly. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for me to die. Daryl didn't offend powerful forces or provoke anyone usually, so it was unlikely for ordinary people to harm him. Well, goodbye, Brennan. Daryl left immediately while Brennan looked on wistfully. This was his first good friend in years, and he didn't know if they'd meet again. Don't worry, it won't be long before Daryl comes back to see you. Don't fret so much. Mo Brandonian had been following Daryl for almost half a year, and understood the kind of person he was. Besides, with me here, Daryl will definitely return. After leaving the ancient battlefield, Daryl turned to Gongzi Isaiah. Contact your people immediately and help me locate Adrian. While Gongzi Isaiah was investigating, Daryl heard a familiar voice. Sheen Brandon-Brita had arrived. Daryl. In just a month, she rushed directly from her sect to this place. She initially intended to enter the ancient battlefield to find Daryl, but upon hearing from Miles that it was very dangerous inside, she felt that with her current strength, entering might mean she wouldn't be able to come out. Afraid of missing Daryl, she waited outside for him. You're here. Sorry, I didn't find your father. He's not in the ancient battlefield, and I delayed a bit due to some matters. Daryl spent some time searching and caused further delays, resulting in their nearly 2-month stay in the ancient battlefield. This isn't your fault. Even I couldn't find my father. Thank you very much for going to such lengths. If not for you, I wouldn't have investigated this far. Sheen Brandon-Brita was immensely grateful to Daryl. Besides, she knew Daryl well. Had he not been helping her, he wouldn't have entered the ancient battlefield at all. According to Hirsch, Daryl had initially planned to return to his sect. You don't need to trouble yourself anymore. Leave it to me. I'm confident I can find people nearby, as long as I have clues about my father. Her father had been missing for almost 3 months, but his life lantern was still lit. You can't do it alone. I'll wait here until this matter is resolved, then return to the sect. I'll also visit again. During this month, Daryl frequently asked the system about Brennan, but the system never answered. This puzzled Daryl, as the system usually responded promptly to his queries. This only fueled Daryl's curiosity about Brennan. Could Brennan exist beyond the rules of this world, allowing him to wield such immense power? Typically, no one could possess such power over the ancient battlefield. Alright, I've already gathered people to help search for my father locally. His life lantern has dimmed significantly recently. If I can't find him within a month, he may not survive. Sheen Brandon-Brita was naturally anxious, but it wouldn't change anything. There might be a pile of problems waiting for her, and her father back at the sect. Daryl remained silent, turning his gaze to Gongzi Isaiah. If he didn't help resolve this matter, Daryl wouldn't let him off easily. I'll do my best, but my people aren't gods. They need time to investigate step by step. Gongzi Isaiah felt helpless with no clues. It was a vast area to cover. Fortunately, they found Adrian's trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. Daryl was sleeping when Gongzi Isaiah woke the others. Now they just waited for Daryl. Since Daryl cares so much about this, maybe it's alright to disturb his rest now? I don't know. I only know that Mr. Daryl detests being disturbed while resting. I wouldn't dare. As cultivators, they naturally weren't resting at this hour. However, Daryl was likely sound asleep, and waking him wasn't wise. Luciano had seen Daryl's temper after waking up once, and it wasn't pleasant. Their gazes fell on Xianxia, who had a good relationship with Daryl. I'll wake him up. Prepare yourselves to save my father immediately. Xianxia took on the task without hesitation. Chapter 141. Rescuing Adrian. If he could resolve rescuing Adrian sooner, he could return to the sect earlier and lead a comfortable life sooner. Reading, drinking tea, chatting, and so on. Daryl had thought it would take much longer to find Adrian. Being woken up in the middle of the night, his mood was indeed far from pleasant. However, he wouldn't vent his frustration on others. Trailing behind the main group, he yawned incessantly, physiological tears streaming down as he was too sleepy. Have you investigated how many people are on their side? We must encircle them and leave no chance for them to take my father away again. Kesha wondered why they were taking her father away. She hoped she would understand once she saw him. The group ventured deep into the forest at midnight, everyone on high alert, fearing any mishaps, except for Daryl, who walked with his eyes closed as if on flat ground. Daryl's strength had significantly improved. He could already perceive everything around him with ease. Even with his eyes closed, he knew if an insect appeared beside him. In such dense forests, encountering danger meant resolving it right away. When they stopped 50 meters from the target location, they discussed how to proceed. Daryl watched them consider various strategies. This is precisely when they're resting. We can sneak in unnoticed and bring the person out. They took Adrian. This won't be simple. We must prioritize safety. Most importantly, we have no idea how many people are on their side. Few people mean no trouble. More means problems. Mr. Daryl, how do you think we should resolve this? Tony didn't want to ponder deeply since it seemed futile. No matter how many people were on the other side, they weren't a match for Daryl. Once we find him, bring him out quickly. Don't overthink it. Your goal is to rescue him, isn't it? Yes, let's go now. Overthinking doesn't help. We'll deal with problems as they arise. Kesha also felt that finding her father immediately was the best choice. While they hadn't noticed anything amiss yet, they charged forward. Gongzi Isaiah's subordinates, true killers, instantly blended into the darkness. If one didn't carefully sense their presence, they'd go undetected. But anyone appearing in their line of sight would be dealt with within 3 seconds. Their journey was exceptionally smooth. Tony and Luciano stood by Daryl, ready to handle minor troubles. By the time they entered a cave, they had only encountered 2 obstacles with no issues. This cave looked deep and expansive. Wooden planks divided it into several rooms. Upon entering, there was no one inside, contrary to their expectations. Gongzi Isaiah, seeing the situation, immediately led his men to eliminate the adversaries. Soon, they found Adrian, barely alive, and tied to a post. In Adrian's hand was a piece of paper which Gongzi Isaiah retrieved. It read, "Daryl, here's a welcome gift." Gongzi Isaiah looked at Daryl, then at the paper. Was this all directed at Daryl? Handing the item to Daryl, Gongzi Isaiah produced a small gear and unlocked the chains binding Adrian. No lock posed a challenge to Gongzi Isaiah. A welcome gift? A very strange one, and I don't like it. Daryl didn't know who was behind it, or the purpose of leaving such a note, but he wouldn't dwell on it. What kind of person hid in the shadows, unworthy of attention? Taking his captive, did they expect gratitude from Daryl? You don't know who's behind this, do you? Gongzi Isaiah watched Daryl discard the paper nonchalantly. His expression showed no awareness of who might be behind it. But Daryl wasn't concerned. It was confidence born from his strength. Leaving me such a note is meaningless. I prefer people who confront me openly. Those who hide, I don't like. If someone announced their intent to kill him outright, Daryl would regard them with respect. But aren't you afraid of being ambushed? These things are not games, and this person seems to understand you well, even implicating Kesha's father. Seeing Gongzi Isaiah's curiosity, Daryl handed the matter to him. So I'll entrust this to you. Contact me after your investigation. Aren't you curious about who's behind this? The person staging these maneuvers clearly didn't understand Daryl enough. Who caused trouble at our sect? Did you investigate? Daryl gave Adrian a pill, watching his strength gradually recover, and conversed in the enemy's dwelling. Similar to our sect, there are no clues. Only minimal damage, some resistance resulting in deaths, and my father being taken. Nothing else. If they had found the culprit, they wouldn't have waited until now to locate Adrian. Let's talk when your father wakes up. I need to rest. As for you, rest where you can. Let's discuss matters tomorrow. Daryl, unwilling to move further, pulled out a bed from his spatial ring and found a quiet place to rest. The remaining group exchanged puzzled looks, unsure what to do next. Should they really rest on enemy territory? What if they became easy targets? Rest, you've troubled enough tonight. Leave it to me. I'll stand watch and notify you if anything happens. Kesha hadn't planned to rest tonight, needing to care for her father, whose injuries required treatment. Miss Chin, please rest. Leave this to me, Miles immediately said, not daring to let Kesha keep watch. Chapter 142, Shaken Cultivation World. How could they let Kesha, a girl, keep watch all by herself among so many men? In the end, Kesha went to rest, leaving even her father in their care. For Daryl, there was nothing more important than rest at this moment. Moreover, Adrian was still unconscious. Even if they asked him anything, he wouldn't be able to answer. There was one thing that worried Zen that Daryl didn't worry about at all. As long as they dared to return, Daryl would dare to make sure they came but never left. When Daryl woke up the next day, it was already afternoon. Others had been awake for a long time. In enemy territory, they couldn't sleep. They didn't dare to sleep. They feared they might die while sleeping, just like others did. Not long after Daryl woke up, Adrian regained consciousness. Daryl went out for a while, and when he returned, Adrian had already clearly understood everything that had happened to him recently. Mr. Daryl, thank you so much. If not for you, I might have been dead. Without Daryl's investigation of his whereabouts, his daughter wouldn't have found him. Judging by how they tortured him, he would have died within a week at most. His body recovered so well mainly because Daryl gave him a medicinal pill. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to recover so quickly. He had never recovered from an injury so fast before. Indeed, as the saying goes, whatever Daryl produces is definitely top-notch. Even a healing pill was outstanding. You're welcome. I'm only helping Xianxia. Who gave you the note in your hand? Daryl had no particular need to understand anything specific since Adrian's matter was related to their sect. I don't know. I've been unconscious for several days and had no idea someone handed me something. It was only after hearing from his daughter that he knew there was a small note meant for Daryl in his hand. Clearly, the other party had known Daryl would definitely come to find him. Adrian felt very guilty. Mr. Daryl did so many things for him, yet he couldn't help Mr. Daryl with anything. He really felt ashamed. No problem, Daryl didn't mind. The person behind this would eventually show up in front of him. Mr. Daryl, as I heard from donghua, your sect merged with Xianxia's sect, is that true? After receiving Daryl's confirmation, Adrian then told Daryl his intention. I want our sect to join your donghua sect. Would I have such honor? I mainly want my sect members under Mr. Daryl's leadership. donghua sect wasn't particularly attractive to them, but joining any sect would avoid some trouble. However, if donghua sect had Daryl, it made a huge difference. Daryl was incredibly powerful, the kind of strength everyone admired. Plus, with all the resources he controlled, joining Daryl would greatly enhance their own power. Are you going to hang your sect under my name again? Please don't. Joining donghua sect directly would suffice. Having one sect under Daryl's supervision was enough. He naturally didn't want another one. He didn't like too much hassle. Why were people insisting on involving him? It was true he had some resources, but it was unnecessary for everyone to think like this. Daryl, our sect has some gifted individuals. Besides, our joining can also benefit your sect. A win-win situation. Why did you agree to Hirsch but not to me? Is it because our relationship isn't as good as yours with Hirsch? Hearing Kesha's words, Daryl looked helpless. This little girl had learned these tricks now. Finally, he had no choice but to agree, allowing them to join donghua sect. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't involve myself unless you have problems that cannot be solved. Otherwise, I won't take action. Daryl would teach them cultivation methods, but other matters depended on their talent. If they performed exceptionally well, Daryl would assist them further. That's fine. We just want to follow your guidance. After all, joining a new sect involves many issues, and I just wanted to avoid these problems. I'll arrange this when I get back. Then I'll bring your sect into donghua sect, and from now on, you'll be our sect leader. Adrian called Daryl sect leader immediately, which Daryl refused. Sect leader remains you. I don't want to manage those trivial matters. After discussing this with him, Daryl left it alone. Almost 2 months had passed. Daryl estimated Hirsch had moved his sect into donghua sect. Indeed, this event stirred a wave of enthusiasm in the cultivation world. Damn, when I went to Xianxia's sect today, I found only a few people guarding the territory. Where did the sect members go? Don't you know? Isn't the Xianxia's sect leader following Mr. Daryl? And he cleverly brought the whole sect to Mr. Daryl. I wish I could cultivate under Daryl, gain his personal guidance. Even getting what falls out from between his fingernails could significantly boost my power. Hirsch had far-sighted wisdom. Can my sect join donghua sect? Will Mr. Daryl care for us? We're not familiar with him. It's said that the Xianxia's sect joining donghua sect is just a title. In reality, they only obey Daryl. Who dares offend Daryl now? That's terrifying. Offending Daryl meant offending an entire sect. Now, donghua sect valued Daryl above all else. Once, someone used Daryl's name to host an auction, and their sect members immediately went to check it out, fearing damage to Daryl's reputation. Many sects wanted to join donghua sect due to Daryl. Some even believed being close to a major figure was beneficial. But others felt following one person had no future. Better to focus on their own cultivation and improve themselves. When fighting over resources, they would be more capable of securing what they wanted. Chapter 143, Parting Ways. Now they were split into 3 factions. One faction was already in contact with Maxim and wanted to join the donghua sect, taking orders from Daryl just like Hirsch did. Another faction believed that Daryl's resources alone couldn't hold up half the sky. With them around, it was likely that Daryl wouldn't have many valuable treasures left soon. After all, Daryl himself needed cultivation, so he couldn't give them everything. Giving them a little candy made them want all of his wealth, not realizing their own insignificance. The third faction was still observing, wanting to see how things would turn out. Of course, there were also some large sects that naturally wouldn't join the donghua sect where Daryl resided. But they worried that if those small sects all joined the donghua sect, its strength would significantly increase, which wouldn't be good for them. Daryl didn't really understand these matters. If you want to discuss these issues, you can directly find Maxim. He will help arrange it. Once you settle your sect matters, come find me again. I should be at the donghua sect. Daryl had decided he wouldn't leave for at least a year, and planned to focus on rest and cultivation within the sect. Alright, I'll come find you then. Mr. Daryl, thank you so much today. Without you, I probably wouldn't have survived. I owe you a huge favor. More words of thanks wouldn't mean anything since Daryl lacked nothing. Besides gratitude, he didn't know what else he could do. I said it's unnecessary. It's fine as long as you're safe. I won't send you back to the sect. Tony, you'll escort them back later. Daryl was returning to the sect, while Xianxia told him they had other matters to handle upon returning and might not go together. Alright, Mr. Daryl. Tony immediately agreed. Of course, protecting the people close to Daryl was important. They couldn't protect Daryl anyway. Kesha didn't refuse Daryl's kindness, as their sect was too far away. If someone else came to trouble them, an extra person could offer additional support. I put many things in the spatial ring I gave you. You can study it when you have time. There are many life-saving items inside. Daryl truly cared for Kesha and would give her anything he had. Okay, I'll study it on my way back. Once everything is settled, I'll come to the Brandonling sect. Since I'll be part of your sect, strictly speaking, I should be considered your disciple. Hearing this, Daryl's expression became subtle. He didn't want such a disciple. Take care. If anything happens, contact me or Master Isaiah. I cooperate with him, so he will protect the people around me. As long as enough spirit stones were provided, Master Isaiah would agree to anything. Entering the ancient battlefield improved Daryl's strength, and surviving it required a proper thank you. Understanding many things during the inheritance of the senior expert made him realize they must respect places where predecessors fought fiercely for their survival. If not for his apology, he might never have obtained the inheritance and remained trapped in the ancient battlefield until death. I'll escort you back. I don't have much to do recently, and I'm not reassured if you travel alone. Master Isaiah had sharp perception. So far, only one beautiful woman appeared around Daryl. Kesha must have special significance to Daryl. Although it might be hard for him to repay Daryl, helping Kesha was more than enough. Okay, thank you. Kesha expressed gratitude while thinking she must grow quickly, otherwise she wouldn't be worthy to stay by Daryl's side. With Daryl's excellence and his followers' brilliance, she couldn't be lazy anymore. She needed to cultivate diligently and catch up with Daryl. After arranging everyone, Daryl prepared the flying boat, ready to return to the Brandonling sect. As their destinations differed, Kesha's group left first. Mr. Daryl, do you take disciples? I'd like to recommend myself. Luciano spoke. So many wanted to be Daryl's disciples, and he naturally did too. However, being the most talented person in the Cheng family meant the Cheng family wouldn't let him join Daryl's sect easily. If he found someone like Daryl as a master, his status in the Cheng family might improve. Given Daryl's fame and abundant resources, becoming his disciple would provide plentiful resources. Luciano calculated these things clearly. I don't need any right now, and your talent isn't sufficient for me to take you as a disciple, Daryl said bluntly. He previously rejected Mo Brandonian and Hirsch, naturally unwilling to easily accept Luciano. If he wanted to take a disciple, he definitely wouldn't choose someone less talented. Talented individuals could improve faster with resources given. Of course, Daryl wasn't looking down on those with less talent. He could still help them, but facing more difficulties and problems. Daryl had no intention of taking disciples currently. Mr. Daryl, please don't discourage me. Is my talent really so bad? In the eyes of people I know, my talent is already quite good. For years, Luciano had been praised, yet here he encountered numerous rejections. Your talent is already quite good in our eyes, but you can't compare yourself to someone with great fortune like Daryl. Just following Mr. Daryl will suffice. Luciano's friends understood Daryl's immense luck, leading to better luck for those around him. Being a disciple wasn't necessary. This was already beneficial. It's just too discouraging. The gap is too big. I just want to learn and grow. This translation maintains the original structure and style, adheres to the paragraph breaks and line changes, ensuring natural English flow while staying true to the storyline and character names. Hashtag chapter 144. Hands up and surrender. Don't worry. You can still grow by my side. After you finish the pills I gave you, come back to me for more. Miles, I'm leaving this place in your hands. I'll go rest now. Tell those who want to travel with us to be quiet, so they don't disturb me. Daryl's flying boat was a symbol of his status. Whenever he took it out, everyone knew the person on the boat was Daryl. Some people tried to approach Daryl to get closer to him and would board this flying boat. Initially, they were very nervous, afraid that Daryl would find them shameless. However, after interacting with Daryl, they found out he was just as approachable as others had said, as long as they didn't provoke him. Over time, more people came to find Daryl for various things, or to ask him questions. Others just happened to pass by because their directions matched and stopped to rest. They could reach their destination while resting. What was there not to like? Sometimes, they even got to see Daryl, whom they were so curious about, which was an added bonus. When Daryl woke up from his rest, there were quite a few people standing quietly on deck A. They had been instructed before boarding. They could come up to rest but must absolutely not disturb Mr. Daryl. Afraid that speaking might catch Daryl's attention, they opted to write notes to communicate. Only those stronger in power used telepathy. Actually, it wasn't necessary. The system's provided flying boat had excellent soundproofing. After 3 days of flying, suddenly, over a dozen black-clad figures, completely covered, appeared in front of the boat. Daryl, we meet again. Daryl was outside enjoying the wind and the sky when he saw the sudden appearance of these black-clothed men. There was no need to guess. They were after him. Daryl quickly sensed someone familiar among the black-clothed figures, the man he had injured at the auction house. What did he have the nerve to come looking for him today? Curious, Daryl glanced at them. Were they not hot wrapped up so tightly under such a scorching sun? If not for their cultivation, they might suffer from heat stroke. Long time no see. Are your injuries healed? Daryl responded naturally to the greeting. Thanks to you, my wounds have healed, and I took the chance during my recovery to boost my strength. Daryl, this time, you can't be so arrogant. While Daryl faced off against these black-clothed men, people on the boat gradually came out. Someone immediately called Miles, who was controlling the boat's direction. Miles quickly rushed out. If Daryl started fighting, he needed to be by Daryl's side. When have I ever been arrogant? Isn't it you who invaded our Feeling Song sect without a word and sold my items at the auction house? No matter how you look at it, you should be the one considered arrogant. Another batch of troublemakers had come, and Daryl was already accustomed to it. He knew the return journey wouldn't be peaceful. He couldn't fathom their intentions. This group was incredibly powerful, even stronger than the mysterious individuals before. With our immense strength, we are indeed formidable. Daryl, I won't waste words. Come with us. We have matters to inquire about. You'd best surrender willingly. Otherwise, you'll suffer physically. Surely, you're smart enough not to disappoint me with such a decision. The last time, he left in disgrace because he couldn't match Daryl. But today was different. His master had assigned a mission, so he brought Min with him. No matter how strong Daryl was, he couldn't possibly be their match. Only a handful of individuals could take on their small team over the years, and they were all under control now, soon to become their allies. Though he didn't know why the master wanted Daryl, he had to bring him back today. Having waited for days without finding a suitable moment to ambush, he had no choice but to confront openly. Who are you? In broad daylight, to act against Mr. Daryl? Have you considered whether we agree? Don't think just because you're in black, you're strong. If you want to move against Mr. Daryl, you should consider if you have the capability. There are many of us here. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, since you've let us use your territory, we won't stand by if you face trouble. As soon as one person stood up on the deck, another followed. Soon, everyone formed a protective line in front of Daryl. In reality, it wasn't necessary. Daryl's strength had grown significantly. Though facing these dozen men might be challenging, he could handle them. Are you really this foolish? To risk your lives for a word of thanks from Daryl? Haven't you noticed that none of you can gauge our strength? Our target is only Daryl. As for the rest, don't interfere unless you want to die as easily as squashing an ant. With a flick of their hands, they could sever heads instantly. Daryl, surely you aren't the kind to rely on others for help. Want to talk alone? It wasn't impossible to kill everyone on deck, but there was no need. He just wanted to swiftly take Daryl away. Once the master finished questioning him, he could deal with Daryl, avenging the injuries previously suffered. Jealous someone stands up for me? It's meaningless. Go inside first. I'll handle the outside. All standing outside wouldn't help Daryl but would only serve as cannon fodder in such a fight. Mr. Daryl, I'll stay here with you. Call me if you need anything. Miles wouldn't leave Daryl's side. He needed to be ready to assist if Daryl faced danger. Daryl planned to handle them alone. Chapter 145. Surrender to my lord. These people looked at each other and ultimately decided to heed the advice and leave the place. It's best not to stay and waste Mr. Daryl's time. We should act according to Mr. Daryl's wishes. Those dozen or so black-clothed men seemed exceptionally powerful. Has Mr. Daryl already reached the level where he can single-handedly take on all of them? They had heard that Daryl was already very strong, but only today did they realize how far beyond their reach Daryl had quietly advanced. Mr. Daryl's strength has long been unfathomable. Some speculate that with his current power, it won't be impossible for him to ascend in a short while. When that happens, it will not be easy for us to see Mr. Daryl. These matters have nothing to do with us. The competition between the big shots, we can just watch. However, your immediate readiness to protect Mr. Daryl just now did make me look up to you a bit. It's all to get Mr. Daryl to notice us so he might help us later. Otherwise, facing such formidable enemies, no one would dare step forward. If someone paid attention, they would notice that when they spoke out, they conveniently brought along the people around them. They showed a stance of sharing both happiness and adversity. If those black-clothed men came for Mr. Daryl, it wouldn't be good for us either if something happened to him. What if they kill everyone to cover their tracks? So, if Mr. Daryl can't hold out, we must step in to help. Inside, they were enthusiastically discussing Daryl, while outside, Daryl led Luciano and others in confronting the black-clothed men. All of these people had received considerable help from Daryl, and they dared not and would not abandon him, regardless of how powerful the enemy was. If you let them go inside, I won't harm them. I'll spare them. Rest assured, if you wish to share his hardships, I will accommodate you and take you all away together. To them, taking a few more people back was not an issue. Do you dare bring me before your lord? Aren't you afraid I might kill your lord? What lord? If there were questions or issues, why not come straightforwardly? Why go through this hassle? Naturally, Daryl wouldn't go. He guessed that this group likely kidnapped Adrian and also attacked their sect. No matter, Daryl would eventually settle accounts with them. But right now, he wanted to return to the sect and wasn't interested in chasing after them. The funniest joke I've ever heard. No one in the world can kill my lord. You have no idea about his power. Daryl, surrender to my lord. His power will be a great boost to you. Come on, Daryl, surrender to my lord. Hearing their cult-like rhetoric, Daryl smiled. What lord? What nonsense power? Does he, Daryl, need these things? Enough nonsense. All of you, attack. It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Daryl took out Elisa from the spatial bag, and when he did, Gilbert emerged on its own. Gilbert eagerly communicated with Daryl. Use me. Use me. I'm incredibly powerful. I can slaughter recklessly. I don't even care about these people. Elisa floated by Daryl's side, seemingly displeased with Gilbert's remarks. He hadn't fought in a long time either. Daryl was his master. The appearance of Gilbert and Elisa caught everyone's attention, including the black-clothed men. 2 divine weapons? And they already have spirits? Daryl, you really are generous. Among those they had met, Daryl possessed the most treasures. The divine weapons they rarely encountered were as common as wholesale goods in Daryl's hands. Initially, they didn't believe that Daryl owned a divine weapon. Now seeing it, Daryl had yet another divine weapon. If Daryl continued to grow like this, it would not be beneficial for them. Fortunately, their lord was about to act. Daryl couldn't escape. Divine weapons, nothing special. Daryl now had stacks of materials in his spatial bag that could forge divine weapons, but he was just too lazy to forge them. Mr. Daryl, don't waste time with them. These black-clothed men, I can't wait to fight them. I'm super strong. The black-clothed men were quite powerful, which further motivated Gilbert. The stronger the opponent, the higher his fighting spirit, and the more eager he was to engage. You still have time to surrender. Who knows how much I've grown during your recovery? Daryl originally planned to bring out only one divine weapon, but Gilbert insisted on coming out, leaving Daryl with no choice. Both sides prepared for battle, while some aboard the flying boat secretly observed. Goodness gracious, the latest intel. Mr. Daryl has 2 divine weapons, and from his tone, it seems like divine weapons aren't a big deal to him. Does Mr. Daryl even know how rare and difficult it is to obtain a divine weapon? I dream about getting a divine weapon once in a lifetime, but Daryl has 2. One even has a spirit. That's the strongest kind of divine weapon. What incredible luck does Mr. Daryl have? People envy others until they die. I was proud of getting a high-grade weapon recently, but Daryl is already using divine weapons. No wonder he's so strong with divine weapons enhancing his power. You got it wrong. It's because Daryl has power that he can get divine weapons, not the other way around. Be envious if you must. Daryl is truly strong, incomparable to ordinary people. How could they compare with Daryl, who brought out treasures they could never obtain with just a move? Let's just watch Daryl deal with these troublemakers. For the first time, they were witnessing Daryl's combat up close, having heard that he defeated the head of Xianxia Sect with just one move. If they could see Daryl display his true strength, it would be a windfall. Daryl, are you sure you want to fight us? For some reason, watching Daryl surrounded by 2 divine weapons gave Casimir an ominous feeling. Could it be just because Daryl obtained more divine weapons? Impossible. When Daryl fought him before, his strength wasn't anything extraordinary. Chapter 146, Defeat. Just as they were about to start the battle, he sensed danger. It seemed that Daryl was truly confident he could take them all down. When did Daryl become so powerful? You must be careful. Daryl is not someone to be underestimated. After so many days, his strength has likely increased even more. His guess wasn't far off. Since entering the ancient battlefield, Daryl had received power bestowed by over a dozen predecessors, making him much stronger than before. Dealing with these people was just a bit troublesome now. Irvin, take this Gilbert and help us eliminate those trying to ambush us. Daryl grabbed Gilbert and threw it to Irvin. He was the strongest fighter among them in both skill and combat prowess. Hey, I don't want him using me. His strength isn't enough to bring out my full potential. You can slaughter everyone with me. You shouldn't even consider these people worth your attention. Gilbert looked at Daryl unhappily, questioning if he understood what a weapon with a spirit really meant. If you want to follow me, stop talking nonsense. As a divine weapon, you should function powerfully in anyone's hands. Daryl's words silenced Gilbert. He spoke logically, and Gilbert still wanted to stay with Mr. Daryl, unwilling to leave Wuxia or Daryl. It always felt like following Daryl would allow it to gain recognition from all. All right, Mr. Daryl, rest assured. I will protect you. Irvin didn't quite understand the situation. He had only been away for about a month, yet Mr. Daryl already had another divine weapon. Moreover, Mr. Daryl actually let him use it during the fight. He seriously doubted this would ever happen again in his life. It's just for contingencies. Daryl thought Irvin generally wouldn't need to intervene under normal circumstances. These people were of the same lineage, but Daryl feared they might have some unknown methods. Come. Daryl moved very quickly, showing no mercy. He attacked without hesitation, aiming to kill. In the sky, dressed in white, he darted through a group of black-clothed men so swiftly that Irvin could only see blurs. Mr. Daryl's strength has grown even more formidable. Irvin stood on the deck holding Gilbert, watching from below. It seemed he wouldn't get a chance to join the fight, leaving him to wonder what extraordinary experience Daryl had undergone to advance so rapidly in just a month. Mr. Daryl has always been strong. It's not like you just discovered that today. As they talked, one of the enemies was impaled by Daryl's sword and fell. Can you two stop chatting? I want to fight. Can you go help Daryl? Daryl didn't assign Irvin to cover the rear for him to watch. Mr. Daryl can handle it alone. Why should I add to the chaos? Look, they are no match for Mr. Daryl. Just as Irvin pondered why Daryl gave him the divine weapon, a black-clothed figure flew toward them. Irvin immediately understood. Gilbert was left to protect them. Daryl anticipated that if these men couldn't defeat him, they might take hostages to threaten him. Be careful. A warning cry rang out from the deck as Irvin picked up Gilbert and met the attacker head-on. Daryl, you live up to being the master's object of study. You are truly a freak. He had never seen someone improve so rapidly. 3 months ago, Daryl's strength was on par with his own. Now, after 3 months, Daryl's strength had grown to the point where even a combined effort of a dozen people couldn't subdue him. Their comrades were injured or dead, and now only 5 remained. For some reason, he felt Daryl intentionally spared him, even though he had several opportunities to kill him. We can't keep fighting, we should retreat. If they didn't retreat soon, they would all be wiped out here, which was not their desired outcome. They can't escape. Did they not notice the flowing spiritual energy around them? While battling, Daryl set up an array that trapped them. Looking back, Daryl saw that with Gilbert, Irvin's combat strength significantly increased. Together, they could still deal with the remaining foes, especially since the last attacker was already wounded. Surrender, maybe we can talk this out. I'm not someone who enjoys killing. Daryl took out a silk handkerchief from his spatial bag and wiped the blood off Wuxia. Daryl, don't get too cocky. Even if you kill us, we won't surrender to you. We may have lost, but our master will never fail. The next wave sent against Daryl would be even stronger, based on the information passed back. They had thought capturing Daryl would be easy, but instead, they were defeated. Fellows, do any of you know how to break this array? I'll hold Daryl off while you escape. They didn't want to die here only to be ridiculed by others. At least some of them needed to escape. I can't. There's no way to find the flaw in the array. We need to flee quickly. None of them could break the array Daryl set up. According to their records, Daryl didn't even know array formation techniques. What shocked them most was that Daryl could fight while simultaneously setting up the array. Clearly, Daryl was far too strong for them to handle. Try. If I had known Daryl was so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have come. Your intelligence is going to get us killed. Now united in fate, betraying their master was impossible. Facing Daryl, who handled them with ease, they were helpless. Seeing Daryl's nonchalant demeanor, they realized he didn't take them seriously at all. What are you chattering about? If you have something to say, speak up so I can hear it. After cleaning Wuxia, Daryl saw that they had caught the remaining foes, solving another problem. Daryl, with your incredible strength, you could gain a supreme position under our master. Protecting them is meaningless. Why don't you come with us? We promise you won't regret it. Hashtag chapter 147. A chance to survive. They had already put down their weapons. Fighting Daryl any further would be meaningless. Daryl had already demonstrated his formidable strength to them. I have no interest in the supreme position you mentioned. I only want to know one thing. Was it you who attacked the Brandon sect before? In fact, Daryl had already guessed as much even without their answer. It was indeed their doing. They were powerful enough to infiltrate the Brandon sect silently, cause chaos within, and not completely wipe out everyone. From their words, it seemed that their master had now set his sights on him, intending to take him for experimentation. Daryl was a bit curious about who this master of theirs was, and what this master usually did. What kind of research required capturing him? When he eventually met this so-called master, he would thoroughly investigate what sort of peculiar creature it was. To brainwash people to such an extent, they still believed their master was the strongest even now. Didn't they realize that if Daryl wanted to kill them, their heads would roll within 3 seconds? Of course, it was we who dealt with the Brandon sect, and we almost wiped it out entirely. What meaning does staying at Brandon sect have for you, Daryl? Instead, follow our master, and together let's control this world, making all bow beneath our feet. Daryl listened to these delusional words and felt utterly speechless. Bowing the world beneath their feet? What was the point? Was it that they could cultivate faster, gain more resources, or perhaps achieve immortality and eternal youth? These people really seemed like they came from some cult. If it's you, then I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Daryl narrowed his eyes. Now that they had admitted it, certain matters would be easier to resolve. If he sought revenge later, he knew where to find them, though he had never heard of this master, and didn't know where to look for him. Daryl, aren't you going to consider leaving the Brandon sect, which is utterly useless, and stepping into a completely different world? You're not surprised to see me now, are you? But what if I told you I was once a child who couldn't cultivate and had died? Wouldn't that surprise you? Daryl looked at the black-clothed man speaking. He really didn't want to waste any more time arguing with them. Their minds might truly be deranged. The technique to bring the dead back to life. He hadn't seen anything like it in the countless books within the system. Even if such techniques existed, they would surely come with a tremendous price. Daryl no longer wanted to hear their nonsense. Even if he took them back, he doubted he would get any more useful information. He directly left the array, trapping these black-clothed individuals inside. But anyone passing by would still be able to see these black-clothed men. I give you all a chance to live. Break my array, and you can survive. Daryl's array made those inside suffer more the more they struggled. Anyone outside wanting to break this array would also have to pay a heavy price. Not only would they never be able to increase their strength again, but each year, their power would decrease by 1 rank. Now it was up to them to see if they had the ability to do it. And Daryl also wanted to see if their master would come to save them. Mr. Daryl, I have already knocked him out. Bring him back to the sect for interrogation. I have taken everything from him and ensured he has no poisons on him. Daryl trusted Miles with handling things. This person is yours now. Daryl stored Ferguson Wu Shuang in his spatial item. People on the flying boat, seeing Daryl had finished the battle, all emerged. Mr. Daryl, where did you obtain your divine weapon? I don't ask for a divine weapon, just a higher grade weapon. Please give us some direction. Yes, Mr. Daryl, we've never seen a divine weapon in our lives, yet you have 2. Mr. Daryl, may I ask how many spirit stones you would need for your divine weapon? The shock from Daryl's strength wasn't as great as the shock from having 2 divine weapons. After all, they had always known Mr. Daryl was incredibly powerful, but no one knew just how strong he was. Today had given them a clearer understanding of Daryl's true power. 2 divine weapons. They had never seen them in their lives. Why ask such pointless questions? Would you sell a divine weapon if you had one? Miles answered for Daryl. What were these people thinking? Mr. Daryl, what should we do with those people? Should I eliminate them all? Keeping them around will only cause trouble. If they bring more people after you, it will be harder to deal with them later. Miles had never encountered such a group before and had never heard of their master. Were they a sudden new force? Daryl thought it unlikely. Each of these black-clothed individuals was far stronger than Hirsch. No problem. Give them a chance. Arrange someone to watch them here. I want to see if their master will come to save them. Daryl's array was unsolvable by ordinary means. After modifying the system-provided item, its effects were doubled. Alright, I'll arrange someone to watch over here. Miles glanced at the floating array. Mr. Daryl was indeed much more powerful than they imagined. Daryl returned to his room. If their master sent more people, let them come. Daryl wanted to see how many powerful individuals the master could send. Losing these people would be a significant matter for him. Given Daryl's understanding of the world's resources, cultivating even a dozen such individuals through elixirs and resources was extremely costly. Daryl had instructed the flying boat to return to the sect. Mr. Daryl's strength is incredible. No wonder he has so many good items. With this level of strength, entering a secret realm, how many would stand a chance against him? In the end, wouldn't everything belong to Mr. Daryl? Don't compare. Let's drink the tea Mr. Daryl placed on the flying boat. It tastes amazing and helps with enlightenment. If only I could take some away. Hashtag chapter 148. The undead people. These people boarded Daryl's flying boat, and although Daryl did not have any particularly fine refreshments to offer them, he still managed to serve each one a cup of tea. Word about Daryl's strength and possession of 2 divine weapons spread quickly. Initially, when they heard that Daryl had 2 divine weapons, their greed was aroused. Divine weapons? How could they not desire them? However, after learning about Daryl's formidable power, they promptly gave up on such thoughts. Even those who already knew a bit about Daryl were even more convinced that he was no ordinary person. They had seen and heard of countless geniuses, but none like Daryl, who steadily improved in strength. Moreover, with so many valuable items in his possession, it was likely that he had concealed his true abilities from the start. To this day, they could not determine whether Daryl had always been this powerful or gradually improved over time. Another aspect that made them wary was Daryl's youth. He wasn't an ancient individual who appeared young despite living for hundreds of years. He was genuinely a man in his 20s. Has the world changed? With just Daryl, the Feather Spirit Sect is on its way to reaching unprecedented heights. Alas, I don't have such good luck. If only I had better relations with Daryl, our own strength would have increased significantly. Remember Hirsch, the former patriarch of Xianxia Sect? You all mocked him for groveling at Daryl's feet and recognizing him as his master. But do you know how generous he is now? His strength has grown exponentially. In the past, I could withstand 100 moves from him in battle, but now he can defeat me in a single move. Is Daryl really as powerful as you say? I've heard that many sects now want to join Feather Spirit Sect. Since I'm a lone cultivator anyway, I might as well join Feather Spirit Sect and see if I can gain some benefits from Daryl. While these discussions went on, Daryl remained unaware as he rested. From the system, he learned that the master was likely not a normal human, but possibly an entity similar to Sam. When did such beings exist on this continent without being discovered? So, can you tell me what Sam's situation is? I promised him I'd find him. Daryl didn't get much information from the system, and Sam's memory wasn't great either. However, Daryl believed that if this master was indeed an entity like Sam, cultivating exceptional individuals would be extremely simple given their control over immense power. But are entities like Sam now so common? Whenever this matter came up, the system would act dead. System, stop pretending. I know you're there. Knowing this information sooner would save me a lot of trouble. Isn't that your job? Host, with your current abilities, knowing about them wouldn't help you. After hearing the system's words, Daryl fell silent. He had some idea of Sam's strength. Perhaps the system was right. He should avoid meddling with such matters. Unfortunately, he had already promised Sam to look for him, so he would wait until his strength grew further. As their strength increased, their power would feed back to him, and his growth was inevitable. The others thought the tea aboard Daryl's flying boat was valuable, but little did they know, after consuming it, they would end up working hard for Daryl. No matter how much their strength improved, it would eventually benefit Daryl, aiding in his growth. The stronger one becomes, the slower the process of increasing power, due to the greater energy required. Host, some things are best left to unfold naturally, haven't you always done so? As Daryl pondered, the elder care system's voice echoed in his mind again. Daryl felt the system had a point. Overthinking wasn't his nature. Some things could only be understood after they occurred. The system would alert him when necessary. Daryl continued heading towards Feather Spirit Sect. At their current speed, they would arrive within days. Just before reaching Feather Spirit Sect, Daryl received a message stone from Maxim. Mr. Daryl, something major happened. Didn't you tell the Irvin that there were treasures in his residence? Yes. Daryl was used to Maxim's anxious nature. What seemed trivial to others often became major issues to him. Hadn't the ancient tomb Irvin already found it? What could possibly go wrong? The city has fallen. While there are indeed treasures in the tomb, there are also numerous undead people. They viciously attack anyone in the city. No matter the strength of the person, they are merely food to the undead. The city is now in ruins. Array masters are rushing there to seal off the entire city. You should visit. Many are already blaming you for releasing these monsters and causing so many innocent deaths. Daryl was silent for a moment. He had sensed something near the ancient tomb but thought it contained treasures, never imagining it would be undead. This incident was indeed related to him. If not for him, the Irvin would never have found the tomb, nor would he have sought to open it, preventing this tragedy. However, Daryl did not feel entirely responsible. Discovering new places always carried unknown dangers, and no one could predict what lay inside. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. Recalling the Irvin's words upon leaving, Daryl knew he would not let him off easily. Most of the city's residents are dead, with few survivors. To save more lives, we must use an array to seal the city. Speaking of arrays, no one is as skilled as you, right? Please lend a hand to prevent these undead from spreading chaos across the continent. Daryl remained quiet, leaving Maxim uncertain of his intentions. He would probably go since Daryl was kind-hearted. Besides, the incident was initiated by Daryl. I'll go take a look, Daryl agreed. Chapter 149, Protecting You. They were supposed to return to the sect in a few days for retirement, but another mission was necessary. However, it couldn't be helped. Since they couldn't resolve the issue, Daryl had to step in. Alright, then I entrust this matter to you. Those patriarchs suggested sending an array master from each sect, and among us, only your array skills are top-notch. Maxim also considered that many people blamed Daryl, accusing him of causing all the trouble. Therefore, Daryl had to address it personally to maintain his reputation. I understand. I'll make the trip, but it will take me some time to reach that city. For now, try to keep things stable. We'll sort out the rest when I arrive. Don't worry. A sect patriarch has already gone there, and the situation is somewhat under control. If it's convenient for you, please hurry. The zombie people are truly terrifying. They specifically consume individuals with spirit energy. The stronger one's spirit energy, the more excited they get. In front of them, anyone with spirit energy becomes powerless, with no way to harm them. We've researched, but found no clues about these creatures. Be cautious when you arrive, as you might not be their match either. After a hurried discussion, they decided to seal off the city to prevent the whole cultivation world from being destroyed by just one city. None of them knew what would happen to the zombies after sealing the city. Perhaps they would gradually lose vitality like those in ancient tombs. If they broke through the formations, it would exceed Maxim's expectations. Maybe Daryl, who always finds solutions, would have other ways? I know. Once I arrive, I'll investigate the zombie people and then act accordingly. Without seeing the zombie people Maxim described, Daryl wasn't clear about the specifics yet. Finding Miles, he informed him to change course and update the destination. Are you going to deal with those zombie people, Mr. Daryl? Miles, who once helped Daryl find Xianxia, heard about these events and didn't think it was related to Daryl, so he hadn't told him. But now, Daryl's new destination was clearly that place. You know about what's happening there? Daryl narrowed his eyes. If Miles knew about it, why didn't he? Was it because he was too detached from the outside world, or were people simply afraid to notify him? I heard a bit, but not much. Apparently, the Irvin dug up an ancient tomb and spent huge resources opening it. Rumor has it that before they could see what was inside, hordes of zombie people emerged and devoured everyone. The Irvin, unable to cultivate, escaped by chance. These zombie people only consume cultivators. The Irvin, terrified, recuperates in a new residence, muttering about the tomb non-stop. Daryl hadn't asked Miles to monitor the situation, so Miles wasn't fully aware. I sensed something strange at the tomb before, but thought it was a treasure inside. Daryl instructed Miles to gather more information, as he would need it to handle the problem later. Know your enemy and yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. Back in his room, Daryl did not rest immediately, but asked the system for data on the matter. Unfortunately, the system provided minimal information. Only that they consume people with spirit energy, gaining power after each meal. Additionally, they lack sensation and don't feel pain from attacks. As of late, many peculiar things have appeared, Daryl murmured. Before these incidents, no one imagined zombie people would exist on the continent. Such occurrences worsen their resource-limited world. Host, whether you handle this or not, the system will ensure your safety. Hearing this, Daryl felt reassured. But living in this world, if humanity vanished leaving him alone, it would be meaningless. He'd check the situation first. This mission wouldn't be too challenging or difficult to resolve. On the journey, several people confronted Daryl, questioning why he revealed the presence beneath the Irvin's residence. Daryl, if it weren't for you, so many wouldn't have died. Don't you feel guilty? If not for you, they could still be alive. Daryl sipped tea, listening to their accusations. Did I order them to Malshan enter the ancient tomb? I just informed the mayor that there might be something beneath his residence. It was he who immediately started digging without a second thought. Or, do you know everything about a secret realm before you start exploring it? Note, Malshan Jingu has been adjusted to enter the ancient tomb, for better fluency in English while maintaining the meaning. If so, your venture into the secret realm is on your own, so whatever you gain or do isn't my concern. Daryl calmly reasoned with them. Daryl, don't give me hollow speeches. If not for you, my friends wouldn't be dead. You owe them their lives. Seeing the person come aboard to confront him, Daryl remained unmoved. These people were no match for Daryl. Even without Daryl acting, Miles would resolve these matters easily. Such confrontations persisted for days, making Daryl impatient. Some even used excuses to defraud him of his treasures. Mr. Daryl, shall I announce no outsiders on the flying boat, and if they still come, I'll handle them directly? Learning diplomacy from Daryl, Miles proposed this. No need. Some people never learn. Every event is unique. Initially, Daryl never imagined the tomb below held zombie people. He set up a hidden array on the flying boat, unwilling to waste more time on them. Chapter 150, Abandoning the City and its People. It's much more comfortable this way. Otherwise, they would always come to provoke us, even though everyone knows that this matter has nothing to do with Mr. Daryl. Daryl only provided them with information. Why should he bear all the consequences alone? These are nothing. The most ridiculous thing is that some people say Mr. Daryl is a demon sent by demons to infiltrate us, with the purpose of killing all of us. Miles almost laughed to death when he received this message. If Mr. Daryl wanted to attack them, the cultivators would have been dead in large numbers long ago. How many people could be a match for Mr. Daryl? Daryl had heard these rumors from passersby on the flying boat, but he just laughed it off. These people are truly ridiculous. Fortunately, Mr. Daryl doesn't care. Otherwise, these people might suffer. Luciano glanced at the room where Daryl was resting. If not for Mr. Daryl's kindness, those who slandered him would be dead. Mr. Daryl just doesn't bother with these matters. Once they really anger Mr. Daryl, he will definitely make them pay. Over the days, Miles had come to understand Daryl completely. In the following time, until the flying boat reached its destination, they didn't encounter anyone else. As soon as Daryl arrived nearby, he sensed a strange aura, the same one he felt in the ancient tomb. Stopping the flying boat, Daryl appeared in midair. While others flew on their swords, Daryl stood in the air directly. This alone demonstrated how powerful Daryl was. Mr. Daryl, we're about to reach our destination. It's rumored that it's very dangerous now. We must be cautious when we go there. The intelligence Miles gathered told him that the zombie people only targeted those with spiritual power, making higher-level individuals their primary targets. Miles suspected that once Daryl appeared among the zombies, they would target him first. I know. Let's go see. Daryl strolled through the air as if walking on solid ground. However, if someone observed carefully, they'd notice that the air around Daryl seemed to solidify whenever his feet landed, allowing him to walk as if on the ground. This was the power of a true master. Who are you? Stop right there. Don't you know you can't go any further? Word about the zombies had already spread. These cultivators were running away. So why were they here? Sacrificing themselves to increase the zombies' strength? The guard, upon seeing Daryl and company, immediately stopped them. The area ahead is off limits. It's dangerous. Go somewhere else. Daryl saw an array formation up ahead, indicating someone had already taken action. But this array wasn't impressive and could easily be shattered by a powerful punch. Are you Daryl? Just as the guard was speaking, someone below shouted out, Brother Daryl, since you've come, please come down quickly. We need to discuss our strategy. Hearing someone call him, Daryl walked down directly. Mr. Daryl, you've finally arrived. We've all been waiting for you to help devise a plan. Here's the situation. Our array masters have set up an array formation that temporarily holds back those zombies. But this formation won't last long. We still need your assistance. The array Daryl led in setting up at Feather Spirit Sect had sparked a wave of enthusiasm among array masters. Many visited to observe the Great Protective Array, but none could fully comprehend it given their current abilities. Ultimately, these efforts came to naught. If we don't need an array to deal with the zombies, then such measures aren't necessary, right? Daryl felt confident in his abilities, but was curious about the nature of the zombies. If you can solve the problem without using an array, then no array is needed. But the issue is, none of the people we've sent in have returned. Their life lamps have extinguished. Killing these zombies would resolve a major problem, yet the challenge lay in their indestructibility. Moreover, once they consumed a cultivator, their strength increased immediately. Specifically, they could withstand even more powerful attacks thereafter. Almost all cultivators in the city had been devoured. One could imagine how powerful they had become. Mr. Daryl, let's not consider other matters for now. We should focus on how to contain these zombies within the city. They dared not risk Daryl's safety when the best array master was right before them. With a simple solution available, why choose the most difficult path? But there are civilians inside the city and cultivators who haven't been eaten yet. Should I just leave them to die? If the city were empty, Daryl would set up an array to prevent the zombies from leaving. After all, their existence wasn't beneficial to the entire cultivation world. But during his aerial survey, Daryl detected many living auras inside. How could he possibly set up an array? Should he really abandon those people? Mr. Daryl, things have come to this point. No matter how unwilling we are, there's no other choice. We must seal off this area as soon as possible. If they escape, the consequences could be severe. Most importantly, we don't know if the people inside the city will turn into zombies once they leave. Could zombies be contagious? They couldn't be sure. Facing an unknown entity, they couldn't entirely eliminate the zombies, so they could only contain them temporarily. Once they found a way to deal with the zombies, they would return to solve the problem. Perhaps over time, the zombies would lose their power, making them easier to handle. So you all have decided to abandon the people in the city? Chapter 151. Entering the city alone. Daryl never imagined that these sect masters and array masters would be so ruthless. There were still people inside the city, including some ordinary citizens they had always boasted of protecting as cultivators. How could they so easily abandon them when danger approached? At first, we naturally didn't want to do this either, but you must understand that we have no other choice. What can we do? Should our people rush in to die? Or should those people manage to escape on their own? Mr. Daryl, please look closely. Apart from the civilians you see, there are also those zombies within the city. Based on our judgment, these zombies are indeed contagious, but we don't know under what conditions they can turn people into zombies. This means that those who remain in the city may very well eventually become zombies, turning into their enemies. In such a situation, they dared not take any risks. Mr. Daryl, we asked for your help because we've already made our decision. Please don't talk about other matters. If you're unwilling to assist us, I'll have to find someone else. While there were other array masters besides Daryl, none were as skilled with arrays as he was. Without Daryl, their confidence in containing these zombies would diminish further. No one knew what challenges lay ahead. Mr. Daryl, to be honest, this matter is somewhat related to you, isn't it? That's why you feel so compelled to help them. But you can't put everyone else's lives at risk just because of them. Daryl fell silent. They did have a point. If after rescuing these people, they turned into zombies and harmed others, it would have been pointless to save them in the first place. Mr. Daryl, we can give you time to think. Tell us your decision by tomorrow at the latest, as we can't wait any longer. Their current array could only hold for so long. Fine, I will think carefully. Daryl pondered if there was any way to eliminate these zombies. They had thoughtfully arranged a very comfortable room for him, clearly understanding his habits. As he was about to close the door, they handed him a file. Based on our current knowledge, we have no solution. Mr. Daryl, if we could rescue them, wouldn't we have done so already? Mr. Daryl was their last hope. If even he couldn't deal with the zombies, no one else could. I understand. You may go now. I'll contact you once I've made my decision. After reviewing the information on the zombies, Daryl decided to enter the city himself. He had ways to protect himself and could blend in with the civilians, possibly avoiding the zombies' attention, which would help him investigate further. Mr. Daryl, this decision is too risky. As they said, if you can't make up your mind, let them handle it. Just give them an array diagram. Miles believed it was best not to take risks against mysterious creatures, especially considering Daryl's formidable strength. If he was surrounded upon entering, even a great sage equal to heaven might struggle to save him. I just feel they shouldn't be abandoned like this. I'll go in and check. Wait outside for me. Don't worry. I have means to protect myself, and they can't harm me. If there's truly no other way, I'll use an array to trap them permanently. Daryl possessed an ancient array, modified by him and the system, which allowed entry but not exit, significantly increasing its power. Miles ceased his persuasion. Daryl seemed determined. Further arguments were futile. Mr. Daryl, let me go with you. If necessary, I can sacrifice my life to save yours. After days together, Miles had come to consider Daryl very important and wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. Unable to dissuade Daryl, he opted to protect him instead. No need. Going in with me might become a burden. I can handle it alone. I'll leave tomorrow morning and see how terrifying these zombies really are. Since Daryl had decided to go alone, no further persuasion would change his mind. When Daryl shared his plan with the sect masters present, he met immediate opposition. Absolutely not, Daryl. You cannot go in. Anyone but you. Your strength is immense. If you die inside, one zombie could become incredibly powerful. You know what it means if a zombie is strong as, or even stronger than you appears before us. Yes, Mr. Daryl, even if you don't wish to help us, don't add to our troubles. We're already struggling to solve current problems. Many sects have only sent a few people to check the situation without doing anything substantial. We're in a very difficult position. If Daryl succeeded, everyone would be happy. However, if he failed, none of them could face that powerful zombie. No one dared to take that risk. Thus, they wouldn't allow Daryl to enter the city. I have means to protect myself. I can't stand idly by while innocent civilians suffer. The decision is made. These people couldn't stop Daryl. Only by truly encountering the zombies would anyone know what they were really like. Convincing them took some time. In the end, Daryl said, if I decide to go in, who can stop me? Instead of wasting time arguing here, you should find more information about the zombies. With this ancient tomb here, you can surely uncover some clues. Tomorrow morning, I'll go in to see the situation with the so-called zombies. That night, while others couldn't sleep worrying about Daryl, he rested exceptionally well. Proper rest ensured he'd be alert and less prone to errors. In the morning, standing before the nearly collapsing array, Daryl felt it could shatter with a light punch. Mr. Daryl, have you thought it through? This isn't a trivial matter. It concerns not only your fate, but the destiny of our entire continent. Hashtag chapter 152. Rather break than bend. They knew that Daryl had already made up his mind, and no one present could stop him. Yet they still wanted to try persuading him. This matter was no trivial issue. I have thought this through very clearly. I will be fine, so you don't need to worry. The ones who should be worried are probably those zombie people. Their nightmare is about to appear before them. Mr. Daryl, if you are set on this, there is something I need to tell you. If you encounter danger and find it impossible to escape, and likely face immediate death, you must remain unbending. Rather blow yourself up than let them eat you. If the zombie people inside consume Daryl, none of them would stand a chance against that zombie person. The entire continent would fall under the control of the zombie people. I can promise you that if I cannot survive, I would rather self-destruct than give them the chance to tear into me. Daryl understood what they were worried about, but such concerns were unnecessary. He, Daryl, would never allow things to reach that point. Very well, with your word, I feel relieved. Wishing Mr. Daryl a smooth journey and success in finding a solution for all of us, bringing peace once again. Daryl promised he would fulfill what he agreed upon. With that assurance, there was no need for further discussion. Mr. Daryl, please be cautious. If you can't find a solution, come out first. Miles and the others looked at Daryl with concern. They naturally wanted to go in with him, but Daryl did not allow it. He feared they might become a burden. In fact, Daryl had a point. Their strength would not help Mr. Daryl inside. Daryl stepped directly into the formation they set up. As he entered, those outside noticed a significant surge of power reinforcing the nearly broken formation. Mr. Daryl's strength is truly formidable, leaving us only in awe. I hope Mr. Daryl comes out successfully. Without any visible effort, he seamlessly repaired the formation, something ordinary people couldn't do. It seemed that in Daryl's eyes, nothing was unachievable. Perhaps this situation would take an unexpected turn. Entering the familiar city, Callahan immediately demanded to come out. Daryl, let me out. I can help you. I really can. I want to play. At this moment, Daryl appeared like any other ordinary person without spiritual energy. Letting Callahan out could draw unwanted attention and cause trouble for them. Now I am in a place where danger may lurk. You should wait in my space for now. What's the point of coming out? Since Callahan was small, Daryl usually didn't carry him around and kept him in his spatial realm. This realm was lively now, housing the unparalleled world eternal, unparalleled who strive to cultivate a spirit core, and a little divine beast that communicated telepathically with Daryl. Fortunately, World Eternal ignored Callahan. Otherwise, they'd constantly bicker in his space. I can help you. Even demons I can deal with. If you don't believe me, fine, but don't beg me later. Callahan thought this was a rare opportunity to showcase his abilities to Daryl. Naturally, he wanted to appear before Daryl and show off. Alright, if I need you, I'll call you out. For now, let me check the situation. Daryl walked for almost 10 minutes without encountering the so-called zombies. After walking for a while, he finally saw the exceptionally terrifying zombies they described. They were tearing into a defenseless cultivator. Before entering, Daryl had learned that these zombies could not be killed by conventional means. Moreover, if one of them got injured, others would swarm in, posing a huge threat. Looking at these zombies, indistinguishable from ordinary zombies, Daryl wondered about their existence. Why were they in that ancient tomb? Did they mutate over time? Or were they already like this when buried? Daryl also noticed many civilians struggling. These common folk faced immense hardships. Unable to leave, conditions within the city deteriorated. Everywhere was dirty, and zombies roamed freely, ready to eat anyone at any moment. People didn't dare go out, yet food supplies dwindled daily. Staying meant starving, while going out brought deadly peril. It was their choice to make. We're doomed. It's all that Daryl's fault. If not for him, the ancient tomb would still be under the Irvin's mansion, undisturbed, and none of this mess would happen. Blaming others won't help. Focus on surviving instead. Luckily we're commoners. Those zombies won't target us, or we'd be dead already. Have the outsiders truly abandoned us? Do they not care for our lives anymore? We've done so much. Now trapped, the cultivators outside blocked their way. Beyond self-reliance, there were no other options. Sometimes waiting for death felt worse than being killed directly, saving them the daily torment of wondering when death would come. With scarce resources and limited food, what would they eat tomorrow? Don't think the cultivators are any good. They just boast about their powers when it suits them, demanding respect. But as soon as trouble arises, they run away as fast as they can, afraid to lag behind. Stop thinking about it. Wait here to die. We can't get out anyway. Besides, many cultivators are hiding within the city too. Here, cultivators became useless, forced to hide from zombies. Civilians dared not assist them due to the zombies' ability to sense their presence. Chapter 153, Starved to Death. Sigh, really unlucky. I was just passing by here and wanted a cup of tea. Who would have thought such things would happen? Let's wait and see. Perhaps we can still find a way out. Waiting for outsiders to rescue us isn't going to work. Let's go worship the city's guardian deity. I've heard that it's especially efficacious and can bless us to survive. Daryl overheard their conversation as he passed by them. After so many days, quite a few people had already given up. Continuing to hold on didn't make any sense. As he walked around, he indeed saw many ordinary citizens lying on the ground. Some had committed suicide while others had starved to death. Now, those who survived were from families with stored food. But even these supplies wouldn't last long. System, Do you have any way to identify which citizens might be infected by zombie people? If Daryl knew about these individuals, he could then send out the uninfected civilians one by one. The system remained silent, and Daryl guessed it couldn't help him. Daryl, I can help you. I can tell who has the aura of zombie people. Once someone has this aura, it's only a matter of time before they turn into zombies. Deshawn had been paying attention to Daryl's predicament. Seeing that Daryl needed assistance, he promptly stepped forward. In a corner, Daryl quickly set up an information blocking array and took Deshawn out of the spatial pocket. You tell me, how can you feel their aura? With Deshawn's help, Daryl could at least save these people first. A glance is enough. It doesn't take much time. Among those you passed just now, they are all ordinary folks who haven't even come into contact with zombies. Deshawn tilted his neck, unsure why he could tell but glad he could assist Daryl. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing always being fed and drinking without contributing anything. Alright, if you find any citizens with the aura of zombie people, inform me immediately. I need to get the rest out. Daryl had a way to get them out. As for the cultivators, let them wait a bit longer. Many were trapped here due to their own greed and desires. It's okay. Leave these little things to me. Focus on other matters. No need to put me back in the space. With me around, you might be safer. Those zombies wouldn't dare to come near. Listening to Deshawn's confident words, Daryl thought maybe he had found a way to get both the civilians and cultivators out. However, everything had to be handled step by step. Daryl found a civilian who looked relatively well-spirited and energetic. I can save you all. Immediately gather all the ordinary citizens in the city to this location. Once the civilians were safe, Daryl would then deal with the cultivators. He would confront these zombie people head-on to see if spirit energy truly couldn't harm them or if the people outside simply lacked strength. There were too many people inside the city, making Daryl hesitant to act rashly. If he accidentally drew out more zombies during his confrontation, leading to more deaths, it would be disastrous. You can save us? Don't joke. We've been stuck here almost a month. Even if we reached the city gates, those people wouldn't let us out. You look pretty, but don't daydream. It's impossible. Are you idle and looking for trouble? I don't have time to help you. The civilian Daryl approached didn't believe him. Why should he? After so many days, no one had stood up to claim they could save them. Hope had long since vanished when Daryl appeared, claiming he could save them. Wasn't he just playing with them? I really can. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But your situation will only worsen. Remaining here, you'll either starve to death or be scared to death. Besides, do you know when they will strike? Instead of waiting to die here, trust me once. Perhaps you can escape safely. Then everyone would survive. Daryl's words silenced the man. His reasoning made sense. Instead of waiting to die, perhaps trusting Daryl was the better option. What if Daryl was telling the truth? Fine, I agree. I'll gather them now. Even if you lead us into battle with those damn zombies, it's worth it. We can't keep dying like this. They must pay a price. Hiding cowardly wasn't better than fighting. Worst case, they face death. Be cautious as you move. Don't attract their attention. I'll start by sending the ordinary non-cultivators out first, and then think of a way to get the cultivators out. Follow my arrangements, or bear the consequences. Daryl briefly explained his plan to them, sending out 1,000 people temporarily in batches to avoid alerting the zombies or causing fear among the outside people. Daryl chose a quiet place to wait for the citizens. 1,000 people quickly gathered, careful not to disturb the passing zombies with their footsteps. Demetrius, you said someone could take us out. Is that true? So many days, and no one came to save us. Were you tricked? I'm out of strength and haven't eaten in a long time. This Demetrius person was the same ordinary citizen Daryl initially spoke to. He acted quickly, gathering people to come to Daryl. No, in this situation, taking a chance is better than sitting and waiting to die. You found so many people. How do you plan to take us out? Demetrius brought the people to Daryl, curious how Daryl would get them out. These people are normal. You can send them out. Deshawn scanned the crowd, quickly confirming the result. Follow me. I'll get you out. Chapter 154. Escorting people out of the city. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? Are you trying to harm us? We ran to the city gate earlier, and there were many zombie people there. Yes, those cultivators outside wouldn't let us out. They said something about us turning into those nasty zombies. I don't know what they're up to. We're just ordinary people. How can we turn into zombies? It seems like they want us to die here as sacrifices for their cultivation. It's been days since we've had anything to eat. I'm so hungry I can barely walk. Where should we go? If there's no hope, I'd rather stay and die here. This place is quite open. They had even planned where they would die, and Daryl looked at them with a helpless expression. I come from outside, so rest assured on this matter. If I say you can go out, then you can go out. I think I've seen you before. Aren't you the exceptionally powerful Mr. Daryl that those cultivators mentioned? I heard them say that once you arrived, things might take a turn for the better. So it's true. Hearing this, Daryl was very surprised. He didn't realize that he had become others' lifeline without knowing it. ***ding. ***. System detects that they have reignited hope for survival. A special reward for the host includes several pills to cleanse human bodies infected by zombies, hoping the host can successfully rescue all the citizens in the city. Daryl was very pleased to see the dozen bottles of pills suddenly appearing in his space. These were exactly what he needed right now, truly delivering the much-needed help when it was most needed. With these pills, Daryl could save all the civilians. Are you really Mr. Daryl? Have you really come to save us? I thought you might abandon us once you came here because I heard your strength is immense, and coming here might involve many dangers. Yet, you still came. At this moment, it was clear how different Daryl was from other cultivators. While others would have abandoned them, Daryl was determined to protect them. Daryl was indeed too good. Because I can't abandon life. Daryl walked ahead, clearing the path for them. They even saw Daryl walking past the zombies, who reacted to him just like they did to everyone else. They glanced at him and left. Mr. Daryl, aren't you incredibly powerful? Why do these zombies seem uninterested in you? Maxwell found Daryl too extraordinary. He, of all people, should be the most afraid of zombies, yet Daryl seemed not only fearless but also curious about them. Daryl was indeed curious. After all, he had never seen such creatures before, not even in historical records. Naturally, he was curious. Upon seeing them in person, he found them not so scary after all. But until he discovered their weakness, the zombies were still formidable opponents. Once he found their weakness, they would fall under his control. I naturally have my ways. Soon, they reached the city gate. After I escort you out, tell the guards outside that I allowed you to leave. You are now no different from ordinary people outside. I guarantee this. If anyone bothers you, find Miles. He works for me. We'll discuss other matters after I come out. Maxwell, stay behind to gather the remaining citizens in the city. I'm not familiar with the layout. Daryl quickly arranged everything. Afterward, everyone except Maxwell was escorted outside the array by Daryl. They got out just like that? Maxwell stared at the intact barrier, wondering if it was really that easy. Daryl was indeed powerful. Take this, it will improve your stamina. Bring the rest of the people in one go. I'll wait for you here. Daryl gave Maxwell an ordinary pill, which was actually the least useful one made by his senior brother. Daryl had stored it in his spatial ring casually. It worked perfectly for this situation. An ordinary person couldn't handle something too potent, or they might burst. Alright, but Mr. Daryl, based on my knowledge, there are still over 10,000 citizens in the city. Would it be too much to bring them all at once? Gathering everyone might cause unrest. Maxwell felt this wasn't a good plan. Daryl's head started hurting upon hearing the number. He knew there were still many people inside, especially since Miles told him that no ordinary citizens had been allowed out. But Daryl didn't expect so many. Wait a moment. Daryl decided he needed to change his approach. He couldn't send the citizens out and then deal with the zombies later. If he dealt with the zombies first, everything would be simpler. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with those zombies? Daryl looked at Callahan sitting on his shoulder. He noticed that when Callahan was around, the zombies were less inclined to approach, as if sensing danger. I don't know. I just know they fear me. How to solve them is something you need to figure out. These zombies don't look tasty. I dislike them. Let's get rid of them quickly. Callahan looked at the filthy zombies with disdain, covered in blood from eating people. Let me try something. Daryl placed Maxwell in a safe spot and prepared to confront the zombies. He gathered all his strength for an attack, but it had no effect on the zombies. It was like tickling them. The attack drew the attention of several zombies, but they couldn't think or reason. They didn't dare approach Daryl, sensing a powerful force suppressing them. Approaching him would slow them down. Daryl hadn't realized this yet, as he hadn't identified the zombies' weakness. Neither books nor the system had provided this information. Callahan probably knew how to deal with them, but his memories hadn't awakened yet. Was it really only possible to use the most troublesome method, sending everyone out one by one and sealing the area with an array? Chapter 155, The Best Cultivator. I haven't found any solutions, and I don't know what to do to help you. There's nothing in my memory that can deal with these abominations. The Nolan carefully pondered for a long time, but still couldn't find a way to assist Daryl. These matters can only depend on Daryl himself. There's no other way he could help. So now I can only resort to the old method? Won't that take too much time? Daryl thought of the hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city and felt quite a headache. For you, it won't take long. At most 10 or so trips will be enough to get them out. Just bear with it a little. Otherwise, research more to see if you can find a way to handle them. The Nolan extended his claws, looking at Daryl's expression, finding it rather amusing since he rarely saw him like this. Forget it. My original intention was to rescue them. Let's start moving. Daryl fetched the axe. You go inform them again. Try to gather as many as possible, around 10,000, and have the others prepare to reach the city gate as soon as possible. I'll wait here for you. Alright, then I'll go over and fetch them. Mr. Daryl, don't engage them directly. They're incredibly strong, and with one mistake, you could easily become food for them. Right now, Daryl was the last hope for the survival of tens of thousands of people. The Demetrius did not want Daryl to die like this. Understood, go fetch them. While the Demetrius went to find people, Daryl approached the zombies to observe them closely. He wanted to thoroughly examine if these zombies had any weaknesses. If they appeared in an ancient tomb, was it possible that the tomb contained a solution? After sending these civilians out, I plan to visit that ancient tomb to look for clues on how to resolve these zombies. Daryl believed it wasn't wise to leave this problem unresolved. Dealing with it all at once was the best approach. Alright, as long as I'm around, those zombies can't harm you. You can give it a try, and see if you can find a way to handle them. The Nolan was confident that as long as he was here, the zombies wouldn't dare attack Daryl. Even if Daryl displayed his powerful spiritual energy, none of them would dare step forward. Yeah, let's first send them out and see. Daryl waited for the Demetrius to bring more people. Meanwhile, outside the formation, they suddenly sensed a disturbance, assuming the zombies were attacking the formation again. Just as they prepared for battle, many ordinary people emerged from inside the formation. How did you get out? Who allowed you to come out? No one knew whether these people might turn into zombies and eat them, which was why they chose to abandon the city instead of risking letting them out. Everyone held weapons pointed at these defenseless civilians. These civilians hadn't expected that the cultivators who always boasted about protecting them would now wield swords against them, even wishing to kill them. What? We can't come out? Are you the only humans, and we're not? You are truly amusing. Didn't expect this day would come, did you? When zombies appeared, you immediately confined us in the city, just because you were afraid they'd eat you. You aren't anything special either. Just save your energy. We're going to eat. Daryl has sent us out, and he assured us that we are fine. Indeed, Daryl is the best cultivator I've ever met. If not for him, I would likely have starved to death. Completely different from you hypocrites. Their words revealed their clear dissatisfaction with being sealed in the city. It was understandable that they objected to abandoning their lives. What is Daryl up to, making such guarantees? What can he guarantee? Once something happens, we'll be the first to suffer. We should send them back inside. Yes, Mr. Daryl can run away due to his immense power, but we can't escape. Can we really let ourselves die for them? If I had known Daryl was so reckless, I wouldn't have let him in from the start. Daryl never considered so much. If something goes wrong, it's not resolved by simply saying he'll take responsibility. What can he be responsible for? Sigh, what should we do with these people? These civilians coming out turned into a nuisance for them. They couldn't just kill over 1,000 people. To make cultivators fight these helpless civilians made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Already filled with guilt, could they really kill them now? Who among you is Miles? Mr. Daryl said that after coming out, we should immediately find you, and more people will come out later. Now, they regarded Daryl as their only hope for survival. These cultivators would not let them go. Thankfully, Daryl had already instructed them to find Mr. Miles if the cultivators objected to their exit. I am Miles. Since it's Mr. Daryl's instruction, no one can touch you. Arrange accommodation for them. They haven't eaten for a long time. Don't forget, you still rely on Mr. Daryl for many things. Without him, could your formation really contain increasingly powerful zombies? Miles glanced at the emaciated people and promptly gave orders. He understood Daryl's intentions. Preparations will be made right away. Wait a moment. Your meaning is that Mr. Daryl will send all the civilians out of the city? For a cultivator, Daryl was exceptionally compassionate. Yes, Mr. Daryl is completely different from all of you. Despite risking his own safety, he insists on rescuing us. Such a person is the true embodiment of a cultivator, unlike any of you. You civilians understand nothing. That ancient tomb was initially mentioned by Daryl to the city lord. If not for him, we wouldn't have gone through all this. Hashtag chapter 156, heading to the ancient tomb. Why should Daryl get to be the good guy, and they have to be the bad ones? If it weren't for Daryl informing the city lord that something was beneath his residence, these zombies wouldn't have surfaced at all. Yet Daryl, the instigator of all this trouble, ended up being hailed as a savior by the townsfolk. What kind of person was Daryl anyway? You can't fool us. When Mr. Daryl was in the city earlier, he didn't help the city lord open the ancient tomb, likely because he already knew what problems were inside. The city lord had given up on it. Weren't you the ones who tried day and night to unlock the tomb? To then blame everything on Mr. Daryl. No wonder with your cultivation after all these years, you're still at this level. With such an attitude, you'll never get far. Do you have to blame others for your mistakes? At least Mr. Daryl risked his life to save us. You lot are really not as good as him. Being ridiculed by commoners with no cultivation skills left these cultivators red-faced and humiliated. Miles immediately ushered them away to rest while those outside started bustling about. Since Daryl had rescued the people, they couldn't just stand idly by. Even if they wanted to act against the townspeople, they had to see if Miles agreed. With these few standing there, no one dared to oppose them. Daryl's followers seemed to share his disposition exactly. After hustling for half the day, Daryl finally managed to evacuate the townsfolk from the city. Each time a group left, they thanked him profusely, earning him many rewards from the system. Seeing the treasures fill his space, Daryl felt extremely satisfied. It turns out rescuing people also earns system rewards. Mr. Daryl, thank you so much. I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have doubted and accused you before. Now I feel that you are the best among all the cultivators. They had been trapped for so long that hope was fading. Thankfully, Daryl eventually appeared and saved their lives. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Don't apologize, I didn't mind. Afterward, live well and don't let this affect you. I'll find a way to deal with these zombies. Since these creatures existed, Daryl was determined to find a way to eliminate them. If nothing else, he would seal them like at the ancient tomb. Angelo, you've worked hard. If I had gone searching for these people alone, who knows how long it would have taken. Can you do me another favor? Do you know where the cultivators in the city are? I need to rescue them too. Only the last batch remained. Once they were evacuated, Daryl would head to the ancient tomb to find a solution for these zombies. If the situation is resolved, it will be over. Mr. Daryl, it's not that I don't want to help, but you can't lead them out. If those cultivators appear in the city and the zombies sense their aura, they will immediately surround and attack them. Unless you can resolve the zombie issue, you won't be able to take them out. They will only die here. Angelo had seen such scenes before. Recalling it now, he found it cruel. Those zombies were like beasts. I understand. Let me send you out first, though you might need to take a pill. Angelo, when you search for people, did you come into contact with any zombies or have prior contact with them? Daryl chose some people from the crowd to give a pill to, having seen this before. He explained that it was an antidote. Without it, they could turn into zombies. Was he infected? Angelo thought about it. He didn't seem to have touched any zombies. Not really. I once saw them from afar and ran. No contact, so why would I be infected? Is it because I ran around too much today? He had practically covered the entire city today. If he had known he was infected earlier, he'd have panicked. But with Mr. Daryl here, he felt calm. He believed Daryl could handle it. Angelo pondered carefully if he had any contact with zombies, and then remembered something. While looking for people today, I fell down and injured myself on some blood. It's possible I got infected then. Daryl nodded and gave Angelo the pill. Not many townspeople were infected. Moreover, Callahan told him that even without the antidote, they might not turn into zombies. They would likely die first. The reason Callahan couldn't determine. All right, I'll take the pill and go out. Otherwise, let me stay and help you run errands. They won't harm us, and you might need assistance. Without you, my family and I might be dead. You've saved the whole city's people. Even if you asked me to die now, I wouldn't hesitate. Angelo wanted to stay close to Daryl and help further. Mr. Daryl seemed just like a regular person here. His attacks were useless against zombies. Then I'll assign you a task. Investigate how many zombies are here. I'll go to the ancient tomb to look for clues to counter them. Daryl pondered and thought this plan feasible. Knowing the number of zombies was crucial if he found a way to fight them, to prevent any escapees. Be careful. I've heard there are lots of zombies in the ancient tomb area, a place no one has dared visit for ages. Angelo didn't dare go to the tomb, but was relieved Daryl assigned him a manageable task. Daryl and Callahan headed to the tomb, still familiar ground, but changed. There were indeed many more zombies here. If the city had 1 per 100 meters, the tomb had 1 per meter, densely packed. Seeing them gave Daryl goosebumps, especially their odd appearances. Callahan stood on Daryl's shoulder, surveying the scene. The zombies' stiff gazes turned towards Daryl. Chapter 157, Special Wall. When the zombies noticed the Callahan perched on Daryl's shoulder, they shifted their gazes as if they hadn't seen him at all. By now, Daryl had not even used any items granted by the system. If there were any cultivators present, they would immediately notice that Daryl's cultivation level was incredibly powerful, so much so that standing next to him felt oppressively intense. Daryl sensed something odd about these zombies. He hadn't expected that the presence of Callahan, formidable as it was, on his shoulder would prevent them from coming near. They clearly wanted to approach, but some instinctive fear seemed to pull them back. I told you I'd protect you. As long as I'm here, they won't dare harm you. Callahan thought, and if its inherited memories had awakened, dealing with these zombies might be as effortless for it as Daryl dispatching mediocre cultivators. Hopefully we can find a way to save those cultivators inside the ancient tomb. Otherwise, relying on you to escort each one out would be too difficult. Callahan explained that due to its current strength, it could only protect one person at a time among so many zombies, adding more difficulty to the task. There was no choice but to search the tomb for clues. Upon entering the tomb, Daryl found an empty secret chamber. The place showed traces of pedestals. It was evident that the zombies had once been stationed here. But why did they suddenly awaken? Was this just one chamber in the tomb? Daryl wandered around without finding any leads. However, Daryl didn't believe the entire tomb consisted of just one chamber. He felt something was off. Don't you feel something strange, Daryl? I always get the feeling someone is watching me. Callahan scanned the empty room but saw no one. Why did it have such a feeling? Who was watching? Daryl didn't share this sensation. Only Callahan felt like it was being watched. This discovery proved there must be something else. I'm getting goosebumps. There may be other places here. Look for mechanisms. Something is definitely staring at me, unchangingly focused. Who exactly? If Callahan had been stronger, it would have directly confronted the Watcher. It wondered what game this unknown entity was playing. Why not face it openly? Daryl searched thoroughly but found nothing. If I can't find anything, let's destroy it, he said, punching the wall. Surprisingly, it didn't shatter, shocking Daryl. With his current power, he should be able to cause mountains to crumble. How could a mere wall withstand him? This place is peculiar. Could this wall have suppressed the zombies, allowing them to escape when it was somehow damaged by the city lord? It seemed possible, but since the wall was already damaged, capturing the zombies again wouldn't make much sense. Daryl, there are patterns on this wall. Punch it again. Daryl struck it once more, dislodging debris. In Callahan's eyes, the patterns revealed something different, though Daryl couldn't see it. To Daryl, the wall remained unchanged. Trusting Callahan, Daryl pounded the wall again. Yes, the patterns became clearer. They looked familiar to Callahan, yet it couldn't quite remember. Daryl, these patterns likely hold the solution to dealing with the zombies, but I lack memories to determine how to proceed. Without its inheritance memory, Callahan was useless. Is there any way to let me see what's on the wall? Being unable to see, Daryl was frustrated. If he could, he might find the answer. There's a way, but it will exhaust me. After helping you, I might not be able to protect you. If these patterns don't lead to a solution, the cultivators will die. Daryl could still use Callahan to send cultivators out. Showing him what it saw would require Callahan to sleep for a while. The decision lay with Daryl. Can you be sure these patterns are the key to stopping the zombies? If Callahan was certain, Daryl could research it. I think so. My instincts tell me it's true, but I can't guarantee it without memories. Perhaps after my memories awaken, we can come back. Let's save the people first. Cultivators live long lives. Once my memories return, I'll help resolve this immediately. Callahan dared not promise. What if it was wrong? Then Daryl couldn't save the cultivators. It didn't want to see Daryl helpless. The patterns seemed to be ancient symbols resembling an array. I can't ensure you can decipher them. If Callahan couldn't guarantee resolving the zombie issue, the best option was to send the cultivators away individually. I don't want to keep worrying about this. Trying is part of my style. Let me see these patterns. Alright, after helping you, I need rest. Take care. Respecting Daryl's decision, Callahan knew he would choose similarly. Suddenly weakened, Callahan's voice became fragile, indicating exhaustion. A few seconds and you'll see. Daryl, I need to rest. Good luck. Callahan retreated into Daryl's space, utterly drained. Everything now depended on Daryl. Entering the space, Callahan fell asleep immediately. Questions Daryl needed answered were now impossible. Staring at the wall patterns Callahan had seen, Daryl was baffled. He had no idea what they signified. Chapter 158, The Crystal Coffin. What are these exactly? Daryl had never seen such patterns in the books provided by the system. It was understandable, as the materials given by the system hardly mentioned these zombie people. This might be something that has never appeared before the world, just like Sam. Daryl must figure out what these patterns are for. Otherwise, it would have been pointless for Callahan to go through so much trouble to show him these things. Daryl didn't forget that Callahan previously told him someone was watching him. If this was true, the situation could be more serious than he thought. Up until now, Daryl hadn't sensed anything observing him. Callahan fell back into a deep sleep, and it was uncertain when it would wake up again. Without Callahan's help at this moment, it was indeed not a good thing for Daryl. After drawing all the patterns, Daryl still couldn't decipher their purpose. While there was a certain pattern to these lines, discovering it didn't seem to be of much use to Daryl. He needed to know exactly what these patterns did, and whether they could control the zombie people. After researching for half a day, he still came up with nothing. The thought that every extra day delayed meant more cultivators would be eaten by these zombies urged him to work faster and faster, determined to save those people. What are these patterns used for? Without any clues, Daryl decided not to dwell on it anymore. He tried searching elsewhere. Daryl didn't believe that the ancient tomb occupying the entire city hall had only one secret chamber like this. If he found other places, he might uncover more clues. He examined the wall carefully, ensuring he had accurately replicated the patterns before relentlessly punching at the wall. If the mayor could find a way to open it, then Daryl could certainly break through the wall. After 10 minutes, cracks finally appeared on the wall. Daryl squinted his eyes. This wall was proving harder to destroy than expected. No wonder it took the mayor so much time and effort to open this ancient tomb. Walls this tough would definitely take longer. Even with Daryl's immense strength, it took 10 minutes to make an impact. He wondered what material this wall was made of. After some consideration, Daryl stored the broken pieces of the wall in his spatial storage. Such hard material might prove useful. After breaking through the wall, he was still met with darkness, unable to see anything clearly. Daryl immediately took out his night pearl to illuminate the path ahead. What is this? Curiously, Daryl peeked inside but saw nothing. He not only saw nothing, but also felt no presence. Perhaps there was nothing inside. But with no leads left, Daryl had no choice but to enter and investigate. Soon, Daryl reached the end. Only then did he realize that this truly was someone's tomb. At the bottom of the tunnel, Daryl saw a crystal coffin, with several powerful zombie figures standing guard beside it. Fortunately, these zombies seemed trapped by something, confined to their positions. As Daryl approached, he noticed various patterns on the bodies of the zombies. What kind of existence were these zombies? Were they kept here by someone? How were the previous zombies set loose? Daryl found little useful information from the zombies and turned his attention to the dazzling crystal coffin. If he couldn't find answers elsewhere, perhaps the crystal coffin would provide them. Approaching the coffin, Daryl saw the occupant lying inside with closed eyes. Despite being undecayed over what seemed like centuries, it was evident someone went to great lengths to preserve this body here. The crystal coffin itself must have required considerable effort to procure, as Daryl had never seen anything capable of preserving a corpse for so long. Touching the crystal coffin, Daryl was suddenly transported to another world. He saw the common folk before him, unaware of his presence or unable to sense him. Daryl instantly realized he had likely entered the memories of the crystal coffin's owner. Perhaps this person had many things he wanted to tell future generations. Maybe, within these memories, Daryl could find the origins of these zombie people. Daryl quickly saw events unfold involving the owner of the crystal coffin, a spirited young man. Unaware that touching the crystal coffin would bring about this, Daryl hadn't had a chance to observe the young man lying within closely. The young man possessed exceptional talent, making him the most powerful cultivator in their town, admired by many. The townspeople showed great enthusiasm, providing him with all sorts of resources to help him improve his skills faster, proving that their village could produce formidable cultivators. Indeed, the young man proved his prowess. Some villagers believed that despite his young age, he already possessed self-protection abilities and should venture out into the world. Only then could he determine his future path and become even stronger. Such a talented individual shouldn't remain in their small town. He should have loftier ambitions. However, others felt that a cultivator's duty was to protect the villagers. They had invested so much time and effort, even giving up their most precious possessions, to cultivate a powerful cultivator in their town. What was there to see in the outside world? As long as they could live peacefully without interference from outsiders, that was enough. If anyone tried to harm them, his protective abilities would ensure their safety. The young man named Kubrandan was conflicted, unsure which path to choose. But as long as he remained in the village, he vowed to protect the villagers, valuing their lives above his own. The villagers knew how genuinely Kubrandan wanted to protect them. Everything seemed peaceful until someone once told him that in a certain place, there was a method to allow non-cultivators to cultivate. Kubrandan sought this method to help his villagers cultivate. Shortly after leaving, his village was attacked, and overnight, everyone was massacred. Chapter 159. Awakened Hebrandan. After Hebrandan returned, everything changed. The village chief who adored him was gone, and his parents were killed. Everything was lost. Hebrandan had lost everything. Overwhelmed with grief, Hebrandan wanted to bring his loved ones back to life and make them stronger. The genius Hebrandan quickly found a way to make the villagers stronger. As Daryl was about to examine this memory closely, it skipped over abruptly. The next time Daryl saw Hebrandan, the zombie-like beings that he recognized were already with him. How exactly Hebrandan managed to transform these dead people into zombies remained a mystery to Daryl. All the crucial information was hidden. Why would someone manipulate these memories like this? What Daryl really needed was missing. Soon, he noticed something important. Hebrandan held a whistle that could control the zombies and command them to do various tasks. But Hebrandan wasn't that kind of person. Despite trying many methods, he couldn't bring the villagers back to life. He could only turn them into these monstrous forms. Hebrandan wanted vengeance for them, especially since his initial goal was to make the villagers stronger than cultivators. Thus, when he succeeded, it became a nightmare for those cultivators. After over a decade, investigating the destruction of a small town was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Hebrandan was truly a genius in cultivation and was soon recognized by a major clan. Hebrandan had one request: to know who went to his village and massacred everyone. In the end, Hebrandan found the culprit. It was the patriarch of the sect he joined, who orchestrated the massacre to force Hebrandan to leave his village. Hebrandan, you should thank me. You have grown, but those villagers and parents of yours are useless to you now. You should become even stronger. Don't remain unseen in that insignificant place. Hebrandan, bow down to me as your master, and I will teach you many things. Daryl was speechless at this point. This man killed Hebrandan's entire family and offered to be his master. He also slaughtered anyone who helped Hebrandan. If it were Daryl, he would think of only one thing: killing this person, no matter what. Whether Hebrandan should accept the master or not was his own decision, and no one else had the right to interfere, especially not at such a great cost. For a while, Hebrandan wished he could join his family. but he felt he must avenge them and find a way to bring them back. Cultivators were so powerful. Surely there must be a way. During this time, Brandon grew increasingly stronger, aiming to protect those around him in the future. I apologize, but I don't need you to teach me anything. What you know, I already know. And what you don't, I already do. Brandon summoned the zombies, who attacked the person relentlessly until they devoured him. Using these zombies, Brandon became a feared demon, but he found the world utterly meaningless. He no longer had friends to play with or elders to criticize him. Even standing at the peak of power became pointless. He created a crystal coffin to preserve his body and acquired a jade pendant that could put him into eternal slumber. Daryl didn't see this part, realizing that Brandon controlled which memories he could access. Otherwise, Daryl wouldn't know what happened. But why did Brandon show him this? Could he change anything? Daryl couldn't travel back in time yet. Brandon sealed the zombies permanently and entered the crystal coffin himself. Despite causing chaos, he peacefully fell into eternal sleep. These events no longer mattered to him, a price paid by cultivators for their detachment from ordinary people. Daryl was baffled after seeing all this. It turned out that Brandon, whom he thought was dead, was still alive. If Daryl could find the jade pendant and remove it, Brandon could awaken and control the zombies. Or Daryl could find the whistle, but he didn't know where Brandon placed it in the end. While contemplating whether to find the jade pendant and awaken this 1,000-year-old sleeper, Brandon's eyes suddenly opened, looking curiously at Daryl. You awakened me. I didn't expect anyone could break my seal. The youthful appearance Brandon once had was gone. He later killed many and became ruthless, making everyone afraid to defy him. Refusing his invitations meant certain death. In this world, the strong ruled supreme. Tired of playing, Brandon never planned to wake up, intending to stay forever. In fact, he had already been awake, but couldn't leave due to the crystal coffin's constraints. He knew nothing of what happened outside. When he thought he might remain like this indefinitely, someone entered. He sensed that this person was not weak. Looking at the crystal coffin's surface, Brandon saw Daryl approaching, wondering what he intended. Being the first to touch the coffin, Daryl witnessed much of Brandon's memories. If Brandon hadn't sealed some memories earlier, Daryl would know everything. An alarming prospect for any evil cultivator. Can you help me open this crystal coffin? Daryl showed no surprise at seeing Brandon awake. Normally, one would rush to open the coffin first, but Daryl was not normal. Chapter 160, Massacre. Seeing Brandon wake up, Daryl wondered, could it be that the jade pendant's effect has significantly diminished over such a long period? Otherwise, how could he have woken up? As for helping him open the crystal coffin, Daryl had never even considered it. In Brandon's last bits of memory, Daryl clearly saw that Brandon was a great demon king who had gone mad by the end. He used the zombies he created to wreak havoc in the cultivator world. Logically speaking, such a significant event should have been recorded in history books. However, Brandon was clever and did not wish his affairs to be gossiped about by future generations. Before lying down in the crystal coffin, he had already made all arrangements to erase all records about him and the zombies. Furthermore, cultivators at that time disliked discussing the hateful demon king Brandon and his repulsive zombie army. Gradually, no one mentioned this matter anymore. Occasionally, people would recall that Brandon had not appeared before them for a very long time. What surprised Daryl was that Brandon really had been in deep sleep for so many thousands of years, and yet, he managed to awaken. How much good fortune must he have accumulated? Daryl couldn't help but praise the process. It was indeed intriguing. Seeing Daryl make no move, Brandon grew impatient. No one dared defy him. Just as he prepared to attack Daryl, he noticed a problem. He was unable to move inside the crystal coffin and could only rely on Daryl to open it. Friend, since you've awakened me, naturally, you must help me get out, right? Rest assured, I won't harm you. I can help you achieve your dreams when the time comes. Do you think I'm stupid? You look like you wanted to kill me just now, and I have everything I need. Why should I let you out? This situation suits you fine. Even through the crystal coffin, Daryl could feel the murderous intent Brandon directed at him. The demon king was not bluffing. It was unclear which one was more feared, a human demon king or a demonic beast's demon king. Hey, don't do this. You awakened me, left me here, and ignored me. What am I supposed to do now? Brandon's expression turned anxious. If Daryl truly left him alone, he would indeed be in dire straits. Now that he was awake and aware, staying immobile in the crystal coffin was unbearably boring. What does that have to do with me? Also, I have some excellent news for you. Due to your zombies, the entire city is about to be sealed off, making this a perfect place for you to continue your slumber. You've chosen an excellent location with a nice view. Daryl had learned a bit about feng shui, and indeed, this position was quite ideal. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained undiscovered for so long. With his arms crossed, Daryl knew he would eventually free Brandon. It was just a matter of when and how. All depended on Daryl's decision. He needed to get what he wanted from Brandon. One thing Daryl was certain of was that Brandon was extremely intelligent. His arrangements were flawless. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Now that I'm awake, aren't you heartless enough to leave me stranded here? But if those zombies escaped, why are you still intact here? Shouldn't you have died first? According to his setup, he could sleep forever until someone discovered this place again, which would surely be a formidable person. Brandon hoped that upon awakening, he could encounter a powerful adversary. After all, he had once been unmatched. Lying there, unable to see anyone, Brandon felt a sense of despair. Could it be that the one who awakened him was just an ordinary human? So what if it is? Or isn't? Daryl realized those memories weren't intentionally shared by Brandon, but were shown due to the crystal coffin. I'm really unlucky. Being too unbeatable is actually pointless. I do have something valuable to offer, though. Help me open this crystal coffin. Damn, I forgot ordinary people can't open my crystal coffin. What nonsense. Now things were in a deadlock. Initially, to ensure he could rest peacefully after death, he placed many zombies around himself. These zombies would awaken at the slightest trace of cultivator energy, deal with nearby cultivators, and then return to dormancy. That's not true, you're lying. You're not an ordinary person. I sensed immense power from you. Stop pretending. Show me your true form. Release me, and we can play. Brandan thought perhaps because he had just awakened, he might have made such a low-level mistake. But it didn't matter. Once he got out, he would kill Daryl, ensuring no one would know what happened today, preventing mockery. Why should I play with you? To satisfy your selfish desires, you turn the most important people in your life into these forms. Do you really think you succeeded? Would they want you to do this to them? Daryl believed that Brandan's actions were far from being beneficial. Rather, they ensured that even in death, those people could not find peace. He used their bodies to create zombies that astonished the cultivator world. Zombies that surpassed human understanding and were stronger than cultivators. But was this what they desired? My original goal wasn't to turn them into zombies. I tried countless methods to revive them but failed. I really had no other way. Moreover, I don't see anything wrong with it. They remain by my side in another form, and no one can harm them. That's enough. Brandan had already lost his sanity, unable to perceive any fault in his actions. Had he been lucid, he wouldn't have led these zombies to massacre indiscriminately. Thousands of people perished under Brandan's hands. Anyone who displeased him met their doom. Any who defied him faced the same fate, death. Hashtag chapter 161. Releasing Brandan. Sometimes, Brandan couldn't quite understand why he had turned them into zombie people back then. Things that were done, and he wouldn't regret it. At the very least, he had tried his best. Otherwise, many people would have already ceased to exist. He couldn't see these people now. Those zombie people only obey your commands, right? Haven't you considered what might happen if they went insane one day and wanted you dead? Anything has uncertainties, and even Daryl couldn't guarantee that such a thing wouldn't happen. Of course not. The creations I make are under my absolute control, and I won't let any problems arise. If you release me, I can help you create some zombie people too. Then, no one on this continent will be your match. What do you think? Lying here was utterly meaningless, but he wasn't sure if this person could release him. Brandan could sense that this individual must be very smart. Otherwise, anyone else would have opened the crystal coffin long ago, eager to ask countless questions, like how he managed to sleep until now. To ensure his peaceful slumber, Brandan had done a lot and paid a high price. To disappoint you, I have no interest in those zombie people at all. They're just a nuisance. These things shouldn't exist in the first place. When Daryl saw Brandan's memories, he knew that getting rid of all the zombie people depended on Brandan. Another possibility was that Daryl would find a way to counteract the zombie people. I know you aren't interested in these zombie people, but once you research them, you might find them fascinating. You could become the most powerful on this continent. Please open the crystal coffin. Brandan really couldn't understand what this person was about. How did it seem like so many matters didn't matter to him? Brandan, you planned everything meticulously, but did you consider whether or not I would help you open this crystal coffin today? Did you think that after someone awakened you, they might never reach this place? You'd be trapped here forever. Daryl only wanted to know how to resolve the issue with the zombie people. Catching the leader first would make everything else easier. Once Brandan was dealt with, the rest would be manageable. Brandan was no match for him now. Times had changed. In his later years, Brandan hadn't liked cultivating much, instead preferring to roam with his zombie people, harming cultivators. His power hadn't grown significantly. It would be easy for Daryl to overpower him. It won't be like that. I've prepared everything meticulously. Even without you, I can rise again, though it would cost me more. Now that you've appeared here, I don't need to pay that price. Friend, I know you saw my memories, and I mean no harm. Release me, and I promise not to hurt your friends. Brandan thought about how he should deal with Daryl once out. Perhaps he should kill Daryl outright. There was no point keeping him alive. Fine, remember your promise. Daryl opened the crystal coffin and stood a few yards away as Brandan climbed out. The moment Brandan stood up, a demonic aura emerged, and he gave Daryl an evil smile. Still a child. Hello, child. Let's play well together. Brandan, let me introduce myself. I am Daryl, not the child you're referring to. I won't play nice. Order your zombies outside to stop their actions immediately. Otherwise, even though you survived for centuries, I'll make sure you die now. Daryl released him simply because he didn't want to waste more time. He crossed his arms and looked at Brandan. Haha, it's been years since anyone dared speak to me like that. Little Brandan, you're bold. Considering you saved me, I'll leave you intact. Brandan snapped his fingers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to work. Let's show this Daryl kid what our zombie strength is like. As soon as Brandan spoke, the sealed zombies around him moved into action. Brandan wondered what he should do when the zombies caught Daryl. Should he kill Daryl outright, or turn him into a servant? After all, he had just woken up and was still confused about many things. Forget it, let's just play with this young man for a while. Just woke up. He needed to find something interesting. But as he began to play, his eyes widened as he watched the zombies move directly behind him. They acted as if they couldn't see Daryl. In other words, in the eyes of the zombies, Daryl was just an ordinary person. This meant Brandan's ultimate card had lost its effectiveness. Brandan, help me with this and promise not to misuse the zombies again. Then I'll let you leave alive. Daryl looked at the surprised Brandan, who was about to experience even more shock. Absolutely not. Even if the zombies can't sense your presence, you're only 20. No idea how you managed to escape detection, but can you evade me? Killing you would be effortless. Brandan pulled out his magical weapon, which had accompanied him in killing many in the past. A magical weapon? You probably haven't seen one, considering it took effort for me to obtain it back then. Unless you become my slave, I'll spare you. And I promise to help you find a magical weapon if I ever get the chance. Getting a magical weapon was something worth boasting about back in his time. The moment Brandan finished speaking, Daryl pulled out his twin swords, Wuxia and Ferguson, both of which came out smoothly. Together, Wu Shuang and Ferguson could wield even greater power than regular magical weapons. What are you saying? Help you find a magical weapon? If Daryl wanted, he could possess any number of magical weapons now. He already knew how to forge them. Facing Daryl, Brandan's pride crumbled. Such rare objects, and Daryl had to? Times had changed. Daryl's appearance was a blow to him. Chapter 162. No weaknesses. When did artifacts become as common as dirt? You have 2 more? Brandan looked at Daryl in astonishment. Daryl seemed too peculiar. Did that mean anything Brandan possessed, Daryl had as well? No wonder Daryl dared to be so arrogant, opening the crystal coffin without even negotiating terms with him first. Of course, even if Daryl had negotiated, it wouldn't have mattered because in his view, those who follow him thrive, and those who defy him perish. He would still need to get rid of Daryl as soon as he came out. But now it might not be so easy. Daryl looked quite formidable. Brandan had just woken up and didn't know what this world was like anymore. Perhaps it was better to keep a low profile and discuss things properly with Daryl to understand the situation here. What nonsense are you spouting? Daryl, where are we now? Why is there a crystal coffin here? Let me explain myself. I'm Ferguson, and this is my friend, Elisa. Breath, a pseudo-artifact? It has too many flaws. It doesn't qualify as the best artifact. Good artifacts can cultivate sentience, but I doubt this one will make it. Ferguson circled around the weapon Brandan took out. The materials used in its creation were not top-notch. Even after numerous blacksmiths processed it, no matter how good its appearance became, its internal quality remained subpar. Unless it was melted down and reforged from scratch, it might not remain a pseudo-artifact. You have an artifact with a spirit core? That's quite the luck. Back then, I searched many places for an artifact with a spirit core but couldn't find one. It took a long time to find this one. But never mind. Soon, everything will belong to me. I don't believe all zombies will be useless against you. Brandan smiled and walked over to the crystal coffin, pressing a switch. Shortly, the coffin disappeared, revealing an unusually tall zombie before Daryl. This is my trump card. I rarely let it handle matters. If you can defeat it, you've proven your worth to negotiate with me, and I'll agree to your terms. Brandan had great confidence in the zombie he created. Ordinary people couldn't stand against it, especially not someone like Daryl with such formidable strength. After Daryl died, his artifact would belong to him. What he really wanted was the artifact with a spirit core, which he had previously used to wreak havoc in the cultivation realm. Now that he returned, he intended to give those old cultivators another surprise, something they would undoubtedly appreciate. Daryl watched as the large figure approached him. Keeping his guard up, he thought the zombie was going to attack. Being Brandan's trump card, it should have impressive capabilities. Instead, the zombie stopped behind Daryl. It seems it's not useful against me. Daryl couldn't figure out why the zombie stood behind him, but at least it wasn't a threat anymore. Hey, wait, what are you doing? I'm your master. This is the person I want you to deal with, not come over and protect him. Brandan was clueless about the situation. Why had his zombie suddenly betrayed him? According to logic, even if the zombie couldn't sense Daryl's presence, it should have followed its original command. Looking at the frantic Brandan, Daryl felt that this was more like a normal reaction compared to the overly high and mighty demeanor earlier. However, could this zombie be listening to him now? Go, kill this man. Daryl tentatively commanded the zombie behind him, and it immediately lunged at Brandan with a powerful punch. Brandan ran frantically as the zombie chased him, making Daryl laugh. The tables had turned. Back then, Brandan mustn't have imagined being chased by the very zombies he unleashed on cultivators. Furthermore, Brandan had just awakened and wasn't as strong as the zombie. Brother Daryl, I know I was wrong. Can we talk things through? Stop this zombie for a moment so we can discuss. Brandan had invested much effort into creating this ultimate zombie as his hidden ace, using it sparingly. Now it was disobeying him entirely. Luckily, only this single instance occurred. If multiple zombies turned against him, Brandan wouldn't need others to finish him off. They'd tear him apart themselves. Tell me, why is this zombie listening to me? Daryl was frantically thinking about what he might have done to cause this situation. He soon realized it had something to do with Brandan's memories. When Daryl accessed Brandan's memories, the zombie might have mistaken him for Brandan, explaining why it stood behind him. To whom should I ask if you won't tell me? I spent countless hours, energy, and materials cultivating this powerful zombie, only for it to start obeying you. What the hell did you do? Even while fleeing, Brandan answered Daryl. If he had known, the zombie wouldn't have started chasing him. Do these zombies have no weaknesses? If I don't order it to stop, will you keep running until you die? Daryl wanted more information on the zombies to control them easily, even without Brandan. Brandan fell silent, realizing Daryl was trying to learn their weaknesses. But there weren't any. When he created them, he considered many factors. When those villagers died, they were helpless, lacking resistance. He aimed to make them powerful so no one could stand against them again. Though the zombies appeared formidable, Brandan conducted extensive experiments before achieving this outcome. In that resource-abundant era, Brandan wasted countless resources just to ensure their success. They have no weaknesses. Stop. Hashtag chapter 163, waiting for his decision. No one knew what methods Brandan used, but as soon as he spoke, the zombie man following him halted. Daryl saw clearly that Brandan knew how to deal with the zombies, and at least knew how to evade their attacks. Otherwise, given Brandan's strength, he would have already been killed by the zombies' claws. Daryl, you can't handle me now, and I can't do anything to you either. Let's just pretend we didn't meet today. Brandan didn't want to talk to Daryl anymore. He was eager to see what the outside world was like now. Without me, you can't leave this town. When Daryl entered this town, he set up an array formation, preventing anyone from entering or leaving without his permission. Even Brandan wasn't an exception. Given Brandan's mediocre cultivation level, it was even less likely. Daryl didn't refute Brandan's claim that he could not be dealt with. He simply didn't feel like fighting Brandan and wanted him to clear out the zombies outside on his own. If you destroy all the zombies and live through this, you can leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can only say sorry. Daryl believed that Cabrandan had a way to seal these zombies once again. Unconvinced by Daryl's words, Cabrandan rushed out directly. The situation outside was dire, with blood splattered everywhere. But for Cabrandan, such scenes were minor issues. He had massacred entire cities before, and in his mind, it was all quite normal. After an hour of struggling, he finally accepted his fate. Without Daryl, he truly couldn't leave. Whenever he tried to exit the town, a force would block his path. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to overpower that force. Now, Daryl was letting Cabrandan choose between saving himself or destroying the zombies. If Cabrandan refused to choose, Daryl had a third option, trapping them all here forever, as the cultivators outside thought. Absolutely, the zombies mustn't harm more people. When Cabrandan returned to the ancient tomb, he found Daryl making tea there, while the crystal coffin had vanished. Daryl had naturally stored it away. He planned to study it upon returning. What material was this crystal coffin made of? It had preserved Cabrandan's body for so long. Daryl, our meeting was by chance. There's no need to go this far. Let's talk openly. What do you really want to let me go? Cabrandan recalled how arrogant he felt before meeting Daryl, and now he was trapped here, having to humble himself. It seemed like their positions had reversed. I've made my terms clear. My only demand is that you destroy all the zombies. Cabrandan looked at Daryl, who sat opposite him, sipping tea indifferently. How could Daryl think of drinking tea at such a critical time? Didn't he care about the cultivators outside? Daryl cared. Otherwise he wouldn't have entered alone, seeking Cabrandan's help. What if I don't choose this? Cabrandan couldn't abandon his strongest survival skill, especially after leaving here to face an unknown new world. Then you'll be trapped here with your zombies forever. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. If you can take a single step out of this city, I won't resist if you kill me. Daryl was confident in his array formations, provided by the system and enhanced by his research. No one could break them. As someone who studied arrays the most thoroughly, Daryl dared make such a statement. Why must it be this way? I can promise not to let my zombies randomly slaughter cultivators. Would that work? Daryl shook his head. He didn't trust Cabrandan. Promises from people without principles were worthless. Keeping the choice in his own hands was crucial. Daryl didn't want to be blamed later for releasing these devils. This wasn't Daryl's original intention. These people are my villagers and friends. You ask me to give them up? Impossible. I will never abandon my friends. I must stay with them. If you stay in the city, you can still be with them. This choice isn't bad. I believe you'll soon make a decision. Daryl wasn't in a hurry. Cabrandan would regret this choice soon. Take your time. Once you've decided, call me. Does this ancient tomb have other places? Daryl hadn't forgotten what Callahan told him when entering. Someone was watching him. If true, there should be other things inside the tomb. Yes, this tomb isn't mine. I found it, didn't build it. Too long ago. I forgot what I found inside. However, the method to turn dead humans into zombies was found here. I felt they belonged here, both born and sleeping here. So, I brought them back and modified the place to look like this. How about I tell you how to create zombies, and you let me go? Your strength means these zombies can't harm you anyway. Cabrandan had feelings for these zombies, not only because they were powerful but also because they were once simple villagers. Daryl rejected any conditions from Cabrandan. Only one condition remained: destroy the zombies. Otherwise, Cabrandan stayed. I'll check elsewhere. I'm taking the crystal coffin. In exchange, I'll give you some information about the current cultivation world. Once you decide, come find me. Daryl left the book from the system on the table and departed. He needed to find the person behind that unseen gaze. The fact that Cabrandan didn't build this tomb surprised Daryl. He assumed it was specially prepared for Cabrandan. No wonder this part was missing from Cabrandan's memories. Chapter 164, the patterns on the zombie bodies. Daryl thought that perhaps he could find a way to deal with those zombie people in this ancient tomb, and if so, there would be no need to rely on Cabrandan's choice. By then, Cabrandan wouldn't matter anymore. Daryl knew it would be extremely difficult to create another batch of zombie people with the current resources of the cultivation world. You want to go into the ancient tomb? I suggest you don't. It's full of threats, and I fear you'll die inside, which would leave me unable to get out, Cabrandan said. Back when he discovered the tomb, he wasn't sure if he could fully explore its contents, let alone Daryl who had not even found it yet. Many years had passed since then, and much had changed. If Daryl went alone, he might be in grave danger. If Daryl died, he truly wouldn't have any way out. The villagers' friends I turned into zombies were done using methods I found in this tomb. The jade pendant that put you into a deep sleep was also from this tomb, right? Daryl was too smart. Though he hadn't seen these memories, he could guess many things. Otherwise, Cabrandan would never choose such a place for his activities, despite it being his hometown. You're not wrong. Indeed, everything came from here. My intuition tells me there are more valuable things inside, but danger always comes with opportunity. Whether or not you can come back alive is another matter. Daryl, there's no need to go in. I don't want to see you die. Cabrandan also feared that Daryl might find a way to deal with the zombies inside. He spent days in the tomb finding what he needed. It was uncertain whether Daryl would be luckier. Just an ordinary ancient tomb, Daryl replied. He was used to taking risks and was curious about what treasures might still be hidden inside. What intrigued him most was the jade pendant that could put someone into a deep sleep, something that defied logic. Yet he detected no abnormalities in Cabrandan, who seemed like an ordinary human just like himself. Then go ahead, good luck, Cabrandan said. With Daryl gone, he planned to figure out how to leave this place. After all, he had only just awakened and wanted to see what the world looked like now. He didn't like the books Daryl gave him and wanted to experience everything firsthand. The crystal coffin that Daryl took didn't affect him much, as they would eventually meet again. When he needed it, he could simply ask Daryl to return it. There was nowhere for him to store such a large item anyway. Both had their own plans in mind. Daryl knew what Cabrandan was thinking, but didn't care. He was confident in the array he set up and knew Cabrandan wouldn't get a chance to act. Following Brandan's advice, Daryl entered the tomb. He wanted to see exactly what kind of place could create such abominations as the zombies. After watching Daryl enter, Brandan immediately directed the zombies to attack the town's defensive array. Unfortunately, their attacks either bounced back or lost power against the array, which grew stronger instead. Daryl hadn't lied. He really had only two choices, to choose himself or the zombies who had been with him all along. You've been by my side for so long. I don't want to abandon you. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. But now that I'm awake, you're already dead? No, I don't know what the outside world is like. My strength might seem trivial compared to theirs. Without you, I'd likely face danger. If Daryl dies in the tomb, maybe we can find a way out. There must be a way. I can't abandon you. You wouldn't have died if I hadn't gone exploring. I owe you. Looking at the unrecognizable faces of some zombies, Brandan remembered how he rose to the peak of the world using them. Eventually, he grew bored and put them to sleep, believing he would never awaken. Now, awakening meant he was destined to face this challenge. Whether he could escape was another matter. He believed nothing could stop him. How wonderful it would be if you were alive. Then I wouldn't have become a feared demon. We could live happily together, protecting each other and growing stronger. Having just awakened, Brandan's longing for the villagers reached a peak. One by one, you abandoned me, leaving me alone. Now this Daryl wants me to give you up and live in this world by myself? How meaningless. What bothered Brandan the most was that he couldn't match Daryl. Despite being undefeated, he couldn't beat Daryl. Even Daryl's divine artifacts were better than his. All the effort he put into obtaining his artifact meant little to Daryl. Maybe this time, I can find a way to revive you. Please wait for me a little longer. Since he couldn't leave, he decided to go to the tomb and find Daryl. If Daryl discovered something important, he could destroy it before Daryl found a way to eliminate the zombies. Meanwhile, Daryl walked deep into the tomb and encountered several treasures. Not bothering to examine them closely, he stored them away, intending to inspect them later. His primary goal was finding a solution for the zombies. Driven by this intention, Daryl soon stood before a wall covered in patterns similar to those he had seen in the room. These patterns were more complex and potentially more powerful. Most importantly, there were explanations beside the patterns, allowing Daryl to understand. These patterns controlled the zombies. Carving these patterns into the bodies of the zombies allowed control over them. Chapter 165, The Living Ancient Tomb. Are these the patterns? But these patterns had already appeared on the zombies' bodies. Even if Daryl tried to replicate them now, it would be meaningless. However, Daryl understood something important. Those zombies weren't truly invincible. If he could break through that wall, he could also destroy those zombies. It would just take a very long time, and Daryl didn't want to go through such trouble. There must be something else if these patterns exist here. As long as he found out how to create the zombies, he could find a way to deal with them and discover their weakness. Daryl had already memorized the patterns, but hadn't yet figured out a solution. Continuing forward, he saw nothing unusual except for several rooms filled with treasures. Daryl didn't bother to check what they were, and simply stored them in his spatial bag. They were all his anyway. What puzzled him was where Brandan had obtained that jade pendant, and the sudden appearance of valuable items along the path. It seemed like this place could sense what Daryl wanted. Whatever he desired, the next moment it would appear on the path before him. Could this tomb be alive? The thought of a living ancient tomb sent chills down Daryl's spine. But it wasn't impossible. He had read about such things in books. Even a weapon could develop its own intelligence, so why not a vast tomb filled with numerous treasures? Give me a way to solve the zombie problem, Daryl said, then found a spot to squat and waited for the tomb to respond. Soon, a scroll appeared at his feet. This time, Daryl saw clearly. It emerged from the ground. So, he really could communicate with the tomb. If others knew this, they'd probably think Daryl was insane. Daryl speculated that when Brandan entered this place, he desperately sought a way to revive his villagers. But since his villagers had been dead for so long, it was impossible. Thus, the tomb gave Brandan this method, turning them into zombies to remain by his side forever. Some of Brandan's thoughts were quite twisted, but Daryl couldn't blame him. Brandan could have lived happily in this world with such great talent and loved ones. All that was ruined by one person. Daryl looked at the scroll in his hand. It detailed how to create the zombies. Below, it clearly stated that only the creator could resolve the zombie issue. No one else could. Is there no other way? Like damaging the patterns on the zombies, or having enough power to crush them directly? Surely there must be more options than this? Daryl inspected the scroll. Frankly, many of the materials mentioned were things he had never seen before, though he had read about them in books. Replicating the zombies now would be extremely difficult. Quickly, a note appeared under his feet, with a few words written on it. There is only one way. Daryl looked at the tomb that could answer his questions and fell silent. He had merely guessed earlier, but now he knew it was true. Such rare things existed and had been discovered by him. He finally understood. Sam was encountered by him. The zombies were because of him, and even the living tomb appeared. Daryl wondered what absurd things he would encounter next. You only have your consciousness. Do you have a physical form? Can you come out and talk to me directly? Unable to get a solution for the zombies, Daryl grew curious about the tomb. He had previously asked the system about living tombs while reading, but the system had replied, "These matters are unknown to the system. You will eventually get answers." At that time, Daryl hadn't seen a living tomb and spent most of his time within his sect. How could he possibly get answers? Now, he indeed could find answers to his initial curiosities. The living tomb, perhaps finding it interesting that someone spoke to it directly for the first time, answered Daryl's question. I don't have a physical form, but I can sense a person's strong desires. Whatever you need right now, I know. You are called Daryl. The man sleeping outside my domain for tens of millions of years is named Brandan. He was also a genius, but not as outstanding as you. At the very least, when Brandan first entered the tomb, he had no idea it was a living tomb. Otherwise, how could everything he wished for suddenly appear? He just thought he had incredibly good luck and quickly obtained everything he needed. Back then, his mood wasn't good, feeling bored, so he toyed with Brandan. Indeed, Brandan almost died here. His strong will to survive saved him. The tomb initially intended to play with Daryl too, but realized Daryl sensed its presence almost immediately. The interaction was more engaging than if the tomb acted alone. May I ask who owned this tomb before? Given the multitude of treasures inside, exceeding Daryl's imagination, he was genuinely curious about the tomb's owner. The past is too distant. I've forgotten who my previous owner was. I only remember that he was a powerful individual. The writing on the note changed as they communicated this way. Daryl found the living tomb intriguing rather than frightening. Can you control who enters this tomb? Were you watching me when I first came in? If it were the tomb, Daryl could explain why Nolan felt an intense gaze upon him. When you damaged my body, of course I watched you to see what you were doing. Remember to return my body when you leave. Daryl read the note and felt the tomb's grievance. You damaged my body, and now you're taking it away. Daryl fell silent. He had no idea it was a living tomb. He just thought the walls required 10 minutes of full effort to break, intending to study them for his own home. Now he knew it wasn't the material, but because of the tomb itself. Daryl took out the items from his spatial bag. Chapter 166, The Legacy of the Callahan's Father. Daryl would never accept anything that didn't belong to him. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was your body. It's fine, I'm not in pain. But what about your little divine beast? I have something for it as well. Its father left it with me, hoping I could pass it on to a suitable person. However, for many years, few people came here, and even fewer were deemed suitable. I was surprised to see the little divine beast. Otherwise, I would have sent you away long ago. Daryl looked at the intricate script on the walls. He hadn't expected this ancient tomb to know the Callahan's father. Unfortunately, the Callahan was now asleep. I can't see the patterns on the walls anymore. The Callahan used up all his strength to show me those patterns and went to rest. You can just give me the item. I'll pass it on to the Callahan. Daryl glanced at the Callahan resting comfortably within his spatial storage. He had no idea when the Callahan would wake up. It could be a month, 6 months, or even a year. Well, if that's the case, bring out the little one, and I'll help. Indeed, Daryl had been wondering where the little creature had gone. That small being was more sensitive than Daryl and immediately detected his presence. But since the Callahan was young and lacked inherited memories, he didn't know about it. If it were the Callahan's parents, they would have recognized it instantly. All right. Daryl brought the Callahan out and placed him on the ground. Soon, a warm force enveloped the Callahan, and Daryl could clearly see the Callahan rapidly absorbing this energy, gradually recovering from his earlier exhaustion. He needs some time to absorb these energies. Just wait a bit. The living ancient tomb realized it had been a long time since it last conversed with someone. The last person it could converse with was the little divine beast's parents. It wondered how they were doing after all these years, especially considering the Callahan was only recently born. Do you know the Callahan's parents? Daryl looked curiously at the Callahan. The Callahan was an extremely powerful divine beast, something Daryl could sense. But he wasn't sure what kind of divine beast the Callahan was. Of course, we were very close. However, it's been a long time since we've met. They might be dead, or perhaps they're still alive, sleeping somewhere like me. No one could predict the outcome of such mysteries. Maybe you're right. How did your consciousness form? Daryl remembered that the Callahan had said he would search for his father once he gained enough strength. Moreover, after awakening his inherited memories, the Callahan could determine whether his father was still alive. I don't know either. I'm not entirely clear about my situation. Anyway, I can control the entire ancient tomb. It's my body. I choose who enters the tomb and can feel what's in your heart. I can help fulfill your wishes and gain power from it, or I can choose not to. It's up to me. Daryl fell silent. He briefly considered taking the ancient tomb for further study, but knew that was impossible. Their conversation continued, with Daryl asking questions initially, and then the ancient tomb questioning him. The ancient tomb was curious about the outside world and wanted to hear stories. It hadn't received information about the outside world in many years. I was previously underground, and being found by Brandan was an accident. I thought I would stay with Brandan forever, but unexpectedly, you discovered me. When Daryl first observed the area near the ancient tomb, the tomb had already awakened, but it didn't detect Daryl among the later arrivals. Otherwise, it would have let Daryl enter long ago. Back when Brandan set up the crystal coffin and installed various traps, the ancient tomb was unsatisfied because it remembered having a different owner, not Brandan. Yet, with its limited power back then, it couldn't do anything. After hearing the ancient tomb's words, Daryl thought that if he had agreed to visit the city lord earlier, these events might not have happened. Daryl, how did you discover an ancient tomb beneath the city lord's residence? Logically, no one would dig beneath the city lord's residence when there was already one above. The ancient tomb had heard complaints from people blaming Daryl for uncovering the tomb and encountering zombie humans. I was looking for a divine artifact but ended up in the wrong place. I didn't expect to find a real ancient tomb, and even a living one. After Daryl's statement, the ancient tomb remained silent, not knowing what to say. It couldn't believe that someone actually listened and found it after such casual mention. Do you need anything else, Daryl? I can give it to you. No one will come here anyway. The previous owner had many valuable items, which it could give to Daryl. Do you still have that jade pendant that can make someone sleep? That was the only thing Daryl wanted. There's only one of that kind, and deep sleep comes at a cost. The ancient tomb didn't specify the cost, but Daryl could guess it was significant. Would you prefer not to be disturbed later? Should I help secure this place? A living ancient tomb, if discovered, would likely cause trouble. Major sects and influential families would try to seize the area. Since there were zombie humans around, the tomb could remain hidden. No need. If it happened, it was meant to be. There's no point hiding it. Rest assured, not everyone can sense me. Only someone with a pure heart, free from greed, could feel its presence. Of course, they needed to be intelligent enough. Otherwise, they just think themselves lucky. You decide, but don't give them harmful things like the scroll to create zombie humans. That may be harmful to you, but it's correct for Brandan. I only care about those standing inside the tomb. As for others, I cannot manage. Just like you, Daryl, whatever you want while standing here, if I have it, I'll give it to you. Understand? Chapter 167. Vast skies and wide lands for birds to fly. Daryl was silent. Indeed, what the living ancient tomb conveyed had no issue. The judgment of good or bad did not rest in their hands. Everyone's evaluation of the same event would be different. Brandan came to look for you. I let him through. Upon seeing these words on paper, Daryl saw Brandan less than a minute later. I told you it's dangerous here, and not to enter recklessly. Got hurt? Let's go. I'll take you out. Brandan thought Daryl was sitting on the ground because he couldn't move due to injuries when he saw him. He was glad he had come inside. Otherwise, if Daryl died, he'd never get out himself. Walking in the ancient tomb filled Brandan with fear, always afraid that some strange mechanism might pop out from anywhere. I'm fine. Have you made up your mind? Daryl stood up from the ground. He had chatted with the living ancient tomb for nearly an hour, learning about everything he wanted to know. Now, he needed to pass this information to the system since its data needed updating. You didn't get hurt? Then why were you sitting on the ground? I thought you were dying. Brandan scoffed. What was going on with Daryl's relaxed, almost joyful state? Did Daryl really possess something significant? I'm asking you, have you made your decision yet? Daryl didn't have much time left to wait. If Brandan chose well, then he could announce his choice. If Brandan chose to leave, Daryl would take him out, after which they would be free as birds. But if he decided to stay and accompany the zombies, Daryl had to prepare to leave alone. Under no circumstances would he allow Brandan to see the outside world in his lifetime. Moreover, he was confident now to remove cultivators from this place. All that remained was for Brandan to make his choice. I can't make this decision. Daryl, you don't need to be so cruel, right? You've seen my memories. You should know how important these zombies are to me. They're all my memories, companions who have stayed with me for so long. I've already assured you, truly, I won't let the zombies do anything else anymore. Can't you just let me out? Or once we're out, I can follow you all the time with my zombies, ensuring there won't be any problems. It's too hard for me to destroy them. Brandan hadn't expected Daryl to be so straightforward, giving him no leeway and directly asking him what he chose. I'm not a fool. I remember giving you only 2 choices. I don't want to waste time. I know you lied to me about those zombies having no weaknesses. If you truly can't choose, I can help you. Since you chose to sleep back then, you will remain asleep forever here. This world doesn't need you, nor does it need your zombies. Daryl would never agree to Brandan's request to take his zombies out. Having seen much through Brandan's memories, he wouldn't believe a single word from him, knowing Brandan could lie without batting an eye. He couldn't risk the lives of ordinary cultivators, fearing another massacre like before, matching the cold reports. Many cultivators had already died. Daryl, is there really no other way? Can you be a little more compassionate? Brandan's expression changed. Damn, he calculated everything except that the one who awakened him was someone he couldn't deal with, leaving him no choice but to wait. Moreover, Daryl acted very confidently no matter what, having searched the tomb for a long time. Initially, those things also appeared randomly to Brandan inside the tomb. Perhaps Daryl encountered something, or perhaps not. What should his choice be? So, can we leave together and leave the zombies here as a resting place? Give me some room for choice, okay? Do you know how many people this city lost? All killed by your zombies. To you, maybe it doesn't matter, but to me, those people are important. You truly have only 2 choices, nothing else. Don't delay. I'll give you 1 day at most to consider. Daryl looked towards the wrapped-up Callahan, awaiting his awakening and the decision that had to be made. If Brandan couldn't decide, Daryl would make it for him. All right. Brandan glanced deeply at Daryl before exiting the tomb. Once Brandan left, the writing on the paper in Daryl's hand changed. Actually, you don't need to be so cruel to him. He is indeed a very pitiful person who should have lived a blissful life. The ancient tomb had seen much, including Brandan's lowest moments and suffering worse than death. Daryl didn't know this, nor could he force Brandan into making such a decision. Daryl's power simply gave him the qualification to decide. But have you considered that every person in this town, killed or starved, deserved a good and happy life? Going further, weren't the victims of the zombies controlled by Brandan all innocent? Brandan loved the feeling of killing after seeking revenge, transforming into a monstrous tyrant that everyone feared but could not stop. Daryl dared not gamble. He had already done something terrible and couldn't repeat it. Daryl, then stick to your principles. Good luck. I think Brandan will eventually choose to leave with you. Give him some time. After all, his life was pushed to this point step by step. How could the ancient tomb understand much about humans? He only encountered a few people, with Brandan being the longest lasting one. Even before Brandan went to sleep, he spoke to the walls for a long time. He still remembered those words. Brandan's jade pendant's power was exhausted, and he couldn't bear another sacrifice. Likely, Brandan would choose as Daryl wished. Chapter 168. The Living Ancient Tomb's Gift. Alright, I'll wait for him. Daryl paused for a moment. He decided to give him 3 more days. Any longer and Daryl couldn't wait, especially with many people outside waiting for his updates. The forces surrounding the Callahan's body had vanished, and he opened his eyes. Daryl, thank you again for finding such comfortable power to help me wake up. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have awakened. During the Callahan's slumber, he still retained some memories, aware that a force had been aiding him. This time, you're thanking the wrong person. It wasn't me who helped but this ancient tomb itself. It has developed its own consciousness, and the presence you felt earlier was the tomb. Additionally, it recognizes your parents. You can talk to it properly. The Callahan could only communicate with Daryl through mental messages since it hadn't matured enough to speak aloud. Daryl, don't joke around. What do you mean an ancient tomb has its own consciousness? Are you going crazy in this tomb? Wake up. I've never heard of a tomb having its own consciousness. The Callahan was speechless. How could Daryl seem so foolish after just one sleep? And it knows my parents? Should I believe this nonsense? Has Daryl been possessed by something unholy to believe such rubbish? I hear you're called Callahan, and your powers haven't fully awakened. I want to prove that what Daryl said is true. I am indeed an ancient tomb. I also recognize your parents. Daryl isn't mad. Upon hearing another voice in his mind, the Callahan fell silent. Am I hallucinating? Or is there really a living ancient tomb as Daryl said? This is ridiculous. I've never heard of such a thing. How do you prove you know my parents? The Callahan spoke with half belief, half doubt. I have items left behind by your parents. They placed them here to find a destined one in the future. Unfortunately, I never found anyone worthy, so I will entrust them to you. Perhaps the destined one his parents spoke of was their son. Anyway, these are their belongings. Giving them to their son makes sense? A bracelet appeared out of nowhere on the Callahan's paw. Here are items left by your parents, along with more from me as a gift for our first meeting. Meeting little Callahan, I must offer a gift, considering how well I once knew his parents. Little Callahan truly inherited his parents' finest traits. Although I wonder why he was born so late, he's quite impressive. His companions are also exceptional. Without parental care, following Daryl has been fortunate for him. So many? A quick glance at the bracelet revealed its contents were not fewer than what Daryl carried. These are parting gifts. Resources are scarce outside now, making growth difficult. I hope you grow strong, and if you ever meet your parents, tell them I fulfilled their mission. Indeed, Daryl had given some of the Callahan's parents' items away. He gave one to Brandan when he visited earlier, and now gave another to Daryl. It's a way of thanking Daryl for caring for Callahan. Alright. The Callahan didn't know how to interact with such a strange being he had never encountered. Also, when your ancestral memory awakens, you might find a way to combat the zombie humans. It's your destiny. Unaware of the conversation between Callahan and the tomb, Daryl sensed they were communicating. What does destiny mean? Callahan was confused, unaware due to unawakened memory, lacking information. The tomb didn't respond further, but directly transported Daryl and Callahan out. While sending Callahan out, an extremely powerful force entered the Callahan's body. For now, Callahan couldn't control this force. Only when sufficiently strong could he accept it. Exiting the tomb, Daryl looked at Callahan. Let's go. Find Brandan for answers. Daryl wouldn't ask about their conversation. If the tomb didn't wish him to know, Daryl wouldn't pry. Callahan perched on Daryl's shoulder, quickly locating Brandan. When Daryl saw Brandan, he was standing among the zombie humans. Seeing those repulsive creatures, they gathered around Brandan, stroking his head, much to his enjoyment. If you can think of another solution, you don't need to do this. You look hesitant. Daryl hesitated. The tomb and Brandan insisted these zombies were his final support. Creating these villagers cost him greatly, and demanding their destruction seemed cruel. But he had no other choice. Hesitation is one aspect. I thought maybe I could handle it differently, but I can't find a better way. I don't trust him enough. Having known Brandan for so long, Daryl couldn't blindly trust him. You've arrived. Seeing Daryl, Brandan's mood calmed, indicating he made a decision. I've decided. I'll destroy these zombie humans. Take me out. Perhaps you're right. My friends and family probably wouldn't want to become like this after death. What enlightened Brandan? After leaving the tomb, he wandered near where cultivators hid and overheard them discussing. Heard those zombie humans can spread infection. If I turn into one after death, I'd rather explode now. Being a zombie means being despised forever. Sigh, this isn't something we can decide. Death is beyond our control. Let it be. Whoever created those disgusting zombie humans is sick. Hope someone saves us soon, but it seems unlikely, given no one's come. Translation note. Names such as Daryl, Callahan, and Brandan are kept consistent in pinyin form as specified in the instructions. The text maintains the original tone and structure, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Chapter 169. Completely vanished. For those who ran slow, there was simply no way to escape. They could only end up trapped inside the city. Until now, they had only managed to hide, never daring to venture out and face the zombies because it would mean certain death. Fortunately, many of the citizens were kind-hearted, willing to provide them with places to hide. After that, he did not hear a single word of their conversation. Now, only one phrase remained in his mind. Raving mad. He vaguely remembered someone had called him that before, but he didn't care then. How to put it? He was always this person. However much they talked about him meant nothing. But now, he felt he might indeed be somewhat raving mad. Maybe the villagers hoped that after they died, they could rest in peace instead of being considered as revolting monsters by everyone. He was undoubtedly the only one who could deal with the zombies. Brandan had made his decision. Some lives should be faced alone. He had already avenged his old grudges. Now it was time to do what he wanted. I've made my decision. Daryl, find me a place to solve this problem. Take me out, but you have to promise me that during the time I stay with you, you will allow me to follow you temporarily. Not knowing enough about this world, he needed someone to help him understand it. I can agree to that, but I must tell you, following me won't help you understand this world. Daryl was well aware that he was different from ordinary cultivators. Brandan would only experience smooth sailing following him. Perhaps it was a good thing. Brandan had never had it so easy all his life, so some smooth times wouldn't hurt. I'll follow you for a while, and when I find something interesting, I'll leave. Don't worry, I have plenty of treasures over the years, and I won't need anything from you. Brandan himself was also very wealthy, prepared for everything. Brandan found a feng shui spot and dug a hole, removing each pattern on these zombie bodies one by one. At the moment those patterns vanished, the zombies instantly turned into dried bones. They couldn't even be recognized anymore. Daryl watched Brandan expressionlessly look at those graves, finding the graves belonging to them, placing each one inside. Within less than an hour, Keh Brandan completed the task alone. Preparing to leave, Keh Brandan knelt down and kowtowed. I am truly very sorry. I failed to keep my promise to let you live successfully. But don't worry, I estimate it won't be long before I come to join you. Please don't blame me. Keh Brandan knew about his physical condition but would never tell Daryl. Daryl stood not far away watching Keh Brandan bid farewell to his zombies. Ellie found the outside sunlight too glaring and returned to its space. Daryl glanced inside and saw Ellie wasn't resting at all. It was playing with the bracelet, seemingly curious about what was inside. Daryl found this quite normal since it came from Ellie's parents. What he hadn't expected was that Ellie would act so hypocritical. Let's go, Mr. Daryl. Keh Brandan had made up his mind and wouldn't regret it. He wanted to see what kind of world awaited him upon his next awakening. Daryl directly took Keh Brandan out, deactivating the array as they exited. The zombies inside had been dealt with, making the array unnecessary. This action startled the outside cultivators. Bretry, prepare the array. Absolutely cannot let the zombies escape. Daryl's presence inside prevented any tampering with the array. Moreover, with Daryl's array intact, they didn't need to make moves. Seeing Daryl deactivate the array immediately upon exit puzzled them. Did Daryl want to get them all killed? That didn't seem right. Daryl wasn't like that. You don't need to do that anymore. The zombies inside have been taken care of. The city is safe now, and the cultivators are safe. There's no need for such measures. Looking at them, Daryl noticed their slow reactions. If there were zombies, these people would have already been dead. Are they really gone? Daryl, are you serious? You really did it? Made the zombies vanish? Mr. Daryl, you can't joke about these matters. So many people are waiting here for the final result. Daryl had said he would try to eliminate the zombies. Now, hearing Daryl say he succeeded, they still didn't believe it. They had tried attacking the zombies before without success. Trust Mr. Daryl. He never jokes around. If you don't believe us, you can check. Bredoching quickly stepped forward, worried about Daryl lately, though receiving no news after he entered the city. But no inspection is necessary. We trust Mr. Daryl. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. But even if the zombies are gone, that ancient tomb remains. No one knows if more zombies lurk inside. I think the best course is to bring the cultivators out and set up an array here to prevent future visits. This incident should serve as a warning. Unknown places should be approached cautiously, especially without adequate strength. Otherwise, disaster will follow. Lately, fewer adventurers dared to explore due to fear of encountering similar situations, leading to early deaths. There's no need. This city experienced an unusual event, but it doesn't mean it will always be like this. It's home to many people. I've already said all the zombies are eliminated. Cultivators shouldn't overreact based on one incident. Daryl rejected their suggestion, having fulfilled his duties. Chapter 170, can go home now. Initially, when Daryl first arrived, he had only one thought, to eliminate all the zombie people. Now Daryl has accomplished this task. As for other matters, they are no longer his concern. The rest is up to you. There shouldn't be any problem, right? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Daryl wanted to return to the Sect to rest properly. He had been extremely exhausted recently. He would need at least a year of rest to fully recover. Mr. Daryl, thank you for your tremendous help. Since you're already here, why don't you join us to go inside the city just in case there are still zombie people around? We could use an assistant like you. They haven't seen any so-called zombie people for so long and indeed believed quite a bit. However, until they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't truly believe it. He made it very clear that there are no more zombie people left. The zombie people in the city are all gone. Haven't you understood yet? Why do you practice cultivation if you're so cowardly? For such trivial matters, you can't even compare to those people from back then. Brandan remembered that during those times, people would charge forward to protect ordinary citizens despite knowing they were facing terrifying zombies, some stronger than themselves, instead of abandoning everyone as these people did. And Daryl had clearly told them that the zombie people had all been dealt with. Yet, they kept coming back to confirm this and insisted on entering the city with Daryl. Didn't they have any sense of pride? Having just eliminated all the zombies, Brandan felt speechless at seeing how timid they acted. Originally, nobody had noticed Brandan's presence. With his statement, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Brandan also sensed someone glaring at him in anger, thinking that Brandan should not speak about them this way. Do you know anything? Do you understand how frightening those zombie people were? Even one of them remaining would make us no match. We are cultivators, but we aren't fools who casually risk our lives, understand? You're boasting so much, but where were you fighting those zombies? In the end, didn't you still rely on Mr. Daryl to bring you out? I thought you were so capable. We are not cowards, but we must also be responsible for others. Please come with us once more, Mr. Daryl. Daryl looked at them, unwilling to accompany such people. Bredoching, are the civilians settled well? Let me check, and then we'll return. Daryl acted as if he hadn't heard what they said, arranging his affairs on his own. Daryl's meaning was clear. I've already solved everything inside. If you don't trust me, that's your problem. But I don't have time to play along. If it weren't for the appearance of those zombie people, Daryl would definitely be lying on his little chair reading the magazines given by the system. Or, he might be resting in the sun somewhere within the sect, never wasting time here. Mr. Daryl, you've helped us so far. Can you not help us once more? Someone had to be the first to step into the city. Afraid to go alone, they could only ask Daryl to lead them. Unfortunately, Daryl had no such intention. It was widely known that although Mr. Daryl was generous, nobody could force him to do what he did not want. Meanwhile, Bredoching led the way up front. Upon seeing Brandan for the first time, Bredoching immediately understood that Mr. Daryl would soon have another companion. This would be better. More people around Mr. Daryl would make things livelier. Although Mr. Daryl didn't wish for too much commotion around him, just arriving at the place where the civilians were settled, Daryl was surrounded by them. Mr. Daryl, it's great that you're safe. We've been worried about you. Please avoid dangerous places in the future. Mr. Daryl, have you dealt with those zombie people? Can we go home now? Will we have to stay here permanently? That place was where they had lived for a long time. It was difficult for them to give it up suddenly. Most importantly, they had valuables left in their rooms. They needed money to live elsewhere and had to retrieve it. After eating and drinking their fill, they could think about more important matters. But because of the zombies in the city, these commoners didn't dare to enter, mainly because they feared being trapped inside, unable to get out. They have been eliminated. You can go home now. I came today to bid you farewell. I hope you all live well in the future. In reality, Daryl wanted to see if any of these ordinary people would turn into zombies. He feared missing any in the beginning, but Callahan rejected his idea on the way. He had absolute confidence in his perception. Having checked thoroughly initially, it wasn't necessary anymore. Mr. Daryl, you are the best cultivator I have ever seen. I hope you live well. If you have the chance, please come visit us. I'll invite you to dinner. Yes, Mr. Daryl, if you have the chance, please visit us. I will treat you to a meal. If not for you, I would have died long ago. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Without you, all of us would be dead. The last to speak was Demetrius, who had interacted most with Daryl among these civilians. Daryl really was a good person. It's not that serious. Even without me, someone else would have saved you. Rest assured, no one will abandon you. You can go home now. Daryl believed that in this world, not everyone would abandon these civilians. Those people probably just lacked the means to deal with the zombies. If they found a way, they would have charged forward without hesitation. Daryl summoned his flying boat and boarded it with his people. Even miles above the ground, he could hear the cries of gratitude from below. Mr. Daryl, thank you. Safe journey. Listening to their words of thanks, Daryl left the area directly. Destination, Brandanling Sect. Being away for almost half a year, Daryl accomplished many earth-shattering feats. He also gained insight into those who attacked his sect. Once he found the mastermind, everything would be resolved. On the flying boat, Daryl contacted Maxim. Brother Daryl, you finally reached out to me. I was truly worried about you. If anything happened to you, I would feel guilty. Chapter 171. Keeping a low profile. Currently, the entire development of the Feather Spirit sect depended on Daryl alone. If something were to happen to him, their sect's development would likely come to an end. Many people had already come to their sect for Daryl's sake. Entire families and clans who came together were accepted without hesitation. But there were also some independents. They decided to wait until Daryl returned and then hold a large-scale selection event for the sect. Outstanding individuals could join their sect, while those lacking in strength would all be eliminated. They needed to select those with good talent, fresh blood that was absolutely the best. Previously, the Feather Spirit sect had been helpless, its capabilities limited. It had slowly gone downhill, but now things were different. With Daryl in their sect, they felt more confident. None of them had guessed that one day, the entire sect would rely on a junior like Daryl to support it. The zombie humans issue is resolved. I'm on my way back. In one sentence, Daryl explained his situation to Maxim. Good to hear you're coming back. You've been out for quite a while now, and many senior brothers, junior brothers, and sisters have questions waiting for you. Prepare yourself, you'll likely be kept busy for some time when you return. Daryl recalled the days he spent at the sect previously and felt that they had indeed been pretty good. I know, that's it then. Daryl ended his conversation with Maxim. Setting off now, it would take about a month to get back to the Feather Spirit sect. He only hoped that nothing unexpected would happen along the way. He didn't want to deal with any more troubles. Brandan stood beside Daryl, watching as he handled matters. He seemed to understand something. Daryl was a very powerful figure in the cultivation world. It made sense. How could he have thought so foolishly before? He had assumed that everyone in the cultivation world was like Daryl, which would indeed make it impossible for him to thrive. However, people like Daryl were few and far between. Now, his obsession with zombie humans could be put aside. Daryl had many followers. Perhaps it was better to follow Daryl around for a while and see what the situation was like at his sect. Let's get acquainted. My name is Miles, and I work under Mr. Daryl. May I ask if you are someone who wants to follow Mr. Daryl or one of his subordinates? If this person was a new subordinate of Mr. Daryl, Miles would need to make arrangements for him. Miles, he's just traveling with us for a while. I don't take just anyone in. For someone like Brandan, who might lose control at any moment, Daryl wouldn't keep him around indefinitely. Miles understood and spoke before Brandan could respond. I apologize if I offended you. After all, being a subordinate to Mr. Daryl is a great honor. After Miles said this, Luciano and the others nodded vigorously. Indeed, though they followed Mr. Daryl, he had been very kind to them. Whenever they needed something, he provided it. As for Miles, Daryl gave him whatever he asked for and frequently guided him, leading to a significant improvement in Miles's strength. If not for their own families, they would have eagerly followed Mr. Daryl to assist him. They had observed over the past few months that Mr. Daryl rarely had anything demanding for them to do. It was all minor tasks, truly very easy. Such a master was exactly what they wanted. Brandan couldn't comprehend their thoughts. Why choose to be a subordinate when one could be a superior? These people could accept it, but sadly, Brandan couldn't. He wanted to be his own demon king, even if he couldn't create zombie humans anymore. As someone who had lived for so long, making a bit of a splash would be effortless. You all chat. I'm going to rest. Daryl was too lazy to listen to them chatting outside, so he went straight to rest. Brother, how did you end up following Mr. Daryl? Were you also saved by him? They followed Mr. Daryl because they found him a very good person. Luciano could also be considered someone whose life was saved by Mr. Daryl. In a way, Brandan responded. Had it not been for Daryl, he might still be lying in a crystal coffin, unaware of how long it would take to see the outside world again. Seeing the flying boat Daryl produced, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the kind of thing they all use nowadays. Shouldn't it be sword flight instead? The times had indeed changed. Once they arrived at their destination, he would definitely get himself one such flying boat. It would be much more comfortable for travel. He wouldn't need to exhaust his spirit energy constantly, and he could feel that this flying boat was quite fast. Mr. Daryl is a very good person. You don't need to be so formal. If you need anything, you can always tell Mr. Daryl, and he will provide it. Was Daryl a good person? Not necessarily from Brandan's perspective. Without Daryl, he would probably still be living with his zombie humans, free from interference. Because of Daryl, he now had to keep a low profile and smile at these people. He truly couldn't bring himself to be happy. Why are you acting so strangely? Don't you know who Mr. Daryl is? Luciano was astonished by Brandan's indifferent attitude toward Daryl. Was there anyone left who didn't know Mr. Daryl? Even if they hadn't met him personally, surely they'd heard his name. Brandan shook his head and took out several fine items, asking, "Tell me, what kind of person is Daryl really?" Brandan didn't expect that as soon as he took out the items, the expressions of those close to Daryl changed. They had been talking about Daryl moments ago, but now they fell silent after seeing the gifts. What was going on? Shouldn't they be more enthusiastic about telling him about Daryl? Miles and the others understood. This person wasn't close to Mr. Daryl at all. No wonder Mr. Daryl hadn't even mentioned his name. They should limit contact with him. If Mr. Daryl disliked him, they shouldn't either. They couldn't let Mr. Daryl think they were helping a stranger against him. In reality, they were overthinking things. Daryl didn't care much about their interactions. Whether they talked or not, it didn't make much difference. Chapter 172. Brandan gets injured. Brandan really couldn't figure out what was going on. They had been so welcoming just a moment ago. How did things change as soon as he took out the items and asked about Daryl? Could it be that these items didn't catch their attention? That shouldn't be the case. His offerings were of the best quality. Logically, they should have been pleased. He chose the finest things to build a rapport and gain more information. What Brandan didn't understand was that Daryl had already won over these people completely. They wouldn't do anything against Daryl's interests. So, when they saw Brandan act this way, they immediately felt something was off with him and naturally refused to engage. Not only in this instance but also in their future interactions, they would avoid Brandan whenever possible. Even while discussing lively topics, they would fall silent at the sight of Brandan. Brandan was getting increasingly frustrated. These people were inscrutable. Previously, he would have forced them to repeat their conversations in front of him. Unfortunately, he wasn't the Brandan he used to be. With no useful information coming from them, he could only wait for Daryl to wake up and find him. He needed to tell Daryl about this and discuss the outside world since Daryl had brought him out here. Ironically, he had forgotten that Daryl had already provided him with all the information he needed. He just hadn't paid much attention to it. Instead of relying on others, he should have focused more on reading, possibly gaining even more insight. This was always Daryl's advice. It was 3 days later when Brandan saw Daryl again. He thought Daryl might have been in seclusion, but seeing how Miles delivered meals to Daryl's door daily, it didn't seem like that. Maybe Daryl was researching something new? Brandan had overthought this. Daryl was simply resting and trying to clear his mind. Recently, Daryl had been improving his strength and wanted to stabilize it further before advancing again. When Daryl appeared on deck, Brandan sensed it immediately. Mainly because he had been too bored lately, Daryl's people completely ignored him. Whenever he tried to talk to them, they either turned a deaf ear or gave indifferent responses. He disliked these people and planned to leave Daryl as soon as he understood the world better. These people around you don't acknowledge me. How am I supposed to learn about this world? And when can I leave you? Daryl glanced at Brandan. He knew what happened after he left. Miles had informed him that afternoon. His response had been, "Let them do as they please. You can leave now if you want. If you wish to understand this world, you need to explore it yourself. Staying with me will not show you the world you seek. Didn't you abandon those zombies to see a bigger, better world? You won't get that staying with me." Lately, Daryl had no intention of adventuring. He only wanted to rest. Initially, he planned a peaceful life. This trip was just to enjoy the scenery, almost like a vacation. Now he intended to return home. With your current strength, venturing out should pose no problem. You can take care of yourself. Seeing Brandan didn't respond, Daryl added another word of advice. The choice ultimately rested with Brandan, and Daryl merely offered guidance. After dining alone on the ship, the food was mediocre, clearly cooked by Miles. He considered teaching Miles how to cook or hiring a chef for the boat. He didn't want to eat tasteless meals every time he boarded. Upon returning to the boat after eating, he couldn't sense Brandan anymore. He assumed Brandan had decided to explore on his own. "Mr. Daryl, who is Brandan exactly? Why do I feel something is odd about him? He seems very curious about many things," someone asked. Wasn't it natural for Brandan to be curious about things he hadn't seen? When Daryl brought Brandan, he didn't introduce him. Now, Brandan had left without a word, and Mr. Daryl didn't seem surprised. Did he expect this all along? "You should have asked him while he was still on the ship," Daryl replied, disliking discussions about someone behind their back. Brandan's departure was for the best. Daryl only hoped that, the next time he heard of Brandan, it would be as a talented cultivator or a powerful one equal to him, not a ruthless tyrant. Late at night, Daryl suddenly sensed Brandan's presence again. He had returned. Stepping out, Daryl saw Brandan clutching his chest, injured. There was a distinct smell of blood. "Sorry, I meant to explore on my own. I ran into some trouble and needed a place to hide. I'll leave as soon as I'm able. I won't be a burden." Brandan seemed embarrassed meeting Daryl, especially after vowing earlier that day that he would prove himself worthy upon their next meeting. Instead, he had returned within a day, looking disheveled. After leaving the ship, he wandered around, learning much. He encountered an item he adored and wanted to buy, only to find someone else eyeing it. A fight ensued, and although Brandan could handle several opponents, these individuals were unusually strong. Chapter 173. Unwelcome guests. Especially when they suddenly appeared in dozens during Brandan's confrontation with them, directly beating him to the ground. He almost died. If he hadn't had a means to save his life, he wouldn't have been able to see Daryl again. Indeed, the outside world was dangerous. Without the help of the zombies, he couldn't be as arrogant as before. Clearly, that thing he had set his eyes on first. In this damned strength-based world. For now, he would follow Daryl to understand more about this world and then make other plans. Daryl looked at Brandan, who was lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. He couldn't quite understand why, given Brandan's strength, he should not have been injured so quickly. Did he encounter some hidden powerhouse and foolishly provoke them? This wasn't impossible. Judging by Brandan's previous arrogance, he might not have adapted to the current situation yet. Once he gets used to it, he'll understand. Mr. Daryl. What? Miles rushed out immediately, unsure whether he should help this person or not. Give this to him, Brandan. I told you long ago that this is no longer your time. Moreover, you've lost your zombies who enabled you to behave so recklessly. It's best if you keep a low profile for now. If Daryl's flying boat had arrived sooner, Brandan would have been left alone somewhere to heal his wounds. I've already been very low-key, alright? This is ridiculous. When I saw something and prepared to pay for it, someone tried to snatch it away without saying a word. How could I possibly accept that? I tried to reason with them, but they just attacked me outright. But I didn't let them off easily either. Having lived for so many years, Brandan wasn't entirely useless. His injuries weren't serious because he had taken healing medicine right from the start, so he simply stored the pill Daryl gave him in his spatial ring, with no intention of consuming it. But you still need to improve your cultivation. Dealing with unreasonable people, running back in a sorry state. It doesn't matter if your opponent is hurt or not, it shows you're inadequate, Daryl said after some thought. If something he wanted was snatched away, he wouldn't have let those people off easily. Help me take revenge, and I'll give you some benefits. Brandan really couldn't swallow this insult. What were those people anyway? If not for Daryl forcing him to dispose of his zombies, even 500 more of them wouldn't be a match for him. Mr. Brandan, you may not know Mr. Daryl well. He isn't short of treasures, and moreover, as an adult, if you can't resolve matters, shouldn't you find a way to retaliate yourself? Why bother seeking help from Mr. Daryl? Miles knew Daryl too well. He definitely wouldn't consider helping him. Daryl, if you don't help me with this, don't blame me for being impolite. If not for you, I wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. Brandan stood up and confronted Daryl, calculating how feasible it would be to recreate his zombies. I'm waiting for you to be impolite. Miles, take him to rest. Daryl paid little attention to Brandan's threats. There were many who claimed to make him suffer, but none had truly succeeded. Brandan was helped back to his room by Miles. You seem strong, but you're not very smart. Don't hang around Daryl anymore. Follow me, and I can give you everything Daryl does. Brandan currently had no one to rely on, and when faced with a dozen people, he felt the discomfort deeply. Mr. Brandan, if you wish to stay on the flying boat, I advise you not to say such things. Mr. Daryl might not mind, but I do. Miles was loyal to Daryl and believed that following him promised a future. As for Brandan, if he were truly powerful, how could he have ended up injured? Why are you all so obedient to Daryl? Brandan was genuinely curious. He had previously found people to work for him, and they followed orders out of fear. But he could tell that Daryl had a different relationship with his followers. They willingly followed him, even ready to die for him if necessary. That feeling made him envious. Except for the villagers, no one seemed to trust him like that anymore. Because Mr. Daryl treats us well, you should know that relationships are mutual. If you stay close to Mr. Daryl, you'll see how kind he truly is. Your strength is still lacking. By staying close to Mr. Daryl, you can improve quickly and soon settle scores with those who attacked you today. Miles didn't elaborate much, uncertain of Daryl's stance towards Brandan. Standing on the deck, Daryl watched the clouds floating beside the boat, wondering whom Brandan had offended to end up in such a state. Not understanding it, Daryl wouldn't dwell on it for long. In the evening, just as Daryl was preparing to rest, he sensed several intruders boarding the flying boat. What did these people want? Soon after, he heard shouts outside. Little Brandan who tried to snatch our things, come out here. You injured my men and think you can leave unscathed? I told you before, no matter where you hide, I won't let you off. The noise was loud enough for everyone except Luciano, who was deep in cultivation, to hear. They immediately appeared before the newcomers. Who are you, and what do you want? Miles eyed the unwelcome guests, knowing anyone causing trouble on their boat wouldn't end well. They better hope Mr. Daryl wasn't resting. There's a little Brandan on your boat who took something we wanted and injured our people. I'm here to get an explanation and return our item. If he breaks both arms, I'll let him off. The boat is nice too. Give it to me. It'll suit me perfectly as a travel tool. Seeing the boat, he liked it instantly. Since he was here, why not just claim it? These people didn't deserve such a good thing. Chapter 174 Roll off. This vessel belongs to my master. If you want it, either build one yourself or just imagine having one. How could Daryl's belongings be given to someone like them? Hearing their conversation, Miles already guessed who they were after. You'd better let that person come out. You're no match for us at all. He wondered if this person knew they were coming and was hiding deliberately. They immediately used their consciousness to scan the entire vessel, but soon sensed an even stronger presence enveloping the whole vessel. Their consciousness couldn't cover the whole area, and they felt a warning from this powerful presence. If they didn't withdraw their consciousness, their divine senses would be damaged. Are you daring enough to come and find me? Such boldness. Brandan wasn't the type to hide away. Naturally, he stood up first when issues arose. Well, I thought you wouldn't dare to show up, originally. Turns out, you're not a coward. It's good that you came out. Let's settle our accounts. Just give back what you took and cut off your arm, and I'll let you go this time. Otherwise, I won't let you leave here alive. There was a strong person on the vessel, but this didn't change his initial decision. His purpose was to get back what belonged to him. Besides, those powerful predecessors usually stayed out of others' affairs. The items originally belonged to me. You have no right to claim them. Please have some shame and understand the situation. Stealing isn't a commendable behavior. If you want me dead, see if you have the ability. Haven't you forgotten the injuries you initially suffered? Without the trash around you, you would have been dead long ago. Brandan thought if he had woken up earlier, he would have killed this man without hesitation, never letting him come to challenge him. Don't be insolent. How dare you speak to us like this? Are you courting death? The man's companion stepped forward, about to attack Brandan. But Miles intervened. In theory, your feud has nothing to do with me. However, you seem to have forgotten something. This is my master's territory. You must see if my master agrees before attempting to kill anyone here. No one had the right to kill on the vessel. Moreover, Kubrandan was essentially endorsed by Daryl to stay on the vessel. If anything happened to Kubrandan, how would others perceive Daryl? Could such a powerful individual not protect his own people? Miles did not want to hear any criticism of Daryl. Actually, he couldn't figure out Mr. Daryl's attitude. Normally, Daryl should have known and appeared already. Was Mr. Daryl suggesting that Kubrandan solve this matter himself, or did he want Miles to handle it? Owner of the vessel? We apologize. Soon, this vessel will belong to us, and you can all roll off. The opponent was extremely arrogant, declaring war outright. As he said this, he was thrown flying by a powerful force. Everyone looked towards the source of this power as Daryl opened the door and walked out. No one dares to be so arrogant in my territory. You're the first to ask me to roll off? With a wave of his hand, the man who was thrown off kept tumbling in the air, fulfilling Daryl's words. Roll off nicely. Daryl glanced at the scene but turned his attention away. Sir, I apologize for my men. Here's a token of my regret. However, the person on your vessel stole our belongings. We need to clear this up. We can go elsewhere so as not to disturb you. Stanley looked at Daryl, surprised that this predecessor was actually so young. More importantly, he was no match for this young man. His plan seemed unfeasible now. Yet, with his large group, he still needed to resolve his mission, regardless of the cost. Do you think I'll go with you because you say so? Who do you think you are? It's really amusing. I intend to stay on this vessel. What can you do about it? Kubrandan observed Daryl. It was his first time seeing Daryl act so decisively. Daryl's support made him feel aligned with Daryl, which was great. Sir, we can handle our matters ourselves without your involvement. As a predecessor, you only need to observe as entertainment. If this person is your subordinate, things can be resolved simply. Once he returns the item, everything will be settled. I assure there won't be further trouble. They were no match for Daryl and didn't dare risk their lives. They tried to reason with him. After all, this predecessor didn't seem unreasonable. Understand this, I'm your senior. The one in front of you is much younger than you. Aren't you so mighty? Why don't you come over here and deal with me? Kubrandan, who lived for many years, wasn't referred to as a senior but was instead called a junior by Daryl. This annoyed him in this strength-focused world, hating his lack of respect from these people. If not for Daryl, they might have attacked as soon as they appeared. A contemporary? Stanley looked at Daryl in surprise. He considered himself talented, and his family spent a lot on cultivating him. Traveling with many guards for safety, his current strength matched the self-proclaimed predecessor. Was this young man truly so strong? Sir, if there's nothing else, you may leave. On my vessel, you're my guest. Wanting to fight here depends on whether you have the capability. Daryl clearly protected Kubrandan. They wanted to fight, but had to contend with Daryl first. Chapter 175, Kindred Spirits. Sir, you should understand that it was he who first took the item we had our eyes on. We're merely trying to reclaim what is ours. Stanley had to take the item back. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences upon returning. Do you have any shame? That item caught my eye first. I've already paid for it. Now you claim it's yours. Daryl, don't listen to them. The item was originally mine. They want to take it away from me so boldly. It's truly disgusting. Kubrandan stood behind Daryl, feeling secure with Daryl backing him up. If not, he might as well eliminate these people now. The item you bought was originally ours, lost by accident. We came out this time specifically to find it. Sir, we explained very clearly from the start. You believe the item belongs to you because you paid for it, and we've said we are willing to compensate you. Give us some leeway. In the future, if you visit our territory, we will provide anything you desire. Stanley felt this situation was quite tricky. Fighting wouldn't help as they were no match for the opponents. Just the owner of the flying boat could easily defeat them. But if they didn't fight, they couldn't retrieve the item and would face punishment upon return. They could only try negotiating further, while still hearing the screams of the person slapped away by Daryl. I don't lack for that bit of an item. Anyway, it's mine now. Since you didn't seize it then, I won't hand it over now. The more people who wanted the item, the more Kubrandan believed it was valuable. According to his nature, everything he got belonged to him. Even if injured, he would retrieve what was his. He certainly wouldn't let others profit at his expense. Just saying something was theirs didn't make it true. Mr. Daryl, please give a clear response. How do you intend to resolve this matter since we are on your flying boat now? If your friend doesn't hand over the item, which belongs to our family, the next batch sent by us will be far more formidable. You're strong in my eyes, but within our family, you aren't that powerful. If you insist on opposing us, there's no point in talking further. Stanley directly threatened Daryl. If he didn't relinquish the item, more troublesome matters would follow. Unfortunately, Daryl, who was always under threat, didn't care about those warnings. But another clan? Hadn't too many hidden clans appeared lately? It was unclear which clan this person belonged to. Resolve your issues yourselves, but no one can act unfavorably on my flying boat. Daryl made it clear. They could not make moves on the flying boat, but once off it, it wasn't his concern anymore. Alright, then I may need to disturb Mr. Daryl for some time. Stanley understood Daryl's implication. Their relationship wasn't as good as he thought. As soon as he left the flying boat, he'd have to follow their demands. Did Kubrandan dare to be so arrogant without a patron? Daryl, what's going on? Since I'm on your flying boat, you should protect me and resolve this issue. Are you letting them stay to target me? Kubrandan widened his eyes, not expecting Daryl to act this way. I already told you, our deal is finished. What you do next has nothing to do with me, understood? Daryl glanced at them, confirming they wouldn't act rashly on the flying boat, then left contentedly. He wanted to see how Kubrandan would handle this predicament. Would Kubrandan choose peace or refuse until death? Even destroying the item rather than handing it over? Or stay on his flying boat indefinitely, making their movements difficult? Sir, please follow this way. You'll stay in rooms over there. As long as you don't disturb my master, you can do other things freely. Miles believed Daryl had some plan, but couldn't figure out exactly what. The next day, Daryl enjoyed an exceptionally delicious breakfast, waking him up refreshed. Their culinary skills were impressive. As cultivators, we can go for extended periods without eating, but I feel eating provides a unique experience. So, I cook and eat. It seems Mr. Daryl is a kindred spirit. You obviously enjoy good food. If that's the case, you must visit our clan sometime. We have plenty of delicious meals. When Stanley saw Daryl, it was like a food lover encountering a gourmet dish. Many in the cultivation world deemed eating unnecessary, but Stanley believed humans should still eat. If there's an opportunity, I will visit. After eating, Daryl treated Stanley better than before. Kubrandan's situation wasn't great. His injuries were almost healed, but now, wherever he went, someone followed him closely. They did nothing but trail him, even waiting outside when he washed, fearing he would escape. Perhaps unable to act on the flying boat, they used this method to pressure him into surrendering the item. Stop these futile efforts. There's no way I'll give it to you. I paid for it. Kubrandan couldn't endure it. Wherever he went, they followed. Mr. Kubrandan, this item belongs to our clan. We are willing to pay triple the price for it. Our previous attitude was indeed poor, but let's negotiate peacefully. The last battle left none of us better off, correct? They earnestly persuaded Kubrandan. They knew Daryl intended to return to Brandon Ling's sect, and with 1 month's journey remaining, they had to return home in half that time or face punishment for not bringing back the item. Chapter 176, Resolving the Issue. Mr. Daryl maintained his stance. Do whatever you want with the matter, but no fighting on my flying boat. So they had no choice but to talk things out. It's impossible. The more they persisted, the less likely it was that Brandon would hand over the item. He walked out and saw Daryl chatting happily with his mortal enemy. Daryl even offered him tea. Brandon marched over and gulped down the tea Daryl poured for Stanley. You and your people should get off this flying boat right now. You're not welcome here. Brandon glared angrily at Daryl. What did he mean by this? Was he really planning to leave him alone? But Mr. Daryl has invited me to stay and travel with him. If I'm not mistaken, this flying boat doesn't belong to you either. How about we find another place? Right, I forgot. If we change places, we'll have to settle our business right away. Seeing how scared you look, I bet you won't leave. Vivianeo taunted Brandon. He couldn't possibly travel with Daryl for a long time. He had already found their family's item and just needed to take it back to complete his mission. After searching for so long, he could not afford any mishaps here. The moment Brandon left the flying boat, his people would immediately capture and eliminate him, seizing the item. As for Daryl, their relationship wasn't deep enough for him to show mercy to someone like Brandon. Daryl observed their conversation, aware that this wasn't entirely one person's fault. It took two to tango, as the saying goes. Brandon had their item, and they came in ready to snatch it. Had they talked it out from the start, Brandon might have agreed to give it back. Daryl knew that even if they brought many people here, challenging Brandon wouldn't end well for them. Do you want your item? Sorry, but I'd rather destroy it than give it to you. Brandon held up an ancient scroll. Daryl didn't know what was inside, but noticed Stanley's nervous glance, eyes glued to Brandon's possession. Clearly, it was very important to him. Brandon, if you dare destroy this, I will make sure you lose your head. The scroll in Brandon's hands was tied to his future. Destroying it meant destroying his future. Brandon laughed. He intended to destroy the item they wanted, and if they dared, let them try to stop him. They followed him but never acted. He wanted to see how Daryl would react after he destroyed the scroll. Brandon tightened his grip, about to crush the scroll. Just as he was about to, a force enveloped his hand, loosening his grip slightly. When Brandon attempted to destroy the scroll, Stanley merely stood there watching. He feared that intervening might hasten its destruction, greatly damaging the scroll. But he had decided. If Brandon destroyed his family's scroll today, Brandon must die, beyond anyone's salvation, including Daryl's. Earlier, he hesitated due to Daryl's formidable strength, but now he had nothing left to fear. Brandon looked at Daryl, unsure of his actions. You said you wouldn't involve yourself, so why are you interfering? Are you helping them bully me? Brandon glared at Daryl, frustrated that everything had become so difficult since waking up. Not only was Daryl not helping him, but he seemed to be siding with the others. I just think there's no need to come to blows over this. If it escalates, it will happen on my flying boat, which I dislike. Let me resolve this for you. First, the item was bought by Brandon and is currently in his possession. You were the ones who attacked first. You bear responsibility for that. Brandon also injured your people and intends to destroy your scroll. Both parties need to take responsibility. Step back. The scroll won't help Brandon anyway. It belongs to your family and contains knowledge he cannot yet understand. Return the scroll to Stanley, and Stanley, give something of equal value. This issue can be resolved, and there's no point continuing to argue. If both sides agree, let's settle this. Otherwise, deal with it yourselves. Daryl sensed Vivianeo's reluctance, realizing the scroll's significance. He hadn't quite understood why this situation escalated so far. Stanley had no objections. As long as he got his scroll, giving up something else was minor. This is our compensation. Some medicinal pills for cultivation, several weapons, cultivation techniques, and herbs you'll likely need later. The scroll isn't valuable to anyone else but me. Do you understand? These items were personal. His family wouldn't intervene. He had limited resources and needed to keep some for his own use. Fine. Since Daryl has spoken, let's resolve this peacefully. I'm not the type to demand unreasonable prices. I only hope that in the future, when you find what you seek, you'll be more courteous and not resort to outright theft. Brandon glanced at Daryl and ultimately respected his resolution. It was indeed the best solution for him. Destroying the scroll would lead to further conflict. He needed to stay low for now, biding his time until he had new subordinates to stand with. They quickly exchanged items, and Daryl watched approvingly. Even if tensions remained, at least outwardly they appeared harmonious. I've retrieved my item. I won't disturb you anymore. Chapter 177. Beauty descends from the sky. Stanley expressed his intention to leave. His original purpose for staying on this flying vessel was to retrieve the scroll he had lost. Now that he had it back, there was no reason to remain aboard. Mr. Daryl, thank you for your hospitality. If you ever have the chance to visit my family, I'll definitely invite you for a meal. After all, what we've been eating isn't great. Without Daryl, Stanley wouldn't have gotten the scroll back and might have even lost some people in the process. He felt content with the outcome and wanted to properly thank Mr. Daryl. If I get the chance, I can accompany you there. After all, I love fine cuisine. I wish you a safe journey. Daryl couldn't hold them back, and it was better to let them go. Soon, Stanley and his companions left, and as Daryl turned around, he saw Kubrandan glaring at him with intense hostility. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you really planning to fight to the death? Didn't you say you wanted to see this world you know nothing about? Once you're dead, you won't be able to learn anything. But I guess you don't care. Why don't you go back and fight with them? Your mind must be muddled from lack of sleep. With those words, Daryl walked towards his house, while enduring Kubrandan's stare. But I could have avoided this humiliation and lived well if it weren't for you. You've ruined my life. Daryl, if you give me a chance, I will make sure you suffer. Kubrandan wasn't Daryl's match now, but he wouldn't stay weak forever. He detested people like Daryl who would do such things directly without any explanation. Wasn't he supposed to be upset? Everything had been destroyed because of Daryl. Yet, he couldn't understand why Daryl seemed unhappy with the result. I'm waiting. Also, I suggest you drop the grudge. Otherwise, you'll end up being like the person everyone feared before. And this time, your luck won't be as good. After walking inside, Daryl felt that certain matters were already over and didn't need to start over again. Following this conversation, Daryl hadn't seen Kubrandan for 5 days. Miles said, Mr. Kubrandan is sulking. Whenever you're around, he doesn't show himself. I've spent some time with him, and actually, he's quite decent. Hiding from me won't solve anything. Some issues are what he needs to face. Always blaming me. Has he thought about whether those villagers really wanted these things? Daryl believed that the kind-hearted and simple villagers wouldn't approve of him turning into a major villain responsible for countless deaths. Yet, Kubrandan remained unaware, believing he was genuinely helping those villagers, only lacking a way to resurrect them. If resurrection were that easy, fewer people would fear death. You tell Tony that the speed of this flying boat is too slow. Tell him to hurry up. At this pace, how long will it take to reach Brandanling's sect? I can't wait to return. Brandanling's sect had added several sects and smaller families. Significant changes should have occurred. Daryl wanted to return, yet he still preferred being the gatekeeper, not interested in changing positions. Retiring meant doing low-key tasks. Understood. We were worried the faster speed might disturb you due to turbulence. I'll immediately inform Tony. Miles had no objections, as following Mr. Daryl was enough wherever he went. Outside, Daryl sipped tea and read a magazine when suddenly, someone fell from the sky. Daryl watched the person land on the deck. Who was this person? The height of his flying boat was similar to modern commercial planes, so typically, people approach from below. How could someone fall from the sky unless it was a deity who stumbled onto his flying boat? While Daryl pondered these trivialities, Miles stood beside him, unsure whether to help the person up. Just then, the person on the deck stood up by themselves. She straightened her clothes, then turned to look at Daryl. Where am I? Daryl looked at the confused young woman on his deck. Where am I? Did she not know? On my flying boat. May I ask who you are? Daryl observed the girl, imagining she was a runaway daughter from a wealthy family. Her situation remained unclear. I don't remember. I don't know why I'm here. My head hurts every time I try to think. Why am I here? Talking about this, the girl clutched her head and crouched down, speaking as she did so. Daryl understood that she didn't know where she was and might have forgotten everything. However, he found it hard to believe that someone conveniently lost their memory and ended up on his flying boat. Mr. Daryl, this person seems disoriented. Should I take her below so as not to disturb you? Miles felt that someone of unknown identity couldn't stay on the boat. Regardless of who she was, where she came from, or her intentions, she couldn't remain. Why do you want to take me below? Why can't I stay here? I don't know who I am. You would abandon me so heartlessly? Please shelter me for a while until I remember something. My name, my home. Otherwise, where can I go? Looking at the clear-headed girl, Daryl couldn't grasp her true intent. How could someone lose their memory and appear in a strange place yet remain so calm? And she begged to stay, unafraid that he might not be a good person? Why are you looking at me like that? If I knew who I was, I'd have left already. Honestly, I haven't known my name for a long time. I lost my memory a while ago. But I don't know why I'm here. In my memory, I entered a tunnel. Chapter 178. Won't get Bretchert. I don't remember much about the passage, and I really don't know what exactly happened. This isn't the first time it's occurred. If it had happened before, I would have been extremely panicked. But now, I'm used to it. I said I want to stay with you because I might disappear again in a day or two. Rest assured, I won't be a bother, and I'm very diligent. I can help with whatever tasks you assign me. The girl spoke calmly, as if this was her usual demeanor. She had tried to figure out why she kept ending up in such situations, but no investigation yielded results, leaving her frustrated. Accepting it as her fate, she found herself this time on a flying boat. What was going on? Who was she? Sorry, you can't stay here. This is our private territory, and we know nothing about you. Miles could not sense the girl's strength, and his immediate reaction was that she shouldn't stay. However, before he finished, Daryl interrupted him. You can stay. Daryl thought simply. Even if she had an ulterior motive, keeping her under surveillance was better than letting her leave and potentially causing trouble later. Moreover, observing her demeanor, it seemed like she genuinely suffered from amnesia. Sir, should we really keep someone with an unknown background? Miles disagreed. Such individuals should be dismissed immediately. Though he couldn't change Daryl's decision, he would be vigilant. He must ensure she never got close to Mr. Daryl. If we ask her to leave, she won't know where to go. Daryl wouldn't admit that it was her pleading eyes that changed his mind. He was always compassionate and decided to give her a hand. What if she told the truth? Thank you, you're truly kind. I will repay you. I can serve you and clean the boat. She was surprised she could stay. As Miles mentioned, accepting someone with an unknown background was risky. Yet, this was the first time someone was willing to shelter her. Prepared to leave, she felt Mr. Daryl was genuinely good. These tasks don't need you. There are others who do them. Until you remember your name, let's call you Aline. Daryl couldn't just address her as, hey, all the time. Aline? She whispered, wondering if she finally had a name. Do you dislike it? Should I pick another one? What should it be? Daryl pondered. No, not at all. I love it. It makes me so happy. From now on, I'll have a name. Even if I remember my original name, Aline will be my nickname. Thank you. You're the first person willing to take me in and give me a name. Your future will surely be prosperous. Invisible to everyone, after Aline spoke, a surge of power flowed toward Daryl. The last time he received a blessing was when he was in the ancient battlefield with Sam. If Daryl could feel this force, he would realize its impact was stronger than before. Sadly, none of them could sense the power of the blessing. I hope you can soon recall your name and find your home. Daryl observed Aline, noting she had no spiritual energy, a mere mortal. Initially, Daryl couldn't confirm if she truly lacked spiritual energy, believing anyone on his flying boat should have some. After careful confirmation, he concluded. Aline had no spiritual energy. How did she end up on his flying boat? Aline explained she sometimes saw a passage leading to other places. Thus, Aline held secrets Daryl didn't understand. He'd never heard of ordinary people doing this. Perhaps she wasn't ordinary, just that her abilities hadn't been discovered yet. Thank you, though I'm unsure if I'll remember. This has been happening for a long time, and I lose memories periodically, possibly due to some health issue. She clearly forgot many things and struggled to recall specifics. One day, I might forget you in the name Aline, but I still thank you. Recalling her experiences, she felt sad. Meeting such a good person only to forget him. Miles found her story implausible. No one continuously forgets their own experiences, not even commoners. People usually retain some memories. Despite Daryl's apparent belief, Miles stayed cautious. Find ways to recover your memories and retain new ones. You truly know nothing about these occurrences? Daryl wanted to understand her nature better. Yes, I just suddenly appeared here. This time, I was lucky and landed on your deck quickly. Once, I fell from 10,000 feet. If I hadn't landed in a lake, I might have died. But I remember something. Usually, I don't get hurt. No one can harm me under normal circumstances. Fully trusting Daryl, Aline described her situation thoroughly. Can you elaborate on under normal circumstances? After Daryl asked, Aline looked around and took out a small knife. She slashed her hand forcefully, but no blood flowed, no injury appeared. Daryl watched clearly. She exerted considerable force, aiming to prove her peculiarity. That's how it is. Hashtag chapter 179, gathering spirit energy. I only discovered this situation the last time. I don't know why I am like this either. I always feel like I'm an outsider. She couldn't even remember her own past, and had forgotten her own name. Everyone else had a home, but she was the only one who didn't. When others returned home, she was always alone on the road searching for hers. Why was she telling Daryl these things? There was a chance that Daryl might take advantage of her in some way, but Xianxia didn't think too much about it. She just felt like Daryl wouldn't harm her. He was the first person willing to offer her shelter, with the purest gaze she'd seen and the first person to give her a name. He must be a good person. Perhaps there's something about you that you haven't discovered yet. Once you find it, everything will be fine. You aren't an outsider. You can stay here for now. As long as you haven't found your home, you can follow me. I will protect you. Daryl liked the sincerity in her eyes, so he was willing to take her in. If she did have ulterior motives, he wanted to see what they were. All right, I won't be too much trouble. Thank you very much. Daryl went back to his room, but Miles remained vigilant. The room he arranged for her was the farthest from Daryl. He still didn't trust this stranger, especially when she claimed to remember nothing. Daryl could believe her, but not Miles. All right, thank you. Is there anywhere on this flying boat I'm not allowed to go? I'll be careful. Xianxia felt that Miles wasn't particularly fond of her, so she spoke softly. Yet, she sensed that Miles was Mr. Daryl's most capable assistant. There's no restriction. Just don't wander around Mr. Daryl unnecessarily. He dislikes being disturbed when resting. I hope you're staying because you truly remember nothing, and not because some family or sect sent you to assassinate Mr. Daryl. Miles stared at her intently, but her expression didn't change. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Just rest assured, I won't do such things. I'm just an ordinary person. My situation is special, and since all of you are cultivators, I couldn't possibly handle you. Even if she wanted to harm Mr. Daryl, she needed the capability. At night, Daryl felt the spirit energy within a 10-mile radius converging here. This force wasn't targeting the people around him, but the newcomer, Xianxia. Daryl quickly appeared at Xianxia's room. The light was already out, and her breathing was steady, confirming she was asleep. So, she was unaware of what was happening. System, do you know this person's information? How peculiar. He always seemed to encounter such individuals. Apologies, host. The system has no records of this person. Be cautious and safe. Do not get involved in anything you shouldn't. Listening to the system, Daryl fell silent. Was this a warning that Xianxia might be dangerous? But Daryl didn't believe someone with such innocent eyes would hurt her. Confirming the force wouldn't affect her or anyone on the boat, Daryl returned to rest. The next morning, Daryl was awakened by a delightful aroma. Opening his eyes and the door, the scent became stronger. Mr. Daryl, you're awake? Xianxia has been busy preparing an extremely rich breakfast for you, both delicious and visually appealing. Mr. Daryl, after you finish eating, can we also have a taste? It looks delicious. Seeing the table laden with food, Daryl rarely ate such a sumptuous breakfast, and it all looked delicious. Where is Xianxia? Daryl hadn't seen her yet, and wanted to talk to her about something today. She's still in the kitchen. She's preparing several more dishes. She probably wants to showcase her culinary skills. She's also cleaned the entire flying boat thoroughly this morning. Miles, known for diligence, heard noises early in the morning. Thinking Xianxia might cause trouble, he prepared to inform Mr. Daryl immediately. Instead, he found her diligently cleaning. Reining in his harsh words, he said, "Call her to stop working. One can't eat so much in the morning. We've already seen her abilities. Let's sit and eat together." Daryl thought it would be great to have a cook nearby. Now one had come unbidden. Perfect. Mr. Daryl, keeping me won't waste your resources. I'm quite capable, having learned many things from someone before. Xianxia was pleased by how well things turned out. She wanted to prove herself and not be a burden. You're very capable. Sit down and eat with us. I have questions later. After breakfast, Miles led the others away, leaving Xianxia alone with Daryl. She felt comfortable and trusted him. Do you know your body changes while you sleep? During dinner, Miles chatted with Luciano. I don't know why, but last night during cultivation, absorbing spirit energy felt exceptionally smooth and abundant. This morning, however, it was gone. I doubt it was because of Daryl's pills. Can't figure it out, but last night felt wonderful. Luciano was puzzled, guessing it might be due to arriving in a place rich in spirit energy, then flying away from it, hence losing the feeling. Last night, I had the same sensation while cultivating. I thought I was the only one. I've only felt such abundance in secret realms. They were all cultivating at night, but weren't as sensitive as Daryl. They couldn't sense that the changes stemmed from Xianxia. Chapter 180, The Runes in the Passage. The changes when I was sleeping? I can't feel them. Could it be that I wander out at night? I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble. I'll pay more attention in the future. Aline thought about it. Every night after she fell asleep, she would sleep extremely deeply, unable to sense anything. Daryl had mentioned it, so there must be a problem. No need, this might be something even you cannot sense. How much do you know about yourself? Tell me everything, and perhaps I can help you find a way to retrieve your memories. After Daryl said this, Aline pondered seriously. Just as I told you before, otherwise, I'm just like an ordinary person, needing 3 meals a day or I will get hungry, different from cultivators like you. It seems I once asked a physician who specialized in cultivation to diagnose my condition, but the results weren't good. Oh right, there is one thing I must tell you. I remember some people who did bad things to me, only fragmented memories. And I seem to remember that they all ended up not too well. Is this something I did? But it feels like I didn't do anything. The more Daryl listened, the more unbelievable it seemed. But according to Aline's account, it was likely those people's fates were somehow connected to her. Haven't your family ever looked for you? Daryl didn't know if Aline was an ordinary child or someone raised by cultivators, but he could see she was very well-mannered. Whoever taught her must have been a person of great refinement. I don't remember. They might have searched, or maybe I lost my family long ago. I don't even know how many years I've lived. Quite pitiful, isn't it? Sometimes Aline envied everyone else in the world. They knew who they were, where they came from, and where they were going. They had their own goals, unlike her, who couldn't remember anything. Even her name, Aline, was given by Master Daryl just yesterday. Everyone living has things they care about, except me. Sometimes it really feels meaningless. In the future, you can follow me. You said you saw a passage. Can you draw what it looks like from your current memory? Daryl believed that this passage could be a spatial channel left behind by some predecessors. The knowledge of spatial manipulation he gained from the ancient battlefield could come in handy here. However, Daryl needed more time to research, at least to prevent Aline from wandering around aimlessly. For someone as beautiful yet powerless as Aline, it was dangerous. No one knew where she would appear next. Alright, but I can't recall much. A few minutes later, Daryl received a very simple drawing that revealed nothing. He felt it was superfluous to ask her to draw the passage. Is it no good? Seeing Daryl's unsatisfied expression, Aline recalled only this much. Any more she couldn't remember. Oh right, there's also this kind of rune. Suddenly remembering, Aline drew it immediately. Seeing this rune, Daryl recalled having seen it in the living ancient tomb before, though at that time his focus wasn't on these things, so he hadn't paid full attention. Understood. Go rest first. You don't need to wake up so early to work here. No one will say anything. Daryl went to Brandan's room, who was still resting. Brandan had always acted petulantly around Daryl. Whenever Daryl was around, Brandan would never show up. If not for needing information from him, Daryl wouldn't have disturbed his rest. Stop pretending. I need your help. Get up and take a look at this. Have you seen it before? Daryl placed the sketch Aline drew on the table. Daryl, what exactly do you think I am to you? You enter my room whenever you need me, and ignore me when you don't. Remember, you brought me out here, and you should be responsible for me. Brandan couldn't stand Daryl's matter-of-fact tone, implying that helping him was his duty. Didn't I save your life that day? When Brandan wanted to fight against Brandan to the death, Daryl stopped him. Wasn't that saving him? If he hadn't intervened, Brandan would already be dead. Thousands of years old. Stop acting like a kid. Come here and take a look at this rune. Have you seen it before? Brandan finally conceded, walking to Daryl's side, albeit awkwardly, to look at the rune. Isn't this from the ancient tomb? It looks like the owner's mark. Everything with this rune belongs to him. Kind of like how dogs mark their territory. What? Did you encounter something with this rune? After saying that, Brandan took out a few items. Anything he had brought out from the ancient tomb bore this rune. Have you seen this rune anywhere else? Or have you investigated the owner of that tomb before? What abilities did he possess? If he could control spatial power, creating such a passage wouldn't be impossible. But inscribing runes on a spatial passage suggested his immense strength. Such a powerful person. Could he die? Daryl felt he was touching on something he shouldn't. All are dead. Why investigate their past? But he must have been strong, considering his impressive legacy. The items he obtained from the tomb helped him achieve success. In another place, he might not have been so successful. I understand. If you want to follow me, you will listen to me from now on. When you encounter troubles, you can find me. But if you cause trouble on purpose, I won't go easy on you. Think about it. Daryl took the paper and left. This rune might be the key to unlocking Aline's secrets. He would investigate further. If necessary, he would return to the living ancient tomb to inquire about its master. Master Daryl, did you find the clues you needed? Aline regretted not having more memories to help Master Daryl. He was the first one to earnestly help her investigate her mysteries. ##### Chapter 181. Do it in reverse. The runes you drew later are very useful. I will do my best to help investigate them for you. You don't need to worry too much. It won't be easy to fully understand these things. With this rune, getting additional information from the system would be much easier. Alright, if you need any help, I can assist you. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Daryl returned to his room and obtained the information about the rune from the system. Upon opening the data, he felt like the clues he found had just snapped once again. The data showed that during that era, the rune was not owned by a single individual but represented an entire clan. However, only those with significant power and ability could use it, and each member's rune had subtle differences. After reading this, Daryl tossed the book into his spatial storage in frustration. It was practically useless information. Given Vivian's current memory, distinguishing such fine details would be impossible. Additionally, there were thousands of variations listed afterward, making it nearly impossible to identify the correct one. Furthermore, Daryl couldn't confirm whether every passage she encountered had this type of rune. Vivian said she didn't remember that many details. I can only proceed slowly and ensure she doesn't encounter any more passages. In the following days, Daryl delved into studying the spatial legacy he initially obtained. While doing so, he discovered, to his surprise, that little Nolan had a remarkable talent for spatial abilities. This happened when Daryl encountered a bottleneck and couldn't find a solution. He decided to relax and take a break, bringing little Nolan out for some fresh air. As soon as little Nolan emerged, he noticed what was on Daryl's table. Your method is flawed. Practicing this way, you'll never succeed. The correct way to cultivate this technique is to do it in reverse. Initially, Daryl looked at little Nolan skeptically and didn't start practicing immediately. After all, without firm convictions, reversing a cultivation method could be dangerous, and Daryl didn't dare risk it. 3 days later, seeing no progress, Daryl recalled little Nolan's words and, steeling himself, tried the suggested method. To his surprise, it worked. Seeing the miniature spatial ring he created, Daryl felt immensely proud. Daryl succeeded. If you had used my method earlier, you would have succeeded long ago. You refuse to believe me, said little Nolan as he came out of the spatial realm. Over the past few days, he had advised Daryl multiple times, to no avail. What if you were just saying it casually? That wouldn't be a joke. Little Nolan waved his paw, creating a space in front of him instantly. For something so simple, why would I lie? What comes naturally to me is indeed challenging for humans. Many things aren't innate to your kind. Seeing little Nolan's dismissive expression, Daryl could only accept it silently. Divine beasts were naturally different from ordinary humans. Otherwise, why would there be so many humans and so few divine beasts? You should continue practicing. Mastering this skill will take a long time, but I doubt you have the patience for it. Little Nolan rarely saw Daryl persistently cultivating. To this day, he still wondered how Daryl's strength grew. It seemed as though his power was constantly improving. I've already succeeded. My purpose has been fulfilled. No need to keep practicing. It's exhausting, Daryl said, slumping onto the bed. These past few days had left him mentally fatigued. And every night, when Vivian fell asleep, her body rejuvenated with spirit energy. Though she couldn't cultivate, her body improved daily. Recalling the recent days, little Nolan thought Daryl must have been exhausted from his inconsistent practice schedule. If everyone cultivated like Daryl, they might as well remain commoners. Such an irregular practice regime wouldn't yield much improvement. Rest well then. I'll head back to the spatial realm. Little Nolan didn't want to see Daryl like that. He needed to think about how to awaken some of his own legacy memories to enhance his strength further and assist Daryl. During dinner, Daryl gave Vivian a spatial ring. You can store items in here simply. With this, you won't encounter those passages anymore when moving to the next location. Really? Can you really do this? Such a small object can keep me by your side? Vivian hadn't expected Daryl to focus solely on helping her. In theory, yes. I will continue refining it in the future. For now, Daryl set up an array on the ring that would protect Vivian in danger. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. I will always remember your kindness. She couldn't forget someone who treated her so well. To Daryl, however, they were just passers-by. Whether they remembered him or not was inconsequential. Sure. As Daryl sipped tea on the deck, Miles stood behind him. Mr. Daryl, lately, the spirit energy aboard our flying vessel becomes especially abundant at night. Should we investigate it? It's important to know if this phenomenon is significant or not. If we investigate, we can be more at ease. They now took advantage of the nighttime surge to cultivate, benefiting them greatly, but the sudden change made them uneasy. These changes seemed to coincide with Vivian joining their voyage. Recently, Mr. Daryl had been sequestered in his room, and they dared not disturb him. Now that he had emerged, they could approach him directly. Miles also suspected Daryl might not feel the difference since he didn't cultivate. However, he didn't dare say it outright. Miss Vivian had been taking excellent care of Mr. Daryl recently, ensuring his meals were particularly rich and hearty. Chapter 182. Return to the Sect. Miss Vivianoxy was also very kind to them. Whenever they asked her for help, she never complained. Mr. Daryl had to verify it again. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to practice peacefully at night. They couldn't even imagine who could cause such a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. You can rest assured and focus on cultivation. There's nothing wrong. Mr. Daryl's words reassured Miles and the others significantly. Although nighttime cultivation had great benefits, they were extremely uneasy during their practice. Now they could cultivate without reservation. Vivianoxy, if you remember anything, you can draw it down and inform me immediately. Otherwise, with just a bit of information, I won't be able to help you find your family. I understand. If I remember something, I'll tell you. However, I haven't recalled much lately, and I don't feel that searching for my memories is bad. Staying here isn't bad either. Here was quite comfortable. Initially, people were very wary of her, but now things have improved greatly. In time, they would no longer be so cautious around her. By then, she would be completely integrated into their community. Xianxia had never thought that one day she would get along warmly with them, and these people were cultivators. Staying with us is indeed good, but don't you want to know whether your family is looking for you? Moreover, I would like to understand more about your constitution. Even if we find your family, it won't prevent you from choosing to stay with me. During his rest time, Daryl reviewed a lot of materials, but unfortunately, he didn't find what he wanted. There were no records and books about someone who wouldn't get injured. Injuries are uncontrollable. Apart from Xianxia, the only other person Daryl saw as immune to injury was Brennan, who wasn't an ordinary human to begin with. As a combination of heart demons, it was normal for him to be like that. What about Xianxia? Is she an ordinary human? Mr. Daryl, in a few days, we will arrive at Underhanded's Sect. Now the sect is very lively. You'll like it once you see it. I heard that besides sect leader Hirsch, several other sect leaders also wanted to live near you, but Maxim stopped them, saying that without your consent, it would upset you if they moved in directly. So, they did not move in. After you return, arrange things yourself. I think that Underhanded's Sect has garnered a lot of attention now. If you wish to keep a low profile, we can dismantle the flying boat and return discreetly. Miles investigated many things related to the sect for Daryl. Too many people were waiting for Daryl's return. They all wanted to join Daryl's team, just like Hirsch. Miles understood why these people were coming. Don't worry. Do you think there are few people paying attention to us? Keeping a low profile is pointless. People probably already knew where their flying boat was. It was unnecessary to hide. However, finally returning to the sect meant he hadn't been back for a long time. This time, he intended to recuperate well at the sect. 3 days later, Daryl instructed Tony to drive the flying boat directly into Underhanded's Sect. I heard before arriving that you have a particularly large flying boat here. Seeing it today, it's indeed true. I wonder when I'll have the chance to tour this flying boat. Mr. Daryl has returned. You should prepare any questions you need to ask him as soon as possible. Mr. Daryl is very busy and cannot always be available to solve your problems. Seizing this opportunity is most important. Do you understand? Mr. Daryl helped improve my strength before, but after he left, I felt my progress was not obvious. I've been waiting for Mr. Daryl to return. Unfortunately, this time there are many more people around him, so getting guidance from Mr. Daryl might not be easy. Sigh. Our Underhanded's Sect was just starting to rise because of Mr. Daryl when all these people came to snatch our resources. It's really annoying. They previously looked down on our sect, but now they have no choice but to come to us. Actually, I don't have much to say. I just want to ask if you're feeling embarrassed? What nonsense are you talking about? Our whole sect has come to Underhanded's Sect, which is a favor to you. Besides, we follow Mr. Daryl, not Underhanded's Sect. What does Underhanded's Sect have that special? It's just lucky to have Mr. Daryl. Right, without Mr. Daryl, where would you be right now? How could you stand alongside us waiting for Mr. Daryl? Mr. Daryl is tolerant, spending his own resources to support you useless people. Now that we're here, you need to be careful. Strong people like excellent individuals. People like you, worthless beings, might die any day. Even before Daryl disembarked, these people started arguing. Why are you arguing? Since you've come to Underhanded's Sect, you're part of our sect. Creating a ruckus now will make us a laughingstock. I've made it clear that this is Underhanded's Sect, not your original sect. Please wear unified clothes. If you don't want to join our sect, leave now. We don't lack people like you. Maxim was especially troubled recently. Integrating members from other sects into Underhanded's Sect wasn't simple. There were too many issues to handle. Finding a place was a small matter. The main problem was that these disciples wouldn't listen to the elders' commands, still thinking they were just following Daryl. No one except Daryl could make them comply, and Daryl was absent at this critical moment. Maxim usually dared not disturb Mr. Daryl. Who knew what Daryl was doing? Heard that Daryl now had 2 divine weapons, 2 of them. That was a tremendous blessing. If he had one, he'd wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Daryl's strength increased after this trip, which was exactly what he wanted to see. Daryl got off the flying boat and put it away. Maxim, I'm back. Returning to this familiar retirement place, Daryl felt incredibly comfortable. It was very safe here, with lush mountains and clear waters, perfect for retirement. It's good you're back. We have many matters awaiting your input. Without you, we've struggled with handling them. Maxim smiled and directly grabbed Daryl's hand. ##### Chapter 183, Special Case. Even if I have to drag you today, I will take you over to handle matters. You may be a bit tired after just returning, but once you resolve the issues, you can rest well afterward. Mr. Daryl, please help out. You should know that all those people are here for you. Too many things must be decided by you alone. We cannot make such decisions ourselves. Too many sects want to join under Daryl's name. They don't particularly want them to join. With just 2 sects joining, there are so many issues. If more sects joined, wouldn't it cause even more problems? This was unacceptable. He hated facing such situations the most. As long as Daryl was around, he could keep them in check, and they would not dare to cause trouble. I need rest. Let's discuss anything else later. Maxim, I have already made it clear that I have no interest in becoming an elder of any kind. I'm just a gatekeeper at Underhanded's Sect. If you insist on me doing these things. No insistence, no insistence. Go rest well. After resting, if you have time, please come and help me handle the sect's affairs. There are too many matters for me to resolve alone. Maxim wanted to contact the sect leader, but there was no information from him either. No one knew what the sect leader was up to. Despite knowing this was a crucial time for their sect's development, he wasn't present. Senior brother Daryl, you're finally back. I waited for you anxiously. Using the cultivation method you taught me last time, My strength has soared dramatically. Before long, I'll break through again. Senior brother Daryl, are you still staying in the little wooden house? We specially built a very large house for you. Would you like to take a look? Since you've helped us so much, we carefully handled every detail of the house as a thank you. Mr. Daryl, please rest well today, and if you have the chance later, could you guide my cultivation? I can't seem to break through lately. Listening to their requests as they followed him, Daryl knew everyone hoped he could help improve their strength. Thank you for the house, but my small wooden house is quite comfortable. If you wish to ask for guidance, let's do it another day. If you need to find me, contact Miles first. Don't come see me unless it's important. The more people in the sect who sought Daryl's guidance, the more pressure he felt. But there was one advantage. Each increase in their strength also benefited his own. Okay, Mr. Daryl, I'll go register with Mr. Miles now, and when the time comes, please handle my request immediately. Regardless of how people called him from behind, Daryl kept walking forward. All he wanted now was to rest properly. Luciano and the others had been following him. They were stopped by Daryl's junior siblings and senior brothers, and when they tried to find Daryl again, they couldn't. Miles, Mr. Daryl hasn't arranged our accommodations yet. Where are we supposed to stay? Daryl brought them here, and surely needed to arrange something for them. They were unfamiliar with this place, and it seemed everyone in the sect knew Daryl and was waiting for his help. All guests Mr. Daryl brings back are welcome. Follow me, and I will arrange your accommodations. Maxim quickly interjected. The people accompanying Daryl were not weak. If they stayed and became elders of the sect, it would be very beneficial. Please try to arrange our lodging near Mr. Daryl. Aline didn't want to face this situation. She only wanted to stay close to Mr. Daryl. Only when following Daryl did she feel most comfortable, and she wished to take care of him. This might not be possible. Mr. Daryl's wooden house only accommodates him alone. Without his permission, no one can enter that area. Wherever you stay, it will be fine. Maxim showed particular respect toward Aline. Although he couldn't sense her strength, he felt she must be very formidable. In that case, please arrange it for us first. I'll go find Mr. Daryl. Aline went looking for Daryl. Maxim didn't stop her. After all, someone as outstanding as Daryl having a few beautiful women around was normal. Moreover, she encountered no obstacles like Maxim described, directly finding Daryl's small wooden house. Daryl allowed her entrance. He was leisurely cleaning, enjoying himself. After some time unoccupied, dust had accumulated. While he could instantly clean the room, Daryl enjoyed doing it himself. Cleaning every corner made living more comfortable. Aline, why did you come? Daryl wrung out the cloth and looked at Aline standing at the door, not letting her in. Yet, she could enter areas protected by formations freely, possibly hinting at more secrets about her. The person I spoke to earlier said it's impossible for me to live next to you. Everyone here is unfamiliar to me. I only recognize you. I want to live next to you. There's plenty of space here. Can I build a small wooden house nearby? Away from Daryl, she couldn't sleep peacefully at night. During the period with Daryl, her sleep was perfect, and she didn't want to change that. This isn't a good idea. Never mind, just stay here. Daryl intended to refuse, but couldn't withstand her pitiful expression. Forget it, there wouldn't be much harm. Gossip ends with the wise. His concern was avoiding rumors of a special relationship between them, which he didn't want. Okay, then I'll start cutting wood and building a house now. I know how to do this. I lived in a self-built wooden house before. Getting Daryl's agreement thrilled Aline. She just wanted to stay close to him. I won't burden you with manual labor. Go find Miles to help you build. Daryl saw her slender frame and doubted she could carry a single log, especially as a regular person with limited strength. No need. Mr. Miles is busy now, and probably has no time for me. I can manage myself. Mr. Daryl, please trust me. I won't push myself. If I can't handle it, I'll come find you. Aline said firmly. Just get the materials from over there. Daryl pointed to materials Hirsch had prepared nearby for building a wooden house. Chapter 184, Dozens of Sects Join. Sure. Aline skipped over, and Daryl thought that if she couldn't lift it, he would secretly give her a hand. Who knew that once Aline got there, she directly picked up a log. That log was much larger than her, yet she managed to carry it. This wasn't just an ordinary girl. This was like some kind of superhuman strong woman. But then again, given that she never seemed to get hurt, she certainly wasn't an ordinary person. While she worked on building the house, Daryl finished cleaning, making the place extremely comfortable. Then he watched Aline build the house as she had said. Since she had experience doing it before, she was very adept at it. Before long, a small wooden cabin was built. Mr. Daryl, isn't my little wooden cabin nice? I've learned how to build for a while now. I can even build a two-story one. This little house is pretty similar to yours, so it fits well. Aline really liked Daryl, so she wanted everything, including the house, to be the same as his. It's fine. If you're going to live here, there's something I want to remind you. Don't come disturb me unless it's necessary. The Brandon sect is vast. If you have nothing to do, you can go out for a walk. You can ask Miles to show you around or go by yourself. No one will dare bully you. Alright. Daryl lived comfortably in the small wooden cabin. Even staying inside, he still enjoyed many delicious meals. Aline was such a good cook. Maxim came to find Daryl every day with genuine issues to address. But Daryl wouldn't see him. His message was clear. He didn't want to be disturbed. One day, when Aline went out, Maxim stopped her. Aline, you get to see Mr. Daryl every day. Could you please tell Mr. Daryl that there are many things in the sect awaiting his attention? If he continues to stay away, I can't handle it alone. Initially, everyone had been holding on because they believed once Daryl returned, everything would be fine. Now Daryl had returned, but he wasn't helping. But isn't Mr. Daryl merely a gatekeeper for your sect? Why should he bother solving your problems? Don't you have a patriarch and elders? Aline had been there for a few days and had learned some things. When Daryl was free, he also chatted with her, giving her a deeper understanding of the sect. She didn't think these issues needed Daryl's involvement. Little sister Aline, I know Mr. Daryl doesn't need to solve these problems, but the patriarch is not here. Even if he's just a gatekeeper, he needs to help when the sect needs him, right? I'm not disturbing him. I'm just waiting for him each day. He's already rested for 3 or 4 days, which is enough. Many people came specifically for Mr. Daryl. Now that Mr. Daryl has returned, they keep coming to me every day, and it's driving me crazy. If Mr. Daryl could just come out and say a word, telling those people not to bother me anymore, it would be great. Could you please help me deliver this message? Maxim faced many problems daily, and Daryl refused to see him. He was worn out, proving that being an elder wasn't easy for just anyone. I'll try to mention it to Mr. Daryl, but whether he'll help is uncertain. Aline saw the sincerity in his eyes. Recently, whenever she went out shopping, she often saw Maxim waiting for Daryl. Returning to the wooden cabin, Aline immediately found Daryl. Mr. Daryl, Elder Maxim is waiting outside. He says many matters require your attention. He says too many people are pestering him, and he's driven mad by it. When you have time, you might consider helping him resolve some issues. He also mentioned that even if you're the gatekeeper, you should still help the sect solve its troubles. Lying on a chair, Daryl found it amusing watching Aline mimic Maxim's manner of speaking. I'll go now. Daryl had rested enough for a few days. Maxim was right. Many people joined the Brandonling sect specifically because of him. He had to address this situation, as Maxim truly couldn't handle it. Mr. Daryl, you finally come out. I've been waiting for you for days. It's really hard to see you. Maxim hadn't left, waiting by the door for Daryl, guessing that he would eventually come. I just returned and needed rest. Moreover, I told you from the start that joining other sects members was your responsibility, and you said you could handle it. Now Maxim was telling him that he couldn't solve it. Wasn't this like playing a joke on him? At first, Daryl intended to delegate all the tasks, but it turned into needing to resolve everything himself. I overestimated myself. I thought I could manage it, but these newcomers, especially those from Chan Vivian's Quinag sect, are difficult to discipline. They claim to only obey you and ignore my authority. They still wear the clothing of the Quinag sect, making our Brandonling sect look like it's hosting a competition with different sect uniforms. And they were officially part of the Brandonling sect now. Their actions were embarrassing. If this continued, their sect would indeed decline. How many sects have joined? Daryl had noticed many others wearing different sect clothes when he disembarked. Not many, about a dozen or so. The most problematic ones are from Kiana's Quinag sect. Because they had high expectations, they believed their former patriarch must be insane to abandon such a good sect and join our mediocre one. Maxim tried to integrate them, but the more he cared about them, the more chaotic they became. Leaving them alone for a while made them behave better, but this wasn't a sustainable solution. Only Daryl could control them. Initially using Daryl as an excuse, now that he was back, they couldn't complain anymore. Gather all the new members together. I'll help you resolve this issue. Is there anything else that needs addressing? Such a simple matter, Daryl could resolve quickly. Anyone disobedient could simply be expelled from the Brandonling sect. Daryl didn't need these people hanging under his name to help. He had plenty of capable people, like Miles's team who usually handled routine matters. You can help me solve this problem first? There are too many issues, and I can't finish talking about them all at once. Maxim was genuinely troubled. Too many sects had joined, leading to resource disputes among members. The root problem was that the Brandonling sect had limited resources. They attracted so much attention because of Daryl. Without him, what did they have to support these disciples? Chapter 185. Challenge me if you dare. Fine, I'll help you resolve these issues today. Otherwise, you'll linger outside my door like a disgruntled person every day, and people might think I abandoned you. Note, Yanfu is often used to describe someone who constantly complains or sulks, similar to disgruntled person, or a nagging wife in English. Here, disgruntled person fits better contextually and sounds more natural in English. Daryl could sense Maxim at his doorstep every time he extended his divine consciousness. I have no other choice, right? No one listens to me, and my strength is really weak. Could you give me a few pills to boost my power? He had been busy handling the sect's affairs and hadn't improved his strength at all. Your foundation is already unstable. You should stop what you're doing and focus on cultivation. You're just an elder, not the sect leader. The sect wasn't Maxim's alone. Why did everything end up needing him to solve? I've tried contacting the sect leader, but there's been no response. As an elder, it's my responsibility to manage the sect, and I have no other options. Who wouldn't want to cultivate diligently and become stronger? He hadn't meditated for almost 3 months because of all the sect's matters. In that case, I can't help you. If you don't want to cultivate, giving you more pills would be pointless. Just help me with these matters first. Maybe then I'll have time to cultivate. When that happens, please guide me. Daryl walked to the largest plaza in the sect, where many were meditating, but more were dancing the square dance, swaying to the rhythm. Mr. Daryl, the square dance you taught us is amazing. Just by dancing regularly, our strength has improved significantly, easier than cultivation. Why don't you join us, Mr. Daryl? After getting used to it, it feels really good. They invited him while continuing to dance. Daryl declined as he had business to attend to, though he was happy to see them enjoy themselves. Within 10 minutes, the plaza filled with people in various colored clothes. Quiet down, or you won't hear me clearly. Everyone instantly fell silent at Daryl's words. Since you joined our sect, you should follow our arrangements. What's this about wearing your own sect's clothes? If you're dissatisfied, leave. I won't keep you. Don't forget, you joined our sect, and everyone here is now part of Brandonling sect. From this afternoon onwards, I expect all of you to wear the same clothes. Anyone who refuses, Miles, throw them out, and they'll never join again. Daryl glanced at Miles who had followed. We didn't join your sect, we followed you. Why should we obey the sect's rules? This tiny place isn't worth much attention. You've barely appeared since we arrived. Blaming us, do you even know what happened? Did the sect provide any resources during our cultivation? Even my previous sect gave us resources. Mr. Daryl hasn't returned until now, but rest assured, we'll change our clothes this afternoon. These small sects joined because of Daryl's promise of excellent resources. They comply as long as the resources were provided. Listening to them, Daryl felt speechless. Did your sect submit resources when joining? We haven't received anything yet, and are supposed to provide resources for your cultivation? With your strength, you don't deserve our allocated resources. Remember, you begged to join Brandanling's sect. When have resources ever been given instead of fought for? Today, I'm simply informing you. If you have grievances against Brandanling's sect, leave now. I don't need anyone hanging under my name to cause trouble. I, Daryl, don't need useless trash who can't even beat my subordinates. He promised only 2 sects and 1 family to hang under his name. Qianag's sect members he visited had switched to Brandanling's sect clothing. These truly wanted to follow Daryl, while the troublemakers simply disagreed. Don't get too cocky, Mr. Daryl. We can't defeat you, but beating your subordinates should be easy. One person stood up. Daryl was getting arrogant, his subordinates being only Miles's group. Try if you dare. Choose from those few. It's a life and death battle. Win, and this ring is yours, filled with treasures I obtained from a secret realm. To deal with such troublemakers, an example must be made. Others wouldn't dare cause trouble afterward. They underestimated the growth of Miles and his group, whose strength vastly improved after leaving Brandanling's sect. You're fortunate. Mr. Daryl's ring is 10 meters squared, completely filled. Challenge me if you dare. It's been ages since I had a good fight. Miles cracked his neck. These people had no idea how insignificant they were. Provoking Mr. Daryl was beyond their reach. Choose me. My strength isn't much. Defeat me, and you get Mr. Daryl's rewards. Aren't you tempted? Luciano witnessed Daryl like this for the first time. You can challenge me, but be prepared to turn into meat paste. Hope you know what's good for you. Those around Daryl, having spent so much time with him, were aligned with his goals. Want resources? Prepare yourselves. Daryl conjured a large arena on the plaza and stood upon it. Challenge them if you disagree. Win, and the ring and its resources are yours. Your cultivation worries will vanish forever. Maxim climbed onto the arena beside Daryl, realizing strength was indeed everything. He can do this, but I can't, because my strength lags behind some disciples with talent and luck. If I defeat any of them, you'll give me this ring? You aren't joking? A fully loaded spatial ring. How much resources could it hold? ####Chapter 186, Assassination by Hidden Weapon. I mean what I say, but my condition is that it must be a fight to the death. The meaning of a fight to the death doesn't need explaining again, right? If you're ready, step up on the platform. Anyone has the right to challenge. And if you defeat them, I'll even allow you to form your little gang within our Brandanling sect and provide you with ample resources. Daryl was confident in saying this because he trusted his companion's strength. These kids were just in need of a lesson. Mr. Daryl, does your group include that pretty young lady? After all, she's standing with them. Someone noticed that among Daryl's subordinates, there was one easiest to target, Aline. She had an innocent look, making her seem easily intimidated. She won't do. Daryl didn't need a powerless woman who couldn't contribute. I can. As long as you manage to injure me, you win. Aline did not want to be a burden to Daryl and expressed her willingness to fight at the same moment. Aline, don't force yourself. This is a man's business, and besides, Mr. Daryl said you cannot participate. Please go back to the audience. Miles gently pushed Aline to the side. Targeting the weak isn't the behavior of a real man. If you really want to fight, hurry up. Otherwise, I'm going back to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Kabrandan glanced at Aline. Daryl seemed particularly concerned about this woman, and he realized that Daryl liked beautiful women more than anything else, even paying less attention to him. Someone who was powerful and resourceful, eventually becoming just another follower. I will take on the challenge. I want to see how strong Mr. Daryl's followers are. Please instruct me. A challenger stepped forward and chose Miles. Good luck. After Miles got on the platform, Daryl descended, as Miles was the toughest opponent among them. With formidable combat skills far beyond those Wei Jing Mo Li de Zongmen Dizi should be changed to better English flow. After Miles stepped onto the platform, Daryl descended, as Miles was the toughest opponent among them. With formidable combat skills far beyond the untested disciples of the sect, he was unmatched. I am Miles, a follower of Mr. Daryl. Please instruct me. Miles stretched his wrists. Since it was a fight to the death, he wouldn't hold back. I want to see the true strength of Mr. Daryl's followers. Come on. The moment the words were exchanged, the challenger fell to the ground. No one saw how Miles moved. They only saw the challenger fall after uttering a single sentence. The elder with slightly higher abilities could clearly see Miles's silver needle striking the challenger's vital point. Miles wins. Daryl calmly announced the result. This is unfair. How can it count as Miles winning when he hadn't even started fighting? At most, it should be considered a draw. What's going on? He was one of the top experts in our sect, yet he crumbled here like nothing? Mr. Daryl's followers aren't easy to deal with, including the beautiful woman whose strength we can't gauge. You'd better be cautious and not too greedy. Some things are simply not meant for you. Give it up. You've already joined the Brandanling sect. Why complicate things? Since you're here, work well for the Brandanling sect, which would be perfect. Following Mr. Daryl is no different from joining the Brandanling sect. What's the fuss about? Good days have just begun with Mr. Daryl's return. Do you understand? Those who followed Mr. Daryl knew their lives would improve after his return. The entire sect benefited from Daryl, and they understood their place. Can you explain how that person fell? If everyone dies without understanding what happened, what's the point of a fight to the death? It would be better to just surrender. Miles used to be an assassin and hidden weapons are one of his techniques. Any questions? Facing the clamor from below, Daryl addressed their concerns. Damn, using dirty tricks in a fight to the death, that shouldn't count. Pity that man, dying without knowing what hit him. Forget it. In a fight to the death, many tactics are fair game. There's no such thing as dirty tricks. Anything that brings down the opponent works. I think Mr. Miles is quite formidable. If he could teach me, I could kill without a trace in future battles. If you don't like it, don't watch. If it goes on like this, no one will stand a chance against Miles. Not defeating him means losing out on the ring that grants lifetime access to resources. Too bad. They now understood that following Daryl was the right decision. I refuse to accept this. I want to see if Mr. Miles is truly that strong. Another person stepped onto the platform, prepared to guard against Miles's hidden weapon. I want a fair fight. Even if I lose, I'll do so willingly. If you keep using underhanded tactics, I won't acknowledge your victory, no matter the outcome. He disliked Miles and aimed to force him into using genuine combat techniques instead of hidden weapons. All right. Miles nodded and attacked in one move. The challenger's defense was useless. It was over in one strike. Miles's methods mirrored Daryl's, finishing the opponent in a single blow. Daryl was impatient and wasted no time. Miles, as a former assassin, needed to be lethal in one hit to avoid being killed himself. Therefore, he never held back, attacking directly, leaving it to the opponent whether they could handle it or not. Another one shot. The strength of those Mr. Daryl brought is incredible. I admire him the most. I wonder if I ever have the chance to be by Mr. Daryl's side. Miles isn't even a match for Mr. Daryl. Imagine how strong Mr. Daryl must be. Don't struggle in vain. No matter how valuable something is, it's meaningless if you can't live to enjoy it. Chapter 187. Forever following Mr. Daryl. Can we have a few stronger opponents? The two who came didn't provide any challenge at all. I received several treasures from Mr. Daryl and haven't even used them yet. Could you give me the opportunity? Miles did not care what they were thinking. He was just getting interested when no one dared to challenge him anymore. It was too boring. Miles's provocation did not have much effect, and no one dared to speak up next. They had realized something important. Daryl could easily kill them with just one finger if he wanted to. Daryl waited for an incense stick to burn down, but almost fell asleep. Only after Maxim reminded him did he regain his senses. No more challengers? Daryl stepped onto the platform. So many people had been full of righteous indignation earlier, but after dealing with just two, no one dared to challenge him again. They were really nothing special. It seems you've thought clearly. Now you have another choice. If you don't want to join Brandailing Sect, you can register with Maxim now, leave our sect's belongings behind, and you may leave. Anything belonging to our sect, even a leaf, you cannot take. Daryl gave those with their own ideas a chance to choose for themselves. Some eventually left, and Daryl did not mind watching these departures. Those who stayed were thoughtful and clear-minded. In just half an hour, 500 people left. To those who are not going with me, I can only tell you that staying in Brandailing Sect won't end well. Why would it? Daryl already struggles to support the sect, let alone us as well. The outside world is vast, and I want to explore it. Without Xianxia sect, I don't wish to join any other sect. I hope that when I meet Mr. Daryl again, I can fight him fairly. My days at Brandailing Sect have been the most comfortable of my life. I didn't need to do anything each day, following seniors around and enjoying the sights. But this isn't the life I want, so I must leave for now. My reasons differ from those before. I simply can't stand Daryl. I just lack the power to defeat him. Wait, Daryl. When I grow strong enough, you will be the first to die. Strangely, everyone who was leaving spoke a parting word to the others remaining in the sect. Just these 500 leaving? Anyone else? This is your last chance. Those who stay are of Brandailing Sect. Leaving afterward means rebellion and death. Daryl did not expect only 500 among tens of thousands of disciples planned to leave. Of course, Daryl believed some disciples were still half believing, not fully convinced by him. But it was already a good start for Daryl. I will forever follow Mr. Daryl. You can rest assured, as long as Brandailing Sect is yours, it will always be mine. I, Alonso, will forever follow Mr. Daryl. I, Casey, will forever follow Mr. Daryl. Listening to the synchronized voices below, Daryl knew at this rate, he might spend the entire day hearing this declaration. He interrupted them directly. I understand. After officially joining Brandailing Sect, you can earn resources through completing missions. If you need resources, contributing significantly to the sect can get you what you want. If you're strong enough, anything you desire, I can provide. A few words made the crowd beneath him exhilarated. Mr. Daryl, we heard you have several divine weapons. If our contributions are enough, can we exchange for these weapons? Some only knew Daryl possessed two incredibly powerful divine weapons named Gilbert Elisa. I won't trade, but if your contributions suffice, I can give you a divine weapon. And I have many formidable weapons which you can obtain if you have the capability. Join Brandailing Sect, and you won't regret it. In the afternoon, I want to see you in uniform. Got it? The crowd shouted loudly. Got it? We promise to accomplish our tasks. Seeing the matter resolved, Daryl descended from the platform. These small matters, you could resolve using your elder's authority. Brandailing Sect had elders other than Maxim, some with considerable strength. Why weren't they present? Were they in seclusion? What dignity do I have? I became an elder by luck. My progress has been slow, and I lack resources for cultivation. Without sufficient strength, he obtained suboptimal resources. Fortunately, he managed to get by. When issues arose within the sect, he dealt with everything single-handedly, while others delegated their responsibilities to him. Thankfully you're here. The sect might have been in chaos otherwise. Maxim was relatively strong among the elders. Just that everyone Daryl knew was extraordinary, so Maxim's strength seemed unremarkable. When you have time to cultivate peacefully, I can give you a medicinal herb for breakthrough, but it requires a lot of time. To break free like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon requires sacrifice. Your sacrifice is time. Daryl had an appropriate herb for Maxim. If needed, he could give it to him. Alright, when I have time, I'll come ask you for it. Don't give it to someone else. Maxim thought that with Daryl, things would be easier, and soon he might find time to cultivate. Is there anything else? I only have one day, so don't disturb me after today. Daryl saw today as work, and considered it his contribution as a gatekeeper of the sect. Maxim led Daryl to the grand hall, where it was empty except for the two of them. There are many talented individuals in the sect, but our resources aren't enough. Upon hearing this, Daryl understood Maxim's intention. Chapter 188. Daryl adds more resources. The items in this ring are enough for you. They were originally prepared for the sect. Also, you shouldn't always rely on me. You should send the disciples out to train. If they always depend on me, they won't grow. Daryl had plenty of resources. As long as he lived quietly, the system would occasionally send him some gifts. Today, the system sent Daryl 3 caddies of seeds, but he didn't know what kind of seeds they were yet. The spiritual plants he planted earlier were already ripe and could be harvested. These new seeds could also be planted. Daryl planned to open up a piece of land somewhere else when he had nothing to do, just to plant some small flowers. The peony he planted last time, which he had already harvested, had bloomed beautifully for almost a month without withering. I know that, but now isn't the time to reorganize the sect. Besides, I've already asked someone to check if there are any secret realms nearby. Once we have information, I will send people over immediately. Do I need to return this ring later? It's a 10 square meter ring, which must have cost quite a lot. Maxim wanted this ring. After becoming an elder, he barely managed to get an 8 square meter space. There was no way he could compare with someone as wealthy as Daryl. Any item inside this ring might be worth more than the entire space itself. Consider it a gift. I have no use for this thing anyway. Daryl had a much larger storage space and didn't care about these small things. Besides, he could now create storage spaces himself. Once he got better at it, making a few hundred square meters wouldn't be a problem. Thank you. If not for you, our sect wouldn't have been noticed by other sects, and there would be no prosperity like today. Maxim didn't forget how Daryl initially helped their sect. When they went out, Daryl took out his huge flying boat, and even though they faced ridicule from others, Daryl silently saved face for the Feather Spirit sect. After so many years, just when their sect was about to decline, Daryl appeared. Thankfully, they still kept Daryl around even after he refused to become a disciple. Otherwise, their sect wouldn't be where it is today. Now is the prosperous era? Your view on the sect's development is too pessimistic. This is just the beginning. Daryl had a gut feeling that everything was only just starting. He didn't know what would happen next. If the sect continues to develop, I won't be able to handle all the issues. Things are pretty good as they are. My only wish right now is for the sect leader to come back soon. Once the sect leader returned, along with the elders who accompanied them, Maxim could finally rest. Is there anything else I can help with? If there wasn't anything urgent, Daryl planned to go wandering. It had been a while since he visited the sect. There's one more thing. We're planning to hold a disciple recruitment contest. Would you like to participate? You could take on a talented disciple who suits your taste. If Daryl participated, it might attract more people to the contest. Even if he didn't choose anyone, wouldn't all participants still become Feather Spirit Sect's disciples? I'm not particularly interested in taking on disciples. Let's see how things go. I can help supervise the contest and provide a prize for the winner. That should attract a lot of people. Thinking of disciples reminded Daryl of Brandonian, far away in the ancient battlefield. He wondered how he was doing. Had he fully absorbed the power he sought? Was Sam already asleep? Elsewhere, Sam and Brandonian were playing games together, very warmly. After Daryl left, Sam had no intention of falling asleep. Brandonian believed it was because Sam now had something he cared about and wouldn't enter slumber until Daryl returned. Sam thought this was perfect. It meant Daryl would know once he came back. You understand me so well. Actually, I was thinking of setting up a competition board within the sect. Whoever is the strongest would be the one we focus on training. The board can be updated. Whoever beats the top person becomes the new number one. This would inspire competition and promote improvement. What do you think? Maxim hesitated, unsure if Daryl found his plan too childish. That sounds good. Here's a deal. If someone stays at the top of the board for a full month, I'll offer them personal guidance to help solve bottlenecks and problems. Daryl usually answered questions when he felt like it, but mostly left them to figure things out on their own. Great. With your backing, I feel confident that this time I can successfully manage the Feather Spirit Sect, as the sect leader entrusted me to do. Maxim believed he had handled most things well except for that one incident. Some minor issues can be resolved without your help. Thank you. Merging and managing the sect's affairs was something Maxim could handle. Besides, now that Daryl had returned, they wouldn't dare act recklessly anymore. Alright, that concludes my work for today. Don't come to me for help again in the future. With that, Daryl quickly left. Why stay to help Maxim with trivial matters when he could be free? Upon circling the Feather Spirit Sect, Daryl found it largely unchanged. The great hall that wasn't built when he left was now completed, and there was a large house beside it, even guarded by 2 people. Mr. Daryl, the building beside the hall is the one we built for you. We hope you like it. We consulted many masters to make sure it was done well. Mr. Daryl, since you're here, why don't you take a look? Maybe you'll prefer our building over your little wooden hut. Maxim and the other elders agreed that if you want, you could be an elder and live beside the great hall. After all, none of them have contributed as much as you. Yes, Mr. Daryl, why should those elders live in such nice houses while you stay in a humble wooden hut? With such powerful arrays now in place, Daryl no longer needed to guard the Feather Spirit Sect. Guarding the gate was unnecessary. Chapter 189. The Hearts of the Sect Disciples. Clearly, Daryl had a golden opportunity to ascend to a higher position. Why would he choose to guard the gate? Even now, many people still don't understand why Mr. Daryl refused the invitations from sect elders to become their disciple at first. For 3 years, Daryl endured countless ridicule from others. Yet, he remained unfazed, showing no care even when meeting those who had mocked him. The more indifferent he was, the more people sometimes felt that Daryl was indeed a formidable figure. My position in the sect is simply a gatekeeper. Living here is unsuitable for me. Thank you for your goodwill. Daryl enjoyed the feeling of living in his small wooden house. Extravagance wasn't necessarily good for him. Mr. Daryl, please take a look inside first. It's our sincere wish. Reluctantly, Daryl followed these disciples into the house. It was clear they had put a lot of thought into it. Every pillar was carved with a picture, pictures recognizable as him. Despite his exceptional skills, only allowing him to cultivate seemed like an underutilization of his talents. We've also set up some mechanisms here. If someone attacks during your sleep and you don't want to get involved, you can activate this mechanism. Just as he handed over the device, Daryl pressed it without hesitation. The mechanism activated. Mr. Daryl, we meant for you to use this against bad people, not us, your juniors. Ah, my butt. Whoever came up with this devilish mechanism, I must settle accounts with them once I leave here. I almost couldn't be a man anymore. Why was only the spot where Mr. Daryl stood free from danger? This shouldn't be the case. If the mechanism is activated, the whole hall should be affected. How ironic it was that while they were screaming and wailing, Daryl stood there gracefully watching them. It couldn't have been more obvious. The place he stood in was precisely where all the mechanisms failed to reach him. He stood there, calm and serene. The mechanism held some interest. They indeed put a lot of effort into it. I really like this place, but I still prefer not to live here. That's it. Daryl looked at the messy house and left. The next day, Maxim had already prepared the rankings list. Next, they needed to challenge each other. Success would earn them a place on this list. The top 3 on this list will be key figures for our sect's focus on cultivation. Additionally, the one in first place gets a special advantage. Staying in first for a continuous month will earn guidance from Mr. Daryl. Holy crap, Mr. Daryl is really willing to offer guidance? The winner in first place has hit the jackpot. They get both resources from the sect and valuable items from Mr. Daryl, who is incredibly generous. If I defeat the person in first place in the rankings, can I stay in that position for a full month without accepting challenges? Actually, the allure is quite substantial, yet Mr. Daryl doesn't seem suitable for such tasks. You can always seek advice from him in everyday life. The freewheeling Mr. Daryl is truly the coolest, but I do want those resources. So many resources come from Mr. Daryl, and everything he has is precious. Come on, let's all go for first place. I won't show mercy or give anyone a face-saving way out. Maxim had considered this matter thoroughly. If the contestant is injured during the battle on any given day, they have the right to rest and recover. However, Maxim would not tolerate using this recovery period to deceive others. If, within 28 days, you don't accept any challenges, you'll be demoted from 1st to 10th place. Once you're in the top 10, you can challenge each other, and lower-rank participants can also challenge you. No bullying the weaker ones. Now, I await your success stories. I wonder if any of you possess the ability to make Mr. Daryl step in and teach you a lesson. After chatting a bit, Maxim left. The disciples would get used to this ranking system. He had specially arranged for someone to update their rankings in real time. Meanwhile, Daryl was cultivating new land. Aline was digging in another area, intending to plant vegetables and fruits. That way, we can harvest what we want whenever we need it. And watching these grow brings me a great sense of achievement. Since you're planting something, I'll join you. Aline had long wanted to do this. With Daryl initiating the idea, she naturally followed along. Sometimes Aline felt a remarkable compatibility between her and Daryl. For example, they liked similar things and often had an unspoken understanding. Our plants might turn out differently, Daryl noted. The seeds he planted showed unpredictable growth patterns, quickly taking root and sprouting. Today, Daryl got smart by burying many spirit stones underground, knowing they needed these stones. Mr. Daryl, doing this might inhibit their growth, isn't it? Aren't you planting flowers here? I've selected the best seeds for you. Aline pulled out a packet of seeds from her little bag, which seemed like a treasure chest to Daryl. He had seen her pull out numerous items from it. Daryl knew well that it was just an ordinary, non-spatial bag. The more he observed, the more surprised he became. How many items are in your bag? Curious, Daryl asked directly. Many, whatever I need. I just pull out. I don't even remember what's inside anymore. While speaking, Aline pulled out an item larger than her little bag from within it. Daryl realized the bag contained a spatial dimension he hadn't sensed. Alright, no need to fetch anything else. Thank you. In the end, Daryl accepted her seeds, deciding to plant half of the seeds provided by the system and half by Aline. Mr. Daryl, in my memory, this bag contains many things. An elder told me once, you will need these in the future. I don't know how many items are inside, but whenever I need something, I can pull it out and when I'm done, I can put it back. Aline had no cultivation, yet she could perform this task, which was impressive. Cultivators' items couldn't be used by ordinary people. Chapter 190, The Carnivorous Flower. There was another matter that indicated Aline wasn't an ordinary person. Someone cared for her deeply, thoughtfully preparing a multitude of items she might need. Very likely, that senior had long known that Aline would encounter such circumstances in the future. Providing so many items, they had wished for Aline to have an easier time. Do not reveal this small pouch in front of strangers. Not everyone is like me. Some might be tempted by these items, Daryl said. He himself possessed an enormous space where he stored his own things and didn't covet others. I understand. I don't trust anyone else. I only trust you. It seems that in my memory, I only speak openly with you. Aline really had no recollection of what had transpired before. After Daryl planted the seeds, all they could do was wait for them to sprout. Eventually, this area would be filled with beautiful flowers, making the scenery very pleasing. However, the next day, Daryl's expectations were completely shattered. Beautiful flowers? Why were the plants from Aline's seeds anything but attractive? They turned out to be carnivorous flowers. Could these even be called flowers? They grew overnight to a size capable of swallowing Aline's head. If Aline hadn't lost her memory, Daryl would have suspected that she did this on purpose. When Aline emerged and saw these flowers, she felt incredibly awkward. She'd always been busy earning a living and never had the chance to plant flowers. Her first attempt resulted in carnivorous flowers. Seeing Mr. Daryl's expression, Aline felt too embarrassed to look at him. His intention was to fill the place with flowers, and now it was ruined. Mr. Daryl, I am truly very sorry. I had no idea this would happen. Yesterday, I even planned to water the flowers this morning. I'll go pull out these flowers now. They don't look good here. Aline rolled up her sleeves to remove the carnivorous flowers, but was pulled back by Daryl. These are carnivorous flowers. Even cultivators can be consumed by them as if they were children. Are you trying to get yourself killed? These plants brought trouble. Killing them was difficult because they thrived on the power of the spirit stones buried underground. Even the flowers Daryl planted failed to sprout. Following his experience, these should have sprouted today. Whether eaten by the carnivorous flowers or suppressed, they couldn't grow properly. What should we do? These carnivorous flowers look terrible here. And the melons and fruits I planted nearby, how will I water them? Mr. Daryl, my body is special. Maybe I can handle these carnivorous flowers? Aline felt responsible for causing this problem and didn't want to trouble Mr. Daryl anymore. Since joining him, she'd always been a bother. Do you wish to risk your life? If you decide to, I won't stop you, but please think it through. Daryl believed these carnivorous flowers shouldn't remain near his cottage. However, since they matured overnight, he hesitated to destroy them. How could he make use of them? Move them elsewhere? What should we do with these carnivorous flowers? Aline had no idea why the seeds in her pouch grew into these. Find a new location to transplant them. Considering it from another angle, growing carnivorous flowers isn't bad. Let's find a suitable spot. Daryl promptly moved all the carnivorous flowers into his space, startling Patrick inside. Daryl, what strange thing did you bring in again? Can you think of me when storing things? It nearly swallowed my head. Daryl, help me quickly. Patrick felt exasperated. Did Daryl forget there was still life in his space? Patrick, don't make such a fuss over just a few carnivorous flowers. They can't harm you. Otherwise, you would have died long ago. Gilbert directly cut down one of the carnivorous flowers, freeing Patrick. Elisa buzzed in agreement beside Gilbert. After ensuring Patrick was fine, Daryl exited the cottage. Mr. Daryl, you got up early today. Brother Daryl, do you have time to guide me today? I'm stuck on array formations. Brother Daryl, we're family now. Please teach us more often. All members of the Brandon Sect wore its attire, looking much more harmonious to Daryl's eyes. I don't have time at the moment. Cultivation depends on oneself. Doesn't the Brandon Sect arrange teachers for you? Without turning around, Daryl replied to those calling out. Whether or not to guide them or provide treasures for their cultivation depended on Daryl's mood. Mr. Daryl, when you're free, can you give us a lesson? The elders can no longer teach us knowledge. If this continues, I'll leave the Brandon Sect. If the Brandon Sect can't help you advance, leaving is your best option. Cultivation itself involves constant adventures. The Brandon Sect is just a small part of your journey. Daryl seriously advised them, knowing that cultivation was never easy. He offered neither guidance nor treasures today. Anyone who wants my guidance should stay at the top of Elder Maxim's list for a month, and I'll personally guide you. With this statement, many people left. Fewer people around made Daryl feel more peaceful. Mr. Daryl, facing so many disturbances every time, aren't you annoyed? Aline followed Daryl, unsure of where to transplant the carnivorous flowers. I'm used to it. Ever since Daryl revealed his strength, people constantly sought him. Helping them sometimes made him happy. The phrase, joyful to help others, rang true to him. Mr. Daryl, what a coincidence to meet you here. Maxim appeared before Daryl, looking flattering at both of them. Perhaps Daryl could discuss the carnivorous flower issue with Maxim directly. Chapter 191. The Forbidden Territory. Coincidence? What do you need from me? Daryl clearly understood Maxim's little tricks. In a moment, the top two on my list will be competing for first place. Do you want to take a look? One of them came from our sect before, while the other is from Xianxia's sect. They are going all out to win this competition. I guess we can see their full strength. Help me observe if there are any flaws in their abilities. Since Maxim couldn't figure it out herself, she had to seek Mr. Daryl's expertise. Hopefully, Mr. Daryl was in a good mood and willing to go with her. I'll head over shortly. First, help me find a place. I accidentally grew some Venus flytraps and wish to move them. Daryl's words left Maxim speechless. Only Daryl could inadvertently grow such dangerous plants like Venus flytraps. Growing them over there is fine. No one goes there, so they won't hurt you. Maxim thought such dangerous plants shouldn't appear in their sect. Moreover, Daryl could destroy them if he wanted to. They're too ugly. I don't like them. If the Venus flytraps were more attractive, Daryl would keep all of them. They could be both an ornamental and a weapon. Plant them in the forbidden area. That place has plenty of odd things anyway. Maxim thought for a moment, and then led Daryl to their Brandon Sect's forbidden territory. I won't enter with you. Not many people want to go inside. It's where we punish others. The forbidden territory was very dangerous, essentially serving as a prison for those who erred. Everyone at Brandon Sect knew that once someone entered, it was hard to come out again. Of course, this didn't apply to Mr. Daryl, whose immense strength made him immune to danger. Mr. Daryl, let me accompany you, Maxim insisted. Since she provided the seeds, she felt responsible. Daryl walked in with Aline, encountering no threats. He found a suitable patch of land and planted the Venus flytraps there. The plants seemed quite pleased with the new location, swaying happily. It seems they really like it here. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Mr. Daryl indeed was very considerate. He could have destroyed the Venus flytraps, but instead helped find them a new home. You're welcome. With the Venus flytrap issue resolved, Daryl was ready to leave. Looking around the Brandon Sect's forbidden territory, Daryl admitted this was his first visit, and even hearing about its existence. Despite Maxim describing it as dangerous, he hadn't encountered anything threatening yet. Expanding his divine sense, he detected various entities, which instinctively avoided this area. Daryl wasn't sure if they feared the place or him. Mr. Daryl, I just realized how these Venus flytraps can be used. If I'm in danger, I can throw them out. Once they touch someone, they'll grow rapidly and drain their nutrients, protecting me. Daryl handed the remaining seeds back to Aline, realizing these might serve as her life-saving means. I don't need them. You encounter more dangers, Mr. Daryl. Keep them as my apology. If not for me, you wouldn't have come here. This place is filthy and messy, and the atmosphere stinks, full of resentment. Hearing Aline's words, Daryl glanced at her, having felt no particular resentment himself. Without probing further into her comment, he prepared to leave. The task is done. Let's go. Just as Daryl started walking, something unexpected happened. The Venus flytraps extended long vines, catching Aline. Before Daryl could react, the vines retreated. Are you alright? What were those vines doing? Greeting Aline? Mr. Daryl, it feels like I now have a special connection with these Venus flytraps. I can feel they are extremely happy and like this place. There are many corpses here. They enrich the soil, naturally attracting the plants. Strangely, Mr. Daryl, I think I can control them now. After the incident, Aline felt she could communicate with the Venus flytraps. Daryl wasn't sure what caused this but figured everything was resolved as long as the plants didn't grow too rapidly, thus increasing the danger level. Mr. Daryl, are you upset? Logically, these Venus flytraps should choose you since you planted them. Aline didn't actually want them. They reminded her of her abnormality. Seeing Daryl silent, she worried he was displeased. These plants chose you, meaning it's your fate. When you leave, you might take them with you. We've nothing else to do. Let's head out. Daryl was relieved Aline was unharmed. As they were about to leave, Aline paused. Mr. Daryl, wait a moment. Can you lead me deeper into the forbidden territory? I feel something of mine is there. Aline initially thought it was a hallucination, but as they moved closer, the attraction intensified. It's truly mine. You've never been here. How can anything be yours? Confirm this feeling. Daryl stopped walking. Standing still, Aline felt certain it belonged to her. Mr. Daryl, please take me there. I can retrieve it quickly. She was afraid to go alone. Daryl agreed to go with her, trailing behind. As they moved, Daryl sensed that entities within the forbidden territory also shifted, always keeping them at the center and staying 50 meters away. The first possibility was already ruled out. Now, there were two remaining. 1. The entities feared Daryl. 2. They feared Aline, hence maintaining the distance. Chapter 192. All people of the Feather Spirit Sect. Daryl's intuition told him that those things feared Aline. He deliberately kept a 10-meter distance from Aline and soon confirmed his suspicion. Those things were indeed afraid of Aline. They always maintained a 50-meter distance from her. Mr. Daryl, aren't you coming? We're almost there. Aline looked back, didn't see Daryl, and panicked. She could sense danger nearby. Without Daryl, she dared not proceed any further. I'm here. Daryl walked up to Aline's side in one step and continued walking with her. What was Aline's true identity? A small bag containing everything, an indestructible body, and the ability to instill fear into these creatures within the restricted area. After an hour's walk, Aline finally found her item. We're here. It's right over there. Before them lay a vast marshland. Daryl stood on the bank, observing all around but finding nothing unusual. Are you sure your item is here? Daryl sent out his divine sense, but found nothing particularly valuable. Yes. Aline extended her hand, quickly breaking open a very deep hole in the marshland, from which a dress flew out. Indeed, it was a pale pink fairy-like dress. The dress flew into Aline's hands. Initially, Daryl thought Aline had dropped something precious for her to be able to sense it. Standing close by, upon seeing clearly, he felt slightly disappointed. It was just a very ordinary dress. So ordinary that any store on the street would have similar styles. Ah, this is a dress I lent to a beautiful sister a long time ago. How did it end up here? Seeing the dress reminded Aline of events from long ago. Sorry, if I knew it was just a dress, I wouldn't have brought you here. This ordinary dress was useless to her. Daryl didn't know what to say. In fact, the dress wasn't that simple. It had fallen into the marsh without getting dirty at all, and when Aline beckoned, it came immediately. I seem to have a special ganying to my belongings, even very ordinary items. Correction. I seem to have a special connection to my belongings, even very ordinary items. For better fluency and accuracy in English, connection is more appropriate than a direct translation of ganying. Ganying typically means ganying or reaction, which doesn't fit well here. I often find lost items using this method. I should have told you about this. Remembering this, Aline immediately informed Daryl. She didn't want to deceive Daryl. Once the dress reached Aline's hands, the large hole in the marsh did not disappear but remained open. Mr. Daryl, there seems to be something else inside, but I can't get it. She couldn't simply reach for items that weren't hers. Daryl glanced at Aline. He had no interest in anything that fell into the marsh, but seeing Aline looking at him hopefully, he decided to search anyway. Soon, he found an extremely ordinary spatial ring. After Daryl retrieved the object, the large hole in the marsh rapidly vanished. See, I said there was something else inside. Mr. Daryl, take a look. What's in the ring? Daryl took out the contents of the ring, but nothing caught his attention. Ah, such ordinary things, probably useless to you, Mr. Daryl. Sorry for wasting your time. Aline put away all the items Daryl deemed uninteresting into her own space. Let's go. Daryl didn't respond to Aline's words. He wasn't bothered by these matters. Not every outing results in a good outcome. Outside, Maxim paced anxiously. Mr. Daryl had been inside for nearly 2 hours and still hadn't come out. Could something have happened? No way. Mr. Daryl was so powerful. Surely he could handle a small restricted area. Maxim planned to enter and check, as Mr. Daryl mustn't encounter any trouble inside. Just as he was about to go in, Daryl emerged with Aline. Mr. Daryl, you really scared me. I thought something might have happened, given how strong you are. Seeing Daryl come out, Maxim felt relieved. He didn't need to enter the restricted area, which was a huge relief. Let's head over to watch the strongest disciple competition. The timing is perfect. It's about to start. Mr. Daryl, do you think someone from our sect will win this time? Maxim hoped their sect member would win. Otherwise, they'd keep bringing it up. Elder Maxim, are you confused about something? This is a battle between 2 members of your Feather Spirit sect. Whichever one wins, it's still a win for your sect, isn't it? What are you worried about? If you can't truly treat them as part of one sect, then your disciples will feel the same way. Aline believed that sometimes Maxim was the one who hadn't fully adapted. They were already one sect now. Hearing Aline's words, Maxim didn't react initially but soon understood. Indeed, they were all part of the same sect. You're right. It slipped my mind. Whoever wins, it's still a win for the Feather Spirit sect. Where's Hirsch and the other sect leaders? Don't your elders need to reassign positions? The number of people in the sect has increased, and more management is required. Recalling his previous encounters with the elders of Xianxia's sect, Daryl noted none of them seemed to be present. They still have some matters to settle at their old places. They should arrive soon. Once they do, I'll arrange everything. At that point, we may need your guidance, Mr. Daryl. Given their respect for you, it will make the process smoother. Maxim hadn't figured out how to broach this topic. Given its significance for the sect, having Daryl present was essential. Otherwise, it couldn't be done. The Feather Spirit sect had become dependent on Mr. Daryl. We'll discuss it when the time comes. Upon reaching the viewing platform, the two contestants below were already fighting. Brother Daryl, you arrived just in time. They just started. Both are very strong, but it's unclear who will win. It's hard to tell now. They're still gauging each other's strength. The real excitement will come when they show their trump cards. Winning first place and staying for a month to receive guidance from Mr. Daryl. Everyone wants that opportunity. Unfortunately, my skills are lacking, ranking in the 90s. The gentleman named Brandan beside Mr. Daryl is also very strong. Last time, when I passed by his place, he helped me with a problem. Daryl listened to their conversation while watching the duel below. ##### Chapter 193, Convergence. If all the disciples of the sect were as strong as them, we would truly rise to our feet. Unfortunately, they are the strongest. Maxim watched them exchange blows with each other, noting their rapid reflexes, which made it enjoyable for the onlookers. The truly formidable individuals from other sects have come along with their sect leaders. Therefore, they aren't the strongest within their sects yet. We need more time before this ranking shows its final result. Daryl saw that those stronger than these two had not come here. This ranking was only temporary. Whether they could last a month depended on luck. You almost made me forget that Qianag sect still has a group that hasn't arrived. Only when everyone is here can we assess the current strength of our sect. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The sect leader will surely be pleased to see how well I've managed everything. Maxim felt very satisfied with his recent work. After watching for half an hour, the victor was finally decided. I declare, Christopher wins. Congratulations. You are now at the top of the list. From today on, as long as you remain on this list, you will be one of our sect's key cultivation targets. If you stay for a full month, you can receive guidance from Mr. Daryl. I hope you work hard to maintain your position. Watching their battle, Daryl noticed many issues. Your movements still need improvement. Christopher, don't forcibly combine moves that don't naturally flow together. This won't allow you to reach the peak of this martial technique. Also, your main problem is your slow reaction speed. Take some time to practice this. These pills are for you. Consider it my small blessing. I hope when all members of our Brandon Ling sect arrive, you can maintain your current positions. I look forward to guiding you. Daryl handed the items over to them. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. I'll definitely strive to overcome these issues and maintain my position. What great luck today to receive guidance from Mr. Daryl. They were elated, originally thinking they wouldn't get a chance to receive guidance from Mr. Daryl, but he actually did. Damn, I really envy them. Too bad I didn't catch Mr. Daryl's attention. What a pity. Mr. Daryl pointed out their flaws so precisely. If they work on improving seriously, their strength will increase. I'm going to practice right now. I also want to get stronger. Push yourselves, or you won't deserve Mr. Daryl's notice. Daryl left and returned to his small wooden hut. He thought about planting some ordinary seeds to observe the growth cycle of normal flowers, which seemed interesting. Deciding quickly, he went out to buy the seeds and planted them soon after. Watering them slightly, he then waited for sprouts to appear. He hoped they would grow. A week later, there were no signs of sprouting. Standing before the plot, Daryl couldn't understand why nothing was happening. Even his spiritual senses detected nothing unusual. Mr. Daryl, don't worry. Seeds take a long time to sprout. Maybe if you ignore them for a while, they will grow. Aline's melons had already started growing, but Daryl's seeds showed no signs of sprouting. Is it possible that this soil's nutrients have been absorbed by the man-eating flower? Daryl thought it unlikely. When he bought the seeds, the seller said they should sprout within a week at most. Ding. Asterisk the elderly care system sends the host 500 pounds of various fertilizers. Please check and accept them. Asterisk. Wishing the host success in growing flowers soon. Seeing the fertilizer materialize in his space, Daryl quickly took some and spread it over the ground. Without another thought, he returned to his wooden hut. Daryl, it's me, Hirsch. Let me in. I need to build my house. Recently idle, Daryl set up another array around the area, preventing Hirsch from entering. However, Aline seemed oblivious to the array, treating it as if it didn't exist, coming and going freely without any tokens. Letting Hirsch in, the first thing Hirsch noticed was the additional wooden hut next to Daryl's. Most importantly, the materials he had prepared were gone. A beautiful woman was watering the ground near Daryl's door. Hirsch hadn't seen her before. It wasn't Xianxia. Daryl, if I live next to you, will I disturb your romantic life? Hirsch opened the door to find Daryl lying in a chair, reading. What are you talking about? Your materials were used by Aline. Find new ones yourself. Daryl looked up and informed Hirsch. I'll go right away. By the way, Xianxia also came. Having new beauties around might make her jealous. Hirsch wanted to see Xianxia's reaction upon seeing Daryl with other women. Daryl had always been close to her alone. If you have nothing else, hurry and build your house. Daryl hadn't considered such matters and didn't want to think about romantic affairs just yet. He felt things were fine as they were. He didn't think Xianxia liked him either. They'd always interacted this way. Daryl dismantled the large array to make it easier for Hirsch to enter and exit, leaving only the protective array around his wooden hut. Aline noticed the changes but respected Daryl's decisions. Xianxia indeed arrived at Brandon Ling's sect, bringing her own sect along. With Maxim assisting her, she found the task much easier. However, she managed many things herself, so she hadn't immediately met Daryl. Change your clothes. I've already prepared everything for you. I'm heading to Qianag Sect. Everything else is arranged. Arriving at the sect earlier in the day, she was the busiest. Don't worry about us. We're not kids. Didn't you want to meet Mr. Daryl? Go ahead. As newcomers, we need to greet Mr. Daryl too. Chapter 194, Welcoming Feast. Adrian watched Kesha, who was clearly distracted. On their way over, Kesha had been particularly eager for them to move faster. Now that they were here, there was a flurry of tasks awaiting her, but this was originally part of her responsibilities. Alright, if you encounter any problems you can't handle, go find Elder Maxim. Remember to remind them to change into fresh clothes. Less than 1,000 disciples from their sect had survived. If they did not join the Feather Spirit sect, they would risk their sect becoming unsustainable. Joining a larger sect would provide much-needed protection. Besides, not everyone could join the Feather Spirit sect now. Kesha was indeed eager to see Daryl. Running towards the small wooden house, the first person she saw was Aline at Daryl's door. Was Aline a disciple of the Feather Spirit sect? She seemed so familiar with the place. It seemed Daryl had tacitly accepted her presence. Aline, are you going out shopping today? Daryl opened the door without noticing Kesha standing nearby. Mr. Daryl, no need to go today. We bought a lot of vegetables yesterday, and I checked earlier. They're still fresh. Mr. Daryl, do you want anything special? I can go get it for you. Only then did Daryl notice Kesha watching them from afar. No need. I just wanted to tell you that there might be more people for dinner today. They've just arrived. After replying to Aline, Daryl walked over to Kesha. You're here. Why didn't you come straight to me? Wasn't I afraid of disturbing you? When have you ever allowed your Feather Spirit sect disciples to stay so close, even letting one build a small wooden house near you? This was treatment she never received. Back at the Feather Spirit sect, she stayed in rooms arranged by Maxim. She hadn't followed Daryl closely for a month, yet such a beautiful woman was already around him. Kesha wasn't in a good mood, and it showed in her tone. She's not a Feather Spirit sect disciple. I found her. Daryl briefly explained Aline's background. Kesha found the whole situation laughable. Falling somewhere wasn't better than directly landing in front of Daryl? Was this woman truly amnesic? Seeing how readily Daryl believed her, Kesha didn't know what to say. Forget it. Since Daryl chose to trust Aline, she had no right to criticize Mr. Daryl. Alright, I just came to inform you about bringing my sect to the Feather Spirit sect and hope for your guidance. I have things to attend to, so I'll come back later. Watching Kesha hurriedly leave, Daryl thought it unnecessary for her to formally announce their arrival when he had already agreed. Hirsch, who had been observing the scene, immediately ran over after Kesha left. Mr. Daryl, aren't you going after her? Miss Kesha looks unhappy. Hirsch saw Daryl acting oblivious to why Kesha was upset. Truly young and clueless about matters of the heart. He, too, had been like this in his youth and didn't want Daryl to miss out. I don't see what made her unhappy. I haven't offended her, and she has her own things to handle. Daryl felt Hirsch's concerns were unfounded. Why should Kesha be angry? They had just met, and Daryl had planned a welcoming feast since they had just arrived at the sect. Before he could voice this intention, Kesha had left again. Didn't I tell you before? Think about it yourself. I'm going to build a bigger wooden house. Hirsch planned to make it large enough to bring his son here later. No matter how well he performed in front of the Feather Spirit sect elders, it couldn't compare to staying by Daryl's side. Daryl didn't think it necessary to ponder over these matters, returning to his work. At dinner time, Hirsch naturally joined the feast, bringing along several elders from their sect. Using an excuse that they had arrived and felt unfamiliar with the surroundings, they hadn't eaten all day, hoping Mr. Daryl would let them share a meal. Don't beat around the bush, eat up and leave. Hirsch intentionally brought these elders to familiarize themselves with Daryl. Maxim informed us there's an elder meeting tomorrow. Are you going? After eating his fill, Hirsch asked Daryl, who was drinking tea. He also poured each elder a cup of Daryl's freshly brewed tea. Maxim told me about it. I'll help keep things orderly. You should go too. Although you're no longer the leader of Xianxia sect, you shouldn't just freeload off our Feather Spirit sect. Daryl knew Hirsch had managed the Xianxia sect well. It would be a waste not to use such talent. Helping Maxim find a capable person meant less trouble for himself. I'll attend the meeting tomorrow and see what benefits the elders receive. By the way, I'm not freeloading off the Feather Spirit sect. I'm freeloading off you. Hirsch not only got meals from Daryl, but also many valuable treasures. Things he could barely obtain despite risking his life. If Daryl insisted on making him an elder of the Feather Spirit sect, he would agree without hesitation. The next day, all former leaders and elders of the newly joined sects gathered in the main hall of the Feather Spirit sect. Hirsch and his group were among the last to arrive, but due to their strength, others dared not comment. Now that everyone's here, let's get started. I still need to practice. I used to be the leader of my sect. After joining Feather Spirit sect, I expected at least a significant elder position. With such an important meeting, isn't Mr. Daryl supposed to be here? Without him, I feel this meeting is pointless. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Brother Daryl promised to come today. Flujan had visited Daryl that morning, but Daryl hadn't woken up yet, so he had left. He instructed Aline to remind Daryl about the Feather Spirit sect elder positions meeting. Ideally, the sect master should personally oversee this matter. Chapter 195. Let the capable take the position. This was inevitable with the sect master not being present in the sect. Mr. Daryl hasn't arrived yet, so let's all wait a bit longer. Without Daryl here right now, I won't agree to anything you say. While Mr. Daryl hasn't come, Elder Maxim can chat with us newcomers. What benefits does being an elder of Brandailing sect bring? This way we can decide what needs to be done. With such significant matters today, it's not good that Mr. Daryl is late. After all, we're all here for Mr. Daryl. Even before starting, they seemed ready to bicker. What? Want to take advantage of my absence and burn some energy by fighting? Daryl appeared silently behind them, startling them as soon as he spoke. Turning around, they saw Mr. Daryl standing at the door with his group. No one knew how long Mr. Daryl had been listening. Mr. Daryl has arrived, so this meeting can begin. Elder Maxim, please start. Previously when I joined the sect, you were always handling matters. Presumably, you're in charge now, right? I just have one request. The Part 1 manage should be easier and more beneficial. Each person had their thoughts. Daryl found a chair and sat down. It would likely take some time for them to deliberate. Let them slowly figure it out. Every position needs to be earned by you. Currently, there's a severe shortage of elders. You are all capable individuals. With the sect master absent, I'm only temporarily managing Brandailing sect affairs. Once the sect master returns, I'll hand over these matters to him. So, let's discuss temporary elder positions now. Maxim couldn't entirely make decisions on his own. Some of the people present were far stronger than he was. He didn't have the authority to command them. If not for Daryl being here, these people wouldn't be so polite to him. If you can't handle it, then let Mr. Daryl do it. We don't want to repeat this situation. Given Mr. Daryl's strength, he could easily be deputy master of your sect. I wonder why Mr. Daryl still lives in that small wooden house at the gate. Are you treating key members like this? Everyone recognized Daryl's contributions to Brandailing sect. Up until now, Daryl was merely a gatekeeper. Isn't this wasting his talents? Let me speak for Elder Maxim. Mr. Daryl refused to become an elder. He likes his current role, and no one can force him to do something he doesn't want to. Therefore, we need talented people like you to assist Elder Maxim in managing the entire sect. If you perform well, the sect master will certainly recognize you when he returns. Hirsch stepped forward, and everyone quieted down. They all knew Hirsch's capabilities. As someone close to Daryl, Hirsch's words carried Daryl's intentions. Forget it. Just follow Maxim's arrangements. Elder Maxim, since I've joined Brandailing sect, I naturally follow your arrangements. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do. Elder Maxim, your strength isn't enough to qualify for this position. I think such an important role should go to someone more powerful. I think Hirsch fits the bill perfectly. Mr. Daryl, since you're here, settle this for us. We still need to practice later. I listen only to you, not anyone else. All of them came to Brandailing sect for Daryl, naturally wanting to establish a good relationship with him. Strength determines everything. The elder positions are open. Choose if you think it belongs to you. Beat down everyone who wants the position. Of course, if you can't handle it after seizing it, you'll pay a price. Think carefully. Daryl didn't find this particularly difficult. An hour would suffice. People at the scene exchanged glances. I'll go first. I want the chief elder position. My strength speaks for itself. Please guide me. Hirsch, following Daryl, naturally stepped up first. Now is the major reshuffle of elder positions. Former elders would inevitably step down. Simply put, the capable should rise. I won't compete with Mr. Hirsch. My strength isn't as great as yours. Soon, those eager to follow Daryl chose their roles. When two people vied for a position, they resolved conflicts casually rather than fighting, saying they needed to work together in the future, and fights might hurt feelings. Less than an hour, all matters were settled. Seeing this concluded, Daryl's task was complete, and he left with his people. Before leaving, Daryl left something for each elder. I hope you all improve your strength and accomplish more for Brandailing sect. I won't neglect you for following me. Your benefits as elders will be covered by me, providing the most suitable resources for your cultivation. Daryl knew that while disciples were crucial for a sect's growth, capable elders were equally important. Mr. Daryl, why guard the gate? They have a point. Given your current abilities, you deserve the deputy master position in Brandailing sect. Luciano did not mention that if Daryl wanted, he could easily establish a new sect. There was no need to stay here as a gatekeeper. The sect now had many followers of Mr. Daryl, yet Daryl chose to remain a gatekeeper. Because it's relaxing. Daryl simply wanted a peaceful life. Solving this issue relaxed him further. With new additions to the sect, the previous attack could not happen again. Alas, I also wish for a relaxed life. Unfortunately, I've borne these pressures since birth due to having the best talent in our clan these years. Thinking of this, Luciano couldn't be happy. Because of his talent, he had been controlled. Breakthroughs happened without his say. Hashtag chapter 196. He Brandon departs. Following Daryl was the happiest time for him because he could finally be himself. Having good talent isn't a bad thing. Many people would want such talent, and the family spent so many resources cultivating you. You should do something for them in return. Luciano discussed this matter with his friends. Daryl, do you plan to stay in the sect indefinitely? Brandon walked over to Daryl. If that were the case, he intended to leave. He had barely managed to come back to life, eager to see the new world outside. He wouldn't stay here forever. What he truly wanted was to travel around with Daryl. Recently, he realized Daryl was a good person. He intended to get along peacefully with Daryl but couldn't stand staying in one place for too long. He had his own matters to attend to. Yes, if you wish to leave, just let me know. Daryl would remain in the sect for a while. Brandon had stayed at their sect for almost half a month without Daryl expecting him to stay so long. Now that he wanted to leave, Daryl thought it was only natural. The reason Brandon hadn't left yet was that he was frantically learning about the current situation outside. His previous encounter was an accident. With his present strength, he could thrive on this continent. The biggest difference between Brandon and Daryl was their different paths of growth. Brandon had always enhanced his power by conquering various places. He believed cultivators should explore the world widely. When I'm ready, I'll leave. I'll notify you then. Daryl, a person with talent and strength should go out to see the world, not stay in one place like you. Brandon knew that Daryl's life at Feathered Spirit Sect was particularly comfortable, drinking tea, admiring flowers, living a leisurely lifestyle. But such a life wasn't what he desired. Mr. Brandon, if you decide to leave, please take care of yourself. If anyone bullies you, you can always come back to find Mr. Daryl. I believe Mr. Daryl will offer you shelter, said Miles, who had formed a pretty good relationship with Brandon. Through their interactions, Miles learned of Brandon's identity, which seemed unbelievable to him. He even sought confirmation from Daryl, hoping Daryl would tell him this story was untrue. What nonsense are you talking? Do I need Daryl to provide shelter for me? Instead, Daryl, Don't become a frog at the bottom of a well if you never venture out. Sure, I can provide shelter for you, but you have to work under me in return. Daryl looked at Brandan with an expression indicating disbelief. They assumed Brandan would bid them farewell before leaving. However, this meeting itself was Brandan's goodbye. After chatting with them, he left immediately. Once Brandan left Feathered Spirit Sect, Daryl knew right away. Mr. Brandan has left? Aline glanced at Daryl, who had already guessed that Brandan wouldn't come back to say goodbye. Yeah, someone like him belongs to the outside world. With his abilities, he can make waves out there. Over the past half-month, Brandan had been catching up on the knowledge he lacked. It was only a matter of time before he left. Surprisingly, Brandan considered Daryl a friend. Daryl had assumed Brandan would hate him till death because it was Daryl who caused those zombies' destruction. But, Mr. Brandan's physical condition isn't very good. Without injuries, he can live for 10 or 8 more years. If seriously injured, he might only have a few months left. Furthermore, Mr. Brandan's strength can never reach its peak again. This is the consequence of a deal he made with someone. Hearing Aline's words, Daryl was stunned. He had known Brandan paid a price for sleeping for 5,000 years, but now he understood how heavy the price was. However, surviving after sleeping for 5,000 years was a miracle in itself. Perhaps you won't see Mr. Brandan again. Wouldn't that leave you with regrets? From Daryl's face, Aline could see that he hoped they would meet again. If Brandan got hurt, they might never meet again. Everything is fate, not to be forced. Daryl didn't feel regretful. Everything was just beginning, and maybe Brandan would find a way to extend his life. Mr. Daryl, Kesha was around your little wooden house this morning. She lingered several times near your hut after you woke up. Did you have a fight? Aline knew Kesha through Daryl's introduction, but felt Kesha didn't seem to like her much. Every time she saw Aline, her expression turned profound and meaningful. Just ignore her. I don't know why she's acting odd. Previously, Daryl asked Miles to invite her for a meal to welcome her. She declined due to being too busy and visited the wooden house but didn't meet him. Was it as Hirsch suggested, that Kesha liked him and became jealous seeing Aline with him? In the afternoon, Daryl met Kesha again. She brought some fruits. These are grown within our sect and are incredibly sweet. Try them. Kesha seemed more normal now. She had figured things out. There was no need to act like this, given they had no prior relationship. The more she acted strangely, the more Daryl would dislike her. These past few days, I've gotten to know Aline. She's a master at cooking. Even Hirsch, who isn't interested in food, finds her dishes delicious. All right. Daryl accepted the fruits, glad to see Kesha back to her usual self. I want to live next to you. Can I build a small wooden house nearby? She hadn't mentioned this earlier because she felt shy doing it alone. Now that several others were already living there, it wasn't a problem. Of course, Daryl had already agreed to 2 other people, and adding Kesha wouldn't make much difference. Kesha's wooden house was quickly built thanks to her smart move of seeking help, unlike Hirsch, who had only just started building hers after 2 days. Daryl mentioned this to Hirsch, who responded calmly, because I had to find materials. Otherwise, it would have been finished long ago. Hirsch really regretted not completing the house before leaving Feathered Spirit Sect. Chapter 197. Purity. Hirsch was not one to wrong himself. He ensured the materials for building his little wooden house were of top quality, in exact proportion. A house that stays warm in winter and cool in summer would be more comfortable to live in. Faced with Hirsch's accusations, Daryl did not feel guilty. Little Vivian's face turned red with embarrassment at having used Hirsch's materials. It was her first time dealing with such a situation. Mr. Hirsch, I'm truly sorry. I used your materials without your permission. I'll go and find the replacement for you tomorrow. This isn't your fault, and I've already found new materials. They will deliver them here tomorrow. Hirsch glanced at Daryl, knowing that this young jade would not make much of a scene. The little wooden house can be built tomorrow. I want my son to live here too. Is that okay? Taking advantage of the moment, Hirsch directly asked. Sure, do as you wish. Daryl had an air of indifference, as if he had seen through everything. Hirsch wasn't a stingy person. Materials were just materials. All this was intentional. Daryl was certain that Hirsch had building materials for the little wooden house stored away, waiting for him to use. All right, thank you, Mr. Daryl. Daryl recognized Hirsch's son, a decent young man who was welcome to come. The next morning, when Daryl woke up, the little wooden house was already built, and Hirsch's son had moved in. They were already practicing martial arts at the entrance. Daryl stepped into little Vivian's room for breakfast. You cultivators really work hard. They started their cultivation at midnight. Little Vivian took a sip of her drink and glanced towards them. In our world, to gain respect from others, we must only strive to improve ourselves through diligent practice. Daryl glanced over, noticing Kesha had joined those training hard. Perhaps due to events in Kesha's sect, even she, who originally disliked cultivation, now sought ways to strengthen herself. Why have I never seen Mr. Daryl cultivate before? Yet so many people support you. Is it because they say Mr. Daryl has many treasures and is generous, earning him respect? Little Vivian couldn't remember if this was her first encounter with these cultivators, but she felt this group was far better than those she'd met before. Especially Mr. Daryl. He was truly an exceptional person. Not exactly. I earn respect because of my strength. If I were weak while possessing treasures, I would have been torn apart by them long ago. Previously, every day someone tried to assassinate him and take his possessions when his strength wasn't widely known. Mr. Daryl, it seems you also lived a tough life. Little Vivian looked at Daryl sympathetically. Daryl found this perception strange. He was everyone's envy, an outstanding young man with great strength and numerous treasures. Everyone wished to be him. How did he become a troubled figure in Little Vivian's eyes? Why do you think so? Because they approach you with the intention of gaining something from you. Even if they eventually show genuine feelings, their initial intentions weren't pure. I prefer very pure relationships, so that's why I feel this way. Of course, you may not agree. Daryl had never viewed his followers from this angle before. Indeed, besides Kesha, the others around him were seeking something. But Daryl didn't find it problematic. Giving them what they wanted was fine. He utilized them as well, although they were unaware. Everyone has different thoughts. I hope everyone you meet in the future will be truly sincere. After saying this, little Vivian exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Daryl, I think I can sense you. Meaning, wherever you are, I can know your exact location. Little Vivian couldn't explain how this happened. It just suddenly occurred. That kind of awareness where you can perceive anything that belongs to you. Daryl was very curious. How had little Vivian become attuned to him? A bit higher level. For my things, I need to be within a certain range to feel them, but for you, as long as you're alive, I can always sense you. Mr. Daryl, since meeting you, I've discovered many abilities that differ from ordinary people. It's so magical. Maybe I was once a powerful cultivator who lost my memory and cultivation due to some reasons. Explaining these phenomena as a cultivator made it easier for little Vivian to accept. Interacting with Mr. Daryl allowed her to discover these peculiarities about herself. She didn't like it. She preferred being a normal person rather than a memoryless monster. It's possible. You need to slowly recall your past to understand what truly happened. Daryl believed she might genuinely have cultivated. The spiritual energy gathering around her at night wasn't imaginary. This explained why Hirsch and others practiced there late at night. Yet Daryl checked and found no signs of sealed cultivation in her body. Unfortunately, I don't have any urge to remember my past. Life is good this way. I'll stay close to Mr. Daryl and know roughly where he is. Little Vivian was satisfied with this newfound ability. Daryl had no immediate plans to leave Brandonling's sect. He needed to assess if the newcomers posed a threat and resolve any lurking dangers. Even if he did nothing, it would deter troublemakers. Mr. Daryl, did you do something? The spiritual energy here last night was especially abundant, making cultivation more efficient. Spiritual energy scarcity increased cultivation difficulty. Last night, the energy was plentiful and exceptionally pure. Hirsch immediately thought Daryl had done something. No other place had this, only Daryl's area. Misunderstood, Daryl remained silent. It was best not to tell them about little Vivian accumulating spiritual energy after sleeping. Chapter 198. Back to normal. Daryl did not directly answer them, but Hirsch took it as an affirmation from his expression. After all, if word of this place spread, many people would likely come here to cultivate. Daryl had always preferred solitude and was known for not liking too many people around him. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, we won't tell anyone. Hirsch thought that she wouldn't have time to tell others about such a good opportunity. She was busy cultivating herself. It's time to eat. After finishing the meal with them, Daryl looked at Kesha. Come with me. Kesha followed Daryl into his small house. It still looked familiar. Mr. Daryl. Kesha could guess what Daryl wanted to discuss. She wasn't someone who enjoyed cultivation, but given the significant gap in strength between her and Daryl, she felt that if she didn't try harder, she would never be worthy of him. She didn't want to be someone who always needed protection when walking beside him. Kesha felt that trading her usual playtime for the chance to stand by Daryl's side and fight alongside him was worth it. Due to your physical constitution, even continuous cultivation won't yield much effect, and you should understand that. Instead of wasting time on cultivation, it might be better to use that time to read books and increase your knowledge. Sometimes, battles rely on more than just brute force. Improving through cultivation was extremely difficult for Kesha, especially since she wasn't naturally inclined towards it. So Daryl suggested an alternative method. But if my strength isn't enough, I'll be crushed in battle without even a chance to react. Kesha knew her cultivation wasn't very effective, but she still wanted to try harder. With your current strength, it's not easy for anyone to overwhelm you. Don't be too anxious. Even I, including the Sect matters, have experienced similar situations. Don't do what you dislike. Take these books back and read them. If you have any questions, you can ask me. If you need practical combat training, you can find me as well. These books were specially obtained by Daryl from the system, for which he traded some valuable items he found in secret realms. This was when he learned that he could exchange for things he particularly desired. Alright, thank you, Mr. Daryl. I actually have another important reason for wanting to improve myself. I want to be able to fight alongside you in the future. I don't want to always be the one you protect. Kesha felt that unless she told Daryl her true thoughts, he might never realize this intention. Currently, he probably believed she was focused on improving because of the changes in the sect and her lack of strength. We will have opportunities to fight together in the future. Daryl disliked fighting, finding it a strenuous endeavor. He preferred leading a peaceful life each day. Daryl, then I'll head back now. Come find me if you need anything. After Kesha left, Daryl went to find Miles. Help me buy some common materials outside the sect. Daryl had many precious herbs, but lacked ordinary ones. He had recently seen something interesting in a book and wanted to experiment with using the simplest ingredients to achieve their greatest potential. Here's the list. Daryl wrote a 3-meter-long list of common herbs. Mr. Daryl, why do you need so many ordinary herbs? Don't you already have a garden full of excellent herbs? Miles couldn't understand why Daryl, who had high-quality herbs, needed ordinary ones. Was he planning to switch up his palette? Buy them as instructed. Buy more. Daryl handed him 2 spatial rings, leaving the payment behind before leaving. Though puzzled, Miles quickly bought back everything Daryl requested, filling 2 spatial rings and purchasing a few more to accommodate everything. Mr. Daryl, everything you asked for is here. Daryl took the rings and stored the contents into his space. Mr. Daryl, on my way out, I found a decent herb, though it was somewhat wilted, so the vendor sold it cheaply. Do you think this herb can still achieve its maximum value? By market price, the Moth Lake ancient flower in his hands would cost millions of spirit stones, but due to damage, he bought it for less than 20,000. The vendor considered him a fool since the item had lost most of its value. Miles brought it back thinking Daryl might have a solution. Use the tea I gave you to water it continuously for a month, and it will be restored. Daryl glanced at the Moth Lake ancient flower, noting he had plenty in storage. However, seeing Miles's pleased expression, he didn't comment further. After all, the Moth Lake ancient flower was rare to them. Miles might not have known Daryl possessed it. Mr. Daryl, does the tea you gave us have this effect? He always thought Daryl's tea only aided in enhancing strength. You'll see after you use it. The items provided by the system weren't ordinary, and although the Moth Lake ancient flower seemed damaged, its root was intact. With some nurturing, it could recover. Okay, thank you, Mr. Daryl. Once this herb recovers, I'll bring it to you. Miles bought it back because he thought Daryl might need it. No need, keep it yourself. Your strength is nearing a breakthrough stage, and consuming this herb will help you test your ability to advance. Given Miles's diligent cultivation, he should reach that level in a month. Mr. Daryl, can I attempt a breakthrough in a month? Miles hadn't expected to achieve a strength level he once deemed impossible so quickly. All this was thanks to Daryl. ##### Chapter 199. 7-Colored Fire Lotus. You can give it a try. I've noticed your efforts recently. Keep it up, and you'll only improve. Given Miles's talent, his current strength would have been incredibly hard to achieve in a lifetime. However, after following Daryl, he was nourished with many excellent things that changed his natural endowment. Miles should be able to feel that his cultivation speed has significantly increased. Sure, Mr. Daryl. With your encouragement, I won't forget to cultivate. I'll go back and practice now, and please contact me if there's anything you need. Miles ran back excitedly as Daryl watched him leave hurriedly. He then put away the items he had intended to give Miles. Forget it. Next time then. Mr. Daryl, I heard you have something that can help ordinary people cultivate. Could you give me some? I also want to cultivate. Now that she was with Daryl, Aline worried that without any cultivation, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. Knowing that Daryl had such treasures, she thought a lot before finally asking him. I have some things to trade. Will these do? Daryl looked at the table Aline had prepared in advance. These were indeed very good treasures, possibly provided by her friends. Even a 7-colored fire lotus was included. This thing is very precious. Daryl had nurtured one, but it hadn't matured yet. At its current growth rate, it might still take several decades. That was already fast since 7-colored fire lotus grows in the hottest parts of volcanoes. It takes a long time to nurture and grow into a usable form, requiring at least 1,000 years. The quality of this particular 7-colored fire lotus was excellent, having existed for over 10,000 years. Items like this, I seem to have more in my little bag. I can offer some more for exchange. I want to cultivate too. It's really boring just watching them cultivate all the time. Aline noticed Daryl's gaze fixed on the 7-colored fire lotus and took out a few more from her space. The items I use might not work for you. You're not an ordinary person. Maybe like you said, you used to be someone very strong but became like this due to certain events. Let's not risk it. If disrupting your body's balance proves too much for you, it could be dangerous. Life here with me is fine. If you get bored, you can read some books. Daryl took out many anime he enjoyed, along with other books and novels he found interesting. I think you make sense. Forget it, I don't want to lose my life before finding my memories. These books, I'll return them to you once I finish. Take everything else. They're useless to me anyway. Daryl finally found something he wanted, so Aline naturally gave it to him. Just these two will do. Keep the rest. Never show these to strangers. Remember what I told you yesterday? Daryl took only 2 7-colored fire lotuses. He could cultivate the others himself, so he didn't need the rest. Remembered. I'll never show them casually. I only want to give my things to you. Aline trusted only Daryl. Anyone else who wanted to take things from her would have to see if they had the ability. Once inside her small bag, only she could retrieve them. Mr. Daryl, I feel that being around you, I'm gradually recalling past events. I remembered some things today. Aline was thrilled. Finding her memories meant she could return home. That's good. I hope you remember where your home is soon. Daryl guessed Aline wasn't an ordinary person. Just her space bag was a great item, not to mention all the strange things inside. Just like his system, it always gives him unusual things. Host, aren't you exaggerating? When did I ever give you strange things? Everything I gave you was useful. Faced with the system's exasperated words, Daryl couldn't help but laugh. This system was indeed amusing. Daryl had arranged to go fishing with Hirsch today. Today we play a game. Without using our cultivation, let's see who catches the first fish. The loser must grant the winner a favor. Actually, this was Hirsch's first time fishing. He was usually too busy. When he arrived at Brandailing Sect, he originally wanted to be an elder who did nothing. But Daryl wouldn't agree. In the end, he became a senior elder and handed all tasks to others. Today, he took time off to fish with Daryl, hoping to get some good items from him. Rumor had it Daryl obtained many valuable weapons from a secret realm, and his son was in dire need of a suitable weapon. Why should I agree to such terms for fishing? Fishing is supposed to be leisurely. Daryl knew exactly what old Fox Hirsch wanted. Wasn't he trying to get something from him again? Adding stakes makes it more fun, right? I've never fished before. Are you afraid of losing? If you win, I'll handle Sect affairs for you. I can handle 6 months worth of business, ensuring Maxim doesn't bother you for half a year. Doesn't he irritate you with trivial matters? Hirsch knew how to attract Daryl. Daryl, who didn't initially want to gamble, immediately agreed upon hearing this. Actually, this was his first time fishing too. He just thought it would be fun. They cast their lines simultaneously and waited for a bite. Mr. Daryl, sometimes you're easy to guess. Everything shows on your face. The longer Hirsch spent with Daryl, the better he understood him. Life should be simple. Always scheming isn't very meaningful. This way is better. Daryl liked simplicity. Lying on his chair, he didn't care about catching fish. I think you're quite wise. Why do you understand things I haven't even grasped at your young age? Chapter 202. Spirit Gathering Fish. Daryl did not answer Hirsch's question. Time ticked by slowly, and half an hour passed without either of them catching a single fish. Won't we end up with nothing today? After so long and not catching even one fish, Daryl seemed unperturbed but couldn't wait any longer. Fishing was not something he could patiently engage in. You lose, Hirsch. Just as Hirsch asked that question, Daryl lifted his hand and caught a fish. Holy crap, you can actually catch fish like this? Did the fish see you and think you were handsome enough to bite your hook? During this half hour, Hirsch had changed bait several times, and multiple times when he reeled in his hook, it came back empty. Maybe the bait had been washed away, leaving only the hook for Daryl. Daryl glanced at the annoyed Hirsch. I win, so from now on, if Maxim needs anything, it's all up to you. Looking at the 3-pound fish, Daryl thought about making braised fish for dinner tonight and cooking it himself. Wish granted is a debt fulfilled. For the next 6 months, I will take care of those matters. Of course, there are some things where you have to personally show up. I can't replace you in those cases. Daryl's position in Brandon Ling's sect was irreplaceable. Alright. After Daryl caught his first fish, more fish started coming in one after another. Conversely, Hirsch caught nothing all day. On the way back, Hirsch complained to Daryl, "Don't invite me to these activities anymore. I spent the whole afternoon outside with you and didn't catch a single fish. Never again." Hirsch looked very dissatisfied seeing Daryl's bountiful harvest, and Daryl was being extra mean. Instead of storing the fish in his spatial bag, he insisted on carrying them all the way back to the small wooden cabin. All along the way, Hirsch could hear disciples discussing. Today, Mr. Daryl and Elder Hirsch went fishing by the river, but judging from the look of it, Elder Hirsch caught nothing. It really shows how amazing Mr. Daryl is. I took a quick look from afar, and Mr. Daryl kept reeling in fish. Elder Hirsch tried different spots, but still didn't catch anything. Elder Hirsch, don't be upset. Why don't you ask Mr. Daryl to give you a few fish? That river has strange fish. Last time I went to catch them, I didn't get a single one and ended up faceplanting. My friends also failed every time they tried. How can Mr. Daryl compare to us ordinary folks? He's already incredibly skilled. Catching a few fish isn't unusual. Listening to their conversation, Daryl felt somewhat puzzled. Normally, people with cultivation should be able to catch fish in a moment. How could they fail? Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, little Vivian looked at the fish Daryl carried with surprise. Mr. Daryl, how did you bring back so many spirit-gathering fish? Spirit-gathering fish? Daryl stared at the fish which looked just like common carp. How could they be spirit-gathering fish? If they were indeed spirit-gathering fish, why wasn't the spiritual energy around the river much stronger than elsewhere? Just a moment. Little Vivian didn't say much to Daryl but directly took out a small bottle and dropped a few drops of water inside. Soon, the fish Daryl brought back transformed into the true form of spirit-gathering fish, which Daryl could immediately recognize. I don't know why they turned into this form, but they are indeed spirit-gathering fish. Fish that can't gather spirit essence can't be called spirit-gathering fish, right? Little Vivian didn't understand what was happening. She only had the memory of these events. No wonder I couldn't catch a single fish. These aren't ordinary fish. We should return these creatures to the river. Hirsch thought they had no use for these fish and should let them return to their previous habitat. Mr. Daryl, they say they don't want to go back to the river because there's something terrifying in there. They hope you can save them. They say that although they can't currently gather spirit essence, they will be able to do so soon. As little Vivian translated, both Hirsch and Daryl stared at her in amazement. You can communicate with fish? The people Daryl brought back were also peculiar. Hirsch found it intriguing. It was his first time hearing that humans could converse with animals. I can just sense what they're thinking. If you want, I can try sensing what you're thinking too. Because of little Vivian's words, Hirsch clutched his heart and ran off. What kind of creature was this young lady who could read his thoughts? They say there's something terrifying in the river, asking you to save them? Daryl spent the whole afternoon by the river and didn't feel anything strange. They say it's terrifying, but as long as we don't provoke it, nothing bad happens. The reason they can't gather spirit essence is due to its interference. Little Vivian wasn't sure how she could hear the fish's thoughts, perhaps because of their strong desire. Let them stay here then. Go dig a pond over there and put them in it. Daryl looked at Hirsch. Why does it always fall on me? Fine, I didn't catch any fish earlier, and now I have to work for you. Don't you have plenty of subordinates? Let them help. Hirsch grumbled, feeling he hadn't gained anything yet had to do work for Daryl. One glance from Daryl made Hirsch change his mind immediately. I'll dig a big one right now. Hirsch started acting immediately. Better safe than sorry, especially since he still needed to find Mr. Daryl for future matters. Helping Mr. Daryl was truly an honor for him. Seeing the situation, Hirsch's son quickly ran over to assist him. I didn't expect the flowing stream in Brandon Ling Sect to have spirit-gathering fish. Daryl initially wondered why things got so strange later on, as he kept catching fish faster than he could reel them in, one after another within half an hour. Turns out, the spirit-gathering fish thought he could save them. They were passing through but were forcibly detained here. Sometimes they mistakenly take us for food, so we struggle to escape. Little Vivian explained on behalf of the spirit-gathering fish. Others couldn't catch them because their strength was insufficient. Since Daryl's power exceeded the thing in the river, they seized this opportunity to escape. Unbelievably lucky, among these people, there was someone knowledgeable enough to identify them as spirit-gathering fish. No longer destined to be eaten, it was truly a blessing. Chapter 201. Willowwood. Do you think the spirit-gathering fish would taste better than other fish? Ordinary fish raised in places with abundant spiritual energy have more succulent flesh. These fish are designed to gather spiritual energy, so they must be even more delicious. Daryl has never tasted them and wants to try. Mr. Daryl, they are tiny spirits. You want to eat them? Aline looked at Daryl in disbelief. But I came here today specifically to eat fish. Can I eat tiny spirits? Daryl watched the spirit-gathering fish thrashing wildly in the water, as if protesting. This was quite amusing. In the future, his small courtyard will have some new friends. Mr. Daryl, they say they will give you a very valuable treasure if you don't eat them. These creatures have intelligence. Aline could see that Daryl was teasing them. Unfortunately, they did not understand Daryl, and out of fear, they were ready to offer something valuable. All right. Hearing Daryl's agreement, the spirit-gathering fish quickly spat out a wooden crystal stone. The stones joined together after being spit out. Daryl felt a powerful force emanating from this wooden crystal stone. They say carrying this can protect you. Daryl had seen this object in the data provided by the system. It is called Willow Heart, a product of nature and once existed widely. Its purpose is to protect its owner when others try to harm them. Many people in that era loved this item, as it protected against attacks. However, in this resource-scarce era, it was Daryl's first time seeing one. Indeed, it is a valuable treasure. But Daryl didn't need this item. Aline, I'll give this to you. You don't have cultivation, and you need something to protect yourself? Daryl immediately handed it over to Aline. Aline didn't expect Daryl to give her such a precious item. She could almost hear what the spirit-gathering fish were saying. Is this person incapable of recognizing value? How can he be so strong yet so foolish? This is valuable stuff. If not for these little stones, we would have died long ago. He's so strong that such stones wouldn't be of much use to him. He probably doesn't need it. Aline did not refuse Daryl's gift. She accepted it directly. Given that she would follow Daryl, having something to protect herself was necessary. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Daryl looked at Aline approvingly. When he gave something away, it was meant to be accepted directly. Hirsch and others quickly finished digging the small fish pond. Hirsch, do you still have any spirit spring water? Before Daryl finished speaking, Hirsch knew what Daryl intended to do. Mr. Daryl, are you mad? Using spirit spring water to raise spirit-gathering fish isn't necessary. They can already gather spiritual energy. Even if he had an abundance of spirit spring water, it wouldn't suffice for Daryl's plan. Looks like he needed to find a way to acquire more spirit spring water. I want them to recover quickly and fill this pond. Afterward, you can come to my vegetable garden and take anything you like. Daryl's words made Hirsch lose all resistance. He had heard about Daryl's vegetable garden before. It was essentially Daryl's medicinal garden, where everything was of high value. Spirit spring water was just a small price to pay. He wasn't heartbroken. Hirsch quickly filled the small pond with spirit spring water. He was glad he hadn't dug too large a pond out of laziness, or the water wouldn't have been enough. Don't forget your promise. This is the last of my spirit spring water. I wanted to save it for making tea. Hirsch thought it was a good deal. Such opportunities weren't common. Daryl poured the spirit-gathering fish into the spirit spring water, and then returned to his small wooden house. He planned to visit the river the next day to see what terrifying thing the fish had mentioned. The Brandonling sect couldn't afford dangerous elements, especially with the sect master absent. Dealing with potential dangers sooner rather than later was crucial. The next morning, while everyone else was still sleeping, Daryl prepared to go alone but encountered Aline, who had just woken up. Mr. Daryl, are you going to the river? Let me bring a spirit-gathering fish along to help guide you in case you get lost. Daryl agreed, and Aline took a very reluctant spirit-gathering fish with her. It had just enjoyed the comfort of the spirit spring, and now had to face a terrifying entity again. But it had no choice. It said it's buried in the mud of the river. It recently ate one of its companions, and is now in hibernation, not waking up for at least 5 months. Standing by the river, Daryl used his divine senses to explore the bottom. After careful consideration, he finally found the thing. As he was about to retrieve it, Callahan jumped onto his shoulder and gracefully dove into the water. Ah, Mr. Daryl, just now? Aline didn't finish her sentence before Callahan swam back to the surface. Unbeknownst to Aline, Callahan had devoured the thing the fish feared right after diving. It's something I enjoy eating, and it tastes pretty good. Callahan licked its paws contentedly. Following Daryl always led to delicious rewards. Daryl didn't know what Callahan had eaten. When he asked, Callahan admitted it ate too quickly without noticing what it was. No matter. It's a rare treat, not something you can count on every time. Satisfied, Callahan decided not to return to the space realm. Instead, it planned to play outside for a while and jumped into Aline's arms when it saw her. The woman by you has a pleasant aura. Callahan hadn't left the space realm for a long time, continuously absorbing ancient tombs offerings. Meanwhile, it studied things left by its parents and placed items it found interesting into Daryl's space realm. I've used so many of your things. Here's a start toward paying you back. Daryl let it be without further comment. Aline held Callahan and looked at Daryl. If she wasn't mistaken, this was Daryl's pet. Chapter 202. Recruiting New Disciples. Mr. Daryl? Is this your pet? Aline held Patrick, having seen it run out of Daryl's spatial ring. Since Patrick belonged to Mr. Daryl, she felt responsible for its care and would treat it well. It really likes you. Could you help take care of it for a while? I appreciate the trouble. Patrick had never been so fond of anyone besides Kesha. I'm not a pet. I'm a divine beast. Just because I haven't grown up yet doesn't mean I'm a pet. Patrick was quite unhappy with this assessment, venting to Daryl. Patrick's strength wasn't enough yet for anyone other than Daryl to hear its words. So, you're a baby divine beast. How amazing, Mr. Daryl. Your pets are all divine beasts. Aline, hearing Patrick speak, patted its head. While she wasn't very knowledgeable on these matters, she knew that divine beasts were exceedingly rare. Patrick, hearing Aline reply to it, was momentarily stunned into silence, even forgetting to refute her calling it a pet. I'm not Mr. Daryl's pet. Can you also hear me talking? Patrick spoke again, gazing at Aline with its big watery eyes. Yes, in the future, you can talk to me too. This will be great, then I'll know what you want to eat. I can learn how to take care of you better. Aline simply planned to help Daryl raise this baby divine beast. I'm not easy to take care of. I need a lot of food. Without spirit energy, it'll be hard for you to find suitable things for me to eat. Patrick was already tired of eating everything inside Daryl's space ring. It would be able to speak normally in some time. Sometimes Patrick got frustrated, as achieving a certain level of power required waiting before being able to verbally communicate. Things I can't find. I can ask Mr. Daryl for help. In the future, let's cooperate more. Little divine beast Patrick. Aline didn't think she couldn't raise this baby divine beast, since she still had many good things in her spatial ring. In the future, just call him Patrick. Don't call it a baby divine beast. It's a secret few know about. Daryl deliberately kept Patrick's true identity hidden, figuring it was better to play it safe. Okay, Mr. Daryl. Then let's go back. That scary thing is gone now. Aline carried the fish in one hand and Patrick in the other. Seeing Patrick's happy demeanor, Daryl felt everything was going well. Indeed, Patrick hadn't appeared outside the space ring much since hatching. Having someone to play with Patrick was indeed beneficial. Following Mr. Daryl has made me discover a lot of interesting people. Apart from you, she's the first who can hear me. Being able to interact with others, Patrick felt happier, having been alone and bored in the space ring. I officially notify you that from now on, I'll be playing outside with you all. To Daryl, it didn't matter. After all, Patrick was so small that no one would recognize its species anyway. They might even think it was a pet like Aline did. After resolving the issue in the river, Daryl felt somewhat relieved. But he was unsure what exactly had been in the river. Uncertain of what potential threats remained within Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect, Daryl thought it best to inspect the entire sect when he found the time to ensure there were no issues. Mr. Daryl, you may need to come today. It's recruitment day for new disciples. It's the first day. If you're in a good mood later, you should come see. Ideally, select a few good disciples each day. We elders will do the same. Elder Maxim wanted to come find you. Didn't I promise you wouldn't need to worry about certain matters? The event starts soon, outside Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. Follow me. Originally, Hirsch hadn't planned on involving Daryl, but Maxim emphasized that Daryl's presence was essential for the reputation of Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. Now they're recruiting new disciples already? Daryl paused mid-step, recalling Maxim mentioning this before. He thought Maxim wouldn't act so quickly, given the recent merger of over a dozen sections. They needed some adaptation time. Apparently, Maxim and the other elders had a new plan. What Maxim and we meant is, since all sects are merging now, why not directly recruit new disciples to integrate them together? We'll work hard now, but it will pay off later. Get ready and go. A few simple words will suffice. Hirsch explained, noting they discussed this for some time. Ultimately, Maxim persuaded them, saying, they've always wanted to join Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. I told them to wait until Daryl returned. Now that he's back, preparations can begin. Besides, many people have already gathered here. Waiting any longer isn't an option. Starting now fits well since Mr. Daryl has had some rest recently. In truth, Maxim aimed to attract talented individuals using Daryl's reputation for wanting to recruit disciples. But fearing Daryl might mind, he changed his mind. Alright, let's go. I also want to see the recruitment process. Aline, go find Miles. Previously, he said if possible, he'd like to take on a disciple. Daryl thought this was the perfect opportunity. Got it. Accompanied by Hirsch, Daryl rarely visited Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect's outer area. From the start, he joined the inner sect directly, where many wished to be his disciples. Mr. Daryl, I recall something. Why did you refuse so many elders before? Following them would have guaranteed a bright future. Though Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect had declined, Hirsch was clear that their foundation remained strong. Over the years, several sects attempted to seize Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect but failed mysteriously. No harm in my current path? Daryl felt content. Without much effort, he gained the cultivation he desired. Well, I still think your present path offers better prospects. With those elders, perhaps they'd depend on you. For 3 years, Daryl vanished from public view, and no one knew what happened during that period. Curious, Hirsch had investigated but found nothing. Not delving too deeply into this topic with Hirsch, they arrived at Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect's outer area, finding Maxim waiting at the entrance. ###Chapter 203, Favorable Impression. Mr. Daryl, you finally came. We've been waiting for you. Maxim was afraid that Daryl might not come if his mood turned sour today, which would make it very difficult to handle the situation. Hirsch, who had proven unreliable, was supposed to have discussed this with Daryl earlier. So, did Hirsch not mention anything to Daryl when they went fishing yesterday? Do you think any of them here today have particularly outstanding talent? Daryl was quite curious. After all, many sects recruited disciples every year, and those exceptional talents were likely already selected. I believe there are a few kids with good potential. You should take a look. If you find one promising enough, you could accept him as your disciple. That way, you won't have to worry about sect affairs anymore. Let your disciple handle them. In the future, he wouldn't need to trouble Daryl directly since Daryl's disciple would represent him just as well. This would be much more convenient for Maxim. Isn't that too unfair to my future disciple? Haven't even chosen him yet, and you're already eyeing him for tasks? Daryl looked at Maxim, utterly speechless. Maxim certainly had some good ideas. His future disciple must align with his character. How could they be someone who would solve Maxim's problems? But don't you need someone to manage these matters? Take a look first. Perhaps none of these candidates suit you. If you get the chance in the future, you can look for an exceptionally talented disciple among the major families. Maxim had indeed considered this issue for Daryl. Given Daryl's strength, it was important to leave behind a legacy. This brings us to my son. He has excellent talent and is well-rooted, making him perfect for your guidance. You rejected me before, but if you're truly selecting a disciple now, my son would be an excellent choice. Upon hearing this, Hirsch immediately recommended his son to Daryl. It was essential for him to help his son find a smoother path forward. You've counted your chickens before they hatch. Just like last time, Daryl sidestepped the topic. Hirsch was genuinely curious what kind of person Daryl would choose as his disciple. Mr. Daryl, if I join Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect, can I follow you? I heard Mr. Daryl oversees the gate at Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. I tested the waters, and everyone else at Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect isn't as strong as you. Once I join, I want to oversee the gate too, and become as formidable as you. You're delusional. Only Mr. Daryl can do that. No one else can match up. I hope to join Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. Maybe this time, my luck will improve, and I'll encounter weaker teammates to help me get in smoothly. As Daryl walked past, only one thought crossed his mind. These people wanted to pass the trials and enter Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect. Maxim wanted to select the best from these candidates, but why not recruit multiple sects into Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect instead? He had heard that several sects believed Brand.1-303.Undefeated Sect was excellent and wanted to join. It wasn't necessary to waste so much time. Based on their abilities, joining the outer ranks of Brandandling Sect for cleaning duties seemed more appropriate. Any other role would merely waste resources. The closer to the platform, the stronger their capabilities seemed. Clearly, they had already established their positions before arriving. Mr. Daryl, please don't underestimate their current strength. Remember, cultivation resources are monopolized by large clans. For these independents, cultivation is exceedingly difficult. They have managed to cultivate to this level despite challenges. They will improve once inside the sect. Our initial recruits were similar. Remember when you challenged the others? You stood out as the strongest, which is why everyone noticed you. Maxim could see Daryl felt the entire endeavor was pointless. However, he didn't believe these people's skills were poor. Finding even one outstanding individual among them would be a significant gain. Moreover, joining the sect provided them a place to cultivate, fostering growth and progress if they worked hard. Everyone, quiet down. Mr. Daryl will say a few words. Maxim gestured for Daryl to speak briefly. Taken by surprise, Daryl steadied himself on the high platform and faced the hopeful disciples below. Pausing, he began. Once you join Brandandling Sect, I will give you all a grand gift. I hope you strive to do your best. Mr. Daryl, we heard you'll be choosing disciples. Is this true? Will the winner of our competition become your disciple? Hearing their questions, Daryl glanced at Maxim. Maxim vigorously shook his head. This was not his doing, and he dared not meddle in such matters. I choose my disciples based on a favorable impression. Everyone has an equal opportunity. With my current resources, I can nurture any of you into formidable experts. Daryl knew that a person's cultivation peak could often be predicted by their talent, but as Daryl, he could break these limitations. After all, the system offered powerful boosts. So, everyone has an equal chance. It's not just about being first. What matters most is whether you meet Mr. Daryl's favor, correct? This sounds too vague. Being the top scorer seems more concrete. At least then I'd have a fighting chance. I heard the great sects use devious tactics. Today confirms it. Perhaps Mr. Daryl isn't looking for disciples at all, given how young he is. Daryl heard every word they exchanged. However, he didn't intend to answer their questions. What happened depended on their own actions. You can still leave now without consequence. I won't force you. Initially, I didn't tell you Mr. Daryl would choose disciples. Only the elders will select a few. Of course, Elder Hirsch is an exception, as he already took his last closed-door disciple years ago. Maxim looked at them, feeling somewhat disappointed. They hoped to easily enhance themselves by following Daryl, but the path of cultivation would never be that smooth. Chapter 204. The Nolan test Celine. Daryl must have faced many twists and turns to achieve his success today. People like them want everything without doing anything. How could there be such a good thing in the world? No one was leaving yet. Maxim had already announced the rules before Daryl arrived. All of them would enter a large mountain, where 50 tokens were buried. After 3 days, those who held the tokens could smoothly enter the Feathered Spirit Sect. Next, these 50 people would be ranked, with the top 5 directly entering the inner sect of the Feathered Spirit Sect. After obtaining the token, everyone could see the location of the person holding it. This meant that even if you found one, others might come to snatch it away. The winner wouldn't be determined until the very end. Some might get lucky and find a token right at the last moment, just barely making it through. Others might lose their token at the last second after guarding it for 3 days. Must we stay inside for 3 full days? Is there any way we can leave early? If their strength was sufficient, no one inside would dare to challenge them, and staying for 3 days would be quite boring. In the heart of the mountain, there is an array. You can enter it. As long as you hold a token and pass the test within, you can leave. But I must warn you. If you're not confident enough in your strength, it's best not to enter that array. You may enter alive, but you might not come out. Also, inside the mountain, we've placed some precious items gifted by Mr. Daryl to our sect. If you find them, it will be considered your fortune. Even if you don't get a token, these items will still make it worthwhile for you. So, I look forward to your good news. Maxim was well prepared, and entering the array was another test. In the center of the mountain, Maxim had prepared many good things, waiting for these bold individuals. Mr. Daryl, will you be watching us from outside the whole time? If Mr. Daryl is watching closely, I should show off my abilities and come out early to catch his attention. They had come here for Mr. Daryl. Even if they couldn't become his disciples, gaining recognition from him would be something worth boasting about. Mr. Daryl won't be here the entire time, but our elders will be waiting for you here. Don't waste time, go in. In 3 days, the 50 who obtain the tokens will receive special opportunities from Mr. Daryl. Aren't you excited? Once these 1,600 people all entered the mountain, this place became much less crowded. All of this was arranged by Maxim, and Daryl only learned about it after hearing from him. Out of 1,600 people, you only keep 50? Daryl sat down on a chair, looking at the projection mirror in front of him. Now, some people started forming groups, while others ventured deep into the mountain alone. 50 is already a lot. During our sect's peak, when there were over 10,000 members, we only chose 50, all of whom were extraordinary talents selected from thousands. We can't accept everyone. Otherwise, even the outer sect wouldn't be able to accommodate them. After staying in the outer sect for 5 years, if someone doesn't successfully enter the inner sect, they have 2 choices. First, leave the Feathered Spirit Sect and find their own path. Second, enter the Feathered Spirit Sect's examination grounds, from which few emerge. So usually, they choose to leave the sect. In the profiles of 1,000 people, Daryl quickly flipped through them. This person was previously your Qianag sect disciple, but it doesn't say why he left. Daryl found an interesting detail. This person's profile detailed numerous experiences, including working as an assassin. I used to be the head of the Qianag sect, but I can't possibly know every detail. If I tried to manage everything, I'd die from exhaustion. There are many reasons for leaving the Qianag sect. Perhaps they felt they had enough strength or wanted to explore the outside world. Their sect gave disciples the freedom to choose their paths. Hirsch was accustomed to talent selection. his discerning eye could immediately spot who would make it to the end. Miles, you stay here these next few days to see if there's anyone you want as a disciple. I'll go back now. Seeing Miles arrive, Daryl stood up to return to his wooden house. He had woken up early today and was feeling a bit drowsy. No one dared to stop Daryl from leaving. Miles, what kind of disciple do you want to choose? Miles followed Daryl, and Daryl provided him with plenty of resources. His disciples were also under Daryl's wing, receiving generous cultivation support from him. So anyone Miles chose would indeed be very fortunate. I don't know yet. Maybe I'll wait until the end and see who is the strongest. I'll choose after the other elders have made their picks, since I'm not an elder of the sect. Miles wasn't in a rush. After all, he was young and had plenty of time to choose the perfect disciple for him. That's not right. As someone following Mr. Daryl, whose status in the Feathered Spirit sect we all know, you should pick first. We're not in a hurry anyway. These elders, having several disciples already, didn't mind whether they chose more or not. Miles didn't respond, knowing that his choice depended on various factors. While Daryl rested in his room, Aline took Nolan outside to play. Nolan felt that Aline exuded mystery and wanted to test him. He disrupted others' cultivation to see how Aline would handle it. At first, Aline thought Nolan did it accidentally. He apologized profusely and compensated with some valuable items. But as this happened repeatedly, Aline noticed the issue. When Nolan disrupted someone again, Aline grabbed his claw. If you do this again, I won't take care of you anymore. My indulgence is only because you're Mr. Daryl's pet. Please be mindful. Disturbing others' cultivation is very disrespectful. Initially, Aline felt Nolan was a decent divine beast without bad habits. Trying to break free, Nolan realized he couldn't move at all. Well, Aline isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. He's a divine beast. Even if Daryl caught him, he could easily escape. #### translation notes. Maintain the original tone and style. Ensured natural, fluent English translation. Preserve the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Use correct pinyin names and consistent formatting. Chapter 205. Feeding the fish with high-grade elixirs. It was too strange. Who on earth was this little Vivian? Where did Daryl pick him up from? Such a peculiar person? It couldn't see through anything about him. I was helping them, wasn't I? Long-term cultivation isn't necessarily a good thing for them either. Moreover, I didn't wake them up directly. I used special methods. Patrick wouldn't dare to destroy someone's path of cultivation just to test little Vivian. That could invite heavenly retribution. In places these people couldn't see, Patrick had actually helped them along. One day, these people might even thank it. Using such a method was wrong. In the future, when you're with me, don't do things like this. What Patrick didn't know was that his unintentional actions might change the course of their lives. An invisible thread connected Patrick and these individuals. For humans, this wouldn't be much of an issue, but for divine beasts like it, the impact could be significant, possibly affecting its future development. Little Vivian didn't know why she knew this. It just appeared in her mind. Understood. I'll go back now. Patrick hadn't managed to test little Vivian and instead got scolded, which left it feeling quite unhappy. After returning, little Vivian still told Daryl about the incident. Daryl was silent for a long time before finally speaking. It's fine. This was Patrick's own choice, and he will have to bear the consequences. You've warned him, and that's enough. Daryl had always treated Patrick with a laissez-faire attitude. Patrick was still young, and Daryl had never interacted with divine beasts before, so he didn't know how to educate it properly. Is this not too harsh? What if its growth rate slows down in the future? Little Vivian stopped mid-sentence because she saw something in Daryl's eyes. Namely, that if Patrick couldn't handle such a small matter, then it wasn't worthy of being called a divine beast. Perhaps you're right. As a divine beast, it could have lived happily with its parents after birth, but Patrick has been by your side, surely going through many experiences. In the future, it may face even more challenges. I spent some time today reading books about divine beasts. They're described as very powerful, but correspondingly, they also have many adversaries. If it isn't strong enough, it might eventually end up as a human servant, and when that happens, Patrick will suffer. In the books little Vivian had seen, one divine beast had been defeated and kept by humans until it lost its wild nature and was no longer recognized by its own kind. If a divine beast isn't strong enough, it can only become a toy for humans. Not just humans, but even demons and spirits behave similarly. In places unknown to Daryl, someone must be keeping such creatures for certain purposes, though Daryl neither knew nor cared about the reasons. He would never let Patrick become someone else's pet. It had taken him great effort to obtain Patrick. Patrick is entrusted to you. It won't hurt you. Daryl understood Patrick's character. Perhaps today's actions were meant to test little Vivian, as she was the only one other than him who could hear Patrick speak. Unfortunately, Patrick didn't know that little Vivian wasn't an ordinary person. 3 days later, Daryl was feeding fish at the gate. With Daryl's help, the spirit-gathering fish had transformed significantly and could now gather spiritual energy. The area around the pond had far richer spiritual energy than elsewhere. Daryl was satisfied, especially since the flowers he planted beside the pond had sprouted. After nearly half a month, the flowers he planted had finally sprouted. Mr. Daryl, if you keep feeding them like this, it will be difficult for them to find suitable food when you release them. Little Vivian glanced at what Daryl was feeding the fish, high-grade elixirs. Daryl was using high-grade elixirs as fish food for the spirit-gathering fish. What a waste. If others knew Daryl was so generous, it would refresh their perception of Mr. Daryl. Let them worry about their own futures. I have no immediate plans to release them. Any fish I catch belongs to me. Daryl thought the small pond was still too bare and needed more diversity. Keeping some ordinary ornamental fish would be nice. Living leisurely should be like this. You have a point. They say they want to stay here as long as you don't kill them. Everything is negotiable. Little Vivian watched the very lively spirit-gathering fish and felt happy. When Maxim arrived, Little Vivian and Daryl were having tea. This time, Daryl was drinking high-quality Longjing tea from Little Vivian's pocket. After consuming so much good tea from the system, Sometimes changing flavors and drinking tea that doesn't aid cultivation had its own charm. Mr. Daryl, today is the last day, and the results of the competition are coming out. If you have time, you should go take a look. There are a few very talented ones this time. Perhaps there will be someone you like. When Maxim and Daryl arrived, the other elders were already waiting. They say 3 emerged early, all heading straight to the center of the mountain with their tokens. About a dozen entered the formation, but only 3 came out alive. Pity those talents. Sometimes, unclear judgment can harm themselves. Even Elder Maxim reminded them. If they weren't sure of their abilities, they shouldn't enter. Such incidents were nothing new to them. As for the rest, the final round was now underway. I noticed one particularly clever talent who has been hiding. He's very smart. From the start, he had clear goals. After obtaining the token, he threw it to someone else without hesitation and kept an eye on it. In him, I saw the determination that something belonging to me must only belong to me. I wonder if he can successfully reclaim what's his. If he does, I might ask my disciple to take him as my grand disciple. Hirsch had been watching for 3 days, confirming his judgment was correct. Some chose to enter the formation and perished. It was their choice. If they hadn't entered, they would still join Feathered Spirit Sect once the competition ended. Those who couldn't wait for 3 days wouldn't achieve much anyway. Daryl sat beside Hirsch. Who is the person you're talking about? Hashtag chapter 206, losing a bet. Seeing Daryl, Hirsch was not at all surprised. That's the little jade who left our sect before. Didn't you review his profile? Yesterday, I asked some of our sect members, and they remember him. Do you know why he left Xianxia sect? Seeing Daryl, Hirsch suddenly felt like sharing. Encouraged by Daryl's nod to continue, he said no one in the entire Xianxia sect could teach him anything useful. When he left Xianxia sect, he challenged an elder 2 ranks higher than him and narrowly won. What I can't figure out is that it's been several years, but it seems his strength hasn't improved much. His earlier arrogance proved he had some strength, but now, seeing him, it seemed he hadn't advanced much. Maybe these years he's focused on improving other aspects rather than cultivation. A person's strength isn't solely determined by power. Even if his strength isn't impressive, didn't you still choose him? Daryl first noticed him because his background was intriguing. He had many experiences and joined several sects, only staying for short periods before leaving. Perhaps as he claimed, no one in the sects could teach him what he wanted, making his departure justified. It's not just me who saw potential in him. Miles also believes he's suited to be his disciple because of his swift and precise strikes. He's perfect for hidden weapons. This competition is fair, and we'll see who he chooses. Daryl looked into the mirror, noting there was only a T-moment left until this round ended. However, he was still watching the groups vie for tokens without any action. Isn't he too confident? It's almost time, yet he hasn't started grabbing tokens. Maxim moved closer, never liking this person from the start. He believed young people should dare to compete. Watching from the shadows served no purpose. Why let opportunities slip away? Director Maxim, how about a bet? If I win, you double my resources as the Grand Elder. If I lose, I give up those resources. Would you dare to bet? Hirsch believed he would definitely secure the token. Upon hearing this, Maxim stared at Hirsch wide-eyed. The resources within the sect are allocated. If you get more, others will have less. I won't bet with you. Maxim wasn't foolish and lacked the bad habit of betting. But if you win, you'll gain all my resources as the Grand Elder, enough to cultivate at least 2 outstanding disciples. Hirsch didn't need those resources much. He merely knew they were provided by Daryl. He aimed to acquire them all for his son. I won't bet with you, no matter the reason. Sitting calmly beside Daryl, Maxim wouldn't be swayed by petty gains. Disappointed, Hirsch pouted. How boring. How could he lack the courage to bet? I bet with you, on when he will move to grab the token. If I win, you must donate half your resources to the sect and not ask for any more resources in the future. If I lose, I'll help you with the last task you asked and cover your son's and yours cultivation resources. Daryl thought playing big stakes was better. He wanted to see Hirsch confidently winning. Such high stakes. Taking things from him was something Hirsch couldn't bear, but Daryl's proposal tempted him greatly. Aren't you fond of gambling? Betting with me or Mr. Daryl is the same, except the stakes here are higher and better. You should go for it. Maxim came closer, now intrigued. As long as he wasn't contributing, everything was negotiable. Mr. Daryl, don't play so big. I can't bet with you. These are treasures I've collected painstakingly over the years. Hirsch dared not bet with Daryl, nor could he guess when Harris would make his move. He appeared confident, but Hirsch truly couldn't predict the timing. Mr. Daryl, I want to bet. If I win, could you help cultivate my followers? If I lose, my resources are yours. Miles seized the opportunity to speak up. I bet Harris will act at the very last moment. With his speed, he can do it. Watching Harris, Miles sometimes saw another version of himself. Following closely behind, confident in his abilities, always aiming to strike at the last moment. Then I'll bet he won't wait until the last moment. Daryl glanced at Miles standing nearby. He always relied on Miles but never paid much attention to the people Miles brought back. With their bets, the game became more interesting. Everyone focused on Harris. In fact, I think Miles is bound to lose. Harris won't risk his future on such a bet. What if he doesn't get the token at the last moment? Then he can't enter Brandaling's sect? Hirsch believed Daryl would surely win. Looking at Harris, he seemed ready to act anytime. Not necessarily. Entering Brandaling's sect isn't crucial for Harris, so there's no pressure. Time passed, and indeed, Harris waited until the end to act. But at the last moment, the token holder was well prepared. You watched for so long, waiting for the final moment? Coincidentally, I stayed here unmoving, also waiting for you to make your move. Without precautions, Harris's speed would have secured the token. But how could he let Harris snatch it? That token was his pass to Brandaling's sect. Mr. Daryl once unintentionally helped him. He wanted to join Brandaling's sect to report to Daryl. This should count as Miles winning, right? Although he didn't get the token, he did act at the last moment. I can't understand why he waited till the last moment. Acting earlier, the token would have been his. Chapter 207. Miles chooses an apprentice. I lost, and when the time comes, you can bring your subordinates to me, and I'll help guide them. Hirsch, you missed a chance to win against me. Even if Daryl won, he would still assist Miles with this task. After all, Miles's subordinates were also his subordinates. If I had gambled, I wouldn't have won. I don't think he would intervene at the last moment, and I always believed that waiting until the last moment was a terrible decision. His loss was predictable. Anyone who cannot accurately assess their own strength isn't qualified to be my disciple. Miles, you need to think carefully if you choose him. The person who couldn't even enter the Feathered Spirit Sect. How did he have the nerve to say back then that no one in the Xianxia sect could guide him? It's likely that his strength was too weak back then, and he only encountered weaker people, leading to such thoughts. They are coming out. Maxim stood up as more than 1,000 people appeared before them once again. First, I want to thank all of you for participating in our Feathered Spirit Sect selection process, proving that you still consider us a good sect. Those who didn't get the tokens can rest here for one night, and leave the Feathered Spirit Sect early tomorrow morning. The 50 who got the tokens, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we'll start the ranking competition among you 50. The better you perform, the easier it will be for the elders to notice you. The top 5 can directly enter the inner sect of the Feathered Spirit Sect, where Mr. Daryl resides. If you're lucky, you might receive guidance from Mr. Daryl. Many of you must have come here for Mr. Daryl. Show your best. Damn it, my luck was so bad. Despite all the struggles, I was defeated at the last moment and lost the token. If I hadn't fought earlier, I wouldn't have lost. Can you give me another chance? I was smart enough to hide after getting the token and managed to use the mechanisms around me to come out safely. Entering the outer sect is also a victory. After traveling so far and not gaining anything, it's really a pity. As they lamented, Harris silently prepared to leave. There was nothing to complain about. He simply wasn't skilled enough. He had originally intended to win first place and see if he could learn something from Mr. Daryl. Now it seemed he didn't have that opportunity. His reaction speed was too slow. If he had been faster just now, he would have gotten the token. Naturally, with his skills, if he had acted sooner, he would have succeeded. Harris, wait a moment. Miles still wanted to take Harris as his apprentice. Upon hearing someone call him, Harris stopped. Turning back, he saw someone from Mr. Daryl's entourage. He heard this person was previously a killer, later taken in by Mr. Daryl. Mr. Daryl usually had this person handle various tasks. Why was he coming over now? Could it be that his performance caught Mr. Daryl's attention, and Mr. Daryl wanted to keep him? He didn't believe he was qualified to be Mr. Daryl's disciple, due to his lack of strength. Although you didn't join the Feathered Spirit Sect, I want to take you as my apprentice. Do you have any interest? It was Miles's first time taking on an apprentice. When he was a killer, his mind was only focused on survival. There was no time for other pursuits. Now things were different. Following Mr. Daryl, there were no dangerous tasks to undertake. Mr. Daryl was particularly good to his subordinates. In case of danger, Mr. Daryl would protect him. Sorry, I don't wish to be your apprentice. I find being a killer isn't worthwhile. Harris glanced at Daryl, feeling disappointed. It turned out Mr. Daryl hadn't noticed him. Miles had. Having been a killer for a while, he found it uninteresting and decided to quit. He was a whimsical person, often abandoning half-finished tasks when they no longer appealed to him. He believed life was short and should be spent on what truly mattered to him. Since he didn't succeed this time, he planned to return home and enhance his cultivation. Perhaps that was the way to win next time. I'm not a killer anymore. I follow Mr. Daryl in cultivation and assist him with some matters. If you want to meet Mr. Daryl, being my apprentice is the only way. Consider it. You said no one else can teach you. I'm not like them. I have many skills suitable for you. Throwing weapons isn't just for killing. It can also be used for protection. I'll give you a quarter hour to think. I'll wait for you by Mr. Daryl. Miles gave him time to decide. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it was his own loss. He didn't come back with you? Did he refuse you? Doesn't he know you work for Mr. Daryl? Anyone who follows you would indirectly be associated with Mr. Daryl. That's such a good opportunity. If it were me, I wouldn't refuse. To survive in the cultivation world, one needed strength, which Harris clearly lacked since he couldn't even grab a token. Accepting Miles was his only chance to stay. Will he agree? If not, I'll wait for the next opportunity. After Miles left, Harris stood still. Being an apprentice was different from joining the sect. He would have to stay with Miles and wouldn't be free to leave whenever he wished. Should he accept Miles's offer? Following Miles meant he could potentially interact with Mr. Daryl. Just as Miles said, accepting was the only way to meet Mr. Daryl. Harris quickly realized that his indecision meant he wanted to go. He walked straight to Miles. I accept, Master. Please accept this bow from your disciple. Miles helped Harris stand. Damn, Vivianeo Brandon has such good luck. One of Mr. Daryl's subordinates noticed him. His path will be much smoother than ours. Miles's judgment is off. My strength surpasses his, and I got the token, allowing me to enter the Feathered Spirit Sect. Who knows if Mr. Daryl will choose an apprentice this time? He seems indifferent to everyone. Translation complete for this chapter. The paragraph structure and tone are maintained as requested. Chapter 208. The world's confusion. Let's wait and see. Even if Mr. Daryl doesn't take me as a disciple, being associated with him is still great, right? Didn't you hear? Hirsch, who was the patriarch of Xianxia sect, gave up his position just to be closer to Mr. Daryl. Hirsch really has an eye for talent. He brought his entire sect into Brandon Ling's sect at the first opportunity. Now, Brandon Ling's sect can probably rival those powerful families with deep roots. Daryl was unaware of what his subordinates were discussing below. He looked at Harris, who was formally bowing but kept glancing at him. Why are you looking at me? Your master is Miles, not me. Daryl found him somewhat amusing, but that didn't mean he would choose such a person as his disciple. Mr. Daryl, I have a question to ask you. Is that all right? Harris stood up straight and looked at Daryl. No. Daryl refused without hesitation, leaving Harris unsure whether to voice his question or not. Wasn't Mr. Daryl supposed to be easygoing? How come he seemed different today? Miles, don't be disrespectful to Mr. Daryl. As my disciple, Mr. Daryl is also your lord. Show some respect. Whatever you want to know, we'll discuss it later. Miles wasn't concerned about losing face in front of everyone. After all, he used to be like this too, determined to get what he wanted no matter what. But Miles hoped Harris wouldn't say anything that might upset Mr. Daryl. If Mr. Daryl became unhappy, Harris would be the one suffering. Mr. Daryl, where did you obtain all these treasures? I've traveled many places on this continent and seen a lot, yet most of the things you bring out are unfamiliar to us. Some people speculate that you're from another continent. Is that true? When Harris asked this, many others around him nodded in agreement. They indeed had this doubt. Many of the treasures Daryl had displayed were things they had never seen before. Moreover, despite his young age, even if Daryl had explored countless secret realms, it was impossible for him to possess so many treasures. If Daryl came from elsewhere, it would reduce their feeling of being overwhelmed by half. You can't find them because your strength isn't enough. You haven't reached a higher level yet. With a strength that can't even earn a token, how dare you claim to be well-traveled? Maxim, arrange for him to participate in the top 50 competition. If you win first place, you can follow Miles and appear before me. If you lose, remain Miles's disciple and never show your face before me again. The day's trials had already concluded. With that said, Daryl left. There was no need to stay any longer. Mr. Daryl, are you upset with Harris? He seems less than happy. Hirsch watched Daryl's departing figure. Earlier, they had made bets regarding Harris. Why did everything change so suddenly? Because Mr. Daryl dislikes those who overestimate their abilities and end up making a mess of things. Miles knew Daryl well. Without his intervention, Harris would have no chance to appear before Mr. Daryl again. If you don't win this time, you shouldn't be my disciple either. My disciples must be capable. Even if Harris had talent, if Mr. Daryl disliked him, Miles felt it would be impossible for him to stay. Back at the small wooden house, Patrick sensed Daryl's presence and dashed over at top speed. Daryl, you really picked up a monster. Her strength is incredible. Right after you left, she accidentally slapped me, nearly squashing me flat. Fortunately, Aline reigned in her power at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been fatal or at least gravely injured. Who is she, and why did she suddenly display such formidable strength? Daryl walked with Patrick into the room, where Aline sat, lost in thought. Mr. Daryl, I didn't mean to. I don't understand why it happened. Perhaps it's better not to keep Patrick here. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt him. Aline felt very guilty, unable to grasp what exactly had transpired. Can you reproduce that strength now? Daryl wondered if his initial guess about Aline might be correct. She had once been a powerful individual who lost her strength due to certain circumstances. But this burst of power could return unpredictably. No, after Patrick ran out, I tried several times but couldn't replicate it. That time, it was purely unintentional. Mr. Daryl, when will I remember my past? I can't bear this uncertainty about what might happen next. Previously, she had wandered aimlessly, frequently appearing in different places. Over time, she had grown accustomed to it. Now, her life was peaceful, and she cherished this tranquility without wanting to change it. She wished to understand who she had been so she could control incidents like today. I've told you before, rushing won't help. Since nothing like this has happened before, perhaps this isn't a bad thing. Maybe you'll recall your forgotten memories in the next moment. This was an accident, and Patrick isn't so fragile. Daryl patted Patrick, signaling him to go to Aline. If he didn't allow Patrick to stay with her, Aline would undoubtedly worry about it. I know you didn't mean to. I was caught off guard earlier. A powerful divine beast like me won't change its mind over something trivial. Actually, the more it interacted with Aline, the more Patrick wanted to understand her. In a way, Patrick and Aline were quite similar. Both had forgotten many things. One needed to slowly remember, while the other didn't know when its memory inheritance would awaken to reveal the information it sought. Alright, I'll be more careful in the future and ensure I don't harm you. Here, eat this. Aline took out some snacks Patrick loved from her bag. These were prepared for Patrick today. Seeing them getting along relatively well, Daryl stepped out of the wooden house and found Kesha standing at the door. Daryl, why can't I keep Patrick? I love him too. Chapter 209, A Solo Date. Daryl looked at Kesha in confusion. He couldn't make decisions for Wangba, as it had its own mind. If you want to bring Wangba, you should go directly to it. It enjoys playing with her on its own, which has nothing to do with me. Daryl explained. I also enjoy playing with Wangba. It once saved my life. I always thought you had set Wangba free. Never did I imagine that you kept Wangba inside the space all this time. Kesha had been too busy lately to even think of Wangba. It wasn't until today when she returned to the cabin and found Wangba, playing happily with Xianxia that she felt a sudden sense of unease. It was like discovering a secret shared only between her and Daryl suddenly became known by others. Extremely awkward and uncomfortable. Moreover, standing there for quite some time, Wangba didn't even notice her presence. Wangba wanted to stay in the space to recuperate. I didn't force it. You haven't resolved the issues within your sect yet? If you have time, let's go out to admire the scenery tomorrow. Last time you visited the Brandon sect, I never got the chance to properly show you around. Daryl invited Kesha, and immediately, she pushed aside everything else. My matters are all settled. I'll go with you tomorrow. Just me? Kesha wanted to spend time exclusively with Daryl without others hindering them. She had noticed recently that Xianxia had developed a particular dependency on Daryl, but it certainly wasn't affection. Xianxia might not even understand what liking someone means. Yeah. Daryl arranged the date, and upon returning to the cabin, Kesha started rummaging through her clothes, but found very few appealing outfits. She promptly went out to buy new clothes, determined to show Daryl her beautiful side the next day. Perhaps Daryl hadn't developed other thoughts yet, but she wanted to be the first person Daryl thought of whenever he did. The next morning, when Daryl headed for breakfast, the first thing he saw was Kesha, who had meticulously prepared herself. She wore a long purple dress. It was the first time he saw her in such attire, and she looked beautiful. Mr. Daryl, do I look good? Yes, Brandannua. You look absolutely stunning. Vivianoxy felt that Kesha had always been beautiful, and dressing up made her even more so. Beautiful, Daryl said. He left with Kesha, while Vivianoxy stayed behind with Wangba. Wangba glanced in their direction. They were going on a date, weren't they? Daryl took Kesha on a leisurely walk and finally reached a large mountain. There, he sat on a rock. The affairs of the sect are all taken care of now. Henceforth, the matters of my father and uncles, along with Elder Maxim, are none of my concern anymore. In the future, I'll have more time to spend with you. We haven't gone out like this in a long while. Kesha hadn't properly spent time with Daryl in a long time. She felt fortunate that there were rarely any females around Mr. Daryl. They returned to the cabin in the afternoon, as there wasn't much to do anyway. Miles anxiously waited for Daryl at the entrance. Vivianoxy played with Wangba and glanced at Miles several times. Miles had arrived an hour ago and waited here for Mr. Daryl. Vivianoxy told Miles that Daryl had gone out and wouldn't return anytime soon. Yet, Miles dared not search for him. Something must have happened. Miles, being unfamiliar with her, said nothing. Mr. Daryl, can you help me? Seeing Daryl, Miles hurriedly approached him. What's wrong? Daryl handed over the items he bought to Vivianoxy and turned to face Miles. During a duel, Harris was injured by a concealed weapon coated with poison. The doctors in the sect said they can't treat this poison. I asked the one who poisoned him, and he said he had no antidote. Now, Harris is unconscious in bed. Only you can save him now. He lost the competition and shouldn't appear before you again. But I feel responsible since he joined because of me. Miles awaited Daryl's decision. If Daryl didn't wish to help, there would be nothing he could do. Take me to see him. Accompanied by Miles, Daryl entered Harris's room, where another individual was present. Mr. Daryl, I didn't mean to. It was a mistake when I picked up the weapon. I didn't intend to kill him. Everyone knew Harris was the one Miles intended to take as a disciple. He wouldn't dare commit such an act regardless of his boldness. Daryl glanced at Harris, who appeared fine. Just give him this pill. Daryl produced a medicinal pill. In his eyes, no poison was unsolvable. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Miles quickly fed the pill to Harris, who soon regained consciousness. Brother, I sincerely apologize. Using concealed weapons is forbidden during competitions. I didn't control my newly acquired weapon properly. I am truly sorry. Don't worry. If I lost, it's due to my negligence. Your moves caught me off guard. Harris had tried to finish the match quickly, overly confident in his abilities. Both encounters ended the same way. It seemed fate deemed he lacked affinity with Brandann's sect. Master Miles, perhaps we lack the fated connection. I will rest a bit, and then leave tomorrow after packing up. Once I grow stronger, I'll challenge Brandann's sect again. Brandann's sect was the first sect he failed to join, but he would surely come back someday. Stay for now. Leave only after recovering from your injuries. Miles felt disappointed. To him, both losses were unnecessary. Harris could have been recognized based on his merit, yet it turned out this way. Some people commented that Harris's luck was enviable, being favored by Master Miles despite failing. Others criticized Miles's poor judgment in choosing such an incompetent disciple. I'll give you another chance. When you're healed, fight Miles. If you last 50 moves, I'll let you stay. Miles, finding someone who catches your eye isn't easy. Don't give up just because I'm not impressed. Frankly, Daryl was quite disappointed with Harris's recent performances. Based on records, Harris shouldn't have performed so poorly. Chapter 210, Champion Joe Isaiah's Pursuit. Daryl proposed this challenge to give Miles another chance. He could see that Miles still wanted to take on an apprentice but was bound by his previous words and had no choice but to abandon the idea. Daryl was never a domineering person. He would not decide who Miles should take as an apprentice. If someone was disliked by Daryl, they just wouldn't interact, which wouldn't affect him. I can fight you right now. My injuries aren't serious. Let's start after you're fully recovered. I'm afraid you won't last 3 moves against me. Miles looked at Harris and followed Mr. Daryl out. Mr. Daryl, there's really no need for this. I just think that if you find someone unsuitable, they truly don't fit with me, so there's no point in forcing them to stay. A person's talent is important, but their character is equally significant. Miles unconditionally trusted Daryl. Anyone deemed unsuitable by Daryl must indeed have issues. He lacks a proper grasp of his own strength. If he doesn't change, he will suffer in the future. For instance, just now, even though Daryl clearly said to wait until he recovered before starting the match, the person insisted on beginning immediately, utterly unaware of his limits. Or perhaps he has already given up on staying at Brandann's sect and simply wants to finish the task as soon as possible. I understand. We'll see how he performs later. If he doesn't improve, it's best to let him leave sooner. 3 days later, it was time for the top 5 contenders to vie for entry into Brandann's sect's inner circle. They would determine who among this group had the strongest power. Daryl thought about it and decided to watch since he had nothing else to do. Kesha and the others watched the competition alongside him. Daryl, which of the 5 do you think has the best talent? Kesha felt that recruiting disciples for Brandann's sect this time was meaningless since other sects had already brought so many people here. There was no need to waste time and resources cultivating more. The one with the best talent is the one standing in the corner. From his combat performance, he shares Harris's personality, extremely confident in his own abilities. But it's unknown if he has any hidden cards. Judging by strength alone, the person Daryl identified as having the best talent wasn't the strongest. Yet he stood calmly on the field, as if victory was assured. It was uncertain whether he shared Harris's traits or not. Gentlemen, watching you fight like this isn't very interesting. Whoever joins Brandann's sect's inner circle first gets this life-saving herb. When Daryl revealed the herb, everyone on the scene could feel its potent vitality. Holy crap, only Mr. Daryl can do that. Such valuable treasures are just handed out. Damn, if I had known Mr. Daryl would at stakes, I would have fought with all my might. With such an item, it's like getting a second life. I'm really envious of the first place winner who gets such a good thing. I wonder if I will ever get a chance to obtain such a herb once I enter Brandaling's sect. It feels like this is expected. Mr. Daryl always adds rewards for the champion, perhaps thinking the top rank should receive the best treatment. This wasn't the first time such a situation occurred. Sometimes Daryl felt their mock battles were pointless and needed added incentives to boost enthusiasm. Once he introduced something new, the participants became more determined. After watching the intense matches all morning, Daryl felt rewarding the top contender with the herb was worth it. Mr. Daryl, I'm first place. I won. Can I have my reward now? The disciple who claimed first place directly approached Daryl on the high platform and shouted loudly. Daryl used spiritual energy to deliver the herb to him. Congratulations on entering Brandaling's sect's inner circle. By the way, Maxim discussed with me that the top 3 entrants will receive double resources for the first 3 months. I hope you can improve quickly within the sect and not fall behind others. Daryl observed that the champion, whom he had previously mentioned as talented but lacking in strength, had potential. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, I won't disappoint you. Could you tell me what level of strength I need to achieve to be by your side like Miles? He knew that with his current talent and strength, Mr. Daryl wouldn't accept him as an apprentice. However, being close to Daryl didn't necessarily mean being his disciple. After all, he heard Mr. Daryl was generous to those around him, wishing to grow faster. If you reach Elder Maxim's strength within 6 months, I'll consider letting you work by my side. Daryl's request seemed impossible, requiring a 2 major rank leap in half a year. This seems like Mr. Daryl's polite refusal. No one can break through 2 ranks in 6 months. We shouldn't be too greedy. Getting this reward from Mr. Daryl is already great. The rewards for first place are really impressive. Just for the herb, it's worth fighting for. I almost wish I could compete for it. Brandaling's sect's resources come from Mr. Daryl alone. Haven't you wondered where he gets all these things? While they discussed, Xianxia accepted Daryl's offer without hesitation. Alright, Mr. Daryl, remember your promise. If I reach Elder Maxim's strength in 6 months, you must allow me to stay by your side and assist you. Xianxia believed he had a chance. With 3 months of resources and items obtained from the secret realm, it wasn't impossible. Moreover, Mr. Daryl's proposal might not have been a deliberate challenge. Perhaps Daryl believed he could succeed. Chapter 211, Contest of Concealed Weapons. Of course, I'm waiting for your good news. Since you dared to accept the challenge, I'll give you another hand. Daryl took out a bottle of medicinal pills and presented it to Xianxia. He felt that most people would think this task was impossible and that he, Daryl, was just teasing them. However, Xianxia viewed this as a commitment from Daryl. Just this gesture made the bottle of medicinal pills worthwhile. Not really. Is there anyone who can tell me what Mr. Daryl is thinking? He brought out such high-quality herbs because he wanted to see a more spectacular battle. Why did he take out this bottle of medicinal pills this time? Is it because he accepted Daryl's challenge and Daryl is rewarding him? Those who only sought benefits from Daryl couldn't truly understand him. Only those who had been by Daryl's side for some time knew his true thoughts. After everything was settled, Daryl returned to his small wooden cabin. Harris was already waiting there. Master Miles, the competition to enter Brandaling's sect has ended. If I want to stay, I need to defeat you. I am ready. Harris had spent several days considering how to win. He thought of many methods but realized that fighting 50 rounds against Miles, whose strength far surpassed his, would be incredibly challenging. In that case, let's start here. You can also attack. I hope you won't disappoint me. Both of us specialize in concealed weapons. I don't want to use my cultivation to bully you. Let's fight with concealed weapons. Miles's proposal intrigued Daryl. He found it quite interesting and had never seen a confrontation involving concealed weapons before. He moved a chair from his space and sat at the door to watch their match. Daryl wasn't surprised by Miles's request but was curious whether Harris could seize this opportunity. Alright, then please teach me, Master Miles. In the art of concealed weapons, Harris had trained extensively and didn't believe he would necessarily lose to Miles. Don't call me Master now. We'll see if you can last 50 rounds against me. How about this? I don't want to take advantage of you. If your concealed weapon can injure me, you win. Miles had been practicing concealed weapons for many years, probably longer than Harris had lived. He didn't want others to think he was bullying a junior. Mr. Daryl, it seems Miles really likes this person named Harris. He's practically letting him off easy. If Harris still can't stay after this, it means he has no connection with our Brandaling sect. Sheen Brandambrita believed that if Miles used his cultivation, Harris wouldn't last 3 moves before falling. When she first met Miles, his cultivation was only slightly higher than hers. But following Mr. Daryl and receiving his assistance, Miles's cultivation advanced rapidly. Some might spend their entire lives without reaching such a level. Sheen Brandambrita felt this was good. People around Mr. Daryl must be strong to help him resolve various troubles. Brandambrita, I don't see it that way. I think Miles just wants to assess Harris's true capabilities. Cultivation is something everyone can easily observe. But concealed weapons require actual combat to judge. Only then will we know if he's up to the task. Isn't that right, Mr. Daryl? Aline asked Daryl, delighted when he confirmed her words. Although Aline couldn't cultivate, her perception was sharp, allowing her to understand much at a glance. I see. It's my fault for not thinking along these lines. Sheen Brandambrita watched intently as the battle began. Concealed weapons were unpredictable. One needed to constantly be prepared to attack or dodge. Harris continued even after being hit. But if Miles got hit once, he would lose. Though Daryl wasn't familiar with concealed weapons, he understood his own body perfectly. No concealed weapon could reach him unchallenged. The duel was now a back-and-forth exchange between them. Watching their contest, Daryl finally understood why Miles favored Harris among so many. His reflexes were remarkable, always dodging at the last second. Sometimes, even Miles struggled to evade Harris's concealed weapons. The final strike. They had already exchanged over 100 moves, and Miles felt the test was sufficient. Harris possessed the skill to remain by his side. He would find ways to improve Harris based on what Daryl told him earlier. It didn't matter if Harris didn't change. As long as his strength was formidable enough, no one could harm him. Good. Harris hadn't fought so intensely in a long time. Miles was exceptionally skilled with concealed weapons, having avoided every attack until now. They both attacked simultaneously and dodged each other. It's over. Hirsch remarked that they had ended in a tie. Harris clearly had some skill. Miles lost. Daryl noticed something different and spoke just as he saw it. The concealed weapon that Miles had evaded returned at an unusual angle, striking him again as he had lowered his guard. Damn, concealed weapons can be used like this. In a real battle, encountering someone like that, you wouldn't survive. Hirsch was amazed by the technique of redirecting the weapon back into play. If the weapon had been poisoned, Miles would have died. You win. You're more talented than I expected. Follow me and learn concealed weapons. I can tell you haven't undergone systematic training. After learning from me for a while, no one will surpass you in this field. Though Miles lost the duel, he seemed genuinely happier. He admired clever minds. Concealed weapons required such ingenuity. All right, Master Miles. Harris was pleased. He could finally stay. Miles, bring the others here tomorrow, and I'll guide them. Daryl, having lost a bet previously, had promised to help Miles. Sure, Mr. Daryl. Miles felt like a winner in life. Hirsch looked at him enviously, wishing his son could receive Daryl's guidance too. Unfortunately, he couldn't win against Daryl. Hashtag chapter 212, guiding subordinates. If you want to come over, you can. I won't stop you. Can you please not look at me like that? It's as if I bullied you, Daryl said after inadvertently noticing Hirsch's expression, and then he went back to his room. Fantastic, thank you so much, Mr. Daryl. Though Hirsch wasn't taken as a disciple, it was fine as long as Daryl was willing to guide him. The next day, Miles brought everyone early to wait at the small wooden house. These people wore specially designated clothes, marking them as the most unique existence within the entire Feather Spirit sect. When they appeared, all disciples of the Feather Spirit sect knew these were Mr. Daryl's people. Miles had prepared these clothes himself, saying, Mr. Daryl is such an impressive person. Now in the sect, he wears the sect's attire, but we do not belong to the sect. By wearing similar clothing, they won't notice much of a difference. Though Miles believed this would help blend in, others were quite aware he wasn't officially part of the sect. After putting on these clothes, many people saw them and wondered when they could wear the same attire as Miles. Big brother, it feels like we haven't seen the boss for a long time. You're always serving by his side. Usually, they diligently train to enhance their abilities. Miles told them that only when their strength was formidable enough could they gain Mr. Daryl's trust. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they trained, they couldn't catch up to Miles. Mr. Daryl. As soon as Daryl emerged, he was surprised by the dozens of people outside. They bowed respectfully upon seeing him. Stand up. You can pair off based on your strength levels and spar while I go have lunch. Daryl hadn't expected them to arrive so early. Yes, Mr. Daryl. Miles quickly paired everyone up for sparring matches. Hirsch came out and was impressed. Jokingly, he said to Daryl, your subordinates are so well dressed. It really gives off that vibe of wealthy young masters coming to experience life at the sect. Miles had designed their clothes to resemble those of the Feather Spirit sect, with only minor differences. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice much of a distinction. Hirsch glanced at his own clothes and suddenly felt that there wasn't much good about them. Being under Daryl wasn't bad at all. Look at Miles. His speed of improvement was truly astonishing. Your speed isn't enough, and your techniques need work. Miles, you know his moves. Teach him later. It's just that your cultivation level isn't high enough. Otherwise, your strength would have knocked him down with one punch. Daryl gave some pointers briefly, even suggesting changing some people's cultivation methods because he thought their current ones weren't effective enough. Mr. Daryl, we don't have better cultivation methods. What we're practicing now were given to us by the organization. They didn't think it odd to restart their cultivation method based on Daryl's suggestion. Such a powerful person as Mr. Daryl recommending a change meant they should comply, otherwise, they'd lag behind as others progressed. Try cultivating this method. Here's a new one for you. Daryl took out several cultivation manuals from his spatial storage, giving half of the group new methods. Won't changing their cultivation methods now nullify all their previous efforts? Is there no other way? Kesha felt that achieving their current strength had taken significant time. To let all that effort go to waste seemed too regretful based on Daryl's words. Of course, Kesha understood that Mr. Daryl did this for their benefit. To improve their strength, my suggestion is the fastest and best way. Think carefully about whether you want to follow it. Daryl found her point valid since they had spent years honing their skills. He respected their decisions. Mr. Daryl, I'm going straight for this new method. I want to become stronger. Hardship is no issue. I believe in Mr. Daryl. I haven't improved for 3 years. Restarting might be better. Mr. Daryl, I'll dedicate myself to this new method. They had witnessed Daryl's prowess and the tremendous changes Miles underwent while under him. Not wanting to fall behind, they must make a strong impression now that Daryl had remembered them. Restarting isn't scary. Stagnation is the real fear. Their courage earned admiration from Kesha and Hirsch. Ordinary people wouldn't restart like this without hesitation. If you start anew, feel free to ask me for help here. You can also cultivate here where there's more spirit energy. Daryl's courtyard had spirit-gathering fish, making the place rich in spirit energy. I will also prepare elixirs for you. Within a week, you should regain your current strength. There's nothing to worry about. Daryl had read many similar cases and possessed numerous treasures to aid them, making it very simple to enhance their power. A week? Cultivation is like playing house for you. Daryl, are you even a normal human? Hirsch felt discouraged again, thinking about restarting their cultivation today and regaining current strength in a week. If Daryl succeeded, Hirsch would never question him again. You all know I have plenty of good resources. I'm never stingy with my own people. With the system's treasures and countless items in his spatial storage, it was time to put them to use. Mr. Daryl, let them cultivate here. We've never abandoned our old methods before. Afraid of any accidents, having you around means you can promptly address issues. Miles feared they might disturb Daryl while training outside. Alright, stay here for the next week until you adapt. Then return. You should stay too. Miles, train hard, and Hirsch, help me push Miles' potential by sparring with him several times. Chapter 213, coming at the first sign. Daryl felt that Hirsch was only one step away from a breakthrough. He needed someone to help him along. I have no problem with it. Guide my son for a bit then, said Hirsch as he pushed his son towards Daryl. Then you two should spar with Miles together. Let me see what issues the three of you have. Daryl agreed to Hirsch's request, and they quickly went over to the side to start sparring. Facing two opponents, Miles showed no sign of retreating. Mr. Daryl must have had some intention in having them spar with him. He always believed in Mr. Daryl. Why is it so lively in Mr. Daryl's courtyard today? Why is Mr. Miles sparring against the Grand Elder, and even facing two at once? You don't know about this, do you? I heard Mr. Daryl lost a bet yesterday, and has to coach his subordinates to improve their strength. If I go find Mr. Daryl now, will he give me a quick lesson too since he's already coaching so many people? Mr. Daryl is a very nice person. As long as you're not afraid of being rejected, you can go. I'll go find Elder Maxim. Maybe I can catch a bit of Mr. Daryl's teaching. News of this incident spread rapidly, becoming more exaggerated the further it traveled. It evolved into a rumor that Mr. Daryl was offering guidance at his little wooden house today on a first-come, first-served basis. Instantly, those who hadn't received training rushed madly towards Daryl's wooden house. Even Elder Maxim was pushed by other elder disciples to Daryl's doorstep. These people all wanted Daryl to guide them but found it awkward to ask themselves, so they sent Maxim, claiming that he and Daryl were best friends. However, how could Daryl and Maxim be considered close when Daryl often turned him down? Moreover, those who received Daryl's guidance here were all Daryl's own people, differentiating them from the disciples and elders of the sect. After guiding Hirsch, Miles, and others, Daryl looked at Maxim approaching him. Mr. Daryl, I heard you were in a good mood today and providing guidance. Do you have time to help these disciples? Could you look at any problems they might have in their cultivation? After all, they are also part of the sect. Moreover, so many people came to our sect just because of you. Shouldn't you give them some benefits? Maxim feared Daryl would reject him outright, so he spoke very politely. Let them line up and come one by one, Daryl instructed as he looked at the crowd waiting there. Mr. Daryl agreed. Everyone line up and come one by one. Maxim shouted out. In an instant, everyone outside lined up neatly. Midway through, Maxim even heard someone yelling, "Don't push, you've stepped on my shoe." While Daryl guided his own people, he also provided guidance to several disciples of the sect. Some came with specific questions, while others couldn't identify their own problems. At such times, a sparring partner was needed, and Elder Maxim naturally took up this role. Mr. Daryl, I don't need your guidance. I just want a herb that can extend life, for my mother, a mortal who's growing old. I don't want to watch her die. I wish to travel the world with her. I've prepared many items to trade with you. I know these mean nothing to you, but I still wish. Before he finished speaking, Daryl took the items and exchanged them for what he wanted. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Previously, he searched for this herb and found it at auctions, but it was exorbitantly priced. For Daryl to willingly provide it, he was truly lucky. There's no need to thank me. We made a fair trade. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Daryl was naturally willing to help him. Some issues in cultivation were easy to resolve, while others were particularly troublesome. However, none of these were significant problems for Daryl. He could usually solve each issue within 2 minutes. Yet, the long queue outside his small wooden house seemed endless. Has the entire Feathered Spirit sect come? Daryl asked, his mouth dry from talking, and he had brewed tea multiple times already. Mr. Daryl, please take a rest. Some of the issues can be handled by the elders of the sect. So many people wanting Daryl to guide their cultivation. It wasn't feasible. I'll guide for another half hour, then we'll wrap it up, Daryl said after finishing his tea. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the sect, far too many for him to handle alone. Those at the front of the line sighed in relief upon hearing Daryl's words. They feared he'd simply refuse them outright. But now they saw hope. Fortunately, they arrived early. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught this opportunity. After half an hour, Daryl started brewing tea again. Kesha approached. The rest of you, please disperse. I believe your cultivation issues can be addressed by the sect's elders. If unresolved, bring it to Elder Maxim to consult with Mr. Daryl later. Mr. Daryl needs to rest, sorry. Unexpectedly, the crowd dispersed calmly without much complaint, aside from a few mutterings. Bad luck, it was almost my turn, and Mr. Daryl got tired. Who knows when there will be another chance like this? I hope my luck improves next time, and I can be among the first to know the news. Don't be discouraged. If you encounter any problems during your cultivation and happen to run into Mr. Daryl, he usually helps resolve them. So, keep focusing on your cultivation and seek guidance from the elders if you can't solve your issues. Maxim quickly followed Kesha's advice, as the recent boost in cultivation morale should not wane. Despite Daryl stating he wouldn't continue guiding, some still lingered, hoping Daryl might change his mind after resting. Although Maxim took a beating today, he was incredibly happy. With Daryl guiding so many disciples, the overall strength of the entire Feathered Spirit sect would improve significantly. Seeing Maxim's battered face, Daryl was speechless. With your strength, being beaten to this state by 10 disciples, you still managed to laugh? Chapter 214. Hirsch takes over the guidance. Maxim was truly devoted to the Brandailing sect. Who knew where the Patriarch had found such a dedicated person? However, everyone has their own pursuits. I know my abilities have become insignificant, but seeing so many outstanding disciples I've cultivated makes me very happy, Maxim remarked, understanding Daryl's intention yet not minding it. It's enough that you find joy in it. Let them disperse for today. I'm quite tired. Daryl wouldn't guide the disciples any further today. Let me handle it. I see someone has been waiting for a long time just to be guided by Mr. Daryl. If Mr. Daryl is tired, then let me take over. Hirsch was in a particularly good mood today and was willing to help the sect members. Great, with your assistance, I believe their strength will significantly improve. Maxim immediately made arrangements for those who stayed behind, never expecting such a pleasant surprise. Although Mr. Daryl wouldn't guide them anymore, the Grand Elder was also quite strong and could potentially identify their issues and help them resolve cultivation problems. Hirsch kept busy until midnight before resting. He felt incredibly happy because Daryl had enlightened him on a long-standing issue he couldn't figure out. He wished he had sought Daryl's guidance earlier. Maxim was always busy around Hirsch, saying, "There's no one left, Grand Elder. I really must thank you on behalf of the disciples. I haven't helped much. I hope they can cultivate well, strengthen themselves, and enhance our sect's overall power," Hirsch replied modestly. After returning to his room, Hirsch started cultivating right away. The next day, when Daryl saw Hirsch, he noticed some changes. He had improved. "It seems I helped you quite a bit yesterday," Daryl casually remarked, not taking it too seriously. "Yes, thank you very much. Without you, I would still be in great distress. Sometimes I really don't understand why you are so young yet so excellent." Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be demoralizing. Hirsch spent so much time reaching his current level, while Daryl, despite being younger, surpassed him by leaps and bounds. "Even I don't know," Daryl replied, followed by the system's notification. Ding! The host inadvertently helped the sect members cultivate, changing their fate. The retirement system grants the host some cultivation resources. Daryl had assisted Hirsch, making Hirsch eager to help others. It was all part of cause and effect. Satisfied, Daryl glanced at the resources in his space. The system's rewards were getting better lately. After eating, Daryl returned to his room to rest. It was raining, perfect weather for sleeping. However, he was soon awakened by little Vivian knocking on the door. "Mr. Daryl, Elder Maxim says there's an emergency he needs you for." Little Vivian didn't want to come but sensed Maxim's urgency and eventually woke Daryl up. Being woken up mid-rest, Daryl wasn't in a good mood. On the way, he thought, if this isn't a major issue, he'd make Maxim pay. "Mr. Daryl, something big happened. Not far from here, a large number of demons appeared, slaughtering innocent civilians and cultivators. They asked for our brandling sect support. Should you go?" Upon receiving the request, Maxim immediately thought of Daryl. Sending Daryl with a group of disciples should resolve the demon problem. Hirsch arrived as well, but held reservations about Daryl going. He feared what if another place fell under demon attack next? With Daryl gone, brandling sect might be vulnerable. Hirsch believed Daryl should stay to protect the sect. No, Daryl firmly refused. He had already stated he wouldn't involve himself in these conflicts. What did it matter to him? There would inevitably be battles among them. In a world with limited resources, both monsters and demons fought for more. Now only demons had appeared. What about the monsters? "Mr. Daryl, you're part of humanity. Such an important matter. If you don't help, I don't know how we'll handle it." Maxim believed sending anyone else wouldn't be as effective as sending Daryl. "I'm just the sect's gatekeeper, nothing more. You'll need to find someone else." "If you call me again for such matters," Daryl warned, displeased. Next time, he might ignore Maxim altogether. Daryl quickly left. After Daryl left, the room became eerily quiet. "See, I told you Daryl might not agree." Previously, Hirsch had asked Daryl the same question and received the same response. Hirsch often felt Daryl was unreadable. He'd fearlessly enter a city infested with zombies alone to save people, but wouldn't interfere in human versus monster battles. Perhaps Daryl felt he'd leave humans powerless against demons if he joined. Actually, Daryl simply wanted to live peacefully and ignored other matters beyond his control. But if Daryl doesn't go, who can we send? Rumor has it a powerful figure emerged among the demons with formidable strength, claiming the entire continent's resources belong to them. No matter what, Daryl is one of us. He can't just stand by and watch us all die, can he? I don't think Daryl is like that. Maybe he believes we can handle this ourselves. Seeking his help for every small issue. Does brandling sect lack talent? I don't know about others, but I won't go. My son was just born. I don't want to risk such a dangerous place. I won't go either. Chapter 215. The struggle for resources. One of the reasons Maxim urgently sought Daryl was that these elders weren't strong enough. They were also afraid and hesitant to face those demons. Daryl was the most suitable choice. "If none of you are going, someone must do this. If my strength wasn't so weak, I would go myself. Elder Hirsch, perhaps you can lead a team?" "Elder Maxim, I can only say sorry. I'm in a critical phase of cultivation right now. You know that breakthroughs require a peaceful environment. Going there would involve many unpredictable events, and whether or not one could successfully break through would become uncertain. I will assist after I complete my breakthrough, but not now." Hirsch's reasoning made sense, and Maxim had no response. "Our Brandling sect must send an elder-led team to suppress the demons, just as you said. These issues will inevitably arise sooner or later. It might be that before long, our entire sect will have to engage in demon suppression, at which point it won't be as simple as saying, 'I don't want to go.'" Maxim's influence was limited due to his lack of power, and his arrangements were disregarded. Previously, the elders thought Daryl supported him behind the scenes. But now that Daryl publicly rejected him, they no longer show the same respect. "Let's wait and see what happens then. Elder Maxim, I agree with you. I'll lead a team to investigate the situation first, and if reinforcements are needed, please send help." Not everyone was cowardly like them. Several elders volunteered to lead the expedition. With their help, Maxim quickly resolved the issue. "You should set out immediately. Don't be afraid. The Brandling sect is behind you. If you need assistance, send word back quickly, and I will dispatch more support immediately." It had been many years since demons appeared en masse before them. It seemed their war was about to begin. This was the first large-scale appearance. "All right, I estimate this will just be a small-scale reconnaissance, nothing serious." Maxim soon sent them off to provide support. When Hirsch returned to the small wooden house, Daryl was playing with Vivian Ellie. "Daryl, the support team has set out. Everything should be fine," Hirsch reported the current situation. The sect can handle this on its own, yet they still came to me. I'm not here just to solve your problems. Daryl wondered if he appeared too powerful, making Maxim think he should handle these matters. Elder Maxim believes that if you go, you might intimidate the demons. I feel the same way, but I understand you better than Elder Maxim. I knew you wouldn't agree. When Daryl encountered the demons before, they dispersed quickly. Hirsch hadn't told many people about this. You knew and didn't stop Maxim from coming to me? You disturbed my rest. Daryl looked disdainfully at Hirsch, remembering the previous bet. I had no idea he called you until Maxim informed me. After a brief chat, Hirsch went back to his room to cultivate. If the first batch failed, he would depart next. These tasks were their responsibility, to protect their home. Why don't you help them, Daryl? If you go, you can eliminate the demons swiftly, Vivianeo Ellie asked, jumping onto Daryl's shoulder. Isn't Daryl human? Shouldn't he protect humans? This is something they must experience. I can't help them. If I disrupt this balance now, they will face bigger problems next time. Recently, Daryl observed many resources. Every so often, humans, demons, and monsters fought over resources. Last time, humans won, but previously the demons won, and before that, the monsters. Daryl sensed a powerful force influencing everything, beyond what he read in books. I think I understand a bit. It's not that you don't want to help them, but you can't. Helping now means they'll pay a price, right? Vivianeo Ellie knew Daryl wasn't indifferent. Yeah, if it comes to it, I might intervene, but not now. Daryl wanted to learn more about the resource wars. Later, Maxim visited again, updating Daryl on the battlefield. This time, he didn't ask Daryl to join the battle. Mr. Daryl, with your strength, you can live well anywhere, but if humans are at a disadvantage, it won't be good for you either. Our Brandonling sect will defend our home until death. Looking at Maxim calmly, Daryl nodded. If there's nothing else, you can return. Daryl learned much from Maxim. Hirsch also updated him daily about the battlefield. Although Daryl wasn't particularly interested, one day Aline asked him, Mr. Daryl, are you thinking of visiting that place? Daryl looked up at Aline. Why do you think so? Daryl indeed wanted to test the demon's strength. Last time at Shin Vivian sect, the demons fled without hesitation. He wanted to understand them better. I feel it. If you wish to visit, let's go together. Daryl considered, then shook his head. Not yet. Let's see how this attack unfolds. Daryl believed he'd eventually encounter the demons. Unexpectedly, the demons came to him. The next morning, Daryl felt an unfamiliar presence within Brandonling's sect, stronger than anyone else. A demon. Such powerful energy indicated a formidable demon. Why'd they come? Translation note * pinion names and character consistency maintained throughout the text. The narrative style and tone have been preserved to ensure a seamless reading experience. Chapter 2:16. The Devil King's Territory. To be able to silently enter the sect and take their people's jade pendants, Daryl quickly headed towards where the presence was felt. Just as he arrived, he saw a man in black sitting on a rock. Without turning around, the man sensed Daryl's arrival. Daryl, you've come. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. You took much longer than I expected. He turned and looked at Daryl. Devils could transform into human appearances, so if not for feeling that his aura was different, Daryl wouldn't have noticed him. Why did you wait for me? Daryl didn't know why he came here, just to see him. What was there to talk about between him and the devils? Upon seeing Daryl, he concealed his own aura. Even Hirsch wouldn't feel anything amiss from him now. Mr. Daryl, I sought you to discuss matters. Recently, our devil race began attacking your side. Surely you must have heard about it. You humans immediately sent out a call for reinforcements to you. I assumed you would rush to the battlefield first, so I waited there for you for a long time. Many sects' reinforcements arrived, but only you never showed up. After capturing an elder of your sect, I learned you didn't come or even plan to. Why didn't you go? If Daryl had gone to the battlefield, this trip wouldn't have been necessary. During battle, leaving the front line as the commander was highly improper. But Daryl intrigued him too much, so he still rushed over. Why should I go? It's your affair. Your goal is just to seize resources, and I don't need these resources. In Daryl's view, all the continent's resources were extremely backward. You make sense. The cultivation resources we struggled to obtain might not count for much in your eyes. Let me introduce myself. I am the Devil King of the Devil Race. You can call me Brandan. You may not fully understand our devil race yet. If you wish to know more, I can tell you. Hearing Brandan's words, Daryl sat beside him, nodding. Has your demon emperor awoken? Daryl studied many documents and knew much about them. His question surprised Brandan. Mr. Daryl, it seems you are quite informed about our devil race, even knowing about the demon emperor. In many cultivators' eyes, their devil king was already the strongest. He wasn't the strongest of the devil kings, otherwise, he wouldn't have been dispatched to lead the charge. Actually, he previously encountered Daryl during the Xianxia sect incident. Feeling Daryl's formidable power, he unhesitatingly ordered his men to retreat. Flipped through some books, understood a bit, but you haven't answered my question. Daryl had read that after each war, the Deva god would fall into slumber until he reawakened to commence another resource grab. The Deva god has awakened but sadly went missing. I don't know where he is. One purpose of our hasty war is to find Lord Deva god. After hearing this, Daryl was taken aback. Was it safe to reveal this directly to him? Understanding Daryl's gaze, Brandan spoke without hesitation. Because I believe Mr. Daryl won't act like those humans. Plus, if you can help us find Lord Deva god, we'd be grateful. This time feels strange. Normally, when Lord Deva god awakens, he promptly instructs us on what to do next. This time, he vanished silently after waking up. Brandan searched many places but found nothing. It's possible the Deva god hid his presence, evading detection. That's indeed unusual. So, why did you seek me out? To ask me to find the Deva god? I won't help Brandonling's sect either. Daryl thought Brandan's visit had deeper intentions. We will find the Deva god ourselves. Even without his guidance, we're strong enough. Our devil race's power increases significantly upon his awakening. I came to inquire if you were interested in visiting our devil race. I don't ask for much. Here's a list. Take a look. Daryl received the items, a list of tens of thousands of cultivation resources. With these, the devil race could withdraw and focus on cultivation. Daryl returned the list, declining. With my strength, if I wanted to visit your devil race, I wouldn't need these. Is your devil race confused? Daryl hadn't expected Brandan traveled such a distance merely for something impossible. Of course, this isn't for you to visit the devil race. These are conditions for us to retreat. If humans hand these over, we'll withdraw immediately. I believe discussing with anyone else wouldn't be as effective as talking to you, given the resources you control. These resources were essential spoils they aimed to seize. He'd gathered a lot of information on Daryl outside. It was said Daryl alone controlled resources sufficient for excellent human cultivation, leading him to seek Daryl. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. I won't provide you those resources. Maybe you should talk to those major families and sect leaders. They might agree. Daryl stood. If there's nothing else, please leave Brandon Ling's sect. Our sect temporarily doesn't welcome devils. Daryl had no issues with him, hence wouldn't detain him despite his visit. Don't you plan to kill me? Indeed, you're an intriguing person, just as I suspected. Relax, I didn't come to harm anyone in Brandon Ling's sect, or they would have died already. Brandan lay comfortably on the rock, satisfied with his visit. Daryl was the one who could decide everything. Relax, all these are fantasies. As long as I'm here, I'll never let you harm anyone in Brandon Ling's sect. Daryl was Brandon Ling's sect's guardian. No demons or devils could hurt its people. What about those in the battlefield? Can they be harmed, Mr. Daryl? After all, they had killed many already. Chapter 217. The longest living demon lord. Daryl did not speak, but Brandan had already read the answer from Daryl's eyes. I understand, Mr. Daryl. Can I stay and play in your sect for a while? In exchange, I can tell you everything about the demon race that you want to know. Brandan wanted to stay by Daryl's side to get to know this person better. Do as you wish, as long as you don't harm them. Daryl was also interested in learning more about the demon race. There are currently 15 demon lords in our demon race. When I left, 2 others were striving to become demon lords. It might not be long before there are 17 of us. Quietly speaking, I am the weakest among all the demon lords. If their powers were like this, then how powerful were the demon gods? Come to think of it, after the demon god awakened this time, we received exceptionally strong powers. The last time I felt this way was when our demon race won the resource battle. Oh, almost forgot to tell you. I am the longest living one among all the demon lords. I should be around 100,000 years old now, but it's been so long that I lost count. Perhaps you humans cannot understand someone of my age. Many things no longer hold much importance. Having lived so long, he had witnessed countless changes. Contrarily, he was the most composed among all the demons regarding this war. Why can you live so long? Daryl knew that the lifespan of demons increased with cultivation. With Brandan's current strength, he could only live up to 3,000 years. Because I was chosen by the first-generation demon god, he bestowed upon me an extraordinarily long lifespan to witness all these changes. Brandan indeed bore witness, but found less and less interest in it over time. This world has always strived for balance. There were several battles he chose not to participate in, instead opting to go into deep slumber. Daryl had no more questions for now. As he brought Brandan back to the small wooden house, Hirsch was preparing to find Maxim, who said he needed to see him urgently. Seeing Daryl bring Brandan back, Hirsch was taken aback. Daryl, why did you bring a demon lord back? This statement startled Brandan. I hid my aura. How did you know I'm a demon lord? Brandan knew very well that anyone weaker than him wouldn't sense his presence once he concealed his aura. I've seen your face many times in books about the demon race. Naturally, I recognized you. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be leading the attack? Why come to our failing sect? Hirsch's voice was agitated. This wasn't a trivial matter. How did Daryl know this demon lord? And why did he bring him back to the small wooden house? Truly terrifying. Hirsch didn't believe Daryl didn't know this person was a demon. To think I've become so famous. Having lived so long, I've grown accustomed to this face and don't feel the need to change it. Brandan thought thankfully he didn't reveal any information himself. Mr. Daryl, why keep such a dangerous person in the failing sect? Just killing him would force the demons to retreat for some time. This was the failing sect, their territory. He dared to come alone. That was really not giving them face. Just you thinking of killing me shows how little you understand your place. He dared to come alone because he had the power to leave safely. Even if Daryl wanted to kill him, he'd pay an unimaginable price. Brandan had lived so long and was chosen by the first-generation demon god. His body still harbored immense power left by the first-generation demon god. Few people knew about this, as over the years, few had the ability to corner him. Seeing tensions rising between them, Daryl intervened. Don't you have something urgent to do? Go take care of it. He won't kill anyone recklessly here. I have questions for him. Hirsch was about to find Maxim, but now he felt this issue was more pressing. He had to follow Mr. Daryl to see what Brandan intended to do. I have nothing else on my mind now. Today, I want to follow you, Mr. Daryl. Please don't fall for this cunning demon's tricks. Hirsch followed behind them, and Daryl didn't object. I won't deceive anyone. It's humans who are full of cheats. Especially during resource battles, everyone harbors their own intentions. Brandan looked at Hirsch unhappily. He only wanted to interact with Daryl, not other humans. Especially not men like him who carried murderous intent. That's because humans are smarter, unlike you. Hirsch followed Daryl into the small wooden house. Upon entering, Brandan couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Daryl, how extravagant. Using such fine jade for chairs. Mr. Daryl, leaving such valuable treasures here. Don't you fear they'll be stolen? Brandan was tempted by all the precious items in Daryl's room. No wonder they said Mr. Daryl had the most resources in the entire continent. Indeed, Things they couldn't obtain were commonplace here. These belong to Mr. Daryl. What does it have to do with you? Stop acting like you've never seen anything before. You're being too noisy. Hirsch was proud. Although the items belonged to Mr. Daryl was one of them. Their demon race didn't have such fine things, right? Brandan glanced at Hirsch, choosing to ignore him. If not for his promise to Mr. Daryl, he would have killed this man. I wasn't talking to you. Did you follow me voluntarily? Why stare at me? You can't kill me. Want to try? Brandan wondered if bringing Daryl to the demon race would provide them with abundant resources. Based on his understanding, Daryl had no particular grudge against demons. Maybe this idea could work. Hirsch clenched his fists and stepped back silently. He indeed wasn't a match for Brandan. Dealing with demon lords was always challenging. Nor did he know Brandan's true abilities. Incidentally, he was the only one whose face appeared in the demon records. Otherwise, Hirsch wouldn't have recognized him instantly. What's the fuss? It's all about resources. Whoever wins gets them. Isn't that your rule? You two can't change the outcome of the war anyway. Please ensure that the story and logic remain coherent with the previous content, and maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 218. Information on the demon race. Mr. Daryl. But after they seize resources, they will recklessly slaughter humans too. We have long been irreconcilable races, Hirsch said, disliking Brandan and hoping that Daryl would take care of him. Do your humans not slaughter us? How is it that only our demons' lives don't count? Brandan remarked disdainfully. Don't pretend like your humans are so good. Aren't you all just the same? Just leave this place. I look at you and feel uncomfortable. If you stay here any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself from taking action against you. Brandan's displeasure with Hirsch grew. If it weren't for Daryl watching him, he would really want to kill this person. Mr. Daryl, even if you do not help us, you shouldn't bring a demon onto our territory, especially a demon king. Nobody knew what this centuries-old demon king was doing here. If Daryl failed to pay attention and let him cause trouble, their entire Feather Spirit sect could be in trouble. So what if I am a demon king? I haven't harmed anyone yet. What do you fear? Mr. Daryl has already agreed for me to stay. Can you please mind your own business? Seeing these two about to fight, Daryl interjected immediately. Why don't you two settle it outside? You're annoying me. He won't dare do anything under my watch. If you have something else to attend to, then go ahead. This was the second time Daryl asked Hirsch to leave. Hirsch glanced at Brandan and finally left. He knew lingering might upset Daryl. After Hirsch left, Brandan felt much more comfortable around the rest of the demons. Through Daryl, he had met many humans but most treated him like Hirsch, wishing to kill him on sight. Do you guys have any books about the ancient era? If not, tell me stories of the battles back then, Daryl asked. Daryl wanted to understand how this balance came to be. There are such books, and you've come to the right person because I'm responsible for writing them. I have plenty. If you wish to borrow them, remember to return them. They're evidence of my existence over the years. Looking at Daryl for confirmation, Brandan took out a storage ring full of books. All of these were written by you? Daryl peeked inside the storage ring. He indeed approached the right person. With this information, he could better understand the demon race. The system couldn't provide this level of information. I was chosen by the original demon god and lived for a very long time. These records document major upheavals in our demon clan. Since we get along well, I'll show you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother, explained Brandan, finding Daryl quite interesting. Perhaps Daryl sensed those unusual moments as well. All right, thank you. Let me give you something as well, Daryl said, reluctant to take advantage of others. Without hesitation, he handed a substantial amount of resources to Brandan. Do you mean to give all these to me? These are exceptional cultivation resources. Just this one herb needs thousands of years to grow. Brandan heard rumors about Daryl being generous, but he was still surprised upon witnessing it. These are gifts. After I finish reviewing these documents, I'll contact you. You can walk around our sect, but no funny business. Don't blame me for being unfriendly otherwise, Daryl warned Brandan sternly. Don't worry, I promise not to harm your sect members. Besides, there's no benefit for me if I killed them. Brandan was merely a commander of the demon clan and the successor after Demon God's departure. This victory was an opportunity for him to minimize losses within his clan. While they were chatting, Nolan smelled food and ran into Daryl's room. Daryl, demon crystals. The ones in his body are potent. If I eat them, I can become stronger. Daryl hugged Nolan and communicated mentally. He's the demon king, not an opponent you can handle. I won't assist you. Nolan glanced at Brandan, huffed unhappily. Such a feast wasted. Brandan looked at this little creature entering, presumably Daryl's pet. For some reason, when the creature gazed at him, he felt its magical power instantly paralyzing him. Was this just a common pet? Moreover, his magic seemed to slow down drastically before this creature. Mr. Daryl, what is this? This is my pet, called Nolan. Nolan didn't look at Brandan and simply left the room, thinking it was meaningless to stare without eating. He couldn't understand Daryl. Weren't humans and demons enemies? Do every demon possess only one demon crystal? Not true. Powerful demons like us can have multiple crystals. As long as one remains, we won't die. It was as if they had multiple lives. Fate favored the demon race. If not for their difficult cultivation, Daryl would almost think the world should belong to them. Can you revive with a demon crystal? Daryl reviewed some materials, which did not describe this ability thoroughly. He wondered if it was true. How could that be possible? Once we demons die, that's it. Bretmans leave corpses behind. We leave demon crystals. Brandan believed humans misunderstood the demon race greatly. But based on the data I saw, during a 3-party battle, a demon god revived people using those crystals. The system's data wasn't comprehensive. Daryl assumed the crystal could revive them. In that case, Nolan ate their corpses? That event? Oh, I remember now. That demon god had the power of resurrection. Interestingly, he also gifted me this ability. If given demon crystals, I can revive them too. Brandan spoke indifferently, knowing these past events held no secrets from Daryl. Besides, he already passed the information along. Hashtag chapter 219. Identified at first sight. The information I gave you has records of both big and small matters. You can just read through it carefully. There's also some interesting stuff about our demon clan that I've included. I told you already, if I didn't think you were quite a match for me, I wouldn't have shown you this. Don't tell anyone else about this matter. Otherwise, the demon clan would think I'm betraying them. Brandan put away the items Daryl had given him. Daryl was becoming more to his liking. It wouldn't matter if they lost this time, as long as Daryl could be brought back to the demon clan. Understood. Daryl agreed with Brandan. Brandan was alone in the room, looking around. While exploring the new and intriguing items, Aline walked in and immediately noticed Brandan sitting on the chair. Mr. Daryl, did you know this person is from the demon clan? Aline could distinguish Brandan from Daryl at first glance. His aura was different from humans, and even demons. Brandan's hand paused midair as he reached for the tea, puzzled by how people here recognized him. Hirsch might have recognized him because he appeared in many reference books, but it wasn't likely due to his face. He noticed Aline hadn't looked at his face when she entered. How did you recognize me? Brandan curiously looked at Aline. Daryl wasn't ordinary, and neither were the people around him. Though Aline had no cultivation, he could see an extremely powerful force within her. Ordinary people couldn't harm her. Your aura is different from other cultivators, so it's easy to guess. Seeing Mr. Daryl remain calm, it reassured her. She feared this person might deceive him. I hid my aura. How could you possibly know I'm not like a cultivator? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Daryl, can you have some normal people around you who can't identify me as a demon at first sight? Brandan glanced at Daryl with dissatisfaction. He felt no presence here. There should be, Daryl answered with a smile. Though he said this, everyone around Daryl knew Brandan was a demon. Even Miles had detected it immediately, leaving Brandan feeling rather disheartened. He began to suspect whether his skills were lacking. Miles showed considerable curiosity toward Brandan and took him outside to avoid disturbing Mr. Daryl while asking questions. He acted like an eager child asking numerous questions. Can I get some rest? I can't answer all your questions. Mr. Daryl knows all this stuff. Why don't you ask him directly? He really didn't want to answer anymore. It was pointless. Mr. Daryl is busy. I don't want to disturb him. Besides, aren't you free? I'm very curious about your clan. If you answer my questions, I can exchange resources for your help, okay? Miles immediately pulled out some quality herbs. These were considered subpar by Mr. Daryl and were to be discarded, but Miles found them quite good. Sure, ask whatever you want. Brandan instantly changed his expression and readily accepted the offer. Although he possessed ample resources, supporting many demons drained his supplies. They occasionally transformed into human form to raid resources from humans, or their clan would have been wiped out long ago. Miles asked many questions and gained some understanding of the demons. He wanted to prepare for the inevitable battle and follow Mr. Daryl. You don't have any more questions? As long as it's about the demon clan, I know everything. Give me good treasures, and I'll answer you. Brandan had gained much from Miles and looked content. Not right now. Miles offered things others rejected, which Brandan would never know. Though Daryl was reading, he knew what was happening outside. Miles's inquiries had nothing to do with him. After a few days, Brandan felt staying at Brandan Sect was boring and decided to leave. Mr. Daryl, after you finish these materials, contact me, and I'll come to retrieve them. I need to return. The reminder this time was sufficient. My people will retreat. Want to put on a show? We can act terrified and flee upon seeing you? Speaking of which, Mr. Daryl, I encountered you at Xianxia Sect. Brandan left the means of contacting him and planned to talk more with Daryl. Were you the one who ordered a retreat? Did you feel my power and then command your people to withdraw? Daryl remembered the incident, his first confrontation with a demon. Yes, I wouldn't let my people sacrifice unnecessarily. This time, I chose Brandan Sect because I expected you to assist. When we retreated, I thought it unnecessary to meet you here. Understand, visiting Brandan Sect's base is terrifying for me. Recently, Brandan explored, played, and even teased female disciples. Daryl saw no fear in him, but observed Hirsch closely following him out of fright. Hirsch didn't reveal Brandan's identity, knowing no one except Daryl could handle Brandan. If you don't believe me, fine. Coming here required boldness. A small misstep and I might not return. But now, the situation is better. Your sect members are quite welcoming, though sometimes they discuss what to do if they capture us demons, which irritates me. I just trick them a bit, hoping they won't blame me later. Brandan felt particularly happy over the past few days. Chapter 220. Equal terms. I'll come find you after I arrange things back home. I really like your Brandan Sect. After saying this, Brandan waited for Daryl's reaction. Daryl didn't mind too much since his formations couldn't stop Brandan if he had the token, as long as no harm came to the Brandan Sect disciples. Otherwise, Daryl let him do as he pleased. Please don't say you like our Brandan Sect. We don't welcome you here either. The disciples would be unhappy if they knew you were messing with them. So you understand? Nobody here welcomes you. You can leave now. Hirsch felt immensely relieved that this troublesome ancestor was finally leaving. Recently, he had been following him around like a leech, fearful of any misconduct toward Brandan Sect disciples. Daryl was indifferent. He believed that since Brandan had promised him, there would be no further incidents. If I don't leave now, all the people sent out by your Brandan Sect and other sects will die. Consider this a parting gift from me, Mr. Daryl. This time I'm retreating, but next time, send stronger fighters. Don't send the weaker ones. After all, even we demons don't wish to fight weaklings. Also, inform the hidden powerful families. Without them, your humans might be overwhelmed by us. Farewell, Mr. Daryl. Thank you for your hospitality these few days. And you, Hirsch, thank you for escorting me safely. Brandan quickly vanished before them. Daryl could sense that he had indeed left. Once he departed, Hirsch sat opposite Daryl and began discussing. Mr. Daryl, if we meet him again, can we kill him? Over these days, Hirsch realized that Brandan commanded the entire demon race. Without him, the demons might be just a disorganized mob, not a threat at all. Do you think it's that easy for him to die? Have you forgotten the cruelty of this world because you've been by my side for too long? Daryl had reviewed many records about demons recently. The more he understood, the more he found Brandan difficult to contend with. Even demon gods might not match up to Brandan. According to records, once a demon god challenged Brandan and ended up on equal terms. This indicated that Brandan grew stronger against stronger opponents. His true strength was far deeper than what showed. Just like Daryl himself, Brandan must have many hidden cards up his sleeve. Someone who the whole demon race revered as old Brandan could never be so simple. So, even you can't guarantee killing him? Hirsch calmed down, realizing he always thought Daryl could fully control Brandan. Now it seemed that Daryl couldn't manage him? Not confident enough. It might be equal terms, or his chances of winning might be higher. He has lived for many years, and I don't know what tricks he has up his sleeve. Daryl wouldn't just randomly fight Brandan, especially finding Brandan quite intriguing. From Brandan's words, Daryl inferred that the demons saw victory in their grasp this time. We're doomed. If even you, Mr. Daryl, can't handle him, won't we be in big trouble? If he comes back next time and starts a massacre, none of us can stand against him. Should we follow his advice and immediately contact those hidden great families? Some may possess formidable power. Hirsch was anxious, knowing it wouldn't be easy to make those hidden families step out. They would still rely on sects like theirs. Mr. Daryl, you're so capable. Is there another way to deal with him? Hirsch felt Daryl must have a plan. Without answering, Daryl went to brew tea. Hirsch didn't ask again, sensing Daryl's reluctance to answer such questions. Perhaps Daryl had his reasons. Not long after Brandan left, the demons withdrew entirely. They came and left quietly, almost unnoticed if not for the chaos left behind. It was as if everyone questioned whether they had just dreamt the battle with demons. Why do I feel the demons' strength increased again? I'm not the only one feeling that way. They weren't this strong before. That's beyond our understanding. One thing puzzles me. Why wasn't Mr. Daryl chosen to represent Brandan Ling's sect? He should have been present. You don't know? Mr. Daryl refused Elder Sue Brandan's request, claiming he was just a gatekeeper of Brandan Ling's sect, lacking capability. I found that hard to believe. He doesn't want to be an elder. He wishes to protect the sect properly. If anyone wants to join our Brandan Ling sect, we welcome them after evaluation. After the demon threat subsided, everyone relaxed. There was time to chat about why Mr. Daryl wasn't here. Initially, they hoped to meet Daryl and perhaps gain some resources. Meanwhile, Brandan returned to his clan with the demons. Many demon kings approached to inquire. Old Brandan, did you learn about the current human situation? How are their capabilities? Did Daryl join the battle? Who is stronger between him and you? Daryl's name was renowned among demons as their greatest adversary. Just interesting, said Brandan. I visited Brandan Ling's sect and found Daryl fascinating. If a real conflict arises, let me handle him. Brandan wanted to gauge Daryl's true strength. Otherwise, why would Daryl casually gift such valuable resources? Fine. Then when do you think we should act based on your recent exploration of their strength? Hashtag chapter 221. Temporarily not taking action. I think the Devil King has disappeared somewhere. Let's wait until he comes back before we talk about this matter. What if our abilities aren't enough and we miss the best opportunity? The unlucky ones will still be us. There's no need for that. I believe finding a good chance to ambush them would be fine. Anyway, I feel those humans are weak and have no powerful individuals among them. Don't underestimate them either. There are many hidden experts. And have you forgotten? Now only our devils are active outside, but our previous battles were always fought by 3 parties. What if we become the victims while pursuing others? I don't want to work so hard in battle, only to end up working for others. These devil generals discussed heatedly. They naturally wanted to do things with the utmost confidence. They didn't reach a satisfactory conclusion and encountered various problems. So they looked at Brandan. Old Brandan, what should we do about this matter? Since the demon god is not here now, we'll follow your lead. Brandan, in the demon clan, was also an authoritative figure whose words carried weight. Everyone awaited his response. My suggestion is to temporarily not take any action and observe the situation on the monster side. Besides, these matters can't be resolved overnight. When I went to find Daryl this time, I got you a lot of excellent resources. Here's some for the few of you devil kings, and you devil generals as well. As they were distributing the items, Daryl's retirement system kept ringing continuously. Ding! The demon clan Devil King Brandan used something provided by the host. The host now has a connection with Devil King Brandan, gaining equal power whenever Devil King Brandan levels up or increases strength. Ding! The demon clan Devil King Amrit used the treasure given by the host. The host now has a connection with Devil King Amrit, gaining equal power whenever Devil King Amrit levels up or increases strength. Ding! Daryl was quite surprised upon hearing the notifications from the system. He hadn't expected that his retirement system could help him increase strength not just through humans, but also demons. Could monsters also establish connections with him and help him out? If so, he really could get everyone, humans, monsters, and demons, to work for him across the entire cultivation world. The harder they cultivated and increased their strength, the more powerful Daryl would become. This actually wasn't bad. Daryl was very satisfied. If he had known this earlier, he would have given more resources to the Devil Kings initially to gain even greater power. However, he wasn't in a rush. Brandan would eventually come back to him. The mission sent out by the Feather Spirit sect returned victorious, and this time the sect did not lose many people. Only a few suffered severe injuries. Upon their arrival, Maxim immediately gave them exceptional medicinal pills, ensuring none of the severely injured died. These pills were all provided by Daryl, and Maxim believed they would recover fully with proper rest. But this time, Maxim was too optimistic. After using Daryl's pills, the patient's conditions not only didn't improve but worsened. Maxim was baffled. Daryl's pills were very effective, normally capable of curing even severe injuries. Could it be that these demons were different from others? Maxim couldn't understand what was happening. Unable to find a solution himself, he sought out alchemists within the sect, but they were equally clueless. In the end, he had no choice but to seek Daryl. Since Daryl rejected him last time, Maxim hadn't visited him for a long while, and thus knew nothing about the events in the small wooden house. For example, he didn't know that a Devil King had visited their sect. Had Maxim known, he might have panicked. Mr. Daryl, this matter really needs your help. Previously, we sent dozens of our best members to support the fight against the demons. Now they've returned injured. I gave them the excellent medicinal pills you provided, but the effects weren't great. Their condition is getting worse day by day. Can you please come and check it out? We can't let these heroes die like this. As long as Daryl agreed to visit, there wouldn't be a significant issue, but Maxim feared Daryl wouldn't agree. I'll go with you right away. Daryl stood up and walked over, quickly discovering the problem. Mr. Daryl, how serious is the situation? Are they really in danger? Did my medicinal pills harm them? Maxim was extremely worried, hoping he hadn't harmed them. You gave them the wrong medicinal pill, which had no effect and made their condition worse. Give them this one instead, and they will recover soon. Daryl took out another batch of pills from his spatial bag. Use this kind of pill for future injuries. Recently, some people came to ask Daryl about medicinal pills. Some disciples' comprehension abilities were so poor that despite Daryl refining 4 or 5 batches, they still failed to finish even one. Additionally, they struggled throughout the refining process, and if not for their sincere desire to learn, Daryl would have found it exhausting guiding them seriously. Daryl suspected they might be deliberately causing trouble. Sometimes, he wished to refine a pill that instantly improved their comprehension ability, so when he explained something, the disciples would instantly understand, saving him a lot of effort. These pills were refined during such times, or sometimes when Daryl was idle, he would think of refining new kinds of pills as backup. Gradually, his nearly empty storage space filled up with pills. Moreover, Daryl had researched and mastered refining the most effective pills using the most common ingredients, making the effectiveness of his refined pills surpass ordinary ones. Thank you, Mr. Daryl, Maxim said. Receiving Daryl's medicinal pills, he realized his assumptions were too casual. After all, Daryl had previously told him he didn't enjoy dealing with too many matters, especially leaving the sect. Refusing such requests was normal. Besides, with many elders and disciples now available, not everything required Daryl's personal attention. Being such an important person, Daryl needed to remain within the sect. Chapter 222. Preparations in advance. Maxim, who hadn't understood something before, suddenly figured it out in that moment. Daryl's choice was quite normal. There's no need to look at me like that. The matter is already resolved, so I'll be heading back. Whether Maxim had figured things out or not, these matters were not related to him. Daryl thought simply. If he became the guardian of Brandaling's sect, he would do his best at this role. With the medicinal pills Daryl provided, their condition improved significantly. Mr. Daryl is truly remarkable. No matter what issue arises, as long as one of his pills is used, there isn't anything he can't solve. I agree, but Mr. Daryl rarely intervenes. It would have been better if Mr. Daryl had become an elder of the Brandaling sect directly. With such outstanding talent, it's really a waste. Faced with the new elder's accusations, Maxim could not say a word. Back then, when the elders wanted to take on disciples, Daryl had refused all offers. They thought Daryl was being unreasonable, rejecting such good opportunities. They naively believed that if Daryl was so arrogant, they could just give him a minor position to show him the consequences of rejecting them. But in the end, it was they who experienced the repercussions. If they had known how formidable Daryl was back then, they wouldn't have let him guard the entrance of the Brandaling sect. Most importantly, they shouldn't have allowed the Brandaling sect to realize Daryl's potential only now. After returning to his wooden hut, Daryl continued to review the documents left by Brandan. He found the records of Brandan's encounters with demons quite interesting, especially the amusing incidents Brandan documented. Once you started reading, you couldn't stop. Mr. Daryl, during my recent visit back to the sect, I acquired some excellent fabric which I've tailored for you. Kesha took out a set of clothes, and the material indeed looked beautiful. I noticed you always wore the sect's uniform. You're so handsome. Wearing something different would make you even more attractive. In the sect, I only wear the sect's uniform. Thank you for the clothes. These clothes also had defensive properties, which Daryl could tell. Kesha must have put considerable effort into finding the right materials. Daryl appreciated others' sincerity wholeheartedly. My point is, when we go out in the future, we can dress together. After all, we have plenty of time ahead, and staying in the sect all the time can get boring. Kesha actually wanted to go out again. She had nearly explored everything in the Brandaling sect. She didn't need to practice much, and had almost finished the books Daryl gave her, from which she learned a lot. One thing Kesha didn't tell Daryl was that she had sewn this outfit herself, stitch by stitch. She wanted to personally make something special for Daryl. I don't have any plans to go out for now. If you're bored, you can take Tony with you. Miles won't be able to join you anytime soon. Miles was undergoing a crucial breakthrough, and Daryl felt it was safer to keep a close eye on him. Finding someone as loyal and understanding as Miles wouldn't be easy if anything happened. I should go with you. It's dangerous outside now. If I run into those black-clothed people again, I won't be able to outrun them or fight them off. In the end, I'd still need your help. That would be too embarrassing. Kesha had grown wiser. She realized it wasn't wise to go out without sufficient strength. She knew Daryl would eventually leave the sect. Moreover, she feared that if she were away for a while, another pretty, gentle, and skillful woman might appear beside Daryl. Thankfully, Aline had no feelings for Daryl. Speaking of which, I really feel the outside world is becoming chaotic and far worse than before. Kesha used to run out without encountering many problems. The demons are eager to attack humans. How can you still chat idly? Focus on cultivating and contribute your share to humanity. Hirsch walked past them, saying, since Daryl mentioned that he and Brandan were evenly matched, he felt Daryl needed more time to become stronger. After all, Brandan had lived for many years, while Daryl was only 20. Elder Hirsch, weren't you planning to break through? Why hasn't there been any sign yet? Kesha looked at Hirsch. These days, whenever Hirsch had free time, he practiced. Sometimes he seemed extremely intense, as Kesha once overheard from outside his cabin. Please, let me succeed in this breakthrough. At my age, I can't afford to fail. Hirsch glanced at Kesha discontentedly. How did you people around Daryl become just like him? Breaking through isn't that simple. If it were, there wouldn't be so many weak cultivators in the world. Hirsch needed thorough preparations before attempting a breakthrough. He had everything ready, but the feeling for breaking through never came. It could happen in the next second, or might take years. But Hirsch was willing to wait. Some things just need to happen naturally. Kesha didn't fully understand. She was one of those who could easily break through without enduring a thunder tribulation, making it much more comfortable. By the way, she hadn't seen Mr. Daryl endure a thunder tribulation either. Given his current strength, his tribulation must be terrifying. Mr. Daryl, if I encounter any issues during my breakthrough, I hope you'll lend a hand. I'll leave these items with you in advance as a promise of our agreement. Mr. Daryl, is that okay? Worried Daryl might refuse, Hirsch had chosen some high-quality herbs beforehand. Seizing the opportunity, he handed them all over to Daryl to increase his chances of success. For someone at your level, the thunder tribulation isn't that severe. There's no need to be overly cautious. Daryl had seen similar breakthroughs and knew that Hirsch, with his strength, could handle it within minutes. You don't understand. I want to ensure a successful breakthrough, and having extra protection will give me peace of mind. Please keep these items. Note: this translation preserves the original tone, style, and structure of the text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Hashtag chapter 223. First on the list, Kesha. These are all good things. You know what kind of person I am. I wouldn't dare give you anything less than the best. Am I right? When Daryl saw the items Hirsch presented, he knew Hirsch had indeed parted with these things with great reluctance. Normally, it was very difficult to get even a little bit from Hirsch. It was evident that Hirsch placed immense importance on this breakthrough. I will accept the items. If you need my help, I'll assist you. Daryl believed that Hirsch was placing too much significance on this matter, which is why he couldn't find the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he didn't worry so much about it, he might have already succeeded long ago. Of course, Hirsch needed to come to this realization on his own. If Daryl were to tell him directly, it might only draw more attention to the issue. Okay, thank you, Mr. Daryl. I'll go and practice now. Kesha, you look particularly beautiful today. Hirsch's compliment left Kesha speechless, as she didn't feel any different from her usual self. Perhaps Hirsch was just in a very good mood. But before Kesha could respond, Daryl immediately chimed in. You do look especially beautiful today. When Hirsch praised her, she felt nothing special. But when Daryl did, it felt like the whole world was filled with pink bubbles. She was too happy. Kesha's face quickly turned red. These items are all for you. They will be useful when you're practicing. Daryl had always intended to give these things to Kesha since he had plenty of them. Kesha accepted the items Daryl offered, feeling quite embarrassed, and ran off quickly. Days passed, and the Brand.1 sect gradually settled into a routine. One thing worth mentioning was that Kesha now held the top spot on Maxim's list. Since Kesha and Daryl were such close friends, she naturally didn't need to compete for resources. Whenever she needed to practice, she just needed to ask Daryl directly. Why was Kesha at the top of the list? It turned out that the previous number one had taken a liking to her and wanted to pursue her romantically. Initially, Kesha didn't care much about this, but the more she rejected him, the more determined he became. She defeated him in one move and told him, I like those stronger than me. Someone like you doesn't interest me at all. After that incident, Kesha took over the top spot on the list. To avoid the attention, she visited Maxim multiple times, trying to have her ranking changed, as she didn't want to be stared at every time she went out. Moreover, people kept challenging her. Refusing wasn't appropriate, but fighting wasn't interesting either, as none of them could match her strength. During dinner one day, Kesha complained to Daryl about this situation. Your strength is formidable. Being first on the list is a good thing. If they challenge you, defeat them all, making them fear challenging you again, said Daryl, finishing his meal and looking at Kesha. Her strength was indeed one of the strongest among the Brand.1 sect disciples. He was aware of this situation. Though it started unexpectedly, he thought it was a positive development. I agree. Staying here would be better. Before, people gossiped that you relied solely on your looks to be beside Mr. Daryl. Now you can prove your strength to everyone. Prove that you're superior and deserve to be by Mr. Daryl's side. Aline was usually low-key and rarely interacted with other disciples. Sometimes when she went shopping, she would hear the disciples gossiping about them, including Kesha and herself. Because she seldom went out, they didn't have much to say about her either. If you don't want to be first, I can arrange a match between you and my son. You'd lose, and he could take your place, along with the resources. No one ever thinks there's too much of a good thing, especially training resources. Plus, getting Mr. Daryl to guide him would be an excellent opportunity, and if you don't want it, I do. Hirsch quickly came up with a solution. He originally planned to have his son challenge the number one, as receiving resources from the Brand.1 sect was unnecessary. But the chance for Daryl to guide his son was invaluable. Unfortunately, Kesha had already taken the top spot, and because they were so familiar with her, they couldn't easily challenge her. Now that Kesha didn't want this opportunity, it was perfect timing for them to step in. If you say so, I won't let this chance go. I want to see exactly what they think of me. Today, I'll set up a challenge outside. Want to challenge me? Think my win was a fluke? I'll show them who's truly exceptional. Before meeting Daryl, Kesha had already won the Dao debate competition, proving she was outstanding without relying on Daryl's influence. How could these people talk about her as if she was useless? Actually, Hirsch's suggestion wasn't the reason for Kesha changing her mind. It was Daryl's support that made her stay at the top position. So, she would openly declare to everyone at Brand.1 sect that she deserved to be there. More than anyone else. Then I'll go with you. Daryl and his group accompanied Kesha to the dedicated arena within the sect. All those who have talked about challenging me and claimed I don't belong at the top, here's your chance. Step forward and show me what you've got. Kesha casually stepped onto a platform, eyeing the crowd provocatively. Xianxia, isn't she the woman beside Mr. Daryl? With him here personally today, who dares challenge her? If they injure her, Mr. Daryl will surely come after us. It's a fair contest. Besides, holding the top spot means access to many resources. Yes, the resources at the top are abundant. I think it's worth striving for. Xianxia already has so many resources being close to Mr. Daryl. Does she really need to compete for a bit more? But her strength is undeniably strong. Holding the top spot isn't unusual for her, right? Chapter 234, Luciano battles Xianxia. Is no one going to challenge me? Xianxia stood on the stage, waiting for 3 minutes without a single challenger stepping up. She called out again loudly. If we beat you, would Mr. Daryl have any objections? This was the issue that worried them the most. They didn't want to win the competition and lose the opportunity to be guided by Mr. Daryl. All eyes suddenly turned to Daryl, who was watching from the sidelines. Why would I object? It's true that Xianxia has always been by my side, but if you have the ability to win her, then you too would rightfully become the first. Daryl didn't understand why this mattered so much, and he also didn't think Xianxia would lose. And if you do defeat her, I will offer you an additional guidance session, and double the cultivation resources. Just as Daryl finished speaking, Maxim arrived. Seeing Daryl with his people, he initially thought Daryl was about to do something else and rushed over in a hurry. Turns out it was all to support Xianxia. Xianxia had approached him several times, but he had refused her each time. He believed that matters like this should follow the rules. Being the top required staying in the position until proven otherwise. This is such a good opportunity. Why are you hesitating? If you think you can win, go ahead and step up. The resources Mr. Daryl offers are never bad. Moreover, those who were previously guided by Mr. Daryl felt their cultivation became smoother afterward. Such a great chance, don't let it slip away. Maxim immediately followed up on Daryl's words. With Daryl's endorsement, more people started to challenge Xianxia. Unfortunately, none of them were her match. The strongest contestant only lasted 10 moves against her. Damn, today I finally see Xianxia's strength. She's far from the weakling we imagined, relying on Mr. Daryl's protection. When I stepped up, I was instantly defeated in one move. As I fell off the stage, I felt a force supporting me. It was Xianxia, distractedly helping me down. She's stronger than we imagined. This first place might not change after all. She truly is someone close to Mr. Daryl. I've told you before, there's no ordinary person around Mr. Daryl. You may not know this, but Xianxia was the first at the last Penglai Immortal Sect's Dao discussion conference. At that time, Xianxia and Mr. Daryl didn't even know each other. Her strength was already formidable. It wasn't because of knowing Mr. Daryl. Gradually, fewer people challenged Xianxia. Mr. Daryl, I want to challenge Xianxia. I just want to test my skills. My hands are itching. I know I'm not part of the Brandandling sect, so even if I win, I don't need your resources. Luciano looked eagerly at Daryl, eager to try his hand against Xianxia, whose strength matched his own. If you can beat her, I'll provide the resources. Daryl agreed, and Luciano quickly stepped up to challenge her. Daryl, he's not from our sect. What if he beats Xianxia? How do we handle that? Hirsch felt uneasy allowing Luciano to challenge Xianxia in front of so many disciples. If Xianxia loses, isn't your son still here? Besides, Xianxia might not lose. Though they were evenly matched, Xianxia had received Daryl's guidance, making her slightly stronger than Luciano. Then, what do you think? Who would win if your son fought Xianxia? With Daryl's assurance, Hirsch stopped worrying about the sect and began thinking about other matters. Why don't you let them fight? Don't you usually need sparring partners during cultivation? When Daryl sparred with him, the reason was twofold. He was too powerful, and he wanted to take it easy. With one hand, he could easily overpower them. This reminded Daryl of when he defeated Hirsch in one move due to a momentary insight. After leaving the sect, he gained a wealth of cultivation resources, far surpassing Hirsch. Daryl could feel his strength constantly growing. The more people he helped, the more they returned to him. Daryl, shall we bet? I've actually got some things I need your help with. Daryl glanced at Hirsch, indicating he should continue. If I win, you help me with one thing. If you win, I'll do the same, anything within my capabilities. Daryl wasn't interested in the bet, and shook his head. I'd consider it if you wagered the resources in your space. Daryl just wanted to see how much Hirsch had stashed away over the years. Mr. Daryl, with all your resources, why focus on my few trinkets? Is it really necessary? Hirsch was speechless. Daryl had countless treasures in his space. The resources Hirsch held weren't even worth Daryl's attention, especially since they mostly came from following Daryl. I just want to see if you dare bet. Betting should involve what's hardest for others to part with. Daryl didn't care either way. If Hirsch wanted to play, fine by him. If I weren't an elder needing to distribute resources to disciples, I'd definitely bet. Forget it, I won't bet with you anymore. Sighing, he merely wanted to secure better weapons for his son, yet it proved so difficult. I agree this time. You choose who wins between them two in the bet. Watching a show alone wasn't very interesting. It was like adding a little excitement, betting for spice. He wasn't afraid of Hirsch proposing high demands. I bet on Luciano winning. Xianxia has already expended a lot of spiritual energy in previous battles. Daryl nodded with a smile. He knew whether Xianxia would win or not. It seemed Hirsch would owe him another favor. What did he need Hirsch to do now? Thinking hard, nothing particularly came to mind. Hashtag chapter 225. Continue the battle. Daryl propped his chin up, watching the intense battle unfold in the arena. Luciano didn't hold back when he stepped in, clearly intent on having a serious fight with Xianxia. The battle between Xianxia and Luciano is quite interesting because they are both people close to Mr. Daryl. Who knows if their duel will force each other to reveal their trump cards. Sigh, watching them fight makes me want to have a match too. I'm different from all of you. I just want to see Mr. Daryl's strength. I wonder if anyone here can make Mr. Daryl fight? I don't think it's possible. Mr. Daryl is far too strong. We probably couldn't even last one move against him together. Haven't you heard? He single-handedly rushed into a group of zombies to save an entire city. You wouldn't know, but now there's even a statue of Mr. Daryl in that city. They even renamed the city Sioux City. They regard him as their greatest savior. Listening to the disciples discuss, Daryl wasn't aware of this development. They actually renamed the city for him. If he has the chance, Daryl plans to return and visit. Of course, he also needs to ask some questions about the ancient tomb. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, with Xianxia now on the defensive. As I expected, the previous series of battles affected her. It seems Mr. Daryl is going to lose. Hirsch didn't believe it, doubting he could win his bet with Daryl. The fight isn't over yet. Why are you so impatient? And did you notice something? Xianxia hasn't even drawn her weapon. A person's weapon can play a significant role in a duel. Xianxia's weapon is no ordinary thing. As Daryl spoke, Xianxia drew her weapon, the one she obtained when he received Wuxia. Mr. Luciano, your strength is impressive. But today, standing here, I will not lose. Come on, let me see your full power. Xianxia's fighting spirit burned fiercely as she spoke. Meanwhile, Luciano was feeling increasingly drained from battling her. On this platform, consuming any medicinal pills was prohibited. Moreover, in terms of medicines, he would never be able to compete with Xianxia. So, this was their final showdown. One last move. Let's decide the winner. Luciano looked at Xianxia. How convenient. I was thinking the same. Let's end it here. Xianxia wasn't going to lose. If she couldn't handle an opponent of the same level, how could she assist Mr. Daryl against more formidable enemies? Daryl immediately erected a protective barrier around them to prevent any collateral damage. Both fighters unleashed their full strength, and the victor was soon decided. Standing on the field was Xianxia, while Luciano knelt down. I lost. Your strength is greater than mine. Using his weapon for support, Luciano stood up. My resolve to win gave me the edge, but you were indeed very strong. If they continued, it might be unclear who would prevail. Xianxia was already at her wit's end. As we agreed, it was the last strike. You're indeed very strong. This first place should go to you. Daryl dissolved the barrier as the energy fluctuations calmed down. Everyone saw the outcome. Xianxia is still the strongest. Sigh. Why are they all so powerful? If not for the protective barrier set by Mr. Daryl, we might have been affected by their battle. Seeing Hirsch concede defeat voluntarily. I've lost again. I owe you one favor. If you need help in the future, just say the word. Let's talk later. But I'm curious, what do you really want me to help you with that you insist on challenging me repeatedly? Hirsch rarely insisted on anything this much. Given their relationship, he could always directly ask Daryl for help, who would never refuse. Just that my son, growing stronger, lacks a suitable weapon. Didn't I hear you obtained many weapons in a secret realm? I want you to choose one for him. Daryl glanced at Hirsch's son standing nearby. All right, I'll help you choose one later. But first, you must beat Xianxia. Daryl believed Xianxia hadn't reached her limit. Her training had been too smooth, and she needed someone to push her. Sir Daryl, you mean to have me fight her now? Is that appropriate? Anyone could see that Xianxia had little remaining energy. Anyone stepping in could easily defeat her. Was Daryl looking down on him, or placing too much trust in Xianxia? She hasn't reached her limit yet. Go challenge her. Tell her it's my order. Seeing Xianxia preparing to leave, Daryl promptly sent Hirsch's son into the arena. What the hell? Is Mr. Daryl making Xianxia face the eldest elder son? Isn't this unfair given her current state? What is Mr. Daryl thinking? Pushing her to her limits doesn't require this, does it? I think it's best not to criticize Mr. Daryl's decision. I feel you might regret it later. I trust him. He won't let anyone get hurt. Haven't you forgotten? Mr. Daryl is incredibly powerful and knows when to stop. If he says it's fine, it's fine. Maybe we'll see another surprise. The conversations reached Xianxia's ears. Seeing the new challenger step into the arena, she glanced at Daryl. Noticing her gaze, Daryl nodded at her. Without hesitation, Luciano left the platform. Today, Daryl wanted Xianxia to undergo a test. During their fight, he could sense that the more he fought Xianxia, the faster she became, and his attacks grew less effective. Do you need a break? You fought several rounds already. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. Chapter 226, Battle Ready. Mr. Daryl asked me to continue the fight with you. Perhaps Mr. Daryl wants to test your strength. I will allow you to take a spirit recovery pill. Otherwise, I could defeat you in one move, and that would be meaningless. Corey looked at Xianxia. If it weren't for Daryl's request, he wouldn't challenge her today. Of course, he did want to challenge her, but not on this day. They could guess a bit about what Daryl was thinking. Corey felt that Daryl overestimated Xianxia, or rather, underestimated him. His strength was significantly greater than Luciano's, and even at her peak, Xianxia wouldn't be his match. Xianxia shook her head. There must be a reason for Daryl's arrangement. Choosing to follow Mr. Daryl meant she unconditionally trusted him no matter when or where. No, since this is a sparring match, I hope you give it your all and don't hold back. My strength is far more than what you've seen. Xianxia stood up, her cultivation technique rapidly restoring her power. Mr. Daryl, isn't this unfair? Brandanyua has already fought several rounds. Fighting Corey now will surely result in a crushing defeat. Adrian knew his daughter well. She didn't enjoy practicing often, and given her unique constitution, prolonged combat wasn't suitable for her. A crushing defeat is her choice. I didn't force her to fight Corey. Daryl watched the platform. He didn't think Xianxia would be thoroughly defeated. From her previous battle with Luciano, it was clear she still had hidden cards. Adrian stood beside Daryl with a less than happy expression. Even if he disagreed with Mr. Daryl, he didn't dare voice his opinion. Mr. Daryl must have his reasons. Is it good for Xianxia to fight my son without resting? Isn't this improper? Hirsch was worried about Xianxia. It wouldn't look good if she suffered a humiliating defeat in front of everyone. It won't be. Daryl really didn't want to deal with them. The outcome of this matter would be clear after the battle ended. Talking now was pointless. Many people who hadn't been cultivating rushed over upon hearing there was a confrontation involving Daryl's people. Sometimes watching others fight could provide insights into their own enlightenment. Naturally, the fighters needed to be sufficiently powerful. Miles also brought some of Mr. Daryl's men over. Notably, when Daryl previously ordered them to change their cultivation techniques, everyone thought it would take years to regain their former strength, even if they were very skilled. However, after using the pills formulated by Mr. Daryl, they not only recovered their previous strength in less than 7 days, but became even stronger. Their cultivation speed was faster too. This led the others who hadn't changed their cultivation methods to ask Daryl if they could switch as well. These people were naturally rejected. If their cultivation techniques were unsuitable, Daryl would have changed them from the start. Your cultivation techniques suit you. There's no need to change. Once you resolve the issues I pointed out earlier, you'll see significant improvement. The battle below had already started. Kesha seemed helpless against Corey's attacks. Is Corey holding back? With his strength, shouldn't it take just a moment to knock Kesha off the platform? What are you looking at? It's not as you think. Despite retreating constantly, Kesha's steps remained steady. Even with Corey's full force attack, it might not knock her down. No wonder Mr. Daryl made an exhausted Kesha continue fighting. He wanted to see her limits. This is interesting. If Corey loses against such a Kesha, Elder Hirsch hasn't been serious about his son's training. As they watched and chatted, few understood how much Kesha was suffering. Her cultivation technique was running at its peak, drawing every last bit of spirit energy until exhaustion set in. Her body grew increasingly fatigued. Feeling she couldn't endure, she glanced toward Daryl. Yet, Kesha felt she could hold on a little longer. She hadn't reached her limit yet. Merely dodging wouldn't help. She had to stand firm and end this. If Corey fell, it would all be over. Now Kesha had only one thought: bring Corey down. Today, she had to prove to everyone that she, Kesha, deserved to stand proudly beside Mr. Daryl. Kesha's transformation was first noticed by Corey. She no longer evaded his attacks. She'd rather get hurt herself to injure him. Injure 1,000, lose 800. Each of her moves aimed for Corey's vital points. Mr. Daryl, stop Kesha. If this continues, she'll be injured. Watching Kesha bleed, Adrian couldn't bear it anymore. He only cared that his daughter was hurt. My son seems to be taking the brunt of the injuries. Daryl, Kesha is stronger than I imagined. Especially now, it feels like she's entered some kind of state. I can sense her strength growing slowly, said Hirsch. With his son's strength, he could last another hour on the platform. By then, Kesha would likely reach her limit. Wasn't this what Daryl initially intended? How did Daryl know Kesha would enter this state during her final battle? This unexpected transformation worked in her favor. Not only could it solidify her cultivation and fix past deficiencies, but it would enhance her strength. She would realize the benefits once the match ended. The situation on the platform was intense. Corey went from underestimating her to having to be fully prepared. Chapter 227. Hirsch challenges Daryl again. Corey was different from Kesha. He feared being injured and didn't want to harm his enemy 1,000 times while hurting himself 800 times in the process. Thus, he found himself constrained and could only passively defend rather than fight head-on with Kesha. Half an hour passed, and Kesha still hadn't exited her battle state. Each of her moves became faster than the last. She gradually discovered the flaws in Corey's attacks and exploited them precisely. The progression of events became clear even to onlookers with higher skills. It was obvious that Kesha held the upper hand. Is Miss Kesha really this powerful? This is already her 30th opponent, and each one has been stronger than the last. Can she win again? I think it's great if Kesha wins. Let you all see that we who practice cultivation are also very strong and not as useless as you say. Don't drag me into this, but I do feel that Kesha's strength is genuinely formidable. The people around Mr. Daryl are no pushovers. If I could be by Mr. Daryl's side, perhaps I too could become more excellent. With so many good resources, anyone could grow strong. Daryl listened to the conversation among the elders beside him. Mr. Daryl, did you know this result from the beginning? I never knew my daughter was so outstanding. Mr. Daryl, this is such a blow to my son. You must choose the best sword for him. Kesha, once in the zone, seems invincible. My son's every move is anticipated by her. At the start, Kesha would hurt herself greatly to wound Corey, but now she could injure him without any harm. Corey could only evade. Enough. Bring your son down, Daryl said, observing that further combat wouldn't change much. Hirsch had been waiting for Daryl's words and immediately went up to the stage to bring down his son. As he led Corey off, he whispered to him, your skills need more practice. One Kesha can already fluster you. How will you stand alone in the future? After Corey was brought down, Kesha glanced at Daryl. Then she collapsed. Daryl walked onto the platform and fed Kesha a pill. Her hand clung tightly to the weapon. You have one. You're very impressive. Hearing Daryl's words, Kesha loosened her grip on the weapon. Mr. Daryl, will my daughter be all right? Adrian hurriedly approached, concerned about his daughter's exhaustion despite her victory. She'll be fine after some rest. Kesha was taken back to her room by Adrian, while Daryl stood on the platform listening to the disciples' questions below. Why did Corey suddenly come down? They haven't truly determined a winner yet. Who wins if it stays like this? It should be Kesha, since she was about to attack when they stopped. I think it should be Corey. He hasn't shown his true abilities yet, and could have lasted longer. But Kesha might not have continued long. Mr. Daryl, in the battle between Kesha and Corey, who wins? This concerns our ranking list's first place. Whom should we challenge next? Daryl looked at the eager disciples awaiting his answer. Their match isn't over yet. Once Kesha recovers, she will fight Corey properly, and then you'll know the winner. Daryl explained before preparing to leave. Hirsch stepped onto the platform. Mr. Daryl, I know your strength has improved significantly, but I am still very curious. If we fought, how many moves could I make against you? Please, Mr. Daryl, grant me a lesson. Hirsch had waited a long time for this moment. His challenge stunned those watching. Damn, Mr. Hirsch is really brave. I've always wondered just how strong Mr. Daryl is. It looks like we'll find out soon. Elder Hirsch won't win. He's going to be dominated by Mr. Daryl again. If I were beaten by someone so much younger, I'd be embarrassed forever. Is Elder Hirsch serious about challenging again? Elder Hirsch was defeated in one move last time. He probably felt unsatisfied. Everyone says Mr. Daryl is incredibly strong, but no one has really seen his full strength. This edit ensures that the term bufu is accurately translated to unsatisfied, which better conveys the meaning in English and reads more naturally. The rest of the sentence flows well and maintains consistency and style. I wonder if Mr. Daryl will accept Elder Hirsch's request? Seeing Hirsch's sincere look, Daryl understood his intention. Hirsch wanted Daryl to train him. Being one of the strongest in the sect, Hirsch lacked worthy opponents. Only Daryl could match him, but Daryl usually stayed in his small wooden hut. Now with this rare opportunity, Hirsch wanted another chance. Today, I'll teach you something. Show you the gap in our strength. If Hirsch sought guidance, he'd have to prove his worth. Daryl released his pressure, forcing Hirsch to retreat several steps involuntarily. Despite the immense pressure, Hirsch rose again. The spectators felt nothing of Daryl's pressure, indicating it targeted Hirsch specifically. Is this supposed to show the gap in strength? Perhaps you overestimate yourself? Hirsch stood up and drew his sword. His movements, slowed significantly, puzzled weaker observers. Elder Hirsch, why are his actions so slow? Is he teaching us? If you don't cultivate, read more. The battle has started. Daryl's pressure immobilized Mr. Hirsch. Mr. Daryl's strength is at least 2 ranks above Mr. Hirsch. Otherwise, the pressure wouldn't have this effect. Most importantly, Daryl can control his power without releasing it. Nearby observers felt nothing. Provoked, Daryl smiled slightly. Chapter 228. Please, Mr. Daryl, give me your guidance. How do you know that this is already my limit? Hirsch, if today you can withstand my pressure and launch an attack on me, I can agree to help you with one thing. Daryl increased the pressure on Hirsch, making it increasingly difficult for him to move. Hirsch maintained his posture with his weapon but couldn't budge at all. Is this what it feels like to be suppressed by sheer strength? No wonder it becomes harder to improve as one gets stronger. Hirsch understood he had lost. This pressure was his limit, but it was definitely not Daryl's limit. I concede. I am not your match. I shouldn't have come to challenge you without fully understanding my own strength. It's truly a self-inflicted hardship. Hirsch would never do such a thing again. He wasn't Daryl's match at all. After saying this, the pressure Daryl exerted on Hirsch instantly disappeared. You are different from Xianxia. You cannot rely on breaking your limits to advance in cultivation. Everyone's path of cultivation is unique. When the time comes for a breakthrough, even walking on the road might bring it. Don't engage in such counterproductive over-effort actions. Note, the idiom ya maljujang refers to counterproductive efforts, akin to pulling up seedlings to make them grow faster, which ultimately harms their development. Daryl suddenly found something interesting and looked at his subordinates. Do you want to challenge me? If you can break through the pressure I impose on you and launch an attack on me, I will provide you with 1 year's worth of cultivation resources. Miles stood on the platform, clearly seeing that Hirsch was utterly helpless against Mr. Daryl. Even they would be inviting trouble, with no possibility of winning Mr. Daryl. But Miles still wanted to try, feeling that experiencing Mr. Daryl's power firsthand would be beneficial. He flew onto the platform, stood opposite Daryl, and saluted with clasped fists. Please, Mr. Daryl, give me your guidance. Not only Miles, but Tony and Luciano also walked up onto the platform. Please, Mr. Daryl, give us your guidance. Seeing their actions, Daryl found them quite amusing. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of my superior strength. I will suppress my strength to just 1 level above yours. Daryl wanted to see if any of them could break through his suppression. Mr. Daryl, can I participate too? The resources aren't important. I just want to experience your formidable power. Mr. Daryl, I also want to try. It's for the reward. 1 year's worth of cultivation resources. Daryl was offering the best resources available, and naturally, they were desirable. Ultimately, everyone on the platform wanted to accept Daryl's challenge. Fine. All of you come together. Daryl's pressure swept over all of them, immediately pushing them beyond their limits. Some immediately fell to their knees, unable to launch an attack. Seeing they had reached their limits, Daryl withdrew his pressure. I really admire you. I couldn't hold on for 3 seconds. How powerful is Mr. Daryl? Those who are still holding on are impressive. Mr. Daryl truly lives up to being the guardian deity of the sect. With someone like him around, we don't need to fear anything. Hirsch stood on the platform. His strength was greater than theirs. He could sense that Daryl wasn't just strong. He had remarkable control over his power. Against those who challenged him, Daryl's pressure was genuinely just 1 level higher, giving them more opportunities to strike. But this required immense control. We humans have really produced a genius. Hirsch sighed. Daryl was truly formidable. An average person stood no chance against him. Even the most elite disciples of the hidden families would likely not be his match. He, Hirsch, dared say that in the entire cultivation world, no one at Daryl's age had ever achieved what he had. More and more people gave up, including Miles, who also couldn't hold on under such pressure. The stronger one was, the harder it was to endure under this pressure. However, several managed to find an opportunity to attack Daryl. Naturally, they couldn't harm him. I succeeded. Mr. Daryl, can you provide me with the most suitable resources for cultivation? After launching their attacks, Daryl canceled his pressure. Seeing their happy expressions, Daryl nodded. Whatever they wanted, he would fulfill. In the end, only 4 succeeded. Among Daryl's subordinates, only Tony made it. Tony was especially excited. He thanked his lucky stars for following Mr. Daryl to remove the divine artifact. Mr. Daryl had given him a chance to try, and the pressure emitted by the artifact was even stronger than what Daryl had imposed on him this time. Don't worry, the cultivation resources provided will be the most suitable for each of you. I keep my word. Through this event, Daryl gained better control over his power. He was satisfied, tailoring everything to their needs. He quickly allocated the resources. Tony, your strength has improved rapidly, Daryl mentioned while handing over the resources to Tony. All thanks to Mr. Daryl's excellent guidance. Without you, I wouldn't have reached this height. Tony was very content with his choice to follow Mr. Daryl. This was the only path to becoming a true cultivator. You also worked hard. My guidance alone isn't enough. After resolving these matters, Daryl went to Kesha's room. She lay in bed, still unconscious. But Daryl noticed her cultivation method was progressing much faster now, making it easier for her strength to improve. Mr. Daryl, when will she wake up? Adrian asked, having been caring for Kesha beside her. She'll wake up once her body is repaired. There's no need for you to wait here constantly. I'll send someone to inform you when she wakes up. Daryl took out a book and sat down in a chair, clearly intending to watch over Kesha. Adrian instantly understood and quickly left. It seemed his daughter wasn't the only one harboring feelings. Perhaps Mr. Daryl also had some thoughts about her. Kesha's body healed faster than Daryl anticipated, and she woke up in the afternoon of the next day. Upon waking, she saw Daryl sipping tea nearby. Mr. Daryl? How long was I unconscious? Kesha asked softly, looking at Daryl. Chapter 229 Invitation for Daryl to visit the demon clan. Just one day. Now feel your strength. Isn't it much stronger? Daryl put down his teacup and walked to Kesha's bedside. Kesha lowered her head. She realized her strength had undergone a significant breakthrough. If she followed regular cultivation practices, reaching this level would have taken at least 3 years. How could just a fight make her so much stronger? Kesha looked at Daryl in confusion. These things must have been orchestrated by Mr. Daryl. He must have known something and allowed Corey to continue challenging her. Your strength was supposed to break through, but you lacked a trigger point. When you aimed to win against Corey, you entered a combat state that triggered your body's cultivation techniques to their full potential. Plus, I used the best elixir on you, so it's natural that you became stronger. You've studied the texts I gave you diligently. Otherwise, you wouldn't be at this level. Daryl had watched Kesha study extensively before he let her continue. I think what you said makes sense. Ordinary cultivation methods can improve my strength, so instead of wasting time, I might as well study what you provided. In such circumstances, she could achieve even better results. Now, her strength improvement made her incredibly happy. The stronger she got, the closer she could get to Mr. Daryl. Though you've awakened, you still need rest and recuperation. Also, your battle with Corey isn't over. Once you're fully rested, remember to finish the challenge. This is crucial because it decides who gets my guidance. Daryl believed Corey wouldn't stand a chance against Kesha now. This whole thing was becoming a mere formality. Alright, Mr. Daryl, please rest assured. To avoid others from disturbing you, I will definitely secure first place. Kesha was very pleased. Mr. Daryl was genuinely helping her improve. Daryl nodded. Guiding disciples was trivial for him. Back in his room, he saw a familiar figure again, Brandan. Why are you here so quickly? Have all matters within your demon clan been arranged? Are you planning another attack on us humans? Daryl asked without any restraint. For now, we won't attack. Our previous actions were meant to pressure you and observe. We still haven't sorted everything out and haven't even found our demon god yet. How can we fight without him? With the demon god present, they'd fight with greater morale and he could boost their strength. Brandan and his clan decided to wait until finding the demon god before starting any battles with humans. But they didn't know when that would be, as there were no clues about the demon god now. I'm here today to discuss something. Our demon king. He wishes to meet you. Do you have time? Perhaps visit our demon clan for some fun? With your strength, you don't need to fear not returning. In just days, your power has increased significantly. Are you really human? It feels like your cultivation is exceptionally fast. Brandan felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Their true aim in inviting Daryl to their clan was to show him interesting things, hoping he'd decide to stay in their clan and never leave. If that happened, it'd be perfect for them. Currently, I don't want to visit your clan. I'll come sometime later when I'm free. Lately, Daryl wanted to live peacefully in the sect, enjoying his leisurely life, planting flowers, sunbathing, and teaching less talented disciples. Why later? Our clan is ready for your visit. Why not go today? Brandan couldn't understand why humans were usually intrigued by their demon clan, but Daryl seemed indifferent. Can't go. I have my own matters to attend to. Daryl sat back on his chair, taking out the book Brandan had given him. Seeing the book, Brandan suddenly understood why Daryl wasn't curious about their clan. He personally handed these documents to Daryl, which contained extensive information about their clan. Once Daryl finished reading, he knew everything about them. From Daryl's appearance, it was clear he read a lot. Brandan lost confidence. Could their clan truly attract Daryl to stay? If you wish to stay at Brandanling Sect, remember the rules. I forbid anyone in the clan from harming Sect members. Daryl glanced at Brandan, unsure of his intentions. Yes. Could our demon king also come to meet you? I assure you, they won't harm anyone, just to get acquainted. Their plan was for Daryl to provide cultivation resources, increasing their strength. Besides you, 2 more can come, but no more. After all, this is Brandanling Sect, not a place for the entire demon clan. Otherwise, they might mistake me for a human traitor. Daryl wanted to see what tricks the demon kings planned. If they wish to meet him, so be it. If you join our clan, it'd be great. I'd step down and you'd call the shots. Brandan knew resources meant power in this era. Bretman's lifespans were limited. Letting Daryl take charge for a while wouldn't hurt. Don't dream. Be cautious when entering and exiting to avoid causing panic. Any trouble brought by you won't be forgiven. Daryl believed they had ways to enter unnoticed. He just reminded them not to leak their presence. Don't worry. On the street, we look no different from ordinary people. Only those peculiar beings around you can instantly recognize us. Because of Daryl's unique followers, Brandan conducted many tests after returning. He found only those near Daryl could spot demons at first glance. Chapter 232 Quotas. The more people around Daryl acted like this, the more Daryl became interested in him. Then wait for me. I'll head back to the demon clan and bring 2 people over right away. Brandan thought of this matter and felt very troubled. Once he went back, they would likely start fighting again. The winner would get to follow him to Brandanling Sect, while the loser wouldn't make it. Their demon clan, already lacking resources, would lose even more. Brother Daryl, can you do me a favor? I'll give you all the information about the demon lords, and you can decide who comes along. Otherwise, they'll fight again. If it's your choice, they might have objections but won't dare do anything. Because those little ones wanted resources from Daryl and would follow his decision. Do I have to decide matters for your demon clan? Anyone unfamiliar might think I'm their leader. Daryl wouldn't do these things. Without getting help from Daryl, Brandon left. Forget it. Let them fight when he gets back. They used the resources Daryl gave them and improved somewhat. A good bout wouldn't be bad after having nothing to do. After Brandon left, little Vivian came to Daryl's room. Recently, little Vivian, being too bored, had started studying alchemy with Daryl. Daryl found her to be exceptionally talented in alchemy. Though she had no cultivation, she could already refine pills with his help. Moreover, her success rate wasn't low at all. Mr. Daryl, the pill you asked me to practice on yesterday, I've refined successfully. Is there anything else I need to refine? It feels great to spend time this way. Time flies. Little Vivian returned the high-pressure cooker Daryl lent her. Using Daryl's alchemy furnace, the quality of the pill she refined was better than others, and the success rate was higher. No wonder she often heard Brandon Ling's Sect disciples say that products from Daryl were definitely top-notch. Indeed. There's nothing for now. Study the books I gave you. If you're free, go help me tend to my garden. Daryl hadn't been there for some time, not knowing how the medicinal herbs were growing. Your garden? Isn't it not far behind the small cabin? When I passed by before, I picked some things. I didn't know it was your garden. I used those to cook. That time when you praised my cooking. Last time, little Vivian walked in without realizing it was someone's place, leaving some items as exchange. She didn't expect that garden belonged to Mr. Daryl. Hearing little Vivian, Daryl replied nonchalantly, "You picked what you picked. We don't lack a bit of herbs." Daryl was curious why little Vivian could enter his formation unnoticed. What exactly is little Vivian? That I'll go tend to today. I noticed some are ripe when I passed by. Should I dig them out for you? Little Vivian thought it was fine as long as Daryl asked. She'd do it earnestly. If you have time, you can plant these too. Recently, Daryl spent time on the flowers at the entrance, which needed careful tending. Little Vivian took Daryl's stuff and quickly left. Upon Brandon returning to the demon clan, it happened as expected. For the two quotas, they fought until blood flowed. Thankfully, the demons healed fast. Otherwise, they'd have lost a few demon lords. Can't you ask Daryl nicely, Elder Brandon? We won't disturb Brandon Ling's Sect disciples' cultivation. Why only take 2? Yeah, Elder Brandon, Brother Daryl is unreasonable. We only have a dozen or so demon lords. We only want resources. The other cultivators aren't worth my notice unless they're recluses or great powers. They aren't qualified for me to move against. Elder Brandon, negotiate with them. Not being able to join Brandon Ling's Sect made them unhappy. On what grounds? That's Brandon Ling's Sect. He's just the gatekeeper, and we're demons. Daryl must be cautious. Those who didn't make it, don't worry. There will be chances later. Let's lure Daryl to our clan then. Besides, the resources I brought aren't kept from you. If I gain more, I won't forget you. Brandon couldn't use the cultivation resources himself. His power hadn't advanced in years. He just wanted the demon lord's power to rise, reducing losses. Elder Brandon spoke, and the other demon lords couldn't protest further. In the end, the two who won followed Brandon back to Brandon Ling's Sect. Is this Brandon Ling's Sect? How do we greet Daryl when we see him? This is our first time interacting with humans. Yeah, Brandon, guide us. We don't want to anger Daryl. I've stayed in the demon clan for years. I don't know what's happening outside. They cautiously walk the path, wary of anyone sensing them. Just act naturally, but remember, never harm disciples here. If you feel itchy, spar amongst yourselves, just don't let the disciples know who you are. As Brandon finished speaking, little Vivian walked over, going to tend Daryl's garden. Seeing Brandon, little Vivian asked, Brandon, you've brought 2 new demon friends? Did you tell Mr. Daryl? Before Brandon could respond, the two beside him openly discussed, older brother, this person knows us. Shouldn't I deal with her? It might not work. Elder Brandon said not to kill Brandon Ling's Sect members here. If Daryl disapproves, we won't get resources. But Daryl told us to hide our identities. What if we move quietly? Would it be fine? They sized up little Vivian while talking, thinking she seemed weak and easy to handle. Chapter 231, Direct Request. They hadn't finished discussing when they received a slap from Brandon. Have you only grown in strength and not in intelligence? She knows me, which means she must be aware of my identity. Isn't it normal for her to recognize us? Aline, where are you going? Brandon noticed Aline holding a small spade and basket. Mr. Daryl's vegetables are ready. I'm going to pick some. Daryl referred to his medicinal garden as a vegetable garden, so saying he was picking vegetables wasn't an issue. Aline glanced at the 2 dumb-looking demons beside Brandon, feeling that Brandon was the only normal person among the entire demon race. Then go ahead. I'll take them to meet Mr. Daryl first. If they were staying here, they would also need to find accommodations. Brandon led the 2 demon kings to Daryl's room. After glancing at them, Daryl had a rough idea of their capabilities. These 2 appear to be among the strongest of the demon kings. Mr. Daryl, let me introduce them to you. This is our demon king Brett, and this is demon king Bart. Brandon pointed at them. They are very curious about the Feather Spirit Sect, and want to come visit and learn. I've already explained your rules to them, and they will comply strictly. On the way over, Brandon also informed them that everyone around Mr. Daryl wasn't ordinary. Even if they recognized them as demons, it wasn't a big deal. One thing that needed special attention. Never harm anyone close to Mr. Daryl, who is known to protect his own fiercely. Yes, Mr. Daryl. We're just very curious about the Feather Spirit Sect, and came to visit without intending to disturb you, they responded sheepishly. Seeing their clueless expressions, Daryl understood why every time the demons won a battle, their losses were still severe. Among dozens of demon kings, there wasn't one intelligent head. It seemed that Brandon was the only one who looked like a normal person. You can seek help from me while you're here. Just remember, even if you have future battles, do not bring them here. Otherwise, your losses will be exacerbated. Daryl wouldn't allow anyone to harm any disciple of the Feather Spirit Sect unless they ventured out on their own. Don't worry, Mr. Daryl. We won't wage war against you. Brandan reassured him. Mr. Daryl, we genuinely need your assistance. Our cultivation speed is exceptionally slow. We heard you possess numerous cultivation resources. Could you share some with us? Yes, Mr. Daryl. Please give us some cultivation resources. Once we enhance our strength, we won't bully you, and we'll remember your kindness. Brandan rubbed his forehead upon hearing this. It was impolite to ask for things from someone they had just met. They should wait until they became familiar with Mr. Daryl. Do you need cultivation resources? Is this enough? Without hesitation, Daryl handed over some resources after giving them a glance. Brett and Bart eagerly nodded. Enough, more than enough. Brandan watched this exchange in shock. Daryl really gave them resources? Did Daryl truly have so many? Such valuable items, handed over without hesitation? And what about you? Daryl asked Brandan, then pulled out more resources from his storage space. Since the demon's cultivation speed was much faster than humans, and Daryl could obtain power from them, he wouldn't be stingy with them. Brandan accepted the resources without hesitation. Will they stay with me at Miles's place? Brandan knew that not just anyone could live in the small wooden house. Sure, you must keep an eye on these two. If anyone from the Feather Spirit sect gets hurt by you, I won't let it go unpunished. Don't worry, no one except you qualifies for us to act. Even if provoked, we won't retaliate. In that case, Mr. Daryl, I'll take them to cultivate. Having received so many resources, Brandan noticed that Brett and Bart were eager to start cultivating. It made sense why, despite increasing in cultivation level over years, their wisdom hadn't improved. These matters, I'll handle myself. Daryl wrote on a piece of paper at his table. Their arrival indeed didn't attract much attention. The other disciples only felt fortunate to be near Mr. Daryl again. Except Hirsch, who had been closely monitoring the situation. Hirsch felt like going mad when he saw Brandan bringing 2 people with him that day. Upon inquiry, he learned that Brandan had brought 2 more demon kings to the sect. What was wrong with this picture? This was the Feather Spirit sect, not a demon lair. Why did he need to bring so many demon kings here? And they had been here for several days? What was Daryl up to? Unable to fight the demon kings, Hirsch rushed to find Daryl. He wanted answers for Daryl's intentions, or else he feared these people might have grievances against him. Daryl, you must tell me why you allowed demons into the Feather Spirit sect. You can't tell me you merely want to make friends with demons. Bretmans and demons are mortal enemies. Hirsch sat down and drank a large bowl of tea, feeling utterly frustrated. Why is making friends wrong? Moreover, I control them. I won't let them harm the Feather Spirit sect disciples. Daryl wanted to understand the demons better, and if possible, even get to know the most powerful figures in the beast clans. But you can't watch them constantly. What if they go on a rampage while you're distracted? There's no one doing such mistakes. Mr. Daryl, if you really want to understand them, perhaps you should take them away from the Feather Spirit sect. Your actions are disrupting my cultivation. Finally getting rid of Brandan and those demons was hard enough. Why were 2 more showing up? And they were even stronger than Brandan. This was serious business. I have this under control. Don't worry. Pretend you don't know about this and continue cultivating. Daryl wouldn't change his plans based on Hirsch's thoughts. Coincidentally, Brandan and company walked in just as Hirsch spoke, overhearing their conversation. Chapter 232, Inadequate Cultivation. Mr. Hirsch, rest assured, dealing with the likes of you is a piece of cake for us. If it weren't for Mr. Daryl, we wouldn't even bother coming to Brandan Ling's sect. You don't need to follow us around all the time. Even if you aren't tired, I am. With their demon race's strength, handling these sects is incredibly easy. Why haven't they attacked humans yet? Because until now, the beast race has shown no movement. They are unaware of what's happening there. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. Someone of your strength can be handled in one move by me. You have no chance of landing a hit. Staring at us won't make any difference. Among the recent demon kings, Bart possesses the strongest power. He isn't exaggerating when he says this. Underestimated by the demons, Hirsch couldn't refute their words, because what they said was true. Otherwise, he would have fought them long ago. Hirsch suddenly realized that ever since meeting Daryl, he increasingly felt his cultivation was inadequate. Clearly, he is among the top cultivators, yet how could he not feel inferior compared to everyone else near Daryl? I hope you remember your words today. Do not attack Brandan Ling's sect. Mr. Daryl, I have some matters to attend to and must leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He might actually die from anger. Mr. Daryl, do you still have the herbs you gave us last time? My friends also want them. Could you give us a little more? They took time off to return to the demon realm, distributing the resources Daryl had given them. However, it was still insufficient. They even thought of directly approaching Daryl at Brandan Ling's sect, but they were stopped by Brandan. Currently, I don't have any. I've provided many resources to our sect this month. If you need them, you'll have to wait for a while. Daryl gave the sect all the elixirs he recently refined, including items the system provided that he didn't need. All the resources he possessed were ones he needed. He couldn't spare them temporarily. That's fine. We can wait. As long as Daryl promised to give them the resources, it was enough. Mr. Daryl, your subordinate Miles wants to fight us. I don't know if I should agree. After all, my strength far exceeds his. What if I accidentally hurt him seriously because I used too much force? Wouldn't that be bad? Miles had mentioned this several times to Brandan. Remembering it today, he decided to ask Daryl about it. Miles challenging you? Restrict your strength and play around with him. He probably wants you to help him train. Miles also has resources you desire. Do you understand what I mean? Daryl felt Miles's idea wasn't bad. Miles needed someone to help him hone his skills. Brandan immediately understood Daryl's implication, but the other two looked confused at Daryl. What exactly did he mean? Fight Miles? Brandan led the two away and explained Daryl's intention to them. They nodded understandingly after hearing the explanation. For some time afterward, Miles and the 3 demon kings were constantly on the arena. Following Daryl's instructions, as long as they didn't kill Miles, they could toy with him as they wished. They diligently played along with Miles. However, Miles's growth genuinely surprised them. Miles has been thoroughly beaten each time. Isn't this something Mr. Daryl arranged? Didn't Xianxia enter a special state when Corey fought her last time? Her strength then increased rapidly. Perhaps Mr. Daryl is guiding Mr. Miles. Before long, Miles's strength might match Elder Hirsch's. When will I get Mr. Daryl's guidance? I can't take it anymore. Everyone around me is stronger than me. This was already the 5th day of Miles challenging Brandan. Yet again, he was defeated effortlessly. But today, he managed to dodge some of Brandan's attacks. When Daryl appeared on the podium, Miles was attacking Brandan with concealed weapons. Unfortunately, Brandan was immune to such weapons. Even if they hit him, they wouldn't cause significant harm. Mr. Daryl. When others didn't notice Daryl's arrival, Bart and another approached him. Now, they act as Daryl's sensors, detecting his presence within 10 miles instantly. After all, Daryl provides them with resources. Frankly speaking, Bart now wanted to follow Mr. Daryl, abandoning the demon realm. It had lost its appeal. Attacking humans relentlessly yielded minimal resources compared to what Daryl casually gave them. After they finish, find a quiet place and spar with me, Bart. Daryl wanted to test the standards of demonic cultivation. Mr. Daryl, fighting you makes me uneasy. I keep thinking about the resources you provide. What if I injure you, and you stop giving me resources? Bart spoke sincerely. He had learned how to interact with Daryl lately. Be straightforward. Honesty works best. And with his intelligence, he couldn't think of another way to connect with Daryl. I'm not like that. I just want to see the strength of your people. Daryl smiled. Sometimes, interacting with them makes one more genuine. They openly express their needs, and Daryl enjoys engaging with them. I can show you during my sparring with Brett. I don't want to fight you, Mr. Daryl. After consideration, Bart declined. He feared accidentally injuring Daryl, affecting their precarious relationship. On the field, Miles was already knocked down. After his defeat, Brandan casually picked up the prize beside him and walked to Daryl. Training Miles required compensation. This was also Daryl's intention. Miles willingly paid the price. Brandan, Mr. Daryl wants to spar with me. Bart glanced at Brandan, puzzled about Daryl's true intention. He wants to test my strength. Watching me spar with Brett will suffice, Mr. Daryl. Brandan looked at Daryl and quickly understood his intent. Do as Mr. Daryl wishes. Go all out. You may not harm Mr. Daryl. Brandan patted Bart on the shoulder, fully confident in his abilities. Alright, let's go to a quieter place. Chapter 233, Daryl vs. Bart. Since the Elder had already spoken, it meant there was no issue. Honestly, Bart also wanted to know just how powerful Mr. Daryl was, given that so many people praised his strength. Daryl quickly found a mountaintop and set up an array, ensuring only they were present. I am the most powerful among the Demon Clan's Demon Kings. If you can defeat me, Mr. Daryl, I will agree to help you with one thing in the future. Of course, it cannot be something that makes me betray the Demon Clan. Bart wanted to follow Daryl, but he feared that Daryl might later ask him to attack the Demon Clan. That was something he couldn't do. Deal. If you can defeat me, I'll give you a year's worth of resources for your cultivation as a Demon King. Daryl appreciated straightforwardness, so he immediately raised the stakes. He hoped Bart would fight him with all his might. Alright, Mr. Daryl, please teach me. Without hesitation, Bart launched his attack. His first move was lethal, showcasing their immense power. Even Elder Brandan could see that the space around them tore apart as they attacked. Despite this, the array Daryl casually set up remained unharmed. This person's strength was truly unfathomable. Just as Brandan expected, even Bart wouldn't gain any advantage against Daryl. Elder Brandan, is Mr. Daryl really that formidable? At the beginning, Daryl seemed not fully adapted to fighting demons, but as he grew more accustomed, Bart was reduced to a defensive position. He is the most powerful cultivator I've encountered in recent years. It's rumored that Mr. Daryl possesses numerous magical treasures, which he hasn't shown yet. Bart was already the strongest demon king among their clan. Even without a demon god, his power was considerable. Especially in recent times, Bart had significantly improved. Bart has his trump cards too. Such a sparring match shouldn't require him to reveal them, right? Brett felt Daryl wasn't that kind of person. After saying this, Daryl pulled out his pseudo-artifact, Elisa. You deserve my full attention. Bart was the strongest opponent Daryl had faced thus far. With his boundless power, Daryl increasingly desired a thorough and intense battle. Mostly, it had been a long time since he had fought someone seriously. Mr. Daryl, you are also outstanding. Let's bring out our true skills and have a proper match. Bart also drew his weapon, which surprisingly turned out to be a whip. The lightning flickering on the whip showed it was no ordinary weapon. They're about to go all out. Let's keep our distance. Brandan led Brett to a safer spot, also wanting to observe Daryl more closely. This person was too mysterious, and Brandan was very curious. Aline was the first to sense that Daryl was engaging in an all-out battle. Afraid something might happen to Daryl, she immediately sought Xianxia and rushed toward Daryl's location. Are you sure Daryl is fighting with all his strength? That doesn't seem right. Today, Mr. Daryl told me he was just going to watch Miles and Brandan's battle. Xianxia became more anxious after hearing Aline. In their feathered spirit sect, who could make Daryl fight at full capacity? Did Daryl encounter danger? It seems like Mr. Daryl is fighting with Brandan. Let's go see. Maybe they're just sparring? Aline wasn't worried because her intuition told her Mr. Daryl would be fine. When the two arrived, Daryl and Bart's battle had already intensified. There's an array set by Mr. Daryl here. Hold my hand, and I should be able to bring you in. Entering alone was effortless for Aline, and bringing Xianxia into Daryl's array posed no problem. Though Xianxia questioned Aline, her primary concern was Daryl. Everything else had to take a back seat. As soon as they entered, they nearly got caught in the blast from Daryl's battle. Fortunately, Brandan reacted quickly and saved them both. Is Mr. Daryl sparring with Bart? After being rescued, Xianxia's immediate concern was Daryl. Yes, Brother Sue said he wanted to test Bart's strength. They've been fighting for almost half an hour without a clear winner. Brandan believed that at this pace, they could continue fighting for 3 days and nights. It all depended on who would use their ultimate trump card first. Knowing it was a sparring match, Kesha breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Daryl is about to win. Aline focused on the field. Bart seemed impatient, and each move carried a hint of anger. Soon, Daryl seized an opening and brought Bart to his knees. Daryl didn't give him time to react, directly restraining him. You lost. Daryl narrowed his eyes. Bart was stronger than he expected. Their demon clan strength was formidable, especially if a demon king were present, making them even more powerful. That was not good news for them. If not for Bart's impatience, Daryl might have needed other tactics to subdue him. I lost. Finally lost. Really tiring, neither winning nor losing. Lying on the ground, Bart felt much relieved. Battling Daryl was too stressful. He never knew what Daryl would do next. Losing wasn't bad. Losing to Daryl was understandable. I remember that. If you need anything from me in the future, just say it. Unfortunately, we didn't win the resources for the brothers. If he had won, his brothers would have been fortunate. Mr. Daryl, you're strong. If I fought you, I would have lost long ago. To withstand Daryl for that long, Bart was already quite impressive. Daryl glanced at Brandan but remained silent. Even if he fought Brandan, he wouldn't gain any advantage. Brandan's experience and battle history were the richest in the demon clan. Even if he was slightly weaker, he was still challenging to handle. His words were overly polite. Bart, you need more practice. Keep working hard. Brandan comforted Bart lying on the ground. Not receiving any response, Brandan didn't mind. With a chuckle, he said to Daryl, how did you find our demon clan's strength? How about considering my previous proposal? If you join us, it will be much more comfortable for you. Chapter 234, Mountain Peak Collapse. Brandan had previously suggested to Daryl that he join the demon clan, just to occasionally provide them with some resources and do nothing else. The demon clan promised Daryl anything he wanted while he was there. However, Daryl flatly refused the offer. But Brandan wasn't the type to give up after one rejection. To trick Daryl into joining the demon clan, he had to be persistent. Not at the moment, Daryl said, flexing his wrists. This was his first exhilarating battle. He wanted to instantly defeat Bart, but for that, he needed to enhance his strength. Daryl dismantled the formation, causing the mountain beneath their feet to collapse immediately, startling Brandan and his companions. If they hadn't reacted quickly, they would have fallen down. Really? You managed to focus on the surroundings while battling Bart? Brandan was genuinely surprised. He had always thought the battle between Daryl and Bart didn't affect the ground because it was in the air. But now, he realized Daryl controlled everything. Why not? Daryl didn't find it difficult. He often did two things at once. Nevertheless, the mountain's destruction felt like a waste due to their battle. The moment the mountain collapsed, disciples who weren't meditating turned their eyes toward the incident site. What happened over there? It was calm, and suddenly it collapsed. I'm not sure, but it must be dangerous. We shouldn't go check. We might get into trouble. It's probably two experts fighting. I seriously suspect it's Mr. Daryl. Who's Mr. Daryl fighting? There's no one in our sect who can make him take serious action. Anyway, I'm going to check it out. While the disciples were clueless, Hirsch had already arrived at the scene. Seeing the collapsed mountain peak, he didn't know what to say. What was Daryl up to? Battling the demons so fiercely. Hadn't they agreed that he should be on his best behavior at Feathered Spirit Sect? Was something wrong? Mr. Daryl, should we inform the sect and go on high alert? Hirsch approached Daryl for an answer. There's no need. We were just sparring. Nothing serious. This commotion attracted not only Hirsch, but also other elders. However, by the time they arrived, Daryl and the demons had already left. What's happening? A powerful person was fighting in our sect? That's not right. I sense demonic aura. Notify the elders immediately. Daryl returned to his small wooden hut without any burden. Brandan told him, if a demon god joins, or if you're in real combat, his power can increase significantly. Our demon clan can absorb and enhance similar powers. Mr. Daryl, why don't you directly join our demon clan? When the war really starts, you'll be well fed and undisturbed in our clan. Brandan believed that someone as powerful as Daryl shouldn't be aiding humans. Otherwise, more losses would fall upon the demon clan. Why don't demon gods usually participate in the battles among the three races? Daryl had read many documents but couldn't find any information about demon gods in combat. Yet, all data showed that demon gods were incredibly powerful and should have participated according to general norms. I can tell you if you join us, though I can share a little hint now, demon gods aren't restricted from participating. Brandan wasn't foolish, revealing everything to Daryl before the war could lead to their certain defeat. You don't have to. I can guess some reasons. Daryl speculated that demon gods could fight but at a huge cost that likely affected the entire demon clan rather than the gods themselves. After every significant battle, a new demon god would emerge following the previous one's demise. Why were demon lifespans so strong yet ended after major conflicts? Mr. Daryl, please don't casually fight demons here in Feathered Spirit Sect. It's not a game. If the disciples discover demons, especially a demon king, panic will ensue. Hirsch looked at Daryl, unsure of the outcome of the battle with the demon king. No worries. We don't just fight anyone, and I've concealed his presence around me. Only the most skilled can sense anything. Brandan hadn't forgotten they were in Feathered Spirit Sect and had prepared accordingly. Hirsch was speechless, so he left without saying another word. After Hirsch left, Maxim brought someone Daryl had met once, Britt, whose treasures Daryl won during a previous battle of sect leaders. Why was Britt here, brought by Maxim? Mr. Daryl, Elder Britt has come to see you. Britt had submitted a request and received Maxim's permission to visit their sect. Maxim was curious about what Britt wanted from Mr. Daryl. Normally, hidden families wouldn't lack cultivation resources. Mr. Daryl, I heard a mountain in our sect inexplicably crumbled. Is this related to you? Maxim had been receiving guests and learned of the incident only upon returning. Knowing Daryl's tendencies, he deduced it was his doing. I was sparring with someone. Daryl explained, and Maxim understood. Stronger fighters cause wider fluctuations during battles. This was normal. Mr. Britt, this is Mr. Daryl, our Sect's guardian. Maxim introduced Daryl proudly. Many admired Daryl, but not everyone got the chance to meet him. I'm an old acquaintance of Mr. Daryl, right? Britt greeted, nodding at Daryl. After Daryl confirmed, Maxim was dismissed by Britt. Elder Maxim, I can handle it from here. Chapter 235. The Hidden Great Clan seeks peace talks. Not every matter is something Maxim has the right to know about. Britt was afraid that if Maxim knew, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. You all talk. Mr. Britt, if you want to stay in our sect, you can ask Mr. Daryl to arrange it for you. Britt was a very important elder from a hidden great clan and would usually not go out. All right. After Maxim left, Britt looked at the several devils who didn't look much different from ordinary cultivators. May I ask what your purpose is in coming to Underhanded Sect? Upon hearing Britt's words, Brett and Bart immediately became alert and turned their gaze toward him. There's no need to be so nervous. I won't make any move against you in Underhanded Sect. Besides, I don't think I'd be a match for the three of you. Furthermore, one of you was chosen by the first-generation Devil King. I came here today just to ask what your demonic race wants. If you still want resources like before, we humans can negotiate with you. This time we do not wish for war. Britt had divined that the new generation of Devil King was with Daryl. In his innate magical tool, he also saw some records of Daryl interacting with Devil Kings, which led him to come find Daryl. Mainly, he wanted to discuss matters with these Devil Kings. Oh, can you represent all of humanity in negotiations? If so, I can talk to you, said Brandan, lounging lazily as he looked at Britt. It seemed this person understood quite a bit about their devil race. That wasn't surprising considering their hidden great clan, Yang Clan, was indeed very powerful. Once upon a time, their demonic race suffered great losses because of them. So what about you? Can you represent the entire devil race? If we are truly going to talk, naturally we must speak with the demon god, and we only negotiate with the demon god. Brandan was only chosen as Devil King by the demon god and could not replace the demon god or command the whole devil race. To speak with the demon god is possible, but you will have to defeat us dozen-plus demon gods first, otherwise forget it. After all, winning or losing, resources end up being ours, not much difference. Brandan was always courteous in front of Daryl due to admiration, but there was no need to be polite with those unfamiliar to him. We came with sincerity. Without the demon god, the devil race would likely be in disarray, wouldn't they? Britt's statement provoked an attack from Bart. However, Bart did not hit Britt and was stopped by Elder Brandan before he could strike again. Confused, Brandan turned to look at him. The disappearance of their demon god was known by only a few. Could someone from the devil race have revealed it? Impossible. None of the devil race would betray their own. It seems I've guessed correctly again. The reason you haven't made your move yet is because the demon god has disappeared, correct? Let's make a deal. I will help you find the demon god, and once found, you must negotiate peace with us. Daryl narrowed his eyes, listening to Britt's proposal. Could Britt really find a demon god that even the devils themselves couldn't locate? Why were they in such a hurry to seek peace with the devil race? Had something significant happened? These questions repeated in Daryl's mind. However, he felt this peace negotiation would not achieve much. No need for you to trouble yourself. We will naturally find our demon god. If humans send someone to negotiate with us, we aren't opposed to it, but that person must be Daryl. I also believe among all humans, only Mr. Daryl has the qualifications to represent humanity in negotiating with us. Negotiations were commonplace historically, though they rarely succeeded. Bretmans were too cunning, while the devils were relatively simple-minded and easily deceived. Luckily, their strength was formidable, or they would have long since perished. Seeking peace again and knowing the demon god was absent, this year's humans were more interesting than usual. Yet, among them, he recognized only Daryl. The negotiator must be the most powerful human. Daryl fit this role well. I cannot represent humanity. Don't count on me for this. Daryl hadn't forgotten the list Brandan showed him last time. It contained many resources. Even he, Daryl, couldn't gather so much in a short time. I think it's best for the devil race without a devil king to negotiate peace with us. And we've already determined the person we'll choose to negotiate with the demon god. Because everything was prepared, Britt appeared today. While calculating the positions of the devil kings, he realized they were with Daryl. Then wait until you find your demon god to discuss this. You can directly negotiate with him. Why come to me? Brandan wasn't worried about their issues. The devil race wasn't that fragile. Moreover, if he couldn't find the demon god, humans certainly couldn't either. Fine. I have something I need to say privately to Mr. Daryl. May I? After concluding negotiations with him, Britt looked at Daryl. Daryl followed Britt out. Mr. Daryl, can you please do me a favor? Keep an eye on the devil race and ensure they do not wage war on us within the next 6 months. Once past 6 months, even if war broke out, they had a chance of victory. The decision of the devil race is not mine to change. Daryl refused Britt. Their relationship wasn't close enough for him to take on such a task. Mr. Daryl, you are also part of humanity. Whether we win or lose in this battle against demons affects you too, does it not? Britt still didn't understand Daryl. For him, it didn't matter who won. Besides, his current relationship with the devil race was quite good. To me, there's nothing worth worrying about. As long as I'm here in Underhanded Sect, no one can harm us. The negotiations are your business. Can the Yang clan decide on peace talks alone? Did you consult with other sects? If they had discussed it with other sects beforehand, Daryl would have known. Given his understanding of Maxim would have sought his opinion. The opinions of others don't matter. They can't change anything in this battle against demons. Chapter 236. Concealing demons is a grave offense. In their world of cultivation, strength was always paramount. Daryl still had the right to speak among them. As for the others, they were not even worth his attention. You're so powerful. You don't need my help at all. Daryl rejected Britt's plea. Brit hadn't expected that someone praised by ordinary cultivators as exceptionally kind would actually refuse him. He thought the hardest part of this mission would be dealing with the demon realm, but he never imagined it would be Daryl who posed the challenge. Mr. Daryl, you are one of the more powerful humans. Are you sure you don't want to help me? You should know that concealing demons is a grave offense. At that time, none of us will spare you. Since persuasion didn't work, intimidation followed. After hearing this, Daryl laughed heartily. Mr. Brit, I find you very unreasonable. Do you think I am someone whose mind can be changed with just a few words? You should get to know me better. Concealing demons is a grave offense? So what? Will your Yang clan send people to kill me? Feel free to try. Daryl released his pressure, causing Brit to stagger back several steps. He hadn't anticipated that Daryl's strength had improved so rapidly. The last time they met, Daryl and Brit were evenly matched. Now, Daryl's mere pressure made Brit unable to endure it. Daryl glanced at Brit, then returned to the small wooden cabin. You humans don't seem as peaceful as you claim. Xianxia, with his legs crossed, sipped tea offered by Daryl. Observing Daryl's reaction, he realized that Brit had never asked for Daryl's opinion about making peace. On the contrary, Xianxia found it advantageous if humans indeed had internal conflicts. It would make persuading Daryl to join the demon realm much easier in the future. Based on what he knew, those accompanying Mr. Daryl would follow him into the demon realm. The hidden human clans have always been peaceful. They believe in their own strength and look down upon us. But after this incident, they'll have to reassess their own power. Daryl used his overwhelming pressure on Brit specifically to show them that no one could boss him around with his current strength. Go back and inform the demon lords to investigate what's happening within these hidden human clans. Xianxia directly instructed Brit to carry out this task in front of Daryl, who saw nothing wrong with it. The demon clan wasn't filled with fools. Planting spies among humans was a normal practice, just as humans tried to infiltrate the demon realm. Mr. Daryl, what do you think is their urgent purpose in wanting to negotiate peace with us? Are they trying to trick us again? And how did they know our demon god isn't in the demon realm? For a moment, I suspected you might have leaked this information. Only the demon lords knew about the disappearance of the demon god, and only Daryl knew this in the entire human world. If anyone else knew, naturally, he would suspect Daryl first. However, Xianxia believed Daryl wouldn't betray them. This is something you need to investigate. I have no interest in spreading your demon clan secrets. If I truly wanted to harm the demon clan, based on what I now know, there would be few who could match me. After your investigation, let me know what's going on. Xianxia and the others left quickly. This matter needed thorough investigation. Before leaving, Brit dropped a bombshell on Maxim. The three individuals surrounding Mr. Daryl were actually demon lords. Maxim was astounded. How could this be? Mr. Daryl wouldn't help them against the demon clan. He could understand that since Mr. Daryl didn't want to leave the sect, but harboring demons within Ling's sect, wasn't this too extreme? Could Mr. Daryl be one of the demons? No, impossible. He'd seen Mr. Daryl fight. He was definitely not a demon. Was Daryl being bribed by the demons? Maxim pondered this for a whole day but couldn't come to a conclusion. When he encountered Hirsch the next day, he cautiously shared this news, careful not to be overheard. He thought Hirsch would be equally astonished, but Hirsch remained calm, stating he already knew about it. Hirsch, you knew about this and didn't tell me? This isn't a joke. These are the wicked demons living within our Ling sect. How dangerous is that? Maxim whispered urgently. What danger? With Mr. Daryl here, we are safe. Besides, even if they attacked, we wouldn't stand a chance. Best to stay out of it. As long as the disciples are safe in Ling sect, Mr. Daryl will protect them. There's no need to spread this widely. Panic would only cause unnecessary fear. Initially, I felt the same way and followed them for days, but eventually realized they had no interest in our Ling sect. Most importantly, Hirsch reasoned that if Daryl wasn't worried, why should he be? He couldn't match the demons anyway, so best to leave it alone. Maxim, responsible for the sect's safety, sought out Daryl intending to discuss this matter. However, Daryl's opening question threw him off. Elder Maxim, do you know those hidden families are planning to negotiate peace with the demon clan? Maxim swallowed his prepared questions. What did you say? Negotiate peace with the demon clan? Why did we not receive any information about this? These hidden clans are strong, but they can't overlook us like this. Mr. Daryl, where did you hear this? Are you sure it's true? Maxim found this more outrageous than Daryl privately sheltering demons. Why negotiate peace when the battle hadn't even started? I'm not sure. Brit didn't come here for me. He came for Xianxia. Clearly, they don't take you seriously. Aren't you going to address this? Daryl was tired of their endless questioning. He had explained this multiple times already. Looking at Daryl, Maxim finally agreed with Hirsch. Daryl had matters under control. Plus, fighting demon lords was beyond his capabilities. Chapter 237. Wanting to kill the demon god. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but you should be careful about having the demon king around. What if they? Maxim's words were cut off by Daryl. Don't worry, there's no what if. Go take care of your business. On the other side, after leaving the Ling sect, Brit immediately contacted the Cassius. Patriarch, things might change. Daryl refuses to help us, and we don't know when the demon race will launch an attack. Most importantly, in a short time, Daryl's cultivation has improved very rapidly. Now, even I can't last 3 moves against him. This was still Brit guessing optimistically. It was very likely he couldn't even last 1 move. Is Daryl that powerful? Didn't you say previously that his strength was on par with yours? The Patriarch was confused. Could an ordinary human's strength really improve so quickly? I'm also very confused, but it seems to be true. He's so close to the demons, who knows? Maybe Daryl is one of them, just hiding among us humans. Brit understood Daryl less and less. It's impossible. If he were a demon, there would be no need for him to provide resources and improve the cultivation of humans. Most importantly, the demon race lacks resources, they wouldn't give them out. I think those people are around Daryl because they want resources from him. You stay at the Brandon Sect and investigate this. As for the demon god, leave it to us. If possible, try to get the secret of why Daryl cultivates so quickly from him. The patriarch believed if Daryl were truly one of the demons, many cultivators would already be dead. But finding the demon god and killing him isn't a simple task. Are we sure we want to do this? The information about the disappearance of the demon god was delivered by their spy in the demon race at great risk. After knowing this, they had been discussing what to do. Finally, they decided that since the demon god had left the demon race, it was best to let him leave permanently. Their precondition for peace talks was the permanent disappearance of the demon god, forcing the demon race into negotiations even if they didn't want to. Today, coming to find the demon king was to confirm if they knew where the demon king was. It seemed they had lost contact. This time, if we don't want a battle, there's only one way. With our current state, fighting the demon race would only end badly for us. Our elites have been cultivated with many resources. Making them fight the demons before they can do more for our clan doesn't seem right. Besides, other hidden major families also believe negotiation is the best choice this time. There's no need to change anything. As for other cultivators, they really didn't consider them important. Even if they eventually had to fight demons, these people would be cannon fodder. But I think these matters will change because of Daryl. His actions are unpredictable. Who knows what he's planning by keeping so many demon kings around him? Brit felt they needed to reconsider their plan. However, the Cassius didn't believe this young man could change anything. Because we don't know what he's up to, you need to keep an eye on Daryl and the demon king. Entrust this matter to you. The patriarch hung up quickly, forgetting Brit had already left the Brandon sect. Would returning now be too awkward? With thick skin, Brit returned to the Brandon sect, found Maxim, and said he wanted to stay for some time. Maxim didn't refuse him. You can, of course, stay here. However long you wish, but I can't understand. Do your hidden major families not regard our outer sects anymore? Did you consider us when you directly approached the demon king for peace talks? Maxim even asked several patriarchs about this, none of whom knew about this. Originally, he planned to discuss with these patriarchs, then go see them, but Brit appeared again. Negotiating peace with the demon race benefits you, right? Your interests won't be harmed, and you avoid a battle. Brit didn't think this could be hidden for long. Soon, the entire cultivation world would know. It is indeed beneficial, but approaching the demon race without our consent is unacceptable. The hidden major families owe us an explanation. Don't think we're weak and easy to bully. Even a cornered rabbit bites. Regarding such an important matter, being notified later naturally caused dissatisfaction. I don't think you need to be unhappy. We do the work, you reap the benefits. What's wrong with that? The resource loss is ours anyway, and you just focus on managing your sect. Brit thought they were overly sensitive. If someone could solve this, he'd be extremely happy. Maxim gave him a deep look and left without saying a word. From Mr. Daryl, it was clear that Brit's peace talk with the demon race had no effect. Upon returning to the Brandon sect, Daryl sensed Brit first. Mr. Daryl, I've discovered that these major families have cultivated some powerful disciples over the years. They fear losing them in battles with us. They believe negotiation is best, waiting until they grow stronger before waging war. They even want to kill our demon god. Truly ridiculous. Brandon knew humans wouldn't simply negotiate. It was all about gathering strength and wiping out the demon race. Clever of them to recognize the influence of the demon god, though trying to kill the demon king would require them to live long enough. Daryl initially thought they wanted to protect commoners, but realized it was ultimately for their own clans. Truly hypocritical. Chapter 238, Exposed for Sheltering Demons. Then let's wait for them to come over and negotiate with me. I'm looking forward to seeing the moment they find the demon god. Brandon clapped his hands, and his subordinates appeared before Daryl. He directly ordered those searching for the demon god to return. He wanted to see if Brit and his family could indeed track down their demon god. Brandon did not hide anything from Daryl. Daryl could guess what Brandon was up to. You've helped me solve my most troublesome issue. Next, I can enjoy life. Mr. Daryl, shall we go fishing tomorrow? It seems you're already enjoying a retiree's life. During his time with Daryl, Brandon had noticed Daryl drinking tea and tending flowers. It was just like an ordinary, elderly person's life. That's fine, but your understanding of us is quite extensive. Even the concept of retirement, Brandon knew about. Among so many people, Brandon was the first to notice his lifestyle as being akin to that of a retiree. Apart from being a demon, Brandon seemed particularly human. A week later, Brit still hadn't spoken a word to Daryl. When Daryl didn't want to see him, he couldn't even enter Daryl's wooden cabin. Most importantly, everyone around Daryl wouldn't say a single word to him either. Maxim also refused to talk when questioned and contacted other sects to challenge them, demanding an explanation for negotiating with demons without their consent. When news of the hidden noble families wanting to negotiate with demons spread, the rumor of Daryl sheltering demons within his realm also surfaced. For a time, it was hard to tell which event in the cultivation world caused more shock. Heard the hidden noble families are planning to negotiate with the demon race. Are you aware of this? I heard about it, but I'm not really interested in the negotiation with demons. Who cares whether they fight or not? What I want to talk about is Mr. Daryl. Mr. Daryl actually harbors a demon, and it's rumored that this demon is extremely powerful, even outmatching Mr. Daryl. What's going on here? This might be false. Mr. Daryl is so powerful. Surely he has his reasons. Besides, there haven't been any incidents at the Feathered Spirit Sect recently, right? Aren't we supposed to be discussing why these hidden noble families want to negotiate? This isn't a game. Will they have to cede territory and pay reparations again? Upon learning about this matter, many directly ran to the Feathered Spirit Sect entrance, shouting questions about its authenticity and demanding explanations from Daryl. The Feathered Spirit Sect members were only informed after outsiders discovered the situation. Does Mr. Daryl really harbor a demon? Why don't I feel anything? Aren't demons vicious? If they entered our Feathered Spirit Sect, no one would survive. Are those outsiders trying to slander Mr. Daryl? Didn't we hear that the hidden noble families are planning to negotiate with the demon race? I truly don't understand why Mr. Daryl would harbor a demon. Is he researching them? Shouldn't your focus be on confirming if Mr. Daryl really harbors the very thing we hate most? Shouldn't you ask him about it? The entire sect buzzed with discussion, but this did not cause panic among the Feathered Spirit sect members. Many believed, if Mr. Daryl wanted to harm us, he wouldn't need a demon. He could wipe us out with one move. Perhaps he has his reasons. These issues were beyond mere fear. Disciples didn't approach Daryl for answers. The elders didn't mention it, so the disciples wouldn't either. Maxim was the most worried about the spreading rumors. Yet, the disciples' reactions were far from what he expected. He thought they would be terrified, but instead, they were indifferent. Hearing about this, Daryl couldn't hide his smile. Mr. Daryl, your Feathered Spirit sect disciples are more interesting than I imagined. Brandan also came to ask about Daryl's intentions upon hearing the rumors. They could leave immediately if asked. They sought resources from Daryl, not harm. Hearing discussions about Daryl possibly studying their race, they felt it was absurd. Did they think too highly of Daryl? To be honest, I didn't expect such a reaction. Outsiders seem more reasonable in comparison. The cultivators outside criticizing him were the ones acting normally towards demons. What do you plan to do? Shall we leave? If other sects join forces against you, it wouldn't be wise. Brandan mainly followed Daryl's lead. If Daryl didn't want them to leave, they weren't afraid. As long as they didn't harm Feathered Spirit sect members, other sect members could be killed freely. If you have something urgent, then leave. Otherwise, why should you leave? They say I harbor demons, implying I'm a demon too. Let them come. Daryl wanted to see if these people truly believed rumors without evidence. He also wondered who started this. One thing occurs to me. Our demon race is holding a grand auction soon. Interestingly, this auction features war trophies taken from your human race during past battles. Located within your human realms, would you like to check it out? This auction was purely to stir trouble. At such a crucial time, anyone starting conflict might face attacks from multiple fronts. Where? The auction seemed intriguing. Daryl wanted to witness the commotion. About 5 days distance away. I'll guide you instantly if you decide to go. Demons had this advantage. They could appear anywhere in the world. Of course, powerful formations restricted this ability. Hashtag chapter 239. Warning the Yang clan. The demon clan was able to enter the Feather Spirit sect successfully because they used a token belonging to a Feather Spirit sect disciple. Plus, Mr. Daryl's tacit approval was crucial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten in. Fine, let's start with you showing me around. The weapons you are auctioning, are they from the battles across generations where your demon clan defeated their owners? Daryl thought that if this were the case, the auction would be quite lively. How did you know? Yes, exactly. I want to show humans our strength. We're not sure if anyone will come for the auction. All we need is resources, spirit stones, and the like aren't necessary for us. Bretman magical artifacts were useless to them compared to what they could obtain by trading for what they needed. Most importantly, they wanted to stir up conflict, creating dissatisfaction among humans towards them. But we haven't started promoting it yet. It will probably begin in about 3 to 5 days, giving them time to arrive. Otherwise, there would be nothing to seize. They planned to spread the news today, conveniently shifting attention away from Daryl's issues. Speaking of which, an elder from the Yang clan had left many valuable items with them, so they should take special care of these. Daryl kept the demons from leaving, so naturally, they stayed at the Feather Spirit sect. Maxim received too many complaints and inquiries about whether Daryl truly harbored demons. Maxim, of course, denied any knowledge, claiming he hadn't sensed demonic energy within the sect. While trying to pacify everyone, Maxim went to find Daryl. This matter needed his handling. Mr. Daryl, how should we deal with those people looking for you? Many people have already called you a collaborator with the demon clan. Some are even demanding you hand over resources and leave. Of course, those who demand you surrender your resources are likely after your treasures and can be ignored. Many sects and races had long desired Mr. Daryl's resources. Now that they had found an opportunity, they wouldn't let it slip away. You don't need to worry. Soon, they'll have something more pressing to focus on. Whatever realm affairs unfolded would keep these people busy for some time. Besides, all they could do was talk big outside. If they dared to come into the Feather Spirit sect to seize his things, well, Mr. Daryl, you should consider the impact. Perhaps you should ask your demon friend to leave temporarily? Our Feather Spirit sect is too small. Before Maxim could finish, little Vivian burst in, interrupting him. Mr. Daryl, I've investigated. The rumor about demons around you originated from the Yang clan. I also questioned those close to you. They didn't mention anything about Andres being a demon, so it's clear the Yang clan is trying to drag you into this. Because their plans to negotiate with the demon clan were exposed, other clans blamed them. To avoid facing these accusations, they shifted the blame onto Daryl. With Daryl's issues diverting attention, fewer people would scrutinize them. Now, the Feather Spirit sect was surrounded by many people, making travel very difficult for its disciples. Yang clan. Daryl muttered. How clever of them. Isn't there still someone from the Yang clan here at the Feather Spirit sect? Why not question him directly? Come with me to see Brit. Daryl brought Maxim and quickly found Brit, who was divining when Daryl arrived. Unfamiliar with divination, Daryl waited quietly without disturbing him. When Brit finished, Daryl noticed his expression wasn't good, indicating unfavorable results from his divination. Brit packed up his items and turned to Daryl. During divination, Brit was intensely focused, ignoring everything else. Mr. Daryl, you're here. Brit had expected Daryl to come. He already knew about the clan situation. Though he wanted to leave, he noticed Feather Spirit sect disciples surrounding him under the pretense of practicing, but in reality, they were monitoring him. Realizing he couldn't easily leave, Brit accepted his predicament. Contact your Yang clan chief. Sitting down, Daryl spoke arrogantly. Yes, our chief eagerly awaits speaking with you. Brit quickly reached the Yang clan chief, who wasn't surprised. They admitted outright that they were behind the rumors about Daryl. Mr. Daryl, apologies for this exceptional method. We only asked you to take the blame. Rest assured, this won't harm you. When you have time, visit our Yang clan, and we'll compensate you. However, Mr. Daryl doesn't seem to have the right to blame us, since we merely made public what Mr. Daryl has done. What's wrong with that? The Yang clan chief wrote calligraphy while chatting with Daryl. In truth, they wanted to recruit Daryl, enticing him to leave the Feather Spirit sect and join their clan. If they had Daryl as an elder, it would greatly benefit the Yang clan, especially given his vast resources. They heard Daryl had assisted the entire Feather Spirit sect in cultivation, requiring an enormous amount of resources. However, they knew conventional methods wouldn't attract Daryl to their clan. Their first step was to undermine Daryl's support from the Feather Spirit sect. How could they turn a beloved figure into a universally hated one? By associating him with despised demons. This plan required no manipulation. Daryl was already linked to demons. Life at the Feather Spirit sect must be tough for Daryl now. Still, they underestimated him. Ordinary measures couldn't sway his resolve. He came to warn the Yang clan elder. There were boundaries they shouldn't cross. There's no harm done, nor compensation needed. Your trivial offerings don't interest me. Yang clan, I don't care about your plans, nor will I help you achieve them. I contacted you today through Brit to tell you not to target me, or else even if the demon clan doesn't destroy your Yang clan, I might. Don't believe me? Try it out. Chapter 240. The demon clan holds an auction. Daryl felt that they had been hidden away for too long, oblivious to the fact that there was a wider world and more capable people beyond their horizon. Mr. Daryl, you talk big. I really want to see what you can do to make our Yang clan extinct. I'll be waiting for your grand arrival at the Yang clan. Mr. Daryl, don't disappoint me. After all, you are many people's idol. The other side laughed heartily upon hearing Daryl's words. This Daryl had been flattered by those of low cultivation for so long that he no longer knew the current situation in the cultivation world. If Daryl came, he would make him experience defeat thoroughly. To them, Daryl wasn't that strong. They immediately cut off contact with Daryl. Brit stood awkwardly in front of Daryl holding the communication talisman, but he didn't understand Daryl's meaning right now. Was Daryl simply not taking them seriously? Or was there something else? Maxim, why is a non-member still lingering around our sect? We have to entertain him as well? With the Yang clan's attitude, how could Daryl possibly show them any respect? Let them wait. When he had time, he would give them a big surprise. Does Mr. Daryl really harbor demons? For some reason, I don't think Mr. Daryl is that kind of person. Could you have made a mistake? Daryl hasn't come out for so long. Clearly, he feels guilty. We must take up arms and defend our homeland. We absolutely cannot let such scum live. But I feel like Daryl simply doesn't want to deal with us troublemakers. Our numbers here are useless. Daryl is too powerful for us to handle. Even if he harbors demons, it's not something we can interfere with. It's been several days without Daryl showing up. I'm going back. As long as Mr. Daryl keeps demons to protect us, I actually don't mind. People outside were gradually losing patience. They couldn't force their way in, and Daryl wouldn't come out. They couldn't possibly kidnap the Brandaling sect disciples to threaten Daryl. If things went that far, they might face more than just one Daryl. The people outside have decreased significantly. I reckon it won't take long for them to leave. Now, fewer people in the clan are discussing this matter. Soon, they will forget about it. Aline often entered and exited the sect, and would sometimes be asked about matters concerning Mr. Daryl. Naturally, she would say nothing, returning each day to report on the situation outside. Mr. Daryl, Mr. Brandan has already begun promoting his auction. Many people are rushing over. Most importantly, many sect elders are very concerned about this matter, and have declared that they will spend heavily to buy back their clan items. They can't afford to lose face. I heard that Elder Brandan holds many of our cultivation techniques, especially from those hidden noble families. He reportedly sent an invitation directly to the Yang clan. It mentions one of their family's legendary cultivation methods, only usable by their excellent disciples. They must be quite anxious, having their most important assets in the hands of the demon clan. Miles had been paying special attention to this matter lately, and told Daryl everything he had investigated. But he believed that Elder Brandan invited the Yang clan alone not because he held the most of their goods, but because he knew that the Yang clan had revealed Daryl's interactions with them, deliberately wanting to target them. It had to be said, Brandan was very successful. At this point, the Jude was extremely anxious. If our cultivation techniques are learned by others, our status will change. We absolutely cannot allow our techniques to fall into other hands. This time, regardless of the cost, we must buy back our belongings. The Patriarch knew that buying back their items would likely drain a lot of resources. Yet, they had no choice. Weren't we the ones who offended Daryl? Given his close ties with the Demon Clan, could this affect us? As far as I know, only we received a separate invitation from the Demon Clan. Is this invitation meant to tell us that the Demon Clan wants revenge for Daryl? If so, following the Demon Clan's underhanded habits, it's possible that after selling us the items at a high price, they'll turn around and sell our techniques to others. At that point, we'd suffer significant losses. I told you from the start that I disagreed with such aggressive tactics to bring Daryl to our Yang clan. Now, not only did we fail to recruit Daryl, but he became our enemy. Do you realize what this means? Do you know how many followers Daryl has in the cultivation world? Forget about other matters. Just Daryl alone is enough to cause us great trouble. Because of this issue, clan members started arguing. No one knew when this would reach a conclusion. Daryl listened to Miles's report on the Demon Clan's auction, thinking that Brandan was indeed smart. To them, useless items were treasures to other sects. This time, they might exchange for countless resources. Mr. Daryl, can I join you this time? I also want to broaden my horizons. Luciano asked. After all, they weren't traveling by flying boat this time. If you want to go, we can set off together. Wait for Brandan to pick us up. Because he needed to handle matters in the Demon Clan, Brandan returned early. He left Bart and Sue to accompany Daryl. Before leaving, Brandan instructed them to protect Daryl. Worth mentioning was Brit's departure from the Brandaling sect. He happened to be spotted by Brandan returning to the Demon Clan and was brought along. Later, Brick could also be auctioned off for some money. It was a form of vengeance for Daryl, even though Daryl didn't need their help. But now, they relied on Daryl's resources for cultivation, so it was normal to curry favor with him. After the Demon Clan prepared everything, they came to fetch Daryl. As a result, everyone who knew Brandan's identity waited for him, all intending to go together. Are you overestimating the strength of our Demon Clan? Bringing Daryl alone is already pushing it, let alone adding more people. Hashtag Chapter 241. The first auction item from the Brandan Ling Sect. Daryl smiled at Brandan. Forget it, since it's for Daryl's sake, I'll take you all there. If we have the chance, help me drive up the price, and you won't be shortchanged when it comes time to settle the deal, Mr. Daryl. If there's something you like, I can give it to you as a gift. With a wave of Brandan's hand, everyone instantly arrived at the auction site. Even Hirsch couldn't help but marvel at how convenient it was for their demon clan. They could go anywhere in an instant. Only Daryl looked at Brandan with a peculiar expression. The demons had many unique abilities that they could use exclusively. For Brandan to bring so many people here was unexpected. Daryl had already asked the system for a magical treasure that could transport them here, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Brandan seemed too tired to notice Daryl's glance, much less his strange look. Truly, being with Mr. Daryl opens up a bigger world. Having a demon king as a friend is quite nice. You can go wherever you want. Luciano sighed. Their generation had never fought against demon kings, and even when encountering demons occasionally, they didn't have deep-seated grudges. Instead, they could live more peacefully with the demons. Just as Daryl entered the private room, someone familiar barged in immediately. Brandan reached out to drive away this intruder. Daring to barge in on his territory like this, he must not value his life. Just as Brandan was about to clash with the intruder, Miles stopped him. This is a friend of Mr. Daryl, one of our own. No need to go to such lengths. The visitor was Brandan. I knew you'd be here. Heard you were besieged by a bunch of people at the Brandan Ling Sect recently. Want me to handle them for you? There's nothing wrong with liking to be friends with a demon king. Frankly, sometimes having a demon as a friend is better than humans. Brandan could hear news about Daryl even while traveling. He had initially wanted to return to the Brandan Ling Sect to see how Daryl was doing, but later, he heard they hadn't even managed to catch a glimpse of Daryl. Realizing he was just worrying unnecessarily, given Daryl's formidable strength, he couldn't possibly be harmed by those people. Hearing about this auction, he wanted to come over and stir up some excitement, also wanting to see Daryl. And indeed, the moment he arrived, he sensed Daryl's spiritual awareness. You're reasonable enough. I'm the Demon King who's friends with Mr. Daryl. When you have free time, you can visit our demon clan, and I can guarantee your safety. Watching this Demon King interacting with other demons gave Daryl a headache. It felt like Brandan was ecstatic to have found his kindred spirits. Sure, I'll definitely visit when I have the time. Hope you can entertain me well then. I was going to join your conversation just now. Go ahead and continue chatting. We're all family anyway. After you guys finish talking, I have something to tell Daryl. Brandan had encountered many interesting events on the road and wanted to recount them to Daryl. He wanted to remind Daryl not to stay cooped up in the Brandan Ling Sect all the time. It was boring. I don't have much to say. You'll be entertained soon. We have excellent cultivation methods that might even interest you. If not for the fact that demons couldn't practice human cultivation techniques, Brandan wouldn't dare offer them in exchange for what they wanted. Daryl nodded, feeling a bit excited. It's really unusual to see demons hiding and participating in our human auctions, but never seen humans scrambling to join demon-hosted auctions. Most importantly, our vulnerabilities are held by the demons. Sometimes we have to compromise even if we don't want to. It concerns the honor of our sex. I was thinking, why would demons dare host an auction? Aren't they afraid we might seize the opportunity to eliminate them? Now I understand. It's impossible. They say 8 demon kings are present today, maybe even a demon god. If anyone dares to make a move here, it's a death wish. Moreover, when the item is auctioned, the demons will escort you back to your sect. Stealing items here is next to impossible. The demons did this to ensure every sect spends the most money buying back their own things. Brandan was already preparing. Although this was the first auction organized by the Demon Clan, they had experience from similar events before, making it easy to learn. Welcome to the auction hosted by our Demon Clan. I am the order maintainer for this event. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be dealt with appropriately. Brandan appeared on stage wearing a mask. We'll skip formalities. Hand over resources and receive goods. You can inspect the authenticity. We don't keep backups, ensuring you get the only copy we possess. With that said, let's start the auction. Brandan left after speaking, replaced by another figure holding a scroll. According to records, this scroll dates back to the ancient era of the Brandan Ling Sect. It contains a cultivation technique that enhances speed. Here's the introduction. Please take a look. Daryl read through it quickly. It indeed matched the cultivation method of the Brandan Ling Sect, and the version in the Demon Clan's possession seemed clearer. How come? Isn't Mr. Daryl on good terms with the Demon Clan? Shouldn't they directly give any Brandan Ling Sect cultivation techniques to him privately instead of putting them up for auction? I'm confused too. Maybe what we've heard about Mr. Daryl is just rumors. How could he have ties with demons? Does Mr. Daryl attend auctions today? Come to think of it, I rarely see him at auctions. Not only were the attendees puzzled, but Daryl himself was unaware. Was Brandan trying to distance him from the Demon Clan? But Daryl realized that Brandan's main goal was probably hoping that Daryl would buy the Brandan Ling Sect's item first, setting a high initial price for the auction. Chapter 242. Acting for Daryl. Mr. Daryl, this cultivation method belongs to our Feather Spirit sect. We must bid for it. Many of our disciples are practicing this technique. If others obtain it through auction, our sect's disciples will have one less trump card and face more danger when they go out. Maxim anxiously spoke to Daryl. He could only rely on him now. Maxim thought that, given Daryl's relationship with the demon race, the Demon King wouldn't put Feather Spirit Sect's items up for auction. The speed-oriented cultivation method isn't even complete. I can give you a better version once we return. Why do you need to bid for this? Daryl felt that this method wasn't good enough. He wouldn't act according to their expectations. Alright, remember to give me a copy after we return, Mr. Daryl. Maxim immediately changed his mind. If Daryl had something better to offer, this lesser option could be ignored. Aline stared at Maxim in disbelief. Initially so anxious, Maxim had instantly changed his stance upon hearing about a better alternative from Daryl. Feather Spirit Sect? The very sect where Daryl belongs? There should be an interesting show here today. It remains to be seen if anyone is interested in this cultivation method. In my opinion, no one would auction this method. First, even if Feather Spirit Sect's method were auctioned, it wouldn't significantly impact the sect. Second, we haven't even purchased what we need yet, so it's impossible for us to buy others' items. Sigh, I really want this method. I wonder if Mr. Daryl would let it go. Let's see the price. This cultivation method, left by a senior of Feather Spirit Sect, is extremely comprehensive. Our starting bid isn't especially high, 50,000-year-old herbs or 10 volumes of cultivation methods suitable for our demon race. Each subsequent bid must include at least one additional herb. The auction begins now. Isn't that too much? 50,000-year-old herbs, that's not a small number. Is the demon race crazy for resources? This is crazier than bidding directly with spirit stones. I don't know how many people can afford such a price. Haven't the demons been isolated for too long? Do they not understand how scarce our resources have become? Listening to the discussions below, Daryl turned his head to Brandan, who had just entered their private room. People outside say your price is too high. Shouldn't you address it? Daryl himself felt that Feather Spirit Sect's cultivation method wasn't worth this much. The item has value only if there's someone who needs it. Someone will want it. You can't tell me you can't afford it, can you? Brandan was indifferent. If no one bought it, he would simply take it back. Since no one else is bidding, I'll make an offer. 51 herbs, as I'm quite interested in Feather Spirit Sect's things. 52. I heard Mr. Daryl is in Feather Spirit Sect but didn't attend this auction. If I buy this, I can visit Feather Spirit Sect and curry favor with Mr. Daryl. Damn, you can play it like that? I want to curry favor with Mr. Daryl too. 53 herbs. Suddenly, a competitive bidding began. To Daryl's surprise, they wanted to meet him by buying the scrolls. Mr. Daryl, your reputation is great. Even without your personal involvement in the auction, many still wish to win over your favor by obtaining Feather Spirit Sect's items. Standing on stage, Brandan watched as the bid climbed to 100 herbs, satisfied with the outcome. This unexpected turn also surprised Daryl. Ultimately, the scroll left by Feather Spirit Sect Senior was bought by a cloaked figure for 105 herbs. Daryl glanced at the cloaked man. The rest of the auction followed the same process, mostly featuring minor items with few bidders. We're moving into the main event. Clearly, the earlier items didn't attract any of the major clans. After saying this, Brandan left Daryl's private room, taking charge of the auction himself. After all, facing the influential clans, Brandan feared the demon's lackeys might handle things poorly. The next item is eagerly awaited, coming from the Yang clan, but unfortunately, the cultivation method we obtained this time is incomplete. Only the core heart method remains. The rest requires research once acquired. Given its damaged state, our starting bid is very low, 10 herbs. You can review the description. Although damaged, its effect remains powerful. Murray had arrived. Such actions by the demon race clearly aim to insult them. He wouldn't allow this. 10 herbs? Is the demon race mocking us? They asked for 30 herbs for the last imperfect item. How can our clan's heart method be worth only 10 herbs? Please calm down. Their aim is to involve more people in the event. Due to Daryl, the demons already target us. Yes, our goal today is clear. Buy back our item and ensure it doesn't fall into others' hands. No matter the cost, avoid unnecessary complications. Let's wait until the competition stabilizes before making a move. The clan leader made the final decision. The bidding started, increasing rapidly. Considering it's Yang clan's item, even if it's incomplete, we naturally want it. But Yang clan has sent people to acquire it, making it uncertain. If Yang clan intervenes towards the end, few will continue bidding. Any bid would mean offending the Yang clan. The Yang clan is the most formidable among hidden families. Offending them won't bode well for us. 10 herbs. Someone bid. Once, twice. No more bids. Brandan believed Yang clan's item couldn't possibly go to others. He had also investigated and found this method useful to the Yang clan. 60 herbs. Hearing a voice from a private room, those downstairs knew these matters were now above their level. 70 herbs. So curious about Yang clan's heart method. The bidding continued, each bid intensifying the competition. Hashtag chapter 243, the final bid. If all of you are making offers, let me join in the fun as well. 80 medicinal herbs. What are you guys up to? I refuse to play this convoluted game with you. Leader of the Yang clan. If you want your clan's secret techniques, it depends on whether you've brought enough. 100 medicinal herbs. Inside the private room were the leaders of various clans, and they naturally understood their opponents. The Perry slapped the table in frustration. Damn it. If they get involved, it won't be easy for us to obtain what we want. You're all joking, right? Our Yang clan will go to any lengths to reclaim our things, even if they end up in the hands of the demon clans. What more if they're in your possession? It was an outright threat, implying that even if the bidders won the auction for items belonging to the Yang clan would still cause trouble for them. 120 medicinal herbs, plus one 5,000-year-old immortal spirit dew. The Perry bid again. 5,000-year-old immortal spirit dew? Is the Yang clan so generous? This is the best thing to enhance cultivation. It was rumored to have disappeared from the world long ago. I never expected the Yang clan to still possess it. The Yang clan has been a prestigious family for centuries. They certainly have substantial resources. If they didn't have such a precious resource, they wouldn't remain among the elite hidden families. I wonder if anyone will continue bidding after the Yang clan made this offer. After all, this technique isn't comprehensive enough, making further bids unworthy. The Yang clan has offered 120 medicinal herbs plus a 5,000-year-old immortal spirit dew. Are there any other clans willing to make a higher bid? If not, this technique belongs to the Yang clan. Others remained silent. They wanted to obtain the clan's techniques for research, but the price was too high, and most importantly, they feared that more artifacts might still be in the hands of the demon clans. They couldn't afford to risk everything. Just when the party thought victory was secured and was about to ask the host to announce the result, Daryl, who had been silent, spoke up. I am particularly interested in incomplete techniques. 152,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Daryl's bid immediately caused a stir. Holy crap. I thought Mr. Daryl wasn't here. Didn't expect him to already be here. Wonder if I'll have the chance to learn from him later? When did Mr. Daryl get involved with the Yang clan? Such a generous offer could only come from him. There's going to be a good show. Daryl is known to have the most valuable treasures, but it remains to be seen if the Yang clan has the means to match him. While the bidders below were discussing, chaos erupted in the Yang clan's private room. How do we bid now? Continuing will incur too much loss. And we've heard that Daryl has many rare treasures. We can't compete with him. Maybe we should negotiate with him privately? I opposed exposing Daryl's connection to the demon clans from the beginning. Now we're facing the consequences. They had to secure the technique at all costs. Initially, their bid seemed secure. But then, out of nowhere, Daryl made his move. What else can we do but continue bidding? Our things must not fall into Daryl's hands. Who knows what he might do next? He could give away our technique to someone else. Daryl was capable of such actions. 103,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Mr. Daryl, there were many misunderstandings before. Let's talk thoroughly after this auction. When stating the bid, their hearts truly ached. These resources could cultivate many outstanding disciples within their sect. I don't see much reason to talk. 153,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Daryl had plenty of medicinal herbs, but not much else. Moreover, herbs that were hard to come by for others were nothing more than seeds to Daryl. 200. They demonstrated their determination to Daryl. Today, they were ready to go all out against him. 300. Maxim, standing beside Daryl, desperately wanted to cover his mouth. This spendthrift, did he realize how significant 303,000-year-old medicinal herbs were? To say that the entire Brand Sect's total resources were just these 303,000-year-old medicinal herbs, which were saved by the elders and the patriarchs over time. It is important to teach the Yang clan a lesson for provoking you, but please don't buy back the technique. It's meaningless. Stop once they reach their limit. Just trick them. Kesha felt that Daryl had too many treasures and buying this technique wasn't necessary. Given Daryl's casual demeanor, he probably didn't intend to obtain this technique either. 303,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Mr. Daryl continues to be generous. I'm curious, will the Yang clan keep up with him? If the Yang clan loses the resource battle against Mr. Daryl, we might all follow him afterward. With so many medicinal herbs, I'd be set for life. How envious I am of Mr. Daryl, mastering so many resources at such a young age. 320. Mr. Daryl, leave some room for future encounters. Initially, 150,000-year-old medicinal herbs plus the 5,000-year-old immortal spirit dew could have ended the auction. But due to Daryl, it hadn't ended yet, and no one knew when Daryl would stop. Fine, 305,000-year-old medicinal herbs. This is my final bid. You can add more if you want the technique. Otherwise, it belongs to everyone present. Daryl chuckled, giving him a choice. What does belongs to everyone mean? Is Mr. Daryl offering to share his new purchase with us? The audience became excited at the prospect of free items. Mr. Daryl is always generous. With the Yang clan's technique, perhaps my cultivation will improve greatly. Hope the Yang clan doesn't raise the bid again. Given Mr. Daryl's last statement, the Yang clan will bankrupt themselves to win the auction. This translation preserves the structure, tone, and style of the original Chinese text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. ####Chapter 244, Generous Offer. No family would ever agree to put their most important cultivation techniques out in the open. Damn it, is Daryl trying to strip our Yang clan dry? Just for a fragmented technique? If not for the fact that this cultivation method was extremely important to their clan, they would have given up already. Is the Yang clan going to raise their bid or not? If not, we're going to consider this technique. Yes, such a large clan. Do they lack the courage? They're not even as bold as Mr. Daryl. 301 herbs of 5,000 years. After discussions, the Yang clan's patriarch finally spoke. The clan had tried to save costs on the 5,000-year-old herbs wherever possible. With the patriarch's statement, everyone turned their attention to the private room where Daryl was seated. True to his word, Daryl did not make any further bids. Great Lord, aren't you going to announce who has obtained this cultivation method yet? Brandan had remained silent throughout, mostly because he hadn't expected Daryl to act. All the medicinal herbs obtained this time were thanks to Mr. Daryl. After securing them from the Yang clan, a portion must be given to him. Mr. Daryl is truly amazing. The Yang clan has obtained their cultivation method with 301 herbs of 5,000 years. It seems their cultivation method is indeed invaluable. Unfortunately, it can't be practiced by our demon clan, otherwise, I wouldn't bear to part with it. Brandan said this sincerely, despite his uncontrollable grin. Other clans and sects secretly glanced at Daryl's private room, hoping that when their items were auctioned off, Daryl wouldn't bid on them. Otherwise, a double price would be a significant loss. I just wonder if Mr. Daryl really has that many resources available. After all, his opponent is the entire Yang clan, built up over countless years. He's just one person. Who knows? If he dared to bid, he must have the means. Otherwise, failing to pay up would be extremely embarrassing. The auction continued, featuring many powerful techniques and weapons. Even Hirsch couldn't resist bidding several times, gradually feeling relieved. Daryl didn't open his mouth once, and those wary of his potential bids relaxed. As long as Daryl didn't bid, everything else was fine. The Yang clan certainly didn't stop with just one technique. Each bid was carefully increased one by one, fearing Daryl might suddenly interrupt. But when people looked towards Daryl's private room, he seemed to be sleeping, not opening his mouth again. To Daryl, giving them a lesson was enough. If the Yang clan persisted, it would create problems between them. Ending up in conflict here would be far from ideal. The auction lasted a day and night. Their demonic treasures were indeed numerous. By the end, the participants had already contributed many items. Damn, how much human property does the demon race actually have? This is already the 1,300th item, right? It's heard that these are the items obtained after the war with humans and demons. Of course, there won't be few. Anyway, I'm content with acquiring a good cultivation method. The major families earlier indeed made big moves. In the end, they could only increase their bids incrementally like us. Even Daryl purchased a few items, not for himself, but for those around him. Once Daryl made a move, no one dared compete. They feared causing trouble when their own items were up for auction. Thus, Daryl secured items for his companions at the lowest prices. The auction ends here. Honestly, we still have many more items, but I'm exhausted today. One day, when I'm in the mood, we'll hold another one. Brandan was very satisfied today. These resources were enough for the entire demon race to cultivate for 3 to 5 years. Another one? I've spent decades worth of savings to get a cultivation method. Another auction might leave me indebted to the demon race. Haha, do you really value yourself so highly? The demon race doesn't even look twice at you. Brandan arranged the remaining matters, leaving them to his subordinates. They escorted customers home, solving any troubles encountered along the way. Each person who bought something was accompanied by powerful guards. Mr. Daryl, let me send you back to your sect. Brandan quickly sent them back to their sect. Before leaving, Brandan told Daryl he would visit once the auction affairs were handled. Mr. Daryl, remember to give me Phaline Sect's speed cultivation method. I want others to start learning it early, otherwise, it's unsafe to go out. Maxim had this matter on his mind. Daryl took out a cultivation manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Maxim. Don't let those with insufficient strength practice this. The Phaline Sect's methods, patched together, can still be used. When I have time, I'll help you improve them, but ordinary practitioners should stick to the current version. Daryl warned that the system's knowledge wasn't easily controlled by everyone. I know the rules. Everyone should proceed within their capabilities, Maxim nodded, happily taking the items Daryl helped auction for him. Brandan went to handle matters and returned after 5 days. I never imagined preparation would be less exhausting than now. I'm really going to be worn out. All sorts of trouble. You humans love to snatch things from each other more than we demons. Finally managed to send them all home safely. Had I known, I wouldn't have organized this escorting business. In the end, the demon race bore the brunt of the trouble. Brandan ignored Daryl's glance. If I'd known you'd be like this, I wouldn't have done it either. Keep your sympathetic gaze. Mr. Daryl, do you know how many resources I gained this time? Despite his fatigue, his gains were considerable. A lot. Daryl, present at the auction, knew roughly the amounts involved. This time, the demon race made a huge profit. These are the resources we owe you. We used your resources before. We're repaying double. This translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks of the Chinese text while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 245, Little Vivian is kidnapped. Now, their demonic clan had become one with cultivation resources. When they acted, it was naturally very generous. They believed that if they used something from someone else, they should return it. Most importantly, if not for Daryl's meddling, they wouldn't have been able to obtain so many herbs that were 5,000 years old. These could significantly enhance their cultivation. Acting so generously, Daryl clutched the ring. It contained no shortage of resources. Furthermore, Brandan had given him a lot of cultivation techniques, which even after a cursory glance, appeared to be advanced. Of course, our demonic clan has unanimously decided that all these are what you deserve, and you've taken good care of us when we were in the Brandanling sect. These are yours now, although to you, these might be quite ordinary things. In truth, by giving him these resources, they also aimed at deepening their ties with Daryl and tricking him into visiting their demon clan. They wanted Daryl to believe their clan was exceptionally friendly. That way, Daryl would come to their demon clan. Alright, thank you all. This was the first time Daryl received cultivation resources as gifts. Although he didn't need them, he still accepted. I have cultivation techniques from your demonic clan, which are useless to me. Consider this my gratitude for the resources you've gifted me. Actually, these techniques weren't given by the system but obtained by Daryl from various secret realms he had plundered. He had found them when organizing his space some time ago. He had originally planned to gift them to the demons, but had forgotten. Mr. Daryl, you're truly too kind. You make me feel embarrassed. Brandan said this out loud, but his actions showed no sign of hesitation as he put away the items into his own storage space. These were now the most important things they had. Indeed, meeting Daryl was the best decision he made this year. I'm here to deliver items to you today. I'll be heading back to the demon clan. If there's anything you need from our clan, you can contact me using the items I gave you. I promise to help you at the first moment I receive your call. Should you feel uncomfortable with any sect, you can hand that over to us. Dealing with sects is something I excel at. Brandan estimated that after the last auction incident, those sects intending to harm Daryl would now reconsider whether they were capable of doing so. By the way, be more careful recently. With all the resources you possess, someone might get greedy and attempt to rob you. In reality, Brandan also hoped to see Daryl give up on humans completely. Then Daryl could come to their demon clan, where they would take excellent care of Mr. Daryl. Let them try. Some people have been coveting my resources for a while now. Daryl nonchalantly observed the cup in his hands. The system had just given him this cup not long ago, telling him to study the patterns on it. So you're safe then. I'll come visit you again in a few weeks. I'll first return and resolve matters within the demon clan. As long as the beast clan doesn't stir trouble, we won't start a war against you for the next 1 or 2 years. Oh, right. If they find the whereabouts of the demon god, make sure to inform me immediately. I'm leaving now. After receiving Daryl's confirmation, Brandan immediately departed. As Daryl stared in the direction Brandan left, logically speaking, the demons highly revered and admired the demon god. During wars, the demon god would play a significant role. Why did Brandan and the other demon kings seem uninterested in finding the demon god? Was there something unknown happening? Unable to figure it out, Daryl simply brushed it aside, believing the answer would eventually come. Mr. Daryl, bad news. Little Vivian is missing. Kesha rushed into Daryl's room. Recently, Daryl had been in seclusion, studying the teacup given by the system. The patterns on the cup seemed oddly familiar, reminding him of something he had seen before. He hadn't stepped out of his small wooden house for 3 days. Seeing Kesha rush in anxiously, Daryl put down the item in his hand. Don't worry, tell me slowly. What happened? Daryl looked at Kesha. Normally, little Vivian didn't go anywhere, so her disappearance suggested she might have left on her own. Yesterday morning, I didn't see little Vivian and assumed she went out, but she wasn't around today either. At this time, she usually tends to her garden near the entrance. It felt strange, so I looked everywhere for little Vivian but found that no one had seen her in the past 2 days. Most importantly, I asked around the shops little Vivian frequently visits in Xi'an, and she hasn't been there for 3 days. Kesha couldn't find little Vivian and had already sent Miles to search further afield. Still, she thought she should inform Daryl. Have Miles and the others started looking for little Vivian? Daryl expanded his spiritual senses, searching the entire Brandanling sect, but found no trace of little Vivian. Damn it. Could it be that the item he gave to little Vivian wasn't effective, allowing her to enter that tunnel space and leave? Impossible. Although he was in seclusion studying the system's items, his spiritual senses were still monitoring the Brandanling sect. If anything happened, he would know instantly. I've already dispatched people. Perhaps little Vivian is just temporarily gone and will return soon. Kesha couldn't be certain. Given that little Vivian had no memories from before, what if she faced bullying outside? Daryl, where could little Vivian go if she's missing? Kesha looked at the pensive Daryl. Their knowledge of little Vivian was limited. Let's search thoroughly. Just as Daryl was about to head out to look for little Vivian, Luciano arrived with a letter. Mr. Daryl, you can recall Miles. Little Vivian has been found. Luciano was part of the group who had searched for little Vivian but hadn't found her. However, he received a letter addressed to Daryl. Daryl opened the letter and saw only one sentence. Your person is with me. Want to save her? Come to the summit of Mount Tian in 3 days. There was another item sent along with the letter. It belongs to little Vivian, so I suspect they took her. Daryl picked up both the letter and little Vivian's belongings. To get something from me, instead of coming straight to me, you resort to such underhanded tactics. Very well. Daryl naturally had to go since little Vivian was kidnapped because of him. Mr. Daryl, you cannot go alone. We must discuss and decide together. Hashtag chapter 246, Journey to the Summit of Mount Tian. I also think it's not right for you to go alone. The summit of Mount Tian is fraught with dangers, and it wouldn't be safe for you to go there by yourself. Hirsch had heard about Aline's situation and immediately rushed over. No one knew how many ambushes awaited Daryl on that mountain. These people who abducted Aline clearly knew of her relationship with Daryl and understood the kind of person he was. If Daryl went alone, he might never return. Forget about all that. Aline is here because of me, and I must go and save her immediately. Besides, with my current strength, few can harm me. Daryl felt like more people were just asking for death this time around. This time, he would show no mercy. He wanted everyone to know the consequences of laying a hand on those close to him. Mr. Daryl, let me come with you. As a woman who has been by your side, I can insist on going with you. They won't dare harm me, and I don't want you to go alone. Kesha's strength had improved significantly recently, and she could help Daryl in this ordeal. Let's check out the situation together. We'll hide in the shadows. After all, the summit of Mount Tian isn't their territory. It would be normal for us to be there. You are the most important person in Brandanling sect. If anything happens to you, Maxim would hold me accountable. It's settled. We will all go together. Seeing they were determined to accompany him, Daryl didn't argue further. Together, they left Brandanling sect and boarded a flying boat. Usually, Miles and others controlled the boat, maintaining a steady speed. But this time, Daryl was at the helm. Even with Daryl's protective formations on the boat, they could still hear the roaring wind. So, this boat can go even faster, Hirsch marveled. It's better than we thought. Of course, Mr. Daryl's things are always extraordinary. Isn't it normal for it to have greater speed? Moreover, rescuing Aline is crucial. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can save her. Kesha was deeply worried about Aline, as she had no cultivation skills. Would something happen to her? In less than 3 hours, they reached the summit of Mount Tian. I really can't handle this speed. Ugh, so uncomfortable. Luciano squatted beside the boat and vomited. He had thought he wouldn't get seasick on a flying boat until now. Not getting seasick simply meant moving fast enough that anyone would feel ill. If it weren't for Mr. Daryl's formations, we'd all be like this and hiding in our rooms, with the wind turning into daggers. Hirsch stuck his hand out of the boat, and it instantly tore a huge hole. Daryl's speed was too fast, slicing through the surrounding air. Find a place to wait for me. I'll go see what's happening. Daryl put away the flying boat and flew directly to the location written in the letter. Upon arrival, the group was setting up traps. Breachery up. We need to ensure Daryl doesn't return. If we can kill him, all his resources will be ours. But didn't they say Daryl is incredibly strong? Will such traps hurt him? Won't we regret angering Daryl later? Stop complaining and get to work. If the boss finds out we're slacking off, we're all dead. Daryl observed the traps they set. They seemed to understand him well. Knowing these traps would be useless against him, these people weren't very capable. Otherwise, why resort to such underhanded tactics? After searching around, he couldn't find Aline. Grabbing someone randomly, he asked where Aline was. The man said she was at their leader's residence. Daryl quickly found out where the leader was and headed over. When Daryl arrived, the leader was studying the traps. Seeing Daryl standing before him, he was shocked. Daryl? Why are you here? Hearing this, Daryl laughed. Why am I here? Didn't you kidnap my friend and ask me to come? What? Are you surprised to see me? How could he not be surprised? After kidnapping Aline, he returned as quickly as possible, which took 2 days. He even delayed delivering the letter to Daryl by a day to give himself more time to prepare the traps. And Daryl was already here? So soon? What would happen to his plans? He was terrified. Daryl was here. What should he do? Didn't you ask me to come? Now you look like you're frightened out of your wits. What are you doing? Daryl found the man in front of him hilarious. Did he even know what he was doing? Mr. Daryl, you may not believe this, but I kidnapped Miss Aline only to meet you. So many people want to meet you, and if I didn't find a good way, I wouldn't be able to. Think hard. He needed to stall Daryl. Otherwise, he'd lose his life today. Oh, you kidnapped my friend and sent me a letter to come to such a dangerous place just to meet me? Do you expect me to believe that? I don't want to waste time with nonsense. Give me my friend back, or you won't even know how you die. Daryl glanced at Blaze's hand, and the object in it instantly turned to ashes. Blaze was scared stiff. He wished he hadn't notified Daryl so early. He had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Daryl. Mr. Daryl, though it sounds absurd, that's indeed what I intended. I'll take you to Miss Aline right away. Don't worry, we treated her very well. Blaze was relieved he hadn't harmed Aline. Otherwise, he might be dead by now. Standing at the door, Daryl heard Aline's voice. Let me out now. If Mr. Daryl finds out, he won't let you off. Let me out. Mr. Daryl is waiting for me to cook for him. Why did you grab me? It's pointless. Daryl looked at Blaze, his expression clear. Was this what he called treating Aline well? We were afraid Miss Aline would be injured on the summit of Mount Tion. Chapter 247. Rescuing Aline. Mr. Daryl, you know that the peak of heaven is particularly dangerous. Miss Aline is so beautiful. If she wanders around, there's a high chance those people might capture her, and I'm not sure I could save her. So we had to temporarily keep her here with us. But Miss Aline seems to think we kidnapped her. This isn't true. We just invited her as a guest. Blaze gave his subordinates a meaningful glance. With Daryl constantly following him, he couldn't easily contact their group. He hoped his subordinates would be clever enough to understand his hint and quickly reach out to them, urging them to act faster. Daryl clearly didn't believe Blaze's words. However, as long as Aline was safe, he wasn't too concerned about other matters. Blaze shouted at his subordinates, "Can't you see Mr. Daryl has arrived? Retry up and open the door." Once the door opened, Daryl saw Aline. "Mr. Daryl, you finally came. I thought I would be kept here forever." Upon seeing Daryl, Aline visibly relaxed. As long as Daryl was here, she wouldn't be confined anymore. She wasn't worried about these people harming her. They lacked the ability to do so. Daryl had provided her with several life-saving items, and being by his side had also taught her many skills. She was no longer the vulnerable Aline from before. "Never mind. Stand behind me. I need to deal with the people who kidnapped you." Now that he'd found Aline, there was no need for further delay. "Mr. Daryl, I truly regret my actions. Please give me another chance. It was only because I desperately wanted cultivation resources that I resorted to this plan. I promise I won't do this again. I swear I will never leave the peak of heaven again. Is that acceptable?" Blaze felt the power within Daryl's attack. He dared not confront Daryl directly, especially since he had originally planned a coordinated ambush with many others. Fighting alone would be suicide. However, he had anticipated this scenario and prepared accordingly. Daryl couldn't kill him. "Mr. Daryl, please believe me. Since inviting Miss Aline back, I've treated her very well. Ask her if you don't believe me." Blaze looked at Aline, hoping she would speak on his behalf. While Aline was innocent, she wasn't foolish. How could she help someone who had kidnapped her? "Mr. Daryl, they kidnapped me solely to threaten you, intending to kill you and take your cultivation resources. Mr. Daryl, don't let them off. If you do, similar incidents will occur in the future." Without hesitation, Daryl attacked Blaze. Blaze was no match for Daryl and was knocked down in one move. Daryl didn't kill him outright, but crouched beside him. "I'm just curious, how dare you covet the treasures on my person with such limited skills?" When Daryl approached, he had thought Blaze would be formidable, yet his caution now seemed unnecessary. They hadn't even prepared proper defenses. Struck by Daryl, Blaze lay on the ground. "Mr. Daryl, I know you're strong, but I advise against killing me. I forgot to mention something important. When kidnapping Miss Aline, I made her ingest a special poison. It cost me a great deal to concoct it. Perhaps you don't know its effect, Mr. Daryl. Simply put, if you kill me, Miss Aline dies as well. Maybe she would die first under the poison's influence. Why don't you test it? Hit me again and see if Miss Aline dies." Blaze was relieved that Daryl hadn't killed him outright. Otherwise, he couldn't have spoken those crucial words. His elaborate plan would have been ruined. Seeing Blaze's serious expression, Daryl hesitated. "Mr. Daryl, what he says might be true. I was drugged and brought here. When I woke up, I felt an unknown connection to someone. Now I understand. It must be the poison he mentioned. What should we do, Mr. Daryl?" Aline wished to break the bond imposed by the poison and didn't want to be linked to death with such a person. But she didn't know how. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll ensure nothing like this endures. I'll find an antidote soon. Temporarily sparing you. Once I discover the antidote, you'll know your fate." Daryl grabbed Blaze's collar. The fact that they devised such a strategy amused him. These people weren't lacking in intelligence. He promised himself to make Blaze pay once he resolved this issue. Daryl wasn't worried about the lack of an antidote. As long as there was a formula, a solution could always be found. "We'll research back home. Let's go." Daryl disliked the bloodstains and unpleasant odor on the peak of heaven. Injured, Blaze could only comply. Knowing Daryl's strength, he doubted Daryl would let him die easily while researching the antidote. The poison required considerable effort to create precisely because Daryl was formidable. "If you bring me back to Brandailing Sect like this, I suggest treating my injuries first. My wounds are severe. If I die en route, Miss Aline will have to follow. Ignoring Blaze, Daryl dragged him away. Threatening him for better treatment showed Blaze's poor judgment. Daryl wasn't one to be manipulated so easily. Xianxia and the others arrived and were confused by Daryl dragging a person along. Mr. Daryl? You saved Aline, so why bring him? Leaving him here means he'll likely die soon. On the dangerous peak of heaven, an injured person without strength wouldn't last long. Their journey already involved numerous dangers. Had they been slower, they might already be dead. Let's discuss this elsewhere. Daryl didn't want to explain now. Focusing on improving their strength, he led them away from this place quickly. Chapter 248. No antidote. On the flying boat, Daryl sat in a chair and briefly explained the situation to them. So, what you're saying is that we can't kill him now and must take good care of him. Otherwise Xianxia will die? This person had a devious plan, knowing that Daryl would never let Xianxia die. According to what he said, if he reaches a certain level of injury, I might die while he would survive. Xianxia didn't know what kind of poison this was. Despite following Master Daryl for so long in alchemy, she had never heard of such a pill. Is there really such a perverted elixir in this world? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Hirsch, having lived so long, had also never heard of anything like it. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Even Xianxia herself felt something amiss. Otherwise, I would have killed him already without needing to bring him along. Daryl glanced at Blaze, who was unconscious in the corner, not only severely injured, but also with cuts all over his face. So what do we do now? For someone who kidnapped Xianxia, we absolutely can't let them go. We need to find a way to develop the antidote, then the next steps will be easier. Until they found the antidote, they couldn't touch Blaze. It's likely very difficult. Without the formula, I don't even know what the drug looks like. And finding such a forbidden elixir is almost impossible. Daryl had already consulted the system, which unfortunately replied that the forbidden elixir was outside its scope. No wonder none of the alchemy formulas Daryl had did not include such illicit methods. What can we do? If even you can't develop the antidote, then we definitely can't either. Are we supposed to protect him forever? They might just get angrier at the thought that they couldn't kill this kidnapper, but instead had to protect him. If he died, Xianxia would die too. There are some difficulties, but we'll always find a way. The most important thing is to keep him alive, and he should have the formula. Daryl took Blaze's spatial ring and scanned it with his divine sense. There were plenty of valuable items inside, but no formula was found. Perhaps he hid it, or simply memorized it since it couldn't be taken away. With so many cultivation resources available, why kidnap Xianxia and try to steal her resources? He was truly too greedy, and people like him disgusted Daryl. Did you find it? Hirsch and the others anxiously looked at Daryl. Daryl shook his head, deciding to wait until Blaze woke up to ask him directly. By the time Blaze regained consciousness, they had already returned to Brandonling Sect. Daryl and company were going through ancient texts, leaving Bowen, one of Daryl's subordinates, behind. Blaze, we meet again. Bowen and Blaze were familiar. They used to belong to the same organization. They had competed against each other for years, fighting over resources and missions. Blaze eventually defected from the organization due to failing a mission. Bowen had better luck and met a kind master. Bowen, being a lackey to Master Daryl suits you well, earning his favor. Blaze wasn't surprised to see Bowen. He had long investigated who was around Daryl. As an old friend, Bowen knew him well, but it didn't matter as he knew Bowen equally well. Master Daryl's kindness isn't something someone who kidnaps Miss Xianxia can understand. Soon, you'll experience how life becomes worse than death. I imagine you've had a good time on the peak of Xianxia, but your good days are coming to an end. For those who escaped their organizations, the peak of Xianxia was the best hiding place. It was filled with dangerous people, making it inaccessible to ordinary folk. With their skills, they thrived there. Unfortunately, you not only can't kill me but must take care of me. Tell Master Daryl not to waste time searching for an antidote. All things have their counterparts, but my master created this poison specifically to break that rule. There is no solution. But there's another piece of news. Once I took the pill, I only have 15 years to live. Master Daryl, please find a way to extend my lifespan. Otherwise, it's a shame that that delicate lady will die with me. Blaze revealed everything he wanted to say. Bowen got useful information after a brief conversation, though he wasn't sure how much of it was true. Bowen reported everything back to Daryl. Pay no mind to him, just ensure he's kept safe. We'll find a way. Daryl didn't believe a forbidden elixir had no antidote. They just hadn't found it yet. Master Daryl, maybe that's the best we can do. As long as he lives, nothing happens to me. We've gone through countless ancient texts but found no record of this elixir. The more unconventional it was, the harder it was to find. We can't give up. Xianxia, your life shouldn't be tied to such a despicable person. Let's search carefully. We will find it. Besides, we can interrogate him. Xianxia also helped comb through the texts, though being unfamiliar with alchemy made her progress slow. Bowen, interrogate him. Just keep him alive, everything else is up to you. Daryl didn't want to deal with Blaze himself. Bowen couldn't extract useful information from Blaze no matter what torture method he used. Blaze kept saying, I don't know. It was the fourth day, and Blaze was beaten black and blue. Still, he remained silent. You have great courage. I love people like you. Today, let's try something new. Flaying? I heard you like to do this to those you plan to kill. Let's make it enjoyable for you today. Rest assured, I won't let you die. I even asked the sect to specially prepare a high-quality elixir for you. Bowen came daily for questioning, while his subordinates sprinkled salt water on Blaze or dealt with him during other times. You have a heart of stone. Have you forgotten when we fought side by side? Blaze certainly felt pain but couldn't reveal anything. Saying anything meant certain death. Holding on might give him a glimmer of hope. Most importantly, if his friends knew he was here, they might come to save him. Chapter 249. The Life Replacement Pill. Blaze had overestimated the loyalty of his friends. When they learned that Blaze had been taken away by Daryl, their first reaction was to mock him. Seriously? He asked us all to come and deal with Daryl, but he himself got taken away by Daryl. What are we supposed to deal with then? He didn't even make any preparations and made me waste a trip here. I was thinking that if we managed to defeat Daryl this time, we might get some resources out of it. Fortunately, we weren't there earlier. Otherwise, Daryl might have taken us too. I don't want to suffer at Daryl's side. Capturing someone close to Daryl will definitely infuriate him. Since he's already captured, I'm going back. Can't handle Daryl now. Maybe next time if there's another chance. Throughout this whole ordeal, not a single one of them mentioned rescuing him. All they did was complain. If Blaze knew about this, he would probably laugh bitterly at himself, wondering what kind of comrades in arms these people were. He had been too naive. After being a killer for so long, he had actually believed in friendship. Fighting together? You mean when you deliberately push me into danger during missions, making me fail and receive punishment? You keep cutting slowly. With this medicine, he won't die. Miles had given up hope of saving Blaze. Now, he just wanted to torment him. It was because of Blaze that they couldn't focus on cultivating anymore, having to follow Master Daryl to pore over ancient texts. After 3 days of searching, Daryl finally gave up. He tried several methods, but the feeling of distress in Aline hadn't vanished yet, indicating the process wasn't successful. System, I want to trade. These are the resources you need, and in return, give me the formula for this band elixir. Previously, Daryl had discussed this with the system, which mentioned that it could only provide the formula for the band elixir, and Daryl had refused because the system demanded too much. But now, Daryl didn't want to continue searching. Resolving this issue quickly would give him one less thing to worry about. Ding. Trade successful. The items you want have been placed in your inventory. ***. Daryl quickly retrieved the formula for the band elixir. This elixir was called the life replacement pill. This pill came in 2 forms. The child pill, which Aline must have ingested, and the mother pill, which Blaze had taken. Indeed, creating this pill required a significant sacrifice from Blaze. Even with all his resources, Daryl lacked many ingredients to refine this elixir. At the bottom of the formula, it mentioned something similar to what Blaze had said. No antidote existed, and those who took it would only have 15 years left to live. The elixir was truly extraordinary, explaining why it was so difficult to refine. According to the system's records, only 2 people in this world had successfully created this elixir. Clearly, Blaze had a considerable talent for alchemy. With the formula in hand, finding an antidote became easier. Miles, go find out where I can obtain these herbs, said Daryl, needing the herbs to refine the elixir. He also obtained seeds from the system and planted them, but growing them would take time, and Daryl couldn't wait. Understood, Master Daryl. Miles quickly set off to investigate. Soon after, Daryl went to Aline's cabin to inform everyone who were still working late into the night. Time isn't an issue as long as we know how to refine the antidote. Truly remarkable, Master Daryl. Even with a banned elixir like this, you found a solution? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't stand a chance. Kesha sighed in relief. Yes, you all should rest now. Daryl didn't need to burden them further with unnecessary worries. Miles worked quickly, not only locating the places where Daryl needed the herbs, but also bringing back a few specimens. The others aren't evenly distributed, Master Daryl. If I search alone, it might take a year or 2. The cultivation world was vast, and travel alone consumed much time. That's fine. It's already impressive that you found what you did. Daryl contacted Brandan. He needed help. Brandan promptly appeared in Daryl's small cabin. Help me retrieve these herbs, and I'll refine weapons for your demon race. During previous battles, Daryl realized that demons lacked proper weapons. Trading them for assistance wouldn't be a loss. Master Daryl, you can refine weapons too? Is there anything you can't do? The stronger Daryl became, the more Brandan wished to bring him to the demon realm, for they desperately needed someone like him. Don't waste words. For each herb you bring back, I'll refine one magic weapon for you. But you'll need to gather the materials yourselves. Daryl handed the list to Brandan, entrusting this task to him. As expected, Brandan, upon seeing the list, immediately thought, just a few herbs? Can we bring more? Our demon lords lack proper weapons. Maybe we can find more high-quality herbs for you. These are enough. I have the rest. If these herbs weren't rare and Daryl hadn't used some earlier without replanting, he wouldn't have asked the demons for help. Having too many resources can be a drawback sometimes. You have everything. Well, within 3 days, you'll have all the materials you need. Brandan left quickly, eager to share the good news with the demon lords. With only 7 herbs to find, they had to figure out how to distribute the tasks. Daryl had already prepared other necessary herbs and awaited the arrival of the ones the demons would collect. Thank you, Master Daryl, Aline said, assisting him continuously. Had she had cultivative abilities, she wouldn't have been kidnapped, sparing Daryl from doing so much work. These things aren't your fault. You shouldn't feel guilty. If it wasn't you, it would have been someone else close to me. Daryl understood well that these people wouldn't focus on Aline alone if they wanted to harm him. They seized her only because she often ventured outside. I'll arrange protection for you when you go out. Daryl had been negligent. He initially thought no one could harm Aline, thus not assigning protection, leading to this opportunity for others. Chapter 250. Successful Refinement. Now it seemed there would still be potential risks. It was still necessary to have someone protect Aline. It's all because I don't know how to cultivate. Otherwise, those people wouldn't be targeting me like this. If she were as strong as Daryl, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on her. She reflected on this matter when she was taken away, finally realizing that she needed to learn cultivation as soon as possible. That way, she would be able to protect herself. They targeted my resources. Even if not you, it would be someone else around me. In fact, Hirsch and the others should thank you. If it weren't for you, they would be the ones taking the life-saving pill now. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Give me some time, and I will find the antidote. Daryl felt it wouldn't take him long to figure this out. I'm very relieved. Besides, my intuition tells me that if they want to kill me, this pill might not work. Although Aline had lost her previous memories, she still had an instinct that she wouldn't die. After Aline left, Daryl waited 3 days, and Brandan delivered what he needed on time. He also brought along quite a few rare treasures. Mr. Daryl, these are the medicinal materials we worked hard to find, exactly as listed in your note, and in double quantity. Could you please refine more magical artifacts for our clan? Your human-made weapons can increase power, but things not belonging to us will still affect us. Mr. Daryl, we entrust this to you. Brandan directly handed the items to Daryl. Recently, for 3 whole days, their entire clan did nothing but search for these rare treasures, hoping Daryl would consider helping them refine a few artifacts. I can help refine 5 more for you. Make sure to prepare the materials well. The quality of the refined weapons depends on the quality of your materials. You have your own ideas for your weapons, so feel free to discuss them with me. However, you need to wait until I finish my current tasks. So you still have time to decide what kind of weapons you want. Daryl found these people interesting and directly accepted the items they found. Okay, thank you. Once you're done with your business, contact me, and I'll bring the materials over. But I also need to settle matters within our clan. Soon, I'll bring 2 more members here. This time Bart and Sue might not come. You should also meet our other demon kings and get along with them. Be merciful to them on the battlefield later. Brandan joked, noting that eventually, if a battle happened again and without inviting Daryl to their side, they would inevitably clash with him. But could they win against Mr. Daryl? Do you not feel ashamed saying that? You can go. With the pressure cooker boost, Daryl quickly refined the life-saving pill. Looking at this small pill, Daryl wasn't sure where to start for the antidote. More research was needed to find it. Having no solution, Daryl sought Blaze. There might have been a clue when he obtained the pill. Mr. Daryl, have you found a solution yet? Blaze knew finding a solution would be incredibly difficult since he was the one who made it. Daryl had been thinking non-stop, but he never found the time to see Blaze until now. Seeing the battered Blaze before him, Miles told him that this person hadn't spoken a word since. You wanted to use Aline to save yourself, but have you considered that I might not care about her and still kill you? Daryl's eyes locked onto Blaze, who showed little change. I naturally investigated you before kidnapping Aline. My plan was perfect until I didn't anticipate you arriving so quickly at the top of Mount Tion. Had Daryl arrived a day later, everything would have been set up perfectly. From this lesson, Blaze understood that in the future, no matter what he did, thorough planning was crucial to avoid heavy losses. If you didn't care about her, I'd already be dead, and you wouldn't waste your time with me, right, Mr. Daryl? Miles visited daily, hoping for a solution from him. Their group placed significant importance on Aline. Yes, you understand me well, but have you considered that once I find a solution, what awaits you won't just be death, but much worse? Facing the first person who kidnapped his companion to threaten him, Daryl intended to make an unforgettable statement, warning others with similar intentions of the consequences of failure. I'm not afraid. When I took this pill, I thought about many things, yet I went through with it. Mr. Daryl, do you know how envious I am of Miles? We're both from the organization and failed our missions, but why must I flee and hide from everyone? Miles met you and isn't pursued by the organization. He can openly follow you and even meet Zen, something I dared not dream of. I wanted resources from you to improve my strength, not wanting to live this life of running. What's wrong with that? Daryl shook his head. You had many ways to change your situation. Even the herbs you used for this pill could sustain your cultivation for a long time, but you chose differently. And you chose to do something I detest most. Confrontation with you was only a matter of time. I'm curious, did you get any hints or instructions with the pill on how to neutralize it? After all, 15 years is too high a price to pay. Daryl noticed a flicker of emotion cross Blaze's face. Good, then there was hope. Mr. Daryl, you jest. This pill has no cure. Perhaps you should let someone else interrogate me. Mr. Miles is always lenient, making life seem hopeful. Blaze didn't want Miles seeing him in such a sorry state. Chapter 251. Removing the life substitution pill. Then let Miles continue to entertain you. A living person must always have something to look forward to. Daryl gave his instructions and followed Miles out. Having been by Daryl's side for so long, there was no way Daryl would doubt Miles because of a few words from others. You go investigate if Blaze has ever been to any secret realms. I might have to make a trip there. It was impossible to obtain the information Daryl wanted from Blaze here. Alright, I'll send people to investigate immediately, but this matter will definitely take time. After he left the organization, he disappeared from our sight for quite some time. Miles had already inquired before, but unfortunately didn't get much information. Daryl nodded. Daryl had already spread the word. Now everyone outside of the Brandan sect was discussing this matter. Did you hear? Someone wanted to get the resources from Mr. Daryl and kidnapped Aline, who was close to Mr. Daryl. Now Daryl caught the person and brought him back to the Brandan sect. All of these are nothing. I heard Mr. Daryl tortures that person every day. One of my friends is a disciple of the Brandan sect, and for the past few nights, they could hear ghostly cries and howls coming from Mr. Daryl's little wooden house. I've been saying all along, don't randomly touch anyone close to Mr. Daryl. See now? You know the consequences? Do you think Mr. Daryl will kill that person? After all, he did such a thing. Once the effects on Aline's body were removed, it would be the end of Blaze. Miles quickly extracted information from Blaze. He had been to many secret realms, but only a few provided substantial gains. Mr. Daryl, I have already sent people to investigate. They'll be back soon. Miles feared Daryl might impulsively go looking for the antidote formula, so he made arrangements even before Daryl arrived. Alright, Daryl pondered. If he fed the pill to Blaze now, what would happen? As soon as one died, both would die. Or would the 2 pills cancel each other out inside the body? Without hesitation, Daryl swallowed 2 pills. He could clearly feel his body becoming extremely uncomfortable after ingesting the pills. There were 2 forces wildly fighting inside his body. Whoever won would control Daryl's body. Daryl's spiritual energy emerged immediately to protect its master. With 3 forces wandering within his body, Daryl's strength prevented him from being overwhelmed. The creator of the life substitution pill probably never expected someone to be daring enough to swallow both pills at once. It wasn't a joke. Daryl quickly adapted to the two forces inside his body. He discovered an issue. This power was slowly merging with his spiritual energy. After an hour, Daryl felt no discomfort and even noticed an improvement in his strength. Feeling his body, Daryl found no abnormalities. Finding Aline, he asked her about her experience knowing she had a pill inside her body. It just feels like I'm connected to something else. I can't describe it more specifically. And whenever I meet Blaze, this feeling becomes more obvious. Mr. Daryl, if we really can't find a solution, then forget it. It's okay. Lately, she had seen all of Daryl's efforts. There was no need to do this. I found a solution. You take this pill. There may be some discomfort, but just endure it. The mother-child pills could negate each other. That was Daryl's belief. After taking them himself, he didn't notice any adverse effects. Okay. Without hesitation, Aline swallowed the pill. Daryl kept a close eye on her condition. Whether it was her good luck or her special constitution, she didn't experience the severe discomfort that Daryl had. How does it feel? Daryl asked. That feeling is gone. It's been resolved, Mr. Daryl. You're truly remarkable. Daryl really found a solution to the supposedly unsolvable pill. Seeing Aline so happy, Daryl felt relieved. As long as she was fine, that was all that mattered. Alright, as long as it's resolved, next, we need to deal with other matters. Blaze had been bouncing around for half a month. It was time to handle him now. At the moment Aline took the pill, Blaze sensed it. He gradually felt the vague connection between him and Aline disappearing. Miles. Daryl found Miles, and together they went to see Blaze. Daryl, how did you manage this? Did you find the formula for the life substitution pill? Developed an antidote? Impossible. How could you find the formula and develop an antidote in such a short time? He had heard Mr. Daryl was exceptional, but doing this in such a short time, he was exceptionally too much. The pill Blaze got was very old, painstakingly refined by a genius of yesteryears. Yet Daryl cracked it so easily. Very fortunate. I had the formula for the life substitution pill. I was just unsure about which pill you used until recently. Once I knew, resolving it was not difficult for me. Blaze, you should pay for your actions. Miles, strip him of his cultivation, sever his meridians, and bind him at the entrance of Brandon Sect for 7 times 49 days. If he's still alive after 49 days, give him a chance at life. But by then, Blaze would likely prefer death over life. For cultivators, losing their cultivation was like losing their life. Moreover, Daryl severed his meridians, making future cultivation nearly impossible. Mr. Daryl, can you just give me a quick death? I really don't want to be tied up again. In this life, I've been bound for too long. I don't want to die bound. Blaze didn't dispute his fate. He just didn't want to be bound anymore. When you kidnapped an innocent woman, did you consider this? Blaze, good luck. Daryl gave Miles a look, signaling him to handle the matter quickly. After Daryl left, Miles sat down. You really made Mr. Daryl angry this time. In all the years I've known him, this is the first time he has tortured someone like this. He's using you as a warning to others. Hashtag chapter 252. Disposition. One could only say Blaze's luck was poor. He became the first one to suffer, but it was also because his actions were too extreme. Miles, we've known each other for so many years, and I've never asked you for anything. Could I ask you for just one thing today? I want to beg you to give me a quick death. I can't bear that kind of death. Blaze knew very well that suicide wasn't an option either. Daryl wanted to torment him, because of the terrible things he had done. If I give you a quick death, Mr. Daryl would have spared me too. Blame yourself for making the wrong decision from the start. Very soon, Blaze was stripped of his martial arts skills by Miles, who severed his meridians and hung him on the tree in front of the entrance to Brandon Sect. When Miles did all this, the disciples of Brandon Sect were still confused about what was happening. Why did Mr. Daryl tie someone to the gate of Brandon Sect? Isn't that not good? We can resolve issues internally. Family shame should not be aired publicly. This might be Mr. Daryl's order, but it's the first time I've heard that Mr. Daryl is so cruel. He actually disabled this person's martial arts completely. You guys know nothing. I've said before that when you're free, pay attention to current events. This person deserved it. He kidnapped Miss Vivianoxy and tried to get resources from Mr. Daryl. Mr. Daryl will go to great lengths to protect those close to him. Hanging people at the gate is normal. You should respect Mr. Daryl more in the future. After all, he is so powerful that dealing with us is just a matter of moving his fingers. If we offend Mr. Daryl, we might be the next ones hanging outside Brandon Sect. Even if Blaze offended you, you shouldn't hang him outside our Brandon Sect's gate. People passing by would be frightened. Mr. Daryl. Maxim immediately came to talk to Daryl about this. It was something that shouldn't be done. Frightening them like this means they really lack courage. If they are not warned this time, such incidents might happen again. My relationship with you is quite good. Maybe the next person I need to save will be you, but I can't always arrive in time. Those people thought he was easy to bully and that anyone could handle him. Today, Daryl wanted to tell everyone that he wasn't soft and squishy. Picking on him required strength. Maxim was silent for a long time after hearing Daryl's words. He had always admired Daryl's glory, how powerful and resource-rich he was, and how many people followed him. But behind these successes lay envy and attempts to seize his resources. Indeed, Maxim had no right to blame Daryl. More importantly, Daryl's actions were justified. My God, it's the first time I've seen such a kind-hearted Mr. Daryl deal with someone so harshly. Looks like Blaze really got on Mr. Daryl's nerves. This is Mr. Daryl telling us not to mess with his people. Even challenging him directly might not anger him as much. Who is this Vivianoxy? Weren't the people around Mr. Daryl supposed to have good cultivation? How did Vivianoxy get kidnapped so easily? Outside, some people felt panicked. They realized they had never truly understood Daryl. Meanwhile, Daryl had already entered seclusion. With this matter resolved, he began fulfilling his agreement to help the demon race forge weapons. The materials are ready. This is the design of the tool they used before, with a few extra elements added. Check if it can be done. If not, we can follow your ideas. We're flexible. As long as the workers weren't them, they didn't dare to be picky. If they were ordinary humans, they would force them into it. But it was Daryl. Alright, put it there. Have Bart come over to help me with forging. Crafting is more complex than you think. Thinking of crafting, Daryl recalled Imo Brandonian, the old man. He was still in the ancient battlefields with Sam. If he knew Daryl was crafting weapons, he'd surely come to watch eagerly, curious about how Daryl, with such strong theoretical knowledge, would perform practically. Sure, I'll find Bart right away. Do you need any more help? Brandan had no objections and immediately sent word for Bart to come over. Not yet. If you have spare time, bring more materials. Like alchemy, no one can guarantee a 100% success rate. Even Daryl, at the beginning, had failed attempts in substandard products. Daryl aimed for perfection, so leaving flaws was out of the question. Alright, I'll get more materials right away. Do you need any special materials? I've heard some craftsmen need specific items. Brandan was surprised to hear Daryl could craft artifacts yesterday. No need. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Brandan left quickly, and Bart arrived promptly. Mr. Daryl, I don't know how to craft, so you'll need to guide me closely. Bart was willing to step aside this time, allowing other demons to visit Daryl at Brandan Ling's sect. His friendship with Daryl was already strong, and he could contact Daryl directly whenever needed. Just help me with hammering iron. It's exhausting work, but simple enough for you to do well. To choose an assistant, Daryl naturally picked the strongest one. Crafting began. All the theoretical knowledge from before would now be put into practice. It proved that Daryl was a genius. Even though it was his first time, he only struggled slightly at the start, ruining a bit of material. Afterwards, everything went smoothly. Daryl told outsiders he would be in seclusion and asked Miles to guard him, ensuring no one disturbed him. Chapter 253, Weapon Forging. Clang, clang, clang. The familiar sounds came from the small wooden house again. This was already Mr. Daryl's 15th day of seclusion. What exactly is Mr. Daryl doing in seclusion? There's been clanging every day without a moment's pause. Little Vivian stood by the door of Daryl's small wooden house, peeking inside curiously. Has Mr. Daryl not finished after half a month? I don't know, but it must be something important. It's definitely not cultivation. Have you ever seen Mr. Daryl go into seclusion to cultivate? I've really been bored without Mr. Daryl. Normally, when I'm free, I can discuss cultivation matters with him. With Mr. Daryl in seclusion, people outside have become rowdy. Some even placed bets on whether he will break through this time. A few people who were very familiar with Daryl began chatting by his door. These people knew nothing about weapon forging and didn't think along those lines. Not only they were very curious about Daryl's current seclusion, so were others. There are strange noises coming from Mr. Daryl's place every now and then. I was startled the first time I heard them. Does anyone know what Mr. Daryl is actually doing? Mr. Daryl might be forging weapons because the sound is just like that. However, if someone at Mr. Daryl's level also knows weapon forging, along with refining medicines and array formations, that would really be a devastating blow for us. Hearing you say that, Mr. Daryl has inflicted enough blows on us. If someone told me today that Mr. Daryl can do everything, I'd think it's quite normal. He's so powerful, what wouldn't he be able to do? Mr. Daryl won't really be forging weapons, right? I'm so curious, can anyone tell me what he's actually doing? Daryl had no idea about what was happening outside. He had grown increasingly proficient in weapon forging, which was very simple to him now. All the hard labor was done by Bart, and despite being the laborer, Bart was extremely intelligent, doing exactly as instructed. Mr. Daryl, this should be the last one, right? Daryl had only agreed to help them forge 13 weapons, and they had already made 12 in recent days. Indeed, it's been long since we rested. We should rest well after we're done. Although Daryl felt relaxed, he often had to supervise Bart, or else any mistake in strength could ruin all their efforts. Yes, I feel I need a good rest too. I'm dead tired. When I get back, I'll definitely ask those devils for compensation. Otherwise, I won't give these to them. However, following Daryl meant that even while forging metal, he felt his strength improved much faster than during regular cultivation. Be careful and finish this last sword well. Once it's done, our task is completed. Daryl occasionally threw in some materials. The table beside him was full of weapons he had previously forged. 2 more days passed, and the final sword was finally completed. Giving the devil's custom weapons was unprecedented for Daryl. Mr. Daryl, this whip is truly amazing. I love it. My old whip, although capable of releasing great power, used to hurt me. Not anymore. Bart immediately picked up the whip crafted for him. Now it felt perfectly comfortable in use, allowing him to unleash maximum power with minimal effort. Most importantly, it wouldn't harm him anymore. This was the weapon he had dreamed of. Daryl was truly amazing. I believe they'll be very happy receiving these things. In the future, I'll see more of your kind. Bart was delighted. He had also contributed to this weapon's creation. And because he was there, Daryl specially added some unique materials for him. An honor no other weapon possessed. If you find it useful, that's enough. Daryl ended the forging session, packing away his tools. It's worth mentioning that the smooth process this time owed much to the furnace given by the system. Without the items provided by the system, Daryl couldn't guarantee the success of demon race magical artifacts. These trouble you to bring back to the devil race. Our deal is done. Thank you for finding those medicinal herbs for me amidst your busy schedule. Daryl was a grateful person and never took advantage of others. That's fine. The issues within the devil race are mostly resolved now. Next, we need to find the devil god and wait for developments from the beast clan. But since the Yang clan offered to help find people, Brandan ordered all our people back. We're waiting for news from the Yang clan now. Bart couldn't understand Brandan's thoughts either. Wasn't he afraid others might discover the devil god's whereabouts and attempt to eliminate him? However, decisions made by Elder Brandan couldn't be changed by the devils. When the devil god was absent, everyone listened to Elder Brandan, a rule they always followed. Sometimes, even when the devil god was present, Elder Brandan's words had to be obeyed. Good luck. Daryl casually wished them before opening the door. It had been a long time since he had walked out. Just as he opened the door, Kesha and others came over. Mr. Daryl, you're finally out of seclusion. I was so bored while you were in seclusion. Many disciples guessed Mr. Daryl was secluding himself for breakthroughs. I waited for many days, but there were no signs of progress. Even now, I don't see any significant improvement in Mr. Daryl's strength. Hirsch, do you know Mr. Daryl's true strength? Can you tell? Don't say such things. It's good that Mr. Daryl returned safely. Daryl listened to them chatter about recent events, occasionally giving responses. After seclusion, the flowers he planted had grown significantly. They would likely bloom soon. When Daryl left the wooden house, Bart also took the weapons they had forged over the past few days and left Brandandling Sect. Handing these over would surely make them very happy. However, without each devil getting such a superior weapon, conflicts might arise once again. Mr. Daryl, was your seclusion for a breakthrough or researching something new? We bet on this while you were in seclusion and await your answer to determine the winner. Hashtag chapter 254, made a big profit. As Daryl approached the Brandandling Sect square, someone immediately ran over to inquire about him. It turned out that the disciples of Brandandling Sect were betting on him, reflecting how their cultivation practices had become increasingly decadent. However, Daryl didn't mind. He believed people shouldn't always focus on cultivating but should also enjoy interesting activities. Not cultivating, Daryl replied casually. Hearing this, the person in front of him jumped up, exclaiming, "Damn, I won. Made a big profit. I told you guys, Mr. Daryl isn't the type who just cultivates. You better hand over your bets." Daryl watched with a smile as the winners celebrated joyfully. "Mr. Daryl, I'm really sorry, but I got so excited. I never thought I would win, especially with odds of 1 to 1,000. Daryl found it unbelievable too. Everyone seemed to think he was secluded for cultivation. "Mr. Daryl, I don't mind losing, but I have a question. Strong cultivators usually work hard and seize celestial treasures to enhance their power. How come you spend little time in seclusion and rarely cultivate?" This was a question they had been pondering for a while. Why did Mr. Daryl possess such high strength without constant cultivation? To be honest, you might not believe me, but my talent is just too high. Even without cultivating, my strength surpasses yours. Have you ever considered what would happen if I did cultivate? The shock to all of you would be immense. Daryl joked, knowing that they paid close attention to his habits. This time, he gave them a straightforward answer. "You might as well tell us you secretly cultivate at night. That would be even more shocking. Mr. Daryl, you truly have divine favor. It's true. Being so strong without cultivating means there's no need to anymore. I think Mr. Daryl's lifestyle is quite good." Feeling utterly defeated, Mr. Daryl is indeed fortunate. Seeing that Daryl was in a good mood after coming out of seclusion, they took the opportunity to ask some questions. "Mr. Daryl, we've heard that you keep a demon king around and even within our Brandandling Sect. Is this true? We've discussed this for a long time without reaching a conclusion." In their eyes, whatever Daryl did seemed perfectly normal. "Do you mean the person who suddenly appeared beside you before, whose strength we couldn't discern?" They speculated. Daryl merely looked at them, saying nothing. You're asking a sensitive question, and Mr. Daryl might not be able to answer directly. Since he's in a good mood after seclusion, shouldn't you take this chance to ask for some cultivation treasures instead? "I'll feel bad for you if you waste such an opportunity." Hirsch quickly interjected, fearing that Daryl's honesty might cause panic among the crowd. "Mr. Daryl, I want a snow pear jeju flower. I'm just a step away from breaking through." One of them immediately spoke up, and Daryl promptly handed over what they requested. Just like good wealth boy, Daryl stood by his door, giving out over 100 items. Everyone soon forgot about their earlier questions. Or perhaps, when Daryl remained silent, they already knew the answers. Mr. Daryl is still very nice. Even if he has connections with demons, I trust he wouldn't harm us. In reality, at Mr. Daryl's level, we have no right to oversee his actions. We can only turn a blind eye and avoid upsetting him. Back in his room, Daryl found Brandan waiting with several demon kings. "We love the demonic artifacts you forged for us. Thank you very much. I specially brought them here to express our gratitude." Daryl noticed the dozen demon kings in his room. Brandan must have done this intentionally. No need for formalities. I've always said it's just business between us. Standing amidst so many demon kings, Daryl showed no sign of nervousness. "I know, but I still wanted to bring them to thank you. Now that we're here, let them introduce themselves." From Brandan's words, Daryl understood that their visit was not solely for thanks. After all introductions were made, Brandan spoke up. "We are currently building new residences for our race, and they have nowhere to stay temporarily. I'm bringing them to Brandandling Sect for a while. I've already explained your rules to them. They promised not to harm any disciples of Brandandling Sect, and I will supervise them. If they do anything wrong, they will be immediately punished. Our punishments are far stricter than those of humans, and they wouldn't dare disobey." Additionally, these demon kings were indebted to Daryl, making them even less likely to act against him. "Your excuse sounds lame. If you wish to stay, find accommodations yourselves. If any harm comes to Brandandling Sect's disciples, I will make you pay the price." Daryl trusted these demon kings, knowing they had better control over themselves than ordinary demons. However, with the entire group of demon kings gathered here, wasn't there a risk of a surprise attack on their territory? Curious, Daryl asked outright. "Mr. Daryl, rest assured, we made thorough preparations before leaving. We occasionally return to check on things. Mr. Daryl, I've brought materials. Could you forge an artifact for me? I'm the weakest among them and didn't manage to snatch one. Also, Mr. Daryl, I brought some good resources. Please choose any materials you like and help forge an artifact for me too." Listening to them, Daryl finally agreed. "When I have time, I'll help forge them, but this will be the last time." Forging required considerable effort, and Daryl, being lazy, wasn't particularly fond of doing it. Rest assured, only demon kings have the privilege to request your help. In recent decades, we've only had these few demon kings. "Thank you, Mr. Daryl. You're the best human I've encountered. Others either fear or try to kill us. Chapter 255. Representative of the Demon Clan. Bretmans like Daryl who treat them with a normal heart are too rare. Most importantly, no one would be as good to them. Knowing they were demons, he still gave them so many things to use. To improve their cultivation levels was something they had already discussed before coming here. If they were really going to fight, protecting Daryl and the Brandonling sect would be their way of thanking him. After all, it was just one Brandonling sect, and it wouldn't impact them much. I have no grudges or enmity with you. Why would I kill you? When you're in Brandonling sect, try to hide your auras a bit more. It's not good if the disciples see it. Daryl was mainly worried that Maxim and the others would find out about this and tell him such matters weren't allowed. When these demons suddenly appeared beside Daryl, the others could guess something. Recently, Hirsch seldom came over to Daryl, unsure how to face the dozen demon kings around Daryl. Sometimes Hirsch couldn't understand what Daryl intended to do. Did he plan on joining the demon clan? If Daryl wanted to do that, couldn't he have done it long ago? Mr. Daryl, I will return to the demon clan tomorrow. If any members of the Yang clan come looking for me recently, please stall them. Don't let them meet the Yang clan. Brandan was most worried about them. Their combat power was beyond reproach, but in terms of intelligence, it made him worry a lot. Go back, Daryl replied. In recent days, he had discovered while staying with them that Brandan managed these demon kings like a mother managing children, handling everything for them. These demon kings were quiet and rarely conversed with others. Of course, Daryl suspected it was just because they were unaccustomed among so many humans. Mr. Daryl, can I spar with Mr. Miles today? Yesterday, Bart already went, and he severely injured several people. I think it's better if I handle it. I'll be gentler. You should ask Miles yourself. I won't make that decision for you. Miles's rapid consumption of resources under their training led to significant improvements. Soon, his strength would break through. However, unexpectedly, Miles hadn't asked for resources yet. Daryl didn't know how Brandan knew that someone from the Yang clan would visit him in the next 2 days. On the day after Brandan left, the head of the Yang clan personally came to see Daryl. Initially, Maxim wasn't going to let him in since Daryl had clearly expressed dislike for them. But this was Brandonling sect, and they didn't want to make enemies with those hidden families. Eventually, they allowed him in. Upon entering, the head of the Yang clan went straight to Daryl. This matter could have been delegated to someone else, but he recalled how Daryl had caused his clan to lose so much, making him very unsatisfied. Naturally, he had to confront Daryl and take him back to their clan. Daryl needed to know his place, or there'd be no good outcome for him. When he saw the demon kings beside Daryl, he was taken aback. Weren't there supposed to be only 2 demon kings with Daryl? Were they having a meeting of demon kings? What were these demons up to? Staying by Daryl's side for so long, did they also look upon Daryl as someone important, like their own clan? Mr. Daryl, is this appropriate? Brandonling sect is still human territory, although everyone knows your special relationship with the demon kings. Hearing this, Daryl glanced at Bart. They had spent so much time together that Daryl only needed a look for Bart to know what to do. Does our relationship with Mr. Daryl have anything to do with you? You still have many good things from our demon clan. Shouldn't I publicize that for you? Haven't you learned from last time? Or should I help remind you? We demons haven't exercised in a long time. How about starting with your Yang clan? Bart speaking up for Daryl was unexpected. The head of the Yang clan initially thought Daryl and the demons merely exploited each other, but now it seemed otherwise. If it were exploitation, there wouldn't be so many demons present. I made a mistake. I came today to look for Brandan. Is he not here? Recognizing Daryl's power was wise. Continuing this conversation might get him kicked out. He has returned to the demon clan. If there's anything, you can talk to me. Brandan said I could represent the demon clan. Oh, forgot to tell you. Your secret transmission of news about my association with the demon clan was uncovered. That's why I caused you to lose a fortune at the auction. Daryl had nothing to hide. Honestly, if Hirsch hadn't appeared last time, he might have told the Brandonling sect disciples the truth. There was no need to hide actions once they were done. You've already made me pay for this. No need to dwell on it. Let's consider it past. Today, I came looking for Brandan. Even if you represent the demon clan, I don't wish to discuss with you. Daryl was truly formidable, becoming friends with so many demon kings. He could sense that saying another word would invite action from the demon kings. Furthermore, when Daryl claimed he could represent the demon clan, none of the demon kings contradicted him. Just wait then. Tony, take him down to rest until Brandan returns. I'll send someone to inform you. The Perry was quickly led away, hearing Brandonling sect disciples discussing Daryl, a completely different view than expected. Instead of isolating Daryl, many supported him. His visit to settle scores turned out to be futile, and he even doubted whether he could leave safely. For 2 days, whenever the Perry tried to go out, several people trailed him. Brandonling sect guarded against him. Meanwhile, the demon kings around Daryl could move freely in Brandonling sect, which instantly enraged the Perry. What did Daryl mean by this? Hashtag chapter 256, Finding the Demon God. Daryl truly didn't put the Yang clan in his eyes. He genuinely believed that with a little strength, he was invincible in the world. Daryl also wanted to tell him that he was just okay. Unfortunately, in the Feather Spirit sect, he was destined not to be able to tell Daryl this fact. Most importantly, how could he take Daryl away from the Feather Spirit sect to their Yang clan? Once there, he could make Daryl behave and ensure that no demon clan or demon god would appear. Brandan returned 3 days later. When he came back, he collapsed directly into Daryl's chair, too exhausted to move. I want to rest well, borrowing your place for a while. After Brandan spoke, a powerful force enveloped him, even encompassing Daryl's entire desk. Daryl could see that this force was gradually restoring Brandan's strength. Ellie, Callahan, popped out, Mr. Daryl, I wish I could devour this force. If I eat it, I can talk. Recently, many demons were around Daryl, and Ellie didn't want to interact with them, so he had returned to the space realm. This is his power. If you devour it, who knows what will happen to him. Take it slowly. Daryl rejected Ellie's request. He wasn't that kind of person and wouldn't allow his divine beast to do such things. Ellie pouted. He knew Daryl wouldn't agree. If Daryl did, he wouldn't be Daryl. After recovering, Daryl noticed that for a moment, Brandon's strength significantly increased, but then quickly returned to its previous state. This might be one reason why Brandon had survived for so long. Daryl felt that even if he asked, Brandon wouldn't tell him. Thank you. I need to find the Zaire. Rumor has it they've found our demon god. Looking at Brandon, Daryl knew this rumor was already well established, and he had long known about Brandon's situation. You come with me. Didn't the Zaire offend you? Brandon grabbed Daryl before he could speak and brought him straight to the Zaire. He was meditating, but Brandon disregarded this and slapped him on the shoulder, forcibly awakening him from meditation. If he weren't strong enough, he would have fallen into madness. Fortunately, the Zaire knew the cultivation environment here wasn't ideal and was merely stabilizing his strength. When Brandon slapped him, he opened his eyes and looked at Brandon. Senior Brandon, I've been waiting for you. We found your demon god. The Zaire tried many methods but couldn't kill the demon god, so they sought peace talks. Since you've found the demon god, why don't you bring him over? Brandon sensed the demon god's aura on the Zaire, confirming they had indeed found him. The Yang clan still had some tricks up their sleeve. The demon god refuses to come with us. Believe it or not, he's now an ordinary human who's married and has children. He doesn't trust what we say, thinking we're lying. He's very much in love with his wife, and I can't bring him here. I found the demon god. So, may we discuss the peace terms? Even if we fight, it's for resources. Now, our prominent families are willing to offer resources for peace talks. It's a good choice for you. You should know how to choose. They were confident about these peace talks. Let's discuss this after I see the demon god. Brandon's face was expressionless, and the Zaire couldn't discern his thoughts. Apologies, only if you agree to the peace talks can we tell you where the demon god is. Otherwise, we can't risk adding a powerful opponent. Before coming, they had made sure the demon god relocated. Except for them, the demon clan couldn't possibly find him. Hearing this, Brandon revealed a knowing expression. He knew it wouldn't be so simple. Sure enough, all their calculations were exposed. To be honest, whether the demon clan has a demon god or not, certain matters must proceed. It seems you lack sincerity in the peace talks, so let's not discuss it. Of all humans, only Daryl said what he meant. However, those hidden prominent families didn't fully understand them. If they really wanted to find the demon god, hiding wouldn't help. We come with sincerity but must guard against you. We can't promise everything without getting anything in return, right? That would be a massive blow to them. I told you before, peace talks require finding the demon god. I'm only managing the demon clan and can't represent them. Only the demon god has that authority. Since he forgot, wait until he remembers. In that case, I think we have nothing more to discuss. Goodbye. Brandon took Daryl out of the room. Mr. Daryl, let me take you to meet our clan's demon god. Feeling the demon god's aura, any demon could locate him. They were also curious how the demon god, now an ordinary human, lived, having forgotten much and started a family. Daryl didn't reply, but Brandon took the initiative to bring Daryl to the demon god. They stood in a concealed corner, observing for a while, and finally confirmed that what the leader of the Yang clan said was true. The demon god had forgotten many things and was solely focused on getting along well with his wife and child. The current demon god is the hardest to manage, running off to get married and have children. Since the demon god emerged, only a few years had passed. Yet, his child was already 3 years old. More importantly, without the demon god's knowledge, his power had been dispersed to his wife and child. This meant that the current demon god was the weakest among all generations. To recover his former strength, he would need to absorb the power from the other two individuals, which would leave their bodies in very poor condition. It was uncertain how the demon god would choose once he regained his memory. Brandon was somewhat looking forward to that moment. Edits made for clarity, flow, and consistency in the narrative. Standing in a hidden corner, they observed for a moment and confirmed the Zaire's words were true. The demon god had forgotten much and only thought about his family. This generation's demon god is the hardest to manage, choosing to marry and have children. The demon god had emerged only a few years ago. His child was already 3 years old, and most importantly, unknowingly, his power had been dispersed to his family. Thus, this demon god was the weakest in generations. To regain his former strength, he must absorb the power from 2 others, which would leave their bodies severely damaged. Who knew what choice the demon god would make when he remembered? Brandon looked forward to that moment. Hashtag chapter 257. The secret realm near the feathered spirit sect. Looks like your demon god is quite content. Since you don't need him right now, there's no need to call him back. Daryl felt that this kind of life was pretty good for him, mainly because after each major battle, the demon god would leave the demon race and forget everything that had happened before. And when the demon god reappeared next time, it would always be a different person. In fact, the demon god was rather tragic. From birth, they carried a significant mission. I just brought you here to meet the demon god. I didn't say anything about awakening him, and he will return on his own when the time comes. There was no need to waste cultivation to awaken the demon god. Brandon left a mark on the demon god so that he could find him anytime. Brandon then took Daryl away. In fact, coming to terms with him might also be a good choice. After all, what you are seeking is resources. If they are willing to provide them, you should accept it. There was no need for both sides to be severely weakened, only to let others reap the benefits. Of course, based on his understanding of the various races this time, the final victor would most likely still be the demons. We'll see how things develop. With the current situation, accomplishing this won't be simple. It's not just a conflict between our 2 races. He sensed something amiss with the demon god. Someone had attacked him, wanting to kill the demon god. Just because of this incident alone, he couldn't negotiate peace properly. Although he possessed the power of the demon god, he was essentially still an ordinary person who didn't know how to control that power. To think, if it weren't for the demon god's power within him, he would have died long ago. These humans wouldn't have shown mercy. Daryl glanced deeply at Brandon. realizing that it might be appropriate to discuss some ideas with him now. After Daryl returned to the small wooden house, Maxim came over to find him. Mr. Daryl, we've discovered several secret realms. Could you please help us explore whether there are any extremely dangerous things inside before sending the disciples in? All the elders agreed that Daryl was the best choice for the job. Maxim had already learned to be more tactful this time. He didn't immediately agree to their request since he didn't know what Daryl would think. Are all the elders just eating without working? Why do I have to give them resources to cultivate and even solve problems like exploring secret realms? Stopping in front of the wooden house, Daryl wondered why every time something happened, they came straight to him. I told them, but they said they need to conserve strength for leading the expedition into the secret realms. You only need to explore and check if there are particularly dangerous things. It won't take up too much of your time, and these secret realms suddenly appeared around the Feathered Spirit Sect. Those elders are worried that there might be dangers the disciples can't handle. After being reprimanded by Daryl, Maxim didn't know how to respond anymore. It did sound unreasonable to always ask Daryl to solve everything. I'm busy. If you want me to go, Feathered Spirit Sect will have to handle its own resource needs for the next month. With those words, Daryl entered the wooden house. They would likely choose to explore themselves. Hearing Daryl's words, Maxim returned to convey the message. Why is it so difficult for Mr. Daryl to do something for Feathered Spirit Sect? Isn't he part of us? Because Mr. Daryl is capable, we can't burden him with too many requests. If Mr. Daryl can't do it, we'll have to. Perhaps we can directly bring them along and be careful. Nothing bad might happen. After Daryl rejected Maxim, they indeed didn't come back to him. Hirsch mentioned that they had already sent people to investigate. Feathered Spirit Sect never had such secret realms nearby before. They just appeared recently. I've never heard of such a situation. Hirsch stopped cultivating lately as he found it impossible to break through no matter how hard he tried. Constantly thinking about it might cause mental barriers, so he decided to rest for a while. Change is normal. Speaking of which, I thought being the gatekeeper of Feathered Spirit Sect meant having little to do, but as the chief elder, it seems you also don't do much. From what Daryl remembered, Hirsch was either cultivating or wandering outside. They're afraid of me. I can't just seek out trouble, right? I'm not foolish. Hirsch was also curious why the other elders preferred to find Daryl instead of him. His temperament wasn't bad either. Maybe they thought Daryl solved problems faster, or wanted Daryl to handle them. Don't forget what you promised me. By the way, let your son Corey come see me and choose the weapon I promised. Upon hearing this, Hirsch forgot everything else and hurried off to find his son. When Corey arrived, he was a bit nervous. Daryl had previously told him that weapons chose people too. If they didn't choose him, he'd have to find one himself. Daryl had already laid out the suitable weapons for Corey. Based on your strength, these are the best fits for you. Choose one. Indeed, he had many excellent weapons, but he hadn't found the right match until now. Perhaps he should hold a competition someday and lay out some weapons for them to choose from, fulfilling his promise to them. Mr. Daryl, this one? Daryl watched Corey easily pick up a double-edged blade. It seemed both were satisfied with each other. That works. Daryl put away the other weapons. You have good strength. Don't disappoint its choice of you. Practice well. As he handed over the blade, Daryl also provided some cultivation resources. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. If you need my help in the future, just say the word. Since meeting Daryl, Corey received many resources from him. Moreover, Daryl saved his life once. Without Daryl, he would have died long ago. Sadly, Daryl refused to take him as a disciple, otherwise, he could serve Mr. Daryl personally. Resolve the duel with Kesha before you enter seclusion. Many are curious about who among you is stronger. Daryl looked at Kesha approaching. Chapter 258, Decide the Victory. Rather than choosing a day, let's do it today. Miss Kesha, I challenge you to a duel. Today, both of them were in peak condition, perfect for a decisive battle. Alright, let's start. I also want to test out my new moves. These were learned from previous battles, but had never been truly mastered until now. So, shall we head over now? Once Kesha agreed, they set off immediately. Daryl followed closely behind them, while Hirsch tagged along beside Daryl. Mr. Daryl, since their match hasn't started yet, why don't we make a bet? Let's say a month's worth of resources? Hirsch always wanted to win against Daryl, even after losing time and again. Fine with me. Daryl agreed without hesitation. A month's resources were nothing to him. Mr. Hirsch, I want to place a bet too, on Miss Kesha winning. Little Vivian joined from the other side of Daryl, finding this amusing. I agree. If I win, just prepare an extra dish for me each day, just for myself. After being around Daryl for so long, Hirsch knew that little Vivian didn't have any cultivation. Her constitution was the reason he couldn't perceive her level. Without cultivation, there would be no surplus resources for practice. Hirsch didn't want to bully little Vivian and damage his reputation. Seeing Daryl nod, little Vivian agreed to the bet, but she believed that Kesha wouldn't lose. On the arena, they exchanged pleasantries and then launched into battle. Kesha's skills have improved dramatically. Mr. Daryl, have you secretly been coaching her? The moment Kesha started, Hirsch noticed her rapid advancement. She's naturally clever. There's no need for me to teach her. Daryl had only guided Kesha once. After their last battle, Kesha hadn't come to him for help again. It seems our son doesn't stand much of a chance. Not again? Another lost bet? Why did he always lose when betting with Daryl? Moreover, Corey's strength far surpassed Kesha's previously, but now Kesha was nearly at his level. The outcome of their fight was uncertain. You should understand that. Don't keep betting against Mr. Daryl. You'll only end up losing. It looks like they've decided to settle this in one move. Having grasped her new skill through this bout with Corey, Kesha no longer needed to continue the fight. Whoever won or lost no longer mattered. Daryl protected the spectators from the shockwave caused by the clash of energies, absolutely ensuring their safety. Within seconds, everything settled down. Both combatants stood on the stage. They're both standing. Who exactly won? I think it's Miss Kesha. Last time, she was incredible, fighting several people and injuring Corey. Both of them are formidable, especially being close to Mr. Daryl. Resources aren't an issue for them. We have to struggle for resources? Oh well, why did they provoke Xianxia? The top spot was within our reach before. Now, who can challenge them? It would take ages of cultivation to possibly match her. Or maybe, when Xianxia becomes an elder, they might have another chance. Xianxia, you're very strong. Last time, you were no match for me, but this time, you've become stronger. Give you more time, and I'd be no match at all. Corey acknowledged his defeat. The blow he received was clearly worse. I won by a stroke of luck. Without the gentleman's agreement, I wouldn't have won. Xianxia admitted the truth. Last time she was in a battle state. This time, without it, she couldn't win. Corey's experience outweighed hers significantly. I lost. Corey turned to Daryl, who nodded in agreement. First place on the leaderboard, Xianxia, Maxim announced suddenly. Xianxia ran to Daryl, seeking praise. Daryl smiled warmly. You won, you did great. Xianxia had proven she didn't need Daryl to earn respect. Her strength alone was enough. I'll work harder to discover new things. Only then would she be worthy of standing by his side, Xianxia thought. If someone more capable appeared by Daryl's side, even if Daryl didn't favor them, she'd still feel inferior. So, she must excel. I realize now that anyone close to Mr. Daryl, even a mere subordinate, has advantages. Just the other day, I spoke with one of his underlings and learned he provides substantial resources. Plus, Mr. Daryl told us something enviable. Anything related to cultivation, we could ask him for assistance and resources. Hell, after hearing that, I almost gave up being a Feather Spirit Sect disciple and asked if Mr. Daryl needed servants. Feather Spirit Sect had always attracted bold individuals who shouted directly to Daryl. Mr. Daryl, can we be your subordinates? Daryl looked at them and smiled. Not currently shorthanded. If I need help later, Miles will inform you. These people were sufficient, and their power was steadily rising. Since the competition is over, let's return to the cabins. Daryl planned to tend to his garden in the afternoon. Lately, he had entrusted little Vivian with its care and had no time to check if it lacked herbs. Mr. Daryl, now that you're here, can you help guide us? I've been stuck trying to break through for a long time. Translation maintained the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with previous content. ####Chapter 259. Miles's rapid progress. Then have a battle with Miles, so I can see where your problems lie. Daryl pointed at Miles. This was a good opportunity to also assess Miles's recent improvements. Initially, Daryl thought they were evenly matched in terms of raw strength. But the biggest difference was that Miles's strength extended beyond just cultivation. Once Miles entered the arena, he took down his opponent in one move before they could even react. Daryl narrowed his eyes. Miles's progress was even faster than he had imagined. His speed had increased to an astonishing level, extraordinary, and far beyond what most people could achieve. Daryl was well aware of this. I apologize for underestimating Miles's abilities. After you recover from your injuries, come find me at the small wooden hut. Then I will provide further guidance. Miles, come with me. Daryl immediately left with Miles, leaving the others who eagerly hoped for his guidance disappointed. They had thought Mr. Daryl would be guiding them next, but instead, he left. Never mind, they would have to wait until Mr. Daryl had more time. Next time, they must seize the opportunity. Daryl brought Miles to the entrance of the small wooden hut. I'll suppress my strength and spar with you to test your capabilities. The Demon Lords had indeed mentioned Miles's progress recently, but Daryl hadn't really paid attention. Now it was clear that his advancements were significant. Daryl suppressed his cultivation to match Miles's level, and realized he wasn't even a match for him. After the sparring session, Daryl withdrew his hand. You're stronger than I thought. Mr. Daryl, I've used all the resources you gave me. If I don't make any more progress, I might start thinking I'm not cut out for this. And every day I fight those Demon Lords, I keep getting beaten up. If you fought me at full strength, I wouldn't stand a chance. But considering I have far more combat experience, it's normal that you can't defeat me when you suppress your strength. Miles had fought on the edge for so long. If he let Daryl beat him easily, he wouldn't know how to face himself after all his efforts. He strived so hard because he wanted to be of help when Daryl truly needed him. That's excellent. Here, take these resources. It seems your training method is quite effective. From now on, I'll have them spar with you regularly. Daryl planned to discuss this with the Demon Lords when he returned. After all, they didn't have much to do at Brandandling Sect besides occasionally practicing while being cautious about their demonic aura leaking out. Therefore, they were essentially a nuisance at Brandandling Sect, but Daryl could help solve this problem by ensuring no one discovered their true identity. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. Miles was delighted to receive new training resources. Back at the wooden hut, Daryl discussed the matter with Brandan. Serving as sparring partners is acceptable, but they might not control their strength. If they inadvertently reveal unusual abilities during combat, it could cause panic, which isn't something I can manage. Brandan was very obedient to Daryl now, and would agree to anything he proposed. Even if Daryl said he wanted the Demon Lords to serve as his subordinates, Brandan believed some of them would agree without hesitation. Now there's nothing much for them to do here. They can't train freely, and need to be extra cautious daily. They also won't leave anytime soon. These issues are manageable. Daryl found them a very secluded place to practice. At first, no one noticed, but soon enough, word got out that Mr. Daryl had arranged a sparring squad for his followers. Naturally, others weren't pleased and insisted on joining the sparring sessions. The Demon Lords were puzzled by so many people wanting to get beaten up, but ultimately, Brandan agreed that if they were willing, they could join in too. This area became a training ground where they regularly gathered for sparring matches. No matter how many opponents showed up, they managed to handle them well. Mr. Daryl, do you have a moment? The elders who entered the Mystic Realm haven't returned. Could you check on them? Maxim was anxious since they had been gone for a long time with no news. He didn't know whom else to ask except Daryl. Exploration always carries risks. You can't expect me to resolve every issue for you. Let's wait 3 more days. If they haven't returned by then, I'll go check on them. Daryl was concerned that protecting them too much might make them forget the challenges they should face themselves. Moreover, resources were scarce. If they didn't seize the opportunity, others would. Alright, I'll keep an eye on the situation and allow the disciples to enter the mystic realm as well. You're right. Exploring such realms inherently comes with risks. Whether to enter the mystic realm should be their own decision. However, according to the initial reports from the elders, these realms haven't been explored yet. That was good news. It meant the potential for obtaining valuable resources for their sect. Daryl agreed, hoping they would avoid danger and return safely. 3 days later, some of them returned with plenty of resources, but others did not. They might have permanently stayed inside the mystic realm. They met with danger individually, not because the mystic realm itself is particularly dangerous. No mystic realm is perfectly safe, and it depends on their ability to handle it. Since they're already gone, there's no need for me to rescue them. Their life lights were extinguished. Even entering now would only bring back their bodies. Maxim could entrust this task to someone else. The mystic realms aren't especially dangerous, but they must resist temptation or they'll end up like the elders, trapped inside forever. Since someone had been there, they understood the dangers well. I think we shouldn't let the disciples enter casually. Let's send in some strong cultivators to explore first. For now, those with weaker strength should stay behind. Note: character names have been kept in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 260, Catching a Suspicious Person. But Elder Maxim, that place doesn't belong to our sect. If others find out about such a place, it's very likely they'll try to seize the resources inside. We won't be able to stop them. Now we've found this secret realm because it's near us, but I think we should extract its resources as soon as possible to prevent others from getting a chance. Yes, our Brandon Ling sect's cultivation resources mostly come from Mr. Daryl, but he can't provide us with resources forever, right? Thus, they must secure these resources quickly to sustain their sect for the long term. Recently, there have been rumors that Mr. Daryl has ties with the Demon Clan. What if he leaves for the Demon Clan? What will happen to our Brandon Ling sect then? Without cultivation resources, how can we improve the disciples' abilities? I believe this issue is easy to solve. Mr. Daryl, could you please help by turning those secret realms into properties of our Brandon Ling sect? As long as you set up an array formation, others shouldn't be able to find them. Since only they know about the secret realms and haven't told anyone else, keeping them hidden would be reasonable. Doesn't the Brandon Ling sect have array masters? I guided them for some time. They should be able to assist you, Daryl refused. However, he thought it was time for the sect's other array masters to practice their skills. He had taught them much, and practice was essential to gauge their true level. Daryl didn't feel it was wrong for the Brandon Ling sect to hide the entire secret realm. They earned the right to access these resources through their own efforts. Alright, I'll take them immediately, just make sure not to tell the other disciples in the sect. These secret realms resources would last them for a considerable period. Maxim promptly arranged for his men to handle the matter. Seeing that nothing more required his involvement here, Daryl left. Upon returning to his small wooden house, Miles brought a hooded figure before him. Mr. Daryl, this person was loitering suspiciously outside the Brandon Ling sect. When I questioned him, he wouldn't speak, so I brought him here. As the guardian of Brandon Ling sect, Daryl's duty included patrolling daily. Knowing who approached from outside was part of the job, which should have been easy with his spiritual senses. But after Miles offered to take over this task, Daryl gladly agreed, finding it convenient to delegate. Take off his mask. Let me see him. As Miles attempted to remove the mask, the man resisted fiercely, but ultimately failed. When the mask was off, both Daryl and Miles fell silent. The man's face was mutilated beyond recognition, his skin damaged all over. Seeing their gazes fixed on him, the man became agitated. Only then did Daryl realize the man couldn't speak and was mute. Whoever did this to him must have been cruel indeed. You can't speak, can you write? Why are you at Brandon Ling sect? Daryl lowered his guard, knowing this man posed no threat. My throat cannot speak, and my hands can't write. From the intense expression, Daryl struggled to discern what the man wanted to convey. Realizing the difficulty, he decided to fetch Aline. Only Aline could understand the thoughts of such individuals when they desperately needed to communicate. Aline was startled upon seeing the man's condition. Had she seen him at night, she might have mistaken him for a monster. His face was entirely disfigured. Knowing Daryl's purpose, Aline focused intently, trying to hear his thoughts. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Mr. Daryl, I'm sorry, I can't sense his thoughts. He seems to be a Brandon Ling sect disciple. Miles noticed a broken token worn by the man. A token only granted to members of the Brandon Ling sect. It explained why he couldn't enter the sect. Hearing Miles's words, the man nodded frantically. Yes, I am a Brandon Ling sect member. Stay calm. Let me see if there are any medicinal pills to help you speak. Without Aline's assistance, communication would waste too much time. Daryl recalled having a pill somewhere that might work. This will allow you to speak temporarily, but your throat will hurt for a long time, and it has side effects. Such pills were rarely made by Daryl, making it difficult to find one when needed. He concluded he should start preparing some unusual medicines, just in case. Interestingly, the pill he produced now was one Aline had made during her idle time. Before Daryl finished explaining, the man eagerly swallowed it, desperate to speak. Wait, don't rush. The pill needs time to take effect. Wait 3 minutes. Watching the man's impatience, Daryl felt these 3 minutes especially agonizing. He wondered what could cause a Brandon Ling sect disciple to become like this, mutilated and unable to speak. Had he discovered something he shouldn't, and thus faced persecution? Mr. Daryl. Finally able to speak, the man wasted no time in sharing his story. Mr. Daryl, I was taken by a large group of black-clothed men when they invaded the sect last time. Before that, I was a disciple with exceptional talent. You can verify this with Elder Maxim. My name is Joseph. Mr. Daryl, I do not ask for your help to save me, but you must protect the Brandon Ling sect disciples, preventing them from being taken again. Once taken, we are subjected to endless experiments. They performed countless tests on my body. They cut me open and stitched me back together using special medicines. Mr. Daryl, at times, I really thought of dying. but I realized I couldn't die. Many things were beyond my control, sometimes even watching helplessly as my body was manipulated. This chapter captures the eerie and suspenseful tone of the original text, maintaining the paragraph structure and conveying the urgency and gravity of the situation. Chapter 261. Bretman Experiment. They conducted many experiments on me, but in the end, they found that my constitution was not what they needed, so they abandoned me. Even now, I still don't know exactly what experiments they did to me. Mr. Daryl, you must save those people. After taking the medicine given by Daryl, he felt particularly uncomfortable with each word. But what hurt him the most was helplessly watching his companions suffer. He managed to escape only because of good luck. How many disciples did they take away from Brandon Sect? Daryl frowned. He always thought they had only killed the Brandon Sect's disciples. Unexpectedly, they also abducted a group of people for cruel research. How despicable. Back then, Daryl shouldn't have let those beasts off so easily. To destroy people like this and conduct such research, these people should be dead. Daryl immediately thought of that master who would do such perverted things. I only know that the people in my batch were all from our Brandon Sect, about 50 of them. Most of them died one after another, leaving only a few behind. Very few could endure such cruel research. And if not for his strong will, Joseph would have already been dead. He stumbled back to Brandon Sect just to inform the Sect members of this matter. On his way back, he heard that someone formidable had appeared in the Sect. He knew then that there was hope for saving the others. Mr. Daryl, you must protect the Sect's disciples. They made significant progress with an experiment on Brandon Sect's disciples recently, and they might come back to capture more. Joseph wanted to say too much, not knowing where to start with Daryl. Whenever something came to mind, he would tell Daryl immediately. How did you escape? Miles asked, puzzled. If the experiments were as cruel as described, how could anyone survive to escape? Moreover, there must have been many guards. How did Joseph manage to escape and make it back to Brandon Sect? Was this some sort of trick to lure Daryl away? Of course, Miles couldn't deny that Joseph spoke very sincerely, but no one knew the truth about this matter. Because they found that I wasn't suitable for their research, they discarded us. They planned to let us die, but I feigned death and survived by hiding in a pile of bodies for 3 days and nights. Daring not to move an inch, I waited until I was sure they wouldn't return before daring to run away. At first, I didn't even know which direction to go. After searching for a long time, I finally found my way back to Brandon Sect. Otherwise, I would have returned much earlier. After countless experiments, his body was far from its former self, and his sense of direction suffered significantly. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, I wouldn't deceive you. Given my current condition, I see no reason to lie. I don't know how much longer I can live. With my situation now, living or dying makes little difference. His face was disfigured, speech impaired, though his cultivation remained, his hands could never again wield weapons. Do you know where that place is, where they conducted experiments? Daryl intended to visit and meet this so-called master to understand the nature of their research. Primarily, he wanted to rescue Brandon Sect's disciples, regardless of their state. Even if they ended up like Joseph, Daryl would save them. Brandon Sect's disciples should never suffer like this outside. Mr. Daryl, I apologize. When I was taken there, I was knocked out. When I woke up, I was already on a stone slab. When I was dumped at a mass grave, I was barely conscious, so I cannot provide useful information. If he gave Daryl the wrong location, wouldn't Daryl waste a trip? Miles, investigate, said Daryl. Getting no useful information from Joseph, Daryl had no choice but to send someone to find out slowly. Your wounds may need gradual treatment. Daryl's medicine must be used immediately, but his injuries had already gone untreated for a long time. This can treat your hand injuries and speech problems. I'll prepare medicine to help you. If you recall more details about the place, please tell me. Daryl would eventually go there and deal with that so-called master. Using humans for research was truly unforgivable. Mr. Daryl, there's no point wasting time on me. Even if saved, I'm useless in this state. I rushed back because I have a younger brother in the sect. I hope no more are captured. If you can't solve this, inform other sections. Many disciples from other sects are also there. Speaking so long, Joseph became breathless. His condition was deteriorating rapidly. He likely didn't have much time left. The regret was that he wouldn't see those evil places destroyed. All right, rest well, don't think too much. If you recall anything, tell him. Daryl called someone to care for Joseph. Without Joseph bringing back this information, Daryl would never have known. Those people really treated lives lightly. After leaving, Daryl immediately began refining medicines. He must keep Joseph alive. He was the only one who escaped from there. Of course, Daryl wouldn't let Brandon Sect's disciples die like this. Others might only prepare funeral arrangements under such circumstances, but he was Daryl. To him, solving this was just a matter of time. Aline, leave the rest to you. The crucial medicines were already refined. The rest were supplementary. Handing it to Aline was effortless. Sure, Mr. Daryl. I'll refine some medicines to restore his appearance as well. No one wants to live with a disfigured face. After hearing Joseph's story, Aline felt nothing but sympathy. What kind of willpower could make someone fight to return to Brandon Sect despite everything? Hashtag Chapter 262, Cooperation. After Daryl learned about this matter, Hirsch and the others soon found out as well. After all, Miles brought back a masked person from outside the Brandon Sect. As the Grand Elder, Hirsch had to pay attention to such matters. Upon hearing about it from Daryl, he remained silent for a long time. Although he had once been the leader of a sect, he had rarely heard of such incidents before. Who would dare capture disciples from the sect for research? Who could do something so ruthless? If that's really the case, we can't let them off. Every disciple is an independent being. Why should they be subjected to experiments? Daryl, you figure out how to heal them, then find their location. When the time comes, I'll go with you to strike back. Those people are worse than beasts. Thinking of this, Hirsch also remembered that in the past, disciples of their sect occasionally went missing. Back then, he thought they might have just died accidentally due to some mishaps. Now that he thought about it, it was highly likely that those disciples were not accidentally killed but captured for experimentation. They even dared to kidnap people directly from within the sect. Did they think the cultivators had no one left? Can we find out who they are? Are they human, demon, or beast? Hirsch looked at Daryl. These matters were handled by him, so only he knew the details. I'm not entirely sure, Daryl said. He had only heard of the so-called master but had never seen him. What do we do next? Our entire Brandandling sect listens to your orders. Once you gather more information on them, the timing for action will be up to you. Hirsch wished he could rush over and slaughter them right now. For cultivators, this was an outright insult. Let me find their location first. It's not going to be easy. The master had existed for so long, and according to Daryl's understanding, his subordinates possessed formidable power. This was definitely not someone they could easily kill. Daryl took his prepared items to visit Joseph. These items will be useful for you. You're home now, and no one will dare touch you again. Tears streamed down Joseph's face upon hearing this. Home. He was finally home. Heaven knows what he felt during his suffering, and when passers-by pointed fingers at him. Before being taken for experiments, he had been esteemed as a heavenly son by many. How did everything change so suddenly? Yes, Daryl was right. After all this, he was finally home. Calm down and tell me everything you remember. We need to solve this problem sooner or later. Leaving the items behind, Daryl departed. He imagined Joseph needed some time alone. Miles had also gathered some information. Joseph had indeed endured much hardship on his journey back, even struggling to find food. With his meridians severed, he was barely better than trash. For sustenance, he had endured countless humiliations to make it to the Brandandling sect. If not for Miles bringing him back, who knew how long it would take for him to return home? Mr. Daryl, according to my investigation, Joseph's story is very likely true. Additionally, I found that in every sect, there are occasional disappearances. These kinds of disappearances are too common to cause alarm. People often encounter various dangers while fighting for resources, so accidents are normal. If they were taken for research, we wouldn't know. Faced with this situation, Miles felt helpless. He had said before that surviving in this world was already challenging. As Daryl pondered how to locate their base, the Devil Domain appeared. Mr. Daryl, this time, we may need to cooperate. Daryl looked puzzled at Brandan. The Devil Domain had stayed at the Brandandling sect for a long time without mentioning any cooperation. Why bring it up now? The issue you're investigating has also appeared in our demon clan. Really annoying. 3 of our demon generals were taken away. They were silently taken from our demon clan, and only through cooperation can we deal with such experts. Now that they shared a common goal, cooperating against a single target made sense. Daryl immediately agreed. You're responsible for finding their location, and then we'll attack together. But if they can invade the Devil Domain and take your people, does that mean there's no one left in the Devil Domain since losing your Demon King? Recently, all the Devil Domain's kings were around Daryl. It was natural that someone would seize the opportunity to attack the Devil Domain. But for demon generals to be taken, did they have no other protection? Bullshit. I've arranged everything in the demon clan. That bastard somehow managed to take people from us. I can't afford to lose face, so whatever it takes, I must bring back our demon generals. Then tear that bastard limb from limb. He dares enter our domain uninvited. However, since he can infiltrate our territory, it shows he's quite powerful. We need to be cautious. They might also get captured if not careful. Seeing Brandan's anger, Daryl chuckled. It seemed the dignity of the demon clan was truly challenged. Even the usually good-tempered Brandan had become irritable. But if someone silently infiltrated the Brandandling sect and abducted people for experiments, Daryl wouldn't be happy either. What intrigued Daryl most was what kind of research this master was conducting. How much do you know? Daryl shared everything Miles had discovered with Brandan. Combining their knowledge, Daryl could gain more insights. For example, they had a very powerful demon army. Yes, a demon army. This explained why they could capture demon generals from the Devil Domain. Moreover, Brandan suspected the so-called demon lords were all previously captured demon generals from their clan. He had already sent people to investigate historical records to determine how many demon generals had gone missing. Chapter 263, Informing Others. The Demon Army. From what you say, he has other cards up his sleeve. It won't be easy to completely destroy them. As long as that so-called master isn't dead, such research will continue endlessly. Daryl felt that he wouldn't agree with this, and sooner or later, he would make that so-called master experience what it means to wish for death. Otherwise, why would I come to seek cooperation with you? Our demon clan rarely cooperates with others. Mr. Daryl, let's investigate where that place is, then select some people to go with us. As for these people from the Feathered Spirit sect, you only need to bring those around you. The demon clan has plenty of people. Regarding the other disciples of the Feathered Spirit sect, Brandan Ling didn't think much of them. The people around Daryl were all first-rate experts. These matters I will handle myself. You just need to find the location. I will also send reinforcements to assist you if we're cooperating. Daryl had more than just Miles under him, who could be used. With a wave of his hand, Daryl dispatched someone besides Miles to the demon clan. They were frightened, thinking Mr. Daryl didn't want them anymore, wanting them to be punished in the demon clan. Mr. Daryl, do we not have anything wrong? We've been training very diligently lately. I admit our strength improvement has indeed slowed down somewhat, but rest assured, it won't take long before we progress. Yes, Mr. Daryl, after today, we'll work even harder to train. Please don't abandon us. We really don't want to go to the demon clan. No one knew if they could survive going to the demon clan. Hearing that Daryl had a good relationship with the demon king, they were afraid. Daryl could easily send them to the demon clan. What are you thinking? I'm sending you to help me. After being by my side for so long, it's time to show your true strength. After you arrive at the demon clan, follow Brandan Ling's orders. When you find the place, you can return immediately. Daryl looked at Brandan Ling. Knowing that Daryl wasn't abandoning them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Old Brandan, rest assured, once we arrive at the Demon Clan, we will fully cooperate with you to find the place quickly. Going to the Demon Clan was an unprecedented experience for them. Mr. Daryl, actually, you coming along with us to the Demon Clan would suffice. Fine, once I locate the place, I'll come find you. Brandan Ling took the people away, aiming to get Daryl's people accustomed to life in the Demon Clan. Most importantly, he wanted these people to live well in the Demon Clan so they could tell Daryl about their comfortable lives when things were over. This might make Daryl willing to live in the Demon Clan. Mr. Daryl, are we really going to cooperate with the Demon Clan? These aren't our feathered spirit sect issues. This concerns the entire cultivator sects and families. Luciano brought up this matter, reminding Daryl of something. There are still others who can be used. Immediately let Maxim spread this news. We can't resolve everything here while they remain oblivious to what's happening. Daryl looked at Hirsch, gesturing for him to handle it right away. Reasonable enough, but other sects might not believe it. They'll likely consider it absurd, meaning we may end up finding those people ourselves. Hirsch, having been a sect leader before, wouldn't have believed it either if someone told him their sect's disciple wasn't killed during resource grabbing in the secret realm but captured for research. They believe or not, I just need to inform them to prevent accusations that our feathered spirit sect monopolizes power. Daryl's message was clear. He didn't need much assistance from them. I'll notify the other sects immediately, but there will be believers, and when the time comes, it becomes our issue. Hirsch quickly contacted other sect leaders and informed them of the situation. The advantage of being a former leader meant he had everyone's contact details. Notifying them didn't take long. However, as expected, many leaders didn't believe Hirsch. Our disciples are powerful. They might not always conquer everyone, but few can defeat them. Besides, they'd rather die than surrender. How could they be taken for research? Yes, Mr. Hirsch, have you gone mad staying in the feathered spirit sect? It's said to be very strange inside. Take your sect and leave soon. Brother Hirsch, since you've contacted us, let me give you a warning. Tell Daryl to stop contacting the Demon King and Demon Clan. Otherwise, Daryl will be the first to die in the war. Anyone who contacts the Demon Clan is a traitor to our human race, worthy of death 1,000 times. Hearing this, Hirsch scoffed, wondering what their disciples' expressions would be if they knew their sect leaders cared only about glory. So many people, not one cared if their disciples had truly been taken away. Instead, they thought if any were captured, it was because they weren't strong enough. Our feathered spirit sect is investigating this. If you have any leads, please notify us. Rest assured, we're generous and will reward you if you provide information leading to the location. Additionally, whether you believe it or not, such occurrences do exist. Please stay vigilant and don't become targets, or next time it will be you needing rescue. Following Daryl's instructions, Hirsch had notified all the sects. Whether they believed it or not was their business. Daryl, I've informed them. As predicted, only a few sects believe us. Some even said not to spread such rumors that disturb peace. Those sect leaders offering help, Hirsch had briefed them on specifics, unsure how much assistance they could provide. It doesn't matter. Spreading this information is enough. Also, warn the scattered cultivators not to be captured. This translation captures the essence and tone of the original Chinese text while ensuring natural English phrasing. The structure and style have been maintained throughout. Chapter 264, Evacuation. Hirsch quickly spread the news. At first, cultivators found it hard to believe. Are you kidding? Using us cultivators as subjects for research? That's simply impossible. It's only us who experiment on the demon race. I've lived over 100 years, and this is the first time I'm hearing such a thing. I heard this information came from Feather Spirit Sect. Has Mr. Daryl been corrupted by the demons after contacting them? I don't believe it either. And we're being told to be careful? After cultivating for so long, what haven't we seen? If anyone really comes, I'll finish them off. We independent cultivators are not weak. At first, nobody believed it. But eventually, those who had personally experienced or witnessed these incidents started to come forward with their stories. Don't disbelieve. These things do happen. People go missing for no reason. You think they might be in seclusion, but that's far from the truth. I had a few friends who vanished suddenly. Their life lamps never extinguished, yet I never saw them again. I searched many places for them, to no avail. Too many people had experienced similar events, and gradually, some began to believe. Of course, the information soon reached the master. I said from the start that Daryl is our biggest obstacle. We must capture him as soon as possible. Whether he becomes one of us, or an experimental subject, it's a good choice for us. Originally, they conducted their activities covertly. Even if they took people, no one would suspect anything. But now, with Daryl exposing their operations, everyone knows. In the future, whenever someone goes missing, people will blame it on them. That's not the most critical issue. The main problem is that capturing people will now require much more caution. Catch Daryl? It sounds easy for you, but my men are still trapped in his array formations in midair. We can't even attempt to rescue them. Daryl, that little jade, seems careless about everything, but he's actually quite meticulous. I have just one question. How did Daryl find out about this? By all accounts, our operations were thoroughly covered up, so there should be no way anyone knew. They had planned to capture Daryl for questioning and research. They didn't think Daryl could possibly know what they were doing. But today, through their investigation, they discovered that Daryl was even aware of the specifics of their experiments. Based on my findings, it's because someone escaped. This requires a serious inquiry. How did you manage your people? Weren't we supposed to kill anyone unsuitable for our research, leaving no survivors? I don't know either. I've ordered a thorough investigation into this. What should we do now? Are we preparing to fight Daryl head-on? What can we use against Daryl? His strength is well known. My best men couldn't last 5 moves against him. If we really need to fight, we can only ask the master to step in. Why involve the master? I think they are capable enough. We've spent so much time and effort researching them. It's time they repay us with some cooperation. Before the master could speak, his subordinates were already arguing. These matters should have been highly confidential, but somehow, they were exposed. Thankfully, he had been prepared. Don't linger. Prepare for evacuation. Our work isn't fully complete yet. Using them now will cause severe backlash. Do any of you want to die at their hands? One Daryl isn't worth fearing. Moreover, your men aren't powerful enough. I've told you countless times to cultivate a stronger force. Quickly evacuate with those people, and leave some behind to wait for Daryl. This time, I will capture Daryl. Even if they couldn't use Daryl as a test subject, they would still extract what they wanted from him. Resources they had painstakingly sought for cultivation. In fact, they knew Daryl very well. Ever since Daryl appeared, they had targeted him. He stayed within Feather Spirit Sect, and when he finally ventured out, his strength skyrocketed. If they had known this back then, they would have attacked Feather Spirit Sect without hesitation, denying Daryl any chance to grow. Master, it wasn't easy to establish this place. Evacuating means wasting countless spirit stones. That's true. Finding a new location will also take time. We don't know how much Daryl knows about us. What if he's already leading people here? Master, I think we should prepare for battle. With so many of us, Daryl may not stand a chance. Listening to their scattered discussion, the master scoffed. Not a single useful idea. A bunch of incompetence. Follow my instructions. Now, you dare to ignore me? After the master spoke, no one dared to argue. The master had been unusually lenient recently. They'd almost forgotten he was a cunning and ruthless person. Even if they had to abandon this place, the master would ensure Daryl received a grand farewell gift. Daryl was unaware that they were preparing to evacuate. He was still investigating them, but the information he gathered was sparse. They were too secretive. Barely anyone knew of their existence. Given our current progress, even if we find their hideout, they will likely have fled. After 3 days of investigation, the information he gained was less than what Joseph provided. They are too mysterious. Even if you quickly uncover their information, would you dare to confront them? Such matters can't be resolved overnight. A significant reason Daryl revealed the information was to make them less reckless. He hoped they would refrain from targeting the innocent public. Saving even one civilian meant his efforts weren't in vain. Hashtag chapter 265, capturing someone. You're right. Even if I had found out their information quickly, I probably wouldn't have dared to act on it, suspecting they might be setting a trap and deliberately feeding us this information. I'll investigate further. Daryl's team hadn't uncovered any useful leads, and the same went for the Demon Clan. Brandan returned the day after he set out with his people. He had already dispatched people to search, but had no idea when they would find anything. Try questioning Joseph again to see if you can get more useful information. If not, try luring them out. If they couldn't find the culprits, inviting them into a trap would be the next best option. Daryl shook his head. He had already questioned Joseph extensively, but there was only so much the latter knew. The only thing clear was that they were captured to be subjected to various experiments aimed at creating a powerful group of people. How could someone who constantly lost consciousness know the specifics? A powerful group of people? The thought reminded Daryl of those zombie-like beings in Brandan's realm. In a way, those beings were indeed invincible. If they were trying to create such entities, it would spell disaster for ordinary people with no cultivation. Yes, though from what I gather, they haven't succeeded yet. They need more seeds, though I don't know what they mean by that. Apologies, Mr. Daryl. I don't have much information. Over the past few days, Joseph had recovered significantly. Thanks to the pills Daryl gave him, he could now speak normally, and the wounds on his face had healed. Only the scars on his body remained, at his insistence. He kept them as a reminder and proof should anyone doubt Daryl's words. No problem. If Joseph knew too much, Daryl would have suspected something amiss. This time, they had learned something new, seeds. What were these seeds? Part of their research? Or the people they kidnapped for experiments? Days passed, and initially, this matter caused considerable turmoil. Some people hesitated to go into seclusion for cultivation, fearing they might be taken away while meditating. Gradually, however, they realized nothing untoward happened, and many resumed their training, even criticizing Daryl. Daryl is strong himself and doesn't want us to cultivate, hoping we remain weaker than him. I finally see what kind of person he is. After waiting so long without results, I can't believe Daryl has no other plans. Anyway, my impression of Daryl is ruined. Of course, others still believed in Daryl. External opinions didn't sway his resolve. Daryl acted only to remain true to his conscience. Fortunately, the disciples of Brandanling Sect unconditionally trusted Daryl and helped search for clues. They hoped he would uncover the culprits soon and restore peace for their cultivation. It's been over a month, and Mr. Daryl still hasn't found any leads. Is the enemy really that powerful? We can't find any information because they are incredibly cautious. All we can do now is wait and trust that Mr. Daryl will handle this. Apart from trusting Daryl, they had no other recourse. Retry up and cultivate. Otherwise, you'll be left behind when Mr. Daryl leads an expedition due to insufficient strength. Ironically, this situation spurred greater diligence among the Brandanling Sect disciples. Maxim was delighted to see the fervent cultivation efforts. What if we never find their lair, Mr. Daryl? What then? The Demon Clan had dispatched many people but found no trace of the culprits, even losing their special sensing abilities. Brandan, having lived for centuries, had never heard of a leader like this. Logically, he should have known about any powerful individuals given his extensive surveillance of humans. This led him to ponder several questions. Why did they suddenly target the Demon Clan? What was the purpose of all this? There are no secrets in the world, especially with your people spread across the globe. As soon as they show up, you'll know immediately. What are you afraid of? To outsiders, it seemed Daryl's initial intense interest in the matter had waned. He occasionally inquired about it, but generally appeared unconcerned. In reality, Daryl cared deeply about solving this issue and bringing the Brandanling Sect disciples back safely. After so long, they should make a move. Indeed, just as Brandan predicted, after over a month of silence, the people under the mysterious master began acting again. Initially, they attacked people in various hidden realms, making it less noticeable. However, Brandan had already instructed constant vigilance everywhere, so they detected the activities almost immediately. Daryl, they're moving. Brandan moved swiftly, not only informing Daryl of the news, but also capturing one of the master's men and bringing him to Brandanling's sect. Daryl looked at the man bound like a mummy and paused. Did you have to tie him up so tightly? You wouldn't believe how resourceful this guy is. He tried escaping several times. If our people hadn't been vigilant, he'd have gotten away. He might be better at escaping than some of our own. Maybe he can provide valuable information. Brandan thought it would be more efficient to bring the prisoner directly to Brandanling's sect for Daryl to interrogate together, saving time and effort. Alright, let's untie him first. We can't question him otherwise. Note, the translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 266, The Pain Truth Pill. You can't possibly get any information from me. I will never tell you anything, the captured man said as he looked at Daryl and the others. Captured by the suddenly emerging demon race was due to his carelessness and also fate, but he would never betray his master. No matter what information, he would not divulge it. Is that so? Well, that's up to you. I heard you're quite good at escaping. Why don't you show us? In the Brandanling sect, without Daryl's permission, this person would find it extremely difficult to leave. Daryl's words earned him a scornful look from the captive. Do you think escaping is that simple? Without magical artifacts aiding me, there's no way to escape. I've tried too many times. I can no longer do it. Otherwise, how could he appear so broken? He certainly needed to find a way to leave. Looking around at the room full of demons, he began to laugh hysterically. Mr. Daryl, you are not yet one of the demons, yet you walk so closely with them. Do you not fear what people might say? Eventually, my fate today will be yours tomorrow. Those humans only protect themselves at all costs. They absolutely would not allow someone like Daryl, who has such a powerful connection with the demon race, to exist. They would find a way to get rid of Daryl as well. I understand, but what difference does it make? Now is the time for you to answer our questions properly, though I doubt you'll comply willingly. So, I've recently developed an interesting pill. It's called the Pain Truth Pill. Once you take this pill, no matter if you're human, ghost, demon, or monster, not only will you feel unbearable pain, but whatever I ask, you will answer. And moreover, it will be the deepest voice of your heart. After I refine this pill, I haven't had the chance to test it on anyone. Today, you'll be the first. Daryl placed the pill in Miles's hand, signaling him to make the captive swallow it. Ha 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 ha, how could such a pill exist in this world? Mr. Daryl, don't delude yourself. While I know your talent in alchemy is extraordinary, you think I'll just spill the truth. Dream on. Seeing the captive's arrogance, Daryl realized he truly didn't understand him. When had Daryl ever lied? He had indeed put a lot of effort into creating this pill. It was normal for them not to believe it existed. Whether it's real or not, you'll soon know. By the way, I forgot to mention, this Pain Truth Pill won't control your mind. You'll be fully aware of what you're doing. After Miles fed him the pill and stood beside Daryl, "What's your name?" Daryl asked the man whose expression had changed. Eve. Eve's face turned uneasy. Why did he instinctively answer Daryl's question? Didn't he want to retort that someone like Daryl wasn't worthy of knowing his name? Brandan watched Daryl with astonishment. Had it really worked? Could there really be such an unbelievable pill? Indeed, Mr. Daryl is a genius. Nothing can stump you. With this pill of yours, we can now instantly uncover whatever we wish to know, Hirsch said, clearly delighted. So much time had been wasted on this matter, and finally, they could resolve it. Go ahead and ask any questions you have. However, I suspect that little useful information will come from someone like him. Daryl sat back in his chair, waiting for Brandan and the others to interrogate the prisoner. If the Pain Truth Pill proved effective, Daryl planned to refine more. This would help immensely when dealing with stubborn individuals. As Daryl suspected, little useful information came from Eve. Whenever important matters were brought up, Eve couldn't speak. It wasn't that Eve refused to talk, but he genuinely couldn't say a word. Someone had cast a silencing spell on him, which explained why. It appears their master understands these spells well, even casting a silencing spell. Clearly, their master is very powerful, Daryl observed. Only a strong individual could cast such a spell. The crucial information remained unknown. What kind of experiments were you conducting on the captured individuals? Daryl saw that they had no further questions and gently spoke while stroking a cup. Various experiments, mainly about altering a person's state to make them stronger. Our master has already succeeded with a batch of people, but the master is not satisfied with them and desires even stronger individuals. Thus, we seek those with better innate talents for significant experiments. Pity that despite having great potential, these people are incredibly fragile. They die within days, unable to last 3 days. In contrast, ordinary humans manage to enter the second phase. Only those who survive 3 days can progress. Our master aims to change the world for the better. Anyone opposing the master deserves death. Daryl fell silent, recognizing that the master had effectively brainwashed his followers. Changing the world meant experimenting and abusing them? Although Daryl didn't voice it, Hirsch expressed it aloud while gripping Eve by the neck. Being chosen by the master is their honor. The master says, not everyone has this privilege. We are representatives of justice. Years from now, you'll understand everything we do is for your benefit. For our benefit. Does benefiting us mean continuously capturing and dissecting people for research? No matter how grandly they described it, their ultimate goal was clear. Hirsch felt that sometimes, these people were more terrifying than the demons. What do you, mere mortals, understand? One day, you will comprehend the master's efforts, and then you'll understand everything, Eve said under the influence of the Pain Truth Pill, revealing whatever came to mind. However, he had long been brainwashed, praising their master in every sentence. Whenever vital questions arose, he couldn't respond. Is there any way to break this damned silencing spell? If it remains, we can't get the information we need, Hirsch asked Daryl, recognizing him as the most powerful among them. Daryl shook his head. Upon learning of the silencing spell on Eve, Daryl had consulted the system. The system's response was clear. There was no solution. Chapter 267, Silencing Spell. The system couldn't provide Daryl with a shortcut, and resolving the issue would take a long time. It was better to let them search slowly for now. Initially implementing the silencing spell had come at a great cost to them. Undoing it wouldn't be easy unless their master died. Only then could these secrets be revealed. There's no way around it. We'll still have to use our previous methods to handle this. However, the only benefit is that they've started moving, making it easier for us to find them. Just as they were preparing to continue searching, Eve suddenly received a letter. Daryl picked up the unexpected letter. Mr. Daryl, I hear you're quite curious about me, and I'm curious about you too. Here's the address. Dare you come find me? Ha 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 ha. Remember to bring plenty of people. Otherwise, I fear they won't be enough for my research. The handwriting was flamboyant, and at the end of the letter, it clearly stated who wrote it, Master. After seeing it, Daryl smiled. What does it say? Brandan asked, but before they could read it, the paper burned to ashes right in front of them. Perfect. The so-called master not only knew whom they had captured, but also sent a letter specifically for Daryl to see. What did it mean? Was he looking down on the demon clan? They've located their position and are challenging me, wanting more people for his research. Daryl supported his head. This master was more arrogant than he imagined, extremely confident in his own strength. Daryl hadn't met the master nor knew much about him, but since a challenge had been issued, he couldn't ignore it. What's the point of writing such a letter? Should we not go? What if it's a trap? Daryl was the hope of their Brandanling sect. Hirsch felt it wasn't worth risking it all for those captives. After all, as long as Daryl was alive, he could protect more people. He told us the location hoping we'd come. Once we arrive, who knows what awaits us? Hirsch and Maxim thought they shouldn't go. Perhaps it was best to stop the investigation here. These matters aren't ours to meddle with, Hirsch said. I think if we bring enough people, they won't be able to harm Mr. Daryl. Knowing their location is a good thing. If it were Brandan, he would already be leading people on the way. But being human, Daryl had more considerations, so Brandan gave him time to think. Mr. Daryl, why don't you stay here at Brandanling sect while I lead a team to scout the situation before you make your move? Maxim looked at Daryl, ready to do anything dangerous himself. I must settle this score myself. No one can touch the Brandanling sect. Knowing the address, Daryl couldn't possibly sit idle. The challenge was written to me. Why should I send others? I, Daryl, won't back down. Brant, prepare for departure tomorrow. Daryl made his decision, needing to investigate further. Yes. Brant immediately started preparations. We will gather Brandanling sect disciples at your door. Choose who you want to bring. They've trained hard, and this would be a valuable exercise. Maxim left quickly after speaking, knowing Daryl wouldn't refuse. Brandan's demon army was ready. He wanted to reclaim his forces and strengthen their combat power. Do what you think is best. Daryl trusted Brandan. Then we'll hide until needed. From the looks of it, the master doesn't know we've joined forces. This is our advantage. We need to capture him and punish him thoroughly. Daring to capture from the demon clan and escape unscathed would be humiliating if known. This matter needed quick resolution. Fine. Leave handling the master to you. Your war is starting soon. This will be excellent practice. Daryl took a sip of tea, and Brandan didn't object. That's perfect. I'll show you our true strength. I'll return to the demon clan. Don't bring too many. My lords can handle many foes alone. Brandan didn't want to bring too many lords, but couldn't dissuade them easily. All right. Brandan returned to the demon clan, and Daryl faced the gathered Brandanling sect disciples. Choose me, Mr. Daryl. I've trained hard to protect others. A friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I want to save her. I promise not to drag behind. Please choose me to go with you. Seeing their hopeful eyes, Daryl selected some. Before leaving, remember my strength alone isn't enough. They have unknown weapons. Protect yourselves well. Daryl wanted to avoid future blame for not warning them. You're prepared for this, and we will fight to the end. To the end. Save everyone. Hearing their chants, Daryl paused them. Prepare tonight. We depart early tomorrow. Elsewhere, the master had already moved major experiments and materials. Thanks to caution and keeping information secret, there was ample time to relocate everything. Otherwise, Daryl would have attacked earlier. When sending out captors, the master anticipated some might be caught by Daryl's people, so preparations were made to draw Daryl to him. Hashtag chapter 268. No risk, no reward. Master, are we really going to do this? It will end up with both sides being severely damaged. No one will benefit from it. Is it really worth it just for Daryl? Every move they had made in this place was aimed at Daryl. However, they felt that sacrificing so much for Daryl was unnecessary. No risk, no reward. Daryl is someone we must control. Otherwise, he might ruin our plans. Besides, Daryl may not even come. I told him the location so openly. If he's smart enough, it would be best for him not to come. He was gambling on Daryl showing up. Prepare yourselves and keep an eye on Daryl. See how many of his people had our way. Their master soon discovered through investigations that Daryl had close ties with the Devil King. From what we know, Daryl has many Devil Kings around him. Should we add more personnel? Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against them. One of the subordinates expressed concern. Dealing with Daryl wouldn't be easy. There's no need. If Daryl comes with those Devil Kings, we can only flee. But before we leave, we'll make it look like they forced us to destroy our most important assets. Also, I want to meet Daryl. I've only heard about him from you all. I'd like to see what the most gifted cultivator in today's world looks like. Their master wasn't worried. No matter how powerful the visitors were, as long as he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. He had prepared this place for years, spending countless spirit stones, and some preparations were known only to him. Master, I'll go arrange things now. Please let us know if you need anything. Daryl set out soon after. Everyone except Aline, who lacked cultivation and couldn't follow, came along, including several elders. Is Mr. Daryl going somewhere again? Others looked at the flying boat curiously, asking their neighbors. Not really? Didn't you know this crucial piece of information? Mr. Daryl found the place where cultivators are being used for experiments. They're setting out to wipe it out. How could Mr. Daryl not take me on such an important mission? I also want to see. I've only heard rumors about humans experimenting on devils to find their weaknesses. This is the first time hearing it's happening. Don't say that. Whether experimenting on devils or humans, it's wrong. Besides, it said they captured many feathered spirit sect disciples. It's normal for Mr. Daryl to go. The news quickly reached other sect leaders, who deliberated. Daryl seems to have found the place. Should we go take a look? In case there are indeed members of our sects there, we can rescue them. If you want to go, go. As for me, no. If they got captured, it means they weren't strong enough. People of weak strength aren't necessary for our sections. Yes, who knows what they did to the subjects. If we rescue them and they turn out to be burdens, it's better to pretend we never knew. Daryl will naturally bring out our people too. I understand him well. We just wait. But if we do this and it's true, feathered spirit sect's reputation will rise again. We'll fall further behind them. After much discussion, they couldn't reach a consensus. Finally, each sect decided independently, without involving others. Daryl didn't care what the other sects thought. It took a month and a half to travel from Feathered Spirit Sect to the given location. On the journey, Feathered Spirit Sect disciples trained fiercely, fearing they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. During these days with Daryl, they realized the upcoming destination was dangerous. Even Daryl seemed tense. Of course, this was their own speculation. Daryl wasn't anxious. He was fully prepared, and the devils were helping him. Mr. Daryl, I might not be of help. I haven't cultivated for a while, but I feel the breakthrough barrier approaching. I may need to find a safe place to break through. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Hirsch didn't expect this critical moment to coincide with when Daryl needed manpower most. After much consideration, he decided to pursue his breakthrough. Breakthrough opportunities don't come often. Moreover, if he broke through during battle, they'd waste resources protecting him. Better to tell Daryl beforehand. Let me know when you find your opportunity. We can wait 2 days for you. Hirsch was a significant combat power for them. A successful breakthrough would benefit Daryl's team. Alright, but I don't know when it will happen. What if we arrive and I still haven't found the opportunity? He felt this way last time but waited in vain. It won't take more than 3 days. You'll find your opportunity. Prepare yourself for the lightning tribulation. Daryl saw that Hirsch's inner power was at its limit. Without breaking through, he might stagnate. It remained to be seen if Hirsch would succeed. As Daryl predicted, within 3 days, Hirsch would find the breakthrough opportunity. Daryl even chose a location beforehand, swiftly leading people down. Mr. Daryl is truly divine, predicting Elder Hirsch's breakthrough timing. Mr. Daryl has always been amazing. You just didn't notice. After being helped by Mr. Daryl, my cultivation speed improved noticeably. To think Mr. Daryl is sent by heaven to save Feathered Spirit Sect. Before, we were mocked by others, but now everyone envies us. Hope Elder Hirsch succeeds. At his age, failure could mean. Translation edited for clarity, fluency, and consistency while preserving the original meaning. Master, are we really going to do this? It will result in a lose-lose situation. No one will gain anything. Is it really necessary for just Daryl? Every step they planned here was aimed at Daryl. However, they believed that sacrificing so much for Daryl wasn't worth it. You can't catch the wolf without risking your child. We must have control over Daryl. Otherwise, he might ruin our plans. Besides, there's no guarantee that Daryl will come. I told him the location so obviously. If he's smart enough, it would be best for him not to come. He was taking a gamble, betting that Daryl would show up. Prepare everything now, and keep an eye on Daryl. See how many people from his side are coming here. Master had quickly discovered through their investigation that Daryl had close ties with the Devil King. Based on the information we have, there are many Devil Kings with Daryl. Should we send more reinforcements? Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against them. One of Master's subordinates spoke worriedly, realizing how difficult it would be to deal with Daryl. No need. If Daryl comes with those Devil Kings, we will only have a chance to escape. But before we leave, we'll make it look like our most important things were destroyed by them. And I want to see Daryl. I've only heard about him from you all, and I'm curious to see what the best talent in today's cultivator world looks like. Master wasn't worried. No matter how powerful the incoming forces were, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. He had spent years preparing this place, investing countless spirit stones, and even his subordinates didn't know everything about it. Master, I'll go arrange things now. Let us know if you need anything. Daryl and his group set off soon after. Everyone who could join came along, except for Aline, who couldn't due to lack of cultivation. Even several elders accompanied them. Is Mr. Daryl going somewhere again? Others looking at the flying boat asked curiously. Didn't you hear? It's such a significant event. Mr. Daryl found the place where people are experimenting on cultivators, and now they're heading there to destroy it. How could Mr. Daryl not take me along for such an important mission? I also want to see the world. I've only heard that some of us conduct experiments on the demon race to find their fatal weaknesses. This is the first time I've heard of something like this happening. Don't say that. Whether it's experimenting on demons or humans, it's wrong. Besides, I heard they captured many disciples of Brandaling's sect. It makes sense for Mr. Daryl to go. This news quickly reached the ears of other sect leaders. They discussed among themselves. Daryl seems to have found the place. Shall we check it out? If any of our sect members are there, we should rescue them. If you want to go, go ahead. But I won't. Those who got captured simply weren't strong enough. There's no point in our sect harboring weaklings. Yeah, who knows what experiments they did to them? What if we save someone who's a burden? Better to act as if we don't know from the start. Daryl will naturally bring our people back. I know Daryl well. We can wait. But if we do nothing, and this is true, Brandaling's sect's reputation will soar. Then we won't be able to compete with them. After lengthy discussions, they still couldn't reach a conclusion. In the end, they decided each sect would decide separately and not involve others. Daryl didn't care what the other sects thought. From Brandailing sect to Master's address, it would take a month and a half. On the journey, the Brandailing sect disciples practiced furiously, afraid they wouldn't be able to protect themselves when the time came. Following Daryl these few days, they realized how dangerous this mission was, even making Daryl nervous. Of course, this was just their own guess. Daryl wasn't nervous at all. He was fully prepared, and the demons would assist him. Mr. Daryl, I may not be able to help you. I haven't cultivated for a long time, but suddenly, I feel the barrier for a breakthrough. I might need to find a safe place to break through soon. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Hirsch hadn't expected this critical moment to arrive exactly when Daryl needed him most. After much consideration, he decided to proceed with the breakthrough. Opportunities for advancement don't come often. Moreover, if he broke through during battle, they'd waste manpower protecting him. It was better to inform Daryl beforehand. Let me know when you find the right moment, and we can wait 2 days for you. Hirsch was a significant fighting force. If he broke through, it would benefit Daryl and his team. Okay, but I don't know when it will happen. What if I don't find the opportunity once we arrive? Last time he felt this way, it took a long while to happen. Not possible. Within 3 days, you'll find the opportunity. Prepare for your thunder tribulation. Daryl could tell that Hirsch's internal energy had reached its limit. Without breaking through, he might stagnate. Only time would tell if Hirsch would succeed. As Daryl said, within 3 days, Hirsch would surely find the right moment. Daryl had already chosen a place for Hirsch's breakthrough and swiftly led people down there. Mr. Daryl truly is divine, predicting even Elder Hirsch's breakthrough. Mr. Daryl has always been remarkable. You just didn't notice before. Since receiving help from Mr. Daryl, my cultivation speed has noticeably improved. To think, Mr. Daryl seems sent by heaven to save our Brandailing sect. We used to be mocked by other sects, but since Daryl arrived, everyone envies us. I wonder if Elder Hirsch can successfully break through. At his age, failure could be. Chapter 268. No pain, no gain. Master, are we really going to do this? It will result in a lose-lose situation. No one will benefit from it. Is all this just for Daryl? Every move they made at this place was aimed at Daryl. However, they felt that it wasn't necessary to sacrifice so much just for Daryl. No pain, no gain. Daryl is someone we must control. Otherwise, he might sabotage our plans. Besides, Daryl may not come at all. I gave him the address so openly. If he's smart enough, the best choice would be not to come. He was gambling, betting that Daryl would show up. You all go and prepare now. Keep an eye on Daryl and see how many of his people head here. The master soon discovered through investigation that Daryl had close ties with the Demon King. Based on the information we have, Daryl has many Demon Kings around him. Shouldn't we add more manpower, or we won't stand a chance against them? One of the master's subordinates, worried about dealing with Daryl, asked. It's unnecessary. If Daryl comes with those Demon Kings, we'll only have one option, escape. But before we leave, we must appear as if they forced us to destroy something important. And I want to meet Daryl. I've only heard about him from you all. I want to see what the most talented cultivator in today's world is like. The master was not anxious. No matter how powerful the intruders were, no one could stop him from leaving if he wished. He had prepared this place for many years and spent numerous spirit stones on it. Some secrets were even unknown to his subordinates. Master, I'll go arrange things now. Notify us if you need anything. Daryl and his group set off soon after. Everyone around him came except Aline, who couldn't join due to her lack of cultivation. Even a few elders came along. Is Mr. Daryl going somewhere again? Others looked at the flying boat curiously and asked the people around them. Isn't that right? You don't know such an important piece of news? Mr. Daryl found the location where they experiment on cultivators, and they're heading there to wipe it out. How could Mr. Daryl not take me along for such an important mission? I also want to broaden my horizons. I've only heard rumors about our people experimenting on demons to find their fatal weaknesses. This is the first time I've heard it happening. That's enough. Whether experimenting on demons or humans, neither is acceptable. And this time, it said they captured many feathered spirit sect disciples. It's normal for Mr. Daryl to go. The news quickly reached the ears of other sect leaders, who began discussing. Daryl seems to have found that place. Shall we go and see? We can rescue our sect members if any are held captive. You guys can go. As for me, I won't. They were weak to get captured. We don't need to support such useless members. Right, who knows what experiments they did on them? What if they become a burden? Better not to know. Daryl will naturally bring our people back. I understand Daryl well. We just wait. But if we do nothing, and if this news is true, the reputation of Feathered Spirit Sect will rise again. We'll never catch up. After lengthy discussions, they couldn't reach a consensus. In the end, each sect decided independently without involving others. Daryl didn't care about what the other sects thought. From Feathered Spirit Sect to the Master's address would take 1.5 months. On the journey, the Feathered Spirit Sect disciples practiced fiercely, afraid they wouldn't be able to protect themselves. Following Daryl these past few days, they realized the danger of the destination, which made even Daryl uneasy. Naturally, these were the disciples' assumptions. Daryl wasn't nervous at all. He had prepared thoroughly and had the demons backing him. Mr. Daryl, I might not be able to help you. I haven't cultivated for a long time, but recently sensed a breakthrough barrier. I might need to find a safe place to break through. I've been waiting for this breakthrough for a long time. Hirsch didn't expect this timing when Daryl needed him most. After much consideration, he decided to prioritize his breakthrough. A breakthrough opportunity doesn't always come easily. Moreover, breaking through during battle would force them to waste resources protecting him. It was better to inform Daryl beforehand. When I find the opportunity, I'll let you know. We can pause for 2 days. Hirsch was a significant combatant. His success would greatly benefit Daryl. Sure, but I don't know when it will happen. What if I haven't found the opportunity by the time we arrive? Last time, he had a similar feeling but waited a long time with no result. Don't worry. You'll find the opportunity within 3 days. Focus on preparing for your lightning tribulation. Daryl could tell Hirsch's internal power had reached its peak. Without breaking through, he might stagnate. It remained to be seen whether Hirsch would succeed. As Daryl predicted, Hirsch would definitely find the opportunity within 3 days. Daryl even chose a place for Hirsch's breakthrough and quickly arranged for him to descend. Mr. Daryl is truly amazing. He could even predict when Elder Hirsch would break through. Mr. Daryl has always been formidable. It's just that you didn't notice before. After being helped by Mr. Daryl, my cultivation speed significantly improved. To be honest, I think Mr. Daryl was sent by the heavens to save Feathered Spirit Sect. We used to be ridiculed by other sects, but since Daryl arrived, everyone envies our sect. I wonder if Elder Hirsch can break through smoothly. At his age, failure would be catastrophic. Hashtag chapter 269, Hirsch breakthrough. They had more to say, but seeing Corey standing behind them, they ultimately remained silent. It would be inappropriate to speak ill of someone's father in front of their son. Daryl led Kesha and the others to a safe distance. Corey, stand closer to your father. You both practice the same cultivation technique, so perhaps you can find an opportunity for yourself. Of course, your safety is paramount. If you can't hold on, shout at me. The lightning will strike you automatically as well. Daryl looked at Corey, who was worried, and gave him his instructions. Mr. Daryl, this could disrupt my father's breakthrough. I can practice anytime, but right now, he really couldn't do it. If something happened to his father because of this, he'd be the one to blame. Upon hearing Corey's words, Daryl said no more. He wouldn't repeat himself to those who doubted him. He understood that Corey was just concerned about his father, fearing that these actions might affect him. You should listen to Mr. Daryl. It might help both you and your father. Luciano stood next to Corey, trying to persuade him. By now, he had come to trust Daryl unconditionally. After spending so much time with Daryl, he knew that Daryl wouldn't harm Hirsch. Corey thought for a moment and glanced at Daryl. With such strong abilities and survival skills, Daryl had promised not to let his father die. If that was the case, he might as well go along with it and not upset Mr. Daryl. Corey stood near Hirsch. The thunderclouds were already gathering overhead. While the dangerous breakthrough was about to commence, Daryl and his group calmly sipped tea. If Hirsch can successfully break through within this hour, his cultivation path will be much smoother in the future. It all depends on whether he dares to take the risk. Daryl had already told Hirsch this and given him a pill to aid in success. However, taking this path required a cost, which is why Daryl couldn't be certain that Hirsch would choose it. Hirsch Elder is doing fine with his steady approach. There's no need for such a risky change. If it were me, I might not dare either. Kesha had heard Daryl's words earlier and felt it was too perilous. A failure could nullify Hirsch's lifelong efforts. If it were you, you'd accept the challenge. Daryl pointed out that Kesha was also inclined towards risks. He could see that she had an adventurous spirit. The opportunity Daryl offered was the only way for someone of Hirsch's talent and age to advance significantly. Without breaking boundaries, there could be no establishment. It all came down to Hirsch's choice. Mr. Daryl, I just wanted to express how dangerous this method is. Enduring so much pain and maintaining strong willpower while being struck by lightning. Not everyone can handle it. Naturally, if it were Kesha, she would try it. She didn't want to stop her progress for life. The heavenly tribulation is starting. As soon as Daryl spoke, the lightning began striking Hirsch one after another. Each strike was stronger than the last. Even from a distance, they could feel the power of the lightning. Imagine what it must have been like for Hirsch at the center. Corey stood beside Hirsch, feeling the overwhelming force of the lightning, gathering energy to withstand the attacks. Corey, move back. Daryl's voice rang in Corey's ears, and without hesitation, he retreated. A force halted his retreat. He glanced at Daryl. Why are you looking at me? Focus on observing your father's breakthrough. From Hirsch's pace, Daryl guessed he wouldn't use his method. What a pity. An hour later, Hirsch safely survived the heavenly tribulation. He shuddered, quickly changing into new clothes. His previous attire was badly damaged by the lightning, thankfully not before anyone noticed. Was this the power of even greater strength? Indeed, each level becomes harder to break through. Without Daryl's numerous treasures, I might not have made it this time, Hirsch recalled Daryl's warning. He might have regretted stopping here had it not been for Daryl's assistance. But he wasn't young anymore, and he couldn't afford to risk decades of effort. Failure meant death. He wanted to live. There was always hope as long as he was alive. Congratulations on your successful advancement. Daryl felt that Hirsch's progress was fast, as he faced many bolts of lightning head-on. I owe you everything for giving me so much support. Otherwise, there's no way I could have broken through so smoothly. Additionally, during his breakthrough, Hirsch sensed that half the force of the tribulation had been intercepted by someone else. If you didn't use the pill, please return it to me. Daryl had spent considerable effort crafting that pill. Keeping it would serve no purpose for Hirsch now. Daryl intended to give it to someone who needed it. Sure, I'm sorry for wasting your good intentions. Hirsch returned the item to Daryl. No problem. I just pointed out the possibilities. However, there's no absolute certainty. If you encounter a great opportunity, breaking through will be easier. Now we just need to wait for your son to recover from his state and see if he can gain any insights. Daryl sat down. Corey had greater potential than Hirsch. If everything went smoothly, his future achievements would surpass Hirsch's. Thank you. Daryl had explained all this beforehand. Otherwise, having someone nearby during his breakthrough would have been uncomfortable for him. Surprisingly, sharing the same cultivation technique with his son didn't seem to cause any issues. Hirsch, don't be formal. If you genuinely want to thank Mr. Daryl, focus on cultivating and helping him. In the future, follow Mr. Daryl and assist him in more matters. Luciano patted Hirsch's shoulder, recalling their initial skepticism when Hirsch mentioned finding the right path outside the clan. Mr. Daryl, these are the spiritual springs I had people collect over time. Not much, but enough for your tea. Daryl had always kept track of what he needed, ensuring he could provide whenever necessary. I already have plenty. The system knew Daryl liked them and had provided many. Chapter 270. Arrival. Mr. Daryl, no need. I need the spirit spring water soon. Thank you. Kesha immediately took the item. There's no need to meticulously thank Mr. Daryl. He doesn't seek rewards for his actions. Miles, looking at Hirsch, felt envious. When would he be able to break through? Mr. Daryl had previously told him it wouldn't be long before he could break through as well. Yet so much time had passed. Hirsch had already advanced, but Miles still hadn't found that feeling. My heart is restless. I want to do something for Mr. Daryl. Hirsch understood this logic, yet how could he repay Daryl with all he owed him? They waited for Corey for a day and night before he emerged from his state. As soon as he opened his eyes, Daryl knew he had benefited immensely from this experience. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. If Daryl hadn't let him observe by his father's side, he might never have had such an opportunity in his life. You and your father are truly identical. Come, Mr. Daryl still has matters to attend to. They quickly returned to the flying boat where the disciples eagerly awaited their return. Seeing Elder Hirsch so radiant, it must mean he successfully broke through. Mr. Daryl, you're amazing. Why praise Mr. Daryl when Elder Hirsch breaks through? Elder Hirsch will be displeased if you do this. Elder Hirsch is also very powerful. To begin with, Hirsch was already the most formidable elder in their Feather Spirit sect. Even the sect's leader might not be a match for Hirsch. Now that he had broken through again, his strength had only grown stronger. I can indeed thank Mr. Daryl for my successful breakthrough, but there's no need for such pleasantries. Focus on cultivation. One day, you too will reach this stage. Recalling the other day when Daryl visited him, mentioning that given his current age and cultivation talent, he needed to make changes to advance further, Hirsch realized he might truly be getting old. The times had changed, and it was time to pass things on to the younger generation. Mr. Daryl, how many more days until we arrive? We're eager to bring back our Feather Spirit sect disciples. Most importantly, we wish to take revenge. Why should they be able to directly attack our Feather Spirit sect, stealing our belongings, especially when we were away from the sect? It was only after accompanying Daryl that they learned who they were going to confront, the same people who had attacked their Feather Spirit sect before. So, they were always anticipating the chance to eliminate those people. Soon, I think, said Daryl, who had never been to this place and didn't know its location. Daryl returned to his room to cultivate, where Brandan was already waiting for him. Our men have arrived and gathered some information for you, hoping it can assist you. If you call me, our men will come to help you right away, though it's unfortunate that I couldn't locate them. They might have been relocated. The demon generals were not easy to kill, and Brandan himself had sensed nothing. Something felt very off to him. Be cautious on this trip. Many of their forces have withdrawn, but their leader remains, probably waiting for you. Mr. Daryl was highly sought after, not just by humans wanting to keep him, but also by demons desiring to bring him to their realm. If the demonkin or beast clans knew about him, they'd likely compete for him too. With his immense strength and abundant resources, combined with his good character, how could anyone not like him? As I guessed, if they provoke me, there's no need to wait. I've traveled far to gather as much information as possible, then find their next hideout and eliminate them completely. Your plan sounds good, but I suspect their leader has also placed spies among us and may know we've allied. Brandan wanted to inform Daryl that their previous plans might change. No worries. My goal wasn't to capture the leader. From what Daryl understood, the leader was exceptionally strong, capable of enhancing his subordinates' power effortlessly without enduring any heavenly tribulations. 3 days later, they arrived at their destination. Rest for now. We'll set out in the afternoon. Daryl looked at the excited crowd. These people had indeed undergone 2 little trials, hence their extreme happiness over minor events. Mr. Daryl, when the time comes, you just hold the leader, and we'll handle the rest. They had already planned their roles on the journey here. We'll see when the time comes. Daryl didn't know how many of the leader's followers remained besides the leader. In the afternoon, they arrived at an enormous castle. Before they got close, Daryl detected a heavy scent of blood, a smell he particularly disliked. It seems they left quite a few people to deal with us. There were at least 1,000 people inside the castle. Honestly, without knowing the address, Daryl wouldn't have imagined such a huge castle existing in such a remote area. No ordinary person would come here. No wonder their investigation yielded so little information. Not afraid they left people behind, but afraid they didn't leave any. Let's go. Since they've cleared the outside, let's enter and see what their so-called research is really about. Kesha showed no fear. They came here to leave with full achievements. Kesha led the way, followed by Miles, and several others entered the castle. As soon as they stepped in, the castle gates closed automatically. Miles tried to open them but failed. Haha, Mr. Daryl, you've arrived much later than I expected. Suddenly, numerous candles lit up within the castle. Daryl looked toward the center of the great hall, where a large chair sat with someone on it. Mr. Daryl, I thought you'd come alone. I underestimated you. Rumors had it that Daryl was extremely confident in his own abilities. He had even claimed to capture someone for research. This person genuinely believed Daryl would come alone. I brought people merely to let them witness the supposedly nauseating face of the leader. Pity, you wear a mask. Otherwise, why don't you remove it so we can chat properly? Daryl smiled gently as he spoke. Chapter 271. A chat. Sure enough, they belong to the same organization. Even their clothes and masks are identical. The people Daryl encountered before were also dressed like this. Can they really tell who is who? Everyone who has seen my true face is dead. If Mr. Daryl is willing to surrender and lie down waiting for death, I can be merciful and let you see my true face before you die. The leader propped his head up and looked at Daryl. No one stood behind him, yet his presence did not fall short of Daryl's. He obviously didn't take the minions behind Daryl seriously. There was no need to kill them all. They would still be useful for research later. It's said that the people who follow Daryl have great strength and potential. If he hunted each of them down individually, it would waste a lot of time. There's no need. Once you're dead, I will naturally know who you are. You went to such lengths to lure me here. Is there only one person? Have your subordinates come out. Speaking of which, I do have some history with your subordinates. Daryl wouldn't back down from just a few words. However, this leader seemed oddly strange. Daryl wondered if the person under the mask and tint really looked human. To deal with you temporarily doesn't require calling my subordinates, and we're chatting now. If we reach an agreement, there might be no need for a battle today. Right? Mr. Daryl, I previously sent someone to invite you, hoping you could come visit us as a guest. You didn't want to come, but unexpectedly you showed up today on your own. Daryl chuckled. Inviting him? Capturing him was more like it. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been brought here for research long ago. There are a few friends who shouldn't hide in the dark anymore. Come out and chat openly. After all, you visited our place several times. As the leader spoke, he reached out and dragged out Brandan and the others from the shadows. They appeared involuntarily in front of Daryl and his group. Now everyone's here. It makes things much more fun. The leader waved his hand, tossing Daryl's men aside. When Daryl tried to protect them, the leader stopped him. Don't worry, brother Daryl. I won't harm your subordinates. I found a particularly safe place for them. The leader didn't care what Daryl thought. Here, strength was always paramount. Let's have a good talk, please. After some consideration, Daryl followed the leader. Passing by Brandan, he simply said, be careful. Brandan felt this leader was very strange. Logically speaking, even if his strength far surpassed Daryl's, it should be impossible to directly pull them out like that unless the person was a demonic god. But Brandan sensed no demonic aura from him. That was what made it most bizarre. If you have anything, you can tell me directly. I'm a reasonable person. Those who follow me know me well. Sit down. The leader sat gracefully in the main seat, clapped his hands, and delicious-looking food was quickly served. But no one had the heart to eat. Mr. Daryl, I heard you love eating. All this is specially prepared for you, very tasty. I hope you'll enjoy it. I'm very sorry, Lord Brandan. I didn't know what you liked. Considering you've lived for so many years, don't you have any particular likes or dislikes? Life must be quite tough then. As for the rest of you, I haven't bothered to learn about. After all, when demonic gods see me, they behave. The leader laughed, giving Daryl goosebumps. This leader was truly odd. Why aren't you eating? Was my hospitality inadequate? Or is my information inaccurate? It seems my subordinates need better training. The leader looked at Daryl, and an oppressive feeling filled the room. Sorry, I don't eat strangers' food. Daryl was secretly challenging the leader. This was the strongest person Daryl had encountered. Even Sam might not be his match. Someone so powerful could easily rule by force. Why conduct useless research? What was he after? Oh, right. I forgot we're still strangers. Not eating is understandable. Mr. Daryl, for your arrival, I even canceled some research projects here. I was afraid you'd think I'm disgusting. But please don't think like that. Everything I do is to change this world. Follow me, and I can give you greater power. Soon, the entire world will be beneath your feet. We can explore even bigger worlds. You might not know? The place we're in is just a tiny world. Do you know why resources have dwindled these past years? Because they no longer use resources to support us. Daryl frowned at the leader's inexplicable words. What was he trying to say? How delusional was he? These matters are normal for you to not know yet. As long as you're willing to join us and recognize me as your master, I'll tell you everything. I know many secrets. Speaking of which, Lord Brandan, we met many years ago, but you weren't nearly as strong then. Daryl and company remained silent, but the leader kept talking. Is there nothing you wish to ask me? Don't you want information from me? Considering I'm in a good mood today, ask whatever you want, and I'll answer truthfully. Looking at Daryl, this person's strength and talent were perfect for his studies. Perhaps Daryl was the final key. With the right direction, they could succeed. What kind of research do you do? Daryl asked bluntly. It's something that can make you stronger. We've made some progress, but it's advancing very slowly. We suspect it's because we haven't found suitable subjects. Their talents are too poor. Only Mr. Daryl's talent and strength meet our standards. So, Mr. Daryl, you must stay. Oh, I recently captured a few demon generals, and will help study how the demonic race can become stronger. Hashtag chapter 272, 1 against 4. Upon hearing these words from the Lord, Brandan really wanted to smash the cup in front of him right into his face. He was supposed to thank him for using their demon generals as research subjects? You've been researching for so long. Haven't you found a way to make them stronger? How do your subordinates get stronger? Daryl had gathered some information. Those who initially followed the Lord were quite ordinary in strength, but after following him, they were bestowed with immense power. The more loyal they were to the Lord, the stronger they became. Daryl was now stalling for time, hoping Hirsch and the others could escape their predicament and proceed according to their initial plan to rescue the others. Ah, that's simple. All it takes is a wave of my hand. I could have helped you, but you're too wary of me. That's not possible. When you submit to me, you'll realize how wonderful it is to follow me. Mr. Daryl, since you're here, don't leave. The Lord clapped his hands, and his subordinates appeared behind him. All right, enough questions. I know your rule. You must defeat me first. Let's begin without further ado. The Lord stepped back, signaling that he would not intervene in this battle. Daryl looked at the 4 people before him, seemingly no different from ordinary humans. What was the Lord thinking? Just defeat these 4, and I'll hand over this place to you. Moreover, I promise not to capture any more disciples of the Feather Spirit Sect, except you. Daryl was too valuable an experimental subject to lose. These 4 are specially chosen for you, the most suitable opponents. Oh right, they're still not very strong. Let me help them out. With a wave of his hand, the 4 people in front of them suddenly gained incredible strength, surpassing Daryl's cultivation instantly. Daryl's eyes widened. It was the first time he saw someone directly bestow such power on others. Where did such strength come from? Defeat them until there's no breath left in them. After giving this order, the Lord disappeared from the room. Let's move. The Lord was stranger than Daryl imagined, his abilities even surpassing those of a demon god. While demon gods could only enhance power, the Lord could directly bestow it. They will be difficult to handle. Who exactly is this Lord? Brandan pondered but couldn't think of anyone with such power. We'll find out after we kill them. A fierce determination flashed in Daryl's eyes. He needed to resolve this quickly and then go find Kesha and the others. The Lord was peculiar. They might not be a match for him. I'll take care of these. Go find the Lord. He seriously underestimates our demonic race's combat prowess. Brandan faced off against the four alone. The Lord had intended a one-on-one battle. Then I'm leaving. Seeing Brandan fully unleash his aura, Daryl couldn't help but admire the 10,000-year-old demon king. He was indeed formidable. Mr. Daryl, don't worry. Our demonic race is also very powerful. That Lord is no match for us. Bart found the Lord pretentious. If he had real skills, why not fight them directly? Why involve others? Let's find them first. After Daryl left, he contacted Kesha and the others. Brandan fought the four with ease. He noticed something about them. Though their strength had increased, their foundations were unstable, and they couldn't control such immense power yet. If he acted before they adapted, it would be easy to take them down. Back in his room, the Lord's subordinates waited for him. Leave now. Daryl and those demon kings are too powerful. You're no match. While testing Daryl, the Lord found him incredibly formidable, even resisting his pressure. Though he could boost other strength, his own combat abilities weren't strong enough for prolonged battles. Hence, his need for research. But didn't you already capture Daryl's companions? If you take them away, Daryl will have no choice but to comply. It's not that simple. Daryl came here prepared. Listen to me and leave. Better to retreat and regroup. But this place holds years of effort, and we haven't caught Daryl. They would suffer a great loss if they left. They looked at the Lord, waiting for his final decision. If you don't leave now, I won't stop you from finding death. The Lord was just informing them. To him, their deaths mattered little. He could always find new subordinates. Daryl and Bart fought their way out. It seems he can't enhance every subordinate's strength too much, possibly depending on a certain ability within them. As they proceeded, they saw many small rooms, emptied of contents, suggesting backup plans. Even with such power, few know of him, or things would be much more complicated. Daryl sighed. Can you contact Kesha and the others? This isn't working. Bart killed another person and asked Daryl. Shaking his head, Daryl replied that the Lord had somehow severed his connection to Kesha. Wait here. We'll go check. Bart and Brett quickly vanished from Daryl's sight. Daryl continued searching for Kesha. Along the way, he found a person on an experiment table, undergoing research, the only one they encountered. Daryl swiftly acted, saving the person and capturing the researcher holding a knife. Feeding him several pills, Daryl preserved the life of the person on the table. Unnoticed by Daryl, the person's expression changed upon taking the pills. Now, tell me what this is, Daryl demanded, pointing the knife at the neck of the person responsible for the research. I don't know, sir. Please don't kill me. I'm innocent. I truly know nothing, sir. If I knew, I wouldn't be here. Sir, spare me. I was forced. Note: for character names, I've used pinyin as requested. If there are specific names or spellings you prefer, please let me know. Hashtag chapter 273, kill me. Daryl naturally did not believe a word he said. If he knew nothing, why was he here doing research? Was this tiny insect-like thing what they called the seed? Or was this the thing that made them stronger? Without hesitation, Daryl pocketed the object to study it later. Sir, I really don't know anything. I was also captured and brought here. My daily task is to insert one of these small insects into their bodies, and then I have no further involvement. Do all people need these insects inserted like this? Daryl looked at the person struggling on the bed. Despite everything being over, he was still terrified, as if someone nearby continued to do this to him. Not everyone. Some of the more powerful ones only need to eat something. Everyone's constitution is different, so their experiments vary. Sir, I have some documents. I'm willing to hand them over to you in exchange for sparing my life. I truly didn't mean to do these things. It wasn't what I wanted. But if I refused, I would die. I'm afraid of dying. After listening to him, Daryl took the documents and stored them in his spatial item. There was no time to look through them now. Sir, please take me out when you leave. Otherwise, with my strength, I can't get out of here. Daryl glanced at him, thinking he might need his help later, and reluctantly agreed. Carry him and follow me. Bart and the others hadn't returned yet, leaving Daryl without anyone reliable to assist him. Sir, please spare me. I can't carry him. I've already planted something in him before you arrived. It won't be long before he either dies or goes mad. When they go mad, they will kill anyone. Daryl frowned. No wonder so many people had died. This cursed research had claimed countless lives. Would knocking him unconscious help? Daryl was unfamiliar with these matters, and unsure how effective his medicinal pills would be. It won't work, sir. Please kill me. I can't endure this torment anymore. These few minutes of sanity from your pill are the only respite I have before going mad. Sir, give me a swift death. The person on the small bed suddenly woke up, unable to move, otherwise, he would have committed suicide. Living like this had no meaning. It would be better to die. Daryl noticed his eyes were bloodshot, about to lose control at any moment. Is there no other way to save you? If you hold on, I'll find a way. Daryl couldn't bring himself to harm these innocent people. Sir, there's no way. Give me a swift death, hurry. If you don't kill me, you'll be the one who dies. Sir, kill me. As the man screamed, his hand transformed into a wolf's claw. Before Daryl could react, the man kneeling and begging for mercy earlier picked up a knife and stabbed the man on the bed, driving it straight into his heart. After death, the hand instantly reverted to its original form. Seeing the man with the knife, Daryl noted his indifferent expression and rapid actions, clearly done numerous times before. That's what happens when an experiment fails. Such people are best killed. Otherwise, will die. After they go mad, they forget everything. Once fully transformed, they become nearly impossible to kill. Isn't there a way to save them? Daryl detested feeling helpless. So far, this has been our method. We should leave quickly. It's very dangerous here. Not everyone survives as I did. There were instances where test subjects killed and fully mutated, escaping. Eventually, those individuals were captured and imprisoned, though he didn't know where. Do you have any more of the research materials? Daryl needed more of these items and related documents. They took everything away a while ago. Those left behind were marked for death. The resources I have were hidden secretly. As for the rest, it's a matter of luck. If you're fortunate, you might find some. However, sir, I think you shouldn't concern yourself with this. Report this to the Sects once you leave. They will handle it. These issues were supposed to be their responsibility. If I encounter it, I cannot ignore it. On his way, Daryl witnessed the completely mutated subjects mentioned. They were indeed difficult to kill, but were no match for Daryl's divine artifacts. Why are there more and more? This isn't good. They must have released the previously confined subjects. Let's leave immediately, or we'll die. Every time one was killed, more awaited them. Could there be documents inside? Daryl couldn't retreat. More importantly, he had to find people. Inside is just garbage. How could it have what you're looking for? If you wish to court death, don't drag me along. Drew took a few steps outside but quietly returned to Daryl's side. Damn it, he couldn't leave without Daryl's help. Sir, I didn't mean to offend you. If you want to go inside, I can guide you, but there's nothing useful there. All the documents that couldn't be carried were destroyed. Daryl nodded. They couldn't have cleared everything. Along the way, Daryl obtained a fair amount of information but was unaware of Kesha's current situation. This way, few people know how to navigate this route. Following Drew, Daryl didn't find the documents he sought but encountered Kesha battling the monsters. Damn, why are they so hard to kill? Can't we find a way to eliminate them? Our strength is barely enough to stay alive. Killing all of them isn't easy. What are these things? They resembled monsters but could speak. The stronger we are, the greater damage we inflict. Stop talking and focus on killing them, then find Mr. Daryl. We don't know what happened to Mr. Daryl. Chapter 274, Divine Weapon Shows Its Might. Kesha and her companions were sent to a room by the master. They had to try many methods before they managed to open the door. But as soon as they opened the door, they encountered these creatures. They fought while running to get here. Moreover, there were more and more of these things, and they couldn't contact Daryl. In the end, with no other choice, they had to kill these monsters while searching for Daryl. While they were trapped there, Daryl quickly appeared before them. Daryl's divine weapon was particularly lethal to these monsters. Monsters that they couldn't deal with, Daryl eliminated in less than 3 minutes. Mr. Daryl, we've finally waited for you. While you were away, it was beyond our capacity to handle these monsters. Do you know how to deal with them, sir? For some reason, Daryl could easily dispose of these monsters, while they couldn't do the same. It might be because the divine weapon I hold is more lethal to the monsters. You can follow me. Daryl glanced at them. Thankfully, the master hadn't separated them. This master, what on earth was he thinking? Daryl quickly led his people out and obtained what they wanted. The monsters are nearly finished, Daryl thought. They quickly found the exit, but met the master again at the castle gate. Upon seeing the master, Kesha and her companions became wary, fearing that he might send them elsewhere again. You don't need to be so nervous. There are some things I only do once. Doing them twice would be meaningless. After all, today he had already lost. There was no point in keeping these people anymore. Master, I'm very curious about your purpose in conducting research. This time, Daryl wouldn't just let him take people away. I've already told you before, I want to make your kind stronger. Your current power is far from enough. Just training won't make you strong. Daryl, why don't you join me? I can make you my most trusted aide, and I can entrust all my subordinates to you. Ensure that you will be second only to me. However, occasionally you must assist us in some research. Rest assured, if you work for me, I guarantee you won't get hurt. It's all simple research. The master thought if he had someone like Daryl, who was inherently powerful, his research could progress much faster. Sorry, I have no interest in being second to none. Daryl really felt that this person regarded himself as an emperor. Even his title was a single word, master. Previously, when Daryl heard from his subordinates that this person intended to rule the world, he found it delusional. You don't understand me now, but you will eventually. Mr. Daryl, the words I say today are effective anytime. I won't blame you for destroying years of my efforts. However, I also wish to give you a parting gift. The ones you killed earlier were all defective prototypes I created. They were supposed to die. I was hoping to see if they could stand up again. After extensive research, they evolved to become stronger. But today's battle with you has shown me that they are unworthy. Today, the master saw that these defective prototypes lacked combat ability and could only surrender under Daryl's divine weapon. Their skills still needed to be improved. Giving you one last gift, Daryl, I hope you don't come bothering me again, thinking I'll always help solve your problems. After leaving, Daryl didn't immediately notice the gift the master spoke of. Of course, Daryl guessed this gift probably wasn't anything good. Mr. Daryl, given this situation, should we still go inside to rescue those people? Now, not many of the remaining people were clear-headed. Most were left by the master to deal with them. Going in would waste time. Kesha and the others awaited Daryl's instructions. Even if we don't save people, I need to eliminate them, or they will remain trapped here. Daryl was afraid that if these monsters left the castle, they might harm outsiders. Mr. Daryl, I'll go with you. Miles volunteered first. Even though his abilities might struggle to damage the monsters, he could assist Daryl by holding some off. Otherwise, it would cause too much trouble. No need, wait outside. The Demon Clan members are inside. Hold on, a few of you follow me. Maybe I'll need your help later. Daryl realized if he met injured people, he might not have time to care for them, needing their assistance. Having instructed everyone, Daryl rushed in. Kesha was extremely uneasy. What was the gift the master mentioned? Could there be other dangers inside? Would Daryl encounter trouble? Kesha was right. As soon as Daryl entered, he faced trouble. The master had foreseen Daryl returning after realizing he needed to save those inside. He prepared to deal with Daryl. Just entering, Daryl knew the master wasn't lying. These monsters were tougher than before. Be cautious, I cannot protect you all the time. Even Daryl struggled against these monsters. Miles stood beside Daryl. Despite following him for so long, this was the first time he saw Daryl exchange blows with someone. Usually, Daryl would instantly defeat opponents. From this, it showed that these creations of the master had their merits. How many more such beings are there? Daryl swallowed a pill. These people were harder to deal with than ordinary individuals. They could even match Daryl evenly. Of course, they outnumbered him 5-1. According to the master, there should only be one batch. If these are successful prototypes, then these are likely all of them. Mr. Daryl, why did the master deliberately leave them behind when he could have taken them all away? Miles wondered curiously. Chapter 275. Instantly turned to skeletons. I want to test their strength, and mine as well. Daryl knew them too well. After dealing with them, Daryl continued to move deeper inside with his people. He did not notice that after he left, the people he thought were dead opened their eyes, all injuries on their bodies fully healed. The master soon appeared before them. Very good. While you were fighting Daryl, you must have noticed what techniques he used, right? Once back, make sure to study it carefully. The master would never abandon a successful test subject so easily. He naturally had other arrangements for these things. Daryl, I'm sending you a gift, but you also need to be qualified enough to accept it. With a smile, the master waved and left. He wouldn't do anything meaningless. In fact, he had planned to leave this place long ago because the resources here were running out. He found a better place, and he hadn't told anyone about these matters. Daryl quickly rescued the remaining people in the castle, but it was very regrettable that none of the researchers were saved. By the time he arrived, they had either already mutated or died, lying lifelessly on the ground. No matter how powerful Daryl was, there was nothing he could do to help them. However, he did save many researchers. Despite their involvement in cruel experiments, he didn't kill them because he felt these people might still be useful. Take them away. Where is Brandon? These people claimed they would help find others, but until now, they haven't found anyone. Most importantly, Daryl himself had vanished without a trace. If not for knowing their abilities, Daryl would have suspected that the master had taken them away. I found something interesting here, which delayed us a bit. Let's leave this place. They've abandoned this place. There's no one left to find. Afterward, you can only inform the sect people to be careful. However, my luck might be a little better than yours, Mr. Daryl. I've already rescued the people. Brandon had searched for a long time and finally found his subordinates, sending them back already. Daryl finding nothing was just bad luck. It's a pity we know too little about that master, otherwise, I would have killed him. Brandon was very regretful. When he was rescuing people, he encountered the master and engaged in combat. Unfortunately, the master only dodged and didn't engage, eventually leaving with his people. Brandon always felt the master had power, but chose not to fight for some unknown reason. Go, Miles, handle the remaining affairs here. Daryl planned to return to the sect, but the people he rescued stepped forward to look at him. Sir, what should we do next? Do you plan to let us go? Speaking of which, they were also very wronged. They were refining pills happily when they suddenly met the master, who forcefully brought them here to do things they disliked. Not only did they have no freedom, but their strength was not enough to get the master to let them go. Finally, when they found a new hope, they encountered Daryl, the man who killed without blinking. They didn't know how Daryl would deal with them. You've done so many bad things, so I will naturally handle you. Don't expect any favorable outcome. Bring them back to Brandon's sect. Many things still needed their assistance. Daryl also brought along 2 monster corpses. On the way back, possibly due to their bodies being overextended, they resumed their human form and soon turned into skeletons. Normally, even if they died, it would take a long time for them to turn into skeletons. Daryl asked the researchers, this situation is quite common. What you described is relatively mild. The worst cases. When they mutate into monsters, they directly turn into skeletons. This is another way to die. You might not know that part of the castle is full of such skeletons. There are specialists managing it. I heard the master arranged people to watch over it, hoping to find the most suitable subjects from these skeletons for further research. Daryl was stunned. People were already dead. What could researching bones possibly achieve? Those people are monsters in your eyes, but in the master's eyes, they represent power. The master believes humans must change to gain power. Relying solely on cultivation isn't enough. Only by obtaining power from other sources can they truly grow stronger. Unfortunately, power from elsewhere may not suit humans. The master's research aims to find ways suitable for our physique to enhance our strength. From a certain perspective, the master is helping us. Daryl laughed mockingly. Helping them? Clearly influenced by the master, they actually said that. You may retreat. Daryl would investigate thoroughly, including everything the master said. Mr. Daryl, I've cleaned up that castle and thoroughly searched for the information you wanted. This is all I found. More information has been taken away by them. We'll have to find their next base if we want more. It was very regrettable they didn't accomplish their mission here. Finding their next location won't be easy. Without the master revealing it, Daryl and his group would have searched for a long time. Daryl wanted these documents to understand what the master really intended. Just giving humans enough resources and time could make them powerful. I've already sent people to investigate. Once there's news, I'll be informed immediately. Rest assured, Mr. Daryl. You went to save them. It's just that you couldn't find the place. I'm sure they won't mind. Miles thought those previously taken away probably weren't alive anymore. These matters, I will handle. Go attend to other tasks. I still have work to do. Daryl took out the documents from the castle and discussed with the system. They concluded that while this method could indeed make humans stronger, it required an extremely high cost. Chapter 276, cannot be allowed to continue. If this is the case, such research cannot be allowed to continue. Now we have a problem. Where did the Lord get those things he calls seeds which he plants in human bodies? From animals? But those animals are not even as strong as humans. Daryl had reviewed many documents and questioned those conducting the research, gaining a deeper understanding of what the Lord was doing. The more he understood, the clearer it became that these actions absolutely could not be allowed to continue. After growing stronger, humans would no longer be called humans. Daryl also studied the so-called seeds, but regrettably found nothing significant. In his hands, they were just tiny bugs, unable to move and seemingly lifeless. However, once inside a human body, they would come alive instantly, altering the person and absorbing all their strength. Either they turned into dried bones, or mutated to the point of no longer being themselves. The researchers said that those who successfully mutated would lose their self-awareness, forgetting many things. If this was true, then it was difficult to say much more. Apologies, host. The system can only discuss this with you up to this point. You need to investigate further on your own. You must believe in your own strength. If you need something, you can ask the system for it or exchange items with the system. Daryl nodded after hearing the system's words. This time, the system had been quite helpful. There were many things he hadn't figured out, but the system explained them clearly in just a few sentences, which was beneficial. Ding! Nurture system detects that the host has resolved a major problem for the people. As a reward, 500 pounds of spirit medicine seeds are granted. Please check your space for the new item. Seeing the suddenly appearing seeds in his space, Daryl felt particularly satisfied. These were exactly what he needed most now. The items provided by the system were especially easy to cultivate. Returning to Brandon Sect, it didn't take long before Daryl's affairs became known to them. Is there really such a monster? Why can only divine weapons kill them? Can't other things kill them? We don't know. We tried many methods when fighting those monsters, but could only protect ourselves. Mr. Daryl came and quickly dealt with them. Those monsters are truly disgusting, with many animal-like features. Sometimes I can't tell if they've always been like this. For a moment, everyone was in turmoil. Many dared not venture out to seize resources anymore. If they were taken away and had seeds planted in their bodies, all their efforts in cultivation would be meaningless. Thus, fewer disciples at Brandon Sect took on missions. More people stayed at Brandon Sect, firmly believing that as long as they remained there, no one would dare harm them. 3 days later, Maxim, unable to bear it, sought out Daryl. Mr. Daryl, you really need to speak to the disciples about this. Even if people are captured, it's not like it happens all the time. If they stay within Brandon Sect without doing anything, we can't afford to support so many idle people. Every Sect disciple had tasks to do, including those at Brandon Sect. Because Daryl supported Brandon Sect, many resources didn't need to be personally acquired, making life easier for them. They ventured out mainly for training purposes, but staying in meant knowing nothing when they eventually left Brandon Sect for other places, damaging its reputation. They raise valid points. After leaving Brandon Sect, encountering the Lord's captures is a real possibility. Explain the pros and cons to them. They aren't children anymore. Besides, as long as they're strong enough, they won't fear being taken. Who knows, they might even kill a few. Daryl looked at Maxim, suspecting there were more reasons beyond fear for why the disciples hesitated to leave. I think so too, but the disciples feel differently. Could you please speak to them? Maxim pleaded earnestly, knowing only Daryl could achieve the desired effect. Just relay my words. To grow strong, you can't be afraid. They should fear you instead. Moreover, after this incident, they'll need a long time to recuperate, giving you ample time to improve yourselves. Daryl's words quickly reached the ears of the disciples. Mr. Daryl has spoken, so let's prepare. We still need to train outside. Otherwise, even if we encounter them, we can't defend ourselves. I'll enter the dangerous territory for cultivation tomorrow. I will seclude myself too. I won't leave until I break through. I think Mr. Daryl makes a lot of sense. In Brandon Sect, we don't need to worry. With Mr. Daryl here, there are always his subordinates to fall back on. They regained enthusiasm, and news of Brandon Sect spread, drawing ridicule from others. They always brag about how great their sect is. I thought their sect was really powerful, but at the first sign of trouble, they panicked. The last place Daryl exposed, I went there but didn't find useful information. However, I did see many corpses. We don't know if Daryl was telling the truth. If someone really uses us for experiments, our safety isn't guaranteed. I'll go find Daryl to confirm if this is true. Daryl was unaware of outsiders' thoughts. He knew only that he couldn't find the source of these seeds. He asked Brandon to investigate, but it was futile. I've never heard of this. My demon generals were captured before the Lord could do much. So, he doesn't have much information either. Sorry, I can't help much. Brandon had recently been reorganizing military discipline among the demons. The disgrace of having the Lord's men take demon generals would never happen again. As for those seeds, I've only heard about them from you. To solve this, you must become sufficiently strong. Chapter 277, The Lake Reclamation. That day, they were all present, watching as the master waved his hand and instantly transformed a previously weak individual into a formidable power. No one knew just how strong the master truly was. If they weren't strong enough, what good would it do to investigate everything? Thinking about it, we've known each other for so long, but this is the first time I've seen you care so deeply about something. Do you really want to protect those people? Andres thought if that was the case, could Daryl really hold back from intervening when the demon race went to war with humans? Because I don't want them to be tortured like that. Doing such things was already a violation of natural justice. Besides, during Daryl's idle times, finding something to do wasn't bad at all. I'll continue helping you investigate, but you know it's incredibly difficult to get information. Before this incident, Andres had never heard of these events, showing how well the master concealed them. Take it slow. These issues can't be changed overnight. I've made a fuss to raise awareness, hoping they will learn to run when faced with danger in the future. Okay. A month had passed since Daryl rescued those people from the castle, and the master had remained calm for quite some time. They recently discovered something even more intriguing, so Daryl's situation was temporarily on hold. Master, he has changed. His power has grown stronger. He's indeed the best test subject. Continuously implanting seeds allowed him to absorb others' powers, becoming even more potent. If this continues, we'll soon have the strongest human, and then we'll be in control. Listening to the detailed report from subordinates, the master halted the experiment. Hold off for now. I need to understand more. How could things go so smoothly? The master felt things were becoming too predictable. He wanted power for all humans under his rule, not just individuals. His subjects should gain power through their own efforts, not by his granting. Daryl remained unaware of these developments. He only occasionally researched the seeds, yet found no useful information despite extensive studies. Clear this entire area. I want to plant spiritual herbs. Today, Daryl had work to do. The system had given him spiritual herb seeds, and he found a suitable location to plant them. Mr. Daryl, are you sure you want to choose here? This was originally a lake. Transforming it into a place for planting spiritual herbs is a massive undertaking. Most importantly, did you consult the elders before starting this project? What if the elders interfere once I begin? Miles looked at the spot Daryl pointed out. After several days, he suggested many locations for Daryl's consideration. Why did Daryl choose such a challenging spot? Though the spiritual energy here was slightly higher than elsewhere. I need a lot of space, and the other areas are too small. This place is fine, and it's close to my cabin. Why do I need to consult anyone for this? If not for providing resources to Brandon-Ling's Sect disciples, Daryl wouldn't need such a large area. He had enough medicinal herbs and spiritual herbs to last for a long time. Just tell me how many days you need to complete this task. Daryl thought this place could accommodate at most 50 pounds of spiritual herb seeds. It would take about half a month. This area is huge and was previously a lake. Here are some tools and instructions. You have 5 days to finish this. Daryl took out modern excavation equipment, which was far better than ordinary tools. As Daryl explained, Miles listened intently, afraid to miss any details that might ruin the valuable tools. Do you understand now? Daryl quickly taught him, and Miles grasped it quickly. Understood. As Miles started organizing the lake reclamation, Maxim arrived. Miles, what are you doing? What is that thing? Why are you reclaiming our lake? Maxim initially didn't believe the news. Why would Miles disturb their precious lake without reason? This was a feng shui site for Brandon-Ling's Sect, usually untouched by outsiders. Mr. Daryl wants to plant spiritual herbs here. He chose this location after examining many others. Please discuss this directly with Mr. Daryl. He asked me to convey this message to you. Miles continued working without lifting his head. Time was tight, and he couldn't afford to waste any. Maxim knew that without Daryl's orders, Miles wouldn't act. It was better to speak directly with Daryl. Maxim rushed off with other elders to find Daryl. Elder, I think there's no point in talking to Mr. Daryl. Didn't you hear Miles? He's going to reclaim the lake for planting spiritual herbs. I've heard Mr. Daryl has great talent in cultivating medicinal herbs. Many of our resources come from his efforts. Managing the entire Brandon-Ling Sect's resources does require a large area. Brandon-Ling Sect has so many places. There's no need to choose here over the other spots. The older elders understood the lake's importance. However, newer elders felt if Daryl's actions benefited them, there was no need to change anything. I'll talk to Mr. Daryl. For now, return and don't argue with him. He hates such behavior. Maxim paused, listening to the elders, feeling calmer. In the end, Maxim went alone to discuss this with Daryl. Maxim arrived, knowing exactly what he was about to say. Mr. Daryl, can't you choose another place for planting the spiritual herbs? Chapter 278, 3 Branded Corpses. This lake is the feng shui of our Brandon-Ling Sect. If it gets destroyed, it might affect us. Maxim remembered that the sect leader had once said this lake could very well determine the fate of Brandon-Ling Sect. If it were really destroyed by Daryl, no one knew what would happen. Only this place is suitable for cultivating spirit herbs. You should be very clear about this. These herbs are intended for Brandon-Ling Sect. Consider carefully before you decide what you want me to do. If Maxim was unwilling, Daryl could plant fewer herbs, but they would receive fewer resources in return. The other items provided by the system were reserved solely for him. Mr. Daryl, saying this means you're forcing me to choose only this location, right? But this location concerns the feng shui of Brandon-Ling Sect. I can't joke about such serious matters. It's better to believe it exists than not. If I find a suitable alternative, would you be willing to make some concessions? Maxim understood that Daryl made this choice for their benefit. Let me put it this way. Only this location within Brandon-Ling Sect can be used for planting spirit herbs. Spirit herbs are different from ordinary medicinal plants. I can temporarily halt Miles since it involves Brandon-Ling Sect's feng shui, and I won't force you. Daryl hadn't told Maxim that he had already tried planting herbs inside his small wooden house before finding a large-scale site. It was proven that planting them in areas with abundant spiritual energy produced better results and faster growth compared to areas devoid of spiritual energy. Alright, give me 3 days. Either I'll solve the feng shui issue or find a new location for you within Brandon-Ling Sect. Rest assured. Maxim promised to resolve the matter soon. Fine, please inform Miles yourself. I have other things to deal with today. Daryl had experimented with mice to understand the effects of those seeds on humans. The researchers told him there were even better seeds available, which the master wouldn't usually release unless he found an ideal test subject. The current seeds were discarded ones. The master aimed to enhance these seeds while strengthening the subjects. I will visit Miles and find a new location for you. Don't worry. Also, I've been in seclusion recently, but I heard you've been investigating the master's affairs. Perhaps you should ask the sect leader about it. I seem to recall the sect leader mentioning similar matters before. Mr. Daryl. After speaking, Maxim left his contact details with Daryl. He didn't expect that before leaving, Brandon-Ling Sect would undergo such significant changes. More importantly, Daryl would become so crucial to Brandon-Ling Sect. The sect leader is in seclusion now. I shouldn't disturb him. I'll ask him when he returns. If he knows something, it would be beneficial for me. Alright, I'll get busy. Let me know if you need anything. Don't touch that lake for now. Maxim hurriedly left. As he planned to notify Miles, he learned they had unearthed many bodies while leveling the lake. Since the center of the lake contained too much debris, Miles feared affecting Daryl's herbs. So, he dug out the center without authorization, and what he found shocked everyone. 300 bodies, neatly arranged at the lake center. Upon discovering this, Miles immediately sought Daryl, uncertain whether he still wanted the location. If not, he needed to find a new one quickly. The elders of Brandon Sect would handle the bodies. Miles didn't need to get involved. Damn, I trained here before, right at the center. It has the best spiritual energy. I never imagined there'd be so many bodies buried beneath. If it were just one or two, maybe they fell in and died, but so many? Neatly arranged? That's definitely not normal. Do you think Mr. Daryl knew about this beforehand? He had Mr. Miles dig it up. Look, he stopped as soon as the bodies appeared. I don't pay attention to Mr. Miles's actions. What interests me most is where Mr. Daryl found these amazing tools. I've never seen anything like them before. We must wait for Mr. Daryl and the elders to explain this. It's unsafe outside. People capture us for experiments. Even within Brandon Sect, some are secretly killed and dumped into the lake. Luciano stood behind them, scoffing at their discussion. You deserve it if you're silently eliminated in Brandon Sect. Those bodies look decades old. Really, what are you worrying about? How disappointing for Mr. Daryl. With these resources, he could have cultivated more intelligent and capable people instead of choosing you fools. Don't rush to contradict me. Think about it. Whenever something happens, what's your immediate reaction? Are you too big to think independently? Do you accept everything others say without question? Luciano had just finished training and considered himself more experienced. He believed these bodies couldn't be merely dumped here casually. Why choose such a prominent spot in Brandon Sect to hide bodies? It's practically admitting guilt. Moreover, whether these individuals belonged to Brandon Sect was another question. What if they were here before Brandon Sect was established? Daryl also learned of this from Miles and fell silent. He had chosen a location to cultivate herbs, and it revealed corpses. Hashtag chapter 279, Earl. Daryl estimated that with this incident, old unresolved cases from who knows how many years ago would surface. However, with so many bodies in the lake, it would greatly affect the feng shui of the Feathered Spirit Sect. He wondered how Maxim would resolve this issue. Mr. Daryl, what should we do next? If it were Miles, he would continue following Daryl's previous arrangements because that was the best course of action. Let's pause for now. Even if you hadn't dug up these bodies, Maxim would still have to find you. Maxim said he needs a few days to resolve this matter, so let's give him some time. But Maxim is going to be very busy. Daryl thought that while Maxim was helping him find a place, he also had to deal with the bodies in the lake. Mr. Daryl, I have a terrifying thought. The Feathered Spirit Sect only has abundant spiritual energy near the lake. Is it possible that this is because there are bodies in the lake? After digging up one body, I didn't dare to continue. You'll have to check this out. Miles had experienced many things and did not think such an event was impossible. Perhaps, it was just as he imagined. Otherwise, why would only that area have sufficient spiritual energy? There must be something else under the lake. You make a valid point. Leave this matter to Maxim to investigate. If he can't handle it, he'll come to me. Daryl temporarily had no time to deal with this issue. They paused for the moment, but Miles didn't idle. He went to find new locations, hoping to select one that Mr. Daryl would like. That night, Daryl was about to rest when he heard a loud commotion. He opened his eyes and saw floating spirits hovering in midair. Coincidentally, there were exactly 300 of them. Goodness, could it really be as Miles said, that the spiritual energy near the lake was abundant because of them? What are we doing here? We've just come into existence and are so fragile that we might die at any moment. It's best for us to rest. Why fear? How will we know this place if we don't explore? In case of danger, we won't know where to run. I came here because I felt a comfortable aura. I'm sure you all sensed it too. Even if we did, this place is very dangerous. I can feel that the person living here is the strongest in the entire Feathered Spirit Sect. So, should we go inside or leave? Let's come back when we're stronger. Daryl watched as they debated. Standing by the door, they hadn't noticed him until their discussion ended. I think we should leave. Dangerous places aren't suitable for us. There's someone here. Someone finally noticed Daryl and exclaimed in surprise. What are you afraid of? He's probably just admiring the view. He can't see us. We're not humans anymore. Exactly. You scared me half to death. It's just a human, right? Some of them even blew on Daryl's hair to prove he couldn't see them. Daryl watched expressionlessly as they toyed with his clothes, finding these spirits quite amusing. Stop playing around. My intuition tells me he can see us. Keep doing this, and he might get angry. Hearing this, Daryl grabbed one of the spirits sitting on his head. These little beings were indeed interesting. Tired of playing yet? After grabbing one, the others instantly quieted down. After a long pause, someone finally spoke softly. This human seems to really see us. Didn't they say no one could see us? Isn't this too unbelievable? I'm not sure, but he did speak to us. Why don't we merge and ask him? We'll be stronger after merging, and won't be afraid. Before Daryl could understand what they meant by merge, the spirits before him instantly merged into one. From 300 small entities to one small entity in his hand. Daryl didn't notice much difference except that this single entity had significantly more power. Can you release me? I know your strength exceeds mine, and I won't escape. But please don't harm me. I mean, Noah will. We just wanted to explore since we've been trapped for so long. As for how we escaped, I don't know either. Despite many attempts to disrupt the ritual, it remained intact until recently. Daryl listened to them and realized that even after merging, they still talked a lot. Listening to them, Daryl understood. The 300 bodies at the bottom of the lake were there to contain them, but he didn't know why they were confined in the first place. Daryl could feel a greater surge of spiritual energy when they merged, confirming that the lake's spiritual energy was indeed due to them. How interesting. What could be at the bottom of the feathered spirit Sect's lake? One trouble resolved last time, another comes along now, and Daryl wasn't sure how to deal with this one. If Daryl's guess was correct, the system-provided machine's power was strong enough to break their ritual, allowing them to escape. Why were you confined? Daryl asked the small being in front of him. It looked like a miniature human without a physical form. Daryl was curious about what it actually was. I don't know, it happened long ago. I remember someone told me they'd find me when the time was right, but you're not that person. Your power is much stronger than theirs, though your aura is somewhat similar. Daryl was baffled by these words. Why can they merge with you? Daryl asked the most curious question. Because they originated from me. During my long boredom and sleep, with too much energy, they were generated, mainly controlled by me. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be here. We should be spread out. Since there was only one main entity, the other spirits couldn't stray far, so they followed along. Chapter 280, Conceived by Nature. Daryl fell silent after hearing this. To be honest, this was the first time in so many years he had ever heard of such a thing. Do you not believe me? I can't prove it to you now, but if you give me a corpse, I can create one for you. Seeing Daryl's doubtful gaze, he protested. Were you born like this? Daryl sidestepped the topic. So, having corpses allows for creating duplicates? That must be why there are 300 of them. Not quite, as far as I remember. I've absorbed much power and strength over the years, but unfortunately, this place has run out of power for me to absorb. I just chat with my duplicates when I'm bored. But why aren't you afraid of me? I'm so small and entirely different from your kind. That's not right. I should ask you why you can see me. According to reason, you shouldn't be able to. He was very curious about Daryl. He only thought to come here in all of the Brandailing sect. The spiritual energy here is significantly more abundant than other places, and the atmosphere here is comfortable for them. Also, the strongest person of the Brandailing sect is here. I don't know why I can see you. With so many treasures given by the system on Daryl, being able to see him isn't too strange. Where do you plan to go next? Daryl answered his question and reclaimed the right to ask, wanting to clear up what he wanted to know before proceeding. I can't leave here temporarily. I could come out because the ritual was disrupted, but it wasn't fully destroyed, thus I can't leave. The largest range I can move is within this sect, and my current power is extremely fragile. We paid a price to come out. It took an unknown amount of power lost for them to escape. Unsure when they will destroy the ritual completely. However, the person who dug up the bodies stopped working, so who knows when they'll start again. After listening, Daryl said, stay with me for now. It's dangerous outside, but here it's safe. I'll protect your safety. Oh, and try not to wander around randomly. Before confirming that this spirit posed no threat to the Brandailing sect, Daryl couldn't let it leave. You're pretty nice, so I'll stay here for now. You won't bully me, right? Should I let them out then? Oh yeah, my name's Earl. I forget who gave me this name. Earl had forgotten many things, but remembered others. Just stay like this for now. Keep your duplicates hidden. Daryl felt that people living here could probably see Earl. If he released all his duplicates, who knows what would happen. But I'll get bored by myself. Earl had always been accompanied by them for so many years. Now that you have me, you won't be bored. Stay here. Can you read books? Daryl pulled out a few books and handed them to Earl. As soon as they touched Earl's hands, they automatically adjusted to a size he could hold. These definitely weren't Daryl's books. Earl had this ability. Seems like I can a little, but I don't like reading. We're not humans. There's no need for learning, right? Earl didn't find any problem with anything turning to his size when he held it. Read for a while to pass the time. Daryl needed time to understand Earl. At night, Earl was reading on a chair, encountering many words he didn't understand. Being a particularly curious person, he kept pestering Daryl for explanations. Eventually, Daryl asked the system for a dictionary for him. Check anything you don't understand here. There are many terms I can't explain. I need to read. Daryl also asked the system for information on him. Unfortunately, the system knew only what Daryl had already heard. Daryl suspected the system didn't know such beings existed before Earl appeared, and all present knowledge came from what Daryl collected. No choice but to understand him slowly himself. Looking at Earl now, Daryl felt he likely wouldn't harm the Brandailing sect. Will you hurt anyone? Daryl put down his book and looked at the enthusiastic Earl. If they don't harm me, I won't harm them. And my power is limited. I won't act under normal circumstances. Earl quickly responded without looking up, clearly multitasking. Imprisoned for so many years, you don't want revenge on the one who locked you up? Daryl closely watched Earl. Despite his small appearance, his strength exceeded even Hirsch's. Moreover, with his duplicates, killing him would be difficult. Why take revenge? After so many years, he's likely dead. My clan doesn't care much for vengeance. Our capture and imprisonment only prove our lack of power. We must strive to improve. Over these years, I've worked extra hard to grow stronger. Daryl caught a key phrase. His clan? Meaning he had other family? People in our clan rarely communicate. We're conceived by nature, appearing and disappearing at random. A tree in the world might die, causing our lives to dissipate. Meaning something in this world is connected to our life, but we can't find it. We can only wait for fate, but I think I've had good luck, not dying yet. Perhaps it's due to the ritual. It saved my life. Earl believed everything in the world happens unpredictably. Like someone letting him out when he thought he'd be imprisoned forever. And now, someone willing to take him in and protect him. Listening to Earl, Daryl felt he was a bit like a little fairy. Fairies are also conceived by nature, but unlike fairies, none of the materials Daryl read mentioned fairies having duplicates or such immense power. Chapter 281. Earl fights with Patrick. Rest assured, we won't kill anyone. Killing incurs karma. After saying this, Earl went back to reading, ignoring everything Daryl said thereafter. The next morning, as soon as little Vivian woke up, she saw Daryl sitting by the small pond, feeding the fish. Mr. Daryl, you woke up very early today. Little Vivian had always maintained a habit of sleeping early and waking up early, having the most regular schedule among their group. However, Little Vivian mentioned that at a certain time each day, her entire body would lose its strength, only feeling comfortable after resting. At some point in the morning, she would feel energized again. Daryl suspected it was related to Little Vivian's lost memories, but unfortunately, nothing came back to her yet. There's a stranger's aura around you, or maybe not quite human. Have those from another realm come again? Since last time, the Demon King and his group returned. No one knew when they'd return. Not really, a new friend came over. Daryl briefly explained Earl's situation to Little Vivian. I think I've heard of them before, but I don't remember what they are. I'm very sorry, even after all this time. I still haven't recalled anything to help you. Every time, Little Vivian wanted to assist Daryl. People around her hinted she might have been a powerful person once. If she regained her memory, she could perhaps fight alongside Daryl. These matters might not be something your memories could help with either. By the way, I've prepared some pills for you to use during nights if you lack strength but need to do something. One can get you through an entire night. Daryl usually relied solely on himself, but he anticipated Earl would be staying with him for a while. Thank you, Mr. Daryl. You're the best person in the world. Within Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect, only Daryl consistently looked out for her. Little Vivian had decided that once she recovered her memories, she would give Daryl many good things, the best ones. Soon enough, everyone around Daryl learned about the new addition to his circle. They were already accustomed to it, considering Daryl didn't have many normal friends. After seeing the Demon King, there wasn't much else to be afraid of. Regrettably, apart from Little Vivian, no one else could see Earl. Earl immediately liked Little Vivian when they met and even gave her a gift, a precious item that could deflect a lethal blow at critical moments. As I said, I love this aura here. I want to stay. Earl decided not to return to his old place. Last night, he felt pretty comfortable here. What a pity. I can't see him, Xianxia said disappointingly. Don't worry, I can draw him for you. Guard.1, I've learned how to draw. Xianxia had taught her drawing, and they often ran off together. Earl followed Xianxia, with Daryl instructing Xianxia to keep an eye on Earl. Daryl couldn't be sure Earl was entirely truthful about himself. Patrick came running from outside. Recently, a secret realm had appeared near Guard.1-303 Sect, piquing Patrick's interest immensely. He stopped doing other tasks and frequently visited that area, bringing back items like a high-grade weapon today. Why don't you just stay in the secret realm until you get everything you need? Isn't coming back and forth troublesome? Each trip he took only resulted in acquiring one thing before rushing back. I'd love to, but my strength isn't enough. I need to rest after getting each item. Your elders from Guard.1-303 Sect went in recently and brought back a lot. All of them are pretty decent. Don't provide resources to Guard.1-303 Sect for a long time. Such a large sect can't rely on you alone. No one would believe that. Patrick smoothed out his fur, realizing he'd used too many of Daryl's resources, which made him feel awkward. He wondered how those from Guard.1-303 Sect felt justified using Daryl's resources so freely. I'm not doing this to gain their trust. I just want to focus on my goals. The faster they advance, the more power I gain. Daryl couldn't possibly tell Patrick the real reason. It's consensual between you two, so I won't say much. Keep your resources for yourself, don't waste them on them. Leave any extra for me. Patrick worked hard for these items, not intending for others to use them. Haven't I built you a little house in my space? Everything you own is stored there. By the way, Little Vivian gave you a few fruits, which I've also placed there. With Daryl's permission, Patrick could freely enter his space. While we're talking, I haven't seen Little Vivian in a long time. Let me pay her a visit. I'll bring her a gift too. Daryl shook his head as Patrick rushed off energetically. Soon, Xianxia anxiously approached him, saying, Patrick and Earl are fighting. You should go check it out. Little Vivian is trying to stop them, but lacking cultivation. I can't see Earl. Only you can go. Putting down the pastry he was holding, Daryl wondered why they would fight at their first meeting. They both like Little Vivian and argued over who gets to be by her side. Then Patrick started the fight, Xianxia explained. When Daryl arrived, Little Vivian had caught hold of both Earl and Patrick, one in each hand. I couldn't persuade them otherwise, so I had to resort to this method. Luckily, they wouldn't harm Little Vivian, or she'd have been flung away by now. Patrick, what's going on? Seeing the obvious injury on Earl's face, it didn't align with Patrick's usual demeanor. Daryl, he bullied me. He attacked me first. Not like what they say. Patrick broke free of Little Vivian's grip and jumped onto Daryl's shoulder. When they first met, Earl sneakily hit him while Little Vivian wasn't looking. Initially, Patrick dismissed it, but then Earl tried to snatch something from him. With Patrick's temper, he immediately retaliated. The situation turned into what Daryl saw now. Patrick wouldn't let himself lose, grabbing Earl by the face. Being a divine beast, even if Earl was strong, getting injured was expected. I didn't mean to. You know sometimes they can't control themselves. They truly like her. Hence this behavior, Earl explained. Chapter 282, United as One. Elmer could have stopped the Nolan when he attacked him, but he didn't make a move, feeling that he had done something wrong. Pretending? Out of control? Does your body listen to me rather than you? The Nolan didn't believe his words for a second. I'm too smart to fall for that. Hope you leave here. You're not welcome. After speaking, Elmer quickly ran away. Daryl tried to grab him but was too slow. Nolan, he indeed sometimes can't control himself. Now you've both hit each other, let's end this matter here, alright? Daryl followed up with Elmer after talking to the Nolan. He needed to deal with this. Yesterday evening, he saw Elmer sometimes couldn't manage the other clones. They acted independently and even controlled his body. Daryl felt if it continued like this, it would become unclear who was the main body and who was secondary. Stop feeling wronged, Nolan. Elmer is our new friend from yesterday, and he did not retaliate when you hit him because he knew he was at fault. In the future, we are all likely to be around Mr. Daryl, so there's no need for such conflict, right? Aline tried soothing the Nolan's ruffled feathers, but it wasn't appreciated. Just saying that and then running off. making everything seem like it was his fault. It was truly hypocritical. Once Daryl returns, tell him I've gone into the secret realm. Even if I lose my things, I won't let this person called Elmer use them, understood? The Nolans soon fled, leaving Aline far behind. Not everyone could keep up with the Nolans' speed. By now, Daryl had caught up with Elmer, who had reached the lake. If they don't like you, let's stay here. We've lived like this for so many years, no need to change just because of them. Why bother being around him anymore? They fear you'll harm others, not that others will hurt you. Exactly, better not to leave here. It's nice and safe, and those people won't harm you either. When Daryl arrived, they were still arguing. As the main body, Elmer had little say among them. He wanted to explain properly to Daryl, who had been kind to him, but before he could say anything, he uncontrollably flew out. If you don't support my decisions, fine. But to scold me, aren't we supposed to be good friends? Elmer wondered if dividing them was really right. Daryl stood before Elmer, addressing the core issue. If you want to control your body, these clones must obey you. 2 options. Kill them, leaving only you. The risk in cultivation is common. Or fully control them. Elmer, haven't you noticed how less in control you've become? They can act independently of you. Are you still yourself? These clones greatly influenced him. Daryl felt Elmer must change or risk becoming someone capable of vengeance. Such a scenario was unacceptable. What do you mean? You can't order us around just because you're strong. Who are you to judge? Together for years, and you talk about killing us? You're bad. Never follow him again. They're part of you. One affects all. Don't entertain such dangerous thoughts. Daryl watched them speak before running back to the lake. Too many eyes on him. Daryl had to delay some matters until he could handle them privately. Hope Elmer listens. Seeing Daryl, Maxim lit up. Finally here. He originally wanted to invite him, fearing Daryl would question their capability. Mr. Daryl, I've dispatched people to find the place you need. Unfortunately, I might not be able to assist personally soon. These bodies aren't ours. No signs of belonging to Brandon Sect. Not suited for cultivation. I plan to dispose of them, but, except for the corpse miles unearthed, no methods work to remove the others. Maxim has been troubled by this for days. The corpses seemed fused with the earth, immovable regardless of strength. So, Mr. Daryl, can I borrow your help temporarily to resolve this? Leaving them isn't ideal. If outsiders knew they found unaffiliated bodies, they'd suspect internal strife within Brandon Sect, dumping bodies into the lake. Why assume moving them is the solution? Without fully understanding, why take such a risk? Even Daryl hesitated with unknown entities. Your concern suggests more issues. Let's secure this area immediately. Maxim ordered an elder to enforce this. Mr. Daryl, you're our most powerful and experienced. If any assistance is needed, please let me know anytime. Chapter 283, 3 days. You seal this place temporarily. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Daryl wasn't sure how to resolve the matter yet. He still needed to consult Earl about what would happen if the entire ritual were destroyed. All right, guaranteed that apart from you and me, no one else can come here. Maxim assured him. Currently, the other elders were already evacuating people from this area. Fortunately, after such incidents, fewer disciples came here, making the evacuation much easier. What's going on? Mr. Daryl is here in person. It's probably not just a simple corpse. Cut the crap. Didn't you see earlier? Elder Hirsch, with his powerful strength, couldn't even move a corpse. If it were an ordinary body, it would have been moved long ago. This place is dangerous. We should follow what the elder said and leave quickly. It would be bad if we get involved. Let's go. You guys are just cowards. Don't you know this is the best time for an opportunity? If we can catch Mr. Daryl's attention, our cultivation path will be smooth. No need to search for resources ourselves anymore. Listening to their discussions, Daryl remained expressionless. Everyone had different aspirations, and he wouldn't mock them. Given the current situation, following him was indeed the best choice. Hirsch, wait here. I'm going in. Seeing Hirsch, Daryl called him over, giving instructions before jumping down without hesitation. Is it really okay to let Mr. Daryl go alone? Shouldn't I go with him? Maxim looked at Hirsch, worried about Daryl encountering danger. You can go if you have the strength not to drag Mr. Daryl down. Hirsch stood by the lake, supporting himself. If Daryl needed help, he would have asked beforehand. Since he went alone, he must be confident. Well, forget it. I'm afraid I'd end up needing Mr. Daryl to rescue me. With his temper, he'd only think I ruined things. I'll wait for him outside. Maxim realized Hirsch made sense. Not everyone had the privilege to accompany Mr. Daryl. Unaware of the shore's events, Daryl found the breakthrough point quickly upon descending. If Miles hadn't discovered it, this place might remain hidden for many more years. What are you doing here? This is our territory. In our place, you have to follow our rules. As soon as Daryl descended, the divided bodies noticed him. Upon hearing this, all 299 clones appeared. Daryl immediately saw Earl. Previously unnoticed, now focusing on Earl, he realized Earl was the weakest among them. Amazingly, it was the first time he saw the main body being weaker than its clones. No wonder the other clones could control him. He lacked the strength to resist. Don't be so rude to him. According to my information, whether we can leave here depends on his decision. Hotshot, can you let us leave here? For so many years, we haven't done anything wrong and are trapped here. Yeah, trapped here, unable to enhance our power. Please let us leave. Daryl, seeing their various intentions, directly took Earl away. They thought Earl would be followed shortly by the others. However, after Daryl took Earl, they didn't follow automatically. The remaining clones exchanged puzzled glances, confused. Such a thing had never happened in all these years. What do we do? That person only took Earl. Without him, nothing major happens to us. Our power would just weaken slightly. But if we leave him, big trouble awaits. Now he's gone. What can we do? Without the main body, leaving here is a dream. All we can do now is wait for Earl to return, hoping he doesn't agree to kill us. The clones had independent consciousness. If not for reunification, each would function independently. Of course, Daryl could take Earl alone, with numerous treasures at his disposal. If he couldn't manage such a simple task, he wouldn't be alive. Earl was startled when taken by Daryl. His immediate reaction was to return. Without him, others would die. I need to go back. Release me. They can't last long without me. Earl struggled, but couldn't escape Daryl's grip. You're the main body. They can survive for a few days without you. I just need to speak with you. Daryl disliked chatting with noisy individuals who provided no useful information. After almost a day, Daryl knew the simplest, purest entity among them was Earl, the main body. They can only leave me for 3 days. After 3 days, I must return, Mr. Daryl. Thinking it through, Earl stopped struggling. Apologizing to the Nolan with Daryl wasn't bad. He indeed did wrong. When the time comes, I'll let you return. Daryl quickly returned to the wooden house. Dealing with them was easy for him. A wave, and they would all die. But he needed to ensure Earl wouldn't be harmed. Clearly not someone who would harm humans, Daryl believed everything had its existence reason. He wouldn't destroy rare races carelessly. Do you have something you want to ask me? Just say it, and I'll answer seriously. Earl looked at Daryl, understanding his curiosity was natural. If my clones die, what impact will it have on you? Earl shook his head. If his clones died, their power would return to him, benefiting him. But he wouldn't let his clones die. Though they each had independent thoughts and sometimes did inappropriate things, they had accompanied him for years, and he couldn't bear to lose them. Chapter 284, the second choice. Most importantly, Earl couldn't bring himself to kill them. I understand. Your clones can now control your body. If you don't eliminate them, there might come a day when you lose the ability to control your own body. At that time, you won't have the opportunity or capability to regret it. I can help you get rid of them. Don't let temporary hesitation lead to lifelong regret. Daryl thought that if he truly couldn't bear to part with them, he wouldn't forcefully kill them. Instead, he would imprison them so they could never leave that lake. When he reached the lake, he noticed the patterns on those corpses. He could restore the ritual to keep them contained inside. Of course, Daryl didn't hope for such a solution. I know their power is indeed formidable, but I need my clones too. I like each and every one of them, and I cannot decide. Because he was too compassionate, whenever the clones wanted power, they could directly extract it from his body. This was why, in the end, his strength ended up being weaker than his clones. So, do you have any way to absorb their power into yourself? Let me explain. I can save you, but I cannot accept the intentions of your clones. I will only rescue you. You have 2 choices. One is letting me kill the clones, after which you'll be free to do as you wish. The second choice is for you to absorb the power back from the clones, fully controlling them so they do what you want without question. But if you choose the latter, you won't be completely free. You'll need to stay by my side to ensure you won't harm anyone else. Since the incident with the zombie humans, Daryl had become more cautious about these matters. He didn't want his affairs to affect others. You say you can save me. Is this true? Initially, when Earl broke through the ritual, he merely hoped for more room to move around. Daryl's offer of freedom was especially tempting to him. He longed for the days when he could go wherever he wanted freely. But parting ways with the clones who had accompanied him for so many years wasn't easy. Yes, consider the 2 options I gave you. After making the first choice, you'll stay out for 3 days before returning. You can also observe what your clones might do. My instinct tells me that your clones are not the kind to accept death quietly. Daryl saw many aspects of Earl reflected in those clones. He had reasons to suspect that the clones were other emotions within Earl. Happy, unhappy, resentful. He couldn't be sure if Earl would transform into the person he desired after the clones' deaths. Many things required taking a chance. Earl remained silent, knowing Daryl spoke the truth. After living with the clones for so long, he understood their natures well. In fact, you don't need to have such strong reservations against them because they emerged using those corpses and can't leave me for long periods. They also can't stray far from the corpses, nor do they possess the power to harm you. Rest assured. Earl looked at Daryl, narrating freely about many things. Initially, I was terrified when I was confined. I didn't know what I did wrong or why I deserved this. I wasted much cultivation trying to break through this ritual. Listening to Earl, Daryl felt pity for him. Yet, Earl didn't complain. He merely stated facts, highlighting how difficult life had been for him over the years. Thanks to the clones, Earl had survived so smoothly until now. They've been very good to me. You're right, I'm the main body and shouldn't give all my power away. I choose your second option. I also want to take them along to see things. Even if our time is short, I will reclaim all their power. Please send me back, Mr. Daryl. Earl made his decision and decisively entered the bottom of the lake. Daryl stood beside the lake, not going down. Hirsch, unable to see Earl, found Daryl's actions perplexing. Jumping in and quickly surfacing, leaving and then returning shortly after. Something seemed off, though she couldn't pinpoint it. Mr. Daryl, is there something wrong with this lake? Is there anything I need to do? Hirsch asked proactively. Shaking his head, Daryl was worried about Earl going alone, but Earl insisted he could handle it, asking him not to intervene. After some thought, Daryl agreed. It was Earl's personal matter, one no one else should meddle in. These corpses might be incubating something. Daryl, you can see what we can't. If you encounter anything, don't hesitate, eliminate it. Hirsch sensed something eerie about the corpses. Didn't Maxim ask him to move them? It felt as if the corpses were watching him. It was terrifying. Stay quiet. Daryl immersed his entire consciousness in the water. There you see, just as I said, he'll come back. He won't abandon us. You're still the best. Upon seeing Earl, the clones immediately stopped their discussions. In reality, they didn't trust Earl and had prepared an escape plan in case he didn't return. Of course, with Earl back, they didn't need to make any sacrifices. I need your power. Earl was straightforward, as they were all born from his power. If you want our power, we can merge. Why suddenly seek power now? Did that Daryl tell you something? Don't worry. We'll always be by your side. That's right. There are no good people outside. In my opinion, we should stay together and ignore others. What I mean is, I want to take back the power I gave you. Your power is too strong for me to control. Chapter 285. Nolan has an incident. As Earl spoke, the other incarnations instantly distanced themselves from him. Why do you want to control us? We were originally one, and doing this is meaningless. I knew it. Someone must have told you something. You're so naive. You can't just believe everything they say, can you? You should be very clear that your incarnations are you. Are you going to kill yourself? They were extremely resistant to Earl taking away their power. That is my strength, and when I need it, you must return it to me. Earl ignored them, made up his mind, and directly forced their powers into his body. After absorbing these powers, Earl felt much lighter. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last had such powerful strength. What exactly are you doing? We were originally one, yet you actually plan to deal with us? They stood together, looking at Earl with tears in their eyes. Why was he suddenly so heartless? I'm not dealing with you. This is the only way we can leave. In the future, as long as you cultivate diligently and do good deeds, you can also improve your cultivation. Earl was innocent, not foolish. He knew that his incarnations were formed by the resentment of these corpses. If he gave them power, and they harmed others upon leaving, all the karma would be forced onto him. He couldn't bear it. You stay here and wait for me. I will go out and negotiate with him. With Earl's strength increased, he could now enter and exit freely. The moment Earl appeared, Hirsch immediately sensed something coming out, but he didn't see anything. He looked at Daryl first, who would definitely be able to see. Perhaps they had already met. Hirsch, stop worrying about my affairs. You should spend more time on your own cultivation. You just broke through. Don't you need to stabilize your level? Daryl left with Earl. This wasn't the place to talk. He thought these matters should be resolved before informing Hirsch. Otherwise, they would keep nagging at people. You saw it. I have taken back their power. You need to destroy that ritual. It has been suppressing me, hindering my strength development. Yes, most importantly, being suppressed like this makes me feel very uncomfortable. Earl clearly understood that once reaching a certain high level of strength, there would be no further progress. In other words, those corpses have made a big impression on you. Did you ask if the ritual had any impact on them while talking to them? Daryl knew that the resentments of the corpses might solely suppress Earl. I never heard that they would have any influence. They are merely my incarnations. Isn't it normal that they don't feel it? Earl rarely asked them about these things and knew little. Daryl frowned. Things might not be that simple. Yeah, bring them out and find a place to settle them. Your incarnations are quite noisy. Stay a bit farther away. I need to figure out how to resolve this ritual. Even if Earl hadn't said anything, Daryl would still have to solve it. 300 corpses lying in the center of the lake of Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect certainly affected it poorly. Alright, but I can't bring them all out alone. I need your help. These forces had been in their bodies for so many years. He naturally wouldn't adapt after bringing them all back at once. Okay, I'll help you. Daryl returned to the lake, stood overhead, and tore open a gap for them. Earl's incarnations quickly ran out. They weren't particularly fond of Daryl because they knew the main body's change was due to Daryl. However, Daryl didn't care what they thought of him. He needed to understand what these things were all about, including what kind of species Earl was. Why did that person use 300 corpses to pin him under the lake? Daryl recalled Maxim saying that they established Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect here because the feng shui of this lake was excellent. Then came the question. Were these corpses buried here first, or did Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect establish itself here, and only then were the corpses gradually buried here? So ancient a matter that even Maxim and company couldn't completely investigate. Daryl had to investigate slowly. Mr. Daryl, something happened to Nolan. Daryl had just returned to Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect when Aline rushed over. Holding Nolan's belongings, she said, Nolan seems to have run into trouble. This treasure contained Nolan's power, which just vanished. Mr. Daryl, we must save Nolan. Daryl frowned, took the magic weapon from Aline's hands. This weapon had Nolan's blood. If Nolan encountered trouble, it needing great power would be natural. But what could have caused Nolan to need such immense power? Don't worry, where did Nolan go? Daryl believed Aline could comfort Nolan well after he went out with Earl. This divine beast, Nolan, was very reasonable. Nolan went to the secret realm. Due to recent events, he wasn't very happy. I think he probably went there to take a break. I wasn't worried about it at first. Nolan's strength is impressive, but as you see, the magic weapon has become like this. If nothing had happened to Nolan, this wouldn't have occurred. I will go to the secret realm to look for Nolan. Daryl thought, regardless of whether Nolan had trouble or not, he needed to find him. It would be too late if he waited until Nolan truly needed help. I'll go with you. Maybe I can help. Aline immediately followed Daryl, worried about Nolan. Alright. Seeing Aline's anxious state, bringing her might not be much help, but leaving her would lead her to overthink. Better to bring her along. Daryl also found Miles to come with them. Aline needed protection. Go tell Kesha that with this token, she can meet Earl. Watch over Earl for me during this period. And don't let anyone into the lake without my permission. Inform Maxim not to let others know about the lake incident. Information must stop with the Guard.1-303.Undefeated Sect disciples. Daryl instructed some subordinates on various matters. Originally, he intended to resolve Earl's issue, but he no longer had the time. Alright, I'll pass this on. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or additional context. Chapter 286, After You. Mr. Daryl, are the three of us going to find Patrick on our own? Should I gather a few more capable brothers? Strength in numbers might help us find Patrick faster, Miles suggested, thinking it would be very challenging for just the three of them. More people won't change anything in the secret realm temporarily. However, if they wish to seek opportunities inside, they can enter, Daryl pondered. His followers seldom got chances to search for opportunities like this, and how much they could achieve depended on their own efforts. You go inform them. I will head over to negotiate with the Feather Spirit Sect first. Currently, the elders of Feather Spirit Sect regarded this secret realm highly. Daryl needed to inform them before entering. Sure enough, when Daryl arrived, the Guardians were surprised. Why is Mr. Daryl here? We didn't receive any word about your visit today. I remember Mr. Daryl often overlooks the meager resources in our secret realm. Is there something you need from us? Let's contact Maxim and the Great Elder. Should we let Mr. Daryl in? They felt it was unlikely Daryl wouldn't enter. Upon seeing Daryl, they had already informed Maxim and the Great Elder, who said they would arrive immediately. Mr. Daryl, why do you have time to visit us today? They had repeatedly invited Daryl to check the secret realm for dangers, but he never came. My pet ran into the secret realm. I need to find him. How many secret realms are there here? Daryl looked at the extensive array formations. Under his guidance, Feather Spirit Sect's array masters had indeed improved, capable of setting up such large-scale formations. There are 5 in total. We've been guarding here all along and haven't seen any pets around. Could Mr. Daryl be mistaken? Mr. Daryl's pet? That unidentifiable small creature? They had seen it once before, but after long-term observation, it never appeared here. If it gets lost, we'll send people to search nearby. If necessary, we'll turn Feather Spirit Sect upside down to find Mr. Daryl's pet. They believed finding the pet was crucial. If Daryl didn't enter the secret realm, they would be less concerned, given that treasures within usually fell into Daryl's hands. My pet, I know where he is. I need to enter to find him. Besides, my subordinates also want to help. Please report this to the Elders' Council. Daryl was confident they would agree. The secret realm alone couldn't provide abundant resources for Feather Spirit Sect's development, unlike himself. Moreover, he had provided substantial resources to Feather Spirit Sect, so receiving some back was fair. Mr. Daryl, entering alone is fine, but bringing outsiders may not be appropriate. Resources here are limited. This place is only available due to our luck. Most importantly, it's reserved for our exceptional disciples. You just decided to bring people? Without saying more, Daryl understood their concerns. Do you mean I don't qualify to enter these secret realms? Daryl looked at them. Did they really have the authority to decide? That's not what we meant. Of course, you have the right. No one in Feather Spirit Sect qualifies as much as you do. Elder Maxim has arrived. Speak with him. We're not well versed in these matters. Previously, we followed regulations. They didn't want to alienate Daryl over resources that weren't even theirs. Mr. Daryl, are you entering because you discovered danger? Or merely for adventure to see if there are good things inside? Maxim wondered this while coming over. If danger existed, he needed to alert everyone immediately. I need to find Patrick, and my people must come too. Any issues with that? Looking at Maxim, Daryl waited for his response. Of course, you can enter. You and your subordinates can take anything you desire, but please be lenient. Don't take items you dislike. Mr. Daryl, after you. Should I send people to help find Patrick? That little thing is quite adorable and shouldn't die inside the secret realm. No one pursued how Patrick ended up in the secret realm. Finding him was the priority. If something happened to Patrick, given Daryl's protective nature, they feared the worst. I won't take what I dislike. I don't need help now. Isn't the secret realm not accessible by anyone? Daryl glanced at Aline, the only one able to sense Patrick's approximate location. Previously, he only heard rumors of multiple secret realms here, but upon seeing them, he found it peculiar. Why did this place suddenly have several secret realms? This wasn't normal. Feather Spirit Sect wasn't typically a hot spot for secret realms. In ancient battlefields, numerous experts perished, creating many secret realms. But why so many near Feather Spirit Sect now? With no time to dwell, Daryl aimed to find Patrick first. Miles quickly brought his people. As Maxim prepared to activate the array, Daryl entered directly. Holding the token mid-air, Maxim awkwardly put it away. Forgot that Mr. Daryl is proficient in array formations. Activating such an array is simple for him. Stay alert. Keep out of sight. This isn't officially Feather Spirit Sect territory. Now, they claimed ownership by force. Influence always dictated rights. Chapter 287, Mental Awareness Attack. For the current Brandonling sect, even if someone has their eyes on these few secret realms, whether to give them a share or not depends entirely on whether their sect's resources are enough. If the resources are sufficient for the development of their sect, they would be willing to give up one or two. If it's insufficient, naturally nothing can be given. This kind of backbone only emerged after Daryl appeared. After all, Daryl's strength was incredibly formidable. After Mr. Daryl goes in, just wait here. I hope this time, Mr. Daryl does not take too many of our resources. Hirsch, who had previously accompanied Daryl into the secret realm and witnessed his actions, thought that if Daryl wanted it, these 5 secret realms could indeed be left barren. However, Daryl had promised them and would not take everything. After leading them inside, Aline told him that Callahan was at the secret realm in the middle. Find your own fortunes. Those with strength go alone, and what you obtain is yours. Those without should form groups and distribute any findings fairly. Do not engage in self-destruction. If I find out, even the survivors will face death. Also, if you encounter treasures, do not take everything. Leave room for regeneration and others' opportunities. Daryl feared that if everything were taken, the excellent disciples of the Brandonling sect would have little left to explore. Mr. Daryl, rest assured, before coming over, eldest brother already briefed us on various matters. Daryl was providing them an opportunity for training, and when they encountered treasures, they would face all sorts of temptations to test their resolve. Daryl directly took Aline toward the central secret realm. When the time comes, your task is to protect Aline. If you encounter something desirable, let me know, and I'll help retrieve it. Daryl tied all 3 of them together with a rope, ensuring they wouldn't separate upon entering the secret realm. A tool obtained from the system that couldn't be gained by ordinary means. Aline, try sensing where Callahan might be? Daryl had already dispatched his mental awareness, but regrettably, there were no traces of Callahan. Now, they could only rely on Aline. A few minutes later, she shook her head at Daryl. Earlier, I could sense Callahan's presence, but now I cannot. Aline had lost the connection with Callahan, and the relic in her hand lay still. If Miss Aline cannot sense Callahan, how do we find him? Miles stood rooted to the spot. With Mr. Daryl leading, he didn't need to think much. Just follow Daryl's arrangements. Of course, we search everywhere. What else can we do? Unable to sense Callahan through mental awareness, they searched every nook and cranny. They had to find Callahan before leaving, so Daryl took them everywhere. Miles led the way ahead, adept at solving general troubles as his strength was substantial. They found numerous treasures along the way. Can you communicate with the creatures here? We've been searching aimlessly, which seems pointless. Daryl had been searching for nearly a day, securing numerous treasures, but not a trace of Callahan. Mr. Daryl, I've tried communicating along the way, but I apologize. There are no creatures here I can converse with. In other words, except for them, there were no living beings. Now, they could only continue their search or wait until Callahan sought their help. Alright, let's keep searching. Daryl's expanded mental awareness revealed that this secret realm was larger than he anticipated, and judging by the treasures, the owner seemed highly ranked. Another day passed, and Daryl's team still hadn't found Callahan, even encountering some subordinates who said they hadn't seen Callahan either. He seems to be found. Miles followed behind Daryl, searching everywhere. Suddenly, he spotted something belonging to Callahan. Mr. Daryl, is this what you gave Callahan? I found it here. Daryl picked up what Miles had found, confirming it belonged to Callahan. It's my item. The item bore bloodstains, indicating Callahan was indeed injured. Daryl extended his mental awareness to detect Callahan's trail, finding none. Yet, if Callahan was injured, he shouldn't have gone far. Daryl was anxious. Callahan was a divine beast, and Daryl wished to see its growth. If it were killed, that would be no laughing matter. Suddenly, Daryl's mental awareness was attacked, causing him to withdraw it hurriedly while clutching his head. He hadn't expected such a powerful mental awareness existed here, and during his probe, this awareness displayed significant hostility. Daryl deduced that perhaps Callahan was near. Mr. Daryl, what's wrong? Miles moved next to Daryl, wary of potential threats. Had Mr. Daryl sensed someone nearby? Mr. Daryl's mental awareness was attacked. It's minor and won't affect him. Aline glanced at Daryl, understanding what transpired. With Daryl's strength, a typical mental attack usually just caused headaches, nothing serious. Indeed, Daryl experienced only mild discomfort. Let's go this way. Daryl swiftly led the way. In under 15 minutes, they arrived where Daryl's mental awareness detected. Mr. Daryl, this place doesn't seem like where Callahan is. Miles observed the open plain, certain they'd have seen Callahan already if present. Daryl ignored Miles, dispatching his mental awareness again, only to face obstruction once more. This time, the attack was more vicious. Earlier, it warned him not to come closer. Now, it was warning Daryl that proceeding further might endanger his life. Undeterred, Daryl continued probing, realizing that the previous mental attack succeeded because he wasn't cautious. Attempting harm now was impossible. However, with continuous mental interference, finding Callahan's trace would be difficult. After 15 minutes, Daryl realized he must overcome this mental awareness. Chapter 288, taking over the secret realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to find the traces of the Nolan. Daryl simply sat down, deciding to play around with this consciousness thoroughly. He was also extremely curious about whose consciousness this was. Daryl had practiced techniques for attacking with one's consciousness before, protecting himself while attacking at the same time. It took him some time to defeat the consciousness during their confrontation. Daryl could feel that this consciousness lacked support, meaning that it was very likely left behind by an elder from within this secret realm. In fact, Daryl's conjecture wasn't wrong. This consciousness did belong to the master of the secret realm. After Daryl defeated him, an illusion appeared before Daryl and his companions. A rather promising young man has come here indeed. Your talent is exceptional. If I had your talent back in my day, I wouldn't have fallen. Boy, you've arrived here due to fate, and by daring to battle me with your consciousness, you've shown confidence in your own strength. I think you're quite suited to be my successor. I'll give you something. The illusion muttered to itself, not even giving Daryl a chance to refuse, and directly sent Daryl to receive his inheritance. There are 2 more people? Anyway, I have other inheritances as well. Let me send you all in together. Whether you can obtain them depends on your own fate. Young lady, you possess an immensely powerful force within you. After throwing them into different places, the illusion sighed. I don't know how much time has passed, but these young people are very interesting. I like them very much. Especially the one who battled him with his consciousness. He wanted to see if he could inherit the legacy he had preserved for so long. This person he had chosen especially. Previously, so many disciples sought his inheritance, yet he didn't give it to any of them. Daryl was not surprised when he was transported to another place. This kind of experience had happened before in the ancient battlefield. Looking at the inheritance before him, he felt that it looked somewhat familiar for some reason. Did he already have it? He had obtained too many inheritances, so Daryl didn't quite remember everything. After searching in his storage space, he eventually found the cultivation method inheritance. Coincidentally, the last inheritance Daryl obtained was the lower volume. And this time, Daryl would receive the upper volume. He strongly suspected that the elders had the ability to foresee, knowing that he would obtain both parts of this inheritance. He hoped that this inheritance could flourish through him. With the foundation from the lower volume, Daryl quickly mastered this inheritance. When practicing the 2 cultivation methods together, Daryl felt that his strength had advanced further. He had been stuck at this level for quite a while, and this new movement suggested that this cultivation method was indeed potent. You managed to pass through my trials so quickly? Indeed worthy of being someone I chose. When the illusion reappeared, it was particularly gratified, as it had thought it would never witness its inheritance continuing after it dissipated. Who knew Daryl would so swiftly inherit his legacy, proving he was indeed suitable for cultivation. For some reason, I always feel your cultivation style is slightly different from mine, but no matter. It's good as long as someone inherits it. I hope that after many years, you can find the right successor for this inheritance. Make sure our clan's knowledge doesn't disappear from the world. Since you have received my inheritance, then take over this place. I spent a lot of resources creating this realm to ensure it can be presented proudly in the future. Before Daryl's eyes, the surroundings blurred, and he felt that he could now control the secret realm. Every plant and tree within it fell under his perception. Alright, I only leave behind this illusion, which carries a sliver of my soul. That's all I can do until now. Young man, may your future path be smooth and easy. Goodbye. Daryl watched as the illusion finished speaking and disappeared before him. Having gained control of the secret realm, Daryl could see that Aline and Miles were undergoing trials. Aline didn't seem to have high cultivation levels, but when they fought, her strength wasn't weak at all. The current priority was to find the Nolan. Just as Daryl suspected, the Nolan was here, but his condition wasn't good. Daryl quickly left, found the Nolan, and fed him a few pills. Now that the secret realm was under his control, Daryl didn't see anything dangerous. How could the Nolan suffer such serious injuries? Daryl held the Nolan and helped him heal. 2 hours later, Daryl sat drinking tea beside him, and the Nolan's wounds had fully recovered. Upon waking, his first reaction was alertness, looking around anxiously. But he discovered that only Daryl was present. Why am I here? No, why are you here? The Nolan stood on a small rock in front of Daryl, looking at him. If I weren't here, you would already be dead. Nolan, you're weaker than I thought. You couldn't even handle the troubles within a small secret realm. The dangers you will encounter in the future won't be simpler than what you face today. Daryl knew that divine beasts faced many challenges, especially those without parental protection from their own race. They had to grow strong on their own. During the time Nolan was injured, Daryl kept thinking whether he had been too nice to him, making him forget that life wasn't that simple and required overcoming many difficulties. I understand, but this time I encountered a stronger divine beast. If it weren't for the items you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to escape. When the Nolan arrived here, hiding his presence, he was especially grateful to Daryl. Without taking some seemingly useless, but actually very useful items from Daryl's storage, he might have died. Moreover, he hadn't expected Daryl to come rescue him. Didn't you meet other divine beasts when you came here? The Nolan thought it shouldn't be so. The divine beast seemed to detest him intensely and wouldn't leave unless he killed him. Speaking of which, this was the first time the Nolan met a fellow divine beast, and they didn't treat each other gently or empathetically. Instead, they clashed swords. Without awakened memories, the Nolan believed every divine beast struggled to survive and should help each other. I only saw you lying there almost dead when I came. Nolan, if you want to temper yourself, staying by my side won't lead to growth. Daryl usually just drank tea, tended to flowers, and occasionally helped solve minor issues in Underhanded Sect. Chapter 289, Devouring Power. They didn't go out to adventure. For god beasts like them, undergoing trials was a normal thing. They had always lived too well, which wasn't good for them. God beasts should have their way of life. Daryl suspected that the reason why Nolan hadn't received its memory inheritance for so long was related to this. In our god beast clan, I'm still just a baby. It's also quite normal that I can't defeat them, right? Does that mean I must beat them? This incident was an accident and won't happen again. Nolan had already made up its mind. It couldn't be lazy anymore. It needed to use Daryl's resources to practice and improve itself, in case it met other god beasts next time and got beaten without being able to resist. Of course, Nolan had to admit that with Daryl around, it didn't need to think about many things, making life very comfortable indeed. Daryl spoke. These matters required careful consideration. Aline had obtained a very powerful force. Daryl could feel this power being swiftly absorbed and devoured by Aline's body. Yes, Aline's body was absorbing and devouring this power. He became increasingly curious about what kind of existence Aline was. He wondered if Aline would regain some memories from this. Miles proceeded steadily as before. Securing this inheritance would only be a matter of time. And with him around, even if this item didn't belong to Miles, it would have to be his. Miles would probably take some time, but Daryl didn't plan on waiting here for long. After Aline absorbed that force, he would take her away. No more than 3 days. Daryl also took what he needed from the secret realm. Of course, he left some items given by the system. 3 days later, after Aline absorbed those powers, she felt no special changes. If anything changed, it was that she became more sensitive to the outside world and could hear sounds from further distances. She also felt more energetic than before. Not bad. As soon as Aline came out, she saw Daryl and Nolan waiting for her. Mr. Daryl, you're so incredible. You actually found Nolan. Nolan doesn't seem injured either. That's great news. We can leave now. Aline hugged Nolan happily. It was injured. If we had arrived a few days later, it might have died. You are its savior. If Aline hadn't sensed something wrong with Nolan immediately, Daryl wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. I thought you knew something was wrong with me through telepathy. Turns out someone told you. But how did you know I was in trouble? Nolan looked at Aline. She was indeed remarkable. The item you gave me suddenly lost all its spiritual power, which felt off. Mr. Daryl immediately came looking for you. You're lucky. Aline smiled. Everything turned out just right. Let's get out first. I've already informed Miles. He can leave whenever he gets the inheritance. Daryl left an illusion behind for Miles to see once he secured the inheritance. When they went out, Maxim and the others were still waiting for Daryl. Maxim was mainly concerned that Daryl might have swept the secret realm clean. Hirsch was worried about Nolan's condition and had been waiting here all along. Mr. Daryl, there should still be some treasures inside that secret realm, right? Maxim cautiously asked, fearing Daryl might dislike such behavior. But as an elder of the Underhanded Sect, he had to consider many disciples. I haven't taken much, but I did get the biggest inheritance. In the future, when you send people into the secret realm, they must carry this token. Otherwise, they won't be able to enter. Daryl gave him several tokens. Previously, they could enter freely because the owner was dead. Now the secret realm belonged to him, and without his permission, no one could enter. When Daryl spoke, Hirsch wore an understanding expression. Indeed, he knew it would be like this. People with exceptional talent and strength were always welcome wherever they went. The things inside the secret realm were simply unwanted by Daryl. Considering the Ling Sect's disciples, otherwise, all those items would belong to him. With mixed feelings, Maxim accepted the tokens from Daryl. This matter had both pros and cons. The advantage was that even if others discovered the secret realm, they couldn't take the treasures inside. The downside was that entry would not be as easy as before. Overall, it could still be considered a good thing. So, when will your subordinates come out? Maxim asked. They were going to close the area. I don't know. They'll appear naturally when they want to come out. Daryl returned with Nolan to the small wooden house, leaving Maxim and the others to handle the rest. Kesha, holding the item Daryl gave her, kept a close eye on Elmer. During her time with Elmer, Kesha couldn't figure out why Daryl wanted her to follow him. Every day he wandered around the Ling Sect without discovering anything unusual. Miss Cheen, may I ask what this item is? Elmer was very curious about many things but hadn't appeared for a long time, so he could only ask Kesha. Over these days, Kesha also pondered questions she'd never thought about before. If Daryl were here, he would certainly ask Elmer why he wasn't eager to bring his clone everywhere. Daryl provided the opportunity, but why didn't he do it? Kesha didn't fully understand the matter, but she reported everything to Daryl upon his return. They don't want to go. They're sulking because I took their power. They say they'd rather die than live without power. They're practicing hard. Elmer couldn't help them either. He couldn't give them power. Ideally, he should have consulted Daryl, but since Daryl was away, he could only ignore them for now and explore himself. Then he could tell them which places in Ling Sect were the most beautiful and how these things appeared. Mr. Daryl, when can you destroy that ritual? Recently, I've been feeling worse and worse. It might be because I've been out for too long. I feel my power continuously leaking away, and my body feels weaker every day. Elmer feared that despite surviving the confinement, he might now run into trouble. Don't worry. I'll destroy the thing sealing you as soon as possible, but you'll need to cooperate with me. Chapter 290. The 7 Calamities Revival Technique. Daryl wasn't very familiar with these matters, and the information he found from researching wasn't much. He could only rely on Earl's memories. As long as you want to change the situation, I can help you, Daryl said. Earl had recently been recalling why he was captured back then, but there was a little regret. Those memories were too distant. He only remembered that it seemed he came here voluntarily to save someone. Earl told this to Daryl, who was also quite surprised. Did you volunteer to be locked up? If so, Daryl might need to further understand what kind of technique could save someone using such a method. An ancient forbidden technique? In my memory, I did indeed stay inside voluntarily. It seems as if my staying here would save him, but I don't remember clearly. Time had passed too long ago. For Earl to recall these details was already impressive. So, try your best to remember more about it. I'll find out as soon as possible. Now that Daryl had found clues, it wouldn't take long to investigate. Alright, but they no longer acknowledge me. Is there any way to bridge the gap between us? I did this for our benefit. Earl didn't understand what was going through their minds. He just felt very upset. Many things he had not done well. Why don't you talk to them directly? Daryl felt that only Earl could resolve these issues. His interference wouldn't be appropriate. Earl went to see them, but they wouldn't speak to him. Even when they did, it was in a mocking tone. Oh, you're here again. Are you planning to take away our hard-earned powers? Just because you gave us a chance to live doesn't mean you can treat us however you like. You've taken your power, and now you're out. What do you come to us for? You started changing things first, so don't blame us. We aren't as naive as you. If you believe everything others say, one day you won't even know how you died. Don't drag us down if you die. Earl was particularly heartbroken after hearing them. He couldn't figure out what to do. Previously, they had gotten along just fine. Daryl found some ancient forbidden techniques from the system and actually discovered something useful. The confinement spell used to imprison Earl was called 7 Calamities Revival. According to Daryl, these ancient forbidden techniques should never have existed. The cost was too high, often exchanging hundreds of lives for one. For instance, the 7 Calamities Revival technique. No wonder he always felt these corpses weren't normal. They hadn't been placed here after death, but were kept alive. The person who set up this ritual wanted to use these people to revive himself. To achieve this, he captured Earl. However, according to this description, the 7 Calamities Revival technique should only require 3 to 5 years. Earl told him he had been underground for a very long time, suggesting something was wrong. Unfortunately, Daryl still couldn't find any information about Earl. He knew Earl wasn't simple. Just creating numerous clones showed he wasn't an ordinary being. If Earl and Patrick had fought seriously, the outcome would be hard to predict. System, can you show me the 7 Calamities Revival technique? Daryl had seen the system's forbidden techniques, but hadn't viewed the specific content. Host, the elderly care system does not provide forbidden techniques. If you want the 7 Calamities Revival technique, you must complete a task for the system. What is it? Daryl asked directly. Help the system gather all data on Earl's race, including their birth, growth, and death. Without hesitation, Daryl agreed. Curious things for the system were also what Daryl wanted to learn. Transaction successful. 7 Calamities Revival technique has been sent to your space. Daryl found the information on the 7 Calamities Revival technique in his space. After quickly reading through it, well, it turned out that the revived person would only resurrect once the incantation of the 7 Calamities Revival technique was destroyed. In other words, when Daryl completely freed Earl, it would be the moment the person behind this setup would be revived. Most importantly, the one who destroyed the incantation would bear the consequences, transferring all their power to the revived individual. After finishing, Daryl understood why the system didn't give it to him easily. He was glad he understood these facts before taking action instead of doing it blindly. The most difficult part was that only Daryl could destroy this incantation, needing a sufficiently powerful individual. Thus, the matter was complicated. Daryl shared what he learned with Earl. Based on what I found, removing this suppression will be incredibly challenging. You saved me, but at a huge cost, right? If so, Earl preferred Daryl not to rescue him. Earl couldn't bear the karmic burden of anyone. Now it seems so, but I think there's still hope. Daryl would find a solution. It just needed time. But I can't wait that long. I must return to the lake bottom soon or I'll die. Earl didn't want to die yet. He had unfinished business. Then go back temporarily with your clones, and I'll visit you once I find a solution. Daryl believed that returning to the lake bottom would solve this problem. It wasn't a big deal. Alright, but they might not listen to me now. Just as Earl predicted, no one acknowledged him when he tried to bring them back to the lake bottom. One person decided to bring us out, and another took our power without asking. Aren't you too domineering? Even though you allowed us to appear, we now have our own thoughts. We need to agree to anything you do. It's uncomfortable for you alone. You can return by yourself. We may occasionally visit you if we have time. They didn't want to comply, no matter what he said. But you will dissipate after 3 days away from me. You must return with me. Chapter 291. Brandanua Shimo Clan. Dissipate? Is there any difference between having no power and dissipating for us? And you, have you not told us how to cultivate successfully? Why is our strength still so weak after cultivating for so long? We are not afraid of dissipating. We just don't want to be like this, without any strength. Elmer did not know how to explain to them. As their avatars, even if they cultivated further, their speed would only be 1/300th of his. Besides, these powers could be his whenever he wanted them. I can help you, Daryl thought, considering that since they wouldn't listen to Elmer, it might be better to directly solve the problem by disposing of them, or capturing them by the lake. With Elmer's current strength, he himself could manage that task, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. No need, Mr. Daryl, I can handle this. I will make sure to communicate clearly with them, Elmer said apologetically, giving Daryl a slight smile. In reality, Daryl had already found a solution. Unfortunately, the cost was too high. Alright. Daryl really didn't want to see Elmer interact with those avatars, and turned to leave. The main reason was that those avatars were formed from the evil lingering after people died. Daryl disliked it. Mr. Daryl, what should we do? How about letting me go? My strength isn't weak either. With your support, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to regain my strength. Miles stepped forward first. He owed much of his current strength to Daryl's assistance. Being one of Daryl's subordinates, it was natural for him to take the lead in dangerous situations. With your strength plus my augmentation, it is possible, but I don't want you to take such a risk. Daryl couldn't guarantee that the strength would return to Miles after solving the problem. Cultivation takes time, and Daryl had seen how hard Miles worked. Mr. Daryl, regarding this matter, I am unable to assist as much as I'd like. Luciano has a family that depends on him, and he also needs to improve himself. Although his family doesn't treat him well, his mission is to protect the family. Brandanling Sect needs me, and besides, I'm old now, not like you young people. How about choosing Miles? Hirsch felt that this issue needed to be resolved eventually. Otherwise, the corpses lying around wouldn't look good. I haven't asked for anyone to sacrifice themselves. You should all return. Daryl knew that seeking help from them was futile and would only waste his time. After Hirsch and the others left, only a few remained. Mr. Daryl, what will happen if we ignore this matter? They've been under this lake for quite some time anyway. Aline thought it wouldn't be a big deal if the issue remained unresolved. However, Elmer would be trapped forever. Yet, the 7-star revival art didn't specify what would happen to Elmer after the orchestrator revived. Based on her observations, Elmer wasn't necessary for the revival process. Did the orchestrator imprisoning Elmer here cause any issues? That's true. They haven't discovered anything in so long. Although you discovered this, should it really be your responsibility to resolve? Kesha felt that their attitudes could be disheartening. Fortunately, Daryl didn't care about such matters. With so many people at Brandanling Sect, and given how well Mr. Daryl develops wherever you go, why indulge them? The Demon Clan would welcome you. If this matter can't be solved, perhaps we should visit the Demon Clan and relax? Regardless of what you ask me to do, Mr. Daryl, I can comply. Miles reminded Daryl of another person who could provide insight. Daryl quickly contacted Brandan. Within minutes, Brandan arrived. Some arrangements took a bit longer. What do you need? If you agree to go to the Demon Clan, that would be great, Brandan thought. I have something to ask you. Daryl explained Elmer's situation to Brandan. Given Brandan's long life, he likely had knowledge of such matters. Based on what you've said, the only thing that comes to mind is the Brandanua Shimo clan. The Brandanua Shimo clan can create avatars. They are very small and only appear to those with a special connection. Seeing him means you might be able to help him or vice versa. Brandan paused. They believe strongly in karma. Even if Elmer knows you can help him, he hasn't mentioned it, has he? I've only heard of the Brandanua Shimo clan. I've never been lucky enough to meet them. Brandan thought that strange races always appeared around Daryl. I heard that if someone captures and consumes one of them using special methods, they gain immense power. With luck, one can even get a second chance at life. Even after death, you can revive within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Daryl suddenly understood why the orchestrator of the 7-star revival art imprisoned Elmer, to gain greater power and ensure smoother revival. The plan seemed well thought out. If he hasn't asked for your help, it's best not to interfere. Otherwise, the consequences will fall on you. Don't doubt me. Once, we had someone stronger than Bart by a third, who died overnight due to involvement with such entities. We barely had time to react. I advise you to stop interfering. If not for past incidents, Brandan would never have learned about the Brandanua Shimo clan. But I promised Elmer to save him, and because I planned to cultivate spirit herbs, he became exposed. If there's any karmic retribution, it would have shown already. Since I can see Elmer, I must bear certain responsibilities. Moreover, I have system tasks to complete. Then proceed. I believe nothing will go wrong for you. Anyway, you have plenty of treasures. Brandan knew Daryl had made up his mind and wouldn't change it. Now tell me everything you know about the Brandanua Shimo clan. I only know so much. You know someone from the Brandanua Shimo clan. Why come to me? Can't Elmer speak for himself? Chapter 292. Seeking a drop of blood. Andres' words indeed made sense. To find out what was happening, they could directly ask Unkit. You want to cultivate spirit herbs? If Yuling Sect has no place for you, come to our demon clan. We may not have other resources, but we have plenty of land. And I will help you select the best plot. Arrange for dedicated caretakers to tend to the spirit herbs, ensuring nothing goes wrong. Given such a good opportunity, Andres naturally wanted to take advantage of it. After spending some time with Daryl, it was his failure that Daryl had yet to visit their demon clan. Not for now, but considering our relationship, I can give you some seeds. Daryl immediately gave Andres 1 pound of seeds from the 500 he had. So many? Andres said as he took the items Daryl offered. Regardless, he decided to store them first before thinking about anything else. Anything Daryl gave was undoubtedly valuable. I hope you can cultivate them well. Find a place rich in spiritual energy, and they should sprout soon. Next, it depends on how well you take care of them. I suppose your demon clan rarely engages in such activities. You can take this book to learn. This book was given by the system to Daryl for cultivating medicinal herbs. He thought the content was similar enough and would be useful. Andres always accepted things quickly. Alright, rest assured. I'll return to the demon clan immediately and investigate the Andresnua clan's matter for you. As our strength increases, we won't act against Yuling Sect. The demon clan and Yuling Sect will always be friends. Andres had already issued orders. Even if a demon god were to come, they would never act against Yuling Sect. Fine. Daryl smiled. If the demon clan dared to act against them, it would mark the beginning of their misfortune. I'm returning to the demon clan. Once you resolve this issue, feel free to visit us. Tomorrow, Brad and others will finish their tasks and will come to look for you. If you have any instructions, just tell them. I've already arranged for them to heed your commands. Considering Andres' status within the demon clan, it wasn't an exaggeration for him to order others to follow Daryl's commands. Daryl went to the bottom of the lake to find Unkit. On his way, he overheard disciples discussing. Is it difficult to resolve matters at the lake bottom? I've seen Master Daryl visit several times without resolving the issue. I think we need to thoroughly investigate those 300 bodies before taking action. It's normal for Master Daryl to visit multiple times. We just hope these corpses don't affect our Yuling Sect. In the past, we loved practicing there because of the abundant spiritual energy. Looking back, they didn't understand why the lake bottom was so spiritually rich. Finding Unkit, Daryl inquired about the Andresnua clan. Unkit looked at Daryl in surprise. He hadn't mentioned anything about the Andresnua clan to Daryl, yet Daryl knew. I can tell you whatever you wish to know, but only on the condition that you keep it a secret from everyone else. If you agree, give me a drop of blood. If anyone else learns, you will die. That's the power of our clan. Unkit didn't mention that their clan could only use this ability once in a lifetime. If it were usable anytime, they would be invincible. Unkit hoped fewer people would know about the Andresnua clan. Since Daryl had already investigated so much, it couldn't be helped. I cannot promise that. Daryl wouldn't hand over his blood to anyone, regardless of the reason. He could assure that he wouldn't tell anyone what he knew. In that case, I can't tell you what you want to know. Stop probing into the Andresnua clan. The more you know, the worse it is for you. It doesn't matter if you can't save me. I always feel that whoever imprisoned me here surely took precautions. We just have to wait. Unkit believed he would eventually escape. Alright. It seemed Daryl needed to rely on others to complete the mission. He left after getting no useful information from Unkit. You are truly useless, unable to obtain even a drop of blood. If you had gotten Daryl's blood, some matters would compel Daryl to act, whether he liked it or not. What a pity, trapped again. Who knows when another chance will arise. After failing to get through to these clones, Unkit forcibly returned them to the lake bottom. He felt better there due to the intense discomfort he endured outside. When Daryl arrived, he had promised these clones a drop of his blood, which would grant them some of his power. Unfortunately, Daryl refused. Daryl was clearly cautious, unwilling to agree easily. There will always be an opportunity. When I returned, I heard Daryl manages Yuling Sect. With so many corpses here, it's bound to be resolved sooner or later. They would eventually leave. For now, they needed to focus on cultivation. Listening to their conversation, Unkit realized everything had changed. Previously, they had ideas but lacked the opportunity. Now, with this chance, success seemed likely. He couldn't afford to be lenient anymore and needed to eliminate these clones. At night, as Daryl was about to rest, he sensed a powerful force attacking the sect's protective barrier. He extended his divine sense and noticed many elders rushing towards him. However, the attack came from the opposite direction. Whenever issues arose, they always sought Daryl first. Hirsch and others had already rushed to the location of the attack. Daryl, Kesha, sensing the disturbance in the protective barrier, approached him. Let's go check it out. Daryl's divine sense confirmed only one person was attacking the protective barrier. Such a significant impact suggested formidable power. As Daryl headed out, the elders followed closely behind. Master Daryl knew this beforehand. With him, the problem can be solved. Have you considered why someone would dare attack our protective barrier? Could it be they don't know Master Daryl is inside the sect? Who knows? Let's discuss it upon arrival. The translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 293. Attack on the sect's protective formation. When Daryl arrived, people outside were still fiercely attacking the sect's protective formation. Hirsch and the others were discussing whether they should go out to see just how many people were there. Mr. Daryl, you're here. We were planning to go out and take a look. What do you think? Only by confirming the number of people outside could they act effectively. There's only one person. You don't need to go out. The person outside was very powerful. If it weren't for the strength of this formation, it would have been destroyed long ago. One person dares to attack our feathered spirit sect's protective formation. Is that person insane? Hirsch couldn't understand what the attacker wanted from them. I'm not sure, but we'll know once we go out and check. Daryl walked straight out. Only Mr. Daryl can enter and exit freely. We all have to use special entrances and exits. Hirsch had to sigh. If he wanted to go out, he would need to make a large detour. If the person who set up the formation didn't have such privileges, that would be impossible. After Daryl went out, Kesha watched anxiously. As soon as he left, the commotion outside stopped. Upon going out, Daryl intercepted the person attacking the protective formation. It was a very young-looking individual, though his bones suggested he was well over 100 years old. No wonder he had such power. Daryl? The most formidable person in Feathered Spirit Sect? He stopped moving immediately upon seeing Daryl. You attacked the Sect's protective formation to see me? Daryl quickly understood the person's purpose from his actions. Yes, I have something to discuss with you. I can help resolve the matter of the 300 corpses found in your sect. He wasn't familiar with Feathered Spirit Sect members, so this was the fastest way to meet Daryl. If lucky, breaking the protective formation would allow him to deal with the matter directly. Unfortunately, the array was built by Daryl after much effort and wasn't easily penetrable. Upon hearing about this, he came over immediately. Oh, you want to help me solve this matter? Why approach me this way? Daryl suspected the person had ulterior motives. Help him? Impossible. Maybe this person was the Master Elmer mentioned, making other arrangements? This is the fastest method. With so many corpses appearing in Feathered Spirit Sect's central lake, your sect is affected the most. Won't solving it sooner be better? Does this matter not trouble you? Clearly, it was hard for Daryl to believe him, yet Daryl had no intention of seeking help from others. Oh, I've already had information about this sealed off. How did you find out about it? Daryl was certain that if someone wasn't specifically paying attention to Feathered Spirit Sect, or didn't have someone inside, they wouldn't know about these things. Given your strength, you shouldn't be some unknown figure. Can you tell me your name? Daryl asked question after question, but the person opposite clearly didn't want to answer. Some things are better left unknown. Just know that only I can help you solve this matter. Give me half a day, and I can remove all the corpses. How could he reveal his origins to Daryl? Once the matter was handled, they would all be free. Sorry, strangers don't have the qualifications to enter Feathered Spirit Sect. I must be responsible for the disciples here. I advise you to stop attacking my protective formation. The formation isn't just defensive, it can also attack. If you keep trying, you'll experience its effects. Daryl memorized the person's appearance, intending to investigate later. This person aimed for the central lake, so Daryl believed he wouldn't give up easily. Don't plan to bring me in? Do you have any concerns? Rest assured, I won't harm Feathered Spirit Sect's disciples. Unable to break the protective formation, he had to try through Daryl. Daryl turned away without another word. Activate the protective formation. Show him what it can do if he attacks again. The opponent really didn't respect his hard work on the formation. Fine, then let everyone know just how powerful it was. If Daryl wished, the protective formation could kill him with one strike, reducing him to powder, leaving not even a bone behind. Why didn't you eliminate him directly? Activating the protective formation wastes spirit stones, Maxim said, trying to save resources. Meanwhile, Hirsch had already led people to activate the protective formation. Maxim still didn't understand Daryl. Once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. Why don't you go out and deal with him? Daryl wanted more information from this person and certainly wouldn't let him die easily. He also wanted to see if this person would attack the protective formation again. From Hirsch, Daryl learned that last night, after waiting all evening, the person did not attack again. Pity, wasting so many spirit stones when they could be used for someone's cultivation for a long time. Thinking of Maxim's miserly nature made Hirsch laugh. Feathered Spirit Sect had little before, so Maxim had gotten used to saving everything. Keep an eye on him. He won't give up easily. His target is the people in the central lake. Daryl felt the main goal was reviving those in the center of the lake. Got it. I'll send people to watch, especially around the central lake area. Just as Daryl expected, he eventually broke in, but he was caught by Miles as soon as he appeared near the lake. Miles could fight evenly with him, partly because he didn't dare to unleash his full power. His cultivation technique was too distinct. Once he moved, they'd know where he was from. I've waited for you for a long time. Follow me. Miles kept the item given by Mr. Daryl, gaining another treasure. Mr. Daryl is indeed smart. Following Miles, he saw the revival of the 7 evil arts already damaged. It was possible Daryl knew something. Still, he needed to discuss things properly with Daryl. This matter wouldn't affect Feathered Spirit Sect much. Even if he took the bodies, it would benefit Feathered Spirit Sect. With Daryl's cooperation, he could resolve the matter faster. Chapter 294, The End of Everything. Mr. Daryl, it's good to see you again. Daryl was drinking tea when he saw the place where Emerson lived. His first reaction was that the Feathered Spirit Sect treated their heroes so casually. Daryl actually lived in such a small wooden hut? Moreover, this small wooden hut looked completely bare. The people of Feathered Spirit Sect were truly formidable. I knew you would come. Speak then, what is it that you really want? Daryl put down his tea. He could have directly entered the Feathered Spirit Sect without all this trouble. I already told you yesterday what I want. I want to help you solve this problem. Why won't you agree? As I came here, I heard that you can't solve it. If you give me one day, I can resolve this for you. Emerson sat opposite Daryl, discussing this matter with him. What was Daryl thinking? Because what you know, I also understand. Before I find a solution, it's absolutely impossible for me to let you do this. Furthermore, I don't believe that after sacrificing yourself to save him, everything will be fine. Daryl was afraid that if the person who set up the 7 slaughter resurrection technique woke up, it might pose a threat to the Feathered Spirit Sect. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are normal parts of life. Using a method that required such a huge sacrifice to revive oneself was disrespectful to others as well. But if I don't rescue him, my body can no longer bear this powerful force. Without transferring the power, I will die. Do you see how strong I am now? Of course, I am quite old, having practiced for many years. But half of this strength doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the master who used the 7 slaughter resurrection technique, temporarily stored within my body. Emerson paused for a moment, and finally decided to tell Daryl about this. I know if I gave a random excuse, you wouldn't even let me near that lake. I believe in your capabilities, so I will tell you what I know. After hearing these words, Daryl nodded, indicating he should continue. When I was very young, my father died. He told me that our family has a special mission, and the reason we possess such immense strength is because we made a deal with someone. At first, I thought what my father said was a joke. Why should we give our strength to someone else? And our power being so strong, isn't that due to our own efforts? It wasn't until after my father's death that a powerful force entered my body, along with an increase in my cultivation talent, did I believe what my father had said. I searched for a long time before finding the booklet my father mentioned. In that booklet, I learned everything. There was a day when this object glowed, signaling that it was time for me to investigate. My mission had arrived. Emerson took out a stone which was currently glowing brightly. I searched for a long time before finding this place. I don't want this mission to continue anymore. I'm old now, and strength isn't as important to me as it once was. The reason Emerson was so urgent was because of his son, whose lifespan was just a few days. If he died, the immense strength would instantly enter his son's body. However, his son's current condition couldn't handle any power influx at all. This would only cause his son's death. All he wanted now was to protect his son. Let everything end here. Just give me one day, and I can solve this issue. Once he revives, it'll have nothing to do with me. At that time, you can either kill him or keep him in your feathered spirit sect as a servant. According to information left by the elders in my family, the person lying at the center of the lake, waiting for revival, has very powerful strength. But once a person dies, everything dissipates, which is why they need our family. You've investigated, so you should know that the person who disrupts the 7 slaughter resurrection technique will receive all the energy. I'm the best candidate for this task. Mr. Daryl, I don't have much time left. I just want to resolve this matter. Even if you try to stop me, I will still proceed. He thought, if he said all this and Daryl still refused, he would have to resort to other means. Extreme measures would still work. Can I take a look at your family's booklet? Is it too far-fetched for power to automatically transfer from father to son upon death? Here, there are some characters you might not understand. You can consult me. Believe me, I have no ill intentions. Yesterday, his attack on the Sect's protective barrier was because he had no other choice. He wanted to draw out Daryl and make a direct deal with him. Little did he know that Daryl disliked such behavior. Had he used this tactic from the beginning, it would have been better, though it was unfortunate for the feathered spirit sect disciple who lost his token to him and would probably suffer as a result. After I finish reading, I will contact you. Even if you're about to die, you shouldn't rush over the next couple of days. You'd better not make any rash moves. Otherwise, unexpected situations might arise that neither of us can control. Daryl needed to consider Elmer as well. He wanted to save the person. According to the description of the 7 slaughter resurrection technique, once revived, Elmer would die. Either he increased the chances of reviving the master of the technique, or he strengthened his power. Neither option appealed to Daryl. Daryl quickly reviewed the family's booklet, which matched what Emerson said. Unbelievably, the power inside his body had been passed down through more than a dozen generations, nearly 2,000 years. 2,000 years of cultivated power. If Daryl absorbed all of it, even he might not be able to defeat Emerson. Then, the feathered spirit sect would be at his mercy. Haven't you considered using other methods to renounce the power inside your body? With such immense strength, why would I give it up? Our family agreed to them. There are missions we must fulfill. It's just that over time, we must pay the price. His children either died at birth, or didn't survive in the womb. Finally, he managed to have a son, but he couldn't cultivate and was in poor health. Chapter 295, Earl's Dissipation. If you die, the power will be transferred to your son, causing his immediate death. That's why you're unwilling to take the risk, right? But have you considered this? If you lose your power and cannot bring back life-saving herbs for him, he will still die. In the notes, Emerson also wrote about himself. He believed that his inability to have descendants was perhaps because they felt that everything must end with him. He has fought very hard to protect his current child, whom Emerson values greatly. No, after I die, his body will recover. As I said, everything must end with me. Mr. Daryl, I can cooperate with your plans, but you really need to act quickly. The 7 Evils Rebirth ritual has already damaged one corner. No one knows what the 7 Evils Rebirth ritual will become. Perhaps one day, the person beneath the lake might wake up on his own and absorb all the feathered spirit sect disciples' cultivation. It's not impossible. I almost forgot to tell you. The master of the 7 Evils Rebirth ritual previously practiced a very malevolent technique that could devour others' powers. If he didn't clarify this, things could get troublesome. A technique that devours people's cultivation? Indeed, that is a serious problem. Such a person, Daryl would absolutely not allow to live. Even if he revived, he would have to be under Daryl's control. Yes, that's something I found out after researching many documents. Do you know how the person at the bottom of the lake died? It was because he absorbed a powerful person's strength, which his body couldn't handle. Before he died, he made a series of arrangements due to his unwillingness to let go. Sometimes I feel relieved that he is here in the feathered spirit sect. With you around, I don't have to fear much. Daryl is so powerful. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to kill the person when the time comes. There's another issue you should know. He captured someone who can make him stronger and imprison them inside the 7 Evils Rebirth ritual. I want to save the person inside, Daryl admitted openly, as he indeed obtained a lot of information from him this time. Rescue? That's easy. I can help you, provided you agree to cooperate with me and resolve this matter as soon as possible. Emerson only wanted to bring everything to an end. Everything else no longer mattered to him. Wait here for now. I will inform you of the next steps. Daryl needed to ask Earl if it was possible to rescue him and what his thoughts were. Upon reaching the lake bottom, Daryl saw Earl lying on the ground, barely alive. It seemed he was dying, and his clones had already vanished. Mr. Daryl, I thank you. If you hadn't advised me to withdraw my power before, I might have already dissipated. Though being dispersed doesn't differ much from my current state, the suppression here has intensified beyond my body's endurance. Your arrival is timely. At the brink of death, I've remembered many things. Whatever you wish to know, I can tell you. Earl thought Daryl might be the one who could change everything. His clan was destined to meet only those with a fated connection to him. I want to know everything about your clan. Why did you voluntarily stay here? Didn't you know that staying here would cost your life? Why have you become like this? Did your clones unite against you? Daryl gave Earl a pill, and after taking it, Earl's condition improved slightly. However, Daryl knew he could still expire at any moment. You asked so many questions at once, I hardly know where to start. Let me explain why I became like this. Do you remember when I asked you for a drop of blood? Back then, part of the reason was that my clones wanted it. At first, I didn't know why they wanted your blood. I thought it was just a drop, it wouldn't affect you. After Daryl refused and left, Earl endured further ridicule from his clones. When resting, he overheard their conversation. If Daryl gave us his blood, we could gain his power, revive these people, and save ourselves. Wouldn't that be great? So what if Daryl dies? He's no saint anyway. Pity that the useless main body is simple-minded and incapable. He deserves to be trapped here forever. Hearing this, Earl couldn't bear it. He didn't want to cause anyone's death. Once Daryl died because of him, he would face significant repercussions. To prevent his clones from becoming even more corrupted, Earl decided to seal them all. Realizing Earl's intentions, they resisted fiercely. Yet, Earl, as the main body, easily subdued them. Sadly, after sealing them, they dispersed immediately, and Earl's power began to wane rapidly, leaving him in his present weakened state. Earl didn't understand what happened. Perhaps this place had many aspects beyond his control. I owe you an apology. To make amends, I'll leave you with what you seek. After I die, you will see all my memories. Ironically, there are many things I myself can't recall, but you can witness every major and minor event of my life. Earl sighed. Allowing a stranger to view all his memories made him somewhat uncomfortable. Unfortunately, he had nothing else to offer Daryl. That force suppressing you, has it been constant? Yes, as time passes, it grows stronger. I feel I don't have long to live. I hope my death won't harm you. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. Earl believed he came alone and should depart alone. One last thing I forgot to mention. I didn't come here willingly. I was tricked into coming. Chapter 296. Ingesting the poisonous pill. Someone might have feared he would recall certain things that could disrupt this place, so they altered his memories. Previously, Earl had doubted if he was truly the type of person who would willingly come to such a dark and sunless place. Now the truth had surfaced. He, Earl, wasn't. He was just a little foolish, counting money for someone who sold him out. Feel free to proceed with what you need to do next. I won't let him succeed. They still underestimate our clan too much. Their clan had been born with immense power since their inception. Moreover, each individual possessed unique abilities. Ironically, his power was precisely to change outcomes. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he could only use it once. I want to save you. Is there any way? Daryl looked at Earl, who had recovered after taking the pill, his eyes filled with heartache. There's no way, Mr. Daryl. Thank you. After meeting you, I've lived quite well these past few days. I have no regrets left. Earl thought, even if there were regrets, they wouldn't matter now. Farewell, Mr. Daryl. After saying this, Earl dissipated into thin air. After Earl disappeared, Daryl saw his entire life play out before him. He was born from a large tree and, after birth, had specific clan members guiding him to learn skills. His life had been very carefree until he met that man, the first human who could see him. Earl found it fascinating and trusted him wholeheartedly. That trust led him to being deceived here and imprisoned. Initially, Earl caused chaos multiple times, nearly destroying the place, but eventually, that man used a method to alter Earl's memory. He convinced Earl that enduring hardship here temporarily would bring someone back to life. So, Earl ceased causing trouble, stayed here, and started creating avatars. Later, Miles accidentally damaged one corner of the Seven Fiends resurrection technique, and they sought a way out. System, have the information you needed been collected? My mission is complete. Next, Daryl had to do other things, using 299 lives plus Earl's to exchange for his own life. Alright, Daryl wanted to see if all his arrangements would really work. Daryl quickly found the true intended person among the 300 people. This person had a particularly fierce appearance. According to Daryl, he didn't seem like a good person. I believe you can hear me now. I want to tell you that all your arrangements will be in vain. They are not mere tools for you to manipulate. Daryl emerged from the lake bottom and returned to the small wooden house. I can help conclude everything if you consume this. I won't lie. It will hasten your death. You'll die within 3 days of consuming it. By then, everything about your body will be toxic, with no antidote. Anyone who touches you will die. And especially not the one trying to absorb power from your body. If he wanted powerful energy, fine. Daryl was willing to give it to him, but it would be poisonous. Let's see if he liked that. Originally, I could live longer after giving the power, but this way, you're directly killing me. I can also agree to your request. I'm an easygoing person, but you must help me take care of my son. He's very smart, just lacks cultivation. Normally, he doesn't need much care, except when he needs medicinal herbs. I trust this task will be simple for you. Emerson was willing to sacrifice his life to secure a glimmer of hope for his son. Following Daryl seemed far better than his previous plan. He'd already inquired about Daryl from others who said Daryl was kind to those around him. Emerson changed his mind after meeting Daryl. Alright, take this pill, and then destroy the Seven Fiends resurrection technique. Fine, I'll cooperate with you. Without hesitation, Emerson swallowed the pill. Damn it, Daryl. You didn't tell me it would hurt this much. Will I feel this pain for the next few days? Emerson felt he was being harmed by Daryl. Why didn't he mention the side effects beforehand? It really hurt. Eat this, and it won't hurt anymore. Daryl took out another pill. Better late than never. Otherwise, if I died in pain, where would you find someone to help you destroy this cursed technique? By the time the toxins spread throughout Emerson's body, Daryl and he reached the lake. Miles evacuated everyone within 30 miles around the lake to ensure they wouldn't interfere with Daryl. Begin! Daryl stood aside, waiting for Emerson to act. Mr. Daryl, don't forget what you promised me. Emerson pulled out what he needed while speaking to Daryl. Don't worry, I always keep my word. I've sent someone to bring your son to the Brandandling sect. As long as he behaves properly and doesn't do anything to wrong me, I'll protect him. Emerson had already instructed Miles to handle it. Rest assured, my son isn't that kind of person. Darn it, although I enjoyed immense power, rarely facing opponents my whole life, thinking about the cost we paid makes it feel less impressive. Especially me, the unluckiest among them, suffering the consequences here. Let's end this quickly. Emerson claimed he could resolve everything within a day. Their family had obtained power to revive someone, and naturally, they knew how to awaken him. Is that enough? Daryl watched him place items in corresponding positions, then stand in the center and chant some incantations, stopping suddenly. Could it be that simple? Yes, it's enough. I'm only awakening him. No need to destroy the Seven Fiends resurrection technique. Once he awakens, this technique will naturally lose its effect. And all the corpses here will turn to ashes except the one to be revived. In fact, their family had served him without ever seeing him face to face. So, what do you need me to do? Daryl looked at Emerson. He had mentioned needing Daryl's cooperation, but now it seemed unnecessary. I stand here, you stand outside, and together inject spiritual energy. It will speed up his awakening. Chapter 297, Brandandling revives. A person who was supposed to regain consciousness after a day only took half an hour to awaken. They were now racing against time. Okay. Daryl followed Emerson's instructions, performing the task. Alright, we can stop now. Emerson had poured all his energy into this process. All they needed to do was wait. The next part is up to you. I wonder if my strength will gradually diminish, or just vanish in an instant? Emerson had never experienced this before. It intrigued him. As you mentioned earlier, he can devour a person's strength, so it probably vanished in an instant. Especially since this strength was intended for him all along. Just as Daryl said, Emerson suddenly felt his power completely disappear. He has awakened. Emerson stepped back. What happened next wasn't something he could participate in anymore. I can see that. Daryl understood the Seven Calamities resurrection technique and could observe the markings on the ground disappearing. Moreover, the corpses began changing, vanishing within seconds. Only the man Daryl had previously encountered remained. Ha 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 ha. I'm back. You owe me everything, and you'll give it all back. This power, this aura, including this flowing spiritual energy, it's exactly what I like. Unfortunately, the power is still a bit lacking, but having such strength after resurrection is already very good. Young man, you helped me. I will repay you generously. Ha 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 ha. I, Brandandling, am back. He didn't know how many years he had waited for this opportunity. All he knew was that being alive again felt wonderful. The feeling of being alive was too great. Even though you've lost your strength, I will find a way to help you regain it. From now on, follow me closely. Brandandling had just revived and needed someone to assist him. The person in front of him was the best choice. Just revived, let me consume a few people's strength to see if my cultivation techniques still work as well as ever. Not bad. You've even prepared them for me already, truly worthy of my first choice. Brandandling looked at Daryl beside Emerson. This person's strength was impressive, something he liked. Oh, thinking of my strength? I wonder if you have the ability. Did he not feel the abnormality in his body? The poison given to Emerson was specifically requested by Daryl from the system. It wouldn't take long for Brandandling to die. You'd better not stay in the air. The more power you use, the faster the toxins will integrate with your body. When that happens, even immortals won't be able to save you. Daryl stood on the ground, looking at the person who hovered above after reviving. What did you do to me? Brandandling indeed felt something was wrong. Initially, he thought it was due to his recent revival and gaining such immense power, making his body unable to cope. After hearing Daryl's words, he realized they had tampered with him. Brandandling immediately rushed down, trying to grab Daryl, but Daryl easily dodged him. With your skills, you're still no match for me. Do you know why I had to resort to these methods to kill you? Within the last 5 hours before death, you'll experience fear. You'll remember the most terrifying moments of your life. Even physical pain couldn't make Daryl act against him. Such a person must suffer. Death should not come easy for him. Why did you help him against me? If not for me, your family would never have enjoyed such powerful strength. Brandandling looked at the person standing behind Daryl. After his revival, he had only sensed his power. Besides him, he couldn't think of any other reason. I have already given you my strength. I no longer owe you anything. In exchange for the power you gave us, my family paid a price. You cannot blame me anymore. As for what happens next, it's between you and him. If you regret anything, blame yourself for choosing such a place. Why choose anywhere else when he picked Brandandling Sect? You understand nothing. This place is perfect. At the start, the spiritual energy here is abundant, and after my revival, they will all be my nourishment. He had spent a long time selecting Brandandling Sect. Brandandling just didn't expect Brandandling Sect to produce someone like Daryl. I don't believe you don't have an antidote. Hand over the antidote, and I'll spare you. You can follow me. I want to establish an era under my dominion here. Give me the antidote quickly. Brandandling dashed in front of Daryl, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Why should I give it to you? You wanted to consume the cultivation levels of Brandandling Sect disciples, but I aim to protect them. Daryl feigned innocence. Giving it to him? Only in dreams. Talking to you shows respect. If you choose the hard way, don't blame me for being unfriendly. I will destroy you. He dared not use his spiritual energy now. It already hurt badly enough. Using it might cause even greater pain. If you have the skills, try killing me. Daryl stood 5 meters away. If he dared to approach, Daryl would attack, making him suffer even more. Damn it, give me the antidote, and I promise not to harm Brandanling's Sect disciples, alright? More friends mean more paths forward, right? I think you shouldn't commit such a cruel act. I just want to live. Is that so hard? Brandan had planned everything perfectly. After his revival, absorbing the cultivations of Brandanling's Sect disciples would allow him to reign again. But he hadn't expected this significant event right after reviving. He was poisoned, and this poison was no ordinary substance. Since you're dead, did you ask those people you captured if they deserve to die? Did you ask if they were willing to give you their strength? In this world where strength rules, losing their strength meant losing their chance of survival. Daryl didn't believe that Brandan would spare anyone after consuming their strength. His power was obtained through countless killings. Daryl disliked such behavior and wouldn't give him a way out. He didn't deserve it. Strength rules all. They were weaker than me. After being consumed, they became ordinary, and someone else would protect them. But sadly, those people are incredibly foolish. They believed that without strength, they were useless and chose to commit suicide. How is that related to me? Translation ends here. If you have more text to translate, please provide it. Chapter 298, Begging for Mercy. No matter what Nixon said, he was always in the right. Daryl absolutely wouldn't listen to him. Initially, Nixon was very resolute, but as his pain intensified, his resolve crumbled. He desperately clung to life and would do anything to survive. I beg you, spare my life. I'm willing to serve you like a beast of burden. Please, save me. I'll never do this again. I just came back to life. I've done so many things, all hoping for another chance to achieve what I want. You can save me, right? There must be a way. Seeing that Daryl wasn't concerned about it, Nixon shifted his plea to someone else. Emerson can't help you. You can only ask him. If there's an antidote, only he has it, Emerson explained. He himself had been poisoned similarly and would die soon, but he understood Nixon's agony. Had Daryl not given him something, he too would be writhing in agony. Help me. I swear I won't do such things again. If you don't help me, I'll take everyone here with me to my death. He couldn't bear the thought of dying alone on the path to the underworld without companionship. If you have the ability, then try. When you think you control everything, you've already lost. In this world, nothing is truly under your control. Standing there, Daryl saw Nixon had no means left to resist. Let's see if you have other plans after begging for mercy. Determined to take others down with him even in death, Nixon disregarded his condition and forcefully activated his technique. It only caused him more pain, achieving nothing significant. Daryl had long set up an array in the vicinity. It was impossible for Nixon to harm any disciples of the Brandanling sect. Daryl watched from midair as Nixon endured the torment. Let him suffer here. I have no time to watch over him. Daryl left with Emerson without looking back. Can we really leave him unattended? What if he escapes the Brandanling sect? My array prevents anyone from leaving. No treasure or divine artifact could free Nixon. Besides, Miles would still be monitoring. You're very confident in your abilities. You're remarkable, but I will die soon. Before that, I want to see my son one last time. Couldn't you have killed him in another way? Why must you drag me into this? Emerson didn't understand. Even if Nixon had gained his strength, he wouldn't match Daryl's power. Daryl needn't go to such lengths. Or did Daryl actually have the antidote, but chose not to give it? Was it Daryl's intention to let Nixon die? After all these years, you should find peace. And, I wanted to end it swiftly for you. Beyond that, I didn't think much. Back at the small wooden house, Daryl informed them. Good, it's resolved. Nothing seems beyond your reach. Kesha was pleased that Daryl had dealt with such a significant threat to the Brandanling sect. Elmer is dead. Perhaps realizing it at the last moment, Elmer awakened enough to prevent Nixon from absorbing his cultivation. That's why Nixon was so weak. Regardless, Daryl had prepared thoroughly, giving him no second chance. Elmer is dead? Kesha repeated, shocked by Daryl's sudden news. Such a cute little being, curious about the outside world, now gone? That place was meant to seal him. At first, he didn't understand many things, so his liberation can be considered a release. Elmer left nothing behind, entering and exiting the world cleanly. What about Patrick? With the lake issue resolved, Daryl turned to another matter. Patrick couldn't remain by his side indefinitely. Patrick has been diligently practicing recently. Everyone has their destiny, including him. Perhaps following you is his fate, Daryl reflected. Bao Wang told me he has existed for over 10,000 years as an egg until meeting you. From a certain perspective, you are his father, Daryl added. He is still young and lacks experience. It's normal for him to struggle. Moreover, I think having Patrick around makes you happy. Patrick was their joy, and Aline didn't want Daryl to think he didn't belong. This was Patrick's choice, and Daryl shouldn't force him away. But he needs trials. Growing up too smoothly beside me will make him incapable against foes when he finally ventures out. Watching Patrick struggle, Daryl decided to challenge him. But Mr. Daryl, Aline is very young, living only a few years with such a long lifespan. How powerful do you expect him to be? Even you face insurmountable challenges. Everything should follow its natural course. Aline's words made sense to Daryl. Letting things flow naturally seemed best. Patrick was still a child. Because he was a divine beast, Daryl was stricter. Maybe he should be kinder. Alright, I'll follow your advice. For now, he can stay and grow stronger. Daryl planned to help Patrick train. For instance, when Bart arrived, Patrick would spar with him 2 hours daily. After a grueling session, Patrick groaned, enough, I can't take it. He's practiced for decades, and Mr. Daryl tells him not to hold back. Are you trying to kill me? The damn divine beast hurt him, and Daryl took it as a sign Patrick needed more training. Chapter 299, Tempering the Callahan. You can't even hold on for 3 minutes? If I remember correctly, your strength should be able to suppress them. Get up and keep going for 2 hours. If you keep slacking off like this, I will let him beat you one-sidedly. There are many things I won't be able to help you with. There would be many challenges that Callahan would have to face alone. If he continued like this, it would be very difficult. I get it. I'll practice. My injuries haven't even healed yet. Callahan got up. Fine. If Daryl wanted him to fight, he would fight. It was all for his own good. When Callahan took it seriously, he was completely different from his usual lackadaisical self. He could even injure Bart. Bart was taken aback. Initially, he thought Callahan was just a pet Daryl kept, but now he knew that wasn't the case. Callahan was a formidable beast. Bart didn't know what kind of creature Callahan was since he hadn't seen much beyond the realm's limits. He only knew that when fighting Callahan, he couldn't fully utilize his strength. Finally, 2 hours are over. You really went all out, Mr. Daryl. Can we discuss only practicing half the month? Practicing every day isn't effective anyway. Besides, I need time to heal my wounds and meditate. I'll find him when I need him. Callahan was covered in bruises, and even his beloved fur was matted with injuries. He had no strength left to protect his fur. Continue the day after tomorrow. I hope you don't need me to constantly remind you. Take the initiative, do you understand? Daryl entrusted the supervision of Callahan to Xianxia. Xianxia promised to keep an eye on Callahan carefully. After all, Callahan had indeed been injured last time. Moderate training would benefit him. Mr. Daryl wouldn't hurt Callahan unnecessarily. Mr. Daryl, not only are the people around you formidable, but even a small animal is so powerful. How are we supposed to live knowing this? Bart looked at his injuries. Callahan really did go too far. A single claw left him in immense pain. The wounds were excruciating, and his magic power couldn't heal them. It seemed Callahan wasn't just any ordinary creature. They appeared by my side on their own. You aren't simple either. The affairs of the demon clan have been mostly settled, said Daryl, recalling what Brandon mentioned earlier. Many places needed enhanced defenses to prevent such incidents from happening again. I've always been in charge of the troops in the demon clan. Other matters are Brandon Lauscher's responsibility. I told my subordinates to practice diligently, and I'll reward them accordingly. Haven't you given Brandon Lauscher something recently? After returning, he's been searching everywhere for a place abundant in spiritual energy. Do you know where Brandon Lauscher finally chose? You wouldn't believe it. The demon clan only had magic power, not spiritual energy. Brandon Lauscher spent a long time looking for such a place within the demon clan. He planned something there, but other demon lords opposed it, causing a commotion. When Bart came over, he heard that Daryl gave Brandon Lauscher something. No wonder Brandon Lauscher cared so much. What Daryl gave was valuable. Making some sacrifices was normal. I gave him some seeds of spiritual herbs, instructing him to plant them in areas rich in spiritual energy. He told me there were many such places in the demon clan, and I believed him. At that moment, Daryl also fell for Brandon Lauscher's trick. Where would the demon clan get spiritual energy-rich areas? It was nonsensical. However, Brandon Lauscher spoke earnestly, and Daryl believed him. No wonder Brandon Lauscher chose the burial grounds of past demon gods. That place has the most abundant spiritual energy in the demon clan. The demon gods are entombed there because the demon clan needs magic power for cultivation. After the fall of demon gods, they convert into spiritual energy which then turns back into magic power. But that area has a spiritual vein. With abundant spiritual energy, planting spiritual herbs there would disrespect past demon gods. To put it bluntly, only Brandon Lauscher dares to think this way in the entire demon clan. After hearing Daryl's words, Bart felt that perhaps offending the demon gods wasn't such a big deal as long as it benefited the demon clan. Brandon Lauscher knows how to choose. If not, come to our feeling sect to plant. I'll arrange a suitable spot for you. It just takes more time, and I haven't found a suitable place myself. Originally, the place Daryl chose could work, but now that Feige died, that area might not have much spiritual energy left. Planting there wouldn't yield good results. Just as they discussed Brandon Lauscher, he appeared before Daryl, looking especially furious. Mr. Daryl, why can't those people understand? Resources are the most important thing for us. What's wrong with planting the seeds there? After they mature, we can use them. There shouldn't be any problem. They refused to help me, and even tried to stop me. Brandon drank several cups of water, clearly frustrated. Those people were hypocrites, unable to grasp what was truly important. The place you chose provokes the demon clan. How could they agree? Choose another location. Don't be unreasonable, okay? Daryl understood why the demon lords wouldn't agree. He wouldn't have agreed either. Find a new place. If there's no spiritual energy-rich area, place many spirit stones there. It will have the same effect. That doesn't work. I feel the place is perfect. The demon gods haven't converted much power these years anyway. Using their bodies for this isn't a big deal. I'll persuade them eventually. If necessary, I'll carry out the plan myself. Bart, help me when the time comes. Even if the demon gods return, I'll take full responsibility. What's there to fear? Once Brandon Lauscher made up his mind, nothing could change it. I'll leave it to you. You wield considerable power in the demon clan, and Shensuo Wuxiao doesn't make sense here. Let me correct it for fluency and coherence. I'll leave it to you. You have considerable influence in the demon clan. If you need help, just call me. There's only one thing I want to mention. When the plants are grown, give me a bit more. This ensures that the translation reads naturally in English while maintaining the meaning and style of the original text. Bart only wanted resources and didn't care about other matters. He needed to cultivate and grow stronger. Otherwise, he'd keep losing to Mr. Daryl. Lately, he felt Mr. Daryl's strength growing significantly. His cultivation speed was astonishing. Chapter 300. The spirit-gathering fish lay eggs. Most importantly, he also knew that Mr. Daryl rarely cultivated. The strength he possessed was all due to his innate talent. He was just too strong. It was likely no one could be stronger than Mr. Daryl. Mr. Daryl, why don't you come with me to inspect the demon race's territory to see if the location is suitable for planting? That place has very powerful magic as well. This was the main reason why Brandon came to Daryl now. Once Daryl confirmed it was feasible, other demon kings would be like fart in his eyes. It won't take too long, just an hour at most. I will definitely bring you back. Bart's eyes lit up at this. He had to bring Mr. Daryl to witness how wonderful the demon race was. They were far from what those humans said, being fond of self-destruction. Every race has a different way of survival. The demons have always been such. The strong devour the weak. Just like they're humans, the strong often snatch things from the weaker ones. Mr. Daryl, go with Elder Brandan. It won't take too much time anyway. Since your Feather Spirit sect has nothing much going on recently, come play at our demon race. I'll leave someone here to watch over for you. If anything happens at Feather Spirit sect, we will notify you immediately. With us around, you can return anytime. Bart tried to persuade Daryl. In reality, even without them, Daryl could return any moment. With so many magical treasures under his command, such freedom was not impossible. Right, Mr. Daryl. There is nothing requiring your attention at Feather Spirit sect, and we are not in war with you now. Take this chance to enjoy with your people at our side. Daryl declined their offer. As long as there is sufficient spirit power, planting can be done. It's not easy persuading them. Once I sort out some matters at Feather Spirit sect, I will accompany you to check out the demon race. Daryl intended to visit the demon race, but he had some spirit medicine to plant first. Moreover, Nixon's matters were yet to be fully settled. He needed more time. Alright, remember you promised me to come to the demon race when the time comes. I shall head back now, need to do some trials on my own. Brandan soon disappeared from their sight. See, told you, Elder Brandan is such a whimsical person. Only he would dare do this. They revered the demon deities immensely, only Brandan treated them lightly. Bart believed it might be due to Elder Brandan's long life, rendering many matters insignificant to him. Miles reported to Daryl during the evening, he's dead, dissipated into thin air, no trace left. This was his retribution, trying to sacrifice others' lives for his survival. Also, Mr. Daryl, that lake area has no remaining spirit power. Should I continue digging? He thought perhaps this place was no longer suitable for planting spirit medicine. Asked Maxim if he has chosen a location yet. If there was none available, Daryl planned to search elsewhere. Feather Spirit sect did not provide the location he sought. Elder Maxim provided a few places. I checked them out. The spirit power was inadequate and the locations weren't good either. I figured they wouldn't be better than the lake, so I didn't mention it. I already informed Elder Maxim that planting requires sufficient spirit power. He sent people to look for one. Daryl nodded. Hold off on digging the lake for now. I'll notify you once I confirm. Maxim approached Daryl the day after 300 corpses vanished. Yesterday, he felt powerful fluctuations near the lake. Only upon asking Hirsch did he realize the extent of Daryl's efforts for Feather Spirit sect, which he knew nothing about. Mr. Daryl, you're truly Feather Spirit sect's guardian deity. Without you, who knows what state our sect would end up in. Such dangerous things were hidden beneath the lake. Fortunately, these issues were discovered while Daryl was at Feather Spirit sect, or else none of their disciples would survive. Let's get straight to the point. Daryl flipped a page in his book. He preferred direct communication. Feather Spirit sect may not provide the location you want. I've repeatedly confirmed. If you wish to use the lake area, it's yours. Now, the lakeside wasn't considered prime anymore. No need. The lake area has no spirit power left. It's useless to me. If there's no place found, we'll think of another plan. Anyway, I'm not in a rush. Daryl planted a little spirit medicine by his doorstep, slowly sprouting now. These, he planted beside the spirit-gathering fish, sown yesterday, sprouted today. At another spot, despite being planted for over 10 days, showed no signs of sprouting. A location with ample spirit power was crucial. I'll try my best to help, don't worry, Mr. Daryl. Maxim understood Daryl's meaning. After all, part of the grown spirit medicine would be given to Feather Spirit sect. Without a proper place, it was they, not Daryl, who would lack cultivation resources. Maxim took this matter seriously, but Feather Spirit sect lacked such a place. Daryl discovered something interesting. The spirit-gathering fish had laid eggs. Perhaps because of the good living conditions here and Daryl, feeding them with elixirs occasionally, they ended up laying many eggs. With these spirit-gathering fish, it's only a matter of time before the lake regains spirit power. I can plant nearby, though it's small, it's better than nothing. Daryl noticed baby spirit-gathering fish hatched. Mr. Daryl, you noticed too? They've laid eggs for quite some time. Books say spirit-gathering fish lay eggs only in exceptionally good environments. Plus, they usually lay just a few eggs each time. Laying so many must be related to the elixirs you fed them. Aline watched them swim around in the small pond. Given the quality of Daryl's elixirs, such growth seemed reasonable. Once they grow up, we'll need a larger pond, otherwise, they'll be too crowded. Aline occasionally chatted with them. She knew they were about to lay eggs. Daryl shared his plans with Aline. Sure, just inform Maxim about the lake area. Chapter 301. Medium-sized spirit vein. Maxim would agree to whatever Daryl said. Besides, this was also for the benefit of Brandan Ling's sect. Even if Daryl did not plant spirit herbs, the disciples cultivating there would benefit greatly. Little Vivian relayed the message from those spirit-gathering fish. They say their children are still very small and need a better environment. They hope you can wait a bit. Once it's suitable, naturally, they will move. Little Vivian pondered about that lake. Indeed, it needed modification. Who knew what the conditions were like over there? What if the spirit-gathering fish couldn't survive? I'll find someone to change the environment as soon as possible. The lake area would also undergo a thorough cleaning to ensure no other impurities remained. Then, Daryl would relocate the spirit-gathering fish there. While Maxim was struggling to find a suitable place, Daryl informed him of this news, which made him overjoyed. Mr. Daryl really intends to place those precious spirit-gathering fish in that lake? Maxim still had some doubts. He once attended an auction where a single spirit-gathering fish sold for 50 million spirit stones. Now Daryl planned to release hundreds into the lake. This could genuinely improve the Brandan Ling sect lake. Yes, Mr. Daryl instructed me to inform you that the lake environment needs to be adjusted to suit the spirit-gathering fish. Moreover, no one should cultivate above the lake in the future. Open a separate area nearby specifically for the disciples' cultivation. No one else is allowed near the lake. If you're unsure about the required living conditions for the spirit-gathering fish, you can ask Miss Little Vivian. Miles was not familiar with these details either. He just came to convey Daryl's instructions. I'll send people immediately to make the arrangements. Tell Mr. Daryl not to worry. Maxim personally asked Little Vivian what environment the spirit-gathering fish needed to live in. She directly showed him. Seeing the small pond, Maxim was astonished. Mr. Daryl is so generous. The water here is all from a spirit spring. To think it was used for raising fish, the entire Brandonling sect probably only Mr. Daryl could afford such extravagance. It's roughly like this. Mr. Daryl knows you don't have a spirit spring, so he'll take care of these matters. Your job is to solve the lake environment issue. Maxim watched as Little Vivian tossed a handful of pills, and the spirit-gathering fish sluggishly swam over to eat them. They've been pampered by Mr. Daryl, preferring only the finest pills. Little Vivian couldn't provide such high-quality pills. To avoid starvation, the fish reluctantly accepted. They eat pills? Damn, how much money did Daryl spend on them? No wonder he felt the abundant spiritual energy even standing here. Isn't it true? Such exquisite nourishment for spirit-gathering fish. If it didn't help, Maxim would doubt everything. Yes, they don't eat ordinary food. Therefore, Mr. Daryl reminded me that if he feeds all these fish, the resources available to the sect might decrease. Now that the sect members could gradually support themselves, they couldn't always rely on Daryl. With so many spirit-gathering fish, the disciples' cultivation would significantly improve. More resources would be gained, which had its benefits. Where did Mr. Daryl go? Why are you telling me this? He hadn't seen any of Daryl's usual companions here. He went out with a group. Little Vivian conveyed Daryl's instructions and returned to her little cottage to do her work. Daryl brought his team out because he heard that a small spirit vein appeared somewhere. He intended to bring it back and use it to cultivate spirit herbs within Brandonling sect. Mr. Daryl, I've only heard that spirit veins can be used to establish a sect, but never that they can be moved. Spirit veins exist for a reason in certain places. Moving them might not achieve the same effect. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's impossible. With Mr. Daryl around, nothing seems unachievable. This information about the spirit vein came from Luciano, who wanted to cultivate in that area. Daryl thought of this plan. Originally, Brandonling sect had insufficient spiritual energy and lacked any spirit veins. If a place had one, it was best to excavate it. There are now many people in smaller sects forming teams to train there. If Mr. Daryl wants to take the spirit vein directly, he might have to face opposition. Wanting exclusive control wasn't that easy. So let's fight. Power rules. We shouldn't care about their feelings when we're trying to develop. Since my cultivation has improved, I haven't fought anyone yet. Hirsch found this time especially exciting while following Mr. Daryl. What's to fear? With Daryl backing them, no one could stand against them. We'll see when we get there. If the spirit vein is good enough, I'll bring it back to Brandonling sect. Otherwise, it'd be useless. Removing an entire spirit vein is a massive project, which is why Daryl decided to handle it personally. It'll take about 2 or 3 days to reach. According to my information, it's considered a medium-sized spirit vein. Many sects also want to claim it as their own, but the location is quite remote. They wouldn't usually travel so far for cultivation. So they only go there when they need to cultivate, selecting the best spots. Soon after, Daryl and his team arrived at the site. As Daryl's flying boat approached, those vying for the prime spots looked up. If I'm not mistaken, that's Mr. Daryl's flying boat? Why is he here? Is there something besides the spirit vein here? It's unlikely. I've been cultivating here for almost a year and haven't seen anything besides the spirit vein. But Mr. Daryl's intentions aren't clear. Maybe Mr. Daryl is also here for the spirit vein. We're all competitors, but he'd surely choose the best spot. No, what are you thinking? Mr. Daryl has such high cultivation and so many treasures. Even his everyday items are hard for us to obtain. Are you saying he needs a spirit vein? Has he gone mad? Below, everyone speculated. They were extremely curious about Daryl's purpose for being there, and some even paused their competition. The cultivators also gazed up at the flying boat. Chapter 302. Taking away the spirit vein. Daryl didn't know what those people below were thinking. He led his group and jumped off the flying boat, putting it away. The cultivators then ran over to find him. Mr. Daryl, may I ask what you're doing here? I'm here to take the spirit vein. Daryl answered them straightforwardly. Mr. Daryl, you already have so many resources. Is there any need for you to compete with us for such a small spirit vein? Yes, Mr. Daryl, don't joke with us. A small spirit vein like that won't be useful to you, but it's our only place to cultivate. Why don't you leave it for us? If you must take this spirit vein, Mr. Daryl, then you should compensate us. With every sentence they said, they took Daryl for a soft target, trying to get things from him. When did this spirit vein become yours? How can you use it exclusively while others cannot? In a world where strength rules, why don't you defeat me first? If you still want to negotiate with us, let's make it clear. Today, Mr. Daryl has stated clearly that we are taking the spirit vein. Do you have any other opinions? Hirsch would not let them claim everything just by opening their mouths. Some things simply didn't belong to them, no matter what. If you put it that way, it's true that this place doesn't belong to anyone specifically. Whoever wants it, they can try to seize it. So, let's have Mr. Daryl fight us. They had always ignored one crucial point. Daryl was saying he wanted to take the spirit vein, not cultivate here. Are you prepared to challenge Mr. Daryl to the death? Anyway, if you want to fight, do it yourselves. I won't fight. If Mr. Daryl wants it, give it to him. We haven't gained much from cultivating here anyway. As they discussed how to solve the issue, Daryl frowned. Tired of arguing with them, he had already prepared when he came. I know what you're all thinking, but rest assured, I won't treat you unfairly. Each of you can go to Miles and receive a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb. Daryl's words not only surprised those present, but also Hirsch, who had come with him. Daryl, are you crazy? Do you have too much money? There are at least 3,000 people here. Giving each one of them something would be far more valuable than the spirit vein. You could buy a spirit vein from a minor sect for much less. Hirsch was really annoyed by Daryl's extravagance. Given their strength, defeating these people would be effortless. You're right, but I'm too lazy to argue with them. Besides, haven't you been telling me that I'm always favoring Brandan and the others? Now, am I not helping to improve their cultivation? Daryl didn't think he was doing anything wrong. After all, his retirement system would eventually benefit from their improved cultivation. Thank you very much, Mr. Daryl. The people there knew very well that compared to a mid-sized spirit vein, the medicinal herbs Daryl was giving them were negligible. They quickly received their rewards from Miles and, once they had the items in hand, began chatting with Daryl. Mr. Daryl, how exactly will you take away the spirit vein? None of them had ever heard of someone being able to take a spirit vein away. Could Mr. Daryl really do it? To take it away? Just like this. With a wave of his hand, the spirit vein rose from the ground. Daryl observed it, finding its quality excellent for cultivating medicinal herbs. Wow, Mr. Daryl, your strength is incredible. You can even uproot a spirit vein. I've decided. I'll join the Feather Spirit Sect next. This isn't just about being strong. It's clearly because Mr. Daryl has his own method. I definitely couldn't do that. Daryl placed the spirit vein into his spatial item. Meanwhile, Miles finished his task and was ready to return to the Feather Spirit Sect. Fellow Taoists, we'll meet again another day. Daryl summoned the flying boat and left with them. Mr. Daryl is really generous. He's done so much for the Feather Spirit Sect. I've seen it all with my own eyes. With these resources, the Feather Spirit Sect could cultivate several more people like Mr. Daryl. Within a day, news of what happened spread throughout the entire cultivation world. People found it hard to believe that Daryl had given out so many thousand-year-old herbs and that he could uproot a spirit vein, bringing it back to the Feather Spirit Sect. No one had ever heard of such a thing being done before, but disbelief wouldn't change the facts. Daryl had already found an ideal location to place the spirit vein. Go sell these herbs and exchange them all for spirit stones. Put all the resources here. With ample resources, Daryl wouldn't lack spirit stones. This spirit vein was indeed high quality. Standing there, Daryl felt the immense spiritual energy flowing through the area. This place will be where I cultivate medicinal herbs. Notify Maxim. Maxim didn't need notification. He already knew Daryl had done something astonishing. Some people, still skeptical, reached out, hoping Mr. Daryl could help their sect install a spirit vein. Mr. Daryl, developing this place is our responsibility now. Give us 3 days, and we'll handle it perfectly. Actually, even 3 days was too long. Knowing Daryl wanted to cultivate medicinal herbs here, the Feather Spirit Sect disciples rushed to assist. They completed the task in half a day and planted the seeds that afternoon. It won't be long before this place becomes a sea of medicinal herbs, Xianxia imagined. Who in the cultivation world could match such generosity? If word got out, the Feather Spirit Sect would likely draw unwanted attention. As long as they dare to come, I'll make them regret it, Daryl vowed, referring to anyone who dared challenge him. Standing by Daryl's side, Xianxia felt safe. With the spirit veins boost, medicinal herbs sprouted within 3 days. In a few months, they would be ready for use. The items granted by the system were indeed the best. Chapter 303, the grand finale. Let's pay the demon clan a visit, Daryl thought. Considering there wasn't much to do lately, he might as well go. Brandan and the others were elated upon hearing this news, quickly coming to pick up Daryl and his companions. Daryl stood on the bustling streets of the demon clan. In truth, these demons were not so different from humans. They had their own thoughts, their own lives. If both sides had ample resources, it was entirely possible for peace to prevail without conflict. Mr. Daryl, we've long awaited your arrival here in the demon clan. Finally, you are here. It's absolutely wonderful. Why don't I show you around? Our demon clan is no less impressive than your Feather Spirit Sect. By the way, I've specially selected a place with abundant spirit energy for you. What do you think of it? Brandan had already cleared out any troublesome demons, ensuring they would not disturb Mr. Daryl. Daryl walked around guided by Brandan. Though it was his first time here, Daryl's legend seemed to precede him. Have you heard? The weapons in the hands of our demon king were all crafted by Mr. Daryl. Wouldn't it be great if one day he could craft a weapon for me? Mr. Daryl has provided us with countless cultivation resources. Frankly, among so many humans, only he has given us such support. Heard that Brother Daryl is visiting our demon clan. I wonder if I'll have the good fortune to meet him this time. Listening to the adoration of the demons, Xianxia teased, maybe with Mr. Daryl around, the demons and Bretmans won't fight anymore. After all, it's just a struggle over resources, which can be resolved easily. The resources Daryl controlled were enough to ensure peace between the demon clan and humans for a considerable time. We have temporarily ceased hostilities, but if Mr. Daryl wishes it, our demon clan is willing to negotiate. After all, even our demon king wouldn't dare make a move against Mr. Daryl. In the demon clan, Daryl also helped resolve many issues and left behind various items beneficial to the demons. When it came time for him to leave, the demons were deeply reluctant to see Mr. Daryl go. Mr. Daryl, why not stay a few more days? There are still many places in our demon clan you haven't seen. Brandan pondered. After spending so much time in the demon clan, Daryl must understand how welcome he was among them. No need. I should return to address the matters we previously discussed. Once peace prevails, I'll come back to visit. Daryl, along with Brandan, the demon god, and the distant deity clans, had agreed that humans, demons, and deities should coexist peacefully. The demon god was personally escorted back by Brandan, or else, all discussions would be futile. The leader of the deity clans was an old acquaintance Daryl had met before, making negotiations smooth. Many matters had already been settled by Daryl. They wanted resources, and Daryl could provide them. Without needing to fight, each race could live wherever they wished. Of course, Daryl knew changing human perceptions about other races would be challenging and take a long time. However, starting is always the hardest part. Once started, things become easier. Mr. Daryl, are you really going to give such valuable resources? What if they use their improved strength to turn against us? And can you handle this alone? Shouldn't you consult with others? Kesha followed Daryl closely, her greatest fear being that although Mr. Daryl was doing a good deed, it might be misrepresented by others. She didn't want Mr. Daryl to be slandered. Unnecessary. I've already had Maxim discuss with them. Those who disagree can take their sects and families to war, but the Feather Spirit sect won't participate. Daryl saw no issue with this matter. Consultation? What was there to consult? As long as it was for the betterment of everyone, that was sufficient. Alright, as long as I'm by your side. Kesha said no more, yet the situation did not develop as she feared. Not only did they receive resources, they also avoided war with demons and deities. This outcome suited them perfectly. In fact, we owe gratitude to Mr. Daryl. Without him, we might have fought to a stalemate, benefiting no one. Yes, Mr. Daryl, giving such favorable conditions to demons and deities, what benefits will we receive? Mr. Daryl, if you provide them with resources and strengthen them, we won't stand a chance in future conflicts. Daryl anticipated trouble when he heard that clan elders and leaders were coming to see him today. Indeed, they came to demand resources. If you want resources, you need to find them yourselves. Even the resources promised to them require effort. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Look at my terms if you wish to obtain them. Ichi immediately placed Daryl's prior statement in front of them. Joining the Feather Spirit sect in exchange for resources? Won't that make the Feather Spirit sect dominant? What you say becomes law then. I refuse. Even without those resources, I will never join the Feather Spirit sect, nor will I lead my sect under anyone else. Some stormed off, but others saw clearly. Following Daryl was the trend. Accepting his offer wouldn't be bad either. Besides, he was the key link between the three clans. Feather Spirit sect grew increasingly prosperous, yet Daryl continued living in his small wooden house as usual. Only the elders and disciples facing unsolvable problems dared visit him. Others instinctively avoided disturbing him. They believed such a powerful figure deserved a quiet, spacious living space. Even when the sect master offered Daryl the position of elder or leadership, Daryl refused immediately. He couldn't accept such responsibilities. I'm just a leisurely man. I can only help guard the gates of Feather Spirit sect and occasionally assist with small issues you can't solve. Beyond that, I can't do much. The sect master looked helplessly at Daryl, a commoner whom deities, demon kings, and deities respected so highly, holding vast resources, making him the most powerful ordinary person in the entire cultivation realm. The sect master didn't believe it, but no one could force Daryl to do something he didn't want to. This arrangement worked well. Daryl occasionally came to help them solve issues. Daryl now led a very comfortable life, enjoying magazines and novels provided by the system, tending to his flowers, while the elder system supplied him with various resources. He loved this lifestyle. The end.